Soot, a chef, finds himself inexplicably awakened in the world of Dragon Ball Super. Is he frustrated? He feels rather numbed. In the smoke-filled kitchen, the sound of a sharp knife rhythmically slices through the air. With an impassive expression, Soot deftly flips his knife, transferring the chopped vegetables into a draining basket. Heat the pan, add the oil. His movements flow seamlessly as he skillfully tosses the large iron wok. In less than 2 minutes, a mouth-watering dish of stir-fried pork with green peppers is ready. Xiaoji, take this out and don't keep Vegeta waiting. Soot instructs, returning to the cutting board to prepare for the next round. Understood, esteemed chef. Indeed, Soot's numbness stems primarily from his continued work at Bulma's household. After a flurry of activity, he squats by the back door of the kitchen, habitually smoking a cigarette while gazing at a short-haired woman with blue-green hair dining across in the restaurant. This woman is Bulma, his employer, and the wealthiest lady in the Dragon Ball universe. 3 years of watching her, and he never tires of the view. Seated across from her is a man Soot desperately wishes to ignore. This man, with a stern expression and an aura of menace, is Vegeta, the one who lives off Bulma's wealth. Despite his formidable presence, his receding hairline is unmistakable. How infuriating. Why is he the one dining with Bulma and not Soot? Even with a poor stomach, Soot could manage to earn his keep. With no abilities, no system, and no golden finger, he can only observe the protagonists and supporting characters of Dragon Ball from afar. Ding! Just as Soot habitually exhales a plume of smoke and extinguishes his cigarette underfoot, a peculiar voice resonates in his mind. Chef God System, initiating binding. TCH, Soot stands up, feigning indifference to the voice. He brushes off his clothes, intending to clock out for the day. A system? A golden finger? What use could that possibly serve him? This is the Dragon Ball universe, where planets are obliterated with a single punch. What on earth is a Chef God System? What relevance could it have for him? System binding in progress. Binding complete. The Chef God System is now ready to serve you. Host personal data verification in progress. Culinary skills at 10, Saiyan bloodline, can be activated. Would you like to activate? Hearing the system's voice, Soot hesitates for a moment before resuming his stride toward the clock-out point. A Saiyan bloodline? Just another useless trinket? This is the world of Dragon Ball Super. In the year 778 of the age, merely 2 months have passed since Beerus awakened on Earth. Couldn't they provide him with something truly remarkable instead of a Saiyan bloodline? Kicking the god of destruction, punching an angel, and slapping the Grand Priest does such a golden opportunity exist? As Sutter awaited a response from the system, it began its monotonous and cold broadcast once more. Currently, the host has prepared over 109,000 dishes and may now be introduced to an angel. Upon hearing this, a flicker of emotion crossed Sutter's otherwise expressionless face. After 3 years as a chef in Bulma's household, he had astonishingly managed to create over 109,000 dishes. Damn, this Vegeta can eat more than a pig. Exploiting this poor worker, what a vile manifestation of capitalism. With a scoff, Sutter cursed under his breath, opting not to respond to the system, and instead retreated to his staff quarters. After 3 years in the Dragon Ball world, he still had no home of his own. What a fortunate circumstance. Lying on his bed, he leisurely attempted to communicate with the system in his mind. Activate Saiyan lineage. Activating lineage. Activation complete. Sutter sat up, noticing no significant changes in himself. His handsome features remained, his hair still billowed elegantly, and his physique was as robust as ever. Aside from the addition of a Saiyan tail, which had torn his jeans. Hey system, what about the angel you mentioned? Sutter flopped back onto the bed, awaiting the fulfillment of the system's second condition. May I inquire which angel the host wishes to meet? Of course. It has to be the stunning Vados. Without hesitation, Sutter named his choice. After a brief moment of contemplation, he added, Makarita wouldn't be a bad option. And Kusu seems quite appealing as well. Please confirm which angel you wish to meet and inform the system. Thank you for your cooperation. Sutter, suppressing a smirk, asserted, It's Vados. Just her. Whoosh. As his words concluded, he felt an immediate disorientation. Suddenly, he found himself in a location with a rather pleasant view. Why was it not Vados coming to his room, but rather he who had arrived before her? Before him stood a tall and strikingly attractive woman. With her long white ponytail and teal skin, she wore a green robe and white high-heeled shoes, adorned with a light blue halo around her neck. In her slender right hand, she held a long staff. Who else could this woman be but Vados? Who are you? How did you suddenly arrive here? Vados tilted her head slightly, regarding Sutter with curiosity. To think someone could evade her perception and reach the realm of destruction in Universe 6. Sutter did not answer immediately, but instead queried the system in his mind. Hey, is this really the introduction? Wasn't this a bit too hasty? What if Vados deemed him unworthy to be in the realm of destruction and simply eliminated him? Host, have you watched Dragon Ball Super? Angels do not partake in good or evil, nor will they harm you. And furthermore, according to the system's assessment, there exists a perilous entity for you, which is the Destroyer. God, Champa. Additionally, my name is the Culinary God System. Please refrain from hurling derogatory epithets at me. Disregarding the system's final remark, Sut shifted his gaze towards the plump, purple, hairless cat sprawled on the rock, who was absurdly grasping its own face and mumbling in its sleep. This rotund feline was none other than the so-called Destroyer God, Champa. Since you are the Culinary God System, do you possess a repository of ingredients? Sut inquired, swallowing hard as he gazed at the corpulent cat. Indeed, this system boasts an inexhaustible supply of ingredients. Upon hearing this, Sut's initially unsettled heart found solace. He smiled at the skeptical Bardos and said, "Greetings. I have heard that you scour the land for culinary delights." Indeed, upon hearing the mention of food, Bardos' lips curled in unexpected intrigue as he curiously asked, "Could it be that you know where the delicacies are located? Well, would you like to sample some exquisite dishes?" "Absolutely. I dream about it." Before Bardos could respond, Champa, who had been lounging on a rock, abruptly sat up, drooling from the corner of its mouth as it exclaimed, "Then allow me to showcase my skills." Sut disregarded Champa's outburst and offered a slight smile to Bardos. Chapter 2. Allow me to feed you. Open your mouth. He always preferred to keep pots and pans within his versatile capsule. Thus, he was never concerned about the absence of kitchenware. Even if there were none, the omnipotent angel should be able to conjure them, right? "Bardos, I require a table." With this thought, Sut tentatively inquired. "Certainly." Bardos nodded, sweeping his staff, and a grand long table materialized before Sut. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that along with the long table, several chairs had also appeared. "Hey, Bardos, who is this fellow?" Champa, still half asleep and yawning, approached Bardos and asked. Before Bardos could respond, he noticed that the table had already been laden with an abundance of delectable ingredients at Sut's gesture. "Wow, everything looks incredibly appetizing," Champa exclaimed, his nostrils quivering in delight as he settled at the table, his substantial belly leading the way. "It smells divine." Indeed, the aromas were crisp and sweet. Bardos, unable to resist, moved closer to the table, picking up a tomato to sniff. "We may have to wait a bit longer to eat," he remarked, beginning to busy himself with arranging various kitchen tools. Just as he ignited the knife, intending to chop the vegetables, he noticed that Champa was already gnawing on a large cabbage. Crunch, crunch. Are you all very hungry?" Observing Bardos nibbling on a tomato, Sut felt somewhat bewildered. Cough, cough. Seemingly aware that their manner of eating was rather peculiar, Bardos hastily concealed the tomato behind him and chastised Champa. "Lord Champa, I am speaking to you." What's the matter?" Champa, with bits of vegetable debris clinging to his mouth, looked up at Bardos in confusion. "We need to wait a bit longer. These items are not meant to be consumed in such a manner." Sut directed his words at Champa, yet his gaze remained fixed on Bardos. "These ingredients require some preparation before they can be enjoyed. Of course, the ripe fruits can be consumed directly. For instance." Sut gently pulled Bardos's hand from behind his back and sprinkled a touch of sugar atop the tomato. "This way, it will taste even sweeter." "Oh." As Bardos beheld the specks of white crystals adorning the red fruit, a blush crept across his cheeks. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this peculiar individual was rather handsome, far more so than Lord Champa. Moreover, he was attentive, considerate, and gentle. "Host, you are taking advantage of the angel." The system's voice chimed in just as Sut released Bardos's arm. Sut chose to disregard it, picking up a pristine cabbage from the table and placing it on the cutting board to slice. Do we really need to chop this? Isn't that a bit redundant?" Champa questioned, glancing at the cabbage in his hand, which was now in a sorry state from his gnawing. Suddenly, He found it rather unappetizing. This is called cabbage. It can be prepared in numerous ways, boiled, stir-fried, or blanched, but no one would choose to eat it raw as you did, Sut remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Champa as he continued his tasks. Of course, there are those who consume it this way, such as I know of you and pigs. Pigs. Who might they be? Champa, utterly oblivious, failed to perceive the stark contrast in Sut's demeanor towards him compared to that towards Bardos. With a perplexed expression, he inquired, "Who is it? When will you introduce me to it? Surely, if it shares my culinary preferences, it could become my bosom companion." Sut scoffed lightly, hastening his movements. His actions flowed with such grace that they evoked a sense of aesthetic pleasure. Vados watched intently as Sut busied himself with chopping and stir-frying, exclaiming, "Indeed." Champa nodded in agreement, eagerly swallowing as he inhaled the enticing aromas, relentlessly urging Sut, "Is it ready? How much longer must we wait?" Under Champa's incessant prodding, Sut presented 4 dishes and a soup upon the table. "We may begin." As soon as the words escaped his lips, Champa could hardly contain himself, reaching out with his hands toward the vibrant plate of mapo tofu. However, his lack of chopsticks led to the inevitable consequence of being unable to handle the hot dish. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Though his hands remained unscathed, his tongue suffered greatly. Bardos observed the tearful Champa and the smirking Sut, pondering how she might partake. Amidst her confusion, Sut gracefully picked up a pair of slender chopsticks, delicately retrieving a piece of tomato from the scrambled eggs. With thoughtful consideration, he blew away the steam and presented it to Bados's lips, saying, "Open wide." "Ah." Compelled by some unseen force, Vados obediently opened her mouth and swallowed the tomato. Delicious," she exclaimed, instinctively touching her cheek, her eyes sparkling with delight. Sut continued, "And this egg? Ah, this is quite tasty too. Hey, what about me?" Champa, finally composed, placed his hands on his hips and approached Vados, also opening his mouth wide. "Ah." As he gestured for Sut to feed him, Sut dismissed him, continuing to serve Vados while disdainfully remarking, "There are chopsticks on the table. Help yourself." How infuriating. Champa closed his mouth in frustration, cursing as he picked up the chopsticks. Yet, as a novice, he struggled to grasp the technique required for picking up food. "Damn it, I want to be fed too." After several unsuccessful attempts, Champa angrily tossed aside the chopsticks and yelled at Sut, "If you can't use chopsticks, then try a spoon." Without even glancing in Champa's direction, Sut tossed him a disposable plastic spoon while continuing to feed Bardos. How infuriating. Observing the warm and somewhat flirtatious atmosphere between the two, Champa cautiously scooped a piece of sweet and sour ribs and placed it in his mouth. Is this meat? It's sweet. Delicious." In the next moment, he lifted an entire plate from the table, intent on pouring it into his mouth. Bardos swallowed her morsel, her gaze fixated on Champa with keen interest. A chilling sense of murderous intent lingered in the air, much like the ominous presence of a predator. Yet, with a plastic spoon in hand, he continued to scoop food with a forlorn expression. "Don't just feed me, you should eat as well." Bardos smiled at the eager Surt, who was intent on feeding her. "This person is truly wonderful." Chapter 3. This angel has developed affection for me, it's all right. I'm quite accustomed to eating these. Delaying my meal isn't an issue. Surt continued to serve Bardos, smiling in return. The mere act of being able to feed Bardos was something he had never even dared to dream of during his 3 years in the Dragon Ball world. Now that his dream had materialized and the opportunity had presented itself, how could he let it slip away? Thus, the meal unfolded in the warm ambience between Surt and Bardos, with the backdrop of an increasingly agitated Champa. "Delicious," Champa exclaimed, licking the plates clean before reclining at the table, patting his large belly. "I feel as though I haven't eaten enough." Surt paid him no mind and turned to the equally unsatisfied Bardos, inquiring, "Would you like some fruit and dessert afterwards?" "Fruit? Dessert?" Bardos's eyes sparkled with delight as she nodded vigorously. Right away, the corners of Surt's mouth lifted in a smile. Energized by the thought of preparing delicious treats for Bardos and witnessing her look of contentment. "Hey, is this some form of racial or gender discrimination?" Champa grumbled as he awaited the unprocessed fruit. He pointed indignantly at the exquisitely carved fruit and dainty pastries placed before Bardos, exclaiming, "Why are mine so unappealing while Bardos's are so exquisite?" Bardos, unfazed by Champa's complaints, savored her food, occasionally expressing her delight. "Ah, this is absolutely delicious. You're not exactly a sight for sore eyes yourself. Why should your food be any different?" Are you part of a beauty standards committee? Surt shot him a sidelong glance, reaching out to reclaim the fruits. If you're going to complain so much, you shouldn't eat. No. Champa quickly gathered the fruits to his chest and retreated hastily, protective of his newfound treasures. Truly exquisite cuisine, along with the fruits and pastries, brought a sense of satisfaction and happiness to Bardos's face. By the way, I still don't know your name. Surt, he replied with a smile, collecting the items from the table. I am a chef, a creator of culinary delights. Upon hearing this, the system in his mind emitted a cold, mocking tone. Self-proclaimed chef. How shameless. Before Surt could retort, the system continued its impersonal announcements. Congratulations, host. You have gained the culinary recognition of Bardos and Champa, enhancing your cooking skills by 5. This reward includes a combat power increase of 1 unit, allowing transformation into Super Saiyan forms, Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3. Additionally, due to the tasters being an angel and a god of destruction, you are rewarded with a hidden level 1 god of destruction technique and level 1 ultra instinct. Surt was internally astonished, yet maintained an expression of casual conversation with Bardos. Multitasking, he quietly inquired of the system. What does an increase of 1 unit in combat power equate to? Greetings. For those who have yet to behold Dragon Ball Super, it is crucial to understand that the measurement of combat power is not merely a numerical value, but rather a rough estimation of divine strength. For instance, in this realm, Super Saiyan God Goku possesses a strength of 6, while Beerus stands at 10 and Whis at 15. Now, what is this elusive hidden reward? Based on the divine strength currently held by the host, a mere unit of divine power is insufficient for learning the ways of angels and gods of destruction. In essence, my abilities do not qualify me for such teachings, hence, why dispense a reward of any significance? This system is utterly useless. After preparing a feast for both angels and gods of destruction, I am rewarded with a paltry unit of divine strength. And even with the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 3, I remain distanced from the divine realm. What a loss, indeed. Champa, gazing at St., who was engaged in conversation with Beerus, muttered softly about the culinary creator. So, does this imply you can conjure more delectable dishes? Without hesitation, St replied, certainly. An extravagant banquet is well within my capabilities. Hearing St's unwavering confidence, albeit somewhat perplexing, Champa exclaimed, splendid. From this day forth, you shall be the chef for me. The god of destruction of Universe 6. Henceforth, I shall indulge in endless gourmet delights. With hands on hips and a wild grin, Champa radiated enthusiasm, prompting St to question, on what grounds? Champa retorted, simply because it is your honor. Adopting a defiant stance, St stood tall and responded, no. At my previous establishment, I received a salary. His boldness allowed him to negotiate with Champa. Having savored his culinary creations, would Champa willingly return to subpar fare? Transitioning from abundance to scarcity is a challenge indeed. Even if Champa were to lose composure out of embarrassment, let us not forget the presence of his supervising mentor, Beerus. I shall provide you with a salary. Champa, realizing the futility of his hard stance, attempted to soften his approach. Turning to Beerus, he inquired, Beerus, what constitutes a salary? Perhaps it entails certain benefits. Beerus shrugged, casting a discreet glance at St. Benefits, you say? What do you desire? Champa continued to look toward St., negotiating further. Allow me a moment to ponder. St. feigned contemplation, silently consulting the system. Dear companion, if I am to prepare meals for angels and gods of destruction, what benefits may I receive? 10,000 dishes could introduce you to someone you wish to meet. Additionally, it would enhance your hidden divine power, destruction skill levels, and mastery of ultimate techniques. St understood the concept of destruction skills, but was perplexed by the notion of divine power. Divine power, you say? Beerus possesses a strength of 10, while Goku has a strength of 6. Have you not witnessed Dragon Ball Super? Silence, dear companion. Until we meet again. St composed himself, his expression neutral as he addressed Champa, demanding, I require the Super Dragon Balls. Super Dragon Balls? Champa questioned, bewildered. They are the wish-granting orbs. I habitually refer to them as the Super Dragon Balls. By the heavens, you are indeed asking for quite a lot. Champa took a step back, astonished, and gazed at him. This peculiar human is aware of the wishing star. Lord Champa, you seek the wishing star. Do you not wish to make a wish for delectable food? Badass remarked, casting a sharp glance at Champa. This foolish fellow. Does he still wish to savor fine cuisine in the future? You have enjoyed sumptuous delights now. If you desire to continue indulging, you must find all the wishing stars and let Sutter make a wish. As she spoke, a hint of curiosity flickered in Badass's eyes as she turned to Sutter. Sutter, what is your wish? Primarily, I wish to live a little longer. You angels and destroyers can live for billions of years, yet I can barely manage a few hundred. Sutter replied. Before he could finish his statement, Champa's expression transformed into one of panic. What? A mere few hundred years. Champa's gaze shifted to the few remaining apples on the table, his face gradually reflecting terror. After a few hundred years, I shall never taste them again. How could I possibly tire of them in such a short span? No, this absolutely cannot stand. Champa, lost in his thoughts, clenched his fist and bellowed. I must find the wishing star immediately, at once. Observing Champa's inexplicable anxiety, Sutter felt bewildered by his sudden excitement. Ho ho ho. Lord Champa is quite stubborn when it comes to food. Badass chuckled, linking her arm with Sutter's. Your lifespan is indeed short. However, there is no need for concern. Even if we cannot locate the wishing star soon, I possess ample means to extend your life. If we can find the wishing star, let us wish for immortality. As Badass uttered this, Sutter sensed her ulterior motives. It appeared that this angel had genuinely developed an affection for his culinary skills. To win a woman's heart, one must first conquer her appetite. Chapter 4. A date with Badass. Hurry, hurry. A few hundred years pass in the blink of an eye. Champa, noticing Sutter and Badass inexplicably intertwined, urged them anxiously. There is no need to rush. Sutter replied, allowing Badass to pull him along. I need to return briefly to fetch something. Searching aimlessly for the Super Dragon Balls across 2 universes proves utterly inefficient. To locate the Dragon Balls, one must rely on the genius woman, Bulma, and her dragon radar. Going back, do you need me to escort you? Upon hearing Badass's proactive offer, Champa spoke. That is entirely feasible. Badass, your speed is unparalleled. Indeed, to Earth in the 7th universe. Sutter smiled, grasping Badass's hand in return. My goodness, you can really sprint. Upon learning their destination was within Beerus's domain, Champa was taken aback. Well then, Lord Champa, you shall remain here and await our return, Badass declared, enveloping Sutter in a protective bubble as they soared into the sky. 7th universe, Earth. As they landed at Bulma's villa, Sutter immediately spotted Trunks and the Pilaf gang playing ball in the courtyard. Oh, isn't that Sutter from the kitchen? Pilaf exclaimed, kicking the soccer ball away and turning to Sutter with a curious expression. Is that blue lady your girlfriend? Without waiting for a response from Sutter, Vados inquired with curiosity. Yes, she is indeed my girlfriend. Sutter nodded, leading Vados straight towards Bulma's laboratory. Hey, when did you get a girlfriend? Why didn't you throw a feast for us to enjoy? Exclaimed the dog-like Asu, watching the pair depart. Such a miser. Your girlfriend? Trunks allowed the soccer ball to roll to his feet, casting a subtle glance toward Xiaowu. I wonder if she likes him. Does girlfriend mean I am your friend? Vados asked, trailing behind Sutter. Well, are we not a couple? Sutter questioned without a trace of embarrassment. A couple indeed. That is indisputable. The system mocked once again. Friends? Vados smiled gently and nodded at Sutter. Yes, friends, a couple of friends. Upon entering the laboratory, Sutter addressed Bulma, who was seated at the table, without any preamble. Bulma, may I trouble you with a request? Ah, Sutter. Bulma looked up, her gaze shifting to the hand holding Vados, revealing a knowing smile that only adults would comprehend. Are you asking for a day off to go on a date? Shall I advance you some salary? How about 30,000 zeni? That's excessive. His monthly salary is merely 10,000 zeni. No, I wish to request that you create a Dragon Ball radar capable of detecting throughout the universe. Sutter stated his purpose directly. Additionally, I am here to resign. Oh, that will require an expansion of its range and some time. Bulma nodded, then asked with confusion. But why resign when everything is going well? Vegeta enjoys your cooking, and even Trunks does. If you find the salary insufficient, I can increase it. No, I have found my true calling. Sutter smiled at Bardos, tightening his grip on their interlocked hands. He had come to the Dragon Ball world out of necessity to work as a chef, not solely for that role. I see. Bulma understood and ceased her persuasion. Then I wish you both happiness. Saying this, she retrieved a thick stack of envelopes containing zeni from her drawer. Here, consider it a present for the future. Thank you. Sutter graciously accepted. How long will it take to finish the Super Dragon Ball radar? About half a day. I suggest you two go on a date in the meantime. Bulma chuckled, winking at Sutter. All right. Sutter shrugged, not intending to rush her. He turned to Bardos and said, Come, let me show you around. This planet has an abundance of delectable snacks. Sounds great. Bardos replied with a radiant smile. The hefty cat, Champa, had long been forgotten by the two. From Western to Eastern cuisines, Sutter guided Bardos through a street filled with tantalizing street food. Observant Sutter noted that Bardos seemed to have a particular fondness for desserts and snacks. Among the delicacies offered were the uniquely flavored glutinous rice balls and sesame balls, which she thoroughly enjoyed alongside a warm cup of green tea. Although they were indeed delectable, there lingered a sense of disappointment, as they were not crafted by her own hands. Bardos knitted her brows in discontent, feeling that something essential was amiss, a certain distinctive flavor. Is that so? Sut chuckled softly. Naturally, the dishes he prepared were infused with his deep affection for Bardos. The system chimed in, boasting of its own unique ingredients that were missing from this culinary experience. Well then, let us return to Bulma's kitchen, where I shall prepare the dishes you adore. After some contemplation, Sut resolved to take Bardos back. As dusk descended, they savored a delightful dinner, and much of the day had already slipped away. Behold, this is the dragon radar capable of detecting the entirety of the universe. Bulma handed Sut an object slightly larger than the dragon radar. Her curiosity piqued. Pray tell, what purpose do you have for such a dragon radar? To seek the Dragon Balls, of course. Sut replied with a raised eyebrow. Do you mean like the ones on Namek? Bulma's confusion deepened as she furrowed her brow. In that case, there is no need to extend your search across the entire universe. You shall find out in due time. Sut offered no further explanation, cheerfully leading Bardos toward the courtyard. Do visit us often, Bulma said politely as she noticed the pair preparing to leave. Who are they? Vegeta, just emerging from the gravity chamber, inquired upon seeing the two ascending into the sky. They are our former chef and his girlfriend, Bulma replied, pinching her nose in distaste. Hey, Vegeta, hurry and take a shower. You reek of sweat. Damn you, woman. Vegeta's forehead creased with anger as he spat, turning away in irritation. The angel's flight was swift. In less than half an hour, Sut and Bardos returned to the realm of destruction in Universe 6. Hey, why were you gone for so long? Champa exclaimed, rubbing his belly and calling out to Sut. I'm nearly starving. Yet here you are, still alive. Sut rolled his eyes. Chapter 5. Arise, Dragon of the Gods. Regardless, Lord Champa, given your ample size, missing a meal could serve as a means of dieting. Bardos teased with a sly smile. Nonsense. Upon tasting Sut's delicious creations, I refuse to miss a single meal. Champa replied, his anger palpable, though he still wore a disingenuous smile as he turned to Sut. Hey, when will you prepare a feast? Since Bardos and I have already dined. You can have this meal. Sut tossed a package of instant noodles to Champa. You can't just dig in. Bardos, aware of Champa's foolishness, took out a kettle of boiling water, explaining as she went. First, open the packaging, then take out the seasoning packet. And we wait for 3 minutes. And then we can eat? Champa nodded eagerly, watching Bardos with anticipation. Yes, eat quickly, and then we shall embark on our quest for the wishing star. Bardos pushed the prepared instant noodles in front of Champa. Oh, Champa swallowed hard, constantly glancing at the sand trickling down the hourglass beside him. Hurry up, I'm starving. How about it? There are 3 on Universe 7, so are there 4 left here? Bardos approached Pseudo, her gaze fixed on the Super Dragon Ball radar in his hand, inquiring. Indeed, there are 4 Super Dragon Balls in this vicinity. The nearest one is towards the east. Pseudo nodded, handing the Super Dragon Ball radar to Bardos. Let us wait for Lord Champa to finish eating, and we shall set off immediately, Bardos remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the still-waiting Champa. Were it not for the fear of this fellow causing a ruckus, she would have gone directly with Pseudo to search for the Super Dragon Balls. As the time arrived, Champa eagerly dug into the noodles, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This time, he had learned his lesson, attentively listening to Bardos's instructions, realizing that he should eat with a fork. Ah, satisfying. After finishing the noodles, Champa wiped the sweat from his brow and said to Pseudo, save some for me later. It could serve as an appetizer. Bardos and Pseudo exchanged glances, utterly speechless. The journey to find the Super Dragon Balls was remarkably smooth. In Universe 6, the highest authorities were none other than Bardos and Champa. Moreover, having previously traversed the cosmos in search of wish-granting stars and delicacies, they were well acquainted with many inhabitants of their universe. Within a mere 3 hours, the 4 Super Dragon Balls, indicated by the radar, had been successfully gathered and transported to the junction of Universes 6 and 7. Bardos and Champa hastily continued their quest for the remaining 3 Super Dragon Balls in Universe 7. This time, the endeavor took even less time, merely 2 hours. Your Super Dragon Ball radar is truly remarkable, Champa remarked, eyeing the radar in Pseudo's hands and then the 7 Super Dragon Balls, his tone tinged with envy. He had labored tirelessly in search of the Super Dragon Balls, unaware that such a device existed to pinpoint their locations in the universe. What can I say? Ignorance is bliss. Pseudo chuckled, playfully teasing Champa. Humph. Champa huffed in discontent, staring at the Super Dragon Balls gleaming with a soft golden light, as massive as planets. He placed his hands on his hips and addressed Pseudo. Hurry up and summon the Eternal Dragon. Wish for you to live until the end of time. Or perhaps wish for immortality. That would be more suitable. Pseudo's strength is somewhat lacking. Bardos chimed in, urging Pseudo. Come on, Pseudo. I do not know the language of the divine. Pseudo spread his hands, expressing his helplessness. Ahem, then allow me to take the lead. Bardos cleared her throat awkwardly and called out to the 7 Super Dragon Balls. Arise, Eternal Dragon, grant my wish. I desire prosperity. Under Bardos's invocation, the Super Dragon Balls, which had merely emitted a soft glow, suddenly burst forth into a dazzling brilliance. The brilliance intensified, surging forth towards the vast cosmos, gradually revealing a colossal golden form. Soon, under the gaze of Su Te and his companions, a magnificent golden western dragon emerged. Such grandeur. Truly, it was a cosmic-level divine beast. Xiangpa, beholding the immense dragon with its gigantic bat-like wings, could not help but express his awe. After all, it was a super divine dragon. This was also the first time Bardos had encountered such a magnificent creature, prompting a similar exclamation of wonder. Just as his admiration echoed, the super divine dragon opened its enormous jaws, seemingly poised to swallow Su Te and the others whole. My goodness! Witnessing this scene, Xiangpa turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What is happening? Bardos's expression grew serious, and he hurriedly attempted to pull Su Te away to evade the impending danger. Stay calm. I believe this is merely a prelude to the wish we are about to fulfill. Su Te reassured them with a smile. This is not how one prepares for a prelude. Xiangpa trembled, filled with trepidation at the sight of the super divine dragon. The 3 of them, swallowed whole, exhibited varied expressions, Su Te brimming with excitement, Bardos somewhat tense, and Xiangpa visibly frightened. In the boundless darkness, just as Bardos was about to emit a light, a miniature version of the super divine dragon abruptly appeared before them, its blood-red eyes gleaming as it thundered, "Speak your wish." Just as Bardos was about to respond, Su Te interjected, "Bardos, aside from immortality, I wish to possess the physical prowess and learning ability akin to Majin Buu." Oh, very well. Bardos expressed no dissent and articulated Su Te's desire in the tongue of the divine. At that moment, as Su Te delightedly envisioned his impending boundless stamina and infinite regeneration, a beam of light descended upon him. The super divine dragon's crimson gaze radiated brightly, enveloping Su Te entirely. Almost immediately, he was engulfed by an indescribable agony. It felt as though every bone and sinew in his body was being shattered and reassembled. How tragic! Xiangpa gazed at the radiant sphere with trepidation, unable to catch a glimpse of Su Te. Su Te, worry etched across Bardos's face. It's fine. The pain comes swiftly but departs just as quickly. The next moment, as the light dissipated, a perfectly intact Su Te materialized before Bardos and Xiangpa Fu. Upon seeing Su Te safe, Bardos let out a long sigh of relief. So, you are truly immortal now? Xiangpa scrutinized Su Te closely, then suddenly smirked, raising his index finger to unleash a destructive energy blast at him. Boom. Chapter 6. Bulma's birthday, shall we attend? The destructive energy pierced through Su Te's chest. Xiangpa, what are you doing? Seeing Su Te grievously injured, Bardos felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. Her previously tranquil heart now ached with distress. She abandoned all formalities, glaring furiously at Xiangpa. Why would you attack Su Te? I merely wanted to test it out. Xiangpa stammered, noticing Bardos's anger. His voice diminishing, tinged with a hint of grievance. Let us give it a try, Surt mused, contemplating the power of the rules intertwined with the essence of immortality. He lowered his gaze to the gaping wound on his chest, incredulously exclaiming, "I seem to be unscathed." The wound was healing, visibly mending before his eyes. Is that truly so? As Beerus turned his head to glance, he noticed that the large hole in Surt's chest had vanished entirely. Were it not for the sizable tear in his clothing, he might have thought it all a mere illusion. Behold, it seems that immortality encompasses even the damage inflicted by the power of the rules. Champa, who had been inexplicably scolded, felt a profound sense of injustice. "Your wish has been granted. Farewell," the eternal dragon proclaimed, transforming once again into a radiant beam of light. The 7 Dragon Balls swiftly dispersed in all directions. What do you think? If I were to wish for the erasure ability of the Omni King to be transferred to me, could that be realized? As he observed the scattering of the Dragon Balls, Surt suddenly conceived this audacious thought. Just imagine the power, waving a hand to eliminate adversaries and even obliterating an entire universe. This wish, however, is surely unattainable. Curious about Surt's extensive knowledge, Beerus nonetheless responded earnestly to his inquiry. "Why is that?" Surt asked, puzzled. "There exists a relationship between the Eternal Dragon and Lord Omni King. One is responsible for destruction, the other for restoration. Such a balance is fixed and cannot be breached. The Eternal Dragon will not grant such a wish." Beerus elucidated as he guided Surt and Champa through the cosmos. It seemed that even the Eternal Dragon had its limitations, which left Surt somewhat disheartened, though he quickly dismissed the thought. It was merely a fleeting whim. It is akin to the notion that one might wish for anything from the Eternal Dragon, but matters pertaining to deities, such as angels, destroyers, and the Omni King, are categorically forbidden. Beerus added this as a form of consolation for Surt. Champa chimed in, urging Surt to relinquish the idea, stating that in truth, the Eternal Dragon could not strip the Omni King of his powers. Otherwise, in this vast universe, with its multitude of nefarious beings, such wishes would have long since been realized. Even if it were possible, it would be of no use, as it would encroach upon the Grand Priest's boundaries and lead to your immediate obliteration. Well, immortality is already quite sufficient. Surt, not one to harbor grand ambitions, deftly shifted the topic. Does that mean the Grand Priest's combat prowess surpasses that of the Omni King? Erasure is a power of the rules, not directly correlated to strength. Beerus replied nonchalantly. Oh, the atmosphere had barely settled when Champa interjected. Make sure to prepare us some delicious food upon our return, for we have rendered you considerable assistance. Very well. Surt readily agreed with a nod at this request. Thus began their days filled with feasting. Today it was mutton hot pot, tomorrow Sichuan cuisine, and the day after, Japanese delicacies. Occasionally, Surt would arrange a candlelit dinner, enjoying Western cuisine with Beerus. If Champa desired a meal, it would necessitate a role-playing of a waiter. In Surt's eyes, life unfolded in a manner both serene and fulfilling. However, after merely 2 months without a proper diet, Champa visibly gained considerable weight. Champa, you must embark on a diet. Bardos expressed her blatant disdain upon observing the increasingly corpulent figure of Champa. Absolutely not. I refuse, with unwavering determination. Champa fervently shook his head, clutching a large bag of snacks protectively. If you won't diet, then you must exercise. Surt brandished a kitchen knife with an innocuous smile. Otherwise, I shall deny you your meals. Faced with such well-intentioned advice and the pressure from the two, Champa ultimately conceded and chose to engage in physical activity to shed the excess weight. Gasping for breath after only a few strides, Champa prompted Surt to shake his head in disdain. This so-called destroyer is truly lacking in substance. I recall you mentioning your ability to prepare diet meals. Let us arrange that for him. Bardos also wore an expression of disgust. Just as Surt was about to agree, he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. This phone had been specially given to him by Bulma, who claimed it would allow communication with Earth from any corner of the universe. Of course, Bulma's original words were not quite so straightforward. She had said, "Surt, if you venture into space and encounter any danger, remember to call me. I'll have Vegeta and Goku come to your rescue. Your culinary skills must not be lost." At the time, Surt had scoffed. Did he truly need rescuing? He had Bardos as his girlfriend, after all. Yet, rejecting Bulma's kindness would seem rather ungracious, so he accepted the phone. He had never used it until now, and he hadn't anticipated that Bulma would reach out to him first. Could it be that something was amiss on Earth? But what trouble could possibly arise with Goku and Vegeta present? Hello? Surt pressed the answer button and brought the phone to his ear. Bulma? What is the matter? Surt, do you have some time recently? Bulma inquired rapidly from the other end. My 38th birthday is approaching, and I would like to invite you and your girlfriend. Why didn't you mention that you're short a chef for your birthday? Sut quickly deduced Bulma's ulterior motive. Oh, don't say it like that. Trunks is eager to taste your cooking, and I also need your culinary expertise to elevate the occasion. Bulma chattered, attempting to entice Sut with the lure of a hefty sum. 1,000,000 zeni. How does that sound? You won't even need to head to the kitchen. Just set up a stall on the cruise ship's deck. Very well. Beerus and Whis will also be there. I can prepare a meal for those two as well. Who knows what rewards the system might bestow upon me? Sut acquiesced, steering the conversation back to its beginning. By the way, is it really your 38th birthday? I remember you were born in the year 733 of the age. Before he could finish his thought, the call was abruptly disconnected. What happened? Bardos inquired curiously, having overheard the entire conversation with her keen hearing. You know Bulma, right? She mentioned inviting us for her birthday. Do you wish to attend? Sut asked, seeking Bardos's opinion. Chapter 7. Champa, please guard the house well. If she chooses not to go, then naturally, he will not go either. A harmonious couple indeed. By the way, is Bulma also your girlfriend? Vados innocently inquired, nearly causing Sut to choke on his food. No, at most, she is merely my employer. Even the heavens can only deem her an ordinary friend. Sut fervently shook his head, grasping Bados's hands with affection, declaring, you are my one and only girlfriend. Even in the future, there will only be Kess and Margarita. Oh, perhaps Android 21 is quite delightful as well. What are you two discussing? Champa, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, suddenly squeezed between Vados and Sut. Are you planning to hide something delicious from me? No. I have some matters to attend to and will return in a few days. Sut stepped back, distancing himself from the greasy, plump cat. Oh, Champa immediately lost interest, waving his hand dismissively. You two go ahead. It's fine to be away for several days. The longer you stay, the better. The limited food I have is far from delectable. Besides, with the two of you constantly watching over me, I have to exercise at all times. I can hardly wait for you both to leave. Even if there are no delicious treats, a little less exercise would be beneficial. Ah, Lord Champa. I know what you were thinking. Vados chuckled, and with a flick of her staff, a sphere materialized above Champa's head. Even while we are away, Sut and I will still take turns monitoring whether you are slacking off. Ah, just in my misery. Champa cradled his head, gazing skyward in despair. Observing the bald head, Sut curiously asked, what is that? It is a stone that connects to the magical gem on my staff. Vados explained, adding, unlike yours, mine can display images. Time swiftly passed, leading to 3 days later, on August 18th, 778 of the age of the universe. This day marked Bulma's birthday and the occasion when Beerus awakened to seek out the Super Saiyan God on Earth. Are you all set to depart? With a vegetable stick in his mouth, Champa, lacking all decorum, lounged on a rock, gazing at Bardos and Sut standing together. Indeed, then I entrust you, Lord Champa, to guard the house well. Bardos smiled at Champa, linking her arm with Sut's. The atmosphere was thick with an inexplicable sense of newlywed couples embarking on their honeymoon. With the chubby cat left to watch over the house, remember to bring back some local delicacies for me. Champa lazily stretched and changed to a reclining position. You are still on a diet. What are you thinking about delicacies? Before she could finish, Bardos suddenly turned her gaze towards the sky, her expression tinged with surprise. What's wrong? Sut asked in confusion. Bardos merely shook her head, offering Sut a slight smile. It's nothing. Let us be on our way. As Champa watched the two vanish into the distance, he sat up and turned his gaze towards the sky where Bardos had looked earlier, a grin creeping across his face. That fellow has awakened. However, the smile quickly froze on Champa's face as realization struck him. Wait, the place Bardos and Sut are heading to. Could it be Universe 7? They wouldn't run into him, would they? Ah, it is unlikely. The vastness of the 7th universe is immense. As he indulged in his own thoughts, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down Champa's forehead. What if my chef catches Lord Beerus's fancy? Alas, Bardock, please return swiftly. Bring Sut along. No one could hear his lamentations. At that moment, Bardock and Sut had already arrived on Earth within the 7th universe, specifically at Bulma's residence in West City. Under Bulma's enthusiastic invitation, the two ascended onto a luxurious cruise ship. Is this what they call a birthday celebration? Bardock observed with curiosity, having never encountered such a vessel before. The ship was filled with people, predominantly staff, and familiar faces were notably absent. This had little to do with the birthday. It was merely a cruise ship, and Bulma's wealth had facilitated this gathering. Surt relaxed his shoulders and approached a stall to procure some grilled squid skewers, handing them to Bardock. Treat this as a leisurely outing. Take whatever your heart desires. If you fancy this cruise, I could arrange for one of your own in the future. Not quite. I simply find that your planet has an abundance of recreational activities. Bardock replied. However, they are merely distractions. Surt acknowledged, continuing to grill the squid. You need not remain by my side. There are numerous other delectable offerings at different stalls. No, thank you. Bardock gently shook his head, explaining, I have tasted some others before, and I find your cooking far superior. While they engaged in light conversation, Trunks and Goten arrived, armed with water guns, chasing each other until they reached Surt. Trunks sniffed, eyeing the grilled squid hungrily. Hee, Uncle Surt. May I have a few skewers? Goten, with a playful demeanor, extended 3 fingers towards Surt and exclaimed, I want 5 skewers. Very well. Surt responded nonchalantly, presenting the freshly prepared squid. Trunks, the eldest son of Bulma and Vegeta, was indeed a rich heir, while Goten, the second son of Goku and Chi-Chi, had grown up playing alongside Trunks. Being merely a year apart in age, they were both mischievous and often referred to as the dynamic duo of antics. Goten, how do you express 5 with 3 fingers? Trunks furrowed his brow, discontented that Goten seemed to receive more squid than he did. Let such trivial matters go. Goten chuckled, pulling a face as he dashed off with his 5 skewers in hand. Is this what children of humanity are like? Bardock observed, tilting his head in curiosity as he watched the playful Trunks and Goten retreat. You've never seen human children before? Surt found this amusing and inquired while continuing to grill more squid. Ah, Bulma, your chef has returned. A man in a suit, sporting a scar on his cheek and dark hair, approached Surt with a grin. Accompanying him was a feline-like creature resembling a chubby earthling. Yamcha and Puar, the earliest supporting characters from Dragon Ball, had arrived. Before Surt could respond, Bulma, hands on her hips, strode over from a distance, expressing her displeasure. Yamcha, your manner of speaking is rather impolite. Surt is a guest I invited specifically, attending as my friend. Yamcha shrugged indifferently and turned his gaze to the quietly eating Vados. Who is this beautiful lady? He inquired, fixating on Bardos, attempting to charm her. Are you here for Bulma's birthday as well? Indeed, but she is Surt's girlfriend. So perhaps you should focus on your meal. Bulma interjected, her forehead creased with annoyance as she shoved a piece of grilled squid into Yamcha's mouth. Ouch, that's hot. This action effectively silenced Yamcha. Are you all right, Master Yamcha? The hovering Puar asked with concern. Bardos, come with us over there. I have some delightful desserts. Chapter 8. Beerus and Whis arrived. Bulma linked her arm with Bardos and headed towards Chi-Chi and Videl, making introductions. Allow me to introduce you. This is Chi-Chi, Goku's wife. And this is Videl, Goku's daughter-in-law. Hello. Oh, I must tell you, my Goku is incredibly irresponsible. As the gossip flowed, Surt redirected his attention. Bardos appeared unresistant to Bulma's pull, her expression betraying a hint of curiosity about the gossip. Could this be the legendary nature of women? As Surt pondered this, he sensed a subtle gaze upon him. Unbeknownst to him, Master Roshi had approached his side, leaning on his cane with a look of intrigue. How did you suddenly acquire such formidable power? Shoo, that is not a question you should be asking. Surt replied softly, leaning in to whisper. Master Roshi regarded Surt with a serious expression, sensing that Surt had transformed from an ordinary individual to someone remarkably powerful, rivaling even Goku himself. Strangely, his so-called girlfriend also emanated an unusual aura. Could you get a few skewers for my Marin as well, Surt? As Master Roshi fell into contemplation, Krillin and his family approached Surt. Sure. Observing Surt's bustling activity, Krillin leaned in to gossip quietly. Your girlfriend is quite attractive. When do you plan on marrying her? That's still a ways off. Surt was somewhat taken aback that Krillin exhibited such gossipy tendencies akin to women. Do you think she's beautiful? Number 18, with her golden hair, glared at Krillin. More beautiful than me, is she? Ah, no. Let me explain. Krillin stammered, hurriedly turning to clarify with number 18. Watching their interaction, Surt shrugged. If only he had arrived in the Dragon Ball world earlier, number 18 wouldn't have ended up with someone as diminutive as Krillin. Hey, move aside. I'm here for food. The plump Majin Buu pushed past Krillin-'s family and squeezed in front of Surt. I want 10 skewers, no 100. Surt, don't mind him. Just get whatever you can. The approaching Satan was rendered speechless, hastily exclaiming, "Satan, won't you offer me something to eat? I might just get upset. Aren't there other delectable treats available? Look over there, octopus balls." Under Boo's antics, Satan felt utterly exhausted. "I want some too, Tian, do you?" The floating dumplings arrived at the stall, turning to inquire of Tianjin Fan. "No, thank you," Tianjin Fan replied, arms crossed, with a nonchalant tone. "If you don't want it, then save me some when it's fresh out of the oven." Yulong, with a cheerful grin, approached Sutter's feet. "Ha ha ha, now this belongs to me." The pilaf trio swiftly materialized, snatching the squid skewer from Yulong's grasp, making faces as they fled. "You scoundrels, stop right there." Yulong, infuriated, rushed after them. "Come on, catch me if you can." A sharp slap echoed, prompting everyone to turn and look. The turtle hermit, attempting to sneak a grab at Bulma's curvaceous figure, found himself bloodied from a slap delivered by her. "Old lecher, mind your hands." "Ha ha ha, what a disgrace." Kiki's father, the Ox King, covered his face in exasperation, lamenting his teacher's unchanging nature. The atmosphere was lively, except for Vegeta, who stood brooding in a corner, arms crossed. Even Piccolo, draped in a white cloak and clad in green, exchanged a few words with Gohan, who sported black-rimmed glasses. Just as this jovial ambience enveloped the gathering, Vados suddenly stood, gazing skyward. "Oh, they are indeed heading straight for Earth. What is coming? Who is it?" The women seated nearby looked up in confusion, unsure of what to make of Bados's revelation. Yet, the azure sky revealed no more than a few drifting clouds. Just as the women turned their attention back to Bardos, a radiant orb descended onto the cruise ship, revealing two figures within. One bore a resemblance to Bardos. It was Whis, the Angel of Universe 7 and Bados's brother. The other, resembling Champa but significantly smaller, with a longer tail, was Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7, who was Champa's twin. "Is this Earth? Where are the Saiyans?" Beerus reclined with his hands behind his head, glancing at Whis. "They should be nearby," Whis replied, examining the magical stone atop his staff. "What a wasted trip to King Kai's planet. I thought that Saiyan, Sun something, would be formidable." Beerus grumbled as he strode towards the deck of the cruise. "I still believe that Lord Beerus and the prophecy fish have miscalculated," Whis muttered while scrutinizing the magical stone. "The previous Saiyans, under your command, were annihilated by Frieza. How could there possibly be another Super Saiyan god? Humph. Did you not also mention that Frieza was ultimately defeated by that Sun, whatever Saiyan? Or else, why would I have made this journey?" Lord Beerus grumbled in dissatisfaction, muttering to himself, "What a waste of an entire episode spent watching anime. I ought to find something worthwhile." Just then, the boisterous Vegeta approached from the deck, inadvertently colliding with the two. Upon seeing the unfamiliar faces, he inquired, "Who are you?" Whis glanced at Vegeta and then at the magical stone of his staff, addressing Beerus. "Lord Beerus, this individual is also one of the Saiyans from Earth." "Oh, he does seem somewhat familiar," Beerus pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. In the midst of his contemplation, Vegeta was suddenly reminded of a terrifying memory from his childhood. "Beerus, you are that prince of the Saiyans." "Ha ha, your father truly irked me," Beerus jeered, stepping closer to Vegeta and mockingly patting his shoulder. At that moment, Bulma, perplexed by Bardos's peculiar behavior, also arrived at the corner. "Whis, Lord Beerus, it's indeed you." Bardos smiled at the trio. "Ah, is that not my sister?" Whis expressed momentary surprise, quickly transforming it into a smile. "What brings you here? Darn it, could it be that Champa has come as well? This is my jurisdiction." Upon seeing Bardos, Beerus felt no joy. The presence of this angel signified that Champa could not be far behind. No, Lord Champa hasn't he come. I am here for a different matter." Bardos promptly denied. "Oh, what could be so significant as to draw you away from Lord Champa to our universe?" Whis inquired, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Are you friends with Cert?" Bulma blinked in confusion, observing the exchange, while Bardos pondered momentarily before introducing, "This is my brother. And that is my brother's apprentice." "Ah, guests are always welcome." "Welcome." Bulma smiled and approached Whis and Beerus. "Today is my birthday, so please, do not hold back." "Birthday?" Beerus' nostrils flared slightly with excitement. "Are there delicious treats? I can smell something delightful. Then we shall indulge without hesitation." Whis joined in, walking alongside Bardos. As the group swiftly departed, Vegeta remained standing, his expression bewildered and somewhat dazed. Where are they going? What are they doing? What just happened? His wife had taken the god of destruction away. Heavenly stars. Cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's forehead as his thoughts raced. Is this the person you specifically wanted to accompany? As they rounded the corner and caught sight of Surt, Weiss's expression turned complex. The individual appeared utterly ordinary, not even qualifying as a deity. Yet he had captured Bardos' favor. His sister, after all, was no paragon of innocence or virtue. What an utterly strange situation. Well, after we celebrate this birthday, we shall return. Bardos nodded, a hint of enigmatic pride evident in her demeanor. Brother, let me tell you, once you have tasted the culinary creations of Sutter, you shall find no other fare appealing. Oh, may I have a serving, please? Weiss, undeterred, approached Sutter and politely inquired. Is it for yourself? Sutter, taken aback by the unfamiliar voice, looked up to see Weiss smiling warmly. A short distance away, Beerus was surveying the surroundings under Bulma's introduction. System, hasten and provide me with the freshest ingredients. I am ready to commence. Sutter thought, grinning at the arrival of the two. To win over Bardos, one must possess extraordinary prowess. To attain such prowess, one must entice even stronger beings to savor his culinary delights. After impressing Bardos and Champa previously, he had leaped directly from a Saiyan to Super Saiyan 3, with the presence of an angel and a destroyer now. Could he not ascend to the realm of Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan Blue? Can Sutter contain his excitement? Well, this flavor isn't particularly remarkable. It's merely quite tasty. Weiss had already grabbed some squid, casually commenting as he ate. Contradictory. Must you not have some restraint? Krillin lamented, staring at the empty grill with dismay as he longed for more skewers. Beerus, slowly approaching, was incensed upon witnessing the mess of skewers left behind. Hey, at least leave me some. ISNT, there's still delicious food over there. Weiss, unperturbed by Beerus, pointed towards other stalls, turning to Sutter with a request. Hey, Sutter, may I trouble you for a bit more? Observing Weiss's insatiable appetite, Bardos was equally speechless. At that moment, Sutter had already tied a white cloth around his forehead and smiled at the gathering. Today, I shall showcase my skills. Oh my, is Sutter finally ready to cook? Bulma clapped her hands in delight at Sutter's enthusiasm. It's been 3 years. He had this same expression when he first applied. The subsequent dishes were diverse and delectable, yet they somehow paled in comparison to that initial meal during his audition. Reflecting on it now, she felt a profound sense of nostalgia. Had she not married Vegeta, and if Sutter had arrived sooner, she would have longed to keep him by her side, ensuring he prepared delightful meals for her daily. What is he about to create? Krillin and his family turned their heads in unison, curious about Sutter's intentions. Is he going to play a fun game? Beerus, who had intended to leave, turned back upon hearing Sutter's words. What did you just say? Delicious food. Would you like some? Sutter smiled, and with a flourish of his hand, fresh ingredients appeared. The nearby waitstaff, under Bulma's direction, began to set out cookware and utensils. As the crowd gathered around Sutter, watching him skillfully chop the vegetables, Krillin's eyes widened in astonishment at Sutter's rapid pace. The speed displayed was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. As Sutter skillfully sliced through the ingredients, even Vegeta, who stealthily approached to observe, was taken aback by the remarkable precision of his barehanded meat pounding. The amateur Yamcha could not help but voice his admiration, despite his humble culinary skills. Sutter's movements were undeniably captivating. In fact, I, with my lack of a nose, could almost smell the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Krillin, cradling Marin, and the father-daughter duo found themselves in a constant state of salivation. In stark contrast, the pudding before them seemed utterly unappetizing. Bu, drooling, discarded several puddings from his grasp. With a flurry of swift motions, Sutter arranged a feast of appetizing dishes upon the long table. All right, dig in, Sutter proclaimed, hands on his hips, as he habitually retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. The sound of strained swallowing reverberated as everyone eagerly rushed toward the table. Here, there's more. As Vados approached, Sutter quickly interjected, grinning as he presented several more platters. I would never let you compete with them. You are the best, Vados exclaimed joyfully, gazing at the array of dishes, momentarily at a loss. Salt-ed fish slices, double-skin milk, curry fish balls, and spaghetti, all your favorites. Oh dear, sister. Is there a separate portion for me? I wish to try. Whimsically, Weiss appeared at their side, reaching for the curry fish balls with his chopsticks. Soft and chewy, with a delightful bounce. Delicious, isn't it? Vados inquired, as she too sampled a piece. Chapter 10. Strike me, think twice indeed. It's truly delectable. Whis remarked with a look of satisfaction, subsequently hastening his pace in selecting more dishes. Whis, that's mine. You ought to check over there, Vados exclaimed, growing slightly irritated as Whis had already consumed the majority. Oh dear sister, how can you be so stingy? Whis replied absently while continuing to eat. Sut said nothing, turning his gaze towards the long table. Damn it, that's mine. Why did you take my chicken wings? Does it have your name on it? Whoever grabs it first claims it. Vegeta, those are my pan-fried buns and spring rolls. Hey, licking the plate is quite disgraceful. Sut removed the cigarette from his mouth, releasing a series of smoke rings into the air. In the realm of Dragon Ball, perhaps he was the only one who grew stronger through culinary mastery? Congratulations, host. You have gained the culinary recognition of Saiyans, Earthlings, Three-Eyed Beings, and Namekians. Culinary skills increased by 2, now totaling 17. Congratulations, host. You have received culinary acknowledgement from Whis and Beerus, increasing your skills by 5, now totaling 22. The rewards this time included a negligible increase of 100 million battle power, along with 2 units of divine battle power, totaling 3 units. The transformation forms remained Super Saiyan 2, and Super Saiyan 3. Furthermore, with the tasters being an angel and a god of destruction. The hidden rewards included a level 1 destruction technique and level 1 ultra instinct. At present, the host's destructive skills are at level 2, and the mastery of the ultimate technique is likewise at the same stage. Only 3 units? Sutter was dissatisfied with this. To transform into a Super Saiyan god, one would need at least 6 units. How many dishes have I prepared recently? The system quickly responded to Sutter's query, indicating that after encountering Beerus, the count of 100,000 had been reset, and the current tally stood at 13,000 dishes. The goal seemed distant, and the host felt the weight of the task ahead. Get lost, Sutter muttered inwardly, just as Beerus approached him, gnawing on a toothpick with an expression of displeasure. With so few dishes and so many people to share them with, I find this quite unsatisfactory. You must prepare more. The tone of Beerus's remarks rivaled that of Champa in its rudeness. Why does he think he can demand this? Sutter felt a swell of frustration. Faced with Beerus's impolite demeanor, his patience waned. This meal had been free for Beerus, and Sutter felt equally agitated for not achieving the transformation into a Super Saiyan god. Hey, what you're doing is excessive. Krillin, equally unsatisfied, stepped closer to Beerus, placing a hand on his shoulder. It's already commendable that he can prepare food for us. You should consider the effort he has put in before making demands. Shut up. I'm not speaking to you. Beerus snarled, unleashing a burst of energy that sent Krillin flying. With a crash, Krillin toppled a long table, crashing into a nearby stage backdrop. Dishes clattered to the ground in disarray, creating a chaotic scene. You brute. Upon witnessing Krillin's misfortune, Android 18 furrowed her brows in anger and charged at Beerus. However, before she could reach him, a fierce wave of energy repelled her as well. Seeing 18 fall, Marin was left helpless, bursting into tears. What are you doing? Why did you attack Krillin and 18? The others present, witnessing Beerus's actions, voiced their anger and questions. Humph, troublesome. Beerus scoffed dismissively, narrowing his eyes at Sutter. Did you hear what I said? And did you hear what I said? Sutter retorted calmly, mirroring Beerus's words. If he wished to consume Sutter's dishes, it was imperative that Sutter was willing to prepare them. As the atmosphere grew tense, Whis, who continued to savor his food, glanced at Beerus. Aren't you going to intervene? Whis, with a smile, replied, Sister, can you wait until I finish eating? Allowing Lord Beerus to act as he pleases may be your best opportunity to enjoy exquisite cuisine. Bardos shrugged, her words striking a nerve with Whis, nearly causing him to snap his chopsticks. Cough, cough. Whis quickly set down his chopsticks and approached Beerus. Lord Beerus, you must remain calm. At that moment, Beerus, evidently infuriated by Sutter, clenched his purple fist, ignoring Whis entirely. It seems I must teach you a lesson. Why do you always resort to violence to resolve your issues? Trunks and Goten also could no longer stand by idly. Uncle Sutter, we are here to assist you. With a raucous cheer, the two children struck a few poses and executed a Metamoran fusion. Upon merging, Gotenks shouted and charged towards Beerus with a fierce punch. Just as Gotenks was about to soar directly in front of Beerus, Sutter waved his hand, halting his advance. No need. I can handle this myself. Even if Gotenks transformed into Super Saiyan 3, he would still inevitably receive a harsh reprimand, just as in the original plot. Oh, It suddenly dawns on me why he seems so familiar, stuttered Dandy, the new Kai hiding behind Piccolo, trembling. He is the god of destruction of this universe. What did you say? Piccolo exclaimed in shock. Indeed, the god of destruction, Beerus. No one can defy him. Vegeta stated solemnly as he walked past Piccolo. To defy him means certain doom for the planet. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, memories of his father's subservience flooding his mind. Beerus is terrifying. I can offer you two choices. First, we can converse amicably, as you still wish to savor my culinary creations. Second, should you decide to strike me, I shall never prepare food for you again. Sutter presented his two options, awaiting Beerus's response with unwavering courage. Even if Beerus chose the latter, Sutter felt no trepidation. Now, although his strength was merely that of Super Saiyan 3, it sufficed to confront Beerus. With his indestructible body as his shield, coupled with an utter disregard for destructive power, the most he could face was a defeat by Beerus. A battle devoid of life-threatening peril would only serve to enhance his strength. After all, a Saiyan's injuries could heal instantaneously, even when on the brink of death. Furthermore, having wished for Bu-like learning capabilities from the Eternal Dragon, there was a possibility that amidst his skirmish with Beerus, he might learn various combat skills and ascend to Super Saiyan God status. With that thought in mind, Sutter genuinely yearned for a confrontation with Beerus. Chapter 11. Slapping Beerus. Vegeta rises, you wretched being. Beerus gritted his teeth, yet found himself utterly powerless against Sutter. To refrain from attacking would be intolerable, yet to strike would mean forfeiting Sutter's culinary delights. How is this infuriating fellow so resolute, so firmly in control? Whis, what do you have to say? The vexed Beerus sought an escape from the mounting frustration, turning to Whis. Ah, Lord Beerus, I merely wish to point out that this culinary genius is also a Saiyan. Whis remarked with a gentle smile as he approached Beerus. Humph. Have all the Saiyans from planet Vegeta migrated to Earth? Beerus scoffed, crossing his arms and deftly diverting the conversation. His diversion was effective, as everyone present regarded Sutter with astonishment. You are also a Saiyan? Vegeta squinted, struggling to believe it. Isn't this fellow our chef? A Saiyan as a cook? What a disgrace to the Saiyans. Really? I never imagined there were more Saiyans besides us. Gohan, unable to conceal his surprise, scrutinized Sutter intently. Strangely, we seem to have overlooked the tail coiled around his waist. Krillin, who was being helped up by Android 18, shared his own astonishment. How could I have never noticed that Uncle Sutter had a tail behind him? Trunks furrowed his brow in confusion, feeling as if this detail had entirely escaped his memory. Observing that Beerus had calmed down, Sutter suppressed his frustration and posed a question. By the way, I am here to seek the Super Saiyan God. Beerus, smacking his forehead, glanced around at the gathered crowd and inquired, does anyone here know anything about it? Birthdays, culinary delights. This is no trivial matter that warrants wasting an entire episode of manga. The attendees exchanged puzzled glances, many of whom were Saiyans themselves. However, none of them possessed any knowledge about the Super Saiyan God. Even Vegeta appeared utterly baffled. I know. Sutter's exclamation instantly shattered the silence that enveloped the group. All eyes shifted toward him. Yet, Sutter, with his hands in his pockets, leisurely took out a cigarette and placed it between his lips under Beerus's expectant gaze. The Super Saiyan God. Could it be you? Beerus nodded vigorously. His eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at Sutter. Now he wouldn't need any excuses to indulge in culinary delights. He could simply challenge this fellow to a good fight under the pretense of sparring with the Super Saiyan God. I am not. Sutter waved his hand dismissively, sensing Whis' attentive ear, and continued. Although I am not, I know how to transform into a Super Saiyan God. It requires 6 Saiyans, with 5 of them concentrating all their energy on one individual. If all goes well, that is. Sutter didn't hold back, exhaling a puff of smoke as he elucidated the matter. Energy? Vegeta and Gohan exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions filled with skepticism as they regarded Sutter. Meanwhile, Trunks and Goten were already counting off. 1, 2, 3. Counting Sutter, there are only 5 of us. Oh right, my father is still on King Kai's planet and hasn't returned. Goten exclaimed, his fist striking his palm in realization. That actually. Bulma glanced around the gathering, her cheeks flushed as she hesitated to speak. TSK, in the end, you are still not the Super Saiyan God. Beerus cast a disdainful look at Sutter. What are you pretending to be, you culinary fool? Huh, if you have the ability. Don't eat my food. Sutter retorted defiantly. As the two began to bicker once more, Bulma, looking exasperated, stepped between them. All right, both of you quiet down. Today is my birthday. Don't ruin the atmosphere. Back off. Beerus bared his sharp fangs, growling at Bulma. You audacious fellow. Do you presume that just because you are associated with Beerus and Champa, I would refrain from confronting you? With a sharp crack, a resounding slap landed on his cheek before Beerus could finish his boastful tirade. Bulma, hands on her hips, seethed with fury, declaring, enough. If you wish to quarrel or brawl, take it elsewhere. A profound silence enveloped the scene, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Bulma had struck Beerus. What an astonishing turn of events. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, and he trembled like a leaf caught in a tempest. It was over, done for. The bewildered Beerus stood frozen for 3 seconds, slowly turning to glare at Bulma. How dare this human? He had been struck by a woman from Earth. As Beerus's fury ignited, both Vados and Whis could hardly conceal their astonishment. Yet, before Whis could utter a word, Beerus retaliated with a swift motion, returning the slap. Stop! Surt, witnessing Beerus's reaction, rushed to intervene. His former employer was about to meet his end. However, for reasons unknown, although Beerus advanced with great force, the impact was not overwhelming. It merely knocked Bulma back, rather than delivering a fatal blow. With a resounding thud, Bulma was sent flying. And Surt caught a glimpse of Vados' subtle assistance. Was she aiding her in secret? Bulma, my Bulma, you scoundrel. Despite Trunks and Goten cushioning Bulma's fall, her reddening, swollen cheek was unmistakable. Vegeta's heart raced with fury upon witnessing this. His beloved Bulma. Vegeta howled in anguish, demonstrating the fervor of a devoted husband for a full 5 seconds. Beerus, you wretched being. He seethed, teeth clenched, propelling himself forward. A tempest of energy surged around him as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, lightning crackling at his form. With a powerful swing, he launched a fist toward Beerus. Humph. Beerus sneered dismissively, vanishing in an instant. Realizing his initial strike had missed, Vegeta pursued relentlessly, diving into the sky. In the upper atmosphere, a flurry of punches and kicks ensued, their movements becoming indistinguishable blurs. How dare you harm my Bulma? In a fit of rage, Vegeta summoned strength beyond his usual capacity, his clenched fist soaring forth once more. This time he succeeded. His massive fist connected with Beerus's cheek. Oh, Beerus, somewhat taken aback, wiped the spot where he had been struck. He had never regarded Vegeta as a threat, yet here he was, displaying such formidable power. Indeed, one must never underestimate a Saiyan. Chapter 12. The battlefield above, the kitchen below. Oh dear, they are at it again, Whis remarked, setting down his chopsticks to glance over before turning his attention to a nearby sushi stand, savoring an array of delicious sushi. Listening to his utterly insincere words, Bardos wore an expression of utter disbelief. Are you even in the mood to eat? Culinary delights must never be squandered. Whis, seemingly indifferent, busily ordered an assortment of sushi. In midair, Vegeta, who had once landed a punch on Beerus akin to Bulma's, found himself wholly at a disadvantage. With a mere hint of seriousness, Beerus effortlessly overwhelmed Vegeta, sending him crashing into the sea. The surface of the ocean erupted in tumultuous waves, soaring to great heights. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. By the time Vegeta resurfaced, Beerus had already amassed enough destructive energy to obliterate the planet. Sut, unwilling to remain a mere spectator any longer, swiftly ascended to position himself before Vegeta. Enough, Beerus. You came in search of the god of Saiyans, not to wreak havoc on Earth. Beerus, however, appeared oblivious to Sut's words. He simply directed the destructive energy from his fingertip towards the ocean below. With no other recourse, Sut raised his arms, attempting to shield himself from the impending devastation. In an instant, the violet radiance engulfed Sut's form. Out of the corner of his eye, Whis observed this spectacle with astonishment. Turning to the unconcerned Bardos, Sister, are you not going to intervene? Your ally is about to be annihilated. Bardos, leisurely savoring her pudding, replied with a charming smile. Besides, Sut is no ordinary individual. Is that so? Whis mused, placing sushi into his mouth while gazing at the purple energy above. The brilliance began to dim, revealing Sut's agonized cries from within. The harrowing scene startled Vegeta, as he had not anticipated Sut's reckless charge. When the light finally dissipated, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief at Sut's survival. Astonishingly, Sut had transformed into Super Saiyan 3. This form was known only to Goku and Gotenks. Sut did not glance back. He merely panted heavily, utterly disheveled, his clothing in tatters. Even his arms, which had once withstood the destructive energy, had long since succumbed to the violet force. After catching his breath, Sut uttered a determined proclamation. Possessing the traits of Majin Buu, his new arms were formed perfectly. "Let us engage in battle," Sut declared, gazing intently at Beerus. He felt a surge of strength coursing through him, enhanced by the previous clash with the destructive energy. "Of course, your power has increased. The system's intervention is more authentic than that of Goku and Vegeta." The system's triumphant mechanical voice echoed in Sut's mind. "I tell you, in the realm of my culinary god system, the battlefield is in the kitchen." Sut disregarded the boasting and posed an irrelevant question. "If I harness the power of 6 Saiyans, can I become a Super Saiyan God? Be confident. Remove the if. Your current battle power surpasses that of the protagonist, Son Goku, does it not?" The system retorted, finding its host's humility somewhat excessive. This system, renowned in the realm of systems for its might, was not to be underestimated. Isn't a Super Saiyan God supposed to possess the divine power of 6? As soon as Sut voiced his query, he realized the folly of his words. He had misordered the sequence. It was the attainment of Super Saiyan God status that would grant the divine power of 6, not the other way around. At that moment, Beerus arrogantly interjected. "You are all mere pretenders to the title of Saiyan God. Why should I fight you?" Then, with a hint of mischief, he added, "Very well. I shall transform into a Super Saiyan God and treat you to a feast. How does that sound?" For the first time, Sut felt the stirring desire of his bloodline, a fervent, burning thirst for battle. After a brief contemplation, just as Beerus was about to respond, a figure abruptly appeared among them. In a flash, a figure clad in an orange martial arts gi, adorned with a large character fur on the back, and sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of a crab, arrived, none other than the main character of Dragon Ball, Son Goku. "Lord Beerus, I have a splendid idea." Before he could finish, he noticed the disheveled Sut. "Hey, who are you?" As his gaze fell upon Sut, Goku could not look away. "I can sense your strength. Now is not the time for that. Everyone, get down here," Sut exclaimed, quickly descending to the deck of the cruise ship. "What on earth is going on? Vegeta, do you know?" Goku, puzzled by Sut's words, was at a loss. "I said, he is just an ordinary cook from my household. Do you believe that?" Vegeta, recalling something, donned a smug expression. "Look, even a mere cook from my family surpasses Kakarot. So, as the head of the family, I must be even more formidable." TSK. For 7 long years, he had pursued Kakarot, only to realize that he had unknowingly surpassed him. Though Beerus contemplated annihilating Earth, the prospect of witnessing the so-called Saiyan God held him back. He watched as the Saiyans descended upon the cruise ship's deck. "You lot, gather around me and unleash your heart's power," Sut commanded the gathered Saiyans. What is this heart's power? Not only was Goku confused, but even Vegeta and the others were equally perplexed. "It is the energy released by Saiyans possessing a righteous heart," Sut briefly explained, gesturing for everyone to encircle him. "Humph, if anyone is to become a Saiyan God, it should be me, the Saiyan Prince." Upon landing on the deck, Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly, remaining unmoved. "Humph, I have no need for you either. After all, there are not just 6 Saiyans present," Sut remarked, directing his gaze toward Bidalai. With a smile, he inquired, "Miss Bidalai, I presume you are expecting, am I correct?" Bidalai gasped in surprise and asked, "How did you know?" I was still pondering how to broach the subject with Gohan. Chapter 13, Super Saiyan God Sut takes the stage. From the meticulous observations of a chef, I have noticed that you deliberately avoid cold and heavily seasoned foods while eating, Sut asserted confidently, although the system in his mind began to berate him. What meticulousness? This is mere spoiler alert. However, Sut paid no heed to the nagging system. Is that true? Gohan's face displayed astonishment, which quickly transformed into joy. He hurried to Bidalai's side and asked, "Is it true?" After Bidalai shyly nodded, Gohan wished to embrace her, but feared disturbing the tiny embryo. Overwhelmed with excitement, he could only leap about near Piccolo. "Uncle Piccolo, did you hear? Bidalai and I are having a baby." Piccolo, beads of cold sweat on his forehead, looked at Gohan in disbelief. "Yes, I heard you loud and clear." Though he spoke this way, a subtle smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Damn it. You wretched fool, are you still my chef?" Vegeta's anger flared upon hearing the news. "Not at all. I resigned long ago." Sut shrugged, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. Would you prefer to take turns transforming into a Super Saiyan or forfeit this opportunity for the child in Bidali's womb? Curse you. I will remember this. Vegeta retorted, moving to Sut's right side, forming a circle with the others. Though he did not believe in any noble Saiyan ideals, he harbored a selfish longing for Earth to remain intact. As Sut observed the gathering of Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks around him, he felt uncertain about what to do. However, upon sensing the energy emanating from them, he instinctively closed his eyes. The power within him surged and churned, strangely resonating with the energies of the five around him. Sut became immersed in his own world, while the others witnessed him slowly ascending. His disheveled hair moved as if caught by an unseen wind, and a mysterious aura swirled around him. Look, his hair is changing color. Yamcha, who had been closely observing the scene, was the first to exclaim. Furthermore, his energy has become imperceptible, even though he stands right before us. Krillin said, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face, his expression grave. As Sut continued to rise, the power within him escalated. A brilliant crimson aura flickered around him, and a gentle yet powerful energy radiated outward, stirring a fierce wind. His energy is completely undetectable. This is truly astonishing. Master Roshi held his staff before his brow, as if it could shield him from the oncoming tempest. No, it is not that we cannot sense it. Rather, Sut's energy is transforming into that of a deity. Dandy nestled behind Bick, peering out to offer an explanation. Though merely a celestial being of Earth, he could still be considered a deity of sorts. He sensed the formidable aura of Sutter gradually transforming into an ethereal godly essence. This divine aura, inherently elusive and imperceptible to humankind, piqued his interest. Observing the divine energy emanating from Sutter, Beerus, suspended high above, allowed a smile to grace his lips. Ah, sister, the individual you have chosen truly is remarkable. Weiss returned to stand beside Bardos after savoring the culinary delights from various stalls. Bardos' gaze, though discreet, was fixated on Sutter, cloaked in a radiant glow, her heart fluttering inexplicably. A yearning to grasp this person's hand and race towards an endless future surged within her. Sutter's heart raced, mirroring the fervor coursing through his veins. The energy of the Saiyan deity was quietly awakening. With a commanding shout, a brilliant red beam shot skyward from Sutter. The clouds danced in the azure expanse above as Sutter, enveloped in a crimson aura, hovered opposite Beerus. Is this the Saiyan god? Beerus scrutinized Sutter's transformed appearance with a narrowed gaze. His crimson hair and seemingly leaner physique were striking, yet the fiery aura that enveloped him resembled solar flames. This transformation appears not merely as a metamorphosis, but rather a rejuvenation. Unfazed by his own rudeness, Beerus encouraged Sutter, come, let us engage in battle. Refrain from wasting time with idle chatter. Sutter clenched his fists, assuming a combat stance, beckoning Beerus. This fellow, lacking experience and understanding of the Saiyan's relentless fighting spirit, would be forgiven for now. Such arrogance. Beerus scoffed, propelling himself towards Sutter with a forceful leap. As Beerus's fist, slicing through the air, approached, Sutter remained unfazed, his own aura suddenly surging. Before Beerus's punch could connect, Sutter vanished, reappearing behind him. Show your true strength. Otherwise, you shall embarrass yourself before so many. With that, Sutter delivered a swift kick toward Beerus's back. However, the anticipated contact never occurred. Beerus had vanished from Sutter's sight, appearing at a distance with one hand casually behind his back, shaking a finger in mockery. TSK. To think you would attempt to strike me as you just enter the realm of divinity is nothing short of folly. In response to Beerus's derisive laughter, Sutter remained silent, launching himself forward like a bolt of lightning. In mere moments, he stood once more before Beerus, unleashing a punch aimed squarely at his face. You cannot touch me. Beerus smirked, preparing to retaliate, yet Sutter's grin widened as he vanished once again. Utilizing his instantaneous movement, Surt materialized behind Beerus, swiftly lifting his leg to deliver a kick aimed at the deity's back, a target he had meticulously planned. The impact resonated. You possess some intrigue, Beerus remarked. His reflexes sharp, he had sensed Surt's intention the moment his leg was raised and had already pivoted to face him. Surt felt a slight sting in his calf. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that Beerus was wielding his sharp claws against his leg. Surt's expression hardened. Although his ability to teleport had been acquired through a wish, he had mastered it well enough to not be detected by Beerus. Such a trivial trick, Beerus scoffed, delivering a powerful punch that sent Surt tumbling. Regaining his composure midair, Surt launched himself towards Beerus once more. Chapter 14. The ultimate move. Dragon Fist unleashed. His speed was akin to a flash of light. As the two re-engaged, the next instant erupted into a flurry of indistinguishable punches and kicks. The crowd on the cruise ship's deck gazed up in astonishment at the aerial battle, oblivious to the energies involved, uncertain whether Surt could truly defeat the god of destruction. Gohan adjusted his glasses while cradling Videl protectively, his expression marred with concern. Just as he had begun to revel in the joyous news of Videl's pregnancy, he was confronted with the looming possibility of Earth's annihilation. Life is indeed a roller coaster. Defeating a god of destruction? How absurd. Vegeta sneered. In this universe, there exists no one capable of such a feat. Interesting how much you know, was casually remarked, spooning pudding while casting a sidelong glance at Vegeta. Indeed, Surt may not be a match for the god of destruction. Piccolo, imbued with divine energy, observed intently, his gaze fixed on the dazzling chase unfolding above. With Videl expecting, perhaps you should consider making me a god among Saiyans? Excited by the aerial clash, Goku turned to the nearby Saiyans with fervor. Why not let me become a Saiyan god too? Before any could respond, Chi-Chi, brimming with fury, approached Goku and delivered a resounding slap. That is still a child. Your child. Her hands were firmly on her hips, her anger revealing the creases on her otherwise well-cared-for skin. What if something were to happen? Can you bear the responsibility? Come on, I was just joking, Goku replied, his tone laced with a sense of grievance. Look at how cowardly you've become, Vegeta thought, feeling the pride of the Saiyan race slip away. He resumed watching the clash between Beerus and Surt. Once a clear sky adorned with fluffy clouds, the atmosphere was now devoid of white, consumed by the overwhelming energy waves unleashed by these two combatants. The azure expanse had transformed into a canvas of stark clarity, punctuated only by the purple and crimson streams of energy colliding and intertwining. With each of Surt's attacks, whether it be a punch or a kick, all were effortlessly deflected by Beerus with a single hand. Observing that Beerus was utilizing only one hand throughout the entire ordeal, Surt displayed no signs of dismay. He was embodying Buu's formidable attitude towards learning, continuously narrowing the gap between himself and Beerus. His next modest goal was to compel Beerus to fight him with both hands. I thought you were formidable. However, Beerus, with an air of arrogance, taunted Surt. Why bother competing? You should hasten to prepare me a feast, for once I am satisfied, I shall obliterate this wretched planet. Noticing Beerus' waning patience, Surt smiled and declared, very well, allow me to showcase my most powerful technique. Beneath a brilliant crimson aura, Surt's right fist shimmered with golden light. Accompanied by a series of dragon-like roars, a golden dragon silhouette materialized behind him. Dragon Fist. Surt lunged towards Beerus, his right fist enveloped in golden radiance, hurtling forward with great velocity. What a so-called ultimate move, nothing but trash. Beerus scoffed, as he began to gather purple destructive energy between his fingers. Explode. With a mighty roar from Surt, the colossal dragon silhouette roared as it collided with Beerus's destructive energy. As the golden energy pierced through the destructive force, a flicker of genuine surprise crossed Beerus's face. You insolent fool. His composure faltered, and he concentrated destructive energy once more, launching it towards Surt. Hey, surely this has earned your respect? Surt raised an air of pride, advancing towards Beerus with his right fist poised. Destructive energy, he had no fear of. Are you out of your mind? Beerus increased the output of his destructive energy, hurling curses at Surt. The clash of energies sent terrifying shockwaves rippling outward, engulfing the surroundings. A cruise ship upon the ocean swayed precariously, resembling a solitary vessel on the verge of being submerged by monstrous waves. The Supreme Kai, observing the collision of the two luminous energies within the crystal ball, was struck with horror. Even the typically composed old Supreme Kai was visibly alarmed. This is disastrous. If this continues, not only Earth, but the entire seventh universe may be at risk. Esteemed ancestor, you should prioritize your own safety. The god Jebet, with flowing white hair and purple skin, adorned with patera earrings, looked in shock at the old Supreme Kai being blown away along with the crystal ball. Hurry down. The fused form of Jebet and the Supreme Kai rushed towards the old Supreme Kai, swept away by the tempest. Damn it. Even the Kaishin realm is affected? The old Supreme Kai was slowly regaining his wits. He seized the crystal ball and frantically gestured with both hands and feet in midair. You fool, quickly use your powers. On Earth, within the stratosphere, the battle between Beerus and Soot raged on. After a series of pursuits, the two faced each other from a distance. Is this enough? No matter how serious you are, you still cannot defeat me. Beerus coldly regarded Soot, offering counsel. With a heavy breath, Sutter did not respond immediately. His once boundless stamina was now waning. Have you not noticed that your strength is declining? Beerus smirked, raising his hands once more to gather destructive energy. However, it is quite commendable that you have managed to fight me to this extent, as I have not wielded such power in ages. I know I cannot defeat you, but my purpose has been achieved. Sutter wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. I fear you may not have realized that I have compelled you to use both hands. Then let this be the end. I shall obliterate the earth behind you. As Beerus spoke, the destructive energy in his uplifted hands expanded infinitely, an overwhelming force that seemed insurmountable. The purple radiance illuminated Sutter's face, while the howling wind shook the earth behind him. The terrifying aftershocks rocked the cruise ships upon the ocean. Vegeta shielded the unconscious Bulma, peering at her semi-conscious state with concern. Bulma, are you all right? Is the earth truly doomed? Krillin, looking up, also witnessed the immense purple energy surging toward the planet. I cannot watch any longer. Chi-Chi, we must enlist Biddy's help. I must transform into a Super Saiyan. Goku's expression was grave as he turned to Chi-Chi, reiterating his plea. Chapter 15. Who will prevail? If Sutter cannot withstand this, then the earth will surely perish along with him. Is it too late? Piccolo furrowed his brow, shielding Dandy beneath his cloak. Hey, is there no one who can see me? I'm about to fall into the sea. Alone. Oolong clung desperately to the edge of the ship, his hooves dangling precariously over the deck. Bardock and Whis remained steadfast on the deck, as immovable as stone, unfazed by the chaos. Is this the end? Whis glanced curiously at Bardock, wondering what assurance Bardock had in believing that Sutter could withstand Lord Beerus' attack. It is far from over. Sutter suddenly smirked, his lips curling upward defiantly as he placed his hands on his waist, his energy intensifying. The descending pressure began to rise once more. A similarly terrifying energy coalesced between his hands, matching Beerus in might. Kamehameha. A brilliant blue energy erupted from Sutter, colliding with Beerus's destructive force. The blue and purple energies clashed, distinct yet interlocked in a fierce tug of war. Sutter roared, straining to hold back the onslaught of Beerus's destructive energy. The intense clash continued for but a brief moment, and ultimately, with all his might, Sutter pushed it back. How is this possible? Beerus widened his eyes in astonishment as he watched the cerulean beam draw closer. The howling wind roared, and the atmosphere felt as though it were burdened by heavy chains. The surroundings were suffused with a crimson hue, devoid of any other colors. What was the outcome? The onlookers on the deck were blinded by the brilliant light, their hearts racing with anxiety. Let us go. Babidi smiled at Whis, and together they vanished from the deck. In a flash, they reappeared at the center of the battlefield. Whis glanced at the two hovering opponents, astonished, and remarked, "Oh, is this a stalemate?" One could say that. Babidi materialized beside Surt, casting a playful glance at Beerus. A subtle crimson hue graced the corner of Beerus's mouth, strikingly vivid against his purple skin, while Surt appeared unscathed. At most, his divine aura had merely waned a tad. However, from the previous battle, it seemed that Beerus had not truly unleashed his full potential. Whis's assertion of a draw seemed department what an intriguing fellow. Beerus appeared unconcerned about the victory or defeat of this battle. He wiped the corner of his mouth and addressed Surt. Hey, you're quite formidable. Would you care to join me in my divine realm as my candidate for destruction? Oh, how peculiar. Even Whis, who had been at Beerus's side, expressed surprise at the proposition. What do you say? Beerus wore a confident expression, convinced that Surt would acquiesce. After all, in Champa, Surt had merely been a chef, whereas here in their seventh universe, he stood as a candidate for God of Destruction while also moonlighting as a chef, whose culinary creations were truly delectable. I decline. My aspiration is to create delicious food, Surt declared, hands on his hips, exuding an air of defiance. Moreover, I wish to prepare delightful dishes for those I cherish. Noticing Surt's gaze upon him, Babidi smiled and interjected, Lord Beerus, should you wish to invite Surt, you must not only secure his consent, but also that of Lord Champa. Beerus felt his pride wounded and shifted the topic. Now that the battle is over, When will you repay me with a sumptuous feast? Right now? Surt felt elated after the fight, having compelled Beerus to fight with both hands and even draw blood. Following a fierce battle, a celebration with exquisite food was certainly in order. The four of them returned from beyond Earth to a cruise ship floating on the sea. Did Uncle Surt win? Trunks approached Surt, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, and asked joyfully, "Be quiet. If you don't stop talking, no one will think you're mute." Vegeta, noticing Beerus's narrowed eyes filled with imminent murderous intent, hurriedly intervened to silence Trunks. "Don't argue with a child." Surt pulled out a cigarette, lighting it, before picking up a knife from the cutting board and heading towards the special food provided by the system. "Are there more delectable dishes?" Upon witnessing this scene, Bu callously discarded Satan, who had been cradled in his arms. With a painful thud against the metallic deck, Satan immediately burst into tears. The enticing aroma drew the crowd closer, yet they wisely maintained a safe distance from Beerus and Whis. Even after Surt had prepared an abundance of dishes, the attendees settled into two separate tables, Beerus, Whis, and Vados at one, while the rest congregated at a long table 5 meters away, eagerly awaiting the feast. "Goodness, Lord Beerus, it seems you have left quite a poor impression on these earthlings," Whis remarked leisurely, sipping his red tea and casting a mocking smile at Beerus. "Oh, is that so?" Beerus turned his gaze toward the distant earthlings, suddenly revealing a chilling grin. This display of teeth caused the individuals at the long table to retreat once more, now 10 meters away. Yikes! They nearly frightened them to death. The meal concluded swiftly, and after finishing, Beerus and Whis departed immediately. Bulma, lacking any interest in continuing, awkwardly declared the event over. Her 38th birthday had been utterly ruined. Noticing Surt and Bardos preparing to leave, an impatient Goku, eager to transform into a Super Saiyan God, hurriedly detained Surt. "Surt, wait a moment." "Oh, understood." Upon witnessing Goku's enthusiastic expression, Surt quickly comprehended. After wasting considerable time, Goku and Vegeta finally set forth on the path to divinity. As for the other Saiyans, their desire to transform into Super Saiyans was evident. However, under such circumstances, their insufficient strength rendered their aspirations mere thoughts. "Then, Surt, would you care to spar with me?" Goku, now capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan God, once again halted Surt as he attempted to leave. "Damn Kakarot." Vegeta initially intended to challenge Goku to a match, wishing to demonstrate his superiority over Kakarot. Yet, this scoundrel seemed to be only focused on his chef, or rather, his former chef. "No, I've been out for quite some time." Surt shook his head in refusal. "If you're looking for a fight, go seek out old B. I'm merely a chef, not a battle fanatic." Coupled with the earlier battles, his desire for conflict had been quelled by his encounter with Beerus, and he currently had no intention of engaging in combat. Moreover, he had always been quite clear about his own path. Old B. A collective large question mark appeared above the heads of those present, followed by a realization as they turned to look at Vegeta. It turned out that this was an acceptable form of address. "Scoundrel!" Vegeta seethed with indignation, about to unleash a tirade when Bardos entwined her arm with Surt's, cheerfully saying, "Surt, let us go. If we linger any longer, Lord Champa might cause a ruckus." Suddenly feeling a bit weary of this arrangement, she pondered why they couldn't simply enjoy each other's company without interruption. "Oh, wait. In response to Goku's outstretched hand, Surt and Bardos chose to ignore him. As the vibrant colors illuminated the ground beneath them, Surt and Bardos departed from Earth. Alas, they truly left. In his moment of disappointment, Sun Wukong reluctantly shifted his gaze towards Vegeta. "You scoundrel, don't think for a moment I am unaware of your intentions," Vegeta exclaimed, clenching his fists in indignation. "I absolutely refuse to engage in battle with you. Take this, Vegeta." Sun Wukong grinned, his hair instantly transforming into a brilliant red as he charged at Vegeta. Taken by surprise, Vegeta received a punch, igniting his fury as he ascended into the Super Saiyan God form and retaliated against Sun Wukong. Observing the fierce clash high above, Chi-Chi and Bulma exchanged silent glances, exhaling deeply. In Universe 6, the realm of destruction, Champa felt a wave of relief upon seeing Soot return unscathed. "You finally returned? I was on the verge of starvation. Where is the delectable food?" With a sense of ease, Champa became acutely aware of his hunger. "Oh, still asking about food?" Bardos remarked with evident disdain, glaring at Champa. "Did you run 10 laps around the realm of destruction, Lord Champa?" "No," Champa admitted, unable to lie. before hastily departing. Are you full? Would you like me to prepare more for you? Soot inquired gently, turning his attention to Bardos. I desire noodles, you know? That specific kind with miso soup. Bardos pondered momentarily before placing her order. Japanese tonkatsu ramen. Soot accurately named the dish and set about preparing it. Life seemed to return to a semblance of tranquility. However, Soot found himself grappling with some vexations, particularly when his combat yearning emerged. Engaging Champa in battle was insufficiently fulfilling. This rotund feline was hardly comparable to even a single finger of Beerus. Champa frequently declared himself tired, thirsty, or hungry after only a few exchanges, expressing a desire to end the fight. Unable to bear it any longer, Bardos resolved to take matters into her own hands. Yet, facing an angel, even one as formidable as Bardos, Soot found himself outmatched. Instructional battles could not quell the blazing desire for combat that burned within him. Thus, in response to Soot's melancholic demeanor, Bardos devised a proposal. The two Saiyans from Universe 7 are likely no longer your equals. Why not consider this? Bardos suggested. Travel to Universe 11 and spar with the candidate for the God of Destruction, Vermoud? Taken aback by Bardos's proposition, Soot pondered its implications. Indeed, the strength of the candidate for God of Destruction should be sufficient for your growth, and a battle of equal footing would be exhilarating. As Bardos spoke, Soot's expression grew complex. He had not anticipated Bardos held him in such regard. He recalled the candidate, a bearded rotund figure, whose prowess demonstrated during the Tournament of Power was, if memory served, comparable to a completed Super Saiyan Blue. In contrast, Soot's current power still resided within the realm of Super Saiyan God in its red form. Was Bardos perhaps seeing through a lens of favoritism? Bardos remained utterly oblivious to Sutter's subtle expressions, continuously smiling and nodding as he explained. If only the esteemed Lord Beerus could agree to have his candidate as your opponent. Wouldn't that bring you a modicum of joy? As he spoke, Bardos absent-mindedly touched his cheek, lamenting, alas, seeing you in such discontent renders me equally uneasy. It seems the culinary delights you create lack a certain flavor when you are not happy. Indeed, chimed in Champa, who was slurping instant noodles and had already devoured 3 boxes at his feet, fervently nodding. That's why I've resorted to eating instant noodles lately. After some contemplation, Sutter conceded, all right, I find your suggestion rather appealing. Let us proceed. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, his mobile phone, nestled in his pocket, vibrated insistently. Bulma, what is it this time? After a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly answered the call. Please don't insist I become a chef. I am quite busy and have no time, not even for Son Goku. On the other end, Bulma paused for a moment before cheerfully clarifying, No. We wish to invite you and Bardos to a ball. A ball. Upon hearing his name, Bardos momentarily froze, then suspiciously glanced at Sutter, inquiring, what is this ball? Is it a feast? I must attend, and you cannot indulge without me. From a distance, Champa, engaged in his weight loss run, perked up his large ears and dashed over upon hearing this. Can we bring a cat and a destroyer god? Sutter, aware of Bulma's apprehension towards Beerus, planned to decline indirectly. He was about to meet another angelic being, Makalita, and had no time for such frivolities as a ball. Is the destroyer god of the 6th universe amicable? Bulma hesitated to inquire. She was now aware of the 12 universes, each with its own angel and destroyer god. After all, Goku and Vegeta, those two battle enthusiasts, had already ventured to the divine realm of the 7th universe, training under Beerus and Whis in the name of culinary delights. Of course, I am a congenial and peaceful destroyer god. As long as you provide me with delectable food, I can protect your planet. The mere thought of a ball overflowing with culinary delights caused Champa to shout into Sutter's phone. Chapter 17. Bardos' unexpected heartfelt moment. He stroked his ample belly, his face radiating with excitement. That sounds splendid. I shall arrange an array of delightful treats for the ball. Will you be attending? After some deliberation, Bulma agreed, specifying the time and reminding, 3 hours from now. Do remember to be punctual. Damn it. As the call ended, Sutter could not help but curse. He had just conjured a plan, yet before he could even set it into motion, Bulma had whisked it away. 3 hours later, on Earth in the 7th universe, at the luxurious hotel rented by Bulma, within the banquet hall, under the dazzling kaleidoscope of lights, Champa was indulging in various delicacies while merrily conversing with the Earth warriors. Is this acceptable? Is this acceptable? May I touch your belly? Trunks cautiously extended his hand, seeking confirmation once more. Of course, but only if you give me that chili treat in your hand. Champa, forsaking the dignity of a destroyer for the sake of food, had transformed into a harmless pet. If I give you this cotton candy, will you let me touch your ears? Observing Trunks successfully patting Champa's belly, Goten hesitated before finally handing over the cotton candy. Certainly. Champa accepted the cotton candy without reservation and began to indulge. What is your relationship with Lord Beerus? Master Roshi approached Champa, holding a bottle of beer. I am his brother. Champa snatched the beer from Master Roshi's grasp, took a sip, and disdainfully spat it out. Oh, watching the beer being shoved back into his hands, Master Roshi sighed in resignation. Witnessing this bizarre, yet harmonious scene, Soot and Beerus both shook their heads, expressions filled with disbelief. Hey, Soot, don't just stand there with Beerus. Come dance with us. Krillin, entwined with the taller android 18, was attempting a somewhat clumsy waltz on the dance floor. This dance is perfect. It won't disturb the little one in your belly. Gohan and Videl held each other closely, slowly swaying back and forth. Want to give it a try? Soot withdrew his gaze from Champa and turned to seek Badok's opinion. Absolutely. Badok, unaccustomed to such merriment, followed Soot onto the dance floor. The music was elegant, and the atmosphere was tinged with a hint of intimacy and peace. How could Goku be so absorbed in training and miss the ball? Looking at the three pairs dancing gracefully, Chi-Chi felt an inexplicable pang of envy. It's all right. My Vegeta isn't here either. I'll dance with you. Bulma wrapped her arms around Chi-Chi's waist and pulled her into the dance floor. I want to join too. Master Roshi, slightly inebriated, wore a lecherous grin as he gazed at Puar. Puar transformed into a stunning beauty. No way. Puar made a face at the old man and dragged Oolong towards the dance floor. After a round of laughter, Trunks and Goten hopped into the dance area. Ugh. Master Roshi, burping from the alcohol, disdainfully glanced at the dancers before wobbling back towards the drinks. Master Roshi, you've had enough to drink. Any more, and you'll be inebriated. Yamcha, witnessing the scene, shook his head helplessly, setting down his glass of red wine in an attempt to support Master Roshi. With hazy eyes, Master Roshi looked up, seeing multiple blurry images of Yamcha. Don't mind me, he said, swaying slightly as he rubbed his eyes, only to find that the blurry figure of Yamcha had transformed into a curvaceous beauty. Soot and Badok, dancing, turned to see the drunken antics of Master Roshi and Yamcha, especially as Master Roshi reached out to touch Yamcha's backside. Seeing such a cringeworthy spectacle, Soot quickly averted his gaze. As the dance drew to a close, Champa, flushed from secretly sipping fruit wine, staggered into the dance floor, disrupting the rhythm of the crowd. Hey, Champa, have you been drinking? Vados frowned, a look of discontent crossing his face as he released his hold on Soot's waist. It's nothing. Just knock him unconscious and toss him on the sofa. Soot, equally displeased at the interruption of the enchanting atmosphere, proposed the idea to Bardos. With a swift motion, Bardos delivered a heavy chop to the back of Xiangpa's neck, sending him crashing to the ground. Soot, with a disdainful expression, pulled him up and unceremoniously tossed him onto a nearby sofa. The couples on the dance floor resumed their movements. As the song concluded, Bardos followed Soot to the bar area, observing him as he prepared cocktails. Oh, what is this? She exclaimed, having stepped on something. She picked up several scattered magazines, flipping through them as she approached Soot. What a peculiar collection. Why are these girls dressed so scantily? Look at this one. She's wearing nothing at all. Is your taste in aesthetics so strange? Vados inquired, continuing to browse while questioning Soot. And why are the boys not wearing anything either? What? Under the ambient music, Soot failed to catch Bados's words and merely responded with a query. Vados, engrossed in her rapid perusal, felt her serious facade begin to blush a rosy hue. The more she flipped through, the more she sensed something amiss. Although she was an angel and not well versed in matters of romance, she possessed a basic understanding of procreation. Upon encountering certain inappropriate images, Bados's face turned crimson. Cough, cough. Don't just take other people's things. Master Roshi stumbled over, hurriedly snatching the magazine from Bados's hands. Shameful, Vados exclaimed, using her celestial powers to reduce the magazine to ashes. Simultaneously, her overwhelming strength sent Master Roshi careening out of the window, plummeting from the banquet hall. My limited edition collection. Watching the swirling dust, Master Roshi's inebriation abruptly dissipated, and he broke into loud sobs, seemingly oblivious to the peril of his high-altitude fall. Teachers Wu Tian and Tianjin Fan, alongside Dumplings, gazed out the window. unaware of the unfolding events. Well done, Bardos. Soot quickly alleviated the awkwardness, thrusting the freshly mixed cocktail into Bardos' hands. Bardos, distracted by the magazine, went unnoticed by Soot, who presumed it was merely Master Roshi's mischief again. Bardos, still blushing, nodded and accepted the drink. As their glasses met during the exchange, her finger brushed against Soot's, sending an electric sensation coursing through her. Unintentionally, the images from the magazine morphed in her mind into scenarios involving herself and Soot. With her face aflame, Bardos hastily downed the drink, hoping to quell the heat rising within her. However, the warmth only intensified. No, I am an angel. Chapter 18. The God of Destruction of Universe 11. What's the matter? Surt inquired, pouring himself a drink and standing beside Bardos with a look of curiosity. The concoction I prepared isn't tea particularly strong. Could it be that Bardos doesn't partake in alcohol? As Surt drew closer, Bardos felt her heart race with an increasing intensity. She even sensed a peculiar fragrance emanating from him. Although they had shared close proximity before, she had never experienced such sensations. Bardos felt a warmth spreading across her skin, coinciding with the rapid beating of her heart. She began to wonder if she were unwell. However, angels are not susceptible to illness. What's wrong? Surt noticed the furrow in Bardos's brow and asked again. And no, it's nothing. Bardos hastily shook her head, flustered as she attempted to mask her feelings. The more she tried to conceal her emotions, the more perplexed Surt became. He reached out to touch her forehead, puzzled. Your face is so flushed, and your forehead is quite warm. Don't angels have any tolerance for alcohol? And no, Bardos's heart pounded fiercely. Her face burned with embarrassment, and her words began to falter. If you're feeling unwell, we could take Champa back. After all, he is intoxicated. Surt expressed concern, moving toward the unconscious Champa sprawled on the sofa. As Surt walked away, Bardos suddenly lost all sense of the moment, replaced instead by a profound feeling of loss. How very strange. Upon returning, when she felt Surt's arm resting on her shoulder, the peculiar sensation resurfaced. She forced herself to remain composed as they made their way to Universe 6. The journey, mirroring their arrival, felt simultaneously swift yet stretched out, leaving Bardos in a state of anxiety. Upon their arrival at the destruction site of Universe 6, Bardos hurriedly distanced herself from the others. This puzzled Surt, who looked at Champa still deep in slumber. Observant as he was, he noted Bardos's unusual behavior but thought little of it. Assuming it was merely the effects of alcohol on an angel, and thus refrained from suggesting they head directly to Universe 11. Bardos quickly sought out a secluded corner, eagerly activating the communication function of the magical stone on her staff. Whis, please connect swiftly, Bardos urged, feeling an overwhelming sense of urgency. She was certain that she was not ill, yet she could not comprehend the physical reactions she was experiencing. In her panic, she struggled to maintain her composure and placed all her hope in her brother. What's the matter, sister? Whis, situated in Universe 7, cheerfully answered as he picked up his staff to initiate the communication. I'm currently training Goku and Vegeta. Coughing to mask her anxiety upon seeing Whis' nonchalant demeanor, Bardos quickly replied, I've encountered a bit of a problem, and I wish to consult you. Unaware of the rosy hue gracing Bardos's cheeks, Whis cheerfully responded, Oh dear. Consulting is quite the honor. Sister, please do share what questions you have. I have encountered a curious phenomenon regarding the interactions between different races. After a moment of contemplation, Vados gently articulated the implications of her observations. Upon seeing another individual, one may experience a sudden acceleration in heart rate, a flush of warmth to the skin, and a modest rise in body temperature. Oh dear sister, are you testing me? Upon hearing Vados' description, Vis, who had previously been smiling, suddenly burst into laughter. Isn't this merely a precursor to humanity's desire for procreation? Procreation? Vados pondered this statement, her mind inexplicably conjuring images of her, and Soot engaged in actions reminiscent of those depicted in magazines. Indeed, during the human mating season, the High Priest has mentioned that we must use civilized language. It is what they refer to as love at first sight. Moreover, it is also known as infatuation at first glance. Vados furrowed her brow in frustration, continuing to discuss her situation with Soot. However, what I have observed does not align with this notion. There is no such thing as love at first sight. It is merely spontaneous. That would be what they call affection that develops over time, Vis remarked nonchalantly. You are not unfamiliar with the complexities of humanity, dear sister. They are prone to changes of heart and affection for various reasons. Forget it. I suddenly do not wish to discuss this any longer. Bados's confusion remained unresolved, and dejectedly, she ended the communication. Could it be that I have truly developed feelings for Soot after spending so much time together? She found it hard to believe. After all, she was an angel, while Soot was a Saiyan. Their races were entirely different. After brooding for a considerable time, Vados temporarily set aside her worries. Accompanied by the awakened Champa and the composed Soot, she ventured to Universe 11, the realm of destruction. If the divine realms of Universes 6 and 7 are picturesque, then Universe 11 resembles a grand circus, established upon a vast expanse of grassland. Truly befitting of a clown god, the architectural style is remarkably apt. Soot could not help but exclaim, "Humph, let me tell you, do not be deceived by his jester-like demeanor. His temperament is rather unpleasant." Champa muttered, cautioning Soot, "If you cannot persuade the deity of flavors, this trip will be utterly in vain." "Is that so?" Soot turned his gaze towards Bardos, whose expression remained serene. Bardos nodded, stating that whether the deity of flavors would acquiesce depended entirely upon Soot's own efforts. "Oh," Soot replied, having anticipated that this visit would allow him to meet the corpulent candidate. "Welcome." The tent flaps were lifted, revealing an angel of the same complexion as Bardos, adorned with twin ponytails, who approached with a cheerful smile. This angel was none other than Margarita. Before Bardos could convey the purpose of their visit, a grumbling clown emerged from within the tent. "Champa, what brings you here?" Soot raised an eyebrow, recognizing this individual as the god of destruction of Universe 11, the deity of flavors. "TCH, do you think I would be eager to visit you?" Champa retorted, hands on hips. "If it weren't for this fellow, I would not be here at all." The individual known as Wei Mei only just noticed the presence of Soot, who had appeared behind Champa and Bardos. "Who could this be? Could it be your candidate?" It is understandable to think so, as Wei Mei had long since designated his god of destruction candidate. However, this candidate was not the mightiest Jiren of Universe 11, but rather the second strongest, Topo. The reason for this, of course, was Jiren's unwillingness. "Candidate? No. He is merely my chef." Chapter 19. He favors beauty, not cuisine. Before Champa could finish his words, Soot had already introduced himself, proclaiming, "I am Bardos' chef." Champa was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this revelation. It turned out that Soot had remained in the realm of destruction of Universe 6 to prepare delectable dishes for Bardos, rather than for him. How sentimental, how hasty. "Chef." Wei Mei and Makalita were equally stunned, but their bewilderment stemmed from their unfamiliarity with the term chef. "Yes, he is still my boyfriend," Bardos affirmed, nodding and linking her arm with Soot's, as if making a declaration. Perhaps she had not fully understood before, but at this moment, Bardos was guided solely by her instincts, harboring thoughts of completely possessing Soot, to claim him, to make Soot hers alone, to possess him as her own. What exactly is a chef? And what's this boyfriend I've never heard of?" Wei Mei, not one to shy away from inquiry, directly posed the question to Champa after receiving no answers from Makalita. "Humph. A chef is someone who can create delicious food. Incredibly skilled," Champa replied with pride, providing an answer that missed the point. As for the term boyfriend, it was simply Bardos' way of referring to Soot. "Oh, so your name is Soot," Wei Mei said, nodding slightly, his gaze directed at Soot filled with scrutiny. The term boyfriend did not seem to carry a particularly favorable connotation. "So, why have you come to see me? Is it to prepare a delightful meal for me?" Makalita, though she had merely greeted him without further comment, watched Soot with keen curiosity throughout the exchange. "I simply wish to challenge your candidate to a sparring match," Soot stated plainly, not beating around the bush. "Of course, in return, I can offer you a splendid meal." "Huh, you think my candidate can be summoned at your whim?" Wei Mei scoffed dismissively, a look of disdain on his face. In all 12 universes, which human could command him? Even Jiren, who was stronger, could not do so. "Excuses. I see you are simply afraid that your candidate may not be as formidable as our chef." Upon seeing Wei Mei's expression, Champa employed a provocation tactic, taunting him. "Fine, let us compare. You bring anyone you like, and I shall agree to summon my candidate." Wei Mei replied lazily, leaning against the circus tent, laughing derisively at Champa. "Only you, the god of destruction, could lower the standards so much. Not to mention us gods of destruction. Even candidates are not so easily summoned." With that, He disregarded the others present and turned to stride into the tent. Bardos and Sutter were left speechless, as if they were unaware that the god of destruction had little to do beyond lounging comfortably. As for the god of destruction's substitute, that was merely a facade, devoid of any substantial duties. Please come in. Margarita greeted them with a smile, ushering them into the tent. Upon entering, Sutter was taken aback by the decor within. A vibrant red carpet adorned the ground, complemented by yellow sofas, while strands of green silk hung chaotically above. What an odd combination, red and yellow, with a canopy of green overhead. Who let you in? A beautiful woman, enjoying a massage, glanced impatiently at the newcomers. I allowed them entry. Guests are always welcome. Margarita, with one hand resting behind her back and the other clutching a scepter, approached her. Ah, Margarita, you are quite the meddler, the woman muttered dismissively, ignoring Sutter and his companions. Sensing her mood, another lovely lady knelt nearby, hastily offering peeled orange segments to her lips. Come now, my lord, open wide, and let me feed you, she cooed. With a chuckle, the woman indulged in the moment, pulling another beauty into her embrace. Oh dear, my lord, you are quite naughty. Observing this scene with crossed arms, Champa turned to Sutter and remarked, Behold, the most detestable presence among the gods of destruction, a frivolous jester. Sutter found himself at a loss for words in response. Those who possess great strength are entitled to greater resources, Bardos remarked nonchalantly, casting a glance at Sutter. Sutter felt puzzled by this gaze, mistakenly interpreting it as a prompt to persuade the woman to allow her substitute to engage in a duel with him. Thus, he stepped forward and inquired, What would it take for you to agree to let your substitute spar with me? Perhaps I could prepare a delightful meal for you? My lord does not crave culinary delights. He prefers beauty. Margarita interjected, her curiosity piqued by Sutter's proposition. Sutter was taken aback, realizing that certain elements of the narrative had been subtly revealed to him. This was also his first encounter with failure. Compared to Beerus, this fellow was even more unyielding. Furrowing his brow, Sutter pondered, where could he possibly find a beauty for this jester? Yet, this oddly familiar scenario seemed reminiscent of the frequent antics of Master Roshi. The woman, intrigued, seemed to ponder Margarita's comment and smiled slyly. So, you wish to challenge my substitute, do you? Indeed. Sutter nodded succinctly. Very well. Since Champa brought you here, I shall extend a modicum of courtesy, she declared, relishing the company of beautiful women. After all, it wasn't as if she had come to fight. She could enjoy a show in the meantime. Quite delightful. As the exquisite flavor was suggested, Vados winked at Sutter, signaling her agreement. However, upon noticing that Margarita was intently staring at Sutter, an inexplicable discomfort stirred within her. Hey, Sutter, do not bring disgrace upon our sixth universe, Champa exclaimed, one hand on his hip while the other playfully patted Sutter's shoulder. Champa, you are mistaken. I belong to the seventh universe. Sutter swiftly dodged, evading Champa's clumsy hand. You scoundrel, do you dare to challenge me? Hearing this, Champa felt an uncharacteristic surge of irritation. Lord Champa, maintain your composure. Vados cast a sideways glance at him, offering a subtle reminder. Moreover, your destructive powers are of no consequence to my boyfriend. Having already endured enough of these two's relentless banter, Champa obediently fell silent. Yet, his clenched fists unmistakably revealed the discontent of the hefty feline. Then, I shall summon Topo. Before Wei Mei could convey a gesture, Margarita had already spoken up. Observing Margarita's retreating figure, Wei Mei narrowed her eyes. Chapter 20. The Realm of Nothingness, Sutter and Topo. However, mindful of the presence of others, he suppressed the question that had risen to his lips, intending to inquire when they were alone. Make yourself comfortable, Wei Mei declared, continuing to savor her enjoyment. TCH, as if I need to be courteous to you. Champa boldly sauntered over and took a seat on the sofa opposite Wei Mei, casually grabbing a banana from the coffee table and peeling it without hesitation. Noticing Bardos moving behind Champa, Sutter refrained from joining them on the sofa. Instead, he picked up a bunch of grapes and occasionally fed them to Bardos. Accustomed to Sutter's affectionate gestures, Bardos naturally opened her mouth to accept the offerings. This serene atmosphere persisted for 3 minutes until the tent flaps were lifted, revealing Margarita accompanied by a hefty figure, clad in a snug black and red uniform. Bald on top with a white bushy beard, it was none other than Topo, the candidate for the god of destruction. Lord Wei Mei, you summon me? Topo greeted with great reverence, bowing before her. Yes, This fellow claims he wishes to challenge you. Do not embarrass our 11th universe. Defeat him decisively. With Wei Mei's gaze directed at Sutter, and influenced by preconceived notions, Topo mistakenly assumed Sutter was Xiangpa's candidate. Of course, Lord Wei Mei. Topo nodded, his expression resolute, showing no signs of trepidation. As a candidate for the God of Destruction, he was determined not to lose against any other universe's candidate. Where shall we battle? It cannot possibly be within this shabby tent. Xiangpa inquired, reclining against the sofa with a nonchalant posture, his right foot resting atop his left. Looking rather dapper despite his considerable girth. Let us go to the realm of nothingness. Wei Mei contemplated briefly before arriving at a splendid location. That sounds splendid. Xiangpa agreed with a nod. Sutter was also aware that this so-called realm of nothingness was destined to be the venue for the forthcoming tournament of power among the entire universe. It was a realm isolated from other dimensions, an alternate space. Without hesitation, the few present swiftly found themselves in the abyssal void, where nothing existed and darkness reigned. Let us commence, the nonchalant Wei Mei urged. Indeed, responded Tuapa, rapidly soaring away from the group. Sutter, defeat him in one move and restore our pride in Universe 6. Xiangpa exclaimed, his fists clenched in encouragement for Sutter. Isn't he from Universe 7? Makalita casually inquired as she stood beside Bardos. I recall that the Saiyans from your Universe 6 lack tails. Yes, Sutter is a Saiyan from Universe 7. Vados nodded in affirmation. The ability to recognize Sutter as a Saiyan indicated Makalita's extensive knowledge. She intended to voice the peculiar sensation she had experienced earlier, to inquire further from Makalita. However, the words failed to escape her lips. Bardos too was perplexed by the situation. Perhaps it was an intuition bestowed by the angels. Let us begin. Tuapo's form radiated an unstable purplish-red aura as he addressed Sutter. Very well. In response, Sutter ascended to the Super Saiyan God form, eyeing Tuapo with vigilance. He was resolute in his determination not to lose this battle, not for Xiangpa, but to uphold his image in Bardos' eyes. As Sutter hesitated to strike first, Tuapo wasted no time. He dashed forward with lightning speed. Bang! Faced with Tuapo's colossal fist, Sutter hastily crossed his arms in defense. You possess considerable strength, Sutter remarked, masking his discomfort, though he felt a tingling numbness in his arms, accompanied by a slight tremor. The force behind Tuapo's punch exceeded his expectations. Huh! Sutter bellowed, his energy surging, unleashing the tempest of power within him. He swung his fist towards Tuapo's chest. Seemingly confident in his own strength, Tuapa opted for a direct confrontation rather than defense. Bang! Another thunderous collision erupted as fists met, generating a formidable shockwave that ruptured the surrounding air. In the next moment, both combatants moved with such speed that only the afterimages of their strikes remained. Bang bang bang. Ah, this is rather entertaining. Is that fellow you brought really just a cook? Wei Mei remarked casually, surprised to see Sutter holding his own. Humph. He claimed he would prepare something for you, and yet you dismiss it. Xiangpa retorted, crossing his arms and casting a disdainful glance. I assure you, whatever he creates will leave you utterly impressed. Oh, I do wish to sample it. Makalita licked her red lips, unexpectedly adding. Wei Mei's eyes narrowed slightly, a smile gracing her lips. Then let him prepare a feast once the competition concludes. TCH, Xiangpa found himself displeased by Wei Mei's condescending tone, feeling that it diminished his status as a god of destruction. However, upon further reflection, the exquisite taste could only be savored in that solitary meal. While he indulged at will, the concept of balance resurfaced. Once more, a commanding shout redirected the casual conversations of the onlookers back to the clash between Soot and Topo. After being sent reeling by Topo's ferocious might, Soot swiftly regained his footing and charged at Topo once again. He initiated with a punch, followed by a sweeping kick, then a knee strike, and finally an elbow jab, all executed at a dizzying speed, yet Topo managed to block each attempt. Soot's lack of combat experience, despite his astonishing learning aptitude reminiscent of Bu, proved to be a significant disadvantage. Each brutal impact reverberated through him, delivering waves of sharp pain. If this continued, defeat at the hands of Topo was inevitable. Indeed, facing the formidable Topo, who surpassed even Super Saiyan Blue, posed an immense challenge to him. The more anxious he became, the more openings he inadvertently exposed. A sharp crack resounded as Topo's left hook struck Soot squarely on the cheek, causing him to stagger momentarily in the void. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Soot's expression hardened, his gaze now imbued with a resolute seriousness. "You are no match for me," Topo declared, his bushy white beard trembling with disdain. After several rounds, he had gauged Soot's capabilities and deemed him utterly inferior, scoffing at him. "After all, the god of destruction from Universe 6 is not a rival to our esteemed Soot." As he made this remark, he cast a casual glance at the watching Champa nearby. Chapter 21. Ascend to Super Saiyan Bloom? Sensing the gaze upon him, a large question mark appeared above Champa's head. With an oblivious expression, he quipped, "Keep fighting. Why have you stopped?" In the face of Topo's haughty and contemptuous demeanor, Soot refrained from engaging in idle banter. In an instant, he executed a teleportation move, appearing behind Topo in the blink of an eye. Channeling immense energy into his right leg, Soot unleashed a powerful kick aimed at the back of Topo's neck. This sudden maneuver caught Topo off guard, sending his massive frame hurtling backward. Observing Topo plummeting into the abyss, Soot felt no elation from his successful strike. Instead, he swiftly dove after him. With both hands clenched into fists, he aimed a heavy blow at Topo's broad back. However, Topo, in a moment of peril, managed to pivot and retaliated with a sweeping kick aimed at Soot's waist. Realizing the imminent danger, Soot had no choice but to evade. As he retreated, his hands positioned at his waist, he rapidly gathered energy. Kamehameha. Choosing to unleash a long-range attack, Soot prepared his energy wave, prompting Topo to smirk as he revealed his own destructive energy. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of blue and purple energy illuminated the vast darkness, producing an explosion akin to fireworks in the void. Amidst the brilliant display, Soot and Topo once again engaged in a breathtaking dive towards one another. They resembled two radiant streaks of light, continuously colliding, separating, and converging anew. Upon witnessing this, Waimei let out a languorous yawn, expressing her disinterest with a lackluster remark. "This individual you have brought forth is utterly inadequate." Indeed, it appeared that he was destined for defeat. At this moment, Margarita had also lost her curiosity towards Soot. She had initially thought that the one who captured Bardos' attention possessed some extraordinary qualities, but it seemed that even she could misjudge others at times. How absurd. The battle had scarcely begun, and yet you declare such certainty? Champa, overhearing the conversation between Waimei and Margarita, uttered an irritated curse. He then cupped his hands around his mouth, mimicking a loudspeaker, and shouted towards Soot, who was embroiled in combat. "Soot, give it your all. I have faith in you. Do not succumb." Standing at the sidelines, Bardos remained silent, yet her tightly furrowed brows spoke volumes of her discontent. Had she overestimated Soot's potential? Truly a case of an ant attempting to shake a tree, lacking self-awareness. As the energy output intensified, Topo's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, each strike imbued with an overwhelming force that drove Soot to retreat further. With each passing moment, Soot found it increasingly arduous to defend himself, his breath becoming more labored, accompanied by a numbing sensation from the blows he endured. Faced with Topo, who possessed power equivalent to that of Super Saiyan Blue, Soot was indeed at a disadvantage. But was he truly an insignificant insect? Perhaps not. Noticing Soot's trembling limbs, Topo decided to withdraw, creating distance between them, and with a mocking demeanor, proclaimed himself a benevolent foe, suggesting that Soot concede before things deteriorated further. Soot remained silent, merely panting as he clenched his trembling hands into fists. To concede in front of the woman he admired, as well as another he had an interest in? What a preposterous notion! Fueled by rage and an unwillingness to accept defeat, Soot's blood surged within him, boiling with fervor. Accompanied by his roar, a brilliant crimson aura enveloped him, radiating outward with such intensity that it caused the very fabric of the void to tremble. The vibrant red flames began to transform into a deep azure hue. In his Super Saiyan form, he transitioned into a Super Saiyan god. As the aura shifted to blue, Soot's hair and brows changed from red to a celestial blue, and his eyes transformed into a profound sapphire. Under the divine energy, his unique aura crackled with faint sparks of electricity. He had transformed, observing Soot's metamorphosis. Both Margarita and Waimei were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. Not only that, but his divine energy surged to new heights. Gazing at Soot, enveloped in a tapestry of crimson, azure, and white, Bardos revealed the first smile from Universe 11. Truly, he was the one I had chosen. Witnessing this, Champa immediately began to boast to Waimei. "Did you see that? Did you see that? This is my Bardos' chef, her boyfriend. Amidst the tension, Soot remained suspended in midair. Yet the aura surrounding him had undergone a profound transformation. Let me transcend into ultra blue, he bellowed, fervently unleashing his power. A new realm was dawning upon him. The azure flames blazed even more brilliantly, while the vibrant crimson gradually faded away, entirely supplanted by a deep azure hue. With a single step into ultra blue, mastery was within his grasp. Have you truly held back? Torpo exclaimed, unaware that Soot had just embarked upon this new form, his voice laced with astonishment. Proceed, Soot implied without explicitly stating, merely loosening his tightly clenched fist and beckoning Torpo with a gesture. Faced with Soot's indifferent expression and the barely perceptible glint of malice in his eyes, Torpo regained his composure and grinned. Very well, let us continue until you concede. No sooner had he uttered those words than his figure abruptly vanished from sight. Soot remained unperturbed, attuning himself to the energies around him, and suddenly his gaze darted to the right. With precision, he unleashed a focused energy orb that struck towards Torpo, who had just reappeared. With a thunderous boom, the billowing smoke dissipated, revealing Torpo, his expression one of disbelief, as he sprang into action once more. In a flurry of swift movements, Torpo materialized before Soot. Yet Soot refrained from retaliating, instead raising his elbow to strike behind him. The impact landed squarely on Torpo, who had attempted to seize the advantage. You could perceive me despite my mere illusion? Torpo staggered backwards, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, incredulity etched on his face. Focus, or you shall find yourself at a severe disadvantage, Soot replied, his countenance devoid of emotion, yet serious. Humph. Merely a change in hair color does not elevate your powers to a new echelon, Torpo retorted, angered by Soot's words, charging towards him with renewed vigor, launching a barrage of punches and kicks. However, this time, Soot stood resolute, neither faltering nor struggling against Torpo's onslaught. He moved with poise, his demeanor calm, countering Torpo's attacks with such finesse that it initially threw Torpo into disarray. How can this be possible? Torpo thought, frustration mounting. A sly smile crept across Soot's lips as he maintained the upper hand. In the realm of nothingness, the absence of wind left Torpo feeling an inexplicable chill. He watched as wave after wave of formidable energy surged from Soot, realizing that, as Soot had predicted, if the battle continued, it would inevitably lead to his defeat. Thus, Torpo swiftly retreated, raising his hands high above. A massive sphere of destructive energy coalesced above his head. I refuse to believe that merely changing your hair color grants you such strength. Have you used your family's hair dye? He scoffed, incredulously fixating on the absurdity of the situation. As Soot extended a hand, a terrifying energy wave began to coalesce within it. Torpo felt an unbidden shiver of trepidation. He dared not underestimate his opponent. The destructive energy in his palms swelled with each moment of concentration. Is he preparing to unleash a monumental attack? Exclaimed Champa, glancing around in awe at the spectacle unfolding. Who do you think will emerge victorious? Asked Vados, captivated by the unfolding drama. Of course, it is my substitute. The individual you have brought forth has merely stepped into a new realm of strength. Wei Mei exuded unwavering confidence, hands on her hips, her words resonating with certainty. However, Makalita's brow furrowed slightly as she observed the energy released simultaneously by Soot and Tupa. Indeed, Soot may not be the most formidable, yet his rate of growth is unparalleled. Bado's smile widened as Soot's energy wave decisively overwhelmed Tupa's destructive capacity, coupled with the chill emanating from him. Even in the midst of battle, Tuapa felt an unexplainable tremor in his heart. I will not concede. Tuapa bellowed in shock as the azure energy wave approached him, his voice filled with fury. Although he struggled to withstand the onslaught, he still endeavored to push Soot's energy wave back. With a powerful surge, Tuapa exerted all his strength, his muscles swelling with effort. The pride of his battle attire burst apart under the strain. You have lost, Soot declared, amplifying the output of his energy, completely overshadowing Tuapa's destructive force. The brilliant azure light enveloped and submerged Tuapa entirely. In the next moment, a tremendous explosion of energy shook the very fabric of the void realm, illuminating the previously eternal darkness for a fleeting instant. Tuapa has lost. Wei Mei's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept this turn of events. Ha! Xiangpa was overjoyed, his shoulders quaking with laughter. His growth through battle truly was rapid. Observing the conclusion of the fight, Makalita turned to Bardos with a smile. Indeed, this fellow named Soot had once again piqued her interest, even more intensely than before. He is mine. Bardos responded with a smile, asserting his claim. You are right. Makalita replied non-committally, yet her curiosity was unmistakable. As the smoke finally cleared, a disheveled Tuapa wobbled before Waimei, his face a mask of remorse. Kneeling on one knee, he solemnly accepted his punishment. Waimei Darren, I have lost. I am sorry. Oh, it's nothing of great consequence. Though Waimei's eyes glinted with malice, she spoke generously, mindful of those present. Then let us share a meal. Champa, completely oblivious, joyfully threw his arm around Soot's shoulder. Let me tell you, Soot, this fellow looks down on your culinary prowess. Show him a taste of your skills, and make him submit to your delicious creations. Very well. Soot, having triumphed and entered a state of heightened power, felt quite pleased and readily agreed. You should join us too. He extended an invitation to Tuapa, who, still wearing a face of remorse, appeared bewildered. Just moments ago, they had been locked in a fierce struggle, and now it seemed they were to share a meal. His mind momentarily blank, he sought the assistance of Waimei and Makalita. Makalita nodded slightly, making the decision for Tuapa. It is permissible. A throng of individuals hurriedly entered and swiftly returned to the sumptuous tent. Once again, the ingredients provided by the system were transformed by Sut's deft culinary skills into an array of exquisite dishes that overflowed the table. What is this? It tastes divine, exclaimed Makalita, unable to contain her delight. Indeed, it surpasses most culinary creations. The ever-contradictory Waimei devoured quickly, yet still managed to find time for a few jests. In stark contrast, the most voracious among them, Topo, remained silent throughout, wielding a rice bowl the size of a basin, methodically ravaging the spread of delicacies before him. As Champa and Bardos exchanged glances upon grasping their chopsticks, they marveled at the rapidity of the feast. The table lay in disarray, remnants of their banquet scattered about. Thank you, Topo remarked, mixing the remaining broth into his third bowl of rice, licking the plate clean, and flashing a smile at Sut. After the skirmish, to be treated to a meal, he must be a good person, a champion of justice. Topo cherished this newfound friendship, oblivious to this newfound bond. Sut habitually puffed on a cigarette, observing the disgruntled expressions of Bardos and Champa. Don't be like that. When we return, I'll prepare an entire banquet just for the two of you. As these words left his lips, the cold voice of the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have gained the recognition of Topo and the Angel and Destroyer of Universe 11 for your culinary prowess. Your cooking skill has increased by 6, now totaling 28. This reward includes an inconsequential billion battle power, along with 3 units of divine battle power, summing up to 9 units. Transformations available: Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan God, and newly added Super Saiyan Blue. The system grants a benefit, Super Saiyan 4. Additionally, as your tasters include the Angel and Destroyer of Universe 11, you are further rewarded with a hidden level Destroyer skill and a level 1 Ultra Instinct technique. Currently, your Destroyer skill and Ultra Instinct are both at level 3. Super Saiyan 4? Is that the one from Dragon Ball? Sut inquired, astonished by the system's announcement. What sort of Super Saiyan 4 benefits are you dispensing? Isn't that inciting conflict between Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4? One can never have too many skills. How dare you express disdain? The system retorted, as if aware of Sut's thoughts. In response to the system's banter, Sut chose not to elaborate further. In truth, Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4 could be viewed as 2 divergent paths for the Saiyan race. For instance, Super Saiyan 4 requires a tail, transforming into a golden great ape, embodying a feral beauty with its luxurious fur. To put it plainly, Super Saiyan 4 is a pursuit of ultimate power, awakening the primal instincts within. Conversely, Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue focus on discovering inner strength, breaking through spiritually to unleash the latent potential within and further grasp divine power. The paths they tread are indeed distinct. Chapter 23. I have something to discuss with him alone. It cannot be said that one path is inferior or that one is stronger. At least Sut acknowledges his own extravagance. He finds allure in both Super Saiyan 4 and the Super Saiyan God forms. In the realm of Dragon Ball Super, revealing the primal Ultra Instinct form could very well prompt not just Beerus, but all deities to believe he has embarked on an irreversible path, wouldn't it? Yet, If one were to retain their state without transforming into Ultra Instinct, while simultaneously exhibiting the prowess of a Super Saiyan god, that would also be quite peculiar, wouldn't it? Though the train of thought may seem prolonged, it transpires in but a fleeting moment. After receiving a clear response from STE, P's reluctance was palpable as he reluctantly set down his chopsticks and urged STE to hasten their return, having already engaged in a spar. Wait. As the trio prepared to depart, Margarita rose and approached STE, smiling gently as she inquired, logically, having defeated the candidate for destruction, Topo, you could assume his position. Do you aspire to become the candidate for the god of destruction of Universe 11? Not at all. ST's response elicited a knowing smile from Margarita. As this was anticipated, maintaining her cheerful demeanor, she continued, beyond Topo, there lies an even mightier warrior, Jiren. Are you not intrigued to challenge or spar with him? The STE before her was akin to Jiren in his relentless pursuit of strength, rather than mere titles. I am interested, but not at this moment. ST shrugged, delivering a response that took Margarita by surprise. Facing Jiren now would only result in me enduring a beating. Jiren is, after all, the mightiest warrior of Universe 11. This revelation left Margarita momentarily taken aback. If there's nothing further, we shall take our leave, P remarked coolly, sensing Margarita's persistent fixation on ST was becoming uncomfortable. Thus, while Margarita lingered in thought, STE and his companions exited the tent. Take care, no need to see us off. With a toothpick between his lips, the nonchalant Wei Mei walked over to the sofa, beckoning the three lovely ladies to join him. I shall take my leave as well. Having eaten, and with no further business, Topo hurriedly departed. As a warrior of justice, he had his own pressing matters to attend to. Once the gathering had dispersed, Wei Mei, relishing the attention of beautiful women, finally voiced his lingering curiosity to Margarita. You seem overly enthusiastic. Noticing Margarita still lost in thought, Wei Mei casually munched on some fruit, offering a gentle reminder. You appear to have a particular interest in that individual named STE? Margarita returned to herself, her smile fading as she settled gracefully onto the sofa. Not at all, merely a curiosity. It seems Beerus treats him quite differently. Wei Mei snickered, a playful grin spreading across his face. It appears that angels, such as yourselves, have no precedent of interbreeding with other races, do you? Margarita frowned, displeased with Wei Mei's insinuation, and responded coldly. What do you mean by that? Yet Wei Mei merely smiled enigmatically, drawing on his extensive experience as a seasoned romantic. Let me impart this wisdom. Curiosity about the male gender will only ensnare you deeper, ultimately dragging you into a quagmire from which escape is impossible. Huh, a seasoned romantic? Margarita shot a cold glance at Wei Mei before turning her attention to the three women present, sharply commanding, leave. The three women shivered under her gaze, instinctively recoiling. The three women, disregarding the thoughts of Wei Mei, swiftly rushed out of the tent. Do you truly believe you can lecture me? Margarita glanced at Wei Mei, her smile laden with significance. And what of your insatiable curiosity towards the male? Such base thoughts. Do you think I would fall for an ordinary human merely out of curiosity? Margarita spoke with unwavering certainty. Little did she anticipate that after resolving matters with Walker, she would indeed develop feelings for this man. But that is a tale for another time. Master, why so serious? Wei Mei's expression froze, bewildered by Margarita's sudden ire. Wasn't it just a jest? Why frighten away all the beautiful women around him, pondering whether he might fall for a human? Humans are but insignificant beings. Humph. Best reflect on your own conduct. I must take my leave. Margarita, with a stern countenance, rose and exited the tent. Left alone in the tent, Wei Mei gazed at Margarita's retreating figure, feeling a sense of injustice. Hey, Margarita, could you please call back my three lovely ladies? I beg you. Yet, Margarita paid him no heed. Upon stepping outside the tent, vibrant colors swirled beneath her feet as she swiftly departed the destructive realm of Universe 11. To fall in love with a human? That was simply impossible. Her curiosity merely stemmed from this individual's uniqueness. Much like the everlasting angelic Walker, life was too protracted, prompting a desire for fresh experiences. In the desolate realm of Universe 6, after returning and preparing a feast, Soot sat on a nearby rock, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Barely settled, Margarita from Universe 11 appeared unexpectedly. Why have you followed us right after our return? Upon seeing Margarita, Vados abandoned the exquisite pastries Soot had prepared, her expression filled with caution. We haven't forgotten anything over there, have we? Goodness, Vados, are you overly anxious? Margarita chuckled, gesturing towards Soot, who was smoking and observing the scene. I am here to see him. Me? Soot inquired, taking the cigarette from his mouth, puzzled. What could you possibly want with him? You hardly know each other. The mention of Soot heightened Vados' tension. You seem rather anxious, Margarita remarked, her smile enigmatic. Of course I am. Soot is not only my chef, but also my boyfriend. Vados declared bluntly, moving closer to Soot, possessively wrapping her arm around his. I would like to speak with you, just the two of us. Margarita bypassed Vados' claim and directly addressed Soot. Vados, don't worry. She seems to harbor no ill will towards me. Soot reassured Vados, patting her arm. But Vados hesitated, wanting to voice her concerns. But upon seeing Soot's calm demeanor, she ultimately released his arm. TCH, what are you three up to? Acting all mysterious. Champa, busy devouring the food, glanced at the trio with a bemused expression. Bardos is truly something else. Margarita is merely engaging in conversation with Sutter. She is not here to steal anyone away. Is it really necessary to be so anxious? Moreover, this is his territory, and Margarita cannot boldly attempt to take someone. Even if we entertain the thought of her doing so, it would have to be on a moonless, windy night. Oh, but then again, in the realm of destruction, there is no such concept as night. With this thought, Champa decided not to dwell on it any longer. Why overthink? The primary concern is to eat. Chapter 24. So, are you willing? Over here, Sutter gestured towards a tree that was 100 meters away, clearly visible to everyone present. All right, Margarita replied with a cheerful smile and followed him. As she brushed past Bardos, she lightly remarked, You have feelings for this human, don't you? What? Bardos stiffened, her expression one of shock. Margarita's statement was not a question, but rather an assertion filled with certainty. How could she, an angel, possibly harbor affection for an ordinary human? Yet, as Bardos stood there, taken aback, a voice within her suddenly emerged. Yes, Margarita was right. She not only adored Sutter's culinary creations, but also cherished Sutter himself. At that moment, while Bardos confronted her own feelings, Margarita had already reached Sutter. Watching the two gradually come together, Bardos felt a pang of jealousy akin to that of sour cabbage. They appeared so dazzling together. What is wrong with angels? What is wrong with humans? All she could think was how desperately she wished to rush over and separate them. She believed it should be her, Bardos, standing beside Sutter. Under the tree, Sutter discarded his cigarette but to the ground, stepped on it, and inquired of Margarita, What do you wish to discuss with me? Wait, let us create a barrier. Do you think this distance can evade an angel's perception? Margarita leisurely shot a provocative glance at the not-so-distant Bardos and conjured a protective shield, enclosing herself and Sutter within. Now speak quickly. What is it? Sutter urged, noticing the flicker of anxiety on Bardos' face after the barrier was established. Bardos has feelings for you, a kind of reproductive affection. Margarita opened with explosive news. Oh, Sutter remarked, casually lighting another cigarette and placing it between his lips, but what you say is rather harsh. You could describe it as romantic feelings or mutual attraction. Discussing reproduction is a bit jarring. Listening to Sutter's retort, Margarita posed another question. And do you have feelings for Bardos? Of course, Bardos is exceptionally beautiful. Sutter replied without beating around the bush. He had been enamored with Bardos since the very first moment he saw her in Dragon Ball Super. Angels have no precedent for intermingling with other races, let alone with someone as humble as a mere human. With each of Margarita's statements, there was a strong insinuation that made it hard for Sutter not to contemplate. Are you implying that the father of angels, the high priest, would obstruct our union? Sutter exhaled a plume of smoke, a smirk gracing his lips. Faced with that captivating smile, Margarita grew even more curious and promptly inquired, Aren't you afraid? The most severe consequence could be your demise, or perhaps Vados will be forced into a slumber. What does this concern you? Sutter retorted without answering. Curious. Margarita's eyes sparkled mischievously as she smiled playfully. Haven't you heard a saying? Unbeknownst to Sutter, who leaned against the tree with his arms crossed, Margarita harbored ulterior motives. Curiosity can lead to the death of a cat. I am not as fragile as you might think. In fact, I am stronger than you can imagine, at least stronger than Vados. Without further ado, Margarita revealed her intentions. I can sense your immense potential. Would you allow me to be your sparring partner? Sparring partner? Are you suggesting I become a test subject for some experiment? This time, it was Sutter who spoke with a rather harsh tone. The term test subject is rather intriguing. Margarita smirked, a hint of savagery in her smile. So will you? What do you wish to validate through me? Or rather, what do you hope to obtain? Sutter remained nonchalant, as if discussing what to eat next. What could you possibly provide? A kidney, perhaps, for the sake of acquiring apples? I aspire to create the strongest human in the entire universe, surpassing even the destroyer gods, the angels, and even the grand priest. Margarita's brows furrowed slightly as she articulated her vision. Individuals with such potential are indeed rare, Jiren might qualify. But his convictions are too strong and do not align with my requirements. In other universes, I have yet to find a suitable candidate. Margarita tilted her head slightly, gazing at Sutter as she continued. What do you think? Will you consider it? After all, what Bardos can offer you, I can provide as well. And I am even stronger, capable of guiding you more effectively. Sutter shifted his gaze to Bardos, who appeared tense in the distance, and smiled distantly. It sounds like I stand to gain quite a bit, merely sacrificing a bit of freedom in exchange for immense power? Yet, don't you think such a transaction is rather unbalanced? Sutter was no naive newcomer. He understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Unbalanced? I am not entirely certain. Margarita seemed to ponder something, tilting her head towards the sky, her aura radiating a sense of melancholy. Perhaps she perceived it as a regret left unfulfilled. Oh, Sutter shrugged, showing no interest in pursuing the matter further. Nor did he intend to contemplate the implications of her previous statements, promptly declining her offer. To be honest, I do not wish to acquiesce to your proposal. For even in this realm of destruction, I have not accepted guidance from Vados. Firstly, I am a chef. I only enjoy preparing cuisine for those I cherish. Secondly, I am willing to pursue strength, but not through the aid of others. Furthermore, the mere thought of Margarita having someone else makes her a candidate I shall remove from my list of preferences. After being rejected, Margarita chuckled softly. Ah, you are truly a fascinating individual. Then, I wish you strength to survive until the very last moment of your life, free from the grasp of the high-ranking divine official. Indeed, for I possess an immortal constitution. Sutter responded with a smile. Is this your reliance? Margarita's laughter blossomed more radiantly, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Have you forgotten? The Omni King possesses the power to erase all existence. But I shall prepare various delectable dishes. Sutter took a step forward, passing by Margarita, murmuring softly. Hee hee. Margarita's laughter was now so exuberant that it seemed she might lose her composure, filled with joy and a hint of mockery. It was unclear whom she was mocking. Even if it were Sutter, he likely wouldn't care. When soldiers arrive, let the generals defend. Bardos, the angel, was undoubtedly determined. What did Margarita say to you? As Sutter approached, Bardos could no longer contain her impatience and appeared before him. Chapter 25. Resigning from the role of the god of destruction oversight. Sutter smiled and was about to speak when Margarita interjected. I said, I too have affections for him and wish to be with him. Faced with Margarita's teasing expression, Bardos felt an urge to strike her. You, Sutter, you wouldn't also harbor feelings for her, would you? Just as Bardos turned her gaze to Sutter, she saw Margarita had already flashed over from beneath the tree, taking Sutter's hand. I am more beautiful than you and possess a better figure, with adorable twin tails. What do you think? Moreover, since you haven't confessed, does that mean I cannot? You scoundrel. Observing their intertwined fingers, Bardos lost her usual composure and actually contemplated separating them. Let go of him. Margarita, Sutter was the one I noticed first, just as Bardos was about to act. Sutter swiftly released Margarita's hand and comforted Bardos. Calm down, Bardos, do not be misled. Margarita is merely provoking you. She does not genuinely like me. Upon hearing this, it was as if Bardos had quenched her thirst with refreshing spring water under the blazing sun. Is that truly the case? Bardos looked at Sutter with hopeful eyes, seeking confirmation. Then, I must make my move first, lest Margarita steal a march on me. Oh dear, how can your heart not ache from silently rejecting a beautiful angel? Margarita feigned sorrow, her finger playfully poking Sutter's chest, which infuriated Bardos, prompting her to swat Margarita's hand away. Hee hee, I shall not tease you any longer. Margarita, undeterred, smiled sweetly at the two of them. Sutter, do consider my suggestion seriously. I await your visit. With that, a kaleidoscope of light appeared beneath Margarita's feet, and she departed the realm of destruction. TSK, I completely failed to comprehend what you are discussing. Champa had long since finished his snack and was now enjoying the spectacle of the three. Although he did not fully understand, he was certainly intrigued by the commotion. What did she say to you? Vados furrowed her brow, looking troubled. She wishes for me to become her experimental subject. Sutter reached out and gently patted Vados' head, directly addressing the matter at hand. It appeared that Margarita was subtly scheming, proclaiming her intention to create the strongest human in the entire universe. The strongest human in the universe? Vados was visibly taken aback by this declaration, murmuring softly, "Has Margarita still not moved on from that incident?" "Oh, it seems you are quite aware of many things." Sutter's previous indifference was merely an act for Margarita. Now, upon noticing that Bardos was also in the know, he immediately inquired, "Who is this he you mentioned? And could you perhaps elaborate on that incident?" Bardos, feeling no need for guard against Sutter, bit her lip and replied, "I'm not entirely certain. If I am not mistaken, the he Margarita referred to should be our elder brother, the first child of our father, Walker." "Walker?" Sutter expressed his surprise. He had thought it was someone Margarita held dear, yet it turned out to be their angelic elder brother, Walker. Indeed, Margarita once again found herself on the list of those he admired. Walker, in his pursuit to create the strongest human in the universe, had delved into both good and evil, despite their father's warnings. However, he consistently disregarded the counsel, leading to increasingly dire experiments that even affected the entire universe under Walker's jurisdiction. The entire human population of the universe was impacted, resulting in Walker being removed from his position as a custodian by the Grand Priest, ultimately becoming a fallen angel. As the conversation drifted into familiar territory, Champa, while munching on sunflower seeds, approached Bardos and Sutter, sharing the concluding chapters of the tale. Subsequently, rumors circulated that Walker had been erased by the Omni King, while others claimed he had escaped under the Grand Priest's compassion. Upon hearing this, Sutter recalled some fan comics that emerged following the release of Dragon Ball Super. How tantalizingly intriguing. The angel Walker truly existed, and Margarita evidently cared deeply for this elder brother. Bardos, after a moment of contemplation, grasped her staff and addressed Sutter and Champa. "It's neither too large nor too small. I must seek out Margarita. She cannot harbor such dangerous thoughts." Watching Bardos depart, Sutter's gaze shifted to Champa, who continued to indulge in his sunflower seeds, giving off an inexplicable air of gluttony. "Champa, go run 10 laps. Champa, with a disdainful expression, retorted dramatically, "Just after eating? I would get a stomachache. Does a destroyer even worry about a stomachache?" Sutter teased, shaking his fist towards Champa. "Humph, I am a destroyer. Yet I still fear the heat." Champa mimicked Sutter, extending his hand in a fist. However, he did not dare to swing it. Instead, he licked the back of his hand with his tongue, feline-like. "You know just as well that this tongue is equally fragile." Champa's defiant demeanor only made Sutter's laughter grow more chilling. He feigned a punch aimed at Champa's eye, threatening, "I know. Then let us practice." "Never mind. Go fetch me some fruit. I'll eat once I finish my run," Champa replied before scampering away. Having exited the realm of destruction, Bardos flew toward Universe 11. Yet, midway through her flight, she abruptly altered her course, heading towards an unattainable destination, the Temple of the All-King. Within the temple, an expansive emptiness prevailed, save for a man suspended 30 centimeters above the ground. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at the figure of Bardos before him, a flicker of surprise crossing his countenance. "Is what you say true?" "Indeed, Father, I assure you." Bardos responded solemnly, nodding in affirmation. The figure before her was also an angel, albeit somewhat diminutive in stature when juxtaposed with her own presence. However, he was none other than the illustrious High Priest, the father of angels. With his slick white hair, similarly pale blue skin, and striking purple eyes and lips, a light blue halo floated behind his head. Furthermore, a large belt emblazoned with grand characters adorned his waist. Although his stature was modest, the formidable aura enveloping him rendered his presence anything but inconsequential. Despite the gentle smile that often graced his face, the gravity of the situation was palpable. "If what you say is indeed true, I shall certainly summon Margarita for a discussion." At this moment, the High Priest's brow furrowed, and the smile that frequently adorned his features faded somewhat. Undeterred by his demeanor, Bardos seized the opportunity to deliver yet another shocking revelation. "Father, aside from the matter concerning Margarita, there is yet another issue I wish to discuss with you. I desire to resign from my position as the overseer of destruction." Upon hearing this, the High Priest's brow knitted further in confusion. He fixed his gaze upon Bardos, sensing an air of bewilderment, and inquired, "Why?" Chapter 26. The plight of Champa, this daughter of his, consistently brought forth news that stirred the tranquil waters of his existence, which had remained undisturbed for countless millennia. Consider, how long has he held the position of Overseer of Destruction? How many destruction gods had he overseen? To simply wish to relinquish it without further ado? Father, I believe this role does not suit me, Vados declared, taking several steps closer to the high priest and gesturing towards the corners of her eyes. You see, it is precisely because I have served as overseer for so long that I have aged. Look at these fine lines at the corners of my eyes, and the furrows on my forehead. Serving Lord Champa has been exceedingly exhausting. This fat cat is merely a source of annoyance. The high priest retreated a few steps. Staring at his whimsical daughter with an expression of exasperation, he sighed. However, Bardos, you. Before the high priest could offer any feeble excuses, Bardos interjected with a wistful sigh. Over these years, I have toiled tirelessly. Even if there is no merit, surely there is ample hardship. 3 lines of frustration appeared on the high priest's forehead as he muttered, Very well, as you wish. My daughter has grown and her thoughts have multiplied. And what of my successor as the Overseer of Destruction? Upon receiving the high priest's reluctant approval, Vados eagerly anticipated the freedom to frolic with Sutter, while finally discarding Champa as a burden. She could hardly contain her excitement as she posed the question, Shall we appoint Idis to take your position? With a composed expression, the Grand Priest waved his hand, and from a distance approached another male angel. Idis, oh splendid, how you've grown. It has been nearly 200 million years since we last met. Upon seeing the newcomer, Badass revealed a gentle smile. How delightful, liberation is near. It has been long. Sister Badass. Idis reciprocated with a faint smile. Now, I entrust the 6th universe to you. Badass, in high spirits, extended her hand towards Idis with a beaming smile. With this transfer, the rather troublesome Lord Champa will require your care henceforth. Although I may not have favored Champa as a disciple, he is nonetheless a product of my teachings. Almost 200 million years of companionship. Humph, that is quite enough. I can now let go. Observing the 2 shaking hands amidst their formal exchange, the Grand Priest calmly withdrew his right hand from behind him and gestured towards them. Let the handover commence. Though brief, the words prompted both Badass and Idis to adopt serious expressions, standing in solemn opposition. In the next moment, a dazzling silver light erupted from them. Simultaneously, a virtual image of the 6th universe manifested behind Badass, enveloping the Grand Minister's temple in a vast cosmic panorama. It begins, Idis, Badass declared, raising her hands high and pushing the cosmic illusion towards Idis. Understood, Badass. Idis replied, his expression grave, spreading his arms wide to embrace the cosmic projection. Beneath the radiant light, the universe and time appeared to intertwine. Badass's cosmic imagery transitioned entirely to Idis. Thus, the exchange concluded. Clad in a white robe, Idis now donned the attire of the 6th universe's angel. In his hand, he grasped a scepter capable of surveying the cosmic realm at any moment. Oh, this attire suits you remarkably well, Idis. Badass's smile was radiant and bright. Her angelic garments had vanished, replaced by a dress resembling a white gown. Even her once high ponytail now cascaded over her shoulders, adding a feminine charm to the former sacred being. How refreshing it is to shed the role of Lord Champa's attendant, Badass remarked, gathering her long hair once more. The high ponytail re-emerged as she extended her hand towards Idis, inviting him. Come, let us venture to the 6th universe. I also wish to bid farewell to Lord Champa. By the way, Badass, now that you have relinquished the role of the God of Destruction Overseer, do you have other matters to attend to? The Grand Priest inquired, noticing Badass's uplifted spirits, especially with her crescent moon smile. It appears the Kaishin of time is somewhat overwhelmed. Before the Grand Priest could finish his thought, Badass had already hastily taken hold of Idis, pulling him out of the Grand Minister's temple. That fellow, the Grand Priest, witnessing their swift disappearance, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth in disbelief. Oh well, I might as well contact Margarita. He sighed softly, raising his hand to conjure a mirror before him. All of them were a source of endless worry. Universe 6, the realm of destruction. You Champa, panting heavily after running a few laps, suddenly felt a foreboding sense as he saw the arrival of Beerus and another angel. Why? Beerus had changed his attire after stepping out. Moreover, the garments of the Overseer now adorned the other angel. The more Champa gazed, the wider his eyes grew in horror. Unable to believe the scene before him, trembling as he pointed a shaky finger at Beerus. Hey, Beerus, why have you changed your outfit? Surt, casually chewing on a piece of candy, approached with curiosity. He was merely inquisitive, harboring no ulterior thoughts. Because I no longer wish to be the overseer of destruction, Beerus replied with a cheerful demeanor, introducing the angel standing beside her. This is Idus, the newly appointed overseer of destruction for Universe 6. Oh no, Beerus. You only stepped out for a moment, right? Champa shook his head frantically. He refused to accept that his mentor had been replaced. Indeed. I made a quick visit to the Xeno's palace to speak with my father and expressed my desire to resign. Observing Beerus' beaming face, Surt placed the candy on a nearby table, took a drag from his cigarette, and inquired, is it really possible to simply resign from being the overseer of destruction? Such audacity. Why? Champa roared in anger, nearly reaching a point of frenzy. It was one thing to be constantly criticized, but now he felt abandoned? Abandoned, indeed. Why would you forsake me? Beerus, you cannot do this. Champa, feeling utterly aggrieved, rushed to Beerus's side, yearning to cling to her leg, tears glistening in his eyes. In a swift motion, Beerus evaded him, playfully pushing Idus towards Champa and laughing. Don't be like that, dear Champa. We shall visit you often. Releasing Idus's leg, Champa clenched his jaw in indignation, glaring at Beerus as he pressed for answers. Why? Why would you abandon me? Chapter 27. Confession and the Pursuit of Justice. I have not forsaken you, dear Champa. I merely grew weary of my duties as the overseer of destruction. I yearn for rest and relaxation. In response to this explanation, Champa remained skeptical, vehemently retorting, we have spent over 2 billion years together. How could you suddenly feel tired? Not before, not after, but now? Excuses, you deceitful wretch. Over 2 billion years of companionship. To abandon me just like that. Have I truly become so loathsome to you? Champa felt a deep sense of injustice, wishing to wail in despair. Well then, I entrust the rest to you, Idus. Beerus concluded without further ado, shifting her gaze to Idus. Rest assured, sister, I will take good care of and guide dear Champa. Idus replied with a smile, nodding affirmatively. Surt, let us take our leave. Beerus winked at Surt, a smile gracing her lips. Sut, who had been somewhat bewildered throughout the experience, asked, where are we going? To commence our life of freedom, of course. Are you not my chef? Bardos teased, playfully sticking out her tongue. As my boyfriend, you must be wherever I am. Oh, all right. Sut nodded and allowed Bardos to lead him away from the devastated area. Observing the departing couple, Champa felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Frozen in place, his teacher's attendant, Bardos, had departed, taking with her the cook skilled in culinary delights. It seemed they truly regarded him as a burden, discarding him without a second thought. With tears brimming in his eyes, Champa shouted at the heavens, you bastards. You really see me as nothing but a burden, don't you? This unspoken enmity would not be forgotten. My lord Champa, how about I prepare some food for you? My culinary skills are quite decent. Seeing Champa in a state of despair, Idus kindly suggested. Fine. I want claypot rice, 100 bowls of it. Claypot rice? What is that? In the vast universe, Sut gazed at Bardos, who was linking her arm with his, her face radiating satisfaction, and voiced his confusion. Bardos, is it truly because you do not wish to be a regulator that you relinquished your position? No. Bardos gently shook her head, gazing intently into Sut's eyes. Her words earnest. It is because of you, because I like you. I want to be with you. Faced with this unexpected confession, Sut felt as though he were dreaming. The person he admired had suddenly declared her feelings for him. This is my complete freedom. I wish to embark on this journey with you. Bardos exclaimed, shyly throwing herself into Sut's embrace, softly inquiring, do you like me? Of course I do. Sut replied, wrapping his arms around Bardos and bestowing upon her a fervent kiss. I've liked you for a long, long time, ever since the first moment I laid eyes on you. Within the resplendent galaxy, amidst the shifting light, lay the sweetness of their mutual confession. At that moment, Margarita received an urgent communication from the High Priest and arrived at the All-King's Temple. Due to Bardos' little report, she received a verbal warning from the High Priest. Consequently, Margarita learned of Bardos' resignation. Initially, she had intended to reveal Bardos' affection for a human. However, upon reflection, she realized that if the High Priest were to discover Sut's existence now, her plan to create the strongest being in the universe would be thwarted. Frustrated, Margarita could only leave the All-King's Temple with a heavy heart. Upon returning to the destructive realm of Universe 11, she wielded her staff adorned with a magic stone, probing every corner of the universe. Yet, the magnitude of this task was overwhelming. Furthermore, due to the High Priestess warning, she could not conduct her search openly. The result was that Margarita found it exceedingly difficult to locate Bardos and Sutter. Damn, these two truly know how to hide. Champa exclaimed in frustration after dining on the meal prepared by Vados. He immediately hired Hit at a substantial fee. Indeed, at the subsequent Universe martial arts tournaments, the Sixth Universe's contender, Hit, made his appearance. Clad in a regal purple robe, with his hands perpetually tucked in his pockets, Hit emanated an air of aloofness. Observing Hit's unyielding demeanor, Champa gestured for Vados to project the image of Sutter for Hit to see. All right, I shall take on this task. Hit nodded, and with an expression devoid of emotion, he began to gather the mountain-like treasures, ready to depart. Wait, I do not wish for you to eliminate him. Champa interjected hastily. Aware of Hit's lethal reputation, without clarification, Hit might indeed set out to kill Sutter. Champa sought a person, not a murder. Moreover, with Vados constantly by Sutter's side, could Hit truly succeed in such an endeavor? Even if he did, would he not face retribution from Vados? He merely desired a delicacy. The absence of Vados meant nothing. Had a different angel not been assigned to him? Furthermore, this individual possessed a temperament far superior to Vados. Why endure the unpredictable and capricious nature of Vados when one could lead a leisurely existence? Isn't it true? I am an assassin. Yet you seek me not for the purpose of killing? Hit narrowed his eyes, casting a disdainful glance at the conflicted Champa, poised to discard the mountain of jewels. Was this god of destruction lacking in intellect? Did he not comprehend the essence of professionalism? Double the value of these items. Champa pondered briefly, weighing the pros and cons. Before revealing two fingers, wealth could not be consumed like a delicacy. If it was given, it was given. No regrets. While locating someone was simple, it involved the cumbersome task of tracking, thus warranting a different price. Yet Hit remained unmoved, signaling 3 fingers, beginning to raise his price. Very well. Remember to keep this discreet. Champa gritted his teeth, acquiescing to Hit's exorbitant demands. His insistence stemmed mainly from a fear of embarrassment. The inhabitants of the Sixth Universe were not oblivious. As a god of destruction, should he hear whispers, he could simply obliterate the source. Problem solved. However, the fact of being cast aside by Vados could not be so brazenly disclosed. What if it came to the attention of Beerus from the Seventh Universe? Where would the esteemed Champa place his dignity? Understood. Hit remained impassive, bearing away a fortune thrice the previous amount. True to his title as the foremost assassin of the Sixth Universe, Hit adeptly utilized his unique skills to swiftly track down Sutter. This fellow was seen jovially conversing with Vados, traversing from one planet to another within the Sixth Universe. Laughter and merriment filled the air, creating a scene of bliss. Such moments were relayed to Champa by Hit. Yet each time Champa, led by Vados, arrived at this planet, Vados and Sutter had already moved on to the next. Chapter 28, Newlyweds, Frieza's Resurrection. Damn you, Vados. Are you doing this on purpose? After enduring several similar instances, Champa clenched his fists in fury and shouted at Vados. No. Dear Champa, please do not jest. I have been dutifully following your commands. Estar replied with a smile, though the mirth in her eyes did not reach their depths. Previously, Bardos had indeed instructed her that whenever Champa sought her out, she should feign obedience while discreetly taking small actions. After all, she was his sister. It was only natural to assist family over outsiders. Your procrastination has hindered my mission. Should you wish for their whereabouts again, it will cost you extra. Watching Hit extend his hand for payment, Champa nearly ground his molars in frustration. Forget it. I am returning. Vados, I am leaving. Observing the irate Champa storm away, Hit shoved his hands into his pockets and gazed forlornly at the sky. That fellow, Sutter, seems quite formidable. Why is no one offering a bounty for his demise? After this brief interlude, more than half a year elapsed. Sutter, too, had gathered an array of fresh and exotic ingredients from Universe 6. As he became aware of the passage of time, he realized he had unknowingly arrived at the day of the birth of Sun Wukon's granddaughter, Xiaofang. This news, of course, was relayed by Bulma, who called specifically to inform him. Subsequently, Sutter and Bardos visited Earth in Universe 7 to present birthday gifts to Gohan and Vidal's daughter. Seizing the opportunity, Sutter whimsically requested Bulma to organize a wedding ceremony for him. This celebration was, without a doubt, intended for Bardos. May you find happiness. Congratulations. May you bear children soon. Amidst the chorus of well wishes, Sutter and Bardos embarked on their first official wedding night, enveloped in a romantic atmosphere until dawn. Naturally, Sutter did not extend invitations to Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Whis, or Beerus, all residing in the divine realm. Should these four attend, the wedding would undoubtedly descend into chaos. Even Champa from Universe 6 was conveniently forgotten by the harmonious couple. On the following morning, as Sutter observed Bardos, who lay beside him with disheveled hair and a leg carelessly draped over the blanket, he chuckled and gently tucked her in. Bardos, you ought to be cautious of catching a chill. It's getting a bit warm. She mumbled in dissatisfaction upon hearing Sutter's voice, kicking the covers off once more. Sutter, helpless yet captivated by Bardos's figure clad in her nightwear, swallowed hard. Feeling Sutter's intense gaze, Bardos sat up and playfully tugged at his collar. Once again, they found themselves enveloped in a sweet, affectionate moment. Days passed in this manner, and just as Sutter planned to whisk Bardos away for a romantic honeymoon in Universe 7, Bulma called yet again. Hello, Sutter, are you still on Earth? We had a burglary. Listening to Bulma's anxious words, Sutter could only facepalm. A theft? Why not consult Krillin, the police? Why come to me? No, the individual in question is not merely a common thief. After a moment's pause, Bulma sent over the surveillance footage and continued. It appears to be Frieza's remaining minions. They have stolen the Dragon Balls I had previously gathered. Why are you collecting Dragon Balls anyway? Sutter scoffed at Bulma's meddling. Humph, you should refrain from questioning a woman's affairs. Bulma retorted, her annoyance evident. Sutter, feeling displeased, replied. If you already know who the thief is, why are you calling me? Hey, Sutter, the sky outside has suddenly darkened. It's quite a peculiar sight, Vados remarked, leaning against the window. Oh no, it must be as I feared. Frieza's minions have taken the Dragon Balls and wished for his resurrection. Bulma's voice grew increasingly frantic as she clutched her phone, exclaiming, what are we going to do? If Frieza is revived, we're doomed. Why not contact Whis and have Goku and Vegeta come back? Sutter suggested nonchalantly, walking towards the window. In the middle of the day, the sky was indeed completely darkened. It was clear that Frieza's minions had used the Dragon Balls. Frieza has been resurrected? The Golden Frieza? Hey, are you even listening to me? Bulma's voice once again rang out from the other end of the line. She sounded utterly distraught, shouting, I can't get in touch with them. I've been trying for half an hour. Calm down. Frieza isn't exactly clever, Sutter said as he sat beside Bardos, offering a dismissive explanation. With his current combat power, even if he were to be revived, he would still be utterly pathetic. Anyone from Earth, like Bu, Gohan, or Piccolo, could easily defeat Frieza. Really? Bulma on the other end sounded skeptical. Believe it or not, you can keep trying to reach Goku and the others. I'm hanging up now, Sutter declared as he ended the call, turning to Bardos with a smile. So, where would you like to go for fun? Anywhere is fine. Bardos nestled against Sutter's shoulder and tilted her head, asking, aren't you concerned about Bulma and the others? Not at all, Sutter assured her confidently. According to the storyline of Dragon Ball Super, Frieza would retreat to his own territory to train for 4 months before returning to Earth for vengeance. I'm quite indifferent. As I'm not very familiar with Universe 7, Bardos changed the subject, asking, by the way, Sutter, is there a particular planet you wish to visit? Sutter pondered briefly before responding. Actually, yes, I would like to visit Namek. The dragon of Namek, Porunga, can grant 3 wishes. Perhaps a Kaioken, a spirit bomb. And what else? To survive in space? Ever since I wished for Bu's physique from the Super Dragon, I've been able to survive in the cosmos. How about a Senzu? But that seems rather pointless, Bardos replied, considering her own healing abilities, which included the power to revive the dead. What would we even need Senzu for? To eat? Uft. Isn't the food you make more delightful? Forget it, if nothing else. We'll just waste them. At that moment, as Bulma fumed over Sutter hanging up on her, the sky began to brighten once more. The bystanders of Frieza's army, Sorb and Tagoma, have returned to their spaceship, bearing the fragmented remains of Frieza. Just as the plot unfolds, when Frieza intends to annihilate Earth, Tagoma intervenes momentarily. This bystander meets his demise. Frieza, filled with rage, embarks on a rigorous 4-month training regimen. Cursed Goku and Vegeta, you shall await my vengeance. Chapter 29, Goku. You lack martial virtue in the blink of an eye, for months have passed. In Universe 7, At the Divine Realm, Surt and Bardos have arrived. "Oh, what brings you here?" queried Beerus, who was observing Goku and Vegeta sparring. Upon seeing the two, he curiously inquired, "Where's Champa? Why isn't he with you?" "Sister, you look stunning in that white dress," Bardos said, leaving Whis momentarily speechless. "I have stepped down. It is now my time for leisure," Bardos replied with a smile, radiating happiness. "Are you two not, perhaps, in a romantic relationship?" Whis, astute in certain matters, quickly picked up on the subtle hints. "Indeed. Do you not intend to bless us?" Bardos openly acknowledged. "Hey, sister, what about our father?" Upon hearing this, Whis quickly pulled her aside to interrogate her. Beerus' ears perked up, and a grin spread across his face as he burst into hearty laughter. "Stepped down? So that means Champa has been abandoned by Bardos. Ha ha ha. I must find an opportunity to mock him." Listening to the boisterous laughter, Goku, who was sparring with Vegeta, became distracted and soon landed on the grass. "Hey, congratulations." He beamed, hands on his hips, inviting Surt. "How about a spar with us?" "Humph." Vegeta huffed disdainfully, also descending. "Sure." Surt clenched his fists, which had not struck for a while, and leaped into the air alongside Goku. "It feels like you've grown significantly stronger since we last met," Goku exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, as he charged towards Surt with a determined shout. Observing the two engaging in their brawl, Vegeta scoffed, "TCH. This Saiyan is merely a cook in my household. How has he suddenly become so formidable?" He recalled the previous birthday celebration for Bulma, which left him feeling quite vexed. A mere cook had overshadowed him entirely. Suddenly, a resounding crash interrupted Vegeta's thoughts as he turned to see Goku being sent flying by Surt's punch. Struggling to maintain his balance, with a thunderous impact, Goku plummeted to the ground, causing the surrounding forest to be utterly devastated. Trees lay toppled, and the earth was riddled with fissures. Amidst the billowing smoke, Goku rubbed the back of his head as he sat up from the crater. Wincing in pain, he exclaimed, "Ouch! Surt, your strength is truly formidable." "Just average," Surt replied nonchalantly. Suspended in midair, Sutter addressed Sun Wukong, who was in the pit. After all, his combat prowess surpassed that of Sun Wukong, and even without transforming, he could easily overpower this protagonist. "Do you wish to continue fighting, or will you transform?" Hearing Sutter's words, Sun Wukong leaped into the air once more, grinning as he declared, "Let us fight again. This time I'll transform." With that, Sun Wukong ascended to the realm of Super Saiyan God. He disregarded the principles of martial ethics and unleashed a punch towards Sutter. Bang! The strike caught Sutter off guard, sending him hurtling towards the ground. "Damn you!" Sutter exclaimed as he felt himself nearing the earth, quickly extending his hands to brace for impact, attempting to dissipate the momentum. However, Sun Wukong's punch in the Super Saiyan God form was not so easily mitigated. Rustling sounds echoed as Sutter's hands slid across the grass, stripping it bare along the way. A deep trench formed beneath him, revealing the brown soil underneath. "How ruthless of you, Sun Wukong. You show no regard for martial ethics," Sutter grumbled, before ascending into the Super Saiyan Blue form, launching himself into the air with a sweeping kick aimed at Sun Wukong. To Sutter's astonishment, he had achieved the form of Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. Upon witnessing Sutter's transformation, Vegeta's jaw nearly dislocated in shock. "When did you attain this level, Sutter?" Sun Wukong asked excitedly, having also transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. "If you both can do it, how could I not?" Sutter smirked as he exchanged blows with Sun Wukong. Bang! Their fists collided, and a gust of wind swept through the ethereal realm. "His strength exceeds mine," Sun Wukong exclaimed as he was pushed back several meters, shaking his numbed hand and muttering, "Humph, keep going," Sutter urged, pressing the advantage with an overwhelming aura as he swiftly approached Sun Wukong. Bang! 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 Now it was Sun Wukong's turn to be caught off guard. He crossed his arms defensively in front of him, hoping to withstand Sutter's relentless assault. However, after only a few exchanges, Sutter broke through his defenses, landing a punch on Sun Wukong's cheek. Bang! Following closely, a second punch struck Sun Wukong's eye socket. Ouch! Even the seasoned fighter Sun Wukong could not suppress a cry of pain. It was a pitiful sight indeed. Observing Sun Wukong being thoroughly overwhelmed in midair, Beerus rested his hands behind his head, leisurely praising, "What a splendid mood I'm in. How delightful it is to see that fool in distress." Seeing Sun Wukong's battered state, Vegeta discreetly spat on the ground. "This chef of mine has quite the talent." Finally, Sutter, wishing to spar with Sun Wukong, sent him flying with a kick that crashed him into a nearby mountain. "Hey, Vegeta, would you like to join in for a little practice?" Sutter called out, glancing at the disheveled Sun Wukong as he emerged, grimacing in pain. "Not a chance," Vegeta retorted. Vegeta let out a haughty snort, averting his gaze and refusing to meet Surt's eyes. After all, if he couldn't even surpass Kakarot, why would he willingly seek out humiliation at Surt's hands? Kakarot was gravely ill, but he himself was not. And what about Beerus? Surt's attention shifted to Beerus. The recent commotion hardly qualified as a warm-up, yet it had certainly ignited his desire for battle. "Oh, do you wish to fight me?" Beerus tossed aside the blade of grass he had been chewing, placing his hands on his hips and tilting his head back. "Are you eager to be defeated by me? My previous display of power was merely a warm-up." Suspended in midair, Surt nonchalantly replied, "I am well aware that my current strength far exceeds that of my past." Ever since his battle with Toppo, his divine combat prowess had solidified at a remarkable level. However, after genuinely marrying Vados, Surt had also begun to entertain a clear second objective. Chapter 30. Frieza leads his army in an assault. While angels may have their charm, in times of trouble, one must still rely on one's angelic spouse for protection. What of a man's dignity? Thus, whenever he found the opportunity, he would have Vados create a time-dilating mirrored space. He frequently ventured into it to engage in combat with a mirrored version of himself. The relentless battles, each a fight to the death, caused Surt's divine combat strength to soar like a rocket. Now, his prowess had reached an impressive level, surpassing 14, although still a bit short of the angels. Thoroughly thrashing Beerus was certainly within his capabilities. Previously, any semblance of a stalemate between him and Beerus during the Super Saiyan God form would need to be re-evaluated. As Beerus, unaware and thinking Surt had stagnated, took to the skies, he exclaimed, "All right, let me see just how much stronger you've become. But let us make one thing clear. After our fight, you must prepare a feast for me, otherwise." Beerus, more cunning than Champa, had put forth an exceedingly demanding request. "Fine, it's just a meal," Surt readily agreed, propelling himself towards Beerus. At that moment, in a secluded corner, Vados and Whis concluded their little secret. Vados placed a finger on her lips and solemnly instructed Whis, whose face bore a frown of discontent. "In any case, this is my own decision, so let us keep it under wraps for now." "Very well," Whis replied, his lips pursed and brow furrowed. Ultimately, he acquiesced. As the two made their way toward the riverbank, the magical gem atop Whis' staff began to flicker. Inside the gem, Bulma was holding a massive strawberry sundae, calling out incessantly, "Whis, Whis, can you hear me? Please, hurry and receive my message. Goku, Vegeta, if you don't return soon, Earth will be lost. Consider your wives and children. Frieza has arrived. It is the end." As Whis connected the communication through the magic stone, an overwhelming torrent of information erupted. "Is that Bulma?" Upon hearing the voice, Vegeta turned to Whis, who had momentarily halted, and inquired, "What is the matter? Why is Bulma so anxious?" Observing this scene, Sut abruptly halted midair and scoffed. "Bulma is here to ruin my enjoyment." Previously, when he had traveled to Namek with Bardock, Sut had found Bulma bothersome and had discarded her phone. Otherwise, these past few months would not have been so tranquil. "It's connected," Bulma exclaimed joyfully, delivering explosive news to those present. "Frieza has come to Earth and is already engaged in battle with Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin." "What?" Just as Goku had begun to ease his pain, he exclaimed in shock, "Gohan and the others. Are they all right?" TCH. Beerus was aware that this battle with Sut could either not commence or must be postponed. Deprived of a sumptuous meal, he reluctantly landed on the ground with his hands on his hips. Out of the corner of his eye, Beerus noticed the delectable strawberry parfait Bulma was holding and asked a seemingly trivial question. "Bulma, what is that in your hand? It looks quite appetizing." In this life-threatening situation, Bulma offered no further explanation, instead urging them on. "In any case, you all must hurry. Gohan and the others won't last much longer. Piccolo has conveyed that Frieza feels incredibly powerful. Kakarot, let us return swiftly," Vegeta declared, hastening to Goku's side and placing a hand on his shoulder. "Very well." Goku nodded and immediately utilized instant transmission. As the two departed, Sut turned to Beerus and inquired, "Shall we continue our battle?" Indeed. After a moment of thought, Beerus devised a perfect solution. "I shall make a quick trip to Earth to sample what Bulma has in her possession. Then, upon my return, we shall resume our fight." and afterward indulge in a feast together. Your plans are rather idyllic. Sut found this arrangement quite exasperating. Nevertheless, driven by an unwavering desire to engage Beerus once more, he ultimately consented. Besides, he had yet to witness the much-lauded Golden Frieza, so it would be entertaining to observe the spectacle. On Earth, Frieza's army had long since assembled. The fierce battle had already commenced. From the 78th Nebula, the elite galactic patrolman, Gak, along with Bulma, took refuge behind a rocky outcrop, closely monitoring the conflict. The enemy, the cosmic tyrant Frieza, had yet to make a move, while the warriors of Earth, who merely served as background characters in the Dragon Ball Super narrative, were embroiled in a fierce struggle against hundreds of Frieza's soldiers. In a brief span, the expendable soldiers had been nearly vanquished. Notably, Frieza, dissatisfied with the lackluster strength of his troops, resolved to take the battlefield himself. In a moment of peril, Gohan, in his Super Saiyan form, nearly met his demise. Fortunately, Piccolo, armed with a wealth of medical knowledge, promptly administered chest compressions, successfully reviving him. It was at this critical juncture that Gohan managed to consume a Senzu, restoring him to full health. Just then, Goku, accompanied by Vegeta, arrived post-haste from Beerus' domain. They instantaneously appeared beside Piccolo. Before the two could fully comprehend the situation, Surt, along with Bardos, teleported in as well. To their surprise, Surt inadvertently crushed a blue-skinned, unattractive alien that had been hiding below. The demise of this insignificant soldier from Frieza's army elicited no concern from Surt and Bardos. Upon encountering Goku, Frieza could hardly contain his rage, unleashing a torrent of curses. "You wretched scoundrel! You've made my life miserable. Every day, I was suspended in the heavens, subjected to the sight of plush bears and rabbits playing tedious music." Frieza lamented to Goku, expressing the torment he endured in the afterlife. He vehemently declared that the unbearable existence of Goku led him to undertake his first rigorous training. "Prepare to die?" Frieza roared, his fists clenched in fury as he launched his vengeful assault on Goku. Surt accepted the sunflower seeds offered by Bardos, and together they became mere spectators of the unfolding drama. The battle was underwhelming, leaving Surt and Bardos with expressions of disinterest. In the initial stages, both Frieza and Goku engaged in combat mid-air, exchanging strikes at a speed that eluded the eyes of the onlookers. They then chased each other over the ocean's surface. Eventually, Vegeta, unable to bear witness to the lackluster performance, intervened, sending Goku soaring with a kick to interrupt the duel. "Kakarot, you imbecile. What are you dawdling for?" Vegeta said, arms crossed and voice cold. "If you continue to falter, I shall take your place against Frieza." Goku, feeling despondent, was about to concede when Frieza interrupted him. "No need for you. My target for vengeance is Goku." Seeing Vegeta retreat obediently, Frieza mistakenly believed his past authority still held sway. In truth, Vegeta's intention was simply to compel Kakarot to take the fight seriously, as his procrastination ignited Vegeta's ire. Subsequently, Goku and Frieza resumed their battle, this time with heightened intensity. The atmosphere took on an unusual tone as both combatants began introducing themselves following their transformations. Goku, harnessing divine power, ascended into the Super Saiyan Blue state, proclaiming, "This is the Super Saiyan, God's Super Saiyan. I shall refer to it as Super Saiyan Blue, or simply Blue. Ha. Allow me to introduce myself. At this moment, I am adorned in resplendent gold, known as Golden Frieza." Observing the somewhat sinister smile of Golden Frieza, Sun Wukong felt an increasing thrill. "Sut, do you not sense that this is hardly a battle?" Bardos remarked while spitting out sunflower seed shells. "Indeed, it is rather peculiar. There is an inexplicable camaraderie tinged with a hint of reluctance." Sut replied, just in time to hear Sun Wukong invite Vegeta to join the fray. "Humph. What do you mean by having me step in for your own opponent?" Without a doubt, Vegeta would decline. As both sides clashed once more, they finally approached the encounter with more seriousness. The initial exchanges were quite impressive. One in gold, the other in blue. Two streams of light danced across land, sea, and sky. However, as the battle progressed, Frieza and Sun Wukong began to indulge in mutual boasting. "Your talent is truly terrifying. After years of cultivation, I have only achieved this level," Frieza exclaimed, relishing Sun Wukong's astonishment and praise, responding with a proud yet humble demeanor. "Of course, I am the Emperor of the Universe." No sooner had he spoken than a deadly beam shot from his fingertips. After Sun Wukong deftly evaded it, The beam struck a nearby mountain, causing a thunderous collapse. Rocks tumbling and dust billowing. Beerus, safeguarding his immense strawberry sundae, expressed his displeasure. What on earth are you two doing? Can't you see I'm trying to enjoy my food? This dust is everywhere. How am I supposed to eat? Lord Beerus, may I have another scoop? Whis asked nonchalantly, extending his spoon. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Frieza nearly succumbed to shock. Lord Beerus, how did you end up here? Bardos, feeling bored, discarded the sunflower seeds and playfully addressed Sut. Stop looking. I also want to taste that sundae you and Whis are enjoying. Will you make it for me? All right. Sut replied, tossing aside his seeds and wrapping his arms around Bardos's waist. This tumult here on Earth is untenable. Let us return to Lord Beerus's realm. Good. Without a second thought, the two departed, paying no heed to the ongoing battle between Frieza and Sun Wukong. In the realm of the gods, Sut swiftly prepared a larger bowl of sundae and handed it to Bardos, before habitually lighting a cigarette and smoking carelessly. Are you concerned about the outcome of Sun Wukong and Frieza's battle? Not at all. Sut shrugged, feigning indifference. Without a doubt, that guy's Sun Wukong will win. Even if something unexpected occurs, Whis is here to cover for him, is he not? Oh, Bardos nodded, cradling the sundae and biting her spoon, waving her free hand towards the sky. Then I shall watch, treating it as a diversion while I eat. You, Sut chuckled, ruffling Bardos's hair. What she termed as a mere diversion was, in truth, a reflection of her underlying anticipation for the outcome of the battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza. This angelic maiden certainly seems to be growing increasingly fond of him. It seems that acquiring another angel may soon be within reach. So, which one is better? The troublemaking Margarita or the lowly-like Cucks? In the aerial scene, the golden Frieza indeed exhibits immense power. However, his stamina is lacking, his endurance insufficient. Ultimately, he meets his defeat at the hands of Sun Wukong's Kamehameha. The victorious Sun Wukong has now approached Beerus. Witnessing this moment, Sut is taken aback. The narrative had promised that after Sun Wukong's victory, he would let his guard down, only to be ambushed by Frieza's commander, Sorbet. What of the scene where Sun Wukong's heart is pierced? It dawns on Sut that the grotesque blue-skinned alien he had teleported with Bardos earlier must indeed be Sorbet. Goodness. Inadvertently triggering an excessive butterfly effect. You should leave. Do not return to Earth again. Sun Wukong remains unchanged, refraining from killing, yet continually striking at the hearts of men. If you were to diligently train for a while longer, your golden form would reach perfection. Curse you, you wretched fiend. Just as Frieza attempts to revert to the original plot and destroy the Earth, Vegeta seems to have guessed his intentions, entering the Super Saiyan Blue state. Glaring menacingly at Frieza. Just wait for me, you damn Saiyans. After throwing down a harsh remark, Frieza cast a meaningful glance at Beerus and Whis before gritting his teeth and departing. If what Sun Wukong said is true, then with further training, could he not challenge Beerus himself? The position of God of Destruction is certainly not beyond reach compared to the Emperor of the Universe. With such thoughts, Frieza embarks on a path entirely divergent from the narrative. A grand army approaches, yet Frieza departs alone, solitary and forlorn. Sut can only lament the missed opportunity to witness Whis utilizing his time-reversing abilities. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that Sun Wukong has not received the lesson he truly deserves. Dog Wukong, in Dragon Ball Super, has become exceedingly arrogant and quite infuriating. Strangely, I find myself feeling a twinge of pity for this fellow. As the scene fades, Bardos cheerfully addresses Sut, saying, if he truly destroyed the Earth, wouldn't you find him even more pitiable? Is that so? Hearing Bardos's confusion, Sut recounts the original plot he had witnessed to her. Chapter 32, 5 minutes, eliminate you. In that case, Frieza is indeed rather unfortunate. Revived only recently, he meets his demise again, only to end up in heaven, watching dolls sing and dance. Bardos expresses her surprise momentarily, then curiously shifts the topic, asking, so, what exactly are these dolls? I'll just buy one for you. Sut, unwilling to engage in lengthy explanations, instantly teleports to Earth, purchasing an enormous teddy bear. Upon returning to the realm of gods, he finds Beerus and Whis have already returned alongside Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Oh, how did you return so quickly? Sut inquires as he hands the bear to Bardos. Is this what you mean by a doll? Bardos's eyes gleamed with delight as she embraced the fluffy bear cub. Oh, how soft it is, how wonderful. She continuously rubbed her cheek against the cub's fur, reveling in the delightful tactile sensation. Witnessing this, Sutter felt a twinge of jealousy. Very well, he resolved. By nightfall, he would transform into Super 4, allowing Bardos to cuddle to her heart's content. Why not return? There are no other delicacies prepared for us over there. Beerus remarked, bored. So, shall we spar first, or would you prefer to cook? Beerus's words jolted Sutter from his reverie. He shrugged nonchalantly. Whatever you wish, let us spar first. Food tastes better after some exercise. Beerus smirked mockingly at Sutter. I can finish you in no more than 5 minutes. Such audacious words made Sutter raise an eyebrow. Are you certain? If you speak too boldly, you might find yourself regretting it. As they exchanged banter, both ascended into the air. Who do you think will win? Sun Wukong inquired with interest, glancing at the two combatants suspended in the sky. Vegeta crossed his arms and snorted arrogantly. What foolish question is that? Obviously, Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Sutter is merely a chef. Not necessarily. I believe Sutter is significantly stronger than last time. Sun Wukong countered, holding a differing opinion. Ha ha ha. We shall see. Whis chuckled warmly, lifting the unfinished sundae that Bardos had left behind. Seeing this, Bardos furrowed her brow and protested. Hey, brother, that was mine. I know. This is a new spoon. Whis replied nonchalantly, indicating that Bardos's spoon was still inside. Besides, I don't mind that you used it. How can you disdain me? Humph. Bardos rolled her eyes and then turned her attention back to the sky, shouting, Sutter, give it your all. Encouraged by her words, Sutter let out a soft shout and transformed into Super Blue. A brilliant azure aura enveloped him, sending debris flying from the ground. Ah, not bad, Beerus remarked, surprised by the surge of energy, but it was merely a fleeting surprise. In the next moment, he prepared to catch Sutter's incoming punch with one hand. Bang! To his astonishment, Sutter's fist, infused with unwavering strength, sent him staggering backward. This initial setback struck a blow to Beerus's pride. He quickly steadied himself and unleashed a powerful roar. Ha! A formidable, earth-shattering energy erupted from beneath him, the dense purple aura igniting around his form. You have indeed grown stronger, but you remain no match for me. With a fierce growl, Beerus focused intently and charged at Sutter. Boom, boom, boom. As fists and feet collided, waves of energy erupted, causing ripples to spread throughout the surrounding space. Even the 4 spectators on the grass felt their clothes flapping in the wind. Indeed, what formidable strength! As he observed the close combat between Sutter and Beerus, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, utterly exhilarated, as if he were a participant in the fray himself. TSK, Vegeta, despite his prideful facade, could not conceal his astonishment. His widened eyes and relaxed arms betrayed the disbelief he tried to mask. How could this be possible? Just last time on Earth, Sutter had struggled against Beerus. Yet, how little time has passed, and this fellow is already matching Beerus blow for blow. What kind of genius is this chef? Sister, have you secretly imparted some secret techniques to him? As Sutter's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, Whis wore an expression of surprise. Not at all. Bardos shook her head slightly, smiling. It is Sutter's own potential, exceeding everyone's expectations. Damn it, take this claw. Beerus, growing impatient after failing to subdue Sutter, unleashed his fury. His feline claw glimmered with sharp nails, infused with purple destructive energy, as it lunged towards Sutter's chest. In a flash, Sutter smiled and vanished before Beerus. In a brief moment, he reappeared, targeting Beerus's tail. Crack! As Sutter seized the tail, Beerus's body stiffened abruptly. The next instant, he was flung from left to right. How does that feel? Sutter exclaimed, swinging Beerus around by his tail as if he were tossing a garment. Brat! Beerus fumed, gathering immense destructive energy in his hands. Aimed directly at Sutter from such close range. Heh, perhaps I've never mentioned this, but not only am I immune to this move, I've seen it so often I can replicate it. Sutter replied with a grin, quickly gathering purple energy in his other hand. Boom. The energies collided with a resounding explosion. Amidst the swirling smoke, Beerus seized the opportunity to escape Sutter's grasp, silently appearing behind him. You little rascal. Is that the destruction technique that Champa taught you? Sutter glanced over his shoulder and interrupted, denying, not at all. I've mastered it on my own. The system provided it. So it belongs to me. Self-taught, huh? That's amusing. Beerus scoffed, realizing that Sutter's destruction technique lacked purity. If this divine art could be learned merely by observation, what would become of our prestige as gods of destruction? Could we roam freely across our respective universes unchecked? Beerus, you ought to take this seriously. 5 minutes have already elapsed. Sutter turned around, grinning as he spoke. This remark struck Beerus like an invisible slap to the face. Chapter 33, Divine Technique. Ultimate control, damn it. His forehead veins bulged as he charged at Sutter. With a raised fist, he unleashed a flurry of fierce punches and kicks, delivering a relentless barrage of strikes. Bang! With a mocking smile, Sutter adeptly evaded Beerus's attacks, dodging when possible and bracing himself when necessary. The velocity of their movements escalated, resembling a streak of light slicing through the air. In a moment of urgency, Sutter seized an opening in Beerus's defense, delivering a powerful left hook that struck Beerus squarely on the cheek. With a look of utter astonishment, Beerus plummeted into the ground, creating a sizable crater in an instant. Gritting his teeth, Beerus struggled to rise from the pit, shaking off the dirt atop his head and baring his fangs at Sutter hovering above. "You insolent fool! You shall pay dearly for this." The fury radiating from Beerus was palpable, his eyes ablaze with an unquenchable murderous intent. As he raised his hand, the fabric of the divine realm began to tremble, the purple aura surrounding him swelling ominously. Even the surrounding trees were uprooted by the sheer force of his energy, floating helplessly in the air. So he is truly enraged now, and only now does he take this seriously? Sutter remained suspended in the air, his expression calm as he observed the searing energy coalescing in Beerus's palm. This destructive energy was something he could not withstand. While he would emerge unscathed, the experience would be far from pleasant. Should he reveal the ultimate technique to evade it? Host, the standard combat power of Beerus is rated at 10, but in his current berserk state, it can soar to a maximum of 30. The sudden alert from the system caused Sutter's lips to twitch. Why couldn't this incompetent system have warned him sooner? He had thought this battle would allow him to dominate Beerus effortlessly. The disparity between 14 and 30 seemed far more significant than a mere numerical difference. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from Beerus's palm, hurtling relentlessly towards Sutter. Witnessing this spectacle, Vegeta and Goku were completely engulfed in the awe-inspiring power unleashed. Even Whis set aside his staff, furrowing his brow as he gazed into the sky, anxiously exclaiming, "Lord Beerus, what has provoked such an inexplicable rage? Was it merely a matter of being outmatched? Was such fury truly warranted?" Vados, her face etched with concern, hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene. But what if her actions incited Sutter's displeasure? The destructive energy drew ever nearer, shaking the divine realm with increasing intensity, the space around them visibly warping. Just as the colossal energy was about to make contact with Sutter, he abruptly vanished from sight. Goku and Vegeta, lacking the requisite power, failed to perceive Sutter's disappearance. However, Bardos and Whis clearly witnessed the event unfold amidst their confusion. The destructive energy surged forth, crashing into a nearby planet, igniting a brilliant explosion. The massive celestial body was obliterated in the wake of the destructive force. Yet, the energy did not dissipate. Instead, it continued on, racing towards distant star systems. "Damn that insolent wretch! How dare he provoke my wrath?" With the tremendous energy release, Beerus breathed heavily, a hint of exhaustion creeping into his demeanor. Could it be that Sutter has truly perished? As he gradually regained his composure, he looked around, only to discover that Sutter's figure had completely vanished. No, it cannot be true. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. He quickly turned to observe the expressions of Whis and Beerus, noting their serious demeanor as they gazed skyward. "He is not dead, nor is he even injured." Suddenly, Goku's voice broke the silence as he too looked up. There, high in the sky, was a small white dot. "This is quite unexpected," Beerus remarked, his gaze still fixed above, a smile playing on his lips. Sutter truly embodies the saying, "The battlefield above, the kitchen below." Just moments ago, in a fit of rage, he had unleashed a move that should have been beyond Sutter's capabilities to evade, yet astonishingly, he managed to escape. "I am equally surprised." Sutter's voice echoed from above, revealing his transformed appearance. No longer enveloped in a deep blue aura, he was now surrounded by an ethereal silver wave. This sight astounded Beerus, whose silver eyes and shimmering hair led him to ponder. This is impossible. How could a mere mortal master such a divine technique? Gazing at Sutter, now radiating silver energy, Whis' astonishment matched that of Beerus. He turned to Bardos, his expression unusually serious. "Bardos, have you imparted the Ultra Instinct technique to a human?" Witnessing this scene, even if I deny it, I fear I would not believe myself. Bardos's face mirrored the shock of the moment. This reaction confirmed to Whis that Bardos had not deceived him. So, who could have taught Soot such an incredibly challenging technique? Surely, there cannot exist such a terrifying prodigy capable of self-learning. Ultra Instinct. What is that? Goku interjected with curiosity, yet both angels remained silent. Shall we continue? Soot casually inquired, glancing at his hands while mentally questioning the system. System, is this a sign of Ultra Instinct? It can be considered so, though you have not reached the maximum level. The system responded promptly. What is the maximum level? Upon hearing Soot's question, the system began to boast. The maximum level is simply the maximum. Level 15, the pinnacle. Did I not mention this before? Impossible. Surely I have not said that. Soot disregarded the system's incessant chatter and descended rapidly from the sky, halting before Beerus. Shall we continue? Beerus regarded Soot with a complex smile before bursting into a tirade, utterly unbefitting of a god of destruction. Fight! What nonsense! You have mastered Ultra Instinct. And yet you want to fight me? I have toiled for millions of years, barely scratching the surface of this divine technique. How long did you train with Bardos? Are you even human? You cannot be. Stop it. Go make me something to eat. As he shouted, Beerus realized that venting his frustration was of no avail. He swiftly descended to the ground and directed his ire towards Whis. Whis, you scoundrel. Do you think that our relationship is strained, and thus you neglect to teach me diligently? Chapter 34. The late arriving Sutter, have you hidden something? How else could Sutter master the Ultra Instinct so swiftly? Ah, Lord Beerus. Could it be possible that his talent surpasses yours? Before Whis could finish his thought, Beerus's anger flared even further. He vehemently refused to accept this notion. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can a great god of destruction like me have lesser talent than an ordinary human? As the two locked horns, Beerus's curiosity piqued when Bardock suddenly appeared before Sutter. How did you acquire the Ultra Instinct? That, I cannot disclose. Sutter wiped his nose and began to descend with Bardock. The system was his trump card, and it was best to keep it under wraps. He had no desire to lie. Very well. Seeing Sutter's reluctance to share, Bardock refrained from probing further. Then let us prepare some food. Sutter, what would you like to eat? Sutter brushed off non-existent dust from his attire and smiled at Bardock. Anything will do. The duel concluded inexplicably as Sutter showcased the Ultra Instinct. Those present, lacking any decorum, indulged in the food prepared by Sutter while engaging in trivial chatter. Sister, do you have any plans moving forward? As Bardock prepared to leave, Whis inquired subtly. Bardock turned back with a smile, signaling Whis not to worry excessively. When the time comes, everything will fall into place. There is no need for concern. Farewell. Goku waved enthusiastically, bidding farewell to the ascending Sutter and Bardock. Remember to visit often. Sutter, we must spar again next time. Observing Goku treating the sacred realm as his own, Beerus, with a toothpick in his mouth, yelled in anger. Are you treating this place like your home? With that, Beerus hurled another curse at the airborne Sutter and Bardock. Don't come back. We certainly don't need you here. Ah, Lord Beerus, speak kindly while you cradle your round belly. Whis gestured towards Beerus's ample form. You can't be serious while being so hypocritical. You're crying out for your mother while scolding her. Kakarot, it's time to resume training. Vegeta tossed aside the bone in his hand and called out to the lazily seated Goku before soaring into the air. If Sutter could become so powerful, then he could as well. They were both Saiyans. Nothing was impossible. He couldn't afford to lag behind any longer. Oh, Goku quickly rose, somewhat puzzled by Vegeta's sudden urgency. Was he trying to catch up to Sutter? But Vegeta, he couldn't even defeat him. The two had just exchanged a few moves in the air when the sacred realm welcomed them once more. The shimmering, multicolored light descended, revealing two figures within. Hey, Champa. The figure with hands on hips squinted and scanned the surroundings, his gaze landing on Whis. Have Beerus, Bardos, and Surt been here? Do you know where they are now? Ah, is that not Champa? At the sound of the voice, Beerus instantly reined in his expression and teased. Who stands beside you? A new overseer, perhaps? TSK. It is indeed my first encounter with a transfer of duties among the gods of destruction. The word struck Champa like a sharp arrow, causing his demeanor to shift dramatically. What business is it of yours? Every journey has a beginning. Do you think you will never encounter it? He huffed. Isn't it better to have a change than to be perpetually apart from Whis? Beerus dismissed the provocation entirely, fixating on Bardos's resignation, relentlessly confronting Champa. Enough with the banter. Whis stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Beerus. They have indeed visited, but they have just departed. If Lord Champa were to pursue them, he might catch up. Damn it, Idis, you purposely arrived late. Xiangpa's forehead was adorned with bulging veins upon hearing Whis' words. Oh dear Lord Champa, how can you speak of me in such a manner? Idis, reveling in theatrics, feigned distress, wiping away non-existent tears from the corner of his eyes. These past days, whatever you desired, I provided. Wherever you wished to go, I accompanied you. What more do you want from me? It is quite excessive, in your heart. You truly care for Bardos, do you not? You scarcely regard me, your newly appointed overseer. Xiangpa was momentarily taken aback by this sudden display of emotion. How about this? I shall speak to the Grand Priest and request Bardos return to her role as your overseer. Idis sighed deeply, seizing the initiative and turning the questioning back upon Champa. Xiangpa's mind faltered at this proposition. The thought was indeed enticing, yet a lingering sense of unease gnawed at him. Was the Grand Priestess' decision something he could whimsically demand? Surely not. That was not my intention. Champa clenched his fists, inwardly imagining a scenario where the Grand Priest's stern gaze rendered him speechless. Before muttering in frustration, I merely wished to find them to procure some food. Sustenance is of utmost importance. Bardos cannot leave, taking Surt along. What will happen to his delicacies? They may depart. But must we not occasionally maintain our bonds, and perhaps bring him some provisions? In his humility, he lowered his requests further. Tisk, truly useless. Beerus shook his head in disdain as he observed Xiangpa being led around by Idis. What did you say? You lanky fool. Xiangpa bristled at Beerus's words, turning his ire toward the twins and unleashing a flurry of retorts. You, however, are a rotund pig. What right do you have to criticize my slenderness? Beerus, undeterred, engaged in the exchange of insults with fervor, observing the incessant quarrel between the two deities of destruction. Vados and Edis exchanged glances. Subsequently, it was the more experienced Vados who stepped between the two felines to initiate mediation. Lord Champa, if you desire exquisite cuisine, there is no need to relentlessly pursue Sutter and Bardos. He naturally sided with Sutter, hoping for his sister's happiness. The 6th and 7th universes are mirror dimensions. On a planet in our universe known as Earth, there exists a plethora of delightful delicacies. Upon hearing this, Son Goku, engaged in battle with Vegeta, echoed in agreement. Indeed, Sutter also hails from the Earth of the 7th universe. Distracted, Goku received an unceremonious punch from Vegeta. Damn you, Kakarot, focus. Champa gazed vacantly at Vados before quickly redirecting his attention to Edis. Wait, I shall search immediately. Edis hurriedly examined the magical stone atop his staff. Chapter 35, The Destruction Fighting Tournament. Shall we attend? In less than 3 seconds, he pointed to a desolate planet above. My apologies, but this is a dead world. It seemed that the native inhabitants had caused disasters, leading to their extinction, and the planet itself had lost all vitality. Champa suddenly felt a sense of grievance. Why was he so unfortunate? The first to be forced to change overseers, abandoned by Bardos and Sutter. And now, even the planets within his jurisdiction that boasted delectable offerings were rendered lifeless. Beerus, hand over the earth from your universe. The more aggrieved he felt, the more unwilling he became, directing his intentions towards Beerus. Humph, if you cannot manage your own universe, what audacity do you have to demand my planets? Beerus stood firm. With just one earth to spare, what other delicacies could he enjoy? Amidst their quarrel, the narrative progressed as it was destined to. Let us duel. The selection tournament for the gods of destruction from the 6th and 7th universes shall commence. Humph, such a tedious game. Who would accompany you? Before Beerus could finish his statement, Son Goku, descending from the sky, wore an expression of sheer excitement. Please agree, Lord Beerus, I truly wish to participate. Vegeta, having lost his opponent, reluctantly floated down, crossing his arms in exasperation at Goku's enthusiasm. Damn it, what are you so happy about? Vegeta, do you not desire to battle the strong warriors from other universes? The other universes, Goku exclaimed, his fists clenched, trembling with excessive excitement. Why don't they simply fight each other directly? Ignoring Goku, Vegeta turned to Vados and inquired. Well, this has occurred before, due to a minor dispute over a birthday. Lord Beerus and Lord Champa ended up fighting. Vados explained calmly, a faint reminiscence gracing his expression. Their skirmish nearly obliterated the universe. Since then, all subsequent duels have revolved around food. Clearly, Champa's request this time was born from genuine frustration. Upon concluding the commentary, Beerus could no longer withstand Goku's incessant pleas and acquiesced to Campa's proposal. If a wager was to be made, it must be accompanied by a fitting prize. After much contemplation, Champa decided to stake the Super Dragon Ball radar that was left in the 6th universe's realm of destruction. Should I lose, I shall grant you a wish, he proclaimed. But if I emerge victorious, your Earth shall be mine. Had Surt and Bardos been present, they would have been inclined to deliver a sound thrashing to awaken Campa's faculties. Why resort to fighting when one could simply locate a planet with Dragon Balls and wish upon Shenron? They would have mused. Is the use of Super Dragon Balls truly necessary? Why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Furthermore, with the Super Dragon Ball radar at his disposal, wouldn't it be more prudent for Champa to gather the Super Dragon Balls directly? He could wish for Bardos and Surt to materialize, or even resurrect humanity on the Earth of the 6th universe, thus ushering in a civilization of culinary delights. Such convoluted schemes could only be conjured by the likes of Champa, the gluttonous cat. Regrettably, Bardos and Surt had already departed, leaving no one to ponder the nature of the wish-granting star. Isn't the wish star akin to the Dragon Balls? Vegeta pondered aloud. In our 7th universe, we certainly possess numerous wish-granting stars, such as the Dragon Balls of Earth and Namek. Those are mere trifles, fragments scraped from the surface of actual wish stars. Champa retorted, hands on his hips, displaying an air of misplaced pride. But I speak of a wish star the size of a planet. Vegeta scoffed, suddenly acutely aware of Campa's foolishness, and it became clear why Surt and Bardos had chosen to exclude him from their endeavors. This buffoon was irredeemably dim-witted. Following a series of subtle negotiations, a grand inter-universal tournament was set to unfold, decreed by the two gods of destruction. The rules would mirror those of the World Martial Arts Tournament. No killing of opponents was permitted. The venue was an unnamed planet, and the time was set for 10 o'clock on the morning of the 5th day hence. To avoid facing a dim-witted rival like Champa, Vegeta cleverly proposed an additional requirement, a written examination. Ultimately, Champa, satisfied, took Whis and began to collect Dragon Balls across the two universes. Meanwhile, Goku and his companions returned to Earth to select the participants for the upcoming tournament. The storyline remained largely unchanged, so there was no need for further elaboration. Elsewhere, Surt and Bardos, having exited the realm of the gods, made their way back to Earth. Bardos appeared utterly defenseless against plush toys, and she and Surt indulged in a considerable purchase. Bardos, if you adore fluffiness, why do you not fancy small animals? Surt inquired, gesturing toward a passerby walking a pet dog. They require sustenance and sanitation, and they can become rather odorous. Bardos, devoid of guile, replied while using her divine powers to animate the stuffed toys they had bought. Look, with this, I can have plush toys that will always move according to my whims. As the toys sprang to life, the surrounding onlookers erupted into frenzied screams. Surt, exasperated, took Bardos by the hand, teleporting them away. In the desolate regions of Earth, they found solace in a cozy abode of their own design. These edifices were conjured by Vados using celestial powers, exhibiting remarkable opulence, constructed in no more than 5 minutes. With 4 of those devoted to contemplating the architectural layout. With such an extensive acquisition, do you intend to make a permanent residence on Earth? Surt inquired, gazing at the multitude of plush dolls that filled the room. It seems you desire it. Bardos, nestled amidst a heap of dolls, responded with a radiant smile. This is your homeland. Should you wish to linger here, I shall remain as well. After all, if I wish to take these belongings with me, it is merely a matter of a wave of my hand. Upon hearing Bados's nonchalant remarks, Surt sighed. He had almost forgotten that Bardos possessed her own unique space, which indicated he too would need to make a wish to the dragon for one. A universal capsule pales in comparison to the convenience of one's own exclusive realm. The day was growing late, so I shall prepare dinner, Surt announced, intending to depart the room for the kitchen. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when Bardos raised her hand, summoning a virtual projection. Sister. Hearing the voice of Whis, Surt turned in surprise, discovering it was a communication sent to Bardos from Whis. Lord Champa has arrived, and he is meeting with Lord Beerus. Recognizing it as a matter between siblings, Surt refrained from lingering and swiftly descended the stairs. At the dinner table, Bardos shared all the information she had gleaned from Whis with Surt. So, is there to be a tournament of destruction gods? Surt responded while continuously serving Bardos food. Indeed, do you wish to witness the spectacle? Bardos inquired tentatively. Do you wish to go? Surt tossed the question back to her. Chapter 36. Makalita has taken Surt away. He was somewhat uncertain about Bados' feelings towards this apprentice. Compared to the two of them and the cat, he preferred solitude with Bados. How could that be? It's simply that this event could serve as our dinner conversation. Bados said with a beaming smile, returning the favor by serving Surt a generous amount of food. Let us disregard Champa and whatever tournament he has with Beerus. How about the two of us venture to other universes for some fun? Surt allowed Bados to serve him, affectionately posing the question. Sounds good. Observing Bados' delight as she ate, Surt decided to remain silent. Henceforth, he could focus on the destruction gods of other universes, challenging several to enhance his power. Additionally, he could prepare some delicacies for them, thereby elevating the levels of his destruction skills and ultra instinct. A mutually beneficial arrangement. However, upon breaking through the barrier of Universe 7 and entering Universe 4 the following day, Surt and Bados encountered an unexpected, yet somewhat anticipated individual, Makalita. Upon seeing the one who had awaited them, Bados furrowed her brow slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure, and turned to Makalita to inquire, "What brings you here?" "Not much. And I certainly did not come seeking you." Makalita replied with a bright smile, her gaze shifting to Surt. "Time has passed rather swiftly. I never imagined that, due to my reminder, you two would truly come together. Oh dear, this truly troubles me," Margarita exclaimed, once again extending an olive branch towards Sutter. "Sutter, have you reconsidered the previous matter?" Upon hearing this, Bados did not wait for Sutter to respond and immediately asserted her claim. "Sutter would not favor you. His most cherished person is only me." Listening to Bados' boastfulness, Margarita's smile grew ever more radiant as she incessantly stirred the pot between Sutter and Bados. "Hee. It seems you have not disclosed that matter to Bados, have you?" "That matter? What matter?" Bados directed a puzzled gaze at Sutter. What could Sutter possibly be concealing from her? They were already the closest of companions. No, she should trust Sutter unwaveringly. "The matter Margarita referred to surely pertains to Walker's affair. You mean the one where I was to become your experimental guinea pig?" Sutter shrugged and smiled, clearly unperturbed by Margarita's ploy. "I previously rejected you. No matter how many times you ask, my answer shall remain the same." Bados felt a wave of frustration wash over her. In that fleeting moment, she found herself doubting Sutter. Margarita said nothing further, seizing Bados' moment of dismay. She waved her wand. A radiant orb enveloped Sutter, who stood beside Bados. "If gentleness will not do, I shall resort to force. Farewell." With a swift motion, Margarita seemed well prepared. As she observed the space beside her empty, Bados' beautiful visage twisted in frustration. "Damn Margarita." Sutter. Witnessing the orb whisking Sutter away, Bados had no time to contemplate and followed suit, declaring, "Margarita, if a single hair on Sutter's body is harmed, I shall annihilate that which you hold dear." Does she possess something of value? Indeed, the staff left to her by Brother Walker. Two streaks of light pierced through the cosmic barriers, racing towards the infinite expanse of the universe. Suddenly, Bados came to an abrupt halt, her anger directed at the silent cosmos before her. Margarita's essence had vanished. How infuriating. Had she utilized some form of barrier? Or had she traversed to another timeline? Bados stood rooted in place, anxiety mounting, yet her mind raced with potential solutions. Contact her brother Vis? No, Margarita's divine prowess was comparable to hers. Even if Vis arrived, he would be of little assistance. Who should she seek? The High Priest? No, he would hardly intervene in their dispute. He might even redirect the flames of conflict towards Sutter. Among the angels, there are those stronger than Margarita, and with whom she shares a cordial relationship, particularly those fond of fine cuisine. Vados swiftly pivoted, speaking as she hastened towards Universe 10. Sister Kess from the angelic realm. It can only be Crix, although her appearance resembles that of a child. Yet among all the angels, her divine combat prowess is unparalleled. Even if Makalita wields Brother Walker's staff, with Crix's assistance, she remains unperturbed. On an unnamed planet, Surt stood amidst a sphere of light, his expression impassive as he gazed at Makalita across from him. "Are you attempting to imprison me? Such words should not be spoken so harshly," he remarked. Makalita guided the sphere of light into a grand castle that had just been constructed. Sensing Surt's disdain, she immediately dispelled the confinement of the light. As soon as Surt regained his freedom, without uttering a word, he attempted to teleport away from this place. However, his teleportation inexplicably failed. "Futile. This space is of my own creation, a realm unique to me. Without my consent, you cannot depart, Makalita declared, licking her luscious red lips and delicately tracing her slender fingers along Surt's cheek. Whatever you do, it will be of no consequence to me, Surt remarked, allowing her to caress him, his expression remaining unchanged. Immortal and indestructible, apart from the erasure by the All-King, he seemed unafraid of anything. I understand that your immortality makes you all the more precious to me, Makalita mused as her fingers glided from Surt's cheek to his neck, then to his chest, confidently asserting, since the moment you rejected me, I have searched the universe, but alas, after encountering you, no other human has captured my interest, especially considering your extraordinary immortal nature. Nestling against Surt, she whispered softly, Surt, choose me. I can provide you with anything your heart desires. True sincerity? Can you offer that to me without reservation? Surt replied, unmoved, remaining still. Despite the enchanting beauty of the angel in his embrace, he maintained his composure. True sincerity. Makalita paused, then smiled brightly. Of course. As long as it is within my capability, I can provide whatever you wish. With that, she playfully pushed Surt onto the large bed behind them, seating herself upon him. This arrangement benefits us both, does it not? What Vados can offer, I can as well. Chapter 37. Vados seeks reinforcements. Crix, my demands are not excessive. You need not do anything extraordinary. Just occasionally heed my guidance and strive to become the strongest human in the entire universe. And then what? What would you have me do as the mightiest in the cosmos? Surt inquired, his demeanor unchanged in response to Makalita's proposition. Makalita aimed to accomplish what Walker had failed to achieve, but what would happen once it was accomplished? What purpose did Walker have in creating such a formidable being? Surely, it could not be for benevolent reasons. Perhaps Walker harbored grand ambitions, aiming to become a high priest or even the All-King, ruling over the cosmos. Thus, it was this alluring temptation that had previously deterred Surt from engaging in her schemes. Should Makalita take a bold step towards universal domination, what position would she occupy? Contemplating this, Surt inadvertently posed the question, surely, you do not intend to eliminate the Grand Priest in vengeance for Walker? This caught Makalita off guard, leading her to inquire, why would you think such a thing? In truth, she herself had yet to formulate a clear intention, as she had never encountered the perfect companion in her heart. With a bittersweet smile, she remarked, you are, after all, the most promising and flawless individual I have encountered. Alas, that scoundrel Beerus got to you first. This revelation left Surt utterly speechless. Was Makalita's sole objective to create the most talented and gifted human? What kind of thought process was this? Had the angel's prolonged existence rendered them overly idle? Why pursue such a futile endeavor? Please, do not act rashly out of competition with Beerus over me, lest you regret it in the future, Surt mused to himself, feeling as though he was on the verge of sainthood while maintaining his composure in the face of such an eager celestial being. You are succumbing to my allure, are you not? Upon hearing Surt's words, Makalita did not relent. Instead, she persisted with her clumsy gestures. This only served to highlight her charm, which surpassed that of Beerus. Might it also suggest that her chances of winning Surt's affection were considerably greater? At a loss for words, Surt observed Makalita, who had lived for eons yet remained utterly oblivious to these matters. It was merely instinct, devoid of romance. Do not fret. If necessary, I can yield a little, allowing Beerus to participate as well. My aim is to strengthen you, not to constrain your actions. Unfazed by the concept of modesty, Makalita boldly declared, after all, we are sisters. At this juncture, even if Surt wished to regret the situation, there was no opportunity left. No longer allowing Makalita to indulge freely, he grasped her arm, flipping her beneath him. Then I shall consider you my perfect subject for experimentation. Makalita's eyes sparkled with mirth. Surt spoke little, immersing himself in his actions. The vast castle echoed with enchanting sounds. In Universe 10, the realm of destruction, a long-nosed, slender pink elephant sat upon a bench, grinning as it gazed at a young girl amidst a bed of flowers. Chris, I truly do not require any flower garlands. This was none other than the god of destruction of Universe 10, Ramses. Among the blossoms, a youthful girl with braided hair beamed brightly, raising her hands and waving a small yellow flower. Lord Ramses, it will be ready soon. Just a bit more patience. Really, it is unnecessary. I am an elephant. What need have I for garlands? Ramses sighed in resignation, unable to dissuade her. Just then, in this serene and warm atmosphere, Beerus descended rapidly from the sky, shattering the harmony. Sister Chris. Oh, it is Beerus. What brings you here so unexpectedly? Chris stood from the flowers, her expression one of surprise as she turned to Beerus. Bardos politely nodded at Ramsey and approached Kess, who was carrying a basket of flowers, her expression grave. Sister Kess, could you lend me a hand? Of course. But please don't keep me away from Lord Ramsey for too long, or I'll start missing him. Kess readily agreed with a nod. Upon hearing her consent, Bardos revealed a faint smile and replied, I promise it won't take long, and once we're done, I can treat you to plenty of desserts and snacks. Kess's eyes sparkled at this promise. She joyfully set down her basket, grasped Bardos's hand, and waved at Ramsey. Lord Ramsey, I'm going out with Bardos for a bit. You entertain yourself. Honestly, I'm not a child. Ramsey replied, a look of exasperation on his face as he forced a smile and bid Kess farewell. Sister, you truly have a wonderful personality, Bardos remarked as she led Kess away from the destruction of Universe 10. Because I have no worries, Kess replied cheerfully, but then furrowed her brow in distress. Though, I do have some worries, like how Lord Ramsey always insists that he's not a child anymore. Bardos nodded in agreement. Indeed, he's not. But considering your age, you are still quite the little elephant. By the way, what brings you to Universe 11? Kess asked as their figures transitioned into Universe 11. What do you need my help with? Margarita has taken my person, and now I can't find her. Anger flashed across Bardos's face as she spoke. I would like to ask Sister Kess to help me locate her and retrieve the person she has taken. It can't be Lord Champa, can it? That seems unlikely, Kess replied, perplexed. She had never heard anyone mention discord between the two. The situation is a bit complicated. And I can't explain it all at once, Bardos admitted, reluctant to elaborate further. She feared that if Margarita had not been dealt with, Kess might develop an interest in Soot, thereby complicating matters further. After all, the allure of a beloved man is something that no one can resist, not even her sister. Very well. Sensing Bardos's unwillingness to elaborate, Kess kindly refrained from pressing further and reached for the staff that had appeared in Bardos's hand. As the silver aura emanated from her being, Kess soon fixed her gaze in a particular direction. Hey, why do I sense my brother's presence here? Indeed, Margarita had utilized Brother Walker's staff. Bardos clenched her teeth in silence and swiftly moved towards the direction Kess indicated. Once the two arrived at an uninhabited planet, Kess searched for a spot and spoke to Bardos. Bardos, over here. There's a shield that blocks all energy signatures. Bardos approached and touched it, confirming the existence of an invisible barrier. Margarita, I know you can hear me. Come out quickly and return my person. Seeing Bardos so furious, Kess hurriedly tried to calm her. Don't be angry. We are all sisters, so where does such a great conflict arise? Chapter 39. No rewards for the unseen? Should one seek out Kitra, Sut's current divine combat prowess would be insufficient to contend with him. Furthermore, while Quitra's temperament may appear more agreeable than that of Beerus, he is far more cunning. In summary, were Makalita to make a choice, she would advise Sut to engage in further training with the Pride Troopers of Universe 11. Taking too great a leap could easily lead to unforeseen troubles. Go play, Bardos declared, unfazed by her previous playful interactions with Sut. The reason I accompany you is to ensure that Sut becomes the strongest being in the universe. Wasting time in frivolity is unacceptable. Upon hearing Bardos's words, Makalita felt displeased. Her desire to be with Sut and her willingness to concede to Bardos were all in pursuit of her goal. She wished for Sut to become the mightiest human in the cosmos, but she never intended to squander time in idle entertainment alongside them. Then you may return. We never insisted you join us, Bardos retorted, not yielding to Makalita. It irked her that Bardos was monopolizing Sut not out of affection, but rather for her own reasons. You are still the overseer of the deliciously divine, and you cannot follow us indefinitely. Makalita refrained from arguing with Bardos, placing the decision in Sut's hands. Sut, let us venture to the destruction realm. I believe you could greatly benefit from sparring with Jiren and Topo of the Pride Troopers. Don't heed her, Sut. Makalita merely seeks to deceive you into the destruction realm and imprison you forever. Bardos crossed her arms, casting a cold glare at Makalita. Do not assume I am unaware. That so-called Jiren is stronger than even the deliciously divine. You are not helping Sut grow stronger. You are, in effect, leading him to his demise. What nonsense you speak. Without pressure, how can one find the motivation to grow strong? Enough of this bickering. I will make my own decisions. Sut, feeling a headache from the incessant squabbling of the two women, pulled one of them close, speaking sternly. In this matter, neither of you has the right to choose. Humph. The two women exchanged glances before turning away with an air of defiance. What are your plans then? Bardos inquired after a moment as thought. Her curiosity piqued. Regardless of Sut's destination, she intended to accompany him. According to our agreement, you may guide me, but you shall not dictate my decisions. As for Jiren, I currently have no intentions regarding him. Sut addressed Makalita, confident that when the tournament of power commenced, he would inevitably cross paths with Jiren, rendering any special trip for sparring unnecessary. I still wish to visit Universe 4. I am not yet capable of defeating Beerus, but I can attempt to challenge that old rat Katra. He must be the second strongest among the gods of destruction. Wouldn't you agree? Very well. Let us proceed. Upon hearing Sut's plan devoid of leisure and merriment, Makalita found his arrangements acceptable and readily agreed. Ugh, Bardos muttered in disdain at the thought of Makalita tagging along. What started as a pleasant outing has inexplicably turned into a trio with Makalita. I would have preferred to remain in the destruction realm of Universe 6. Makalita, you are certainly not as troublesome as that fellow. At least you won't compete with her for Sut. Along the journey, Sut received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host. You have gained the culinary recognition from the Angel of Universe 10, enhancing your culinary skills by 3, bringing your total to 30. As a reward, you have received 2 units of divine combat power, totaling 16 points. The transformable forms available are Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan God, and Super Saiyan Blue. Additionally, since the taster is an angel, you are awarded a level 1 mastery of Ultra Instinct. Currently, your God of Destruction technique is at level 3, while your Ultra Instinct is at level 4. Hey, system, have you miscalculated? Sut mused while stroking his chin, feeling dissatisfied. Not at all. I have delivered the rewards to you. The system replied innocently. Chris said she would bring it back to share with Ramsey. Sut couldn't help but roll his eyes and remarked, now, you have only delivered Chris's culinary acknowledgement. What about Ramsey's recognition? The system raised its mechanical voice slightly, saying, wait, didn't I mention this? If someone hasn't tasted your food before, even if they acknowledge it, you won't receive a reward. They must have experienced it first. Get lost. Sut thought of striking the system. Just moments ago, he was contemplating who could bring dishes to all 12 universes' gods of destruction and angels in one go. If it weren't for the system's restrictions, once he gained the recognition from all angels and gods of destruction, his divine combat power would likely surpass even the mightiest god of destruction, the rampaging Beerus. He could elevate both his destruction technique and Ultra Instinct to level 12, leaving only 3 levels to reach the peak. How perfect! Alas, the system shattered his calculations flawlessly. Useless system. If this is how it works, then I must attend the martial arts tournament in Universes 6 and 7, especially since I can meet the Omni King, just as he was about to cross the cosmic barrier. Sut gestured for Beerus to halt, saying, I suddenly recalled something. What is it? Beerus and Makarita simultaneously turned to Sut, inquiring. With a smile, Sut revealed, I just remembered that the martial arts tournament for Universes 6 and 7 is about to commence. But didn't you say you weren't interested? Beerus asked, puzzled. I wasn't interested before, but now I believe it would be entertaining to watch. I can meet Katra anytime. Sut concocted a clumsy excuse. He certainly couldn't reveal that he foresaw the Omni King's appearance at the conclusion of the tournament in Universes 6 and 7. Compared to that rat Katra, wouldn't it be far more advantageous to have the Omni King taste his culinary creations? He was curious about what kind of reward he might receive from the system if the Omni King sampled his food. Could it be possible that he would gain the Omni King's erasure technique? After all, having a god of destruction taste his dishes could yield a destruction technique. And the same applied to angels. Upon hearing Sutter's inquiry, the system merely chuckled without providing an answer. What a laugh. Just tell me if I can acquire the erasure technique of the Omni King. Sutter expressed his impatience, yet his curiosity was palpable. Theoretically, it was possible, but what? Sutter felt his patience wearing thin. My level is insufficient. The system, not wishing to prolong the suspense, candidly replied, I require your upgrade. Achieving this upgrade is straightforward. Elevate your culinary skill to 100. Raise your cooking level to 10, and additionally, prepare 1 trillion dishes. Chapter 40, Champa. These are potato chips. Sutter was rendered speechless, realizing that achieving such a percentage required grinding through 10 rounds and preparing 1,000,000,000,000 dishes, equivalent to 100 quintillion. This was not merely a challenge for the host. It evidently aimed to exhaust him. Currently, he had only managed to prepare several 100,000 dishes, largely due to his previous work at Bulma cooking for the eternally second-rate Vegeta. Now, he felt utterly overwhelmed. When will that even happen? It would be better not to attempt it at all. Accompanying Sutter, Bardos led him to the periphery of the 6th and 7th universes. With 4 days remaining until the combat tournament between these two universes, Bardos inquired, "Sutter, which way shall we go? You aren't thinking of participating in this so-called tournament, are you? The humans from your two universes are rather lacking in strength." Makalita, flicking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, spoke with disdain. "I hadn't considered participating," Sutter replied. His true aim was to ultimately engage with the Omni King, even if, as the system suggested, he could not attain the erasure technique. After all, it was the Omni King. Any food offered would surely yield substantial rewards. Moreover, if he chose to participate, aligning himself with one side posed a dilemma. Bardos was the former god of destruction of Universe 6, while he hailed from Universe 7. Their positions were decidedly awkward. Participate or not. It's merely a series of trivial games. Makalita mused, deciding not to micromanage Sutter's actions any further. She smiled at him, saying, "Enjoy yourself. Should you encounter any difficulties in your training, feel free to seek me out in Universe 11. Farewell." As Makalita prepared to depart, Bardos eagerly waved goodbye. How wonderful. At last, she can continue to spend time with Sutter. Humph, don't let Sutter wander about too much. I intend for him to become the strongest in the universe. Makalita made a face at Bardos before swiftly taking her leave. How infuriating. As if I were leading Sutter astray. Bardos fumed, stomping her foot as she watched Makalita retreat. Humans often say moderation is key, and occasional relaxation is essential. That Makalita doesn't see your diligence. How can she judge so harshly? Bardos remarked, wrapping her arm around Sutter's, ready to offer him encouragement. Honestly, unlike me, she only knows how to worry about you. The exuberance of the tea prompted a chuckle from Sut, who mused, "Do you wish for my participation? If so, which side shall I align with?" As she spoke, she gently tapped Bardos' forehead, eliciting a blush from the latter, who retorted, "Just decide for yourself." It had been a considerable time since they last encountered the plump feline, Champa, and they resolved to pay him a visit. Noticing Bardos' increasing attentiveness, Sut playfully pinched her nose. "All right then, to the destruction realm of Universe 6. However, Bardos and Sut found themselves at an impasse, as neither Champa nor Idis was present. They likely busied themselves on the nameless star, Sut conjectured, prompting Bardos to journey there. In the narrative, Champa was quite invested in the upcoming battle, especially considering the culinary delights involved. On the nameless star, Champa stood with his hands on his hips, directing Idis with fervor. "Idis, over there, beside the arena, amplify the images of myself and Beerus. Yes, make them larger. And over there, the spectator platform needs to be expanded as well." "Understood, Lord Champa." Idis scurried about, his exasperation evident at the ostentation of the event. Was it merely a martial arts tournament that necessitated such extravagance? Suddenly, amidst their bustling activity, a vibrant orb of light soared toward them from a distance. "Oh, long time no see, Champa," Sut called out to the rotund feline, waving. Unbeknownst to him, he was oblivious to Bardos' covert machinations, believing that Champa held no grievances regarding their departure. Upon hearing Sut's voice, Champa's large ears perked up. "Sut, Bardos." He turned, his initial surprise swiftly morphing into unbridled rage. And, with tears welling in his eyes, he charged towards Sut, exclaiming, "Sut, hurry and prepare something delicious for me." "Delicious? If you wish for something to eat, you need only ask us directly," Sut replied, rebuffing Champa's eager embrace, placing his hand on Champa's head while the latter flailed his arms and legs in excitement. "Greetings, Idis, and you as well, Bardos." In the distance, Idis and Bardos exchanged nods, conveying a silent understanding. "How dare you utter such words?" Fury surged within Champa. Yet, before he could voice his indignation, Bardos produced a packet of potato chips. "Ah, potato chips. Potato chips." Champa, forgetting his previous ire, lunged toward Bardos with drool cascading down his chin. "Bardos, give them to me, please." "All right." Having not teased the seemingly dim-witted Champa in a long time, Bardos pulled out an array of snacks. As Champa munched on chips and sipped cola, he entirely forgot his former vows of vengeance. Delicious, so delightful. I haven't had these in ages. Didn't I save some for Itis? Bardos inquired, astonished at Champa's gluttonous display. Oh dear, I forgot. Besides, Champa never asked me for any. Itis, standing aside, chuckled while justifying his own selfishness. Oh, then, Champa, why can't you simply accompany Itis to Earth for a meal? Observing the exceedingly crude manner in which Champa consumed his meal, Beerus could not help but furrow his brow. Alas, it was not the first time he had encountered this. But it was merely unfortunate timing that brought Lord Beerus into the mix, as one might understand. Whis also provided an explanation, remarking on Champa's insistence on maintaining appearances while enduring hunger. Feeling somewhat idle, Sutter decided to indulge in a cigarette, requesting various ingredients from the system, and casually prepared dozens of dishes. Watching Sutter busily at work, listening to Champa's incoherent ramblings, and with Whis interjecting from time to time, Beerus wore an expression of profound complexity, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Lord Champa, with your wish orbs in hand, why not simply summon the dragon of the gods to grant your desires? He inquired. Wish? What is there to wish for? Champa asked, his mouth full of beef jerky, confusion evident in his tone. Beerus, exasperated, covered his face, wishing for a plethora of delectable dishes, wishing for the revival of Earth in your universe. Yet I find Sutter's creations to be the most delectable, Champa retorted, oblivious to the implications. Sipping his drink delicately, Whis raised a finger thoughtfully. Lord Champa, if you are capable of wishing, why not simply have Sutter come over to prepare a meal for you? Chapter 41. The encounter of two, then why should I propose a duel? Champa pondered, tilting his head, lost in the vagaries of feline existence. Beers and Whis exchanged awkward glances, their embarrassment palpable, prompting only a few nervous chuckles. Beerus, no wonder you resigned. These 200 million years have truly been a trial for you. It's not a trial for me, but rather for you, Whis. Please bear with such a pupil. Just as their pleasantries were about to dwindle into silence, Sutter's shout effectively dispelled the awkward atmosphere. Dinner is served. Ah, this is the flavor. Delicious, absolutely delicious. Champa exclaimed, moved to tears by the meal. Lord Champa, why are you crying? Whis observed, his lips twitching slightly. Don't be ridiculous. I am merely reacting to the spice. Champa pointed to the spicy chicken on his spoon. Take your time. I will prepare more shortly and place it in your space. Where time stands still, Sutter remarked, casually puffing on his cigarette while glancing at Champa. This rather rotund feline was indeed pitiable, lacking in intellect. He had even lost the support of Beerus. Congratulations, host. You have received the culinary recognition of the newly appointed Angel of Universe 6, increasing your culinary skills by 2, bringing your total to 32. This reward includes 1 unit of divine combat power, totaling 17 points. Furthermore, since the taster is an angel, an additional reward of 1 level in Ultra Instinct is granted. Currently, your God of Destruction technique is at level 3, while your Ultra Instinct is at level 5. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Sutter recalled that Whis, the angel, had seemingly never tasted his dishes before. However, why did Kek's consumption of his food yield 2 units of divine combat power, while Whis only provided 1? Was it indicative of a disparity in strength between the 2 angels? In the days filled with feasting and revelry, Champa felt as though he were in paradise, to the extent that he completely forgot about the upcoming selection of contestants for the tournament. Ah, Sutter, will you join the fray as well? It seems that Champa's features are all twisted together, leaving me to ponder what formidable contenders the 6th universe might possess. While Hit is undeniably powerful, he comes at quite a cost. Surely the 6th universe has Saiyans too. Why not summon a few of them? Sutter, lacking much desire to engage, deflected. They are but weaklings, he remarked, as Champa munched on a pig's trotter, mentally selecting his fighters. The chosen ones were, predictably, akin to those from the original narrative. Sutter lazily puffed on a cigarette, contemplating that the 7th universe likely faced a similar predicament. After all, he was merely here for the spectacle, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Omni King. Day after day passed, until the appointed time for the combat arrived, 10 a.m. sharp. Whis, accompanied by a throng of individuals, arrived aboard a square-shaped spacecraft right on schedule. As soon as they landed, Beerus, stepping off the vessel, spotted Sutter and Bardos. In astonishment, he inquired, "Oh, Sutter, you are here too?" With narrowed eyes and a troubled expression, he added, You're not here to represent the sixth universe in the tournament, are you? What? No way. The shock was palpable among Goku and Vegeta, who had just descended behind him. If Sutter were to participate, they might as well concede defeat on the spot. Even Bulma and Krillin shared similar sentiments. Not at all. The sixth universe's contenders are over there. Sutter shrugged, gesturing toward a group of individuals with diverse appearances nearby. Following his indication, the crowd's gaze quickly fell upon them, subsequently landing on Frost. That guy. Krillin's eyes widened in surprise. It's Frieza? It can't be. He lacks Frieza's malevolent aura. Piccolo, arms crossed, furrowed his brow and remarked. You are correct. He is not Frieza. He is Frost, the benevolent figure from the sixth universe. Bardos clarified with a smile, addressing the bewildered assembly. Seeing Bardos, Bulma and Chi-Chi approached her in turn, exchanging pleasantries. It's been a while, Bardos. Each time I see you, your skin looks absolutely radiant. Sutter wandered over to Kaioshin Shin and Jebet, curiously asking, aren't you two supposed to be inseparable in your fused form? Hello? We were able to separate thanks to a wish from the dragon on Namek. Kaioshin Shin cheerfully explained. After Sutter walked away, Jebet couldn't help but inquire, Lord Kaioshin. Who is that? Well, I wouldn't say I'm very familiar. I've encountered him a few times at Vegeta's home. Kaioshin Shin scratched his cheek. Turning around, he noticed Goku already engaged in a fierce battle with the sixth universe's Kaioshin. The atmosphere was undeniably vibrant and lively. Get on stage quickly. The written test is about to commence. Soon, the contenders from both sides stood atop the arena. The once fierce Saiyan from the seventh universe, Vegeta, faced off against the peace-loving, hired hero from the sixth universe, Cabba. Cabba's physique gave the impression of being weak and fragile. In truth, his potential is immense. Yet he lacks a tail. In fact, none of the inhabitants of Universe 6 possessed tails, for reasons unknown. At this moment, Vegeta and Cabba exchanged a glance, solidifying their bond as future mentor and disciple. Hurry, come and sit down. The written examination is about to commence. With Idas's shout, the 10 individuals present took their seats, preparing for an exam that any ordinary person could easily ace. Whether it was the butterfly effect or simply Idas's role as the examiner, the outcome was remarkable. Ultimately, the two most formidable fighters, Buu and Goku, were disqualified from the competition. What? Piccolo exclaimed in disbelief at the absolute defeat right from the start, turning to Goku with a clenched fist in frustration. Goku, what on earth is going on? Indeed, Buu, those questions were something any normal person could answer. Vegeta was seething with rage. This was his proposed written test, and if it resulted in his team's 2 members being disqualified, what good was his suggestion? Piccolo and Vegeta fumed as they leaned over to scrutinize Goku's and Buu's answer sheets. Buu had even misspelled his name, let alone understood the questions. As for Goku, he fell just short of the passing mark of 50, missing only one question. Damn it, that leaves just the 2 of us, along with that one called Mon. Goku had never anticipated being eliminated at the outset. Chapter 42, Vegeta's moment of glory. It's all your fault. Vegeta, you did this on purpose. Goku pouted as he stared at his answer sheet, his face a canvas of displeasure. He had even made a special trip to the hyperbolic time chamber, only to find himself disqualified from the competition. Who could remain in good spirits under such circumstances? Yet, the reality was now undeniable. No amount of dissatisfaction could compel the others to allow him to compete. As the competition officially commenced, perhaps it was Idas's presence that instigated significant changes in the narrative. Even the order of matches deviated from the original storyline. All right, everyone, the God of Destruction selection tournament between Universe 6 and Universe 7 begins now, accompanied by scattered applause. The host announced the first contestants onto the stage. In the opening match, Frost from Universe 6 faced off against Vegeta from Universe 7. Please welcome our contestants. Upon seeing Frost, Piccolo couldn't help but feel a wave of unease wash over him. Yes, it reminds me of that experience on Namek. Gohan nodded in agreement. Wait, are these the first 2? Sitting in the specially designed audience area, Sut couldn't help but exclaim. He recalled that, in the original plot, the first match featured Goku, who had been disqualified, against a creature resembling a bear from Universe 6. Who else could it be? Vados yawned lazily, displaying little interest. Nothing to worry about. Sut shook his head, silently closing his mouth. The course of the match bore no relevance to him. What he sought was the culmination of the contest. The emergence of the all-powerful king. Although not a true adversary, Vegeta harbored no fondness for this so-called Frost. As soon as the match commenced, heralded by the announcer's declaration, he unleashed a fierce roar and instantly transformed into his Super Saiyan form, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Frost. The swiftness of the battle was such that Frost could not even attain his complete form before being overwhelmed. By the time he regained his composure, he had already been sent plummeting off the arena. With Frost cast out, victory for Universe 7 belonged to Vegeta. Upon the announcer's proclamation, exuberant cheers erupted from the audience. "Ah, Bulma, congratulations." Though Chi-Chi felt a twinge of jealousy, she still offered her heartfelt wishes. Unlike her husband Goku, who could scarcely pass a written exam. What a shame. What is there to celebrate? It's all for Universe 7. Bulma, maintaining her humility, smiled and turned her gaze back to the arena. As she observed Frost making his way to the contestant area, the disdainful Champa, arms crossed, muttered a scornful remark. "Humph, what a useless fellow." He was utterly suppressed from the outset. Frost, displaying no outward reaction, clenched his fists tightly at his sides, revealing his simmering anger and frustration. Well then, the next match features Vegeta of Universe 7 against Bardos from Universe 6. Let us welcome our contestant Bardos. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the audience of Universe 7. "Wait, is that a robot?" The announcer promptly clarified, "No. Bardos is a metal being from the 66,950 galaxy." As smoke billowed from Bardos' head, Vegeta was taken aback, astonished to see such a hulking figure emitting smoke. From the very start, Vegeta found himself at a disadvantage, as Bardos' metallic body proved incredibly resilient. Vegeta's fists nearly recoiled in pain from the impact, leaving him in a precarious position. Goku, ever the strategist, suggested that if breaking through the defenses proved impossible, perhaps throwing the opponent out of the ring would suffice. However, even in his Super Saiyan form, Vegeta struggled to lift even one of Bardos' feet, nearly having his head obliterated in the process. After all, Bardos weighed a staggering 1,000 tons. Everything unfolded much like the narrative foretold. Ultimately, in a fit of rage, Vegeta uttered a scathing remark, labeling Bardos as worthless, which inflicted a profound psychological blow upon his opponent. By some inexplicable twist, Vegeta emerged victorious in the second match, with the announcer declaring the third match. Featuring Cabba from Universe 6, Sutter couldn't help but comment, "TSK. This is practically Vegeta's solo performance, his moment of glory." Two representatives of the same race, the Saiyans, stood upon the stage. Initially, Vegeta and Cabba exchanged blows in their base forms, engaging in a fierce contest that saw neither gaining the upper hand. As Vegeta prompted Gabe to transform into a Super Saiyan, Gabe wore a bewildered expression. At that moment, the bond between master and disciple began to take shape. Without further ado, after enduring Vegeta's relentless onslaught and humiliation, coupled with the desire to travel to the Saiyan homeland on the planet Salad, Gabe, consumed by absolute fury, successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, during Vegeta's display of Super Saiyan Blue, Gabe was swiftly knocked out with a single punch, resulting in his defeat in this match. In the third round, the contender was the originally scripted opponent of Goku, a rugged and imposing yellow bear named Bergamo. Unlike Goku, Vegeta stood on the arena beneath the Super Saiyan Blue state. Although Bergamo possessed a unique ability to nullify all physical attacks, this advantage proved futile against overwhelming strength. With a single strike, Vegeta nearly ruptured Bergamo's abdomen, sending him crashing out of the ring. Thus, Vegeta single-handedly triumphed over the 4 fighters from Universe 6, securing 4 victories in total. What kind of individuals inhabit Universe 7? This fellow appeared far from formidable while in the realm of the gods. Champa, watching the matches unfold, felt the veins on his forehead throb increasingly. "Ah, Lord Champa, are you not aware?" whispered Vados with a smile beside him. At that time, Mr. Vegeta was clad in a gravity suit weighing 5,000 kilograms. "Humph, merely 5,000 kilograms." Champa scoffed dismissively. Despite his words, he was acutely aware that their losses were not unjust, let alone the weight. He struggled to run even a few steps without gasping for breath. Yet, Champa was irate, frustrated with the lackluster strength of his universe. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Hit, who approached the arena with his hands in his pockets and an expressionless demeanor. Next up was Hit. Surely, he would secure victory. Indeed, if he wins, our universe's cube spaceship will be gifted to him. Vados continued with a smile. "What? When did you agree to that? I was unaware. Champa erupted in anger upon hearing this. Did you not ask me to find him? Vados, unperturbed by Champa's fury, clarified. Moreover, you stated that as long as Hit agreed, any request must be fulfilled. He desires a cube spaceship that can traverse anywhere. So I took the liberty of agreeing on your behalf. Champa suddenly found himself devoid of any counterarguments. Oh, how foolish I am, he lamented. Listening to their exchange, Beerus let out a sigh. If you care so much, why not return to being the overseer? Sut, however, was not particularly concerned about the hefty Champa. After all, as a disciple of Beerus, he held a special place in his heart for him. Most importantly, if Beerus ceased to cling to him, he could venture to Universe 11 to seek out Margarita. Having consumed an abundance of simple vegetarian fare, he yearned for a taste of something more extravagant and meaty. Not at all. I wish to remain by your side. Bardos playfully grasped Sut's arm. Do as you wish. Sut shrugged indifferently, though internally he lamented the absence of meat. Oh. With a roar, Sut refocused his attention on the arena. Standing on the stage was Vegeta, who had once again ascended to the super blue state. He sensed that Hit was unlike the previous competitors and remained on high alert as he threw a punch. However, the transformation into super blue had already drained much of his energy. Although Vegeta's strike appeared fierce, it was dismissed by Hit without concern. The cool and composed assassin leisurely withdrew his hand from his coat pocket and retaliated with a punch aimed at Vegeta. Bang! Vegeta stumbled back, struggling to regain his footing. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling the sting of humiliation. Angered, he accelerated his assault. Swish, swish, swish. Hit, with one hand still in his pocket, seemed oblivious to the concept of an opponent's solitude, effortlessly dodging and weaving around the ring. Bang! Before Vegeta could maintain his offensive for long, Hit unleashed a powerful kick, sending Vegeta hurtling backward, sliding to the edge of the arena. Gasping after the blow to his abdomen, Vegeta wiped the blood from his mouth, seething with rage. Did you see that? Goku, standing at the edge of the stage, asked Piccolo, hands on his hips. I couldn't catch it. Piccolo shook his head slightly. What about Monaka, the strongest in Universe 7? Goku inquired. Noticing Monaka shaking his head frantically, he then approached Gak. You have keen eyesight, can you see anything? Ultimately, it was the Octopus King beside Gak who revealed Hit's time skip ability, capable of leaping for a mere second, during which he could mercilessly assault his opponent. Thus, Vegeta was grievously injured and collapsed on the stage, his moment of glory extinguished by Hit's technique. Next to enter was Piccolo, who also failed to overcome Hit's time skip and faced severe suppression, resulting in the Universe 7 team wasting 2 Senzu beans. Damn it, bastard. Observing the grim expressions of Piccolo and Vegeta, Goku cheerfully reassured them. It's all right, we still have Monaka. Upon hearing Goku's words, Monaka jolted, shaking his head vigorously, expressing his reluctance to step into the fray. He was merely an ordinary alien, a delivery man. Why should he be sent to face certain doom? However, with Beerus and Whis present, he felt unable to voice his objections. With no option for retreat, Monaka reluctantly advanced toward the arena of death. Oh God, save me. I would give anything. Upon hearing Monaka's whispered prayer, Sut suddenly became intrigued. Perhaps it would be advantageous to have this delivery man gather some unique ingredients from Universe 7 while he was at it. As Monaka despairingly ascended the stage, Sut stood up in the special guest viewing area and exclaimed, Wait, what is it? This competition has come down to this final match. Champa has sensed the victorious girl smiling at him. However, upon hearing Sut's exclamation, he immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Could it be that Sut intends to pull some trick in this contest? This match has been postponed. I wish to face Hit. Upon hearing Sut's words, even Beerus found it absurd. Why should this be? This is a competition between our 2 universes. Sut disregarded him, flashing from the observation platform to the arena, standing before Monaka and looking towards Hit. What do you think, Hit? Hit smiled without speaking, yet his heart was in turmoil. He had initially thought Sut would represent Universe 7. To his disappointment, he found Sut over on the observation platform. But now, his opponent was inviting him to fight. It felt as if fortune had fallen from the sky. Additionally, Monaka, who was concealed behind Sut, possessed no strength whatsoever and lacked any interest in the battle. The aloof assassin struggled to contain his excitement, nearly allowing his exhilaration to show on his face. Beerus remained silent, feeling that Sut's request had temporarily alleviated his predicament. After all, He was well aware that having Manaka enter the arena would inevitably lead to defeat. If this could delay his embarrassment, what harm could it do? Hey, how can this be? Xiangpa persisted, as many in the audience could see that Manaka was utterly inept. How could he not notice? Universe 6 was on the brink of victory, and the Wish Star need not be surrendered. He could even bring Earth from Universe 7 to Universe 6, depriving Beerus of Earth's delectable cuisine forever. With so many favorable outcomes at stake, how could he not be concerned about the progression of the match? If you disagree, then you shall never again savor the delicious dishes I prepare. Sut noticed that only Xiangpa opposed him and immediately resorted to his trump card. Damn it! Xiangpa seethed, yet felt powerless against Sut. So he can cook well. How dare he threaten a formidable destroyer like himself? Very well. I shall have Wizheal hit later, ensuring he is at his peak to face the strongest Manaka that Beerus has summoned. After some contemplation, Xiangpa ultimately chose to compromise, giving Whis a command. Being able to cook is indeed impressive. Seeing Beerus nod in agreement, Manaka was overjoyed, repeatedly whispering thanks to Sut. No need for thanks. However, if you come across any special ingredients in the future, do remember to send them to me. I'll provide you with my address later. Chapter 44. Sut and Sut smiled and casually waved his hand. All right. Manaka readily agreed, happily leaping down from the arena. What a pity. I cannot witness your combat prowess. Sun Wukong lamented, visibly disappointed. Yet before Manaka could speak, Sun Wukong turned his attention back to the arena, smiling. But it's fine. Now we can see Sut in action. Can he indeed break that person's time skip? Manaka found himself at a loss for words, ultimately deciding to ignore Sun Wukong. Did you think you would witness everything until the end? As he faced Hit, a subtle smile graced his lips as he extended his other hand from his pocket. Encountering someone like you, along with your extraordinary techniques, how could I possibly refrain from testing them? Hit chuckled lightly, clenching his fist and unleashing a resounding roar as he ascended into the Super Saiyan God state. Oh, it's a transformation reminiscent of that Saiyan, yet the colors differ. Hit exclaimed in surprise, casting a glance at Vegeta from the corner of his eye. Though they are all Saiyans, their transformed forms and hues vary. As Surt spoke, he gestured towards Sun Wukong, who had been quickly eliminated at the onset. Indeed, I can sense his formidable strength. Hit, being pragmatic, nodded in acknowledgement. Remarkable. The usually reticent Hit had conversed so extensively with that individual. The god of destruction from Universe 6, Fuwa, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. However, at that moment, all eyes were fixed on the arena, and no one paid heed to his words. On the arena floor, Surt declared, "Let us commence," and charged towards Hit, launching a tentative punch. This strike was imbued with tremendous force, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Time paused as Hit deftly evaded Surt's punch, retaliating with a kick aimed at Surt's abdomen. Impressive, this is indeed the time skip. Surt swiftly retreated, his foot pounding the arena floor with such force that it created a crater, and the earth began to fracture. You believe you can break through my... Before Hit could finish, his cheek was met with a devastating punch, interrupting his words entirely. The spectators were left in shock at this spectacle. Was this mere coincidence? Vegeta found it hard to believe, his eyes wide as he gazed at the arena. He had no insight into Hit's time skip, yet Surt had seemingly shattered it with a single probing move. What on earth is happening? The others also wore expressions of disbelief, each lost in contemplation. Subsequently, Surt and Hit resumed their fierce melee combat. Several times, Surt successfully struck Hit, convincing the onlookers that Surt possessed genuine skill rather than relying on luck. How did he achieve this? Vegeta clenched his fists, his composure slipping. Piccolo, equally curious yet baffled, pondered whether Surt had truly countered Hit's time skip. It must be a matter of prediction, right? The first to arrive at this conclusion was the ever-enthusiastic Sun Wukong. He looked towards Surt in the arena and inquired, "Did you predict Hit's prediction, thereby breaking his time skip?" "Indeed. Your martial prowess surpasses all." Surt readily acknowledged this, nodding in agreement. After all, in the original storyline, it was Sun Wukong who first grasped Hit's time skip and managed to counter it. This admission sent Sun Wukong into a fervent monologue at the edge of the arena. Moreover, his habitual pocketing of his hands is merely an attempt to conceal his movements from outsiders. The reason Sut could strike you is that the actions you performed before your disappearance could not be altered. Hit suddenly found himself rather exasperated with the loquacious Sun Wukong. By revealing the crux of his technique so plainly, How could he possibly continue to fight? Enough of your incessant chatter. Sut, having discerned Hit's frustration, addressed Sun Wukong from the edge of the arena. If you wish to contend with him again, seek your own opportunity. This is my battle now. Do not spoil it by revealing the plot in advance. Very well, Sun Wukong, feeling the weight of the crowd's gaze upon him, placed his hands behind his head and sealed his lips tightly. Let the fight continue. With the incessant prattling of Sun Wukong finally silenced, Sut charged once more towards Hit. Bang, bang, bang. As Sut's strength escalated, the frequency of his successful strikes on Hit increased dramatically. In just a matter of dozens of exchanges, Hit found himself in a disheveled state, his face bruised and battered. Indeed, he proved to be a formidable opponent, managing to halt my time stop for barely a second. It seems I must unleash my full power. With a fierce roar, Hit clenched his fist, summoning all the strength he could muster. It had been far too long since he had fought with his full might. He might not even last a minute. A powerful aura surged forth, causing the small debris on the arena to float in the air. In the excitement of confronting a strong adversary, Hit's words began to flow more freely. In this state, I estimate I can only use time stop once. This time, I will undoubtedly bind you within my 1 second. With that, Hit shoved his hands back into his pockets, grinning as he added, simultaneously, I shall also conceal my hands. The battle appeared to be reaching its climax, and the spectators, captivated by Hit's declaration, collectively held their breath. Each individual was tense, their eyes fixed upon the arena, fearful of missing this momentous occasion in history. All right, Sut grinned, his right hand tightening into a fist as he charged once more towards Hit. Hit, entirely focused, fixed his gaze on Sut, each of his steps appearing to unfold in slow motion. I've got him. As Sut approached, particularly as that howling fist halted just before his nose, Hit could hardly contain his excitement. He had succeeded. He had managed to freeze Sut's time. Yet, before the second had elapsed, Hit's smile had not even begun to form. To his astonishment, Sut's fist suddenly moved, closing the distance to his nose. How is this possible? Hit was bewildered, shocked, feeling that this was all beyond belief. He had already halted time. Your ultimate time stop. Sut transitioned into a more potent state, the ultra-blue realm, and his fist collided with Hit's nose. I have shattered it. Bang. Hit was instantly propelled backward, his expression a tapestry of complexity. For the final blow, Kamehameha. Noticing that Hit had yet to land outside the arena's boundaries, Sut positioned his hands at his waist, swiftly gathering energy to unleash upon the retreating Hit. Chapter 45. Lord of all, do you fancy lollipops? As the formidable energy wave surged towards him, Hit's eyes widened in terror, an inexplicable fear surging within him. Boom. This powerful strike effortlessly pierced through the protective barrier enveloping the tournament venue, which was conjured by Ildas. Oh dear, no wonder Bardos admires him. He is truly formidable. Even my shield has been shattered. Ildas lamented, raising a hand to shield his brow as he gazed at the gaping hole not far away. What on earth is Sutter doing? Champa exclaimed, equally astonished, his gaze fixed on the massive breach. Where is Hit? He is the strongest human in my universe. He must be over there. Bardos, with a playful smile, pointed towards the side of the gaping hole, exclaiming, as expected of the one I have chosen. He understands the rules of the competition and intentionally missed slightly. Hey, can you all stop chatting? I'm about to be blown away. The spectators on the viewing platform swayed precariously, on the verge of being swept away by the overwhelming suction pulling them towards the breach. Ugh, Champa shot a glance at Ildas, barking, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and repair the barrier. Understood. With a wave of Ilda's hand. The magical stone atop his staff gleamed momentarily, and the breach in the shield was instantaneously mended. Impressive, Hit exclaimed as he landed back on the stage. Excitement and exhilaration evident on his face. Sutter returned the smile, commenting, stay calm. You are the expressionless assassin, after all. If you were to employ your assassination techniques, this match would be even more thrilling, wouldn't it? What do you mean? Hit was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp Sutter's implication. Oh, nothing much. I'll pay you to assassinate me someday, Sutter remarked, moving towards the edge of the stage. That's a splendid idea. You should come and assassinate me too. Sun Wukong chimed in, bouncing around in an attempt to capture Hit's attention. Beside them, Piccolo interjected with a piercing truth that struck Wukong hard. Wukong, do you have any money? TCH. Vegeta, arms crossed, could not help but express his jealousy as he watched Sutter leap off the stage. Observing this, The host rushed towards the stage, striking a pose and announcing, "All right, let us return to the combat tournament." Prompted by Champa, Ildes appeared on the stage, declaring, "Let me heal you. I concede. I refuse to continue." Hit declined Ildes' offer of healing, turning and leaping off the stage. Upon hearing this, Champa felt a surge of dread, angrily shouting at Hit, "What did you say? What did you say? You scoundrel, I will ruin you." Victory, which was so close at hand, was so casually dismissed by Hit. "What about my wish orbs, my earth, my cuisine? You scoundrel." As Hit brushed past Champa with indifference, ignoring his furious expression, he coolly stated, "Take me back. I no longer want your three-dimensional cube ship. My spirits remain high. Although I lost, it was a thrilling battle." Upon hearing Hit's utterly inappropriate remarks, Champa became infuriated, his fists clenched tightly. "You scoundrel, I shall destroy." Before Champa could finish his sentence, the terrified Beerus urgently interjected. However, consumed by rage, Champa was oblivious to Beerus's alarm. He angrily unfurled his fists, glaring fiercely at Hit, responding to Beerus with a roar. "What are you shouting for? Why the urgency? No, Champa, look over there. You fool." This time, Beerus's voice trembled unmistakably. Champa recognized the panic in Beerus's tone and turned to see the source of his distress, which left him utterly speechless. The Omni King. Witnessing Beerus daring to point at the Omni King and feeling the overwhelming aura and murderous intent emanating from the two slender attendants beside him, was quickly interjected, "Lord Beerus, are you intending to keep that finger extended?" Realizing the gravity of his actions, Beerus hastily retracted his finger. Both Champa and Beerus hurriedly flew to the base of the wall, kneeling down in a posture of deep reverence. "Welcome, welcome, esteemed Omni King. Is there a matter for your presence here?" As Whis intended to approach Beerus, he was halted by Vegeta's inquiry. "Whis, who is the Omni King?" "The most noble and supreme being of all 12 universes." Just as Goku was about to finish his statement about the flat-headed figure, Vegeta, with remarkable cunning, swiftly covered his mouth. "Silence. No one will mistake you for mute." The Omni King was a short figure with a distinctly flat, blue-purple head. Due to his high status, even the dignified Beerus's attendant, Vados, approached the wall where the Omni King stood, kneeling on one knee. "I have come to remind you, as you have taken it upon yourselves to organize this tournament." Upon hearing these nonchalant words, Champa and Beerus were struck with fear, hastily apologizing. "Why, yes. We are truly sorry. No matter, after watching, I found it quite amusing. Let me organize the next one." The Omni King waved his diminutive hands, expressing genuine interest. Having observed the tournament without a chance to participate, Goku was filled with excitement upon hearing this proclamation. "Really? Please do. It will surely be even more enjoyable and thrilling." "Oh, do you think so too?" The Omni King beamed at Goku's enthusiastic agreement. Yes, yes." Goku fervently nodded, stepping forward to extend his hand. "It's a promise." "All right." The Omni King tilted his head, pondering for a moment before finally grasping Goku's hand. At that moment, the deities of destruction, the supreme Kaioshins, and the angels widened their eyes, nearly struck with cardiac arrest. As the Omni King released his hand, the two slender attendants ceased their menacing stares, allowing the assembled gods to exhale in relief. Yet, in the next instant, before their hearts could settle, they found themselves once more wide-eyed, holding their breath in trepidation. Before me, a lollipop fell, landing directly in front of the Grand King. Sutter raised an eyebrow, resembling a rather dubious figure attempting to deceive a naive child, and chuckled. "My dear Grand King, would you care for a lollipop?" Under the piercing glares of his two tall guards, the Grand King tilted his head in curiosity and inquired, "A lollipop? What is it? Is it delectable? You might as well give it a lick." As foretold by Sutter, the Grand King accepted the lollipop and, extending his tongue, took a tentative lick. "Delicious. Sweet," he proclaimed, immediately continuing to savor it. Noticing that the lethal gazes had momentarily subsided, Sutter could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Indeed, this venture had proven perilously audacious. "Do you have more?" the Grand King asked, still licking as he extended his hand towards Sutter once again. The assembled gods felt their hearts plummet as if they were on a roller coaster, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the moment. "Yes," Sutter exclaimed, promptly pouring an array of snacks he had prepared earlier onto the ground before the Grand King. The snacks were abundant, and given the Grand King's diminutive stature, he was almost engulfed by the bounty. Once again, Sutter felt the weight of deadly stares. "Fear not," You are truly a wonderful person, and from this moment forth, you shall be my friend," the Grand King declared as he emerged from the heap of snacks. He presented Sut with a button-like device, stating, "In the future, should you come across any delectable treats, do remember to bring them to me. Of course, you may also summon me, or visit my palace." "Certainly," Sut replied enthusiastically, placing the communicator into his pocket. "Impressive." Bardos silently commended Sut, discreetly giving him a thumbs up. To become friends with the Grand King, Sut might very well be the first in the entire universe. As the contented Grand King departed alongside his two guards, the gods who had been kneeling on the ground gasped for breath, utterly exhausted and drained. "We survived. What on earth is happening with you all?" Sun Wukong asked, bewildered as he looked at the panting deities. "You fools. If you provoke the Grand King, he might take offense." Beerus stood up, scolding Sun Wukong. "Our universe could be obliterated." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's expression turned to one of astonishment. Is that truly the case? Regardless, the Grand King has left in high spirits. Sut reclined with his hands behind his head, flying back to his original seat alongside the kneeling Vados. Damn it! Beerus clenched his fists in frustration at Sut's words, yet found himself powerless in that moment. As Sut settled into the guest seat, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have received the culinary endorsement of the Grand King, the highest deity in the universe. Your culinary skill has increased by 10, bringing your total to 42. This reward includes 15 units of divine combat power, raising your total divine combat power to 33 points. Additionally, as the taster was the supreme Grand King, you are further rewarded with a level 3 destruction skill and level 3 ultra instinct. Your current destruction skill is level 6, and your ultra instinct is at level 8. Sut listened to the rewards being announced, unable to suppress a slight smirk at the corners of his mouth. Setting aside the impressive erasure technique, the fact that a mere snack could earn such substantial rewards from the Omni King was quite remarkable. With a divine combat power of 33, he could easily overpower the rampaging Beerus. Truly a bargain. Just as Sut was in high spirits, on a lawn not far from the Omni King's palace, the Grand Priest hovered a short distance above the ground, his hands clasped behind his back. He gazed at the reflection of Sut on the lake's surface, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. This human, so intimately connected with Beerus, bore the divine aura of his other two daughters. Although it was faint compared to that of Margarita and Kex, it was undeniably present. Moreover, the fact that this human was so entangled with the angels, coupled with his recent behavior, was alarming. The Omni King had long remained isolated in the palace, never engaging with others. Yet this individual had managed to prepare a plethora of personally made delicacies. His attention shifted back to Sut, who was happily conversing with Beerus. The Grand Priest's murderous intent intensified. Beerus had relinquished his role as the god of destruction for 2 billion years for the sake of this human, even abandoning his own disciple, Champa. With a wave of his hand, empowered by divine energy, he established a mental connection with Beerus. "Beerus, come to the palace. I have urgent matters to discuss with you." "What is it, father?" Beerus, far away on the nameless star, was momentarily taken aback before inquiring within his mind. "You should know better than I what this is about." Upon hearing those emotionless words, Beerus's expression changed dramatically as he turned to Sut. "What's wrong?" Noticing Beerus's gaze, Sut smiled faintly. "My father, the Grand Priest, wishes for me to visit him." Beerus felt a whirlwind of emotions. Like any typical daughter, she hoped Sut would gain her father's approval, while simultaneously fearing her father's disapproval of her relationship with this human. "Then go ahead, be careful on your way. I will await your return." Sut responded without much thought. "Ha." On the arena, Beerus stood with his hands on his hips, looking triumphantly at Champa. "This martial arts tournament belongs to our Universe 7. Champa, clenching his fists in frustration, seethed at Hit's abrupt departure. It was infuriating that they had emerged victorious solely because of that seemingly ordinary Manaka, who hadn't even taken the stage. "Where's the last Dragon Ball?" Beerus asked, wagging his tail, eyeing the reluctant Champa. Champa gritted his teeth and pointed at the ground beneath them, saying, "This here is the last wish-granting ball." Observing the scene on the arena, Sut chuckled and shook his head, remarking, "Champa truly has lost both his lady and his soldiers." Bardos remained silent, merely bestowing a gentle kiss upon Sutter, her voice imbued with affection as she remarked, "There is no need for you to wait for my return." "What?" Sutter, taken aback, gazed at Bardos with disbelief, exclaiming, How can you say that? I am your boyfriend. Such a possessive nature, and yet Bardos uttered such peculiar words. What I mean is that you need not wait for me on this planet. Bardos could not suppress a laugh, gesturing towards the direction of Champa, explaining, isn't this planet also a wish-granting orb? Why would you wait for me here? Upon witnessing Bardos's demeanor, reminiscent of her usual self, Sutter's earlier strange feelings dissipated. Then I shall wait for you in the realm of Beerus. Very well, Bardos nodded, opening her mouth as if to say something further, yet ultimately swallowed her words. I shall take my leave now. Indeed, the sooner you depart, the sooner you may return. As Bardos soared into the distance, Sutter waved farewell. When he turned back to the arena, he found that Champa had already stormed off in a fit of anger. Chapter 47. The killing intent from the Grand Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly return to the spaceship, was called out, urging everyone to board the cubic vessel, while Beerus eagerly contemplated summoning the eternal dragon. What kind of wish should he make? Beerus pondered deeply, burdened as the god of destruction. What do I truly desire? I can have any delicacy, and Earth possesses plenty. Not bothering with the solitary mutterings of Sutter, he followed the crowd aboard the cubic spaceship, awaiting its ascent. Whis stood atop the cubic vessel, shattering the outer layer of the nameless star, revealing the super Dragon Balls within. Then, under the curious gazes of the onlookers, Beerus summoned the eternal dragon. This breathtaking spectacle left the crowd in astonishment, leading to a flurry of discussions. Beerus spoke in the divine tongue, a language that, aside from Whis, none could comprehend. However, no one paid heed to the wish Beerus had made. Whis, with an enigmatic smile directed at Beerus's aloof figure, remarked, Lord Beerus, your gentleness is truly a rarity. Mind your own business. Beerus retorted, hands on his hips, exuding an air of haughty defiance. Are we not leaving yet? Sutter prodded, fully aware that Beerus was following the original narrative. He wished to revitalize the Earth of Universe 6, resurrecting its inhabitants and restoring its culinary culture. Meanwhile, on the other side of Universe 6, Idus communicated this news to Champa. Champa fell into a long silence, eventually expressing disdain that Beerus truly loves to meddle. While everything seemed to conclude, certain events quietly unfolded unbeknownst to the crowd. In the Xeno's palace, Bardos returned to the sanctuary, her heart heavy with unease and trepidation. The Grand Minister stood as ever, hands clasped behind his back by the lakeside, yet the water's surface no longer reflected Sutter's image, only gentle ripples stirred by the breeze. Father, noticing the Grand Minister's prolonged silence, Bardos bit her lip and softly called out, testing the waters, Sutter and I are genuinely together. You cannot fathom it. You have indeed developed human emotions. The High Priest, with an icy tone and an expressionless demeanor, turned away. Indeed, Vados, biting her lip, candidly acknowledged this. Angels are not human and do not require human emotions. Before the High Priest could finish his sentence, Vados hastily knelt on one knee, anxiously imploring, Father, no, High Priest. I beg you, do not make things difficult for Sut. Make things difficult? The High Priest scoffed, casting a subtle glance toward the nearby divine temple. It is not so much that, but given this variable, I would be entirely inclined to eliminate him. You cannot do that. Realizing her coaxing had fallen on deaf ears, Bardos immediately rose, her expression wary as she regarded the High Priest. Even if you force me into slumber, I shall awaken. Witnessing his beloved daughter treat him so defiantly, the High Priest's authoritative visage darkened with anger. How dare you, Bardos, to defy for a mere human? Bardos maintained a stern countenance, her gaze fiercely fixed upon the High Priest, resolutely declaring, no matter the circumstances, I will not permit you to harm Sut. The atmosphere between father and daughter grew increasingly tense. Bardos fidgeted with her garments, repeatedly opening her mouth, yet struggling to find the right words to persuade the High Priest. This father had indulged her. However, he was unlikely to yield on this matter. Father, as long as you do not harm him, I shall comply with whatever you ask. The High Priest, upon hearing this, grew even colder in demeanor. His daughter, so easily swayed by a human? Such a turn of events could potentially lead to 3. Do not presume I cannot see through it. That fellow named Sut, truly, I cannot discern his past or future. How infuriating. The tension thickened. Just as Bardos was racking her brain for a solution, the High Priest abruptly spoke. Not killing him is an option as well. Upon hearing the High Priest's concession, Bardos looked utterly incredulous, tinged with profound delight. Observing her complex expression, The high priest felt an inexplicable surge of irritation and coldly stated, "Then you shall assist the time god, and ensure you shall never meet Soot again." Vados was loath to comply. She wished not for Soot to be harmed by the high priest, yet she also did not desire eternal separation from him. Although Soot possessed a so-called immortal body, this merely posed a slight inconvenience for the high priest's intent to slay him. Very well, then I shall proceed to eliminate him. Watching Vados' reaction, the high priest waved his hand, intending to depart to eliminate Soot. The sight of his turning figure sent a chill down Vados' spine. I can go to Cronia, the time god, but I can only remain for 100 million years. Vados quickly interposed herself before the high priest, pleading, "Humans cannot live that long. Allow me to occasionally glimpse him within the magic stone." She was gambling, wagering that the high priest had not uncovered her and Soot's past, and was unaware of Soot's immortal form. If given a bit more time, she hoped Soot could grow strong enough to confront her father when the time came. She would have faith in him. "You insolent child." The high priest pressed his lips together, ultimately releasing a long sigh, succumbing to her plea. Upon hearing the thoughts of Bardos, he too contemplated taking a chance. A wager on the separation of Bardos and Soot. Perhaps one day Bardos would forsake the superfluous emotions of humanity and return to the purity of an angelic state. After all, humanity has been so sentimental since ancient times. Bah, overly sentimental. Noticing that the high priest had also taken a step back, Bardos seized the opportunity and expressed gratitude to his father, promising to assist Cronoa diligently. "Now, you must depart. From this moment on, you cannot meet again." The high priest slightly nodded, urging him onward. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Bardos tentatively inquired, "Can I at least bid him farewell properly?" No. This father-daughter duo, engaged in a dance of probing and scheming, was laden with inappropriate calculations and intentions. Very well. As he beheld the temporal portal conjured by the high priest's wave, Bardos turned back repeatedly. Just before stepping through the portal, Bardos silently implored in her heart, "Soot, wait for me. You must wait for my return." Far away in the seventh universe, in the divine realm, Soot sat upon a rock, cigarette in mouth, gazing vacantly into the void, murmuring, "It's strange that Bardos has been gone for so long. Why hasn't she returned?" Beerus, reclining on the lakeside with his hands behind his head and a blade of grass in his mouth, nonchalantly remarked, "What is there to worry about? It's quite normal for matters to come up that require a few days to resolve." Beside him, Whis silently observed the message from the high priest relayed through the magical stone of his staff. He pursed his lips and said, "Lord Beerus is indeed correct." "Is it?" Soot removed the cigarette from his lips, flicking it into the lake, and furrowed his brow in silence. There was an unsettling feeling lingering, yet he could not articulate it. Chapter 48. Awaiting the unreturned at the King's palace. "Hey, this is a lake. It's where I occasionally fish, bathe, and change the water in my bathtub." Upon seeing the cigarette butt fall into the water, the drowsy prophecy fish nearby immediately expressed its displeasure, scolding Soot, "Don't toss your rubbish in here." Tch. Soot, slightly irked, turned his gaze to Beerus. With a divine combat power of 33, he could finally overpower and thrash Beerus, couldn't he? "Come on, Beerus. I'm feeling a bit bored. Let us practice." "Not practicing. I'm not hungry, but I am tired." Beerus yawned, sauntering toward the enormous treehouse. He suddenly had a premonition that agreeing to practice would lead to nothing good. It would be the kind of misfortune where, as he rubbed Soot into the ground, Vados would return to witness such a scene. Then, it would be he who would find himself pressed to the ground by Vados. "Hey, if Lord Beerus wants to fight you, then why not fight me?" exclaimed Goku, popping up with a cheerful grin, inviting Soot. "All right, then you and Vegeta can team up." Soot glanced at the mischievous Goku, and then at the prideful Vegeta, considering for a moment before extending the invitation. Just a mere chef dares to utter such arrogant words. Vegeta snorted, rolling up his sleeves and charging towards Soot. With a series of relentless punches and kicks, Soot deftly evaded each blow. "I'm joining in." Seeing Vegeta and Soot engaged in combat, Goku rushed into the fray, his excitement palpable as he clenched his massive fists. "Do you not understand the concept of turn-taking?" Vegeta scoffed, launching an unexpected punch at the unprepared Goku. Thud. Caught off guard, Goku was sent sprawling by Vegeta's strike. "Are you still thinking about that?" Without a glance at Goku, Soot delivered a powerful uppercut to Vegeta's jaw. Ugh. Vegeta winced, his eyes blazing with fury as he retaliated with an energy blast. "You scoundrel." Boom. The energy blast met with empty air as Soot had already repositioned himself behind Vegeta, delivering a forceful blow to his back. Watching Vegeta plummet rapidly to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact, Soot then turned his attention back to Goku. The cycle of punches and kicks resumed. Thud, thud, thud. Damn it. Vegeta glared at the two, battling in midair, his expression darkening with rage. As his fists tightened, a rising wave of energy surged beneath him, radiating power. Should I say something or not? Whis stood by the lake, observing the 3 streaks of light darting through the sky, musing to himself. What? The prophetic fish in its small tank curiously floated over to Whis. Well, it's just, before he could finish, Beerus interrupted from his treehouse, hurling a destructive energy blast and grumbling. You rascals are so noisy. Can't you let someone enjoy a peaceful nap? The destructive energy surged towards the 3 in the air, but they effortlessly dodged it. More than half an hour passed, breathing heavily, with hands on his knees. Vegeta glanced at the drenched in sweat Goku, who lay sprawled on the ground without any semblance of dignity. Soot leisurely pulled out a cigarette, lighting it as he exhaled smoke rings. Lamenting, how utterly boring. When will Bardos return? Soot, your strength should now be on par with Lord Beerus, right? Whis approached with a smile, inquiring of Soot. Roughly. Soot replied, tilting his head and lowering the cigarette from his lips, curiosity piqued. Why do you ask? Oh, nothing much. Just observing your battle. I ran some calculations. Whis replied. Goku, now sitting up, was taken aback. Is he even stronger than Lord Beerus? Umph. Are your ears malfunctioning? Whis said he is on par with Beerus. Vegeta, arms crossed, leaned against a nearby tree, emitting a dissatisfied grunt. Damn it. He is still on the path to surpassing Kakarot. Yet that former chef of his has unconsciously surpassed Beerus. What a ridiculous situation. Soot, shall we continue? Goku stood up, noticing Soot had finished his smoke, extending another invitation. Are you never satisfied? Time slipped away in this endless cycle of combat, and soon, 3 days had passed. Seeing that Bardos had yet to return, Soot's patience was gradually wearing thin. He prepared some snacks, and, under the pretext of delivering treats to the Grand Zeno, intended to make his way to the Grand Zeno's temple. Observing Soot's numerous bags, Whis stood by, pursing his lips in counsel. I still advise against your visit. What if you don't encounter your sister, and end up being kept back by the Grand Zeno for entertainment? Delivering snacks does not obligate me to play. Soot shot a sidelong glance at Whis, frowning as he retorted, the more you insist that I shouldn't go, the more I feel compelled to. Do you know where Bardos has gone? Furthermore, are you concealing something from me? As Soot approached Whis with a look of deep suspicion, he mused that after 3 days of Bardos's absence, it seemed the Grand Priest had summoned her for no good reason. Could it be that he had discovered their relationship and intended to part him from Bardos? Then go. Whis leaned back, swiftly distancing himself from Soot. Go on. I cannot stop you. I hope that when the incident unfolds, your sister will not blame me. The Grand Zeno's temple? Is that where Zeno resides? Sun Wukong curiously sidled up to Soot, eagerly gesturing to himself. Take me with you. I wish to inquire about when the next martial arts tournament will commence. Fool. Observing Sun Wukong's battle-crazed enthusiasm, Vegeta scoffed, remarking that Bulma's description of a battle maniac seemed more applicable to him. Goodbye. Soot disregarded Sun Wukong, flashing a grin as he pressed the button given to him by the Grand Zeno. Hey, why did you leave without me? Sun Wukong grumbled as he watched Soot vanish before his eyes. TCH, that guy is simply courting disaster. Beerus, seated on a nearby stump, expressed his discontent. Whis had privately informed him that the Grand Priest wished for him to have no dealings with Bardos, the Grand Zeno's temple. So this is the abode of that rubber eraser. Soot materialized in the vast, deserted temple, casting a cursory glance before muttering softly. Is anyone here? Chapter 49. The peculiar Grand Priest, his gentle call echoed in the dim, expansive space. As no one emerged, and the Grand Zeno, along with his 2 tall attendants, remained unseen, Soot hesitated before taking a step forward. The moment he did, a shadow suddenly lunged from a dark corner behind him, swiftly approaching. Sensing a slight disturbance in the air, Soot instinctively dodged, evading the attack. The shadow was not a person, but rather a sphere of energy imbued with angelic power. Although the energy ball was not particularly formidable, it could at most inflict a minor injury on Soot. Grand Priest. Soot landed in astonishment, gazing at the white-haired figure with a slicked-back hairstyle who floated out from the shadows. Oh, you managed to evade my little test. The Grand Priest chuckled. though the amusement did not reach his eyes. By the way, who are you? What brings you to the Grand Xenos Temple? The question made Soot want to scoff. As the steward of the Omni King and the Grand Priest who possesses knowledge of all matters within the universe, could he possibly be unaware of this individual? After all, he has courted his daughter, Beerus. Is it possible that Beerus has not informed her father, the Grand Priest? Or is she simply not yet prepared to introduce him to her family? In such haste, does it not seem a tad reckless? While Sutter was engulfed in various uncertainties, the Grand Priest narrowed his eyes and suddenly inquired, "Are you here to seek out Beerus?" Somewhat, though not entirely. Sutter, uncertain of the Grand Priest's disposition towards him, candidly replied, "I have brought some new delicacies for the Omni King and thought I might inquire about Beerus." Before he could finish his sentence, the Grand Priest's smile vanished, replaced by a frosty demeanor. "So, you are merely passing by to find Beerus? I had presumed you made a special trip to see her." Upon hearing this subtly scheming remark, Sutter felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. This Grand Priest was rather peculiar, entirely unlike the one he had seen in the anime. Could it be that he harbored some resentment over the cabbage grown with care in his household? Was he jealous? This was becoming quite intriguing. Noticing Sutter's silence, the Grand Priest's tone grew even more frigid. "It has been 3 days. Only now do you think to seek out Beerus?" Sutter furrowed his brow, sensing a heavier implication in the Grand Priestess' words. "I had dispatched her on a mission. If she were to encounter any peril, 3 days would be ample time for her to fall into slumber." Another insinuation. "You may not be aware, but angels, aside from slumbering, can also perish. Why then? Did you wait 3 days to come?" "Sutter, it appears you do not sufficiently cherish Beerus. You, a mere human, seem indifferent towards angels. Do not be deceived by their formidable power. Angels are indeed capable of dying. Is it truly appropriate for you to curse your own daughter like that?" The moment those words escaped his lips, coupled with Sutter's peculiar expression directed at the Grand Priest, the Grand Priest was rendered momentarily speechless. Coughing to mask his embarrassment, he glanced towards the entrance of the temple and continued, "You were bringing treats for the Omni King, yes? Present them to me, and I shall deliver them directly." He had deftly shifted the conversation. This lack of hostility caused Sutter to furrow his brow further. Could it be that he had been overthinking the situation? The Grand Priest seemed unconcerned about his relationship with Beerus, even suggesting that Sutter's concern for his daughter was insufficient. After handing the treats to the Grand Priest, Sutter also presented some dried meats and prepared dishes he had made himself. "These are for you, Grand Priest, a token of my appreciation." Initially uncertain of the Grand Priestess' attitude, Sutter had not prepared much, and now it appeared he was somewhat unprepared. "Not necessary." With a wave of his hand, the Grand Priest illuminated the entire temple. Simultaneously, at the entrance of the main hall, a small figure swiftly approached them. With a playful giggle, the king of all exclaimed, "I can sense your presence, Soot. What delightful treats have you brought for me this time?" His eyes curved into crescent moons, filled with joy as he gazed at Soot. "I have homemade cookies, along with some jelly and gummies," Soot replied, extending the bag in his left hand towards the king. "Oh, and what about the rest? Are you planning to give it to the High Priest?" The king did not accept the bag, instead pointing with a disgruntled expression at the bag in Soot's right hand. He had overheard Soot mentioning that it was meant for the High Priest outside the door. "Are we not friends anymore?" Faced with the king's piercing gaze, the High Priest smiled and placed his hands behind his back. "I did not dare to ask. It is all for you, my lord." "Very well." The king's face lit up once more with delight as he cheerfully accepted all the bags from Soot. "High Priest, seeing how obedient and attentive you are, I'll begrudgingly give you one." The king, appearing somewhat reluctant, extracted a gummy from the bag. "There's no need for that, my lord. It is my duty." The High Priest continued to smile benevolently. "You mentioned that when someone brings food to you, one must be gracious. All right then." The king unceremoniously tore off the candy's wrapper and popped it into his mouth. "My lord, I shall see this guest off." Noticing the king's enjoyment, the High Priest's cold gaze returned to Soot. Had it not been for the king's command, he would have extinguished this insufferable human upon his arrival. As Soot unwittingly followed the High Priest out of the temple, he inquired about another matter. "High Priest, when will Bardos return?" "He will come back when the time is right," the High Priest replied dismissively, waving his hand to send Soot away. Once alone by the lakeside, he slowly approached the tranquil water and seemed to perform a gesture over its surface. Soon, ripples emerged, and moments later, the reflection of Bados's smiling face appeared. "Oh, father, why have you contacted me?" Vados asked, pointing at a segment of footage the High Priest had captured. The content depicted the High Priest speaking in an odd manner. Much to Sut's confusion, Vados laughed heartily, gesturing at the concluding scene. Father, isn't Sut quite amusing? The High Priest's lips twitched ever so slightly. Indeed, he is amusing. Yet I still contemplate ending his life. You promised me you wouldn't harm him. Vados' brow furrowed, clearly vexed. Chapter 50. Oh, the heart of an old father indeed. The High Priest replied earnestly, hands clasped behind his back. He sent Vados the scene of Sut being transported back to the divine realm, asserting, "It is your promise that spared his life, not the king's protection that prevented me from ending him." Sut may be entertaining, but he was also somewhat ungrateful, unworthy of Vados' affection. Yet, I find him quite admirable. I made him wait for me, and he obediently lingered in the divine realm. Vados lazily sauntered over to a nearby sofa, tilting her head to gaze at the High Priest on the shore. Your probing has faltered. Ha ha ha. It has not failed. He is simply indifferent to you, showing no concern for your safety. The High Priest refused to concede. But I witnessed it myself. Moreover, did he not express worry over my prolonged absence, even coming to seek me? Vados saw nothing amiss in Sutter's actions. In fact, she believed he was performing splendidly. Father, you seem to have developed an affinity towards Sutter, haven't you? Otherwise, how could you refrain from displaying even a hint of malice towards him? Faced with this inquiry, the High Priest's expression darkened momentarily. Did he not wish to reveal it? Could he disregard the commands of Lord Zeno? However, he would not disclose this to Vados, lest she rush back from the realm of time. Remember to send me the footage next time you probe, dear father. Vados expressed her satisfaction, concluding the communication with a smile. Had her father shown malice towards Sutter from the outset, Sutter would have formed a negative impression of the High Priest. A poor impression of the High Priest would inevitably tarnish her own image in Sutter's eyes, thereby complicating their future union. Misunderstandings flourished perfectly between us. Observing himself unilaterally transported back to the desolate divine realm by the High Priest, Sutter felt a twinge of frustration. Not even a precise time of return was provided. Truly vexing, Sutter grumbled, stroking his chin. Yet, were the High Priest's words genuine? Could it be that even beings as formidable as angels face peril on their missions? Unlikely, I would think. Within the cosmos and among deities, angels are indeed figures at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. I should consult Whis about this. Because of the High Priest's remarks, Sutter's heart grew uneasy, and he closed his eyes to sense Whis' presence. Earth. Upon arriving, Sutter immediately noticed Whis and Beerus indulging in a feast at Bulma's residence. These two acted as if they were at home, standing before a long table, having the chef prepare steaming buns on the spot. Nearby, a girl with short golden hair swayed about. Resembling Bulma, she was likely her sister, Tai's. The sound of clashing echoed in the air, where Goku and Vegeta were sparring. Not far away, under the eaves, Trunks and the small trio of Pilaf were attending a lesson. Bulma was also present, seemingly engaged in conversation with Jocko. Heh, is this what they call Chinese meat buns? Whis was thoroughly enjoying himself, blowing steam off the freshly made meat buns. Hey, I just stepped out for a moment, and you all hurried to Earth out of sheer hunger? Sutter remarked as he pulled out a cigarette, placing one between his lips and approaching Whis. Welcome back, Sutter. Whis greeted cheerfully, continuing to savor his meal. Still alive, huh? Beerus remarked, nibbling on a bun while casting a sidelong glance at the unscathed Surt, who was momentarily taken aback by his presence. The astonishment, laden with the remnants of his chewing, went unnoticed by Surt. Weiss, I have a question for you. Surt approached Weiss, seemingly unperturbed. Are your tasks as angels generally perilous? Tasks? Dangerous? Weiss replied, popping another bun into his mouth, clearly perplexed. In the entirety of the universe, no danger exists for us angels. Upon hearing this, Surt's previously anxious heart settled into tranquility. It was all the fault of that grand priest's nonsensical claims. How could angels, whom he could not conquer, possibly encounter danger? Surely, they were merely testing his affections for Beerus. Oh dear, such sentiments from a paternal heart. Hey, Surt, what brings you here? Beerus queried, eyeing Surt with a sidelong glance before shifting his gaze to the chef still kneading dough. There's plenty of dough here. Why not show your skills? I desire noodles. Wait, are you going to cook, Surt? Bulma chimed in with a smile. Make an extra portion for me. It's been ages since I savored your cooking. Is it truly delectable? Tai's added, curiously regarding Surt. Aren't you the chef here? He resigned, Bulma explained to Tai's, shaking her head with a look of exasperation. Humph. Surt scoffed, glancing at the chef's sweat-drenched brow. He approached, taking over the chef's duties. Ajong, let me handle this. You take a break. These gods, Saiyans, and capitalists only knew how to exploit ordinary people. Thank you so much, Surt. Ajong, the chef, smiled bashfully, retreating a few steps with trembling hands. Hey, you two. Take a breather. Whis called out to Goku and Vegeta, who were suspended in midair. The dishes Surt prepared were not only delectable, but also possessed extraordinary properties that could restore one's stamina. Though rare and gradual in effect, the results were undeniably impressive. Oh, Goku was the first to descend from the air, cheerfully making his way to the long table. Surt, when did you arrive? Vegeta, crossing his arms, strolled over leisurely, surprised. What brings you to the kitchen, Surt? I see you capitalists oppressing ordinary people. How can you sleep at night? Surt scoffed, quickly immersing himself in his work. Bowls of noodles were served at an astonishing speed, igniting lively conversations among those present. Jack continued to discuss Bulma's so-called research, rambling about time machines and parallel worlds. Bulma retorted, insisting he should not bother her, a mere ordinary person, with such matters. Goku, meanwhile, was fixated on the upcoming martial arts tournament hosted by the Omni King, incessantly questioning Whis about various cosmic issues. With Vegeta occasionally interjecting inquiries and Beerus providing explanations, the sumptuous feast Surt prepared was eagerly devoured as lively discussions ensued. Hey, those are my dumplings. Lord Beerus, how could you indulge in such gluttony? Chapter 51, The Arrival of Future Trunks. Observing as Beerus seized the opportunity to devour a substantial plate of dumplings, Vegeta nearly erupted with expletives. What do you mean your dumplings? There is no name inscribed upon them. Beerus, licking his lips, inquired of Soot, isn't that right? Soot, do bring me another serving of dumplings. Why, as a cat? Do you not prefer fish? Soot continued to serve multiple plates of fried dumplings. Vegeta, opting for silence, refrained from engaging in conversation this time. He paid little heed to Goku and was discussing the 18 universes or the 12, instead focusing intently on his meal. I'm heading back, Gak. Witnessing Bulma's utter disregard, stormed toward his spaceship in frustration. Hey, wait for me to finish before you leave. Tais called out over her shoulder, returning to her meal. At that moment, a peculiar machine abruptly materialized in midair above the courtyard. As the machine descended slowly, the attendees turned their curious gazes toward it. The oval-shaped contraption appeared somewhat dilapidated, emblazoned with the logo of the Capsule Corporation. That is, Bulma's chopsticks, laden with a dumpling, fell back onto her plate. I feel like I've seen that somewhere before, Goku mumbled, his cheeks stuffed. Soot flicked ash from his cigarette, redirecting his gaze. It is the time machine of future Trunks. It seems Zamasu is about to make his appearance. I'll take a look. Trunks, who was nearby attending class, flew up curiously to observe the situation within the time machine's cabin. There's someone inside. They appear to be injured. Trunks, is it a boy who shares your hair color? Bulma, guided by Vegeta, hurriedly approached the time machine. Trunks, leaning against the protective shield, nodded, saying, It seems so. Vegeta, Goku, does anyone have any senzu beans? Upon hearing Trunks' response and noting the time machine's prolonged silence, Bulma anxiously called out to the two. Beerus and Whis also approached with curiosity, glancing between Bulma and the time machine. I didn't bring any. I'll go fetch some from the cat sage. Goku, slow to react, scratched his cheek and used instant transmission to depart. Vegeta, come and assist me. Bulma, seeing Vegeta still standing with his arms crossed, urgently commanded. From their vantage point, Whis and Soot observed as Bulma managed to pry open the time machine. Following her instructions, Vegeta extracted the injured individual and placed them in the pavilion. What on earth has transpired? How could they sustain such severe injuries? Bulma gazed at the severely wounded future Trunks, worry etched in her features. Hey, don't you think that person looks remarkably similar to you? Remarked Mai, squatting in a corner of the pavilion, directing her attention to Trunks, who was watching the unfolding scene. Trunks, astonished, glanced at the unconscious figure of future Trunks, then touched his own cheek in disbelief. He glanced at Ashu, the dog, and Pilaf, inquiring, do they truly resemble each other? Both Ashu and Pilaf nodded fervently. Are they illegitimate children? Just as the four little ones were engrossed in their astonishment, Sun Wukong returned with the divine beans and tossed them to Vegeta. Watching Vegeta administer the beans to Date, and subsequently witnessing Date's recovery as he opened his eyes, Bulma expressed her delight with concern. Trunks, are you all right? Trunks sat up, bewildered, momentarily at a loss for words. However, upon spotting Sun Wukong standing not far off, he instantly sprang up from the recliner in a fit of rage. You bastard, you damn thud. As Date's fist was grasped, Sun Wukong, bewildered, inquired, Trunks, what are you doing? Mr. Wukong. At this exclamation, Date turned his head to survey the surroundings, noticing Bulma, hands on her hips, and joyfully exclaimed, Mom, you're alive. Humph, as if Bulma could ever die? Vegeta scoffed, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Trunks, what on earth is wrong with you? Has something happened in the future? Daddy. In the midst of Date's excitement at the family reunion, Beerus had already crouched beside Trunks and asked, I remember you are also named Trunks, correct? With Trunks affirmatively responding, Whis, suddenly understanding the situation, remarked, I see. So this fellow is from the future. If that is the case. Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Date, who was explaining to Sun Wukong and Vegeta that the enemy was not Bu. It's quite remarkable for a human to create such a machine. Upon hearing this exaggerated compliment, Bulma puffed up with pride, pointing to herself, of course. That is future me. Before she could finish her sentence, Whis interjected sternly, it is a grave offense for humans to invent such machines and traverse time without authorization. Humph. I see. Beerus revealed his sharp fangs, pointing a finger at Bulma. Bulma, it was indeed you who created this machine, allowing your future son to come to the past. What do you intend to do? Observing the seriousness in Beerus' expression, coupled with the purple light emanating from his fingertips, Bulma felt a twinge of panic. Hey, listen to me. The time machine was created by me, but not the present me, rather the future me. Sut, holding a cigarette, playfully slapped Beerus on the back of the head, eating on someone else's turf and then wanting to annihilate them? That's rather inconsiderate. Beerus winced in pain, the energy at his fingertips dissipating instantly, and turned to Sut, cursing, Are you seeking death, you damned fool? Sut grinned, exhaling smoke towards Beerus, his demeanor as audacious as ever, causing Beerus to cough uncontrollably. Damn it. Witnessing this scene, Trunks and the three little ones were utterly baffled. Meanwhile, within the pavilion, Date elaborated on certain circumstances of the future. The newly emerged enemy is Sun Wukong, yet not quite Sun Wukong. To be precise, there exists an adversary identical to Sun Wukong in every aspect. He was unable to withstand the pressure and fled from the future in utter disarray. Vegeta, clenching his fists, cursed vehemently, You disgraced the Saiyan name. How could you flee without a fight? Meanwhile, Sun Wukong wore a puzzled expression, questioning what it meant to be both himself and not himself. Silence. Bulma's thunderous roar compelled both Saiyans to obediently close their mouths. Chapter 52. The Menace of Black Goku. Trunks, why don't you freshen up? I have ample methods for the time machine's energy source. Bulma gestured towards the disheveled Trunks, methodically organizing their next steps. The energy source for the time machine is precisely what I have been researching recently. Returning is not an issue. Black Goku, you certainly have a sophisticated name in the future. Observing Bulma mumbling to herself, Sun Wukong no longer pondered the identity conundrum. Thrilled, he clenched his fists and turned to Vegeta, proclaiming, Let us go. We can depart in a day. Bulma, can we really go? Vegeta shared in the excitement, as the opponent bore a striking resemblance to Kakarot. Being an enemy, the battle would certainly be exhilarating. Do as you wish. I cannot prevent you. Bulma sighed, rubbing her temples and casting a sidelong glance at the two. However, you must return safely. Seeing Bulma's words as an agreement, both Vegeta and Sun Wukong, having just faced her wrath, hurriedly thumped their chests in assurance. Yes, no problem. Upon reaching Trunks' side, the bewildered Daiten turned to the individuals in the pavilion, quickly interjecting. No, Dad, Mr. Wukong, that guy? However, before he could finish, Sutter had already reached out to pat his shoulder, calmly stating, Their combat prowess has evolved far beyond what you can imagine. Who are you? Daiten inquired, eyeing Sutter, who had a tail wrapped around his waist. Sutter, long time no see. Dr. Brief, leisurely walking his dog, called out upon spotting Sutter. Old man, how is your health holding up? Sutter, uninterested in introducing himself to Daiten, dismissed the offered cigarette from Dr. Brief. He flicked away the butt and stepped on it, accepting another cigarette from Dr. Brief, proceeding to smoke after it was lit. Following this exchange, Dr. Brief chuckled, Not bad at all, just occasionally craving your cooking. Over there should still be plenty on the long table. Sutter pointed towards a nearby table laden with food. As the two engaged in conversation, Sun Wukong extended an invitation to Daiten for a sparring session, wishing to demonstrate that there was no need for excessive concern. With a hearty laugh, Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 2, and Daiten swiftly followed suit, achieving the same form. This kid is impressive. His strength has vastly improved since the days of the androids. Vegeta, arms crossed, finally allowed a faint smile to escape, softly complimenting him. Listening to this, Trunks felt a wave of emotion wash over him, and with the incessant teasing from the Pilaf gang about his parentage, his desire to weep intensified. His father has never once praised him. Is it true that the illegitimate child is more favored? This illegitimate child is so much older than him. They even share the same name. How much favoritism do the parents show this child? Under the explosive fury of Sun Wukong and Date, a powerful gust swept through, nearly toppling those around them. Dr. Brief, out walking his dog, could hardly withstand the force. Had it not been for Sutter holding him back, he would have been swept away by the wind. In midair, two golden streaks of light collided repeatedly, occasionally emitting dazzling sparks. Date in his Super 2 form seemed to have the upper hand, landing punch after punch that forced Super 2 Sun Wukong into a defensive retreat. Not bad, but that was all a decade ago. Now, let me witness the transformations from your world. As Sun Wukong was struck, he plummeted rapidly toward the ground, on the verge of creating a massive crater in the courtyard. With a mighty roar, he stirred the waters of the nearby artificial lake into a tumultuous frenzy. As the lake water fell like a gentle rain, Sun Wukong transformed into his Super 3 form. Oh, is this Mr. Wukong's new form? Date exclaimed in surprise, as the energy surrounding him surged higher, with the encircling lightning becoming increasingly dense. Strange. His appearance hasn't changed much. Vegeta caught the trio of Trunks, Pilaf, and others who had been swept away by the energy waves, expressing his astonishment. However, his strength was on par with Super 3 Kakarot. Is this really the time to be concerned about that? Bulma shouted in anger, watching the villa sway perilously and the flowers and trees bend under the force. You despicable Saiyans, are you trying to destroy my home? Oh dear. Even the food has been blown away. Whis approached Sutter, glancing at the latter who was holding Dr. Brief, and sighed. Now there's nothing to eat. I'll make you some more later. Sutter scratched his head, feeling dejected as he watched the smoke from his meal whisked away by the fierce wind. Really? Whis replied, somewhat surprised, and winked at Sutter, adding, then I have something to tell you. Sutter, who found Whis agreeable, was about to disclose a significant secret. However, he was currently more intrigued by the battle between Sun Wukong and Date, which seemed to be nearing its climax. Sun Wukong had resorted to trickery, having entered the Super Saiyan God state. Yet, he was unaware that the form Date exhibited was indeed his strongest. Kakarot, you rascal. Vegeta glared at Sun Wukong, who had just kicked Date in the head. It's not that he doesn't care for his son. He's just a careless fool. Hey, sorry about that, Trunks. Are you alright? Noticing Vegeta's hostile gaze, Sun Wukong sheepishly approached Trunks, helping him up. I'm fine, Mr. Wukong. Date replied, feeling a bit embarrassed, criticizing his own lack of strength. This is my utmost effort, yet I find myself utterly outmatched by that dark version of Goku. It seems the situation has become rather precarious. As Sun Wukong spoke, his gaze shifted towards Beerus, who was observing the scene. Lord Beerus, why not accompany us along with Whis? In case of any unforeseen circumstances, your assistance would be invaluable. Before he could finish his sentence, Beerus haughtily declined, swishing his tail as he sauntered over to Sutter's side. I have no interest in the Earths of other parallel worlds. He had overheard Sutter and Whis's conversation about creating new delicacies. Hey, why are you being so stingy? Sun Wukong frowned and muttered under his breath. Oh, that's a grave offense. I too cannot condone it. Whis remarked nonchalantly, savoring his appetizer while not bothering to look back, indicating his disinterest in the matter. However, why doesn't he, the god of destruction from that world, simply eliminate that ridiculous fellow? Chapter 53, News. More thrilling than the last, Beerus also took a small dish and began to eat leisurely, voicing his curiosity. That world is considered a parallel universe. If so, then the god of destruction must also be you, Lord Beerus. Whis casually responded, appearing to engage in light conversation. I suspect he must have perished. Sutter, puffing on a new cigarette, chopped vegetables with such speed that only a blur remained. Nonsense. How could a dignified god of destruction like myself possibly be dead? Beerus exclaimed, shaking his chopsticks in indignation. I wasn't referring to you, but to the Kaioshin. Upon hearing Sutter's words, the gathering crowd, slowly converging, appeared quite perplexed. What did Beerus's demise have to do with the Kaioshin? What? Beerus turned sharply to Date, who had yet to freshen up, and barked, Hey, future kid, come over here and tell us about the Kaioshin from your world. I didn't realize, Lord Beerus, that you were so concerned about the Kaioshin. Is it because you hold a fondness for him? Sun Wukong inquired with a curious expression. The Kaioshin, you say? A somber expression crossed Date's face as he spoke in hushed tones. He sacrificed himself to prevent the emergence of Majin Buu. What? Beerus was so taken aback that his chopsticks clattered to the ground, unbeknownst to him. Why such astonishment? Bulma gazed at Beerus in surprise, her expression filled with skepticism. You don't actually harbor feelings for the Kaioshin, do you? Not at all, Whis chuckled softly, offering clarification to the bewildered crowd. This is because the god of destruction and the Kaioshin are symbiotically linked. If one perishes, the god of destruction from the same universe will also meet their end. Is there such a relationship? Vegeta expressed his astonishment, noting that the counterpart of a formidable being like Beerus was a rather weak Kaioshin. What an intriguing pairing. The news was increasingly exhilarating. Date, with a complex expression, continued. After that, it was not the dawn of peace, but the onset of a far more despairing beginning, the emergence of Dark Goku, resulting in the rapid slaughter of humanity. Ah, your world truly is a tragic place. Sun Wukong said sympathetically, placing a reassuring hand on Date's shoulder. However, why did the one known as Black Goku choose that particular world? Whis, leisurely savoring his meal, pondered this perplexing question. Perhaps it was due to the awareness of the coexistence between the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction. Sutter, puffing on a cigarette, set several iron plates upon the long table. Observing the sizzling oil and the somewhat raw meat, Beerus curiously inquired, What is this? Western-style steak, Sutter replied nonchalantly, then turned his attention back to Whis. I believe, barring any unforeseen circumstances, that Black Goku may be a deity who has traversed from another world into Trunks' realm. Haha. Beerus chuckled awkwardly, utterly disbelieving Sutter's assertion. How is that even possible? If that were the case, the implications would be monumental. Yet, other deities are also aware of this. Whis furrowed his brow, though it did not hinder him from taking up his knife and fork to enjoy his Western cuisine. Hey, Trunks. Has there ever been a god of destruction in your world? Beerus, losing interest in his meal, quickly directed his question towards Trunks. Naturally, Trunks shook his head in denial, even cleverly asking Beerus, Are you the god of destruction of this world, sir? Upon hearing Trunks' question, Goku enthusiastically introduced Whis and Beerus, even including Sutter in the introduction. And this gentleman, he is a powerful Saiyan, even stronger than Lord Beerus. Really? Is that so? Goku's endorsement prompted Trunks to scrutinize Sutter more closely. With his somewhat rogue demeanor and the skillful way he handled the cooking, it was hard to believe he was stronger than a god of destruction. At most, he was merely quicker in his service, his movements 1,000 times swifter than the average person. Hey, why compare me to him in your introduction? Beerus, clenching his fists, glared at Goku in annoyance. Who says I'm weaker than him? We've never even fought. All right, continue your meal. Bulma interjected, noticing the endless discourse, as she placed a hand on Trunks' shoulder and forcibly ushered him away. Before the energy source of the time machine is available, you can't do anything. It would be better for Trunks to freshen up first. As Trunks was pushed away, Beerus continued to grumble, while Sutter, cigarette in mouth, quietly observed, his hand casually resting in his pocket, already lost in thought. He recalled that the trainee Supreme Kai of Universe 10, Zamasu, had taken an interest in Goku's body solely because of the tournament of power held by Beerus and Champa. However, Goku had been eliminated early by Itis. So why was his body still under Zamasu's scrutiny? Shouldn't it have been he or Vegeta instead? With Vegeta ultimately defeated by Hit, Zamasu ought to have focused on him instead. Was it that he was not appealing enough? Not strong enough? Or could it be that the narrative had unfolded in such a way that the disturbance caused by his unexpected presence altered the expected outcome? Could it be a lapse on the part of the Supreme Kai? For instance, the frequent mentions of Goku's defeat of Majin Buu during meetings among the Supreme Kais? Indeed, the Supreme Kai Shin harbors a profound dread of Majin Buu. As Sutter inadvertently vocalized his thoughts, Whis set aside his utensils and, wiping the corner of his mouth, inquired, Sutter, Have you stumbled upon something? Yes, there are a few matters I wish to discuss. Please summon Supreme Kai Shin, Sutter replied, extinguishing his cigarette, his mind evidently preoccupied. Summon him? What could that fool possibly know? Beerus mused, having cast aside concerns of parallel worlds, relishing his stake in blissful ignorance of the troubles stemming from dying alongside the Supreme Kai. Despite his skepticism, he gestured to Whis to bring Supreme Kai Shin forth. As Supreme Kai Shin and Jebbet arrived, Sutter wasted no time in addressing them directly. Have either of you been gossiping about Goku and his formidable prowess? The two exchanged awkward glances, a sheepish smile escaping their lips. It seemed that nearly all Supreme Kais were aware of Goku's exploits, particularly his monumental triumph over Majin Buu. Indeed, the once 5 Supreme Kais of Universe 7 had been reduced to a solitary East Supreme Kai, following Buu's rampage. Let me pose a different query then. Surely, among you Supreme Kais, there exists one who secretly yearns to eradicate humanity, does there not? To avoid unnecessary complications, Sutter chose a more tactful approach. I need to ponder that, replied Supreme Kai Shin after a prolonged moment of contemplation, pointing at Jebbet with a newfound confidence. It must be Jebbet, right? Has anyone ventured to Zuno's realm recently? As all eyes turned towards Jebbet, Sutter could only feel exasperated, mustering the last remnants of his patience to ask. We ought to inquire. Though Supreme Kai Shin was perplexed, he exchanged a meaningful glance with Jebbet. Eventually, they received word of Jebbet's return. What transpired? Amidst a flurry of curious inquiries, Supreme Kai Shin gleaned the unfolding events and anxiously questioned Jebbet. Indeed, someone has visited. Upon my arrival, the sage Zuno appeared utterly terrified. Evidently shaken by a recent threat, Jebbet relayed. I learned that it was the trainee Supreme Kai from Universe 10, Zamasu, who had come to pay a visit. Zamasu? Echoed the assembly, a collective unfamiliarity with the name evident. Yet Sutter, with his hands tucked into his pockets, revealed no sign of surprise. What else transpired? Beerus pressed for further details. Zamasu inquired about Son Goku and an individual named Sutter, Jebbet continued, still puzzled over who Sutter was. However, as he surveyed the room, he quickly recognized Sutter, whose tousled black hair and casual demeanor stood out. With a hint of astonishment, Jebbet added, furthermore, Zamasu sought information from Sage Zuno regarding the existence and purpose of the Super Dragon Balls. Did the threatened Zuno divulge any information? Bulma asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Yes, he mentioned that Sage Zuno possesses a wealth of knowledge, albeit his power is not particularly formidable, Jebbet confirmed with a nod. In addition, Zamasu also inquired about the matter of body swapping. It is perplexing how the gods of destruction from other universes have become aware of the existence of such a potent artifact as the Super Dragon Balls, Vegeta remarked. His brow furrowed in confusion. It must be due to some divine broadcasting platform. Surely someone must have surreptitiously recorded and uploaded the footage, Beerus explained with a serious demeanor. Then, if he had to choose between Goku and myself, why did he opt for Goku's body? Goku, troubled by the inquiry from Cert, voiced his frustrations. Indeed. Why was I selected? My body has been usurped. Can a deity even commit such an offense? Such Na'vi inquiries went unacknowledged. Vados turned to Cert and shrugged, indicating that this question might need to be directed to Zamasu himself. Truly, you are nothing but a useless fool, to even cast doubt upon your own attendant. Beerus's gaze shifted to the Supreme Kai Shin, his disdain unmistakable. Humph, these matters are not the crux of the issue. Vegeta scoffed, a smirk gracing his lips. The real focus here is that the riddle has finally been unraveled. That wretched Zamasu shall be thoroughly reprimanded. What? I do not comprehend at all. How do you already know the answer? Goku, looking utterly bewildered, turned to Vegeta for clarity. To put it succinctly, Zamasu from Universe 10 has stolen your body, Mr. Goku, and ventured into my realm. Daikyo, seeing that no one was acknowledging him, took it upon himself to offer a kind reminder. Thus, the question arises. How did he traverse to other parallel universes? Beerus, hands on his hips, tilted his head in inquiry. Following several discussions among those present, Daikyo continued to summarize for Goku. In essence, in this world, a being named Zamasu murdered his master and then utilized the time ring, a power exclusive to the gods of destruction. Subsequently, he wished upon the Super Dragon Balls to exchange bodies with Goku and arrived in my universe. A few succinct explanations illuminated Goku's understanding. Humph, why target Cert and Kakarot? Am I not formidable enough? Vegeta crossed his arms, growing increasingly agitated as he listened. How infuriating. This Zamasu is truly blind. Choosing not Surt or me, but the perennial second-rate, Kakarot. Hey, is that truly your reason for anger? Bulma, listening to Vegeta's complaints, couldn't help but facepalm. What is the crux of this fellow's vexation? Why concern oneself with such trivialities? If that is the case, then the Supreme Kai of Universe 10 is in peril. The Supreme Kai Shin sought assistance from Beerus. We cannot remain indifferent, Lord Beerus. If that individual is merely lurking in the godless parallel world of the future, waiting for an opportune moment to strike. As Vados spoke, veins appeared on Beerus' forehead, and he scolded irritably. I understand. I shall go and eliminate this Zamasu character. Take me with you. I am eager to join. Goku pointed at himself, curiosity brimming within him. That is out of the question. Your body has been appropriated, and it would be far too perilous. Vados swiftly shook his head in refusal. Beerus cast a cold glance at Son Goku, reprimanding him. This is a matter for the divine. You should refrain from meddling. Take care. I shall not accompany you. Sutter waved his hand dismissively, having no intention of involving himself in these trivial matters. Since Zamasu had chosen Goku's body, it was clear he had no part to play. Although he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction that Zamasu had not selected him, perhaps it was for the best, as it spared him the annoyance of interference. Asen, you need not accompany us. Take the time ring and explore different parallel worlds, Beerus remarked, stroking his chin as he noticed the Supreme Kai Shin trailing behind him. Sutter cast a sidelong glance at Beerus, somewhat surprised that this cat, despite his penchant for indulgence and slumber, possessed a modicum of thought. Unlike that dull-witted elephant, Champa, who seemed devoid of intellect. Was it possible that when these twins emerged, all the intelligence was monopolized by Beerus, the lanky feline? Just as Sutter was lost in contemplation, the Omni King descended from the heavens with his two slender attendants, sending everyone present into a state of utter terror. Lord Omni King. Upon learning of the Omni King's erasure ability from Whis and Beerus, Vegeta trembled with anxiety. This was far more terrifying than Beerus's first visit to Earth. Should the Earth be destroyed during Beerus's arrival, there would at least be a chance of survival, perhaps a journey to Namek for the Dragon Balls. However, if the Omni King were to become displeased, goodness, the seventh universe would cease to exist. Aching, what brings you here? Son Goku, initially feeling downcast, perked up upon seeing the Omni King. He boldly approached, casually inquiring, I didn't get the chance to ask you last time. When will you host the next martial arts tournament? After sensing the lethal aura from the Slender Guards, Goku was met with the Omni King's cheerful smile. Oh, I remember you. You're Goku. Yes, indeed. Chapter 55. A secret to tell you. Sister will not return, however. I am not here to seek you out. The Omni King grinned at Son Goku before turning his attention to Sutter. Sutter, the delicious food you provided me last time was delightful. This time, I wish to find a few more friends to play with. Upon hearing this, the two Slender Guards shifted their focus onto Sutter, their imposing presence suggesting that a refusal would not be taken lightly. Friends? You mean companions for your amusement? Sutter blinked, pointing towards the cowering Pilaf and his trio of misfits. If they do not bring joy, they can simply be erased. This dismissive attitude sent a shiver down Vegeta's spine. He hurriedly approached Sutter, whispering urgently, Have you lost your mind? This is my home. Bulma's home, you leech. Sutter shrugged and retrieved a cigarette from his pocket. Well, I fear as well. Can't you just take him away? Bulma, glancing at the trembling Pilaf and his friends, voiced her concern. Is that really wise? Before Sutter could respond, the guards fixed their murderous gaze on Bulma. Bulma swiftly retreated, too frightened to speak further. Fear not. I shall keep watch from the sidelines. Sutter offered, though his words hardly provided reassurance. In a world abundant with amusement, where could he possibly lead the Omni King? To the divine realm of Beerus? Perhaps to indulge in fishing with the prophetic fish? Under the verbal command of Surt, the Omni King, who had never experienced the myriad of delightful toys for infants under 3 years of age on Earth, was thoroughly entertained by the games suitable for his age group. Before departing, he made sure to take all these treasures with him. Fortunately, in the face of life and obliteration, Bulma graciously waved her hand, generously providing additional infant supplies. It felt as though he had entirely exhausted the technological marvels and resources of Earth in one fell swoop. After sending off the formidable eraser, the Omni King, the group finally enjoyed a peaceful night. The following day, at noon, Xiao brought good news to Date, who had just emerged from the gravity chamber, announcing that the energy source for the time machine was ready. Beerus, upon his return, informed those present that Zamasu's assassination plan had been nipped in the bud. Even Zamasu himself was vanquished with a single strike, completely eradicated. Thus, let us proceed to Trunks' world. Goku, clenching his fist, gazed eagerly at Vegeta. Vegeta, with an expression of indifference, crossed his arms and looked toward Date. Trunks, let us depart. Understood. Date replied affirmatively. Goku then turned to Surt, who was leaning against the window with a cigarette, and inquired, Surt, will you join us? Of course not, Surt replied, casting a sidelong glance at Goku. Suddenly, he added, by the way, let me offer you a piece of advice. Don't dawdle, lest you end up merely grinding experience points for each other. What do you mean? Vegeta asked, puzzled. Literally what I said, Surt retorted, crossing his arms while glancing at Whis, who stood beside Beerus. By the way, what were you going to tell me yesterday? And when will Bardos return? It's been several days already. It's truly cold sleeping alone at night. Oh right. If you hadn't asked, I almost forgot. Whis approached Surt, lowering his voice as he spoke. Sister has been dispatched to the Kai of Time. Huh. Surt was taken aback. Not by Bardos' mission, but by the revelation of the Kai of Time. He had initially assumed this was strictly from the canon of Dragon Ball Super, and it seemed improbable for a character from Dragon Ball Heroes to exist. To his astonishment, such a figure truly existed. However, this was not Surt's primary concern. He pressed Whis further. So, when will Bardos return? She cannot return. The Grand Minister has threatened her life, ensuring she will never come back. My life. Surt was taken aback. During his last encounter with the Grand Minister, that being had shown no hint of animosity or dissatisfaction towards him. Truly, for a creature that had lived for billions of years, the depth of his cunning remained entirely concealed. As these thoughts swirled, a surge of fury bubbled within Surt. Damn that Grand Minister. He said nothing further, merely extinguishing his cigarette and retrieving the items bestowed upon him by the Omni King. Just as he was about to press the button, the quick-witted Whis immediately halted Sutter. Are you planning to seek out the Grand Priest? Sutter replied affirmatively. Are you going to confront the Grand Priest? Or plead for him to return your sister? Or do you genuinely wish to meet your demise? Faced with this barrage of questions, Sutter responded tangentially. I consider myself a friend of the Omni King. Whis, however, wore a look of disapproval, stating, in certain matters, even the Omni King may not be of assistance. Upon hearing this, Sutter comprehended the implication. The highest ruler of the angel race is the father of angels, the Grand Priest. The Omni King might indeed be powerless to intervene in the Grand Priest's decisions. Sutter clenched his fists tightly at his sides. Since arriving in the Dragon Ball Super universe, it was his first inclination to resort to physical confrontation. Alas, such fists would be futile against the Grand Priest. How then can one reach the Kai of Time? If the mountain does not come to me, I shall go to the mountain. You cannot go. Unless the Kai of Time comes here, Whis subtly shook his head, indicating his own limitations. It is not that the temporal gate cannot be opened, but if I were to do so without permission, the Grand Priest would impose severe penalties upon me. Relaying this information to Sutter would also contravene the Grand Priest's wishes. It's not as if I am doing this solely for the sake of a good meal. Rather, it is to prevent my sister from suffering in silence, while Sutter remains oblivious and inactive. Dear, upon reflection, he truly is a good brother, as Whis silently reasoned. Sutter had already approached the door of the room. Observing his retreating figure, Whis hastily inquired, Sutter, where do you intend to go? Lunchtime is approaching, and I shall prepare something for you. Sutter waved his hand dismissively, responding in a manner that seemed utterly ordinary. Yet Whis understood that Sutter's emotions were far from the calm facade he presented. What will this fellow ultimately decide to do? I am truly eager to find out. In the absence of Goku and Vegeta, who were known for their voracious appetites, Sutter simply prepared a few modest meals. He paid little mind to whether the others were satiated. He merely managed to serve a meal. After lunch, he composed himself and requested Whis to create a dimension with a different flow of time for him to train in. The time dilation in that dimension was 1,000-fold faster than the outside world. Spending an entire year within, only a mere half a day had passed outside. When Sutter finally emerged, his attire was in tatters, leaving him scarcely clad. Chapter 56. The disheveled return of Sutter from the future. The location remained Bulma's residence, where Whis and Beerus wore serious expressions, while the Kai of Universe 7, Shin, stood across from them, equally troubled and deep in thought. Whis, prepare a cleansing, and provide me with a new set of clothing. Mr. Sutter, what on earth have you been up to? Your garments are utterly in shambles. Upon hearing Sutter's voice, Kai Shin turned to look, immediately noticing the ragged remnants of fabric adorning Sutter. The original form of his clothing was entirely unrecognizable. I merely stretched my limbs. Sutter replied nonchalantly, and under Whis' adept hands, he contentedly patted his fresh attire. In mere seconds, the satisfaction on his face transformed into a look of despondency. Initially, these matters could have been effortlessly handled by Bardos witut him needing to utter a word. Yet now, it seems he must request assistance. By the way, why do you all appear so grave? Sut summoned a robotic servant and poured himself a glass of beer. It had been ages since he last indulged in this beverage. Humph, is it not related to that Zamasu incident? Beerus, visibly agitated, remarked as he desperately drained the contents of a large wooden keg. Gulp, gulp, still not satisfying enough. Even after consuming a significant amount, Beerus remained unsatisfied. Zamasu? Sut directed his gaze towards Whis, posing a brief inquiry. Indeed. Previously Lord Beerus instructed me to explore other parallel worlds. Before Whis could respond, Kaioshin Shin, adhering to the notion that having more opinions is beneficial, succinctly recounted the situation. In numerous parallel worlds, aside from that Zamasu who stole Goku's body, I also observed a formidable companion at his side. Sut, uninterested in allowing Kaioshin Shin to finish, interjected with crossed arms. Companion? You mean another Zamasu, right? Huh. Tossing aside the empty keg, Beerus curiously glanced at Sut. How do you know this? What other one? Bulma, approaching from a distance, raised her voice. What do you mean another one? Isn't this logic rather straightforward? You are a scientist, after all. Sut accepted the second glass of beer from the robotic servant and settled into a nearby lounge chair. Bulma furrowed her brow but quickly unraveled the logic. Are you suggesting that Black Goku hails from another parallel world and has ventured into Trunks' world? Thus, in Trunks' realm, the original Black Zamasu must still exist. The thought of a companion with nearly identical ideologies would indeed be formidable. Whis solemnly concurred. However, why would these two distinct individuals collaborate? Faced with this new query, Beerus and Kaioshin Shin found themselves once more plunged into contemplation. It must be for a shared interest, Sut casually stated, pouring another glass. Perhaps something like the Human Zero Project. This possibility is quite substantial. Beerus recalled Zamasu's outrageous proclamations during their previous confrontation. Hey, can you all continue your idle chatter here? Bulma's expression shifted as she shouted. Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks, aren't they in grave danger? They have already ventured into Trunks' world. I previously warned them against foolishly leveling up for others. Sut, unfazed, reassured Bulma. Goku might not comprehend, but Vegeta should take it seriously. What do you mean? Kaioshin Shin expressed his confusion, unable to grasp Sut's implication. Black Goku shouldn't be too strong. If Vegeta doesn't act recklessly, he should be able to handle it. Sutter gazed at the bubbling beer in his hand and continued. However, if he indulges too much, the consequences could be dire. After all, Black Goku, possessing Goku's body, grows stronger with each battle. As Beerus pondered this, Sutter's words jolted them into realization. Each time he emerges from the brink of death, he becomes even more formidable. If that is the case, then Black Goku's alliance with Zama's could indeed be for this very reason. The Supreme Kai quickly grasped this concept. Those who have served the Supreme Kai, like Jebit, possess healing abilities. Whis nodded, suggesting that Black Goku's continuous traversing of parallel worlds might also stem from this. Let us hope that Vegeta has enough sense not to recklessly confront Black Goku and resolves the issue swiftly. Bulma pursed her lips, a deep sense of foreboding swelling within her. Vegeta has always aspired to surpass Goku, if he encounters the Black Goku who shares Goku's physique. Bulma's anxieties were indeed justified. Before long, the time machine returned, bringing with it a disheveled Goku and an injured Vegeta. Are you both all right? Bulma exclaimed, nearly in tears as she witnessed their condition. Her gaze fell anxiously on the young Mai, who was equally distressed. Where's Trunks? Did he not come back with you? Nearby, Trunks watched the scene unfold, nearly tearing the handkerchief he clutched. He is here. He has always been here. Why does Mai favor my future self over me? Am I not good enough? After consuming the senzu beans, Vegeta turned his attention to Sutter, who was smoking. Did we suffer a setback? I told you not to be reckless, yet we ended up giving them free experience points. Sutter's expression was apathetic, laced with a hint of mockery. Vegeta instantly fell into a sulky silence. unwilling to speak further. What exactly transpired? Beerus inquired, his expression dark as he scrutinized the two. I apologize for leaving Trunks behind and returning alone, Goku said, his face filled with remorse as he briefly explained to Bulma. However, under those circumstances, we had no other choice. I have a plan. I will return immediately. Bulma, gritting her teeth, was uncertain of whom to blame as frustration surged within her. Creating the time machine and managing the energy for a round trip will take at least a day. You were aware of this, yet left Trunks behind? Vegeta's fury erupted towards Goku. No, as long as we set the time correctly, we can return at the moment we just left. Goku suddenly spoke with unexpected intelligence. That won't work. Bulma sighed helplessly. The time machine travels between parallel worlds and cannot lock onto the flow of time. By the time you arrive tomorrow, it will already be a day later in Trunks' world. What? At this moment, not only Vegeta, but even Goku's face was etched with astonishment and regret. How unfortunate that your moment of cleverness resulted in such a dismal outcome. Sut stood by, cigarette in mouth and hands in pockets, expressing his sympathy. Enough of this. Now is not the time for such discussions. Quickly tell me what transpired. Beerus, weary of the bickering, shouted, Speak. As Goku began to explain. Supplemented by Vegeta's intermittent contributions, the gathered crowd soon grasped the specifics of the situation. Initially, Vegeta was decisively overpowering Black Goku. He could have swiftly eliminated him. However, for reasons unknown, another Zamasu emerged, reviving the nearly defeated Black Goku. Originally, Black Goku, who had learned the Super Saiyan transformation from Vegeta, had transitioned into a pink form. Black Goku referred to this as Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, simply dubbed Super Saiyan Rose. Vegeta was unwilling to concede defeat so easily, particularly with that bothersome Zamasu continuously healing Black Goku. Consequently, Goku resolved to eliminate the newly appeared Zamasu first. What seemed a flawless plan turned into a dismal reality. Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan Blue form, was no match for the Rose Black Goku, and Goku could not vanquish the immortal Zamasu. The situation tilted overwhelmingly in favor of their adversaries, and ultimately, thanks to the distraction provided by Mai and the delay orchestrated by Trunks, the two retreated in the time machine. At this juncture, Goku clenched his fists in anger. It was infuriating. Wasn't he Black Goku Zamasu? Why then did another Zamasu appear? In response to this conundrum, the Kaioshin Shin, having already unraveled the logic, provided a detailed explanation. Black Goku hailed from a parallel world closely aligned with this era. He had evaded detection and successfully killed his master. Subsequently, he seized the Patera earrings of the Universe 10 Kaioshin, along with the Time Ring. He then located the Super Dragon Balls and wished for Goku's body, thereby becoming Black Goku. Later, utilizing the Time Ring, Black Goku could traverse any parallel universe. He arrived in the future world where Trunks resided and exterminated all the Kaioshin of the 11 universes. The Kaioshin Shin of Universe 7 perished in the ensuing battle. The most tragic fate befell the Kaioshin Gaosu of Universe 10, who was killed twice by Black Goku. With the death of the Kaioshin, the gods of destruction across the universes fell, and the angels fell into a deep slumber. In Trunks' world, only the Grand Minister and the Omni King might remain. As for why these last two deities did not intervene, no one knows. Perhaps they were entirely unaware? Ultimately, Black Goku and the future Zamasu entered into a collaboration. Under discussions surrounding the Human Zero plan, the future Zamasu also wished for immortality using the Super Dragon Balls. This elucidates the presence of two Zamasus. As the Supreme Kai Shin elaborated in detail, Bulma turned to Vegeta with a serious expression, stating that this next journey might very well be the last one, and thereafter, there may be no opportunity to venture into the future again. What does this mean? Vegeta tilted his head towards Bulma, a tide of inexplicable emotions surging within him. The connection between our two worlds is becoming increasingly fragile. Amidst the astonishment of the group, Bulma continued with a grave tone, urging them to devise an absolutely flawless plan by the time the new energy is ready. Goku turned his gaze towards Supreme Kai Shin, pondering. Since Zamasu is a Supreme Kai, should we also bring along a Shin? Fool, Vegeta retorted, crossing his arms with veins bulging on his forehead. Our potential has long been fully tapped. Even on the brink of death, we cannot enhance our strength significantly. He was deeply concerned about the future Trunks, knowing that those he cared for would almost all perish in the future. Hey, bringing Ashin won't resolve the issue, will it? Goku furrowed his brow. contemplating before proposing another idea. How about Master Roshi's Mafuba? If we can't defeat them, we could seal them away with it. Vegeta, what about you? Do you have any thoughts? In response to Goku's inquiry, Vegeta simply replied, "It's none of my business." He then rose and flew out of the villa, heading towards the Heavenly Temple. Goku scratched his head in confusion, hastily teleporting to Kirin Tower to learn the Mafuba from Master Roshi. "I shall take my leave as well," Supreme Kai Shin announced, standing up to bid farewell to everyone. "I have an appointment with Lord Beerus. I must visit Universe 10. Oh, to see one's own disciple turn out this way is indeed disheartening. Do counsel him well." Whis nodded, hinting at something with his words. "I'm feeling a bit hungry. Prepare something delicious for me." Beerus, indifferent to the matters at hand, smacked the table and declared, "In any case, I've already destroyed Zamasu from Universe 10. I won't concern myself with anything else." Cert completely ignored him, turning to Whis. "Open the mirror dimension. Let me in." "Why the sudden diligence?" Whis chuckled, teasingly inquiring. "When Goku and Vegeta set off, do inform me." With that, Cert entered the mirror dimension without looking back, prompting Beerus to angrily clench his fists and curse. "This wretch, did he not hear what I just said? He dares to disregard me, the god of destruction. I shall obliterate him." Whis glanced meaningfully at Beerus and inquired with a smile, "Well, Lord Beerus, shall I send you in as well?" "Humph, that mutt. Tell your chef to prepare me a meal." Beerus directed his malevolent gaze towards the cowering Asu in the corner. "Yes, yes." Asu trembled and swiftly fled the room. A day passed swiftly once more. Vegeta returned from the hyperbolic time chamber. Goku had learned the Mafuba, and Cert was summoned from the mirror dimension. Soot, are you coming with us to the future?" As Soot squeezed into the time machine, Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. "I want to see why that black Wukong chose your body instead of mine." Chapter 58. Zamasu. "Leave it to me," Soot replied nonchalantly. "I have already selected my opponent, the immortal Zamasu. I shall face him." "What about me?" Sun Wukong was taken aback, as he had initially intended to seal Zamasu away. "Wasn't he, I suppose, to use the magic seal wave I've learned?" "Feel free to go ahead first if you wish," Soot shrugged indifferently. He was confident that Sun Wukong's magic seal wave would ultimately fail. In the future, in the world where Trunks resided. Thanks to the premature arrival of Kaioshin Shin and Kaioshin Gawasu from Universe 10, Date and Mai managed to survive. However, when Gawasu attempted to persuade Black Wukong to reconsider his path, he met his demise for the third time at Black Wukong's hands. Fortunately, having been a disciple of Kaioshin Shin for a period, Date successfully pulled Gawasu back from the brink of death. Just as these four were being relentlessly pursued by Black Wukong and Zamasu, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Soot arrived via the time machine. "Oh, you've come." Black Wukong smirked upon seeing Sun Wukong and Vegeta, discarding Date, who lay defeated. "Damn that guy?" Vegeta spat, observing Date's pitiful state, condemning Black Wukong's cruelty. Another unfamiliar Zamasu appeared, aiming at the fallen Kaioshin Shin, launching an energy blast. "Is this a new ally?" Soot, surprised by the unexpected arrival, remarked. "Even if you are here, it won't change the outcome. You will ultimately be eliminated by us," Black Wukong proclaimed confidently. In an instant, Sun Wukong demonstrated the meaning of a slap to the face. He teleported to rescue Kaioshin Shin and brought him to Mai, who was pulling Gawasu in a tricycle. "Humph. My opponent remains you." Vegeta disregarded Zamasu, focusing intently on Black Wukong. "Wait." Soot stepped forward, signaling Vegeta to hold his impatience, and addressed Black Wukong. "I have a question. Since you are aware of my existence, why did you not choose my body?" "How dull." Vegeta's lips twitched in disbelief at the inquiry. Soot, undeterred by Vegeta's reaction, continued, "Judging by power, I should be the mightiest Saiyan, am I not? It's not that I didn't want your body." Black Wukong finally responded after a moment of contemplation. "At that time, I also wished upon the Dragon of God to swap bodies with you. However, it seems that due to the absence of your existence in other parallel worlds, that wish could not be fulfilled. Thus, I settled for Sun Wukong's body instead." "Oh, I see." Soot nodded slightly, stepping back to leave the ensuing matters to Vegeta. Listening to Black Goku's words, one might conclude that his wishes remain unfulfilled due to the absence of his existence in other parallel worlds. However, Soot believes this is not the case. It is more plausible that he does not belong to the two-dimensional Dragon Ball universe, which is why no other version of him appears in alternative realms. The Eternal Dragon is unable to alter his physical form, likely due to the nature of his soul. After all, the eternal dragon previously granted him the wish of immortality. Hence, his soul is perhaps unique within the Dragon Ball universe. Reflecting further, one could ponder whether the erasure by the Omni King would be of no consequence to him. Yet, such thoughts remain mere speculation and should not be tested. What if a trial leads to his demise? Look, Dad is gaining the upper hand. Trunks exclaimed in surprise as he observed the battle unfold. What form is that red-haired figure taking on? The few who had consumed the sins of beings were revitalized once more. Their inquiries filled with vigor. The Super Saiyan God, a preceding form to Super Saiyan Blue, consumes less energy and strikes a more balanced state. As Goku elucidated, Sut's thoughts returned to the present, and he casually remarked, "Aren't you going to seal that guy soon? If you don't hurry, Black Goku might join forces with Zamasu." "All right." Goku smacked his forehead, returning the time machine capsule to Deju, then promptly retrieved another capsule. As the earthen jar materialized, releasing a dizzying aroma, Goku sheepishly explained, "This is from Master Roshi's place. It previously contained pickled plums." The four present quickly recoiled, with even Sut taking several steps back. "Hurry, and keep it at a distance." "All right." Clutching the jar, Goku approached Zamasu, who was poised to ally with Black Goku. "Zamasu, your opponent is me. A duel between honorable warriors must be one-on-one. It's a matter of principle." "Huh? What can you do against an immortal like me?" Zamasu scoffed, striding toward Goku. Unfazed, Goku calmly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Exuding confidence as he declared, "No matter your immortality, this attack will spell your end. Behold my Demon Seal Wave." Upon executing the move, Zamasu had no time to react and was swiftly drawn into the jar. With Daju's assistance, the jar's opening was sealed promptly. But an unforeseen complication arose during the final sealing process. Sut raised an eyebrow and scoffed. As expected, hotel discount coupons cannot contain Zamasu. It's ruined. Goku felt immensely embarrassed as Zamasu emerged from the jar, sitting on the ground with a look of lingering fear. Could it be that I am ill-suited for these techniques? Just as Goku sought an excuse to transform, Sut flashed in front of him, casting a disdainful glance at Goku. "Just admit your carelessness. The Demon Seal Wave drained much of your energy. Now, it's my turn to handle this guy? All right. But be cautious. He possesses a peculiar immobilization technique." In a moment of exasperation, Sun Wukong retreated to stand beside Date and quickly whispered a reminder to Su-Te. "Freeze him?" Su-Te, seemingly indifferent, cast a cold glance at the opposing Zamasu. "Humph, what does it matter if the person is changed? I am immortal. No attack can harm me." Before Zamasu could finish his words, Su-Te had already teleported behind him, delivering a swift kick. With a resounding thud, Zamasu was sent crashing face first into the ground, sliding along the earth. A smile crept upon Su-Te's lips as he uttered a startling declaration. "I know, for I too am immortal. That is precisely why I have come to test whether I can indeed defeat you." "What?" In the midst of Sun Wukong and his companion's astonishment, Su-Te unleashed a new wave of attacks upon the recently risen Zamasu. The sound of punches and kicks echoed. Zamasu found himself utterly unable to react, enduring a one-sided onslaught. Though immortal, the pain remained, did it not? Su-Te chuckled as he sent Zamasu flying once more, with his face swollen and bruised. Resembling that of a battered pig, Zamasu struggled to rise again. As he breathed, the injuries inflicted by Su-Te began to heal at an astonishing rate. Visible to the naked eye. "You damned fool. Are you truly that enraged?" Su-Te exclaimed, dashing towards Zamasu yet again. Infuriated, yet cowardly, Zamasu fled towards Black Wukong. In an instant, Su-Te materialized before Zamasu, raising his clenched fist and striking his face without hesitation. "You cannot escape my grasp." In the air, maintaining an advantageous position, Black Wukong found himself pressed by Vegeta, who seemed to have heard Su-Te's taunt and mocked Black Wukong in return. "Indeed, you lack discernment. I am far superior to Kakarot. You should have chosen your body more wisely." Below, Su-Te rapidly caught up with the retreating Zamasu, taunting him further. "If Vegeta manages to defeat Black Wukong, I doubt you will pose any threat at all. After all, your strength is utterly pathetic. Relying on the cowardly tactics of exterminating the weak Kaioshin's, leading the gods of destruction to their demise, and rendering the angels silent." Zamasu and Black Wukong were fated to fail in their Human Zero plan. Having endured such brutal assaults, Zamasu, bolstered by his immortality, found himself teetering on the brink of Su-Te's torment. Boom. At that moment, Black Wukong was struck down to the ground by a powerful energy wave from Vegeta. How could you claim that your plan was flawless? Zamasu, unable to withstand Su-T's might, could only rage impotently as he charged towards the other side. Seizing Black Wukong by the collar. Is there really a need for such fury? Calm yourself. A beleaguered Black Wukong forced a smile, grasping Zamasu's arm. Oh, is this an internal conflict? Vegeta landed beside Su-Te, raising his hand towards the two. Now, I shall send you both to your demise. Su-Te said little in response, recognizing Vegeta's rare moment to shine. Upon witnessing this scene, Black Goku merely smiled, showing no signs of fear. Addressing the visibly frightened Zamasu, he remarked, "What is there to fear? We still have means yet to be employed." At his words, Zamasu, regaining his composure, smirked and replied, "You are quite right." While the onlookers were bewildered, Son Goku observed Black Goku removing the earring that was originally adorning his left ear. This is bad. Son Goku's expression shifted dramatically at this sight, and he instantly entered the super blue form. Energy surged in his hands as a torrent of blue light erupted towards Black Goku and Zamasu. Kamehameha. The thunderous sound of the explosion resonated, and thick clouds of smoke billowed outward. What is happening? Vegeta, somewhat perplexed, turned to glance at the panting Son Goku. This move is nearly Kakarot's full power strike, he noted. They have utilized the Patera earrings. Sut explained, gazing at the swirling dust. What a pity, too late. This fellow is indeed aware of the Potara's function. King Kai looked on with a bemused expression. It is all my fault. Gaosu sighed helplessly, his face etched with self-reproach, lamenting his inability to discern character. This disciple, whom I have diligently trained, has turned out like this. What? The large-headed Daiter was filled with confusion, not comprehending the discourse of those present. However, an explanation was unnecessary, for as the smoke began to dissipate, he beheld the final outcome. Zamasu and Black Goku had vanished, and in their stead stood a white-haired, green-skinned man clad in the garb of the universe, Ten Supreme Kai. He radiated a silvery aura, with a magnificent divine halo behind him. The fusion of the two had occurred. Fused Zamasu. Those two have fused. Both Vegeta and Daiter exclaimed in unison upon this revelation. Are you planning to intervene? Sut asked, his demeanor notably calm as he turned to Son Goku and Vegeta. If you do not intervene, I shall step forth to hone my skills. Fused Zamasu was indeed formidable, capable of overpowering both Son Goku and Vegeta. Yet, he was not deemed a match for Vegeta. Even in fusion, he is still my opponent. Vegeta had no intention of yielding, undeterred by the overwhelming power that fused Zamasu displayed. Oh, then do proceed. Sut shrugged, graciously stepping back. TCH, Vegeta exclaimed, re-entering the super blue form and charging at fused Zamasu. Haha, do you think I am the same Zamasu you faced before? Fused Zamasu sneered and suddenly vanished from sight. Bang! A rapid punch struck Vegeta in the abdomen, leaving him wide-eyed and causing him to vomit a mouthful of bile. Ugh, that was fast. Vegeta cried out, swiftly being knocked back to his normal state. Goku, what about you? Witnessing this, Sut was not surprised but turned to Son Goku and inquired. I wish to test my strength. As a race that thrives on combat, the Saiyans would never easily concede in the face of battle. Thus, the confrontation continued. As the Super Saiyan God Goku soared into the fray, he was swiftly struck back into his normal state by the fused Zamasu, treading the same path as Vegeta. How could this be possible? Daz's eyes widened in disbelief, his face etched with horror. How could he possess such strength? Isn't it merely a fusion? Hey, you should also use the Patera earrings. Perhaps you could defeat Zamasu. Guavas exclaimed, noticing the fallen Goku and Vegeta, unaware of Surt's true power, having never laid eyes upon him. What a ridiculous notion. Vegeta scoffed with prideful disdain, declaring, I have stated before that I will not fuse with Kakarot again. What then? Shall we let Surt take the lead? Goku, clutching his painfully aching abdomen, asked with a troubled expression, is it a matter of yielding to the enemy or choosing to fuse? Surt, you go. If you cannot prevail, then fuse with Kakarot. Vegeta grit his teeth and managed to rise, coldly delivering this remark. How can it be like this? Goku pouted, his brows furrowing as if to crush a fly. Surt, who was stronger than Lord Beerus, surely did not need to fuse with him. How certain you are. I had hoped to meet Vegeta. Chapter 60. Surt's relentless assault on fused Zamasu. Surt shook his head slightly, and with a determined step, charged towards fused Zamasu. Boom, boom, boom. Guavas, standing not far from Vegeta, was incredulous at his refusal. It is indeed peculiar for someone to reject the Potera fusion. One gets accustomed to it. Both he and Goku share such dispositions, remarked the Supreme Kai, beads of cold sweat adorning his forehead. Sir, how formidable! Daz, who had been observing the battle, suddenly uttered, catching the attention of the others. Even in his Super Saiyan God form, Sir unleashed blows that generated fierce winds, causing the surrounding air to explode. It was too swift to behold. As the earth trembled and a massive pit formed, Daz gasped in awe. Little Dance nodded in astonishment, seeing only the thick clouds of dust and debris flying about. Who was this person to possess such immense power? Gazing at the intertwining crimson and roseate streaks clashing, Guavas inquired, trembling with fear. The Supreme Kai swallowed hard. I am not entirely certain, but he is a Saiyan. Indeed, he is a Saiyan. Observing the dust-covered, disheveled figures of Goku and Vegeta, alongside Daz, Guava's eyes twitched. These Saiyans are truly terrifying, each one surpassing the last in strength. It is simply frightfully so. Boom, boom, boom. With the earth quaking violently, another vast pit emerged. As fused Zamasu struggled to rise, his attire was renewed, gleaming anew. In the midst of the air, Sutter let out a cold sneer, recalling a previous encounter with the undying Zamas. You may be unaware of it, but once you fall into my grasp, even if you remain immortal, you shall not stand a chance against me. As he spoke, he did not even glance at the charging Zamas, delivering a powerful punch directly into the latter's abdomen. Damn you! Zamas cried out in pain, flipping through the air in agony. Regaining his composure, he relentlessly surged towards Sutter once more, roaring, I will kill you. I sincerely hope you can achieve that, Sutter replied coolly, evading the oncoming fists with remarkable agility. Ultimately, he raised his palm to deflect Zamas's dual strikes and swept his leg to send him flying away. With a resounding crash, Zamas found himself in a state of utter suppression. As he struggled to rise from the pit in the earth, ready to unleash a long-range energy wave attack against Sutter, he realized that Sutter's presence had vanished from the air. Are you searching for me? Sutter materialized behind him, launching an energy blast that pierced through Zamas's chest. Feeling the intensity of the pain, Zamas swiftly healed the gaping wound in his chest. With a thunderous roar, he heightened the aura surrounding him, unleashing a powerful energy that stirred the air around him, creating a howling tempest. Waves of formidable force erupted from within him, coalescing into energy blasts that indiscriminately assaulted the surroundings. Sutter had already retreated in the face of the whirlwind, ascending into the air. Observing the frenzied Zamas, he disdainfully placed his hands on his hips and remarked, Tisk, your resilience hasn't doubled at all since your fusion. The two stood at a distance, the storm whipping up clouds of sand and shaking the very ground beneath them. Let us withdraw, Sun Wukong urged, gesturing for the others, including Dado, to retreat swiftly to avoid being overwhelmed by the relentless barrage. Dado nodded, quickly scooping up Xiao Wu and retreating with haste. As they established some distance, Zamas's fury began to wane, and he regained some semblance of rationality. Raising one hand, he summoned a substantial piece of the so-called hardest metal in the universe, Thunder Steel, into his palm. With a series of swift motions, he hurled the shards of Thunder Steel towards Sutter. Is this all you've got? Sutter scoffed, effortlessly dodging the onslaught of metal projectiles. Before long, he reappeared before Zamas, delivering a punch that sent him crashing into the ground once again. Watching as Zamas endured yet another brutal thrashing, Guavas' face gradually lit up with joy. It won't be long now, once an hour has passed. Zamas's Potera fusion will lose its effect, causing them to separate. What? Vegeta was taken aback by this revelation, turning to Kaioshin Shin and inquiring. Didn't you say that those who use the Potera earrings will never separate once fused? Are you not aware? Only the Kaioshin cannot be separated, Guavas replied, eyeing the equally bewildered Shin before glancing back at Vegeta. For those who are not gods of destruction, the maximum duration of usage is merely 1 hour. The god of destruction seemed to ponder something, awkwardly stating, So, does this mean that during the battle against Majin Buu, it was indeed due to time constraints? It was not because of being within Majin Buu. No one responded to his query, for at that moment, a chilling scream echoed from the air, emanating from the fused Zamasu. A formidable energy wave erupted from Sutter's hand, engulfing the fused Zamasu within its grasp. The resulting shockwaves spread outward, reducing the nearby city ruins to mere ashes. Even the earth trembled, fissures spiderwebbing across the ground at an alarming rate. Boom. The concentrated energy eventually erupted, filling the sky with swirling smoke. As the billowing smoke dissipated, the battered fused Zamasu was revealed, now missing a significant portion of his body, gasping for breath. "You damned fiend, how utterly despicable," he bellowed, and with his immortality, his mangled body quickly began to regenerate. "You have little time left to utter your threats," Sutter remarked indifferently, crossing his arms as he landed before him. "You might as well contemplate your final words." With that, Sutter raised a hand, unleashing formidable energy that surged towards the fused Zamasu. Due to the relentless beatings and torment, compounded by his regenerative abilities, the energy of the fused Zamasu began to waver. Yet he remained oblivious to his own instability. Boom. As the energy struck, the fused Zamasu found himself unable to resist, sent hurtling backward in an instant. Sutter swiftly pursued, vaulting to his rear and delivering a crushing kick to the back of the fused Zamasu. Bang, bang, bang. Under this new barrage, blood erupted from the fused Zamasu, who even had his hands severed multiple times by Sutter's energy sword. Ultimately, he crashed through a series of ruined buildings, collapsing within, clutching his fractured head. How is this possible? How can there be a human stronger than me, the only deity in this world? After his fury subsided, he was met with another brutal onslaught. Fear finally crept into the expression of the fused Zamasu. "Then, allow me to bestow upon you my final move." Sutter remained impassive, raising both hands to gather destructive energy. A deep purple aura materialized above his palms. "Farewell, Zamasu." The colossal destructive energy was unleashed towards the now pallid fused Zamasu. No. The deep purple energy enveloped the fused Zamasu, relentlessly tearing at him while his immortality struggled to mend the damage. The fused Zamasu was caught in a torment of deep suffering, perpetually being destroyed and yet continuously healing. A piercing wail reverberated across the desolate landscape, sending an inexplicable chill down the spines of those present. How tragic. Observing the diminishing glow of the dissipating destructive energy, Sutter, with arms crossed, hovered in the air and suddenly uttered, "Isn't it about time? This fusion of Zamas has been going on for nearly an hour, hasn't it?" "Really?" exclaimed the Supreme Kai Shin, hastily retrieving a small alarm clock from his pocket. His face lit up with astonishment as he turned to Guavas, exclaiming, "Indeed. Sutter has an impeccable sense of timing. Look." Dote was aghast, his face contorted in shock as he pointed toward the gradually revealing figure of the fused Zamas. However, to be precise, it was no longer the fused Zamas. How to describe the scene? Black Goku and Zamas had not truly separated into two distinct beings. It appeared as though they were melded together like clay, resembling a grotesque being that had been cut in half and then reassembled. What is happening? Xiaowu could not help but step back several paces, retreating behind Dote. "It's so hideous, so revolting, so terrifying." Vegeta spat in disgust, growing increasingly irritated by this technique. "Fusion, merging, what nonsense. I believe it must be due to their shared essence. It seems they are resisting the dissolution of their fused state." Guavas, seasoned in such matters, promptly provided an explanation. "Resisting? Dissolving?" Those present exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend the situation. "Well, it is likely that during their initial hour of fusion, their very cells have intertwined," Guavas added gravely. "This has led to the current predicament." Aside from Goku, who was left with a myriad of questions, the others remained silent. Uncertain of what to say, Sutter descended to the ground and regarded the grotesquely distorted visage of half Zamas and half Black Goku. He was unfazed, even calmly contemplating lighting a cigarette. "I am the only deity needed. One is sufficient. We are one." The voices of Zamas and Black Goku seemed to meld together, each retaining its own distinct tone. Sutter, unable to resist, retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his space. No. Deities are not like you," he remarked, familiar with the motions of opening the pack and pulling out a cigarette to place between his lips. As the smoke curled upward upon ignition, Sutter stealthily approached Dote, who stood behind Zamas and Black Goku. "Do not meddle, and certainly do not act impulsively." Faced with Sutter's demeanor, which suggested he held all the cards, Dote gritted his teeth and asked, "If we do not act, how then can we eliminate him? This vengeance, my mother's revenge, cannot go unavenged." Sutter shrugged, taking a drag from his cigarette while observing the still writhing figures of Zamas and Black Goku. "If we provoke this creature further, he may multiply or, amidst the wreckage, unleash a torrent of dark energy that would be equally troublesome to handle. Are we to simply ignore it then? The Supreme Kai Shin widened his eyes. Incredulity etched on his face as he posed the question. Although he wasn't entirely convinced by Sutter's words, he dared not take the gamble. Better safe than sorry. Noticing the eager gazes of the crowd upon him, Sutter took another drag from his cigarette and retrieved a button from his pocket. That was given to you by a Quan. Sun Wukong, with sharp eyes, exclaimed in surprise, extending his index finger. Indeed, Sutter replied nonchalantly, pressing the button in his hand. At that very moment, a flat-faced, round figure abruptly appeared before them. With a thud, he landed face first on the ground. The king of all, witnessing this, nearly had his eyes pop out in fright. Even the struggling and contorted Black Wukong and Zamasu shared a look of unified terror. King of all, did you summon me? Who are you? The casual king of all stood up, dusting himself off. I am your friend from another world, Sutter stated, squatting down to offer a lollipop to the king of all. How sweet. Initially taken aback by the sudden treat, the king of all quickly grasped the lollipop as the sweetness enveloped his mouth. Look over there, that half-and-half person is a villain. Sutter pointed towards the staggering Zamasu and Black Wukong. Because of them, the humans on this planet nearly faced annihilation, and even my friend was gravely injured. As he spoke, he gestured toward Vegeta. See, not only is his clothing torn, but even his hair has been pushed back from the blows. And look at that one. He's barely able to stand. In response to Sutter's pointing, Sun Wukong dramatically collapsed onto the ground. Just as Sutter was about to continue his lament, the king of all nodded vigorously. Yes, quite tragic. The villains must be eradicated. White light began to radiate from his hands, and it seemed he was about to clench his fists. Let us erase this universe. The speed of his actions exceeded Sutter's expectations. Wait, Sutter exclaimed, attempting to intervene. However, the flat-faced king of all seemed oblivious, rapidly tightening his grip. Hurry, hurry. Sutter, deciding not to stop him further, swiftly teleported beside the Kaioshin and urged. With the time ring, let us return at once. Upon witnessing this scene, Gawas and Kaioshin Shin quickly understood the urgency. They promptly used the time ring to transport themselves and their companions back to the past. In an instant, as they vanished, a brilliant white light emanated from the king of all's hands, growing ever larger and more dazzling. Within moments, this radiance enveloped the ruins of the city, overshadowing the terror-stricken faces of Zamasu and Black Wukong. The seventh universe was cloaked in white light, followed by the gradual encompassing of the 12 universes. In the primary timeline, the seventh universe and the Kaioshin realm. Observing the somewhat familiar yet strikingly alien surroundings, Daidoku let out a sigh of relief. We made it back. The Supreme Kai Shin, overwhelmed by a sense of survival, found himself collapsing onto the grass. The elder Supreme Kai, the venerable Gawas, approached from behind, casting his gaze upon the box held in the elder's hands. Within it lay 2 silver rings alongside 4 emerald ones. Suddenly, before their very eyes, one of the emerald rings shattered into oblivion. A parallel world has been erased. The elder Supreme Kai sighed deeply, turning to glance at the returning individuals. It is all my fault. Guilt was etched across Gawas's face. Humph. With this, that so-called Human Zero plan has also failed alongside their own erasure. Hearing Sutter's words, Vegeta huffed disdainfully, directing his gaze towards the lovingly intertwined figures of Date and Mai. However, what did you say, Sutter? I did not quite grasp your words. Goku, furrowing his brow, couldn't he help but exclaim his confusion. Zamasu and Black Goku were obliterated by the future Xeno, and along with them, the entirety of Trunks' universe was also erased. Trunks and Mai have nowhere to go. Sutter shot a sidelong glance at the dim-witted Goku. Has this fellow's intellect been entirely devoted to martial arts? Oh, could you not simply phrase it more straightforwardly? Goku finally understood, grinning widely as he spoke. If they have nowhere to go, then let them stay. Such a simple matter. Do you need me to provide you with treatment? Observing the ongoing discussion that showed no signs of concluding, the overlooked Jebet couldn't restrain himself from interjecting. All right, thank you. Date hastily invited, gesturing for Jebet to treat my first. TSK, it seems your father is less significant than your son's girlfriend. Sutter teased as he glanced at Vegeta. TCH, Vegeta spat, yet said nothing further. After everyone had undergone treatment and recuperation, they bid farewell to the elder Supreme Kai and returned to Earth. In the courtyard of Bulma's home, Whis and Beerus leisurely indulged in barbecues and beer. Meanwhile, Bulma gazed with a furrowed brow at the sky, seemingly awaiting the safe return of the others. Even Trunks and the trio of Pilaf sat quietly by, watching Bulma with innocent expressions. Just as the atmosphere grew so disparate, Sutter and the others instantaneously teleported back. "Wow, you're back?" Beerus inquired, surprise evident as he noticed Supreme Kai Shin returning with the others. "Shin, how did you end up with them?" "Oh well." A look of embarrassment flickered across Shin's face as he hesitated, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, seeing Vegeta return safely, Bulma, overwhelmed with joy, leaped into his embrace. Simultaneously, Mai and the future Mai exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile. Trunks rushed to Date's side, joyfully exclaiming, "Big brother, you're safe. That's wonderful. Mai was so worried about you." Children these days, what do they truly understand about love? Pilaf sighed, eyeing the future Mai. "Ah, look at her. She's full of energy." Lord Pilaf. On the other side, Beerus unleashed a torrent of frustration directed at Supreme Kai Shin. "How absurd. You foolish individual. Have you truly ventured into the future? Are you courting death? Yet, why must you involve me in this peril? What if you were to perish? Furthermore, you have exploited Lord Zeno, which is hardly a commendable act." As he observed Whis approaching, speaking in cryptic phrases, Sutter remained silent, merely extracting another cigarette and lighting it. Turning to Dieter, "Lend me your time machine. I have a purpose." Although Dieter was puzzled, he said nothing further in the presence of his savior, promptly handing the capsule to Sutter. Sutter entered the time machine, glancing at the myriad buttons, then leaned out to Trunks and said, "I am not adept at operating this. You should join me, and we shall return." "Very well." As the time machine vanished once more, Beerus, munching on skewers, inquired of Whis, "What is Sutter up to this time? If even Lord Beerus is unaware, how could I possibly know?" Whis replied with a chuckle, nonchalantly preparing another skewer. Subsequently, Sutter accomplished what was originally meant for Goku, bringing back the future Zeno. Upon witnessing Zeno's arrival, Beerus nearly had his eyes pop out and quickly knelt. "Welcome, Lord Zeno, to your esteemed presence." With a gleeful smile from Zeno, Sutter requested the Supreme Kai to escort them to Zeno's palace. "How do you find the friend I have brought you, Zeno?" Sutter presented the future Zeno before the original. The two seemingly foolish children quickly found common ground. Observing this, the Grand Minister, standing with hands clasped behind his back, wore an expression of complex emotions, mingled with confusion and frustration. "Very well. We shall take our leave," Sutter declared, not even glancing at the Grand Minister as he waved goodbye. "Is this truly acceptable?" The Supreme Kai asked nervously, following Sutter. There seemed to be an inexplicable bond between the Grand Minister and Sutter. "What bond?" Sutter shot back without looking. "Does the Grand Minister dare to eliminate him?" "Currently, certainly not. In the future, he will become powerful enough that even the Grand Minister would be unable to harm him." As for subsequent events, it was reported that Dieter and the future might utilize the time machine to establish a new parallel universe. They ventured to a world where neither Zamasu nor Majin Buu had ever existed. It appeared they had a plan to thwart Dubra from eliminating the Supreme Kai. As long as the Supreme Kai remained alive, Beerus would also survive. Even if Zamasu were to wreak havoc, the future Beerus would address the situation. The future realm could be safeguarded and improved. The tragedies incited by beings like Zamasu would no longer repeat. Chapter 63, Makarita, Take Me to Find Jiren. Regarding these matters, Sutter paid no heed and felt no concern. At this moment, he had already instructed the Supreme Kai to guide him to the realm of destruction in Universe 11. Sutter. Upon the arrival of Soot, the one most delighted was undoubtedly Margarita. "What brings you here? Where's Bardos?" she inquired. "Some matters have arisen," Soot replied, casting a sideways glance at the enchanting beauties attending to him, before leading Margarita out of the tent. Once ensconced in a thoroughly secure protective barrier, Soot succinctly divulged the troubling affairs concerning the High Priest to Margarita. "Is that so?" Margarita pursed her lips, somewhat at a loss regarding the High Priest's actions. "I had initially contemplated stepping down from the position of the God of Destruction's overseer. Yet, it appears that this title can indeed provide you with greater assistance. At this moment, I truly require your help," Soot affirmed, his expression grave. "Both in terms of strength and physical support, I am in great need." "What sort of assistance do you require from me?" Margarita asked, her curiosity piqued. "First and foremost, I need a house with a bed," Soot stated earnestly. Margarita, upon hearing this, was suddenly reminded of something, her face flushing crimson. It was that enigmatic planet, that vast and serene palace, that expansive bed, and that person. After weathering numerous trials, Soot reclined against the headboard, a cigarette in hand, exhaling wisps of smoke. What comes next? What other assistance do you seek from me? Margarita nestled into Soot's embrace, sweetly inquiring. Later, take me to meet Jiren. I wish to test the strength of the most formidable human in Universe 11. Soot affectionately tousled her twin ponytails, chuckling. That request is simple. Margarita nodded enthusiastically, leaping into Soot's arms, but added, however, before that, I believe it is essential for me to take a more proactive stance. 3 days later, in Universe 11, on the planet Tavali, Soot and Margarita hovered in midair, observing the battle unfolding below. There, a colossal scorpion creature loomed, while on the opposing side stood a diminutive human. This human was none other than Jiren, the hero tasked with maintaining peace throughout Universe 11, a proud member of the Pride Troopers. This individual possessed a melodious nickname, Grey Jiren. His appearance was anything but ordinary. A bald, smooth head, large, round black eyes, and an eerily pale complexion. He was perpetually clad in the black and red uniform of the Pride Troopers, embodying the strength of a robust alien with 12 formidable abdominal muscles. Indeed, he was Jiren. Witnessing him dispatch the scorpion monster with mere punches and kicks, Margarita exclaimed, and swiftly descended with Soot. Who goes there? Jiren, standing atop the scorpion beast, turned sharply upon hearing their approach, his voice low and commanding. Ah, Margarita? Has the esteemed mistress come to seek my assistance once more? Upon recognizing her, Jiren inquired with a stoic demeanor, wholly disregarding Soot's presence behind her. Not quite. I have come to propose that you engage in a contest with this individual known as Soot. Margarita smiled, extending her hand to introduce Soot to Jiren. A contest? Jillian cast a disinterested glance at Sutter, coldly rebuffing Margarita with, I am quite occupied and have no time for any contests. Is that so? If you disagree, then so be it. Sutter bypassed Margarita, who was about to speak again, and addressed Jillian, who was preparing to take flight. Once you depart, I shall obliterate the peace of this planet you guard. Upon hearing these words, Jillian, who had maintained a stoic expression, turned around, his face now contorted with rage. What did you just say? I said, I will destroy this planet. Sutter smirked, carelessly gesturing towards the vibrant life teeming on the surface of the planet. You scoundrel! Jillian, who had dedicated everything to justice, was now consumed with fury. He swung a massive fist towards Sutter, charging forward. Hey! Achieving his objective, Sutter swiftly leaped into the air, crossing his arms to block the incoming punch. Boom! Jillian's strike, though exploratory and not his full might, distorted the air, creating ripples that expanded outward. Not bad. Sutter entered Super Saiyan God form, exerting force with his hands to push Jillian's fist back, then swiftly executed a sweeping kick aimed at his abdomen. Bam! 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 The next moment, a flurry of punches and kicks ensued, moving with such speed that only fleeting afterimages remained. The intensity of their onslaught surpassed the destructive power typically exhibited by gods of destruction. Waves of energy surged continuously, causing the life forms on the planet to tremble in fear. Observing the ground below shudder violently, Jillian swiftly retreated. This is too concerning. Perhaps you ought to choose another venue for your battle? Margarita soared into the high skies and remarked to Jillian and Sutter. I never agreed to any contest. Jillian maintained his aloof demeanor, his large, dark eyes filled with depth. Huh, I am not inquiring. Margarita chuckled, promptly transporting both combatants to the Void Realm. With this arrangement, they could engage in their duel without reservations. Sutter flashed a charming smile at Margarita, then charged once more at Jillian. Regardless of this fellow's willingness, if he wished to avoid being struck, he would have to resist fiercely. Veins began to surface on Jillian's smooth head as he glared at Sutter, raising his hand to block the incoming punch. After deflecting the blow, Sutter quickly vanished and reappeared behind Jillian, preparing to execute an elbow strike against his broad back. Jillian, possessing exceptional combat instincts, sensed the movement behind him and instantly turned to intercept Sutter's elbow with his own. Bam! 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 Following another exchange of strikes, Jillian unleashed his full potential, casting aside all restraint in pursuit of relentless assault against the Super Saiyan God. However, to Sutter, even Jillian's utmost effort seemed somewhat inferior to that of Beerus. Sutter, too, intensified his resolve, gradually amplifying his power to respond with even fiercer counterattacks. Under this barrage, Jillian began to falter, inadvertently taking several blows from Sutter. He staggered back several steps before steadying himself in the void. Is Jillian truly no match for you? Upon witnessing the scene, Margarita appeared somewhat dazed. Could it be that this fellow truly exerted his utmost? Sutter furrowed his brow, casting a glance at his own hands. Chapter 64. The Change of Opponent. Farewell to Keisai. He was merely in the Super Saiyan God form. In the original narrative, the formidable Jiren could compel Sun Wukong to enter the state of Ultra Instinct. Margarita, feeling somewhat awkward, disclosed Jiren's divine combat power value. In his full power state, Jiren's divine combat power was at least 25 units. This paltry amount even pales in comparison to that of Beerus, the cat. Sutter disdainfully glanced at the taciturn Jiren and waved his hand, indicating that he wished to forego the match. Your divine combat power is already sufficient to surpass Beerus in his rage state? Margarita inquired, floating closer to Sutter, her expression one of surprise. At least 35 units. Sutter affirmed, articulating the precise measure of his divine combat power. In that case, if it is not a matter of life and death, Jiren is indeed not your match. Margarita reached for her staff, teleporting the trio from the Void Realm back to the previous Tavali star. Then let us proceed. Select a more suitable, or perhaps even a stronger opponent for me, Sutter declared as he prepared to depart. He casually called out to Jiren, my apologies. Jiren, I have matters to attend to. I'll return to challenge you another time. What is this nonsense? Jiren, feeling as though he had been relegated to a mere tool, watched the departing figures, utterly bewildered. Were they not seeking a contest with him? Why did they engage in a brief skirmish only to abandon it so casually? What in the world was Sutter's issue? Jiren dismissed the thoughts and rushed back to his original spaceship. He was quite busy. After all, there were villains on the next planet that required his attention. A kaleidoscope of light swiftly traversed the 11th universe. Within the luminous sphere, Margarita glanced back at Sutter with an apologetic expression. I am truly sorry, Sutter. I believed your divine combat power would only be around 20 units at most. It's quite all right. There's no need for apologies. I simply failed to clarify things beforehand. Sutter replied, seemingly unperturbed. In truth, Margarita's estimation was rendered irrelevant. Prior to feeding that little snack to the Omni King, his divine combat power was indeed a mere 18 points. With that said, the pool of potential opponents for our trials has significantly diminished. Humans are out of the question, and even the average gods of destruction are not viable, Margarita remarked, revealing a complex expression. Within that complexity lay excitement for Sutter's strength, as well as the vexation of finding a suitable opponent for him to practice against. Are there any suitable adversaries among the angels? Sutter, aware of his ambiguous power level, directly inquired. None, Margarita replied with a slight shake of her head. Hesitant to elaborate further, as Sutter's strength was insufficient even to contend with the weakest of angels. Sutter sensed the implication in Margarita's words and pressed on. What is the divine combat power of the weakest among you? Perhaps Mojito. Typically, his divine combat power hovers around 13 points, but at full strength, it can reach a minimum of 45 points. Upon hearing this, Sutter immediately furrowed his brow. Considering his training pace, his potential was indeed quite high. However, without a system's rapid enhancement, it would take him over 6 months to elevate his divine combat power by a single unit. Reflecting on his previous experiences with the system, he recalled that during his first encounter with Bardos and Champa, he received 1 unit. The second time, he was rewarded 2 units by Beerus and Whis. Subsequently, during his third meeting with Margarita and Waymay, he garnered 3 units. Initially, he had presumed this pattern would continue. However, to his surprise, due to having met KSI but not the Elephant God of Destruction, he ultimately only received 2 units. Furthermore, the meager 1 unit provided by Idis was rather disappointing. Sutter mused to himself, what am I thinking? Noticing his prolonged silence, Margarita raised her voice. What? Sutter, caught off guard, responded with a question. Margarita sighed and inquired. I was asking you, where should we go next? Do you have any places in mind? How about a trip to Universe 10? Sutter hesitated, contemplating a revisit to ascertain the value of the angel and god of destruction from that universe. He felt compelled to test whether the rewards from the system followed the same pattern. If so, then the Elephant God of Destruction should yield 3 units of divine combat power. Seeing Sutter lost in thought once more, Margarita grew increasingly frustrated. Tentatively, she glanced at Sutter and asked, Sutter, do you have any romantic feelings for Sister KSI? Huh. Sutter, momentarily bewildered, questioned the implication of her words. However, he quickly regained his composure, retorting with an awkward smile. What are you thinking? Do I seem like someone who only seeks amusement? That hardly qualifies as mere amusement. Most of the effort falls upon you. Margarita spoke the uncomfortably candid truth, yet as she continued, a peculiar blush crept over her cheeks. Just a few days after his arrival, Soot had filled her life with vibrant experiences. Now, reflecting on it suddenly made her feel somewhat bashful. Before long, a kaleidoscopic orb shattered the barriers of Universe 10, descending upon the realm of destruction. The same floral expanse greeted them, along with KSI, who was weaving garlands, and the pink elephant, Ramsey, seated on a bench. In this harmonious and warm atmosphere, Soot and Margarita arrived as unexpected guests. Ah, Margarita, and you too, KSI exclaimed joyfully upon noticing them. However, upon seeing Soot, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, reminiscent of their first meeting. That person with a nose comparable to Lord Ramsey. Sister, this is Soot. You've met him once before, haven't you? Margarita, unaware of Xi's thoughts, would have surely teased her if she had known, while also pulling Soot into the jest. Soot, and Margarita, what brings you here? KSI asked, her fingers playfully poking together, her voice lowered. Well, Margarita turned to Soot, genuinely unsure of his intentions for their visit. The last time I provided you with those desserts, how did they taste? Sutter did not explicitly state his opinion, but casually inquired with his hands stuffed in his pockets. They were delicious, replied Lord Ramsey, lamenting that he could only indulge in them once, and there were so few to savor. Upon hearing Sutter mention the desserts, Kashi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she fervently nodded, swallowing several times in anticipation. Margarita and I happened to pass by, so we thought we would bring some more for you, Sutter declared, conjuring a plethora of his homemade sweets from his space and offering them to Kashi. Observing Sutter's nonchalant demeanor while he lied, Margarita couldn't help but admire his audacity. Look at the way he speaks. What does he mean by on the way? She specifically brought Sutter here to find Kashi. Chapter 65. The gluttonous angel really? Thank you so much. Faced with the mountain of desserts, Kashi felt an overwhelming urge to embrace the kind-hearted soul before her. No wonder Bardos and Margarita both desired to claim this human. She was tempted to keep him here for herself. With excitement radiating from her, Kashi waved enthusiastically at Ramsey. Lord Ramsey, I have brought more desserts for you this time. And there are many more than before. Ramsey had long noticed Margarita and Sutter, but had assumed they were merely there to see Kashi. So he remained seated on the bench. Upon hearing her words, he felt an urge to let out a triumphant shout. Really? Can I have some too? He exclaimed, eagerly rising from the bench to approach Kashi and the others. The last time he tasted the desserts, he found them utterly delightful. Unfortunately, he had searched the entire 10th universe and found no delicacies that could rival them. Of course, Sutter nodded generously, presenting a considerable amount to Ramsey. Then, turning to Margarita, he suggested, it's nearly mealtime. How about I prepare a few dishes for everyone to share? That sounds great. Ramsey nodded vigorously, his long nose swaying comically. After enjoying Sutter's cooking, both Ramsey and Kashi wore satisfied expressions, their attitudes noticeably warmer. Sutter, with a cigarette in his mouth and a smile on his face, observed the group while listening to the long-unheard mechanical voice of the system in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have gained the recognition of Lord Ramsey, the god of destruction from the 10th universe, increasing your culinary skills by 2. Your current culinary skill level is 44. This reward includes 3 units of divine battle power, bringing your total divine battle power to 38 points. Transformations available are Super Saiyan form, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan God, and Super Saiyan Blue. Moreover, as the taster is a god of destruction, you are granted an additional level of god destruction technique. Currently, your god destruction technique is level 7, and your freezing extreme skill is level 8. As he suspected, each culinary reward increased incrementally with each experience. The last time Kashi had tasted his food, the system rewarded him with 2 units, while this time, Ramsey's tasting yielded 3 units, with a total of 5. The next step is to find another destroyer and angel to gain their approval for culinary delights, which would bring the total to 6. Thus, his strength would be able to rival that of the mojito angel mentioned by Margarita. Contemplating this, Sutter resolved to take action. However, he faced a dilemma regarding which universe's angel and destroyer to approach. The remaining angels and destroyers were unfamiliar to him. He had never even laid eyes on them. Even with Makarita's introduction, the absence of a natural context made it unlikely that the destroyers and angels would consent to partake in a meal. Clearly, such deliberate attempts could attract unwanted attention, particularly from the high priest, who might seek to uncover his peculiarities. What, then, should he do? Sutter, Sister Kex is speaking to you. Noticing Sutter lost in thought while puffing on a cigarette, Makarita raised her voice once more. Oh, my apologies. What is it? Sutter hastily gathered his thoughts and inquired. It's like this, Kex began. The last time we dined, Avamo happened to be in communication with me. He expressed a desire to taste some of the food I was enjoying. Her gaze flickered, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Understanding the implication, Sutter's mind sparked with an idea. Kex, aware of his impending drowsiness, had unwittingly offered him a pillow. Providing some desserts for tasting was certainly feasible, yet Sutter's expression shifted to one of hesitation. Well, you see, he said, the previous desserts have already been given to you and Ramses, so if I were to bring out more now, there may not be any left. None left? Kex pondered, recalling the new desserts she had recently received, unwilling to share even a morsel with Avamo. Consequently, her gaze shifted to Ramses. Kex, I received even fewer than you. Ramses protested, his feigned innocence eliciting both laughter and sympathy. You needn't be like this. Although the items are gone, I'm still capable of preparing more. Sutter remarked with a faint smile. How about this? You guide me there, and I will prepare something fresh for Avamo. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Ramses blinked, his long nose twitching as he inquired. Can you really make more for me? Of course, Sutter replied generously, finding no detriment in the endeavor, only benefits. Sutter, you are simply wonderful. I like you so much. Kex exclaimed with delight, enveloping Sutter in a warm embrace. Shall we go to Universe 1 then? Makarita observed Kex's eagerness, cognizant that her affection was primarily for the culinary creations of Sutter. Yet, the expression of her fondness stirred in Makarita visions of exercising alongside Sutter. What transformation might the seemingly delicate sister undergo in his company? Her curiosity was piqued. Furthermore, Sister Kex possesses remarkable strength. If she were to be brought in to mentor Surt in his quest for power, the plan to transform Surt into the mightiest human in the cosmos would likely proceed with greater ease. Makalita, who is rather oblivious to certain matters, has subtly set her sights on Kex. Should Bardos, residing far away in the time nest, become aware of this, she would likely be incensed, perhaps even cursing Makalita for her shamelessness in not only volunteering herself, but also dragging her sister into the fray. Is she truly unwell? Alas, at present, she remains unaware. By the time she learns of this, it will be too late to alter the course of events. The journey to Universe 1 unfolded smoothly, and Surt encountered the corpulent angel of this universe, Avamo. No wonder he was so tantalized. Who could resist sweet treats? Moreover, the god of destruction in this universe resembles a furry creature, his pointed ears framing a visage obscured by a profusion of fur, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the presence of a nose or mouth. Curiously, Surt offered him a custard tart, hoping to entice him into taking a bite. To his surprise, the creature did have a mouth, albeit concealed beneath a dense layer of hair. How fittingly named. After presenting his culinary creations to Avamo and the god of destruction, Ewan, the furry creature, Surt waved farewell and received yet another notification from the system. Congratulations, host. You have gained the culinary approval of Avamo, the angel of Universe 1, and Ewan, the god of destruction. Your culinary skill has increased by 5, bringing it to a total of 49. Additionally, due to the esteemed nature of your tasters, you are awarded a level in God Destruction Techniques and a level in the Ultimate Instinct, currently standing at level 8 and 9, respectively. Your Divine Combat Power has increased by 6, now totaling 44. Surt chose not to rush Makalita into seeking out Mojito, but instead remained in the palace that Makalita had fashioned. He even requested that she create a mirror space with a variable time flow, allowing him to train at his leisure. After all, the location of his training was inconsequential to the outcome. The sole advantage of remaining here was the absence of interruptions from Bulma and her companions, who incessantly sought delectable dishes. Furthermore, he enjoyed the company of a beautiful companion. Although Makalita could not linger due to her duties as a god of destruction overseer, her occasional visits ensured that Surt would not feel lonely. Nights passed without the chill of solitude, as days turned into weeks. Surt achieved enlightenment in the profound blue technique typically mastered by Vegeta. He then expressed his desire to Makalita to journey to Universe 9 in pursuit of Mojito for further training. Your strength has indeed improved significantly compared to 6 months ago, Makalita remarked with a gentle smile, her gaze fixed upon Surt. However, a moment later, concern flickered in her eyes as she questioned, "Are you confident in your ability to face Mojito? Although his strength is the weakest among the God of Destruction overseers, he surpasses even the mightiest God of Destruction, Beerus, by more than double." This statement, though delivered with subtlety, unmistakably conveys that their departure heralds an inevitable defeat. Humph, one must have confidence in your man. Do not forget the previous Jiren. Sutter, with a confident smile, gently patted Margarita's head. However, Jiren is merely human, while Mojito is an angel. Margarita, still anxious, inquired, "Perhaps we should seek out Beerus first." After defeating him, before she could finish her sentence, Sutter unleashed a surge of energy to demonstrate his prowess. A deep blue aura shot skyward, resembling a colossal beam of light. The entire planet trembled under Sutter's energy, emitting a silent lament. The surrounding dust was effortlessly swept away by his overwhelming force. As the ground quaked, it fractured, giving rise to terrifying chasms that seemed bottomless. Witnessing Sutter's oppressive power rapidly expand and the palace collapsing in an instant, Margarita blinked in bewilderment. Such strength. This power is certainly on par with Mojito. Now you understand my capabilities, do you not? The energy waves were swiftly retracted by Sutter, who, with a cheerful demeanor, affectionately tousled Margarita's astonished face, saying, "And do not always assume I must follow a conventional path to ascend. My potential is unparalleled. You, my dear, are terrifyingly unlike any mere human." Margarita quickly regained her composure, smiling as she grasped Sutter's hand. "It seems my concerns were unfounded. You are stronger than any human I have encountered. Naturally, in that regard as well," Sutter teased, leaning closer to Margarita's crimson lips. A soft peck ensued. "You rascal." Margarita's face flushed instantly, playfully pretending to strike Sutter. "Let us depart." Sutter, sensing the moment, nodded at her. A playful jest sufficed. If he truly angered Margarita, he knew he would be no match for her. In the 9th universe, in a realm of destruction, Mojito, an angel with short white hair, appeared somewhat aged. Despite being the weakest angel in terms of strength, Mojito possessed an exceptionally high intellect, arguably genius level. This, however, rendered him rather negligent in his duties. He often regarded the god of destruction, Sidra, with a detached gaze. The primary reason for this was Sidra's indecisive nature, as he frequently deemed planets that were meant for destruction as unworthy of annihilation. Consequently, the daily interactions between this angel and his god of destruction became quite discordant. Upon Sutter and Margarita's arrival, the sounds of their quarrel could be heard from afar. It was not so much a disagreement, but rather a one-sided complaint from Sidra. Must we again address the inadequacies of the god of destruction regarding these planets and humans? I find it utterly exasperating. As Sadala, with his receding hairline that now resembled a bald crown, absent-mindedly stroked his vibrant red beard, he sighed in exasperation. How bothersome. Why must I bear the burden of being this destroyer, compelled to engage in indiscriminate havoc? Listening to his incessant grievances, Mojito looked on with indifference and suddenly interjected. "Then don't. Retire early and let a substitute take over." "Substitute? What substitute? I wasn't aware of any," Sadala replied, utterly bewildered, turning to face the stern Mojito. "If you require one, my lord Sadala, I shall promptly select a suitable candidate." Feeling a twinge of grievance at Mojito's bluntness, Sadala pondered, "As my mentor, do you truly find me lacking?" "Not at all." Mojito's expression grew even colder as he averted his gaze. Upon doing so, he noticed the approaching figures of Margarita and Sut. "Margarita, it has been ages," Mojito exclaimed, abandoning the chattering Sadala to greet her, inquiring. "This is a remarkably gifted individual I wish for you to mentor." "A talent, you say? It is rare to hear such words from your lips." Margarita smiled and nodded at Sut. "Talent, indeed? What does he wish to learn? Astronomy, geography? Astrology, divination? Or perhaps the ultimate mysteries of the cosmos?" As these examples were presented, a large question mark appeared above Sut's head. "What on earth are you talking about? That's not the kind of guidance I seek. I mean martial arts and combat." Margarita paused for a moment before bursting into laughter, explaining, "Sut's prowess has already reached the threshold of angelhood." At this declaration, Mojito's demeanor grew even frostier. Before Makarita could elaborate further, he interrupted with a cold remark. What nonsense is this? Just a mere human? Can one truly touch the threshold of angelhood? Should I give it a try? Soot remained unperturbed, understanding that such skepticism was only natural. Had his culinary system not manifested, he too would have deemed it improbable for an ordinary human to ascend to such heights. But if something goes awry and you get hurt, you and Makarita cannot hold me accountable. Over the years, Mojito had grown weary of Sadala's incessant chatter. Now, confronted with the forthright Soot, he felt a flicker of goodwill and decided to be direct. Rest assured, I am not so easily dispatched. Soot nodded and gestured for Mojito to make the first move. Very well, Mojito replied, gripping his staff and tentatively unleashed a wave of energy towards Soot. Faced with this feeble display, Soot did not even bother to transform. He merely raised his hand and dissipated it effortlessly. No need for testing. Soot smiled faintly and then, with a clenched fist, shouted, "Ha!" A cerulean aura erupted around him, sweeping forth like a tempest. The winds howled, stirring the tranquil surface of the nearby lake into rippling waves. What is happening? As Sidra stood bewildered against the formidable gale, he approached Margarita. She cast him a sidelong glance and explained, "It's a sparring match. Can't you see? If you noticed, why ask why we are competing?" Besides his sentimental nature, Sidra had a tendency to ramble. Margarita, however, chose to disregard him and swiftly directed her gaze towards Sutter. Confronted by the fierce onslaught of wind, Mojito was equally astonished. He had assumed that the human before him possessed merely a modest divine combat power. Yet the strength unleashed now far exceeded the limits of humanity, truly befitting a being from Universe 11. Well then, Mojito, I shall commence my assault. For the first time facing an angel, Sutter politely announced his intent before launching his attack. There's no need for such formality, Mojito replied, donning a serious expression. To be bested by a human would indeed tarnish the angelic reputation. As Sutter vanished beneath his feet, Mojito swiftly tilted his head, narrowly evading a punch that came hurtling towards him. The angel's ultra instinct. With a series of rapid exchanges, Sutter found himself unable to land a single blow, despite his relentless strikes. After several attempts, he couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. As he spoke, he quickly retreated into the air, adopting a fighting style reminiscent of Vegeta's princely technique. Boom, boom, boom. The invincible energy spheres erupted from his palms, and in an instant, thousands of them surged towards Mojito on the ground. Humph, your technique is merely a waste of energy. Do you think my intellect is mere decoration? Mojito smirked, elegantly dodging the barrage of energy spheres like a butterfly dancing amidst a storm. Each sphere collided and exploded, resembling a dazzling fireworks display. Sutter, exhilarated, charged at Mojito once more, delivering a punch aimed directly at his face. Your technique is rather simplistic. Mojito, still in good spirits, chuckled as he evaded the attack. I always pursue speed, ferocity, and precision. Sutter transformed his fist into an open palm, striking towards Mojito's right side, grazing the hem of his garment. Progressing swiftly. But it seems you still cannot touch me, Mojito remarked, but before he could finish, he felt a sharp pain in his back. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed Sutter, having instantaneously teleported behind him, delivering a powerful punch to his back. Relying too heavily on ultra instinct is not without its drawbacks. Sutter grinned, unleashing a flurry of fierce strikes upon Mojito. Sometimes, mastering the art of instantaneous movement proves to be a formidable technique in its own right. With a rapid flick of his hand, Mojito deftly deflected the incoming blows, while simultaneously bending his legs to evade Sut's sweeping kick. Each movement exuded a formidable energy, colliding in the air above the battleground. The howling winds whipped around, causing the garments of Sidra and Margarita to flutter wildly. The earth trembled subtly beneath them, and debris was swept aloft in the chaos. As Mojito unleashed his full potential, Sut's combat prowess surged correspondingly. The brief skirmish of close-quarters combat came to an end as the two retreated to create distance, promptly transitioning to ranged energy attacks. A staff materialized in Mojito's grasp, channels of angelic power erupting forth. These energies clashed with Sut's ki blasts, resulting in a dazzling explosion akin to fireworks. Amidst the swirling smoke, Sut employed his teleportation ability, reappearing ominously behind Mojito. Yet this time, the teleportation would not serve him so well. A cunning glint flashed in Mojito's eyes before Sut's fist could find its mark. He pivoted and struck with his staff, unleashing a wave of angelic energy towards Sut. Surprise flickered across Sut's face, soon enveloped by the blinding radiance of the angelic force. The explosion reverberated through the air, eliciting concern from Margarita as she observed. The brilliance gradually waned, and the thick smoke began to dissipate. Though the blast had left Sut in a somewhat disheveled state, he remained resolute. "I shan't fall twice to the same trick," Mojito said with a knowing smile. Gesturing to his temple, "I surmise your technique resembles that of the Kaishin's teleportation? It appears I underestimated your intellect." As the explosive wounds on his skin began to heal due to his immortal nature, Sut redirected his gaze towards Mojito. "Your fighting style is indeed methodical. Your dodges quite systematic, yet it lacks a certain ferocity." "Oh, angels require a state of tranquility, not ferocity," Mojito countered, disagreeing with Sut's assessment. "Is that so?" Sut replied coolly, tightening his fists with a newfound seriousness. With a fierce roar, his once azure aura deepened into a profound blue, surging with intensified brilliance. The energy enveloping Sut roiled and swelled, resembling a pillar of light reaching toward the heavens. Chapter 68, A Stalemate? Official courtesies. The very ground of the battleground quaked, and Sidra was swept away by the powerful wave of energy. Margarita's face contorted in disdain as she witnessed Sidra being tossed about in the air. TSK. She unleashed a protective barrier, safely retrieving Sidra. At the eye of the energy storm, Sut's deep blue hair danced wildly in the turbulent air. "Is this your full strength?" Mojito hovered opposite him, unable to conceal his astonishment. The power displayed by this Sut was nearly on par with his own. "Almost," Sut responded, clenching his fist and assuming a combat stance. "Now let us continue." Excitement flickered in Mojito's eyes, with a surge of combat spirit emerging. A formidable energy erupted from both combatants, an overwhelming pressure instantly radiating outward, shattering the protective barrier enveloping Sidera. "Makarita," Sidera wailed upon witnessing this scene. "Why must they fight in my domain? Why must they showcase such a celestial battle before my eyes as a feeble destroyer? Am I not a being worthy of respect? Is it merely because of my stature?" The aerial clash reignited, punctuated by a flurry of punches and kicks, accompanied by an onslaught of ranged attacks. The silvery might of angelic power was unleashed, while Sut retaliated with azure waves of energy. The fierce skirmish persisted, wreaking havoc upon the landscape, transforming it into a scene of devastation. Towering trees were uprooted by the howling winds, and the lake's waters surged onto the grass, accompanied by countless fish flopping on the ground. Nearby, mountains crumbled at a visible pace, creating an apocalyptic tableau. Sidera, sheltered within the protective barrier and lifted to safety, wept bitterly at the sight before him. "Oh, my home!" Mojito shouted, brandishing his staff and unleashing a surge of energy directed at Sut. "An angel shall never be bested by a mere human." Sut evaded swiftly, then propelled himself towards Mojito, delivering a staggering punch that struck the angel's jaw, sending him plummeting to the earth. With a resounding crash, a vast crater formed, and Mojito gasped as he rose from the depths of the pit. "Damn it!" he cursed, his fury manifesting as a swirling aura of white energy that further deepened the crater beneath him. As the battle raged on, the once evenly matched duel began to tilt in favor of Sut, whose inexhaustible vigor gradually widened the gap. The calm demeanor Mojito once possessed had evaporated. Igniting his fighting spirit, gritting his teeth, he charged at Sut again, his moves growing sharper and more ferocious. The air crackled with the collision of forces, sending shockwaves that fractured the earth. Sidera's anguish morphed into numbness, becoming almost a familiar sensation. In his despair, he felt a desire to converse. Turning his gaze to Makarita. "Makarita, how long do you think this battle will last? I had plans to obliterate a few more planets. Would you take me with you afterward? Surely, they can't fight until dawn, can they? What of my dinner? And my home, reduced to such ruin? Once this is over, could you summon Lord Ro, the god of destruction from Universe 9, to assist in its repair? You are undoubtedly aware of that fellow Lorana's character, insufferably arrogant, to the point where I might as well not call upon him." "Silence. I can hardly endure this incessant chatter," Margarita retorted with a roll of her eyes. Unfortunately, Sidera paid her no heed, merely lowering his voice slightly as he began to mutter to himself. In midair, the aftermath of their battle unfolded as Sutter noticed Mojito's stamina waning. He ceased his actions, effectively bringing this contest to a close. "Mojito, you are truly formidable. Were it not for my immortal restoration, I would never stand a chance against you. Compliments are universally cherished, and Mojito, who had previously displayed anger, instantly broke into a smile, responding humbly, "You flatter me. As a human to match me in combat is no small feat. No, you are indeed the more impressive one." Even Sutter, who had not revealed his destructive techniques or the mastery of his abilities, joined in the modesty. Nonsense. They exchanged pleasantries as they descended from the air. Mojito, having shed his earlier aggression, returned to a state of elegant composure, concluding with a smile, "Overall, you are indeed strong. However, I believe there is room for further development. Your techniques are somewhat singular. Moreover, relying solely on brute force is not advisable. One must incorporate more strategy and finesse." Sutter, though not overly concerned, maintained an attentive facade, appearing genuinely engaged. Observing Sutter's potential, Mojito suddenly felt a pang of ambition. He cast a disdainful glance at Sidera, who was approaching alongside Margarita, and inquired of Sutter, "Would you be interested in becoming a candidate for a destroyer?" "Not at all." Sutter feigned ignorance, directly declining. "What about the destroyer? I could easily eliminate Sidera and elevate you to that position, allowing you to battle with me daily." Mojito coaxed, continuously extending his enticing offer. "My intellect is subordinate only to the Grand Priest. I could impart everything to you. You could possess both intelligence and strength." Mojito, isn't this a bit excessive?" Sidera, now standing beside Mojito, asked angrily. "The man is right before you, and you're discussing removing him. Aren't you being a tad unreasonable? Is it customary to demand such exchanges in front of someone? How do you feel, Sutter?" Margarita inquired, restoring Sutter's attire to its pristine condition. "It was exhilarating. I rarely experienced such fervor." Sutter replied, a satisfied expression illuminating his face as he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his space. The one he had originally carried had long since turned to ash during the battle. Watching Sutter light a cigarette, Sidera, momentarily forgetting to berate Mojito, curiously asked, "Are you truly human? I mean, someone like you must be well known throughout Universe 11, right?" Chapter 69. Grand Priest's Battle Power 1000. I am not from Universe 11. Gazing at the diminutive figure with a beard that barely reached his waist, Sutter posed a question. "Which universe do you hail from? How is it that you find yourself alongside the Angel of Universe 11? Before Sidra could finish his inquiry, Mojito cast a cold glance in his direction, abruptly interrupting the impolite discourse. Subsequently, he contacted the Supreme Kai, who arrived to restore the area of destruction. After a thorough repair, Sutter prepared a meal for the two, successfully obtaining the rewards issued by the system. "Congratulations, host. You have gained the recognition of Mojito, the Angel of Universe 9, and Sidra, the God of Destruction of Universe 9, for your culinary skills. Your cooking proficiency has increased by 5, now totaling 54. Additionally, due to the esteemed taste testers, you are awarded a Level 1 God of Destruction technique and a Level 1 Ultra Instinct ability. Your abilities now stand at Level 9 for the Destruction technique and Level 10 for Ultra Instinct. Your divine combat power has risen by 7, bringing your total to 51. Do come by often," Sidra remarked as he observed Sutter and Margarita preparing to depart, mimicking Sutter's smoking pose with a wave of his hand. The chaos of the destruction had been well addressed, and he had enjoyed a delightful meal, with a box of cigarettes in hand. He felt the overall experience was not too much of a loss. Mojito cast a disdainful glance at Sidra before smiling at Sutter. "This battle must have been quite beneficial for you. Should you encounter any perplexities in the future, feel free to seek my assistance." "Of course," Sutter nodded, reciprocating with a courteous smile as he and Margarita left without a backward glance. To Sutter, Mojito was merely a tool for gaining experience, perhaps a tool angel. Upon returning to the unknown planet, Sutter, cigarette in mouth, observed the new palace that Margarita had conjured. Suddenly, he inquired, "By the way, Margarita, aren't angels incapable of fighting?" Busy with the newly established palace, Margarita turned to Sutter with a smile. "Was that truly a battle?" "It was merely guidance. Forgive my ignorance." Sutter's forehead bore 3 dark lines of realization. The next moment, he regained his usual demeanor and wrapped an arm around Margarita's slender waist. "So, who is the penultimate angel?" "Kakator, from Universe 5, with a divine combat power of around 48, if I recall correctly." "Oh," Sutter replied nonchalantly, instantly losing interest. "At only 48. He is hardly a match for me. Let us go. We have a place to reside now. Shall we enter?" Margarita leaned up and kissed Sutter, declaring, "All right." Let us try the new bed. Sutter ceased his inquiries and, with Margarita in tow, made his way into the palace. I crafted a bed that is 6 meters long. Hee. As time swiftly passed, 3 months slipped by. On January 21st, 780 AE, having been away from Earth for over half a year, Sutter was once again brought back to Earth in Universe 7 by Margarita. Do remember to think of me. Margarita bid farewell, reluctant to part from the content Sutter. Go now, you have been by my side for these 3 months. Should the Grand Minister discover this, he may impose a penalty upon you. Sut nodded and offered a brief remark. As he watched Margarita depart, he instantly teleported back to the cozy abode he once shared with Bardos. The house remained familiar, yet the comforting presence of Bardos was conspicuously absent. Gazing at the desolate living room, dust motes dancing in the sunlight, Sut stepped onto the balcony and habitually extracted a cigarette, igniting it. During the 3 months spent in Margarita's company, he had gained insights into the divine combat prowess of many angels. Presently, the one whose divine strength was comparable to his own was Weiss, prompting Sut to contemplate a return to engage in sparring with Weiss to solidify his own power. Why not simply venture directly to the divine realm? Oh, would he allow Weiss to witness his lingering attachment to Margarita? As he drew on his cigarette, Sut's brow furrowed, a twinge of agitation stirring within him. He felt woefully inadequate. The divine combat prowess of the High Priest was terrifyingly formidable, reaching an astonishing level of 1,000. Even if he were to confront him now, he would merely find himself crushed beneath a single finger. His progress seemed rapid, yet against the High Priest, reclaiming Vados remained an arduous journey. After lingering in their modest home for a while longer, Sut set off towards Bulma's residence. Bulma, her belly round with impending motherhood, appeared on the verge of labor. "Oh, Sut, it has indeed been a while, hasn't it?" she exclaimed, astonished as she spotted him descending into the courtyard. "Yes, it has indeed been too long. Are you about to give birth?" Upon hearing Sut's casual inquiry, Bulma placed her hands on her hips, expressing her discontent. "Well, you haven't visited in ages, and now you arrive empty-handed. I'll prepare some food for you, all right?" Sut, scratching his ear, waved dismissively. Were it not for his desire to avoid any quarrel with a pregnant woman, he would have been reluctant to prepare anything. "Hey, I'm craving something spicy." Bulma's expression brightened instantly, her request bubbling with excitement. "Ah, this baby must surely be a girl," Sut remarked, subtly hinting at the kitchenware brought by the summoned servants. "That would be splendid." Bulma responded enthusiastically, adding, "I already have a son, so I'm hoping for a daughter. Sweet and sour, let your good wishes come true." Sut mused distractedly while busying himself. He wondered if there was any possibility that Bardos was nurturing his offspring within her. The likelihood seemed slim, judging by Margarita. They had spent over half a year together, yet there was no sign of her condition. Could it be that their differing races precluded progeny? As Sut pondered these musings, a figure descended into the courtyard, none other than the long-absent son Wukong. He approached with a bag in hand, gazing at the industrious Sut with surprise. "Hey Sut, have you returned to play chef for Bulma?" "Not at all, as I've neglected to bring her a gift," Sut replied, cigarette clamped between his teeth, as he juggled a large iron pot, grumbling while he cooked. "Goodness, it seems you're not even as capable as that fellow Wukong." With a straightened posture, Bulma turned to Goku, signaling him to hand over the bag. "Is this a welcome gift for me?" she inquired. "No, this is for Lord Whis and Lord Beerus. I intend to train in the divine realm." Goku hurriedly clutched the bag to his chest, protective of his belongings. Observing this, Sutter scoffed at Bulma. "Looks like you've been slapped in the face, haven't you? How self-important." Chapter 70. Goku's mischief. "You thought it was a gift for you?" Bulma's forehead twitched with irritation, and she stormed off to a nearby pavilion. Sutter quickly prepared a few Sichuan dishes and instructed the servants to deliver the food to the pavilion. He then plopped down in a lounge chair by the artificial lake, watching Goku frown in impatience as he awaited Whis' communication. Perfect timing for a ride. After more than half an hour, Goku finally received a message from Whis, along with the news that Whis was returning Vegeta. Why? He was doing fine there. Why is he suddenly coming back? Goku's confusion was evident as he turned to Sutter. "What do you think is going on?" "I don't know." Sutter was disinclined to engage in conversation with Goku, who appeared oblivious yet lacked responsibility. Moreover, this man was not even well versed in how children were conceived. Providing an explanation would only invite trouble. Minutes later, Whis arrived with Vegeta in the courtyard. "Did you bring the items?" Whis asked cheerfully, looking after his good fortune. Right here. Goku indicated the bag he had been holding throughout. And don't forget me. Sutter, holding a cigarette, handed over the spicy chicken he had prepared. Of course. Whis accepted the offering without hesitation, placing it into his space. Now let us depart. The driver was ready to leave, but Goku, perplexed, called out to Vegeta, who was heading toward the pavilion. Vegeta, are you really not coming? I wanted to spar with you. I'm not going anywhere. Bulma is about to give birth, and I want nothing to do with it. Vegeta turned away, resolutely declining. Goku's bewilderment deepened as he watched Vegeta walk further away, exclaiming, "It's not like you're the one giving birth. What does it matter to you?" Sutter crossed his arms, standing beside Whis, and mockingly remarked, "Look at this." A classic line from a true scoundrel. As a responsible man, you must be by your partner's side when she is on the verge of childbirth. Vegeta's forehead throbbed with anger as he turned and shouted back at Goku, "If you want to go, then you go. Just hurry up and leave. Whatever. What's there to accompany?" Goku wiped his nose, uninterested, as he walked toward Whis. "I just don't understand Vegeta." With Goku's complaints echoing, the trio soon arrived at the Divine Realm. Whis, open a dimension, let us spar. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Sutter eagerly requested Whis, "Wait a moment. I want to enjoy the delicious food first." Whis dismissively scoffed and retrieved the bag that Sun Wukong had previously stored in the void, placing it upon the grass. As Beerus approached, he cast a glance at Surt and inquired, astonished, "What have you been up to these past 6 months? Your strength has grown remarkably." "Well, Lord Beerus, you should also engage in some training instead of perpetually indulging in slothful slumber," Whis teased while unpacking items. "Humph." Beerus huffed in a proud manner. Seating himself opposite Whis, "Once I've finished eating, I shall immediately commence my training. See, my initial prophecy was not amiss. Your dreams, Beerus, are indeed accurate." The prophetic fish, upon noticing food, swayed its fishbowl towards them. "What do you mean?" Sun Wukong, resting his hands behind his head, looked perplexed. "Are you implying that Surt is strong enough to contend with Whis?" "Oh, what is this? It looks delicious," the prophetic fish exclaimed, clutching a treat not much smaller than itself. "It's daifuku, a type of confection." Surt, leaning against a tree while smoking, casually explained. "Isn't it delightful?" Sun Wukong, now with an appetite, grabbed one from the box and tossed it into his mouth. Seeing this, Beerus became irate, exclaiming, "You rascal! How can you eat the gifts meant for us? Why can't I eat it? After all, I brought it." Sun Wukong pouted in discontent. However, he refrained from taking another and instead turned to Surt, seemingly struck by a thought. "Hey, Surt, I remember you have that button to contact the Omni King, right?" "Indeed," Surt replied, tossing the button to Sun Wukong. "If this fellow intends to stir things up, I shall oblige. Hee hee, I wonder if the Omni King remembers our agreement." Sun Wukong grinned mischievously, toying with the button. "The red side leads to the temple, while the blue side summons the Omni King," Surt kindly advised, taking a drag from his cigarette. Hey, don't get any ideas." Beerus growled, baring his teeth at Sun Wukong's careless handling of the button. "And you, Surt, hurry and take your belongings back. Of all people, why give them to this battle-crazed maniac?" Whis's advice aligns closely with Lord Beerus's sentiments. Whis elegantly munched on a daifuku, adding, "It's best to avoid entanglements with the Omni King." "But aren't you curious about the other powerful beings in different universes?" Sun Wukong asked cheerfully, showing no signs of concern. "Not in the slightest." The other three responded in unison. Whis remained indifferent to the affairs of other universes. Beerus was content to wreak havoc within his own, and Surt, akin to a prophet, was thoroughly familiar with the narrative of Dragon Ball Super. "However, I would love to participate in the Universal Martial Arts Tournament." Sun Wukong gazed at the button in his hand. "If you partake, fearsome events will surely unfold." Surt added with an air of foreboding. "Will there be formidable beings from other universes? Or perhaps creatures that look terrifying?" Sun Wukong hastily turned to Surt, pressing for more information. "Is there anyone more fearsome than Lord Zeno?" Even Beerus's expression turned sour as he once again cautioned Goku. "Have you forgotten that Lord Zeno possesses the power to obliterate universes?" "Oh, it's merely a martial arts tournament," Goku replied with a carefree grin, dismissing the gravity of the situation. "Besides, both Surt and I are friends of Lord Zeno. He wouldn't erase our universe." With growing conviction, Goku pressed the red button in his hand. In an instant, he vanished, leaving Whis astonished. "Damn it, Surt. Why did you give him that thing?" Beerus seethed, clenching his fists in anger. "You did this on purpose, didn't you?" Are you trying to get us killed? Surt shrugged nonchalantly, lighting a cigarette. It's good to give the Grand Minister something to do. I wonder where Goku gets his inexplicable confidence, thinking that the eraser wouldn't eliminate Universe 7. Chapter 71. An advanced battle for the kings. You Saiyans truly fear nothing, the Oracle Fish remarked, struggling to swallow its meal while observing the unfolding chaos. Beerus felt overwhelmed. Believing he might not be able to defeat Surt, he knelt on the ground, holding his head in despair and howling to the heavens. Who is the fool that keeps introducing them to Lord Zeno? Isn't it you? Wasn't it you and Champa who organized this tournament? Surt shot back mercilessly. Regardless, even without Goku's involvement, the two Zenas would eventually decide to erase some universes due to the declining average level across the cosmos. Was Goku truly instigating trouble? How infuriating! Beerus continued to scream, feeling an ominous sense of impending doom. Are you still interested in sparring with me? Whis inquired, glancing at Surt, who intended to remain a mere observer. It seems we'll have to postpone, as the Grand Minister will soon summon you to Lord Zeno's palace. As soon as Surt finished speaking, the magic stone atop Whis' staff began to glow. You're truly remarkable, Whis exclaimed, incredulous at the message from the Grand Minister. Hey, can you predict what will happen next? Beerus inquired anxiously, leaning closer to Surt. You'll find out soon enough, Surt replied, choosing to remain silent. Before long, they would be able to watch others fight at Lord Zeno's, and he planned to make an appearance to assert his presence before the Grand Minister. Oh. Under the guise of being a friend of Lord Zeno, the Grand Minister may wish to challenge him but cannot act against him. Yet, he felt powerless against the Grand Minister at this moment. He was uncertain whether this Dragon Ball Super followed the anime or manga version. Previously, with Zamasu, he hadn't allowed things to reach the final stage, leaving him still in the dark. In just a few minutes, the Grand Minister teleported the prepared deities from the 12 universes to Lord Zeno's palace. Surt accompanied Whis, arriving uninvited. Standing among the deities, who were kneeling on one knee, he became the center of attention. The two Supreme Kings were present among the crowd and immediately spotted Surt, greeting him with enthusiasm. Surt, the one who brings sweets. You've come too. Did you bring any delicious treats? As Surt was ushered to the center of the throne, many attendees discreetly raised their heads to scrutinize him, their minds racing with speculation. Those who had previously encountered Surt quickly donned friendly smiles upon meeting his gaze, while those unfamiliar with him were filled with curiosity and confusion. Yet, in the presence of the two Supreme Kings, no one dared to voice their inquiries. Soon, witnessing the two Supreme Kings being lured by Surt's lollipops, the Grand Priest, with an expression of exasperation, announced to the assembly, in 5 ticks, 40 Earth hours. Precisely on the 31st day of the 3,355,603rd year of the King's calendar at 157 o'clock. The Conference of Power will be held at the Void Realm. As he spoke, the future Supreme King wore a puzzled expression, glancing towards the Grand Priest. What is this conference? The Grand Priest, taken aback momentarily, quickly composed himself and smiled. Forgive me, future Supreme King. You are unaware of the previous tournaments for the selection of the Destroyers of Universes 6 and 7. With a flicker of surprise crossing his features, he continued. Let us have a simple preliminary exhibition match right here. With a snap of his fingers, a colossal arena materialized in the temple's air, and he turned his gaze towards Surt. As a cherished friend of the Supreme Kings, it was only fitting that Mr. Surt would be eager to take the stage and demonstrate what a conference entails to the future Supreme King. Under the expectant gaze of the future Supreme King, Surt cast a cold glance at the Grand Priest before leaping onto the central arena. Now, where's my opponent? Hearing Surt's icy tone, the Grand Priest surveyed the crowd and pointed towards the unsuspecting Troba, who was suddenly called out. How does the idea of humans battling humans sound to the Supreme Kings? Splendid. Splendid. The Supreme Kings nodded in delight while savoring the bagged potato chips that Surt had just opened. The future Supreme King also nodded enthusiastically, enjoying the lollipops Surt had provided. Let us begin. Troba, feeling the weight of being unjustly singled out, was drenched in cold sweat. Go on. Vimei cast a glance at the ever-composed Makalita, silently urging Troba forward. Reluctantly, Troba ascended to the arena, feeling as though he had been thrust into the fray against his will. Let the match commence. With the Grand Priest's command, the battle commenced. Just as Surt intended to stage a mock battle, the Grand Priest's chilling voice echoed. No holding back. Or else, you shall be obliterated on the spot. Damn it. Surt muttered through clenched teeth, realizing that in his attempt to vex the Grand Priest, he might jeopardize his own existence. In the absence of any leeway, Champa could not withstand even a single strike from Sutter and was promptly sent tumbling off the stage with a swift kick. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers in the stands were utterly astonished. This human is remarkably powerful. He has grown even stronger. Makalita gazed at Champa, who was embedded in the temple column after being kicked away, and uttered a cryptic remark. I am not blind. I have seen it, dear Waymeda. Makalita remained as indifferent as ever, uttering but a single line. A faint smile played upon Waymeda's lips, yet internally he was fervently critiquing the situation. This Makalita fellow claims that his initial interest in this insignificant creature was mere curiosity. Just look at him now. Although his demeanor appears rather aloof, upon closer inspection, the excited glimmer in Makalita's eyes and his enamored gaze reveal a different story. Is it merely curiosity? Perhaps he has already fallen for this insignificant being. As someone well-versed in the intricacies of emotional intelligence, Waymeda has already advised Makalita, yet the angel refuses to heed his counsel. Alas, it seems he may be destined to follow in the foolish footsteps of that clumsy cat, Pan. Indeed, it would have been far wiser to have sought guidance from a male angel from the outset. This way, they could share the common language of men, discussing matters such as whether one day is preferable to another. The victor of this match is Sutter. With this declaration, Waymeda's thoughts were abruptly interrupted, forcibly returning him to the present moment. The Grand Priest was not surprised by Sutter's victory. His raised right hand swiftly lowered as he addressed the future king of all. My lord, do you now comprehend the situation? The future king of all wore a round, flat visage that was etched with confusion and astonishment. Is this truly what a grand tournament entails? Just two competitors taking the stage, followed by a single kick? If that is the case, it is hardly entertaining. Before the future king of all could respond, another king of all voiced his discontent. Oh, the Grand Priest raised an eyebrow, having anticipated this very reaction from the kings. He surveyed the audience before raising his voice. Now, I would like to invite all the gods of destruction to the stage. Wait, the god of destruction, Beerus, who had just been critiquing Sun Wukong, was suddenly taken aback by this announcement. Did he just hear that correctly? What did the Grand Priest say? All the gods of destruction are to ascend the stage? For what purpose? A chaotic melee, or a collective assault on Sutter? Surely not. Are we gods of destruction truly expected to participate in the tournament of power? The fox god of destruction from Universe 8, Lykiel, exclaimed in astonishment. Are we included? The short, bearded dwarf, Sidra, was drenched in cold sweat. He had witnessed Sutter's might firsthand. Just the sheer force of his energy wave could easily obliterate him. Well, as residents of the various universes, is it not entirely normal for you to participate in the tournament? The Grand Priest smiled warmly, though a cold glint lingered in his eyes. Come now, what jest is this? Beerus, stunned, was left dumbfounded at the prospect of facing Sutter. The specific details of the confrontation are not the focal point. Rather, the primary concern lies in whether Sutter will harbor resentment and subsequently deny sustenance. Faced with the procrastination and varied expressions of the deities of destruction, the two supreme beings were visibly displeased, their expressions stern as they urged, hurry up. The deities of destruction, sensing the urgency, hastily ascended the arena, exchanging glances with one another. Sutter, standing at the center of the stage with an indifferent demeanor, placed his hands on his hips. After surveying the surrounding deities, his cold gaze ultimately settled on the High Priest. Might I inquire, esteemed High Priest, shall we unite against Sutter? Questioned Katra, the deity of destruction from Universe 4, raising his hands in a gesture of inquiry. Well, the High Priest replied, casting a sidelong glance at the two supreme beings eagerly positioned on the arena. Let us consider your decisions. The victor shall receive the rewards bestowed by the supreme being. The High Priest was well aware of Sutter's capabilities, which were limited to that of a deity of destruction at best. Whether through a collective assault or a chaotic brawl, it would be sufficient to inflict severe injury upon Sutter, possibly resulting in his demise. He had indeed inquired with Whis about items akin to lollipops, which also exist on Earth. This human, Sutter, is ripe for defeat. As the notion of an all-out battle resonated, the previously uncertain deities exchanged wary glances. Realizing they were on the brink of a free-for-all, Makalita observed Sutter, then glanced at Waymeda, her expression momentarily revealing emotion. However, her gaze soon returned to Sutter. After all, disciples are plentiful, but there is only one Sutter, the strongest human in the universe. The significance of this realization was clear. Thus, this competition presents an excellent opportunity to discern who among them will emerge as the mightiest deity of destruction. With arms crossed, Katra provocatively directed his gaze toward Beerus, dismissively excluding Sutter from consideration. Merely a human, even if capable of defeating a candidate for deity of destruction, how could he possibly surpass a true deity? What does that look? Feeling the scrutinizing gaze of Katra, Beerus shot back with a cold glare. Are you seeking a confrontation? With a scoff, Katra met his gaze with disdain. You are but a defeated opponent. This statement was rife with mockery. Enraged, Beerus clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead as he bellowed. Defeated opponent? That was merely an arm wrestling match. He accused Katra of fabricating tales about his precious wine being spilled. Humph. A loss is a loss. Why not admit it? Katra clung to this point, refusing to relent. Ah, I truly envy you, Lord Beerus, making an appearance alongside Sutter, exclaimed Goku, standing beside the Kaioshin, his face alight with excitement as he surveyed the crowded arena. Perhaps you should keep your comments to a minimum. You may provoke Lord Beerus's ire. The Kaioshin admonished, his expression one of exasperation, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow. Yet, would Goku heed his counsel? Naturally. That was out of the question. Keep it up, Lord Beerus. Sutter, you mustn't falter either. Sun Wukong cupped his hands around his mouth, feigning a trumpet to amplify his voice. Damn it, it's all your fault. How dare you speak? If it weren't for you causing this mess, would I even be standing here? It's all on you. Hearing Sun Wukong's exasperating cheers, veins throbbed angrily on Beerus's forehead. It was infuriating that this insufferable Wukong still had the audacity to cheer for him. As the shouting continued, a chill crept down Beerus's spine, and he instinctively sensed trouble. Oh, the truth is out. You're going to take the blame. Sutter remained composed at the center, casting a glance at the hostile deities, particularly directing his gaze at Beerus. That guy is from Universe 7, remarked the Egyptian goddess of destruction, Hellas, raising an eyebrow at Sun Wukong in the spectators' area. By the way, you are also human, right? Which universe do you belong to? Noticing Hellas' attention drawn to Sutter, the clever Champa swiftly approached Sutter, grinning widely. He is my man. No, I am not your man. Sutter vehemently denied, asserting his allegiance to Beerus. Champa, familiar with Sutter's character, continued to smile as he introduced him to Hellas. He is not my man, but he belongs to Beerus. Everyone present tacitly accepted Sutter as Beerus's disciple. Forget him, Beerus. Didn't you just imply that the current situation is all because of that human? Questioned the yellow-furred mouse, Katra, shifting the focus back with a scowl aimed at Beerus. Humph. Is this yet another mess caused by your Universe 7? The fox-like deity, Ligil, glared menacingly at Beerus. In an instant, the assembled gods of destruction directed their fierce glares towards Beerus. Humph. Beerus, you're doomed. Everyone here has had their grievances with you, and now you're only adding fuel to the fire. Katra gleefully stoked the fury among the other deities. Sutter observed Champa beside him and inquired, why does he seem so pleased to see Beerus in trouble? For this question, please refer to the nature of our respective races. Champa winked, his gaze shifting between Katra and Beerus. Oh, cats and mice, perhaps? Sutter nodded thoughtfully before asking, so, is your animosity towards Beerus due to your shared feline nature? Damn it, what cats? I am a noble god of destruction. Champa retorted indignantly, brandishing his claws in anger. Do you want to fight me? Sutter raised an eyebrow, causing Champa, the plump cat, to tremble in fear. Champa instinctively turned away, worried that Beerus might suddenly unleash his wrath upon him. Upon noticing that the observer on the platform was Idus, he regained his composure. Had it not been for the time when he accidentally sent Sutter flying, resulting in Beerus punishing him for 3 days and nights, he would not have harbored such a significant psychological shadow regarding Sutter. Exchanging delicacies on this arena. When the time comes to engage in battle, I shall protect you. Champa, with hands on hips, displayed an enigmatic confidence. Could there not be an alternative scenario where I safeguard you instead? Sutter chuckled softly, bemused by Champa's belief that his prowess in divine combat was merely at its nascent stage. On the arena, Sutter and Champa exchanged whispers. Meanwhile, observing this scene from the spectators' platform, Sun Wukong tilted his head in curiosity, inquiring of Lord Kaioshin. Lord Beerus, have you perhaps offended these gods of destruction? How would I know? I am no more knowledgeable about the existence of the gods of destruction than you, and I haven't been around for much longer, you know? Kaioshin sighed, feeling exhausted. The continuous queries were complicating his existence within the realm of the Kaioshins. This is not merely an offense. Whis, with an air of gentle amusement, spoke chilling words. Lord Beerus's past actions were entirely coercive, driving other gods of destruction towards their doom. Sun Wukong and Kaioshin instantly transformed into curious listeners, ears perked up, eager to absorb every word. For instance, in Universe 1, Lord Ewan was pointed out by Whis, who recounted how Lord Beerus had incinerated the fuzzy god of destruction, possibly out of disdain for the lack of fur. Furthermore, in Universe 4, Lord Quatella, represented by Whis, was noted as having had his ear nearly bitten off by Lord Beerus millions of years ago, a mistake attributed to hunger and misjudgment. Then there was the time Lord Beerus almost roasted the god of destruction of Universe 12, Lord Qin, the sea monster, and similar tales. Observing the bewildered expressions of Sun Wukong and Kaioshin, Whis continued to chuckle, explaining that the crux of the matter lay in a hide-and-seek contest organized by Lord Zeno that spanned the entire universe. At this point, Sun Wukong interjected, astonished hide-and-seek. Is it truly that childish? Indeed. Whis, unfazed, nodded and elaborated. During that game, Lord Beerus, while hiding, fell asleep and slumbered for 50 years. Whis shrugged, amused, noting that the competition could not proceed further, which incensed Lord Zeno considerably. And then, Kaioshin inquired, curiosity piqued. To placate Lord Zeno, everyone hastily showcased their unique skills, leading the remaining gods of destruction to harbor resentment towards Lord Beerus. Upon hearing Whis's explanation, Kaioshin felt a wave of frustration. No wonder he had no friends among the Kaioshins. It would indeed be peculiar if he had any. Not only had Beerus made a fool of himself, but he had also embroiled him in the mess. How utterly tragic. Lord Beerus truly committed a colossal blunder. Sun Wukong, unbothered, erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, the dynamics on the arena had shifted. Initially, Sutter stood at the center, surrounded by a cluster of gods of destruction. At this moment, however, the multitude of gods had encircled Beerus, neglecting Sutter entirely. If there was any mention of him at all, it was merely the distance created, yet Champa remained relatively close. Hello, is it true that without forming alliances, you cannot achieve anything? With a glance at those surrounding him, Beerus exclaimed in frustration. I've been quite displeased with you for a long time. The yellow-skinned mouse, Katra, appeared unfazed, eagerly cracking his knuckles and laughing with delight. Ladies and gentlemen, let us commence this competition, the Grand Minister proclaimed with a grand gesture. In a flurry of motion, the fighters on the arena sprang into action. Most directed their efforts toward Beerus, charging at him with determined strides. Unperturbed, Beerus maintained his composure, adeptly dodging the punches and kicks of 4 or 5 destroyers. It seemed that Beerus truly was the strongest among them. Sutter remained rooted in place, arms crossed, observing the spectacle. This fellow Beerus possesses a modicum of the Ultra Instinct technique. However, just as Sutter finished his compliment, Beerus found himself ensnared by the towering robot destroyer, Muru. Well done, Muru. A taunting remark escaped from Champa, who was eager to join the fray. The yellow-skinned mouse leaped high, laughing derisively. Beerus, it seems you've merely scratched the surface of Ultra Instinct. What are you flaunting? As he watched the approaching attacks from the yellow mouse, the pink elephant, and Champa's hefty feline form, Beerus could not afford to underestimate them. Gritting his teeth, he widened his stance and managed to pry himself free from Muru's mechanical grasp, narrowly escaping. The other destroyers disregarded the fallen Muru and, after a brief search, their gazes locked onto the figure hovering above. Up there, amid the chaos, they rushed towards the shadow of a cat. Bang, bang, bang. 7 or 8 destroyers unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at the airborne figure. Sutter, standing at the edge, caught a glimpse of Muru crawling from the ground and remarked dryly, "Is it fair for you to treat your twin that way while you're here? Humph, this is a competition. Leniency will not be tolerated." Without a backward glance, Beerus turned his attention skyward, unleashing a wave of destructive energy. In the air, the yellow mouse was the first to halt his assault, staring in disbelief at the bruised Champa. Seriously, just one hit, and you end up looking like that? Is it possible we struck the wrong target? The sea monster stammered. That wretched creature has gone too far. Champa lamented, grimacing as he touched his swollen cheek. His already large face appeared even more inflated now. Please, I humbly request some support. Chapter 74. the destroyers lying down and lying flat. Oh no. Sensing the destructive energy surging from the arena below, the clown's expression shifted dramatically. Boom. A dazzling violet light erupted, enveloping the air in a thick cloud of smoke, obscuring the figures of several destroyers. I hope they are all right, Sut mused, shielding his brow, resembling a mere spectator rather than a participant. The billowing smoke soon dissipated, revealing the airborne individuals unscathed. Thanks, Sidera. Observing the protective barriers surrounding the package, the sea monster, the god of destruction, exhaled deeply, still haunted by the recent events. Haha, the short-bearded dwarf Sidera chuckled triumphantly, hands on hips in a display of bravado. This is a skill I have recently mastered, specifically to prepare for any guidance or sparring sessions that Sutter might seek with Mojito. When the two engage in combat, I shall not be swept away by the winds. However, regrettably, his words were abruptly cut short as a sharply pointed black shoe came crashing down upon his cheek. With a resounding thud, the unsuspecting Sidera was sent flying, crashing into the spectator stands beside the arena. Hey, delicious one, what on earth are you doing? The sea monster exclaimed incredulously at the jester. TCH, replied the jester, hands on hips, a chilling smile gracing his lips. On this platform, the enemies are not limited to just Beerus. We, you and I, are adversaries as well. With this declaration, the alliance that had aimed to confront Beerus disintegrated in an instant. The sea monster exchanged a knowing glance with the friendly creature, and together they launched an assault on the jester. The jester, however, was no mere pushover. He brandished a deck of playing cards between his fingers and hurled them towards the duo. The cards flew like razor-sharp blades, ensnaring not only the two monsters, but also the nearby Champa and Alien. Zampa's hefty form twisted and turned in an attempt to evade the barrage of cards, but alas, no matter how he dodged, his body was soon adorned with an increasing number of wounds. When he finally reached Sutter, what awaited him was a flurry of fists. Little fat cat, we are enemies now, Sutter declared mercilessly. The impact of the blow transformed Zampa's visage into one resembling a dark, smoky eye makeup. Ugh, cursed Beerus. And you too, Sutter. How despicable. Champa succumbed to the arena floor, refusing to rise. Not far away, the fox and the Egyptian woman clashed due to their past grievances. The 9 tails of the fox swayed relentlessly, unleashing brilliant yellow energy orbs. The Egyptian woman, armed with a bow and arrow, sprinted with remarkable speed, occasionally firing at the fox. Meanwhile, the elephant and Beerus continued their relentless pursuit on the arena floor. The piercing trumpet of the elephant reverberated, shaking the very ground beneath them. Even Sutter, who had been leisurely observing the skirmish, found himself targeted by the robot god of destruction, which had inexplicably risen after being momentarily incapacitated. However, a mere human standing in the arena should hasten to exit, the robot declared, firing 2 energy beams directly at Sutter. Yet, for Sutter, who had transcended to Super Saiyan God, these attacks were but trifles, akin to a mere tickle. He allowed the beams to strike him before retaliating with a swift slap, sending the colossal robot hurtling off the stage. The arena erupted in a cacophony of noise, accompanied by the sound of crumbling debris. The entire arena, along with the air above it, was filled with countless bursts of energy orbs, accompanied by the sounds of fists and feet colliding in fierce combat. In summary, it was a considerable chaos. I can't see anything, the Omni King remarked in dissatisfaction, gazing at the swirling smoke enveloping the arena. The future Omni King followed suit, exclaiming, "Indeed, we cannot see a thing. Should we ask them to cease fighting?" Upon hearing the words of the 2 Omni Kings, the Grand Priest hastily turned around. How dull. Their speed is simply too rapid. The Omni King continued to grumble. The future Omni King nodded in agreement. Yes, such a tournament is hardly entertaining. Then let us stop it. Before the Grand Priest could finish his sentence, a powerful shout suddenly resonated from the arena. Following that, an overwhelming gust of energy erupted, dispersing the dense fog. Standing alone on the ravaged stage was Sutter, his Super Saiyan hair a vibrant red, swaying gently with the force of the wind. His stance was firm, resembling a deity. Meanwhile, the other gods of destruction were scattered across the ground, each in various positions of defeat, with the exception of Beerus, who, battered and trembling, knelt before Sutter, gritting his teeth in indignation. "You scoundrel, you leave me no face," he exclaimed. "I was trying to protect you, and yet you struck me. How is that fair?" Nearby, Champa also wore a furious expression. Sutter dusted off non-existent debris from his shoulders, feigning innocence as he replied, "Didn't I leave you some dignity? I was merely waiting for the smoke to rise before swiftly dispatching these gods of destruction. Wasn't that enough respect? Did they perhaps prefer to be beaten in full view of the audience?" Observing this scene, the Grand Priest's face revealed a hint of surprise. He had initially thought it impossible for Sutter to be the last one standing, yet here was the outcome. When had Sutter grown to such a formidable extent? He recalled the last time this individual visited the Omni King's palace. His power was barely comparable to that of a god of destruction. "Hey, I won." Sutter grinned widely, waving at the two-seated Omni Kings, while subtly displaying a provocative expression towards the Grand Priest. "Want to deal with him? Better check if he agrees." Ahem. Then in this match, the ultimate victor is Sutter. The Grand Priest feigned ignorance of Sutter's provocation, solemnly announcing the result. At that moment, Sutter felt as if he had struck a pillow, an unsatisfactory sensation lingering. The atmosphere gradually descended into awkwardness. However, the awkward silence was soon shattered by the Omni King's exclamation. "Oh, Sutter, you've changed your appearance." The previously disinterested Omni King suddenly became curious upon noticing Sutter's transformation. "Your hair is red now. How did you achieve that?" The future Omni King tilted his head, his face filled with intrigue. "This is called transformation. I can do it too." Sutter, uninterested in performing, pointed his finger at the nearby Sun Wukong. "Omni Kings, let him come up and display it for you." This blame-shifting delighted Sun Wukong immensely. Upon hearing Sutter's words, he immediately soared onto the arena, grinning widely. Chapter 75. This Sutter is indeed remarkable. In his crimson-haired form, he is known as the Super Saiyan God. With that, Sun Wukong clenched his fist and, with a determined shout, ascended into the realm of the Super Saiyan God. "Oh, how delightful! How delightful!" The two Zeniths instantly became intrigued and continued to inquire. Is there more? What other forms can he assume? Well, the Saiyans can transform into Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan God, and Super Saiyan Blue. The ever-knowledgeable Wisp promptly interjected, extending 5 fingers toward the Zeniths. "In total, there are 5 transformation forms, Your Majesty. Please transform," the future Zeno eagerly urged. "However, I have no opponent," Sun Wukong pouted reluctantly, glancing at Sutter, who had reverted to his normal state and was now flying away from the arena. He had been thoroughly entertained and brimming with fighting spirit. Why couldn't they provide him with an opponent as well? "With your strength, let you battle Topo over there." Sutter directed his gaze toward Topo on the opposite spectator platform. "He will suffice as your adversary." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, their attention shifting to the Grand Minister. This human is even more formidable than the previous one. Are humans nowadays truly this impressive? To casually surpass the highest deities present and make arrangements for themselves? The Grand Minister furrowed his brow and then turned to the two Zeniths. "Your Majesties, what are your thoughts?" "That sounds good. As long as we can witness some entertaining transformations." The future Zeno nodded nonchalantly. The other Zeno was even less concerned, waving at Sutter, who stood beside Topo. "Sutter, come over here. I have the best vantage point." Upon hearing this, the attendees silently redirected their gaze back to Sutter. This Sutter is indeed extraordinary, stronger than the gods of destruction, and clearly favored by the Zeniths. "No need." Sutter pulled out a half-pack of cigarettes from his pocket, shaking one out and placing it between his lips, speaking rather thoughtlessly. "It's not good for children to inhale secondhand smoke. Wait until I finish smoking, and then I'll come over." "Are you out of your mind, kid? Hurry over to the Zeno." Topo, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, nervously retreated, increasing the distance between himself and Sutter. "TCH, why is everyone staring at me? Watch the match on the arena." Sutter lit up a cigarette, casting a cold glance around the gathering. Feeling somewhat irritated by the Grand Minister's earlier remarks, he pondered why it was a problem to smoke at this moment. Everyone here is an adult, right? Or do these gods not smoke at all? At his words, the crowd quickly averted their eyes, each realizing the gravity of the situation. Offending the Grand Minister was one thing, but one must certainly not offend this human favored by the Zeniths. No, the Grand Minister was also not someone to be trifled with. Being a deity can be quite humbling. Cough, cough. Let us proceed to the next match. The third round. As the atmosphere on the scene grew increasingly eerie, the Grand Priest made another announcement. However, before Wami could voice her objections, Makalita interjected, reassuring. "My dear Wami, do you wish for us to be erased?" Having witnessed the King of All's peculiar fondness for Surt, she nearly forgot that the king, when displeased, relished in the act of obliteration. Very well. Wei Mi exchanged a knowing glance with the tool, Troop, urging him to ascend the stage promptly. Yes, Troop, not daring to disobey, leaped onto the arena for the second time. The original narrative began to unfold once more. Sun Wukong showcased his transformations, but ultimately succumbed to Troop, the substitute destroyer god, and fell from the stage. In this encounter, Troop discovered newfound confidence through his clash with Sun Wukong. In high spirits, he remarked on the existence of an even stronger Jiren within their proud team. Is he your team leader? Sun Wukong inquired, curiosity etched on his face. No, I am the captain. Troop faltered momentarily. Why did this fellow seem to miss the point entirely? It was a rare occurrence to witness a team member surpassing their captain. Could there truly be such formidable individuals? Sun Wukong was elated, a foolish grin lighting up his face as he returned to the observation platform, brimming with enthusiasm for the upcoming tournament. At that moment, Surt, having finished his cigarette, approached the king of all. He first popped a piece of gum into his mouth, then offered each of the two small kings a piece. Once the flavor is gone, simply spit it out, Surt advised with a smile. Swallowing it would cause your intestines to stick together. Okay. The two small kings nodded, raising their hands like eager students, before eagerly shoving the gum into their mouths. Now, shall we proceed with the tournament? The Grand Priest, feeling a twinge of jealousy, swiftly redirected the attention of the two small kings. Let us hold it. Upon seeing Surt nod, the king of all uttered this phrase. Very well. The Grand Priest cast a sidelong glance at Surt, his smile reminiscent of a cunning tiger, and announced, I shall make the arrangements. Indeed. The Grand Priest clasped their hands behind their backs and turned to address the spectators on stage, proclaiming, following the opinions of the kings of all, and considering the preliminary events before this tournament, the competition rules are as follows. No flying, no use of weapons, no drugs or stimulants, no killing of opponents, and the destroyer gods shall not participate. Did you just say that the destroyer gods cannot participate? Sir queried, glancing at the two small kings as he listened to the Grand Priest's announcement. Yes, your battle was too swift. I and future king didn't quite catch it. The king of all replied honestly, chewing his gum. Indeed, it felt rather dull with all that flying about. Future king chimed in, promptly spitting out his gum and, in an environmentally conscious gesture, erasing it. This display of flair compelled Surt to give a thumbs up. If not for the multitude present, he would have shouted, impressive. Future king, oblivious to the extravagance of his actions, pulled out a lollipop and remarked, no longer sweet, lollipops are indeed more delectable. Surt shifted his gaze towards the Grand Priest, who continued to elucidate the details of the Tournament of Power. Thus, each participant is to select 10 individuals from their respective universes to compete. The sole rule is straightforward. Being knocked off the stage results in elimination. The time allotted is 100 taka, 48 minutes. As the Grand Priest elaborated, Surt realized that the Tournament of Power was following a remarkably similar narrative. All participants must engage in battle within the stipulated time, and the universe with the most surviving members at the conclusion shall emerge victorious. The triumphant universe receives no reward. Though one could argue that, akin to the God of Destruction tournament of universes 6 and 7, a best performer may be selected to receive 7 Super Dragon Balls as a prize. As for the other defeated universes, they face eradication at the hands of the Omni King. After all, the two Omni Kings have long deemed 12 universes excessive and have sought to eliminate a few. This Tournament of Power, therefore, is somewhat a matter of fate. Chapter 76. Surt's confrontation with the Grand Priest. It is not the case that only one universe remains at the end. Universes 1, 12, 5, and 8 will also be preserved and not eliminated. The average level of civilization in these 4 universes has already reached a level 7 or higher, qualifying them for exemption from this tournament, a fortunate reprieve. As for the other universes, aside from the guiding angels, even the gods of destruction were swept away. Upon hearing this, the deities of the exempted 4 universes were overjoyed, while the remaining gods of destruction were far less jubilant. Beerus quietly inquired of Whis, what is our universe's standing? We didn't even rank in the top 4? Whis, detached from the situation, delivered a crushing revelation. Lord Beerus, Universe 7's average level is 318, placing us second to last. Upon hearing this, Beerus nearly bit through his own teeth in frustration. After an exchange of mutual blame with the Supreme Kai Shin, Beerus's attention shifted to Surt, who was seated next to the Omni King, and he beckoned. "Hey, Soot, come here for a moment." Why are you calling me?" Soot appeared puzzled as he instantly teleported to Beerus's side. "What do you need me for?" Beerus feigned a cough, then spoke gravely. "As a scion of our universe, it is imperative that you are among the 10 participants. If you compete, with your strength surpassing even that of this god of destruction, victory will surely be within our grasp." Before Soot could respond, on the adjacent spectator platform, Champa's ears perked up. He shook his ample belly and glared at Beerus with discontent. "What are you saying? While Soot hails from your universe, he is also the former attendant of my universe's guide, Vados, making him essentially one of my own." Noticing Soot squinting, Champa struggled to amend his statement. "If Soot competes, he must represent Universe 6. Humph. Is it just because I've prepared a few meals for you? You know him a bit earlier than we do?" Beerus, unwilling to back down, clenched his fists and muttered, "These circumstances cannot alter the fact that Sutter is one of us from this universe. Cursed be you, Beerus. You lanky bamboo pole. You foolish, rotund cat." The two deities of destruction exchanged heated insults, each refusing to yield. Sutter gazed at the two feline figures. Their eyes locked in a fiery exchange, contemplating whether to interject. "You two should cease your quarrel," he began, but before he could finish, the Grand Minister, with a warm demeanor, spoke words that plunged the two cats into despair. "As a human, Mr. Sutter, your power has surpassed that of you deities of destruction. Therefore, participation in this assembly is not permitted." Upon hearing this, Sutter frowned, casting an unhappy glance at the Grand Minister. "Grand Minister, have you consulted with Lord Zeno regarding this arrangement?" Sutter, do you wish to participate?" Lord Zeno, indulging in a lollipop, tilted his head towards Sutter. "However, your speed is simply too swift," he muttered. Listening to the remarks of the two small Zeniths and observing the subtle smile on the Grand Minister's lips, Sutter huffed in response. He instantly teleported back to the two Zeniths, reaching behind them to retrieve a tablet, indicating for them to take a look. "I believe that if you two find our speed too overwhelming, you could certainly observe through the divine network. Once connected, you may adjust the speed to any multiple you desire. Is that not more convenient?" The divine network has such capabilities?" The two small Zeniths gazed in awe as Sutter navigated the device. "What do you think?" Sutter inquired, presenting the device to the two Zeniths. "Let us participate. Let us participate." After adjusting the speed to 0.01 times, the Zeniths looked up at the Grand Minister. "With 80 or so participants, I believe it lacks excitement." Sutter echoed the Zenith's sentiment, turning his gaze toward the Grand Minister. Since the Grand Minister was reluctant to allow him to compete, Sutter was determined to do so nonetheless. "But, my Lord Zeno, Sutter's divine combat prowess is exceedingly high." The Grand Minister disregarded Sutter's arrogance and explained patiently, "At the very least, he possesses angelic-level power. If he were to compete, victory would inevitably belong to him." Upon this declaration, the assembled deities exchanged glances, voicing their objections in unison. What a jest! The power of an angel? Which human from our universe could withstand that? Sutter, as a human, must not be allowed to participate. Otherwise, what significance would their competition hold? The two Zeniths, listening intently, turned to Sutter, eager to see if he had any further remarks. "Power can indeed be suppressed. I could simply restrain myself while competing." Sutter shrugged, hands tucked into his pockets. "Attempting to sow discord and suppress me through the objections of the crowd? The Grand Minister's ambitions are rather naive." Sutter continued, "If you remain concerned, I will refrain from striking anyone left standing at the end." At this, the Grand Minister suddenly smiled, as if he had been awaiting Sutter's words, and quickly responded, "Your self-restraint is inadequate. How about I assist you by sealing off 2/3 of your divine combat power?" 2/3. After reducing by 33. Only around 17 remains. In the face of Jillian, whose battle prowess stands at 25, what chance does he have? Moreover, allowing the High Priest to take action himself, who can guarantee he won't resort to underhanded tactics in plain sight? The concept of immortality might be trivial for the High Priest. Perhaps he possesses some arcane means to counter it. Otherwise, why would Bardos be so willing to obediently go to the realm of the God of Time? Countless conspiracies flashed rapidly through Sutter's mind, yet his expression remained inscrutable. "Why must you impose such constraints? Why is it that the moment you speak, I am burdened with 2/3 of the weight?" Sutter calmly countered while glancing at the two kings, stating that since gods are present, the destroyers should be included as well. The kings exchanged glances with the gods, raising their hands enthusiastically. The future king excitedly exclaimed about the angels, proclaiming that angels are forbidden from participating in any battles outside of specialized training. Those who violate this edict will simply cease to exist. The high priest, with his hands clasped behind him, felt vexed by Sutter's maneuver. He merely sought to advocate for absolute fairness at this assembly, while Sutter seemed intent on drawing in more deities like water. Was he mad? This is unacceptable. The king's face revealed growing impatience as he muttered, "You are quite bothersome, high priest." Chapter 77. Let the destroyers and angels participate indeed. While I may not be able to erase you, I can certainly confine you. The future king wore a disgruntled expression, indicating that his patience was wearing thin. This was not the first time he had undertaken such actions. Familiarity breeds ease. Then it is decided. Sutter, noticing the high priest's grim countenance, smiled. He then produced 2 bottles of waha, inserted straws, and placed them in the mouths of the 2 miniature kings. All right, let everything proceed according to the wishes of the esteemed kings. Ultimately, the high priest chose to compromise, albeit his gaze towards Sutter was laced with venom. Sutter remained unfazed, even smiling at the high priest, silently mouthing, "There's no need to thank me for avoiding confinement." Humph. Do you think angels wield such authority that they can be easily silenced with mere words? The high priest snorted, his voice echoing in Sutter's mind. "I will never allow Bardos to be with you. Before this matter arose, you never considered allowing your daughter to be with me." Sutter retorted nonchalantly. Their relationship over Bardos was akin to fire and water. "Let us disperse." The king swiftly rose from his throne, addressing the future king. "Come, let us play some arcade games." "Yes, yes. What shall we play this time?" The future king readily agreed. As the 2 kings departed, the rest of the attendees finally exhaled in temporary relief. Yet, they dared not utter a word, their eyes subtly darting towards the high priest and Sutter. The palpable tension between these 2 was unmistakable. What was the source of such animosity? Do you wish to ignite love like fireworks? Perhaps among those present, the only one aware of the underlying intricacies is Margarita. Well then, you all may take your leave. The high priest, no longer contesting with Sutter, waved his hand to send everyone else away. As the last of the crowd departed, he gazed upon the vacant palace and suddenly broke into a smile. "Oh, this Sutter indeed possesses a certain charm. It is quite intriguing that he would stand in opposition to me for the sake of his daughter, even going so far as to enlist the aid of 2 Omni-Kings against me. While it would be a pity to eliminate him, allowing him to remain could add an unexpected element of amusement. I am curious to see how far this fellow can go and whether he will end up playing with fire and getting burned." Unbeknownst to Sutter, the high priest harbored such mischievous thoughts. He and his companions returned to the divine realm of Universe 7. "Damn it. It's all your fault for insisting on seeking out Lord Omni-King." With his footing still unsteady, Goku was met with a sharp thump from Beerus. "Ouch, that hurts," Goku exclaimed, crouching down and looking aggrieved. "But the item was given to me by Sutter. How can you blame me alone?" "Humph, yet you are the one causing trouble, disregarding my advice." Beerus scolded, his desire to eliminate Goku growing stronger. "Isn't this enormous mess primarily you're doing?" "What? I had no idea things would escalate to this point." Goku pouted, furrowing his brows as he stood up. "Regardless of my involvement, Aquan intended to eliminate several universes anyway. Our universe was already at the bottom. What are you mumbling about?" Beerus, unable to suppress his irritation, clenched his fists, ready to deliver another blow to Goku. "Do you truly believe we stand a chance of victory? You cannot even defeat that one from Universe 11 named Topo." Hey, this is not the time for quarrels." The Kaioshin, sensing the impending argument, hastily intervened. "Given the situation, we should focus on selecting the 10 participants." "Indeed, you are correct," Whis remarked, standing aside with his hands clasped behind him, resembling an indifferent spectator. "My strength is considerable among the gods of destruction, as is Whiss's, the remaining." Beerus ceased his bickering, crossing his arms in contemplation. Yet, before he could ponder for even 3 seconds, he turned to Kaioshin and inquired, "Shin, what exactly will the competition entail?" Noticing the confused expression on Kaioshin's face, Whis chuckled and replied, "It seems that our dear father has yet to provide any clarification. Presumably, there will be an explanation when the tournament of power commences." Sutter remarked casually, resting his hands behind his head. "This tournament of power has become a chaotic affair, involving both gods of destruction and angels. It promises to be quite entertaining." By the way, since we are already in a predicament, we might as well alter the original participants from Universe 7. An idea suddenly struck me. Whis, never mind. I would prefer you, Ashin. Take me to a place called Vampistar. Upon hearing Sutter's request, Kaioshin quickly pondered and nodded in agreement. Who exactly are we going to meet? The god of destruction, Beerus, was filled with curiosity as he turned to look at Surt, who had placed a hand on his shoulder. An excellent choice. Surt did not elaborate further. Frustrated at seeing the two busying themselves for the survival of the universe, Beerus glared angrily at Goku before shifting his gaze towards Whis. Let us proceed to Bulma's. I cannot think clearly without indulging in some exquisite cuisine. TSK, you are no better yourself. Goku muttered disdainfully, casting a sidelong glance at Beerus. In Universe 11, the realm of destruction, Beerus lamented, I have had quite enough of that scoundrel. The delightful cuisine has ensnared me into the depths of this sofa. Yet in the next moment, he sat upright, directing his attention to Topo. Topo, summoned the others swiftly. Is 10 an adequate number? Topo, without further ado, made his way towards the god of destruction, Kai. We must include Jiren. It is imperative. Hearing the urgency in Beerus's voice, Topo nodded earnestly, then turned to Kai, saying, I apologize for the trouble, Lord Kai. With a flash, the two vanished in an instant, leaving Beerus to ponder as his gaze shifted to Margarita. I have no concerns for the other humans from different universes, but that's Surt. Do you wish for me to intervene? Margarita tilted her head, responding with a playful smile. Among the angels, I am not the strongest. That title belongs to Sister Kess. I had forgotten that your angels are assigned randomly, unrelated to the average strength of each universe. At her words, Beerus's brow furrowed, nearly pinching a fly in frustration. Moreover, the Grand Minister did not provide detailed explanations regarding the participation of angels and gods of destruction in the upcoming tournament. Margarita deftly returned the inquiry, stating, Jiren is not a match for Surt. Damn it. Does that mean Beerus's universe is destined not to be erased? As Beerus vented his exasperation, Margarita merely smiled knowingly. Chapter 78. The selection from Universe 7. Why do you believe it must be Lord Beerus, my dear? In Universe 7, on the balcony of Bulma's home on Earth, Whis, Beerus, Goku, and the god of destruction, Shin, were indulging heartily at the dining table. Meanwhile, Surt leaned against the railing, smoking, gazing quizzically at the courtyard scenery. A trip to Planet Vampa had yielded unexpected results, leaving him puzzled. It is quite strange. Why are Broly and his father absent from Planet Vampa? They should not have been discovered by Chi-Lai and Lemo yet. That troublesome Kakarot truly knows how to stir up trouble. Although engaged in devouring chicken, Vegeta still found time to berate Goku. However, do not expect me to participate. I have reiterated my reasons time and again. Goku, noticing Vegeta's obstinate attitude, sprang to his feet, abandoning the delectable meal. Vegeta, please just agree. I will not. Vegeta resolutely remained unyielding. Meanwhile, Bulma, who had listened to Beerus's explanation, wore a displeased expression, glaring at Goku with evident discontent. Wukong, you truly have a knack for stirring trouble, disregarding the safety of Earth. Have you become a battle maniac in a trance? Speaking of which, we ought to hasten the arrangements for 10 competitors. As the Supreme Kai noticed the lack of focus, he had no choice but to reiterate. Whatever you choose, as long as the numbers are met. While enjoying his meal, Beerus turned to Sutter. Sutter, since no one has been found, we are entrusting this universe to you. Why should it fall on me? Sutter tilted his head, bemused, with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Nonsense, you must participate in this tournament. Beerus grumbled, wielding his fork with irritation. With Wukong around, our universe stands no chance of making it to the end. It hasn't even begun, and you're already losing your nerve? Sutter flashed a teasing smile at Beerus. Is this little cat actually afraid? However, the conclusion of the Tournament of Power, universes facing elimination one by one, the harrowing separations of life and death, left the survivors in deep reflection, with some secretly shedding tears of sorrow, until Android 17 made a wish with the Super Dragon Balls. One might ponder, isn't this merely a tedious yet exhilarating game? What are you rambling about? While Beerus continued his grumbling, Whis had already finished his meal. He elegantly wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and rose gracefully. He seemed to have procured a blanket from somewhere and cast a cheerful glance at Bulma's belly. Then, miraculously, the child was born. Handing the swaddled baby girl to a bewildered Bulma, Whis smiled at Vegeta. Now, Mr. Vegeta can participate in the tournament. Sutter, unfazed by Beerus, turned to witness this miraculous event, remarking, "This must be what they call giving birth out of thin air." Vegeta, initially astonished, soon burst with joy, excitedly discussing the arrival of their daughter with a rejuvenated Bulma. They had even decided on a name, brah. Bulma expressed her appreciation for Whis' service, intending to seek him out again when she next gives birth. Observing the off-topic conversation, the Supreme Kai was nearly in tears, pleading for them to focus as time was running short. Watching Goku and Vegeta engage in earnest discussion about candidates, Bulma smiled at Sutter. "Sutter, with the arrival of my precious daughter, do you not have any words of acknowledgement?" "Humph, at a time when the universe hangs in the balance. What do you expect me to say?" Sutter shot a sidelong glance at Bulma, coldly responding, "No gifts, no meals." Before Bulma could retort, Beerus approached Sutter, picking his teeth with a toothpick. "Sutter, your strength is commendable, and you have been on Earth for quite some time. Which candidates do you think would be suitable?" Oh, do you truly want my opinion?" Sutter flicked the ash from his cigarette, watching it fall, and inquired, "What do you mean by that? Isn't this a discussion?" Seeing Sutter's nonchalant demeanor, Beerus felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. "I have a thought. The person you were looking for, Cert. Could it possibly be Manaka?" Son Goku cheerfully raised his index finger and remarked, "Him? Absolutely not." Beerus vehemently shook his head, attempting to concoct another lie to cover this one while facing the relentless inquiries of Son Goku. Listening to their discussion, Cert, with a cigarette in his mouth, voiced his dissent when Whis projected the virtual image of Master Roshi. "Master Roshi won't do. Indeed, Master Roshi is quite elderly." Bulma, cradling bra, nodded in agreement from the side. "Then who else is there?" Observing the several virtual avatars in Whis' hand, Son Goku found himself in a predicament. After discussing for quite a while, it was just him, Vegeta, and Krillin, while Cert was unwilling to partake in that bald friend of yours. "Isn't Android 18 formidable? Along with her brother 17. Vegeta glanced at Krillin's avatar, pondering briefly before posing a question to Son Goku. "But aren't they artificial beings? Do they count as humans?" Upon hearing this, Bulma, realizing the implication, shot a sidelong glance at the expressionless Beerus, justifying herself. "They should count, as they were once human, albeit modified." "Oof, what are you talking about? I didn't hear anything." Beerus feigned ignorance, eager to continue listening to the proposed candidates. "Do you know where 17 is now?" Bored and restless, Cert lit another cigarette and posed the most pressing question. "Androids lack the so-called human aura, nor do they possess the divine energy of gods. They are far from easy to locate. I truly don't know, but perhaps we could ask 18. She might have some information." Son Goku furrowed his brow in contemplation and decided to use instant transmission to leave. "Hey, remember to bring some senza beans. This battle likely won't be easy," Vegeta reminded him. "Senza beans?" Whis exclaimed in surprise, shaking his head, stating that the Grand Priest seemed to have mentioned that such medicinal items were not permitted. "Oh." At this, Vegeta's expression darkened, and he spat on the ground, cock-a-rote. "You're truly infuriating." After Son Goku departed, the remaining few continued their discussion and quickly settled on several candidates, including Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, and Kai, the past warriors of Earth. However, due to Cert's presence, he occasionally interjected with comments about their inadequacies, ultimately delaying the decision on the candidates. Chapter 79. Final arrangements for Broly and Frieza. "You declared you wouldn't participate, so what are you doing directing things from the sidelines?" Beerus' patience had worn thin, and he scolded Cert. "Tch, barking like a dog, Lu Dongbin. Oh, you're a cat." Cert retorted disdainfully, cigarette in mouth. "By the way, have you all forgotten about Majin Buu?" The Supreme Kai timidly interjected. How could everyone overlook the substantial shadow cast by Majin Buu in the past? "Oh right, Buu is indeed powerful. I'll contact Mr. Satan immediately." Upon hearing this, Bulma hurriedly took bra and left the balcony as the sky darkened. Sun Wukong has yet to return, presumably engaged in a profound conversation with the 17th. Satan has reported that Buu has succumbed to a period of slumber. Bulma shook her phone in her hand and leaned towards the crowd on the balcony, proclaiming, "Isn't his sleep supposed to last only a few seconds?" Vegeta expressed his dissatisfaction with a scoff, his face reflecting impatience. "What shall we do then?" The Kaioshin sighed in frustration. "It's simple," Pseudo replied, cigarette in mouth, gesturing towards the pitch-black sky. "Just toss him into the hyperbolic time chamber. That will suffice." It will still only be a few seconds in reality. What a splendid idea. I shall arrange it immediately. Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes sparkled as she promptly dialed Satan, instructing him to send Bu over. By the way, where on earth is Kakarot? Seeing Bulma taking the initiative, Vegeta could not help but grumble. All this trouble is thanks to him. Let me make contact then, Whis said, conjuring a staff out of thin air and activating a communication with the magic stone. Observing Whis converse with the stone, Pseudo suddenly furrowed his brow. Does the magic stone have communications with Bardos? I wonder if Champa possesses such a device as well. Then let us arrange for Piccolo and Gohan, Vegeta remarked. Glancing at the few faces Whis had already affixed to the whiteboard. There are only 8. Surely Pseudo must be included as well. Whis queried, noticing Pseudo lost in thought. No, I have other plans. Pseudo waved his hand dismissively, fixing his gaze on Whis' staff. You should be able to contact Bardos, shouldn't you? How ironic. That rascal Margarita is envious of Bardos, and yet, as Bardos' brother, Whis does not assist his brother-in-law. How outrageous. Contacting my sister? That diversion was rather abrupt. Whis nearly faltered in his response. In this critical moment, you still wish to pursue romantic endeavors with Bardos? Vegeta mocked, noting Pseudo's timing. Is there something you need to discuss with her? Whis sighed, reluctantly retracting his staff and shrugging. Regrettably, the Grand Minister has already severed the communication lines between my sister and everyone else. Then, what about the communication you just had with Wukong? Pseudo inquired. Intrigued by this point. It should be possible, Whis pondered, uncertainty creeping into his voice. The Grand Minister has isolated communications between us angels. Yet the communication stone does not fall within that restriction. Oh, Pseudo replied nonchalantly, discarding his cigarette and extinguishing it with his foot. Hey, don't stray off topic. We still need 2 more participants. Pseudo, why not be straightforward and agree to participate? Beerus yawned, his fatigue palpable, and directed an annoyed shout at Pseudo. Humph. Haven't the remaining 2 candidates already been decided? Pseudo smirked, pointing at Whis' staff. Who might they be? Vegeta, arms crossed and leaning against the wall, turned with curiosity. Whis, contact Frieza. Pseudo declared with a grin, uttering words that left the assembled individuals in sheer astonishment. What? Are you jesting? To Vegeta's astonishment, Beerus displayed a satisfied smile. Indeed, we need not limit our selection to this minuscule Earth. But what of the other candidate? While Whis busily sought out Frieza with his staff, he turned to Soot. It is undoubtedly Broly. Soot replied with a smirk. Broly? Who is that? After notifying Piccolo and transporting Gohan to Goku, he overheard this exchange. A Saiyan who rivals even me. Soot's words were delivered nonchalantly, yet Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief at this revelation. In the universe he governed, could there truly exist a being capable of matching Soot's formidable strength? Well then, we must search for this Broly. The Kaioshin Shin furrowed his brow in contemplation, stepping closer to Whis and gazing at the magical stone atop his staff. His crystal ball was in the Kaioshin realm, leaving Whis as their only hope for locating anyone. I have found Frieza, Whis announced, glancing at the magical stone before turning to Beerus. Lord Beerus, shall we summon Frieza? Enough with the chatter. Hurry and bring him here. Beerus retorted impatiently, casting an annoyed glare. One by one, do you all not care whether Universe 7 faces annihilation? Lord Beerus, we have been tirelessly occupied. Goku pouted and murmured, then, with excitement, clenched his fist. Frieza, I wonder if he has grown stronger. However, I believe Frieza is not an ideal choice. He does not strike me as the type to heed orders willingly. Gazing at the still menacing and malevolent Frieza in the magical stone, the hesitant Kaioshin Shin solemnly remarked. Indeed, even without that scoundrel, we could emerge victorious. Vegeta concurred, voicing his dissent. Yes, I am certain that fellow would engage in mischief. After arranging matters with Bu, Bulma joined the balcony beside Vegeta. Vegeta, to be honest, I lost to the fighters of Universe 11. Goku suddenly declared with a serious expression, as if recalling something. Soot nodded, intending to provoke Vegeta further. Yes, and there is someone even stronger than Toppo in Universe 11. That hefty fellow, is it Toppo? Goku's seriousness dissipated almost instantly, reverting to his typical carefree demeanor as he eagerly questioned Soot. What is the name of this stronger individual? Jiren, a being more powerful than even the god of destruction in their universe. Upon hearing Soot's astonishing words, a vein throbbed on Vegeta's forehead as he clenched his teeth and exclaimed, What did you say? Stronger than a god of destruction? Not only Vegeta, But even Beerus was jolted awake from his drowsiness. "Hey, Soot, why did you not mention such crucial information sooner?" "You never asked," Soot shrugged, moving closer to Whis to also examine the magical stone. Upon doing so, he was left utterly astonished. At this moment, Frieza is seated in his exclusive baby chair within the spacecraft, conversing with Paragus, the father of Broly. "Wait, Whis, adjust the angle." Whis begins to retract his staff, but Cert swiftly intervenes, gesturing upward with his finger. "Yes, shift to another perspective. Indeed, Broly is truly present. It seems that thoughts manifest into reality. Broly is actually with Frieza. Has the plot unfolded prematurely? Is it because Frieza had not perished or ascended to heaven previously? What are you all gazing at?" With Cert's exclamatory words, the crowd leans in, eager for a glimpse. They momentarily overlook a green-skinned woman, Chi Lai, and a brown, wrinkled-skinned man, Lemo, redirecting their attention to a towering figure clad in the standard Saiyan battle attire, adorned with green fur at his waist. A peculiar collar encircles his neck, yet it does not diminish his ruggedness. His robust physique exudes an immediate impression of strength. This fellow is Broly. Goku's face radiates excitement, as if even through the magical sphere, he can sense Broly's formidable power. Indeed, as Cert remarked, this individual appears incredibly strong. Another Saiyan, somewhat familiar. Vegeta furrows his brow. Yet despite ransacking his memory, he finds no relevant information regarding this Saiyan. Is he yet another powerful Saiyan, like Cert, who has inexplicably emerged? Then it would be prudent for Lord Supreme Kai to fetch Frieza and Broly. Whis cheerfully suggests to Supreme Kai Shin. Me. Supreme Kai Shin turns pale at the suggestion. No, I shan't go." Observing the Supreme Kai's frantic head shaking, Whis appears somewhat perplexed. "But at present, your speed is unmatched. Do not dawdle, hurry." Beerus casts a cold glare at Supreme Kai Shin, urging him onward. Unmoved, Supreme Kai Shin continues to hesitate. What if Frieza harbors malicious intent and kills me, a mere unarmed soul? Then Whis, you shall go? Beerus, unwilling to place himself in danger, quickly shifts his focus to another. Cert looks towards Whis, who is prepared to comply and take flight. "I surmise that Frieza will not readily agree to come. It would be best for us all to go. I shall also accompany you." Goku eagerly raises his hand. "Humph, do as you wish, the choices are made. Just do not miss the assembly time." Beerus yawns again, retreating towards the room, evidently intending to rest. "I will also go." Vegeta expresses his curiosity about Broly, placing a hand on Whis' shoulder. "You all may proceed. I shall return to the Supreme Kai realm shortly." Supreme Kai Shin hastily retreats to a distant corner, waving goodbye. Though the seventh universe may face obliteration, surviving even a moment longer is a small mercy. With a disdainful click of his tongue, Soot placed a hand on Whis' shoulder, eager to join the lively gathering. On planet 112 of the North Galaxy, Frieza swirled the red wine in his glass, casting a casual glance at Broly, who stood nearby. "So, you harbor quite a grudge against Vegeta 3, he remarked. "Is this truly your son? Is he as formidable as they say?" "Indeed. I typically employ this device to control him. He tends to lose control quite easily." Paragus nodded, eagerly showcasing his worth. Just as Frieza's eyes darted around, a gaping hole suddenly appeared at the top of the colossal structure. A kaleidoscope of lights cascaded from the opening, revealing Soot and his companions. "Hello, Frieza. Long time no see," Goku greeted, extending a hand in camaraderie. Frieza's expression soured upon seeing Goku and Vegeta approach. "What brings you here?" Goku stepped forward, hastily explaining the events surrounding the Tournament of Power. "Surely, you wouldn't want to see the universe come to an end, would you?" Frieza's expression remained indifferent as he smirked. "Are you threatening me? What benefits do I stand to gain from participating?" Caught off guard by the question, Goku furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Vegeta, visibly displeased, interjected. "I knew we shouldn't have sought out this scoundrel." He then cast a quick glance at Broly, assessing him. He appears strong, but in reality, he doesn't seem that formidable. "What if I were to prepare a feast for you instead?" Soot chimed in, crossing his arms, leaving everyone, including Frieza, momentarily stunned. Just then, 6 large dark spots appeared above their heads, and the atmosphere grew tense and peculiar. You are Prince Vegeta?" Paragus exclaimed, finally recognizing Vegeta. "Broly, this man is the reason we have endured a savage existence on planet Vampa for over 30 years. As Paragus's anger escalated, he pointed at Broly and shouted, "Eliminate him." "Broly, Vegeta, I demand you repay your father's debts." Cowering in the corner, Sai and Reimer exchanged fearful glances, trembling as they huddled closer together. Their hearts were heavy with dread. Is it customary to encounter such chaos upon meeting Lord Frieza for the first time? Where can we offer our tributes? Can we leave already? Oh, now it makes sense. Broly is indeed your son, Paragus. Vegeta scoffed, directing his gaze at Paragus with a cold smirk. That was a foolish act committed by my father. What relevance does it hold for me? Before I could utter another word, Broly had already complied with Paragus's command, materializing before Vegeta and delivering a merciless blow. Vegeta was sent crashing against the wall, creating a shallow dent upon impact. He wiped the bruised cheek with his hand, casting an irate glare at Broly. You wretched fool. Chapter 81. Vegeta versus Broly in a fleeting shadow. Broly was unexpectedly struck and sent hurtling through the wall, landing amidst the debris outside. He had never anticipated Vegeta's speed to be so formidable. Boom, boom, boom. To dare strike against me, the Prince of Saiyans, is akin to courting death. Vegeta, having somehow exited the building, flashed to Broly's side just as he was rising, delivering an elbow strike to his abdomen. Ugh! Broly winced in pain, yet, gritting his teeth against the agony, he swiftly seized Vegeta's arm, attempting to hurl him away. With considerable force, Vegeta struggled against the throw, executing a nimble aerial flip and delivering a kick aimed at Broly's neck. Bang! Broly staggered from the impact, his form tilted as he nearly succumbed to the ground. Unappreciative of his own strength, Vegeta scoffed. Is this what you call being on par with me? What is the hurry? I am not the least bit fazed. Sut, indifferent to Vegeta's taunts, nonchalantly lit a cigarette. Huh. Broly, continually on the defensive, soon realized the necessity of strategy amidst his reckless charges. Seizing an opportunity in Vegeta's offense, he countered with an unexpected energy blast that struck Vegeta squarely in the back. Not relenting, Broly then dove forward. In an instant, he was behind Vegeta again, lifting his foot and delivering another powerful kick. Both strikes landed on Vegeta's back, the sheer force propelling him directly towards Sut and his companion's shelter. Boom, boom. The two combatants transitioned back into the building, leaving several new, gaping holes in the walls. Bang, bang, bang. With a successful strike, Broly imitated Vegeta's style, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks infused with tremendous strength. By emulating Vegeta's aggressive tactics and occasionally firing energy blasts from unexpected angles, he kept Vegeta momentarily overwhelmed. This brute strength is immense. Vegeta, forced back to a corner, declared defiantly, but I will never concede. Accompanied by his fierce roar, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, launching himself at Broly with renewed vigor. Bang, bang, bang. Observing the fierce clash between the two, Paragus was taken aback, pointing incredulously at the now golden-haired Vegeta. What is this? A Super Saiyan? Indeed. Being trapped for an extended period has rendered one prone to excessive alarm. Frieza, maintaining his usual composure, gently swirled the red wine in his glass, disdainfully regarding Paragus, whose naivety was evident. He had long forgotten the terror he experienced upon witnessing Goku transform into a Super Saiyan, his body trembling uncontrollably. Paragus, on the other hand, was visibly horrified, his eyes wide with disbelief, his form quivering. How long must this battle continue? Whis observed as Broly grew increasingly formidable, exclaiming in astonishment. Lord Beerus is still awaiting our return. That fellow is emulating Vegeta's fighting style. What a peculiar individual. Goku could not help but interject with a quip. Strength is born from intellect. Ultimately, one must learn. Sutter, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, materialized beside the still-shocked Paragus. The remote control, if you please. Who are you? You are also a Saiyan. Paragus recoiled, refusing to relinquish the item. Tisish, Sutter, uninterested in further pleasantries, swiftly snatched the bag from Paragus's waist and reduced the remote control within to mere ashes. How could someone as powerful as Broly be manipulated by such trash? What have you done? Paragus exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the remnants of the controller on the ground, his voice rising in fury. That was crucial for controlling Broly's rage. How could you do this? TCH, I did it precisely because I knew its importance, you fool. Sutter rolled his eyes. With him, or even with Beerus and Whis present, how could there be any risk of Broly losing control? Oh, such an item is indeed inconsequential. Frieza remarked with apparent ease, though his gaze remained sharply vigilant upon Sutter, as if fearing he might strike at any moment. After completing this minor task, Sutter disregarded the two and flashed back to Goku's side, observing the clash between Vegeta and Broly. In a mere moment, Broly had made astonishing progress. He was no longer merely at the mercy of Super Saiyan Vegeta's attacks. Suspended in midair, Broly unleashed a torrent of energy blasts at Vegeta, employing a fighting style reminiscent of the prince's own. Boom, boom, boom. Vegeta dodged left and right, narrowly escaping as the blasts detonated behind him, sending plumes of dust into the air. The entire building trembled, teetering on the brink of collapse. What now? Without the remote, what if Broly loses control? Bardos, lost in his thoughts, ceased to focus on the battle. What was the source of this fellow's power? Was it due to his concealed energy? As Broly dove towards him, Vegeta felt an increasing sense of dread. This opponent, after taking a few hits, swiftly adapted to his combat style, not only matching him, but also exponentially increasing his strength. While it seemed Broly was suppressing his power, his approach was alarmingly rigid, reminiscent of a child without any strategy. He charged forth, brimming with an unshakable strength, and imitated Vegeta's fighting techniques, truly an oddity. With a momentary lapse in concentration, Vegeta fell victim to a counterattack. A powerful straight punch striking his abdomen and sending him hurtling out of the building. The structure, teetering on the brink of collapse, could no longer withstand the relentless onslaught of damage and crumbled into ruins. Please, don't lose control, Broly. Bardos prayed anxiously, already airborne at the moment of the building's collapse. Frieza, undeterred by the incessant chatter of Bardos, spat dismissively and discarded his wine, now tainted by dust. As the glass shattered upon impact with the ground, Vegeta found himself unable to withstand Broly's overwhelming strength. A fiery aura enveloped him as he ascended into the Super Saiyan God form, propelling Broly away with a powerful kick that sent him crashing into distant mountains. Broly's massive frame plowed through towering rock formations, eventually embedding himself within one. How is this possible? Bardos roared in astonishment upon witnessing the scene. Broly possesses such immense potential, yet he cannot defeat Prince Vegeta? With a furious cry, Broly, frustrated by his repeated failures, unleashed the primal power of the great ape within him. His muscles swelled. His eyes turned a brilliant gold, and his wild hair stood erect, while his aura shifted from a mundane white to a pale green. Is he transforming? Whis observed Broly's transformation with mild surprise. Not quite. He is merely awakening the great ape power, Sutter interjected, hovering in the air with arms crossed. The great ape power? Is it akin to that transformation? Goku scratched his head, perplexed, struggling to comprehend. How do I explain this to you? Sutter, noticing the howling winds around them, abandoned his cigarette in favor of a lollipop. Just consider Broly as a mutated Saiyan. He is unlike any of you. Oh, Goku acknowledged, then shook his head, candidly admitting, I still don't understand. TCH, if you don't understand, just watch and keep quiet. Sutter retorted, redirecting his attention back to the aerial battle. Meanwhile, Frieza posed the same question to Bardos. So, this is not a Super Saiyan? Indeed, Broly has yet to achieve the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. Bardos replied, quickly lowering his head. He hesitated to mention that Broly was utterly incapable of controlling his own power. As the battle progressed, in his desire to overpower his opponent, Broly would continually unleash his inner strength, gradually losing his rationality and becoming a mindless, indiscriminate force of destruction. The only device capable of controlling Broly had been rendered inoperative by the enemy. How infuriating, Bardos lamented. Yet, it's somewhat impressive that he can withstand Vegeta. Frieza smirked, flicking his tail with a flourish. If one were to pay close attention, the glimmer of mockery in his eyes would not go unnoticed, leaving one to wonder what schemes Frieza is concocting. In midair, a pale green and a brilliant red light are engaged in a relentless pursuit. Soon after, the two beams collide. The aftermath swiftly ripples through the air, creating circles of disturbance. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth, gripping Broly's arm with one hand while the other defended against Broly's colossal fist, his gaze betraying a fierce intent to kill. Ultimate technique, Broly roared, gathering a wave of energy within his gaping mouth and unleashing it with ferocity at the Vegeta who had ensnared him. Cursed be it, Vegeta hastily dodged, narrowly escaping the attack. The energy wave, now aimless, hurtled towards a nearby mountain, resulting in a thunderous explosion that obliterated the rock into a vast expanse of flat ground in an instant. Before Vegeta could fully register his astonishment, Broly had already surged towards him. With an onslaught of invisible punches and kicks, Vegeta appeared increasingly unable to withstand the escalating ferocity of Broly. A blow struck him squarely on the jaw, sending him plummeting towards the earth. The ground was instantly cratered by his fall, and Vegeta, rising in disarray, glared up at Broly hovering above. What a formidable opponent! Frieza observed this with delight, his eyes nearly crescent-shaped with amusement. If only Broly could transform into a Super Saiyan. What a spectacle that would be! How exhilarating! Ah, thank you for the compliment, Lord Frieza. Paragus stammered momentarily before graciously accepting the praise, as if it were directed at him personally. Is everything all right? Reamer, emerging from the rubble, noticed the nearby boulders trembling and rushed to inquire amidst the debris. I'm fine, Sai exhaled, casting a glance at Broly above, shaking his head. Let's forego any rewards and leave quickly, Reamer stated, pulling him up, as the two hastily retreated. The battle was far from over. Vegeta, poised to charge at Broly from the center of the crater, was abruptly halted by Goku, who had instantaneously teleported in front of him. Vegeta frowned, his dissatisfaction evident as he exclaimed, Kakarot, what are you doing? This guy seems incredibly strong. I want to test my abilities. Goku grinned broadly, transforming into Super Saiyan and darting towards Broly. Witnessing this reckless behavior, Vegeta snorted in disdain, cursing under his breath. Damn Kakarot, this battle seems like it will drag on for quite some time. Sut, casually sucking on a lollipop, turned his head toward Whis. Are you not going to intervene and take them back? Time is likely running short, isn't it? Me intervene? Whis replied, his grip on the staff tightening as he looked at Sut in surprise, then smiled warmly. Angels do not meddle in the affairs of good and evil. Besides, there is still ample time. Over 30 hours remain. TCH, Sut cast a disdainful glance at him. Do not hesitate to express your reluctance. There is no need to concoct feeble excuses. It is truly a display of indifference. After voicing his internal grievances, Sutter turned his gaze towards the disheveled Vegeta returning from battle and teasingly inquired, Vegeta, how do you feel? Umph. Vegeta scoffed, offering no response, his eyes fixed intently on the sky. Amidst the howling winds, Son Goku faced off against Broly from a distance. Broly, you are indeed formidable, Son Goku exclaimed with a beaming smile, charging towards Broly. Broly, however, displayed no expression and offered no reply. Had Son Goku been more observant, he might have noticed the palpable murderous intent flickering in Broly's eyes. Alas, in his exuberance, Son Goku remained oblivious. In an instant, their fists collided with a resounding impact, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that shattered the surrounding air. The two warriors, moving with astonishing speed, ascended higher into the sky in mere moments, exchanging blows with fervor. Sensing Son Goku's escalating strength, Broly relentlessly channeled his own energy. Your growth is truly remarkable. You are the fastest I have ever encountered. Son Goku reveled in the exchange, parrying Broly's punches while attempting to engage him in casual conversation. Isolated on a desolate planet, devoid of companions, Broly was consumed by a primal rage, his mind slipping further into madness as he remained utterly unresponsive to Son Goku's attempts at camaraderie. With a ferocious glare, he seemed singularly focused on vanquishing his opponent, launching a swift kick towards Son Goku. In the face of Broly's intensifying power, Son Goku could only raise his arms to defend himself. After a flurry of blows, the two plummeted to the earth. Shielding himself from Broly's sweeping kick with one hand while grasping his fist with the other, Son Goku flashed a grin and proposed, since this is our first encounter, shall we become friends? Broly disregarded him entirely, swiftly retreating to gain distance while unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Son Goku nimbly dodged the onslaught, grinning amidst the explosions, and quipped, if you remain silent, I shall take it as your agreement. Meanwhile, Vegeta, witnessing Son Goku's incessant chatter, could only facepalm in exasperation. What is this fool Kakarot trying to achieve? Are we here to make friends? Isn't that so? Whis tilted his head in confusion, looking towards Vegeta. In the upcoming tournament of power, they shall be your allies. How vexing. Vegeta's forehead twitched with irritation as he muttered under his breath. I can begrudgingly accept Broly, but to consider Frieza as a companion, who would ever entertain such a notion? As the noble prince of the Saiyans, I require no allies. Suddenly, a piercing scream drew everyone's attention, causing them to turn their heads. They beheld Son Goku's face being struck squarely by Broly's fist. The blow was tremendous, leaving Son Goku momentarily dazed. Before he could regain his composure, the utterly enraged Broly seized Goku's foot and hurled him with reckless abandon. Bang, bang, bang. Goku's form was violently smashed into the earth, and with another agonized cry, the ground beneath him cracked. Simultaneously, small fissures rapidly spread outward, transforming into a chaotic web of cracks in the blink of an eye. After being flung several times, Goku's forehead was bruised and bloodied. Yet, Broly showed no sign of relenting. Instead, he yanked Goku up and rubbed his head against the rocky cliff, creating a substantial groove in the stone. In a state of delirium, Broly embarked on his path of destruction. With a triumphant shout, after tormenting Goku, Broly hurled him toward the rock face, raising his hands to unleash a devastating green energy wave. Witnessing this deadly move, Vegeta was incredulous, questioning how a discussion had yet to take place, but a life-and-death battle had ensued. What on earth was happening? Oh, didn't I mention? Broly is currently in a berserk state of his great ape transformation. Soot casually tossed aside the remnants of his lollipop, explaining, "None of your so-called elite warriors can maintain rationality in such a state. You mean to say he is in a rampaging great ape form?" Vegeta exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "I've never seen a humanoid great ape before." "Rampaging?" Whis remarked, equally astonished, furrowing his brow as he observed Broly. "Indeed. He has completely lost all reason. That's why I asked you earlier if you wouldn't intervene," Soot stated, creating a small protective shield around himself. Deftly pulling out a cigarette, lighting it, and taking a puff. "Tch," Vegeta scoffed, though he was already poised to act at a moment's notice. Goku, struck by the energy wave, staggered backward against the rocky terrain. Gritting his teeth, he roared out, quickly steadying himself and unleashing all the energy within him. The earth trembled beneath them as a visible aura of power erupted from the cascading debris. As the rubble was obliterated, Goku ascended slowly amidst a towering blue flame. Despite his tattered clothes and numerous scratches adorning his face, his strength continued to surge. With no fear, Broly charged directly at Goku once more, throwing a punch with ferocity. Faced with this overwhelming energy, Goku remained unfazed, swiftly extending his hand to block the attack. While the Super Blue form may lack the stability and endurance of Super Saiyan God, it compensated with explosive power. Goku lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick aimed at Broly. Bang! Taken by surprise by Goku's sudden surge in strength, Broly was sent plummeting into the sea. However, it was but a moment before he broke through the surface, once again charging toward Goku with a fist raised. The pale green light collided with the deep blue glow, creating a reverberating shockwave that sent tremors through the ground. The sea surged ominously, mountains crumbled, and a foreboding apocalyptic scene unfolded. Broly, suspended in midair, roared in relentless pursuit of Goku, sensing an increase in his opponent's strength. He swung his arms vigorously, attempting to seize Goku once more to deliver a brutal beating. Damn it! Frieza, with arms crossed and hovering above the molten lava, watched the fierce clash between Goku and Broly with palpable irritation. "Paragus, is Broly truly at his limit?" he inquired. "Yes, indeed," Paragus replied, averting his gaze from Frieza, his voice hesitant. "What a pity," Frieza remarked cryptically, turning to Paragus and raising a finger that glimmered with a violet energy beam. "Then allow me to borrow your demise to facilitate Broly's transformation into a Super Saiyan." What? Paragus sensed impending doom, but with a power level barely in the thousands, escape was impossible. In a flash, a death beam pierced through Paragus's heart, extinguishing his life. As Paragus's body plummeted from the sky, Frieza mockingly pinched his throat and called out to the battling Broly. "Ah, Broly, disaster strikes. They have ambushed your father." Nearby, Whis observed with an expression of indignation, while Vegeta fumed, and Sut, smoking, was filled with confusion. Who ambushed him? Frieza's performance was so clumsy that it was almost laughable. Yet, Broly fell for it. Witnessing Paragus's fall and sensing the fleeting essence of life, he erupted in fury, much like Goku when he once sacrificed Krillin. Accompanied by Broly's thunderous roar, the earth trembled violently, fissures appearing at a visible rate. The blood-red lava surged forth from below, while the pale green aura surrounding Broly ascended like a rocket, growing ever denser. Even his hair began to shift towards a vibrant hue. No, it was turning golden. Broly's eyes faded, leaving only a radiant white glow. Chapter 84. Frieza's humiliation. Even his muscles swelled dramatically, exuding an aura of terrifying power. The blazing energy surrounding him resembled an unquenchable inferno, scorching the air around. Is this the Super Saiyan? How is this even possible? Goku, facing Broly, stood in stunned disbelief, astonished by Broly's formidable transformation. But can a mere Super Saiyan possess such strength? Before Goku could fully comprehend the magnitude of the change, Broly abruptly appeared before him, delivering a swift punch that sent Goku, in his super blue state, hurtling thousands of meters away without the means to defend himself. Impressive. Paragus. That fellow died worthily. Frieza exclaimed, exhilarated by the spectacle. Ha ha ha. This plan is indeed a stroke of genius that only I could conceive. The prideful Frieza, in that moment, concluded that his actions were far from reminiscent of Krillin's sacrifice. Bang! The Super Saiyan Broly exhibited a terrifying ferocity as he relentlessly pursued Son Goku, delivering a barrage of punishing blows. Goku found himself dazzled by the rapid onslaught, quickly succumbing to the strikes. Ouch! Feeling the warmth of blood trickling from beneath his nose, he had no time to wipe it away. Merely facing Broly's onslaught proved overwhelming, leaving him with no opportunity for respite. The battlefield had devolved into a one-sided display of torment, with Broly's irrational fury clashing against his formidable strength. Each of his attacks sent shockwaves that ruptured the very air around them. Damn it, Kakarot, what on earth are you doing? Vegeta, witnessing Goku's repeated setbacks, could no longer remain passive. With a sharp command, he ascended to Super Saiyan Blue and joined the fray. Whis, relay a message to them to lure Broly towards Frieza? Suit, discarding his cigarette, placed his hands on his hips as he spoke to Whis. Ah, what a devious plan. Whis paused for a moment, then smiled and complied. A tempest raged across the planet, shaking the ground as fissures opened, spewing forth molten lava. In midair, a green streak collided with two blue ones in a fierce clash. Confronted by the mindless, overwhelming assault of Broly, Goku and Vegeta struggled to withstand the pressure, forced to retreat and evade continuously. Suddenly, a powerful strike landed squarely on Goku's face, sending him plummeting towards the ground with a cry of anguish. Kakarot. Vegeta gritted his teeth, bearing the weight of the situation. Broly's fists fell like a torrential hailstorm, suffocating him. Just as Vegeta teetered on the brink of collapse, Goku regained his composure, aimed at Broly, and unleashed a Kamehameha with a mighty roar. Vegeta, stand back. The ensuing cataclysmic explosion reunited Goku and Vegeta once more. Did you hear that? Goku inquired, glancing over his shoulder at Vegeta, who, despite his injuries, bore a sardonic glimmer in his eyes. I heard it. Let that damned Frieza experience this too. As the billowing smoke cleared, the frenzied Broly charged at them like a wild beast. Go! Vegeta shouted, and he and Goku soared into the sky. Two azure streaks raced towards Frieza's location, with Broly in relentless pursuit. As the three streaks approached, Frieza paid little mind, assuming it was merely a coincidental passage. However, as Goku and Vegeta soared before him, then swiftly veered behind, Frieza realized something was amiss. Yet, there was no time for contemplation, for Broly's fist was already hurtling towards him. Bang! Caught off guard, Frieza was sent flying by the blow. Fool! Your opponents are Son Goku and Vegeta. Frieza let out a thunderous roar as he swiftly transformed into his golden form, evading yet another punch from Broly that closely followed him. The only response to Frieza's defiance was Broly's furious howls and his indiscriminate onslaught. You fool, Broly! Don't go too far! Frieza exclaimed, becoming furious after enduring several blows. However, Broly appeared oblivious to Frieza's retaliatory attacks. With Broly's relentless roars, powerful waves of energy erupted time and again. Frieza, enduring a relentless beating, found himself in a state of utter disarray. Even the formidable Frieza, the king, was at a disadvantage against Broly's punches and kicks, as well as the sporadic bursts of energy blasts. Haha, Whis, your idea is truly exceptional. Vegeta, who had been instantaneously transported back by Goku, laughed heartily. Oh, that is not my credit, it's Sutter's. Whis responded candidly, dismissing the praise. Really? Sutter, your move is quite impressive. Goku grinned, casting his gaze towards the battered Frieza. But it's Frieza's own fault for his reckless killings. Sutter remarked, savoring the sight of Frieza's punishment. TSK. This beating should at least last for an hour, don't you think? An hour? Upon hearing Sutter's thoughts voiced aloud, Goku scratched the back of his head and inquired with a generous heart, Isn't that a bit excessive? Excessive? Did you not see Frieza kill Bardos? Vegeta crossed his arms and snorted disdainfully. If it were me, I would have killed him. Goku wiped his nose, falling silent. Once they finish their fight, let us return to Earth, Whis declared, retracting his staff and addressing Sutter and the others. And we must take these two with us. The ground continued to tremble beneath them. Each of Broly's strikes sent shockwaves sweeping across the desolate land. Even with his golden form, Frieza found himself utterly defenseless against the relentless barrage of Broly's fists and feet. The anguished cries that escaped his lips echoed hauntingly between the heavens and the earth, resembling the cries of despair in a canyon. Damn it, you wretched fiend. I am not your enemy. Frieza lamented, wishing to divert the onslaught elsewhere. Each time he attempted to charge towards Sutter and the others, Broly would seize his foot, tossing him away like a rag doll in another direction. The distance between them did not diminish. Rather, it grew ever wider. Frieza, battered and bruised, quickly abandoned the notion of confronting Sutter and resolved to deal with the ferocious Broly first. Chapter 85. Knocked out or departing on his own, alas. While the idea was splendid, reality proved to be quite harsh. Frieza not only failed to subdue Broly, but found himself incapable of even withstanding Broly's onslaught. With each unyielding strike, his eyes bulged, blood spewed forth, and his body contorted into a pitiful shape. Ultimately, it took less than half an hour. Frieza found himself unable to withstand Broly's ferocious onslaught, plummeting into the earth and becoming ensnared. As Broly, now devoid of a target, hovered in the sky, he unleashed a primal roar, releasing a torrent of energy in a brilliant display. Countless energy spheres surged forth, executing indiscriminate attacks in every direction. Sutter turned to Whis, inquiring, "Will you not intervene?" With a chuckle, Whis replied, "Angels do not partake in battles." Sutter then shifted his gaze to Goku and Vegeta, asking, "What about you? Shall we fuse?" Goku tilted his head, skepticism etched on his face. "Fuse? But we lack the Patera earrings." "Isn't they're the fusion technique of the Metamorans?" Sutter suggested, performing a series of peculiar movements. Before Goku could respond, Vegeta, flushed with indignation, interjected, "Who would perform such humiliating gestures?" But I want to give it a try. If we fuse, we should become immensely powerful, right?" Goku pouted, slightly disheartened by Vegeta's refusal. "If you wish to fuse, then do so with Sutter," Vegeta retorted, his fists clenched in frustration. Observing Goku's pleading gaze, Sutter shrugged, "Our power disparity is too vast. Fusion is not feasible. Besides, I could single-handedly deal with Broly." As Broly's attention shifted towards their direction, Vegeta exclaimed, "If you possess the power, then why not act? Broly is approaching." "Very well," Sutter nodded slightly, his form vanishing in an instant to appear before Broly. While terrifying to Goku and Vegeta, Broly's current battle power was merely at an 8. There lay potential within him, yet it remained untapped. Facing the irrational Broly, Sutter made no hesitation. With a fist clenched at his side, he swung towards the roaring Broly. The slap landed squarely on Broly's cheek, sending him reeling backward into a nearby rock formation. Bewildered, Broly touched his swollen face, feeling the sharp sting of pain. In a fit of rage, he soared into the air, searching for Sutter, only to find the sky empty. "Are you looking for me?" Sutter inquired, having appeared behind Broly, a hand resting on his shoulder. Broly responded with an immediate attack, swinging his fist backward. However, just as his massive fist reached Sutter's nose, it halted, powerless to proceed. In the next moment, Broly's energy dissipated, his eyes fluttering closed as he began to descend. Sutter kindly caught his arm, guiding him down to where Frieza had just emerged from the depths of the earth. "Frieza, do you wish to be knocked unconscious and taken away? Or will you come with us willingly?" Frieza, gazing up at the black sneakers before him, wore a bewildered expression. How is it that the formidable Broly, who cannot be easily subdued, has been vanquished by this Saiyan before me? What truly transpired? Was he rendered senseless? "Allow me to reiterate," Sutter declared as he gazed downwards, repeating his statement. "Fear not. We shall not mistreat you. We will even provide you with meals and accommodation." Observing Sutter from a distance and then glancing at the unconscious Broly, Goku could no longer suppress his curiosity and turned to the most powerful being present, Whis, inquiring, "What is the situation with Broly? Did Sutter do something?" Vegeta followed suit with his own question. "He was knocked unconscious at an astonishing speed, one that you likely could not perceive," Whis explained as he soared towards Sutter, chuckling, You all must become stronger to witness such velocity. The notion of an imperceptible speed caused Vegeta to clench his fists tightly, a wave of frustration washing over him. This Sut, who began merely as a cook, now possesses strength rivaling that of an angel? Is this a case of concealing his true abilities or a result of terrifying growth? It must be the former. The unconscious Broly and the severely injured Frieza arrived harmoniously at Bulma's residence on Earth. What is this situation? Beerus, who had been napping on the sofa, awoke and looked at Whis with a bewildered expression. I assumed the Supreme Kai would be present, so I intended to have his attendant provide treatment. Whis candidly admitted his laziness with a shrug. And where is that fellow Asen? Beerus asked, scanning the vicinity and noticing the absence of the Supreme Kai. I do not know. Then you shall handle it. We have no sins of beans. Vegeta crossed his arms and exited the room, presumably to change his attire. I am feeling a bit hungry, Goku said as he sat on the sofa, patting his belly and glancing helplessly at Sut. Very well. Sut replied and proceeded to the kitchen. By the time a variety of dishes were arranged on the table, Frieza had fully recovered, Broly had awakened, and Vegeta had donned a fresh outfit. What exactly is going on? What universe? What tournament? Frieza flicked his tail and stood on the balcony with his arms crossed, refusing to eat. To put it simply, this is how matters stand, Beerus explained while eating. Broly listened with only partial understanding, ultimately burying his head in a pile of food, opting to ignore the conversation. If I cannot comprehend it, why waste time slowing my meal? Oh, the formidable beings from other universes? There are indeed some. Before he could finish, Sut, who had approached the balcony, presented a plate of raw crab to Frieza. Eat. Faced with this commanding tone, Frieza's features twitched slightly as he declined, stating, I will not eat. If you refuse to eat, then perish. Sut's expression turned icy, his other hand gathering destructive energy. What are you doing? Beerus, sensing the energy fluctuation, turned around in astonishment, his face a mask of shock. After all the effort to find competitors, what are you planning, Sut? With a grim expression, Sut did not look back, his gaze fixated intensely on Frieza, and thought, I can always find more. However, what I create is not for consumption, which is undoubtedly a lack of respect towards me. Chapter 86. The transmission of Super Green and becoming strong without training. Of course, this is merely a superficial statement. The true reason lies in the rewards previously sent by the system. It is likely that he was still in the kitchen when these fellows had already begun to feast. An increase of 1 in culinary skill and a measure of divine combat power did not particularly concern Sut. What surprised him was that after Broly savored the delicacies he prepared, the system unexpectedly granted such a reward, the transmission of Super Green. Thus, after the initial excitement, Sut quickly contemplated what rewards the Frost Demon, Frieza, might bestow upon him. However, he did not receive any acknowledgement of his culinary creations from Frieza for a considerable time, leading Sut to decide to investigate the situation personally. To his astonishment, Frieza, in his haughty demeanor, refused to partake in any food. How could this be acceptable? Sut promptly returned with a plate of marinated crabs, determined to compel Frieza to eat. Do not be misled by Frieza's apparent aversion to food. During his torment of Vegeta on Namek, he had not hesitated to devour a raw crab. The sound of its crunch remains vividly etched in Sut's memory. Faced with Sut's menacing gaze, Frieza yearned to retort but feared the potential consequences. Ultimately, with no other choice, he reluctantly consumed the first bite, which was followed by a second, this time with Frieza's initiative. Delicious. How could this raw crab be so delectable? Frieza could not help but express his admiration, even snatching Sut's plate away. Sut paid little heed, as the system in his mind began to announce its presence once more. Culinary skill increased by 1, and divine combat power also saw an increment. Most importantly, he acquired the traits of the Frost Demon clan. Even without training, he would continue to grow stronger. This reward was indeed tangible. The meal had brought forth unexpected delights. With more time and the formidable power of Super Green, it was not inconceivable to rival the Grand Minister. What are you pondering? Whis approached silently, holding a cup of red tea, and inquired. I have thought of something quite joyous. Sut replied lazily, directing his attention. Whis, take me to Universe 6. I have matters to discuss with Champa. Oh. Noticing Beerus still preoccupied with his meal, Whis nodded in agreement and asked, however, do you not intend to spar with me? At the Tournament of Power. You angels are also participants, are you not? Sut shrugged, his hand casually tucked into his pocket. We can always engage in battle then. I wonder how much combat power the transmission of Super Green can truly enhance. Indeed, one must not grow complacent. His normal combat power barely qualifies as a measure. In Universe 6, the Realm of Destruction. Upon arrival, Sut beheld Champa, the rotund cat, vigorously slurping noodles. Champa, have you gained more weight in just one day? Waving Whis away, Sut regarded the large feline with disdain. Champa, having finished the broth, displayed a look of utter satisfaction. He patted his round belly, grinning as he looked towards Sut, who was approaching. Sut, what brings you here? Could it be that you wish to represent our universe at the Tournament of Power? Lord Champa, you may be overthinking this. Lord Beerus would certainly never consent. Idis, who was seated under a tree brewing tea, politely nodded at Sut before mocking Champa's fanciful thoughts. The contestants from Beerus's side have already been determined, and their lineup is formidable. Sut, unreserved, promptly revealed the news. Furthermore, I truly do not intend to represent Universe 7 this time. Really? Champa exclaimed with excitement, nearly reaching out to embrace Sut. So does that mean you will represent Universe 6 instead? That could be arranged, but only if you provide me with what I desire. Then I shall represent Universe 6. Sut evaded the overly enthusiastic Champa, lighting a cigarette and speaking leisurely. What is it? Please, do tell. I possess plenty of good things. Champa urged eagerly. If Sut were indeed willing, even if the Grand Priest opposed, it was likely that Zeno would not mind. Initially, he had been concerned about Idis's abilities as the new guide, but with Sut's involvement, the hope for victory seemed to grow. Listening to their conversation, Idis perked up his ears, curious to hear more. Sut took a puff and directly inquired, "Do you have any means to contact Beerus?" Champa was taken aback, expecting Sut to request something peculiar or outlandish. "Is that all? Weren't you with Beerus?" Realizing that he hadn't seen Beerus at Zenoa's palace, Champa responded, "You didn't know?" Sut cast a questioning glance at Idis. "And you?" This matter came to my ears secondhand. Since Lord Champa did not inquire, I naturally did not speak. Idis explained as he stood before Sut. The Grand Priest merely informed us that all communication with Beerus has been severed, but did not elaborate. So, you might know less about this than I, the one directly involved? Sut pondered, perplexed. He had expected the Grand Priest to inform all angels and blacklist him. He was aware that the angels would not take action against him, but he had not anticipated that the Grand Priest would say nothing to these angels. Family matters should not be aired in public. Disinterested in overthinking, Sut redirected his gaze to Champa. "So, do you possess such a means? Like the communication stone that Whis provides?" "Let me think." Champa pondered deeply, struggling to provide a definitive answer. It was certainly impossible to claim he had none. He did not wish for Sut to represent other universes in the Tournament of Power. Yet, if he claimed to have one, where was it? Moreover, considering that Beerus had been his guide and attendant for over 2 billion years, memories were indeed numerous. As time ticked away, Sut grew impatient, diverting his attention to Idis, who continued to sip his tea. With a face contorted in worry, Champa suddenly radiated joy, his excitement causing his entire body to tremble. "I've thought of it. I've thought of it. Quickly, bring it to me." Upon witnessing Champa's exuberance, Sut felt a flicker of excitement himself. It seemed he had not heard from Bardos for an eternity. Without delay, Champa bounded towards his cavernous palace, his voice tinged with exhilaration. "I remember over 100 million years ago, when Bardos had matters to attend to at the Temple of the All-King, she left me stranded on a planet. At that time, she provided me with a communication stone before departing, and later, upon her return, I found myself rendered useless, likely abandoned in this very room." As Champa continued his fervent explanations, Sut regarded him with an air of calmness while he rummaged through various containers. No, could it possibly be that room?" Sut queried, arms crossed, leaning against the stone doorframe. "Can you be certain?" Following Champa into another chamber, he pressed on. "I found it," Champa exclaimed, holding aloft a semicircular stone and eagerly presenting it to Sut. "How do I use it?" Sut inquired, taking the stone and examining it from various angles. "Simply call out to Bardos while holding the communication stone." Sut complied, directing his calls at the stone. "Bardos, can you hear me? Bardos, are you there? Bardos, respond if you can hear me." Half an hour passed with no response from the stone, inciting Sut's frustration, leading him to cast it aside. The semicircular stone rolled to Champa's feet, and witnessing Sut's ire, he felt an inexplicable trepidation. Perhaps Bardos did not see it. Just as those words left his lips, the stone illuminated, revealing Bardos's visage, followed by her languorous voice. "Oh, Champa, Why are you using my communication stone? Vados, Sut exclaimed in delight, cautiously retrieving the stone once more. Sut. Vados' image mirrored his surprise, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at him. How have you been lately? Has the high priest troubled you? You appear to have lost weight. Touched by her words of concern, Sut responded with a gentle smile. I am well. And the high priest has not caused me any distress. However, you two seem to have lost weight. Bardos continued, Indeed, I have. It's all Kuronoya's fault, with endless troubles. Day in and day out, concerning anomalies in this time and that. She has me organizing the scrolls of time, and she drags her feet at every turn. Listening to Bardos' complaints, Sut felt a long-forgotten sense of tranquility wash over him. Sut, I miss you so much. Bardos concluded, her face suffused with longing. Yes, I miss you too, Sut replied, akin to a heartfelt phone call, sharing his sentiments with Bardos through the stone. But it's merely a thought, alas. I must work for Kuronoya for 100 million years. 100 million years? Sut's initial surprise morphed into a flash of anger, veins popping on his forehead. The high priest dares to speak indeed. However, fret not, for 100 million years is but a fleeting moment, especially given your immortal nature. Noticing Sutter's irritation, Bardos hurriedly soothed him. I shall grow swiftly, and when the time comes, we shall be together openly, rest assured. Sutter affirmed there was no need to wait 100 million years. Indeed, I believe in you. After a moment of contemplation, Bardos continued, Sutter, at present, I cannot assist you much. If anything arises, seek out Margarita. I have no qualms about her companionship with you. It would bring me some solace. Very well. Sutter nodded in acknowledgement. He and Margarita had already become involved, and Bardos' consent came a tad too late. Yet, her agreement was welcome, for it would allow him to embrace both sides simultaneously. Do take care and remain vigilant. Bardos, who initially underestimated Sutter's strength, kept advising him earnestly. Likewise, you needn't take on so much work. Sutter, feeling a pang of concern for her, reciprocated with a few words of caution. After reluctantly severing their connection, Sutter concealed his earlier tenderness, turning his icy gaze toward Champa. This is mine now. No problem, but you must assist me. Champa nodded, grinning widely, unabashedly displaying his delight at the prospect of a lucrative venture. Understood, lead me to see your chosen candidates. Sutter stored the communication stone in his spatial realm. Though their conversation with Bardos was brief and devoid of inquiries regarding her relationship with the high priest, it mattered not, for there would be ample time for discussions in the future. I assigned this task to Gabe. Champa blinked his innocent eyes. Your audacity is remarkable. While that fellow Beerus is diligently seeking candidates, you have chosen to be hands-off? Sutter did not hide his disdain for Champa as he approached Idis, stating, Take me to your Saiyan planet in this universe. It is Planet Salad. Idis did not hesitate, and upon Champa's arrival, the three set off. Planet Salad was once inhabited by the Saiyans of the 7th universe, but internal strife shattered the planet. Subsequently, the Saiyans migrated to Planet Plant, after exterminating the native Zuflurians. This planet was renamed by King Vegeta, thus becoming well known as Planet Vegeta. Lost in thought, upon landing on Planet Salad, Sutter beheld Gabe. Additionally, he spotted two female Saiyans attempting to transform into Super Saiyans. With a spiky hairstyle and clad in a crop top and baggy pants, one could easily guess the rebellious girl was Caulifla. Her personality was akin to a female version of Vegeta. The other, timid and with a ponytail of black hair, was Kale, who appeared quite apprehensive but, like Broly, possessed the potential for a legendary transformation. Lord Champa, what brings you here? While demonstrating her Super Saiyan form, Gabe noticed Champa and quickly bowed in respect. How is the matter of gathering the contestants progressing? Champa stood with his hands on his hips, exuding an air of superiority. Sutter gazed at the audacious Champa, momentarily forgetting that this plump feline was a deity of destruction. Everything was arranged, and he had given his assurances that they would gather punctually. Gaby responded with utmost respect and seriousness. This fat cat, is he truly the so-called deity of destruction? Caulifla, with her hands clasped behind her back, displayed an even more arrogant demeanor than Champa. What? Upon hearing this, Champa's temper flared, and he pointed a finger at Caulifla, exclaiming, I shall obliterate you. Lord Champa, do not act impulsively. Caulifla is also a contestant in this power tournament. Gaby anxiously interjected, glancing around. I can always find another. There's no rush. Champa rejected this blatant humiliation. TCH, Can one not speak the truth these days? Carlafla remained unfazed, her arrogance unyielding despite Gaby's admonitions. Chapter 88. Training the Contestants of Universe 6. Sutter patted the flustered Champa and approached the defiant young woman, coldly stating, "Your temperament is certainly eccentric, but alas, your strength is rather pathetic." Bullying the chubby little cat was his prerogative, one he shared with Bardos. Others were not permitted to do so. "What did you say? I am the mightiest Carlafla among Saiyans," she retorted, her fury ignited. "The mightiest? Yet you require others to teach you Super Saiyan." Sutter's expression remained calm as he raised a single finger, effortlessly blocking Carlafla's incoming punch. With the extension of a second finger, he sent Carlafla hurtling away, crashing through countless mountains until she became embedded within one. Champa, mere destruction is futile. One must grasp the opponent's vulnerabilities to deliver the most potent counterattack. Sutter turned to the now appeased Champa, imparting this wisdom. Before Champa could respond, Carlafla, who had emerged from the rubble, roared in fury. She had transformed into Super Saiyan and charged at Sutter, shouting, "You vile creature! I will not be defeated by you. Do not act recklessly." Carlafla, Gaby wished to warn her, knowing that Carlafla faced an opponent even stronger than Hit. Observing the furious Carlafla, Kyer shrank back in trepidation. "This is the first time I've seen her so enraged. A frog in a well." Sutter smirked as he pulled out a cigarette, unleashing a formidable glare that sent the Super Saiyan Carlafla flying once more. "I believe it would be prudent for you to conduct intensive training with these 3 Saiyans," Sutter stated, ignoring the unconscious Carlafla buried in the rubble. Addressing Champa and Idis. "Otherwise, you may very well be the first universe eliminated." Champa and Idis exchanged glances, swallowing hard. Sutter's words bore an unsettling accuracy. Having just arrived from Universe 7, he surely understood the strength there. This time, the power tournament could not rely solely on Sutter. Contemplating this, Champa called out to Gaby, "Hurry, gather all the participants." "You should also get moving, Champa," Sutter remarked, casting a sidelong glance at his ample belly before turning to Idis. "Engage in a practice session with me, and allow me to witness your prowess." Prior to the commencement of the Tournament of Power, Surt led the warriors of Universe 6 into the dimension crafted by Idis for rigorous training. In the original narrative of the Tournament of Power, Surt had no obligation to align himself with any particular universe. Initially, he had not even contemplated participation. The mightiest among humanity had long ceased to be his adversary, rendering it unnecessary to squander time as a mere pawn for the Omni King. He could simply observe from the sidelines, watching the somewhat less appealing Android 17 wish for the resurrection of all 12 universes from the Super Dragon. However, the Grand Minister expressed a desire to exclude him from the tournament, prompting Surt to stir the waters of this event. Aligning with Universe 7 would hardly suffice to create turmoil. Moreover, since Champa, the corpulent feline, was a disciple of Beerus, his representation of Universe 6 was entirely justifiable. Other universes were unfamiliar to him. Defying the Grand Minister and causing him a modicum of vexation was indeed a thrilling endeavor. Yet, Surt was well aware that he could not overpower the Grand Minister, who, akin to the Celestial Weaver and her counterpart, obstructed his union with Beerus. Thus, occasionally irritating the Grand Minister seemed a fitting remedy for his spirits. The flow of time in this dimension differed significantly. Spending 2 years within was equivalent to merely half a day outside. "We ought to be departing." Idis, grasping the staff, surveyed the dozen individuals present. On the expansive terrain, Surt, with a cigarette in his mouth, addressed the somewhat awkwardly proportioned and slightly matured Kale. "All right, Kale, let us rein it in." Yes, Kale, having shed her previous arrogance, now regarded Surt with utmost admiration. During their time together, she had become completely enamored with him. As she inhaled deeply, her once waist-length golden locks swiftly reverted to their original spiky style. As for Caulifla, Surt shifted his gaze to the now trembling girl. "Never mind. Your temper is rather mild under normal circumstances. When you transform into Super Saiyan Green, you'll undoubtedly embody the archetype of a headstrong woman, particularly in the advanced form. I eagerly anticipate the moment you confront Broly at the tournament. Will it be love at first sight? Thank you, Master Surt, for your guidance. I shall undoubtedly showcase my full strength at the tournament." Kale, in her Super Saiyan 2 state, interjected respectfully before Surt could speak. Surt redirected his attention to Champa, maintaining an air of disdain. "What is the matter with you? you rotund feline. After 2 years of training, you remain as corpulent as ever, with not an ounce of weight lost. Haha, while Lord Champa has indeed been active, he has also indulged himself more. Idis chimed in with a grin. What a pitiful sight. Who has witnessed an angel being pursued and beaten by humans? I have, exclaimed the 10 or so humans present, observing the beleaguered figure of Surt chasing after him. Frost, you should engage in a meaningful dialogue with Frieza. I am certain you will find common ground. Surt shifted his gaze once more, fixating on the fully transformed Frost, adorned in resplendent silver. He chuckled, pondering the peculiar circumstances, while Frieza opted for a golden hue. This individual chose a striking silver. Meanwhile, Hit remained silent, hands tucked in his pockets, offering no commentary. The Namekians from Universe 6, Saiyan and Purina, though lacking the strength of Piccolo, were nonetheless formidable. Under the occasional vitriol from Caulifla, the fragile heart of Batamo grew somewhat less delicate. Moreover, the golden-hued bear had significantly bolstered his fighting prowess. As for Dr. Loda, who originally played a role in the narrative, he was supplanted by Surt. With time drawing near, Surt waved his hand, signaling Idis to lead the group away from the dimensional realm. Upon their emergence, Surt felt the tremor of the communication stone in his hand. Elated, he addressed the reflection of Bardos. Bardos, have you missed me? I've just completed my mission and, calculating the time, the tournament of power is about to commence. So I thought to reach out. Upon hearing Bardos' response, Surt inquired curiously, are you not returning? Come witness my prowess. No. I fear what my father might do if he finds out. He may conjure some trouble for me. Vados replied with a cheerful demeanor, clearly in good spirits. I shall simply watch on the Divine Streaming Channel. All right then. Chapter 89, The Realm of Nothingness. The beginning of the Tournament of Power before Surt could indulge in further banter with Vados. Champa had already arrived, leading the well-rested troops before him. It's time, Surt. Surt felt a twinge of annoyance as he quickly bid farewell to Vados, placing his hand on Champa's shoulder. In an instant, a dozen or so individuals vanished from the destructive expanse of Universe 6. In the realm of nothingness, the venue for the Tournament of Power survival battle was set. Numerous beings from various universes had been summoned by the Grand Priest, converging upon the vast arena. Is this the arena? Gabe surveyed the surroundings, peering down towards the arena's edge. It's so dark below, and there's nothing at all. I suppose if one were to fall, it would mean disqualification? The Namekian, Saiyan, echoed Gabe's curiosity. Caulifla, however, seemed unfazed, retorting with disdain, what is there to fear? We can all fly. Did I not mention that before? Idis, standing behind her, chimed in with a smile. In the tournament, flying is prohibited. If you doubt it, feel free to test it. Oh, the Namekian Purina exclaimed in astonishment, bouncing a few times only to discover he truly could not ascend. It really is forbidden. Just then, he spotted a distant green birdman across the way, noting with surprise. That fellow seems to have a tail by nature. Go for it, Kale. Caulifla encouraged, as she noticed Kale timidly lingering at the edge. She even instinctively patted Batamo's metallic arm. Get your act together. I've been scolding you for 2 years. Why is your spirit still so fragile? Can I call you by your name? I am not devoid of spirit. I merely gaze down upon the individuals across from me. Woda Magetta is exceedingly vexed. How could Khalifa discern his metallic visage and lack of vigor? Sutter surveyed the surroundings and took note of the group of Beerus across the way. Damn, Sutter. How dare you be on Champa's team? Have you betrayed our Universe 7 and defected to his side? At the same time, Beerus, upon spotting Sutter, approached him with a barrage of curses. Betrayal? I am a follower of Bardos. Bardos is my ally. And Whis, you would concur, wouldn't you? Sutter shrugged nonchalantly. Whichever universe he chose to align with was inconsequential, even to the Grand Priest. With the Omni King as his backing, he truly roams the universe with audacity. Oh, no wonder you are so earnest in finding contestants for us. Whis smiled enigmatically as he regarded Sutter. This tournament of strength will undoubtedly surpass the previous fighting tournaments organized by the gods of destruction in terms of excitement. If it's fun, let us enjoy it together. Sutter responded with a silent smile, returning Whis' completely mismatched remark. At that moment, having concluded his greetings with Hit, Goku approached the Pride Troopers of Universe 11. Greetings, Topo. Is this Jiren? In response to Goku's overly familiar demeanor, Topo nodded. Hello, Jiren. I am. Before Goku could complete his introduction, Jiren coldly retorted with a curt dismissal. He brushed past Goku and strode towards Sutter, standing before him. Are you also participating in the tournament of strength? Sutter, somewhat perplexed, nonetheless replied affirmatively. During the previous competition, we were only halfway through. Are you here to continue the latter half with me? Jiren's expression remained indifferent, yet his dark eyes brimmed with certainty. Sutter felt awkward that Jiren remembered this matter, sheepishly responding, Yes. What kind of fellow is he? Vegeta grumbled indignantly on behalf of his good friend. This disparity in treatment is quite pronounced. It's all right, I'm actually indifferent to it. Goku, unconcerned, walked over to Vegeta, listening to his complaints, and said, You're just like that. I've long since grown accustomed to it. You should be ashamed. Upon hearing such words from Goku, Vegeta's forehead twitched with irritation, reprimanding him. Those two, are they the Saiyans of Universe 7? At this moment, Khalifa quietly scrutinized Goku and Vegeta, whispering to Gabe, Yes, they are both quite powerful. At least stronger than us. Gabe nodded and, upon meeting Vegeta's gaze, respectfully bowed at a 90-degree angle. They don't appear particularly formidable. Khalifa crossed her arms, expressing her discontent. Sister, Mr. Sutter has advised against underestimating our opponents. Kale timidly reminded her from the side. Indeed, even the Super Saiyan transformation was taught to me by Mr. Vegeta from that side. Gabe concurred with Kale's sentiments. However, Carlifla held a different perspective, hands on her hips, disdainfully remarking, Humph, merely a Super Saiyan, yet Mr. Soot has imparted so much wisdom to us. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Soot, inexplicably flushing with embarrassment. Oh dear, with such strength, being his woman must surely bring immense happiness. She mused. I presume you are the esteemed Frieza from Universe 7? Frost's attention turned towards Frieza. We appear quite similar, do we not? Frieza replied with a charming smile, exuding an aura of both allure and arrogance. Could it be that, like me, you derive pleasure from wielding power over others? Certainly. It seems I should regard you as my senior, am I correct? Frost inquired, assessing his prowess in comparison to Frieza's with a cheerful demeanor. Indeed, would you care to join forces? Frieza asked warmly. It would be my honor. Thus, two titans of real estate forge an alliance. Soot remained detached, casually surveying the competitors, noting that the representatives from each universe were largely consistent with the narrative. In Universe 2, their angel was rather handsome, albeit the striking yellow attire was somewhat ostentatious, perhaps due to the god of destruction being an Egyptian goddess. Most participants were female. Noteworthy were the trio of formidable figures, the astonishingly transformed Ribrian, Kakunsa, and Rashi. The rest were promptly disregarded by Soot as he turned his attention to Universe 3, while it was dubbed the robot god of destruction. The diminutive figure with rose-hued skin and horns was the true deity. The angel, Campelli, presented the image of an elderly man. This universe's focus lay in technology, spearheaded by the scientist Paparoni, alongside Kaisuka, Panchia, and Bororita, who could merge into Oniraza. As for Universe 4, there was the yellow-skinned mouse Katra and the middle-aged angel Konica. The only notable mention was the exceptionally small Daemon, accompanied by the cloaked Gamasaurus. Beyond that, further introductions seemed unnecessary. In Universe 6, with Soot and the top assassin hit present, little more needed to be said. Universe 7 had replaced Tien Shinhan and Master Rashi with Bu and Broly, promising a thrilling spectacle. Next was Universe 9, featuring the bearded dwarf Sidera and the angel Mojito, who required no further introduction. Attention could also be drawn to the solitary little dog Pei, part of the wolf-dog-werewolf trio. In Universe 10, the elephant Ramses and the angelic sister Cux needed no elaboration, as they were already well known. As for the competitors, aside from a rather attractive butterfly woman, the rest seemed unworthy of attention. Universe 11 was represented by the clown god of destruction and the angelic Makalita, with the remaining 10 belonging to the proud warrior team. The only notable fighters were Jiren, Topo, and the hairless cat-like rabbit, Tispo. As the grand arena filled with scrutiny and clandestine assessments, the grand priest made his entrance above the assembly. Quiet, everyone. Let us extend a warm welcome to our two esteemed kings. In an instant, the previously moderate ambience of the grand venue fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. When the two diminutive kings made their entrance, many in the crowd, witnessing the true forms of the kings for the first time, gasped in astonishment. So small. Is this truly the highest ruler of the entire universe? Hello, everyone. The two little kings seemed utterly unconcerned with the murmurs of the crowd, cheerfully waving their hands. Sutter, I want a lollipop. The future king, with a playful demeanor, requested a treat from Sutter in front of everyone. Oh, all right. Sutter responded, tossing a large bag of candies toward the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest, having momentarily assumed the role of a mere messenger, reluctantly delivered the sweets to the two little kings. He then feigned a cough and casually announced, Ahem, now, let us invite our esteemed kings to share a few words. No time. Candy. The two little kings gleefully tore open the wrappers, their demeanor shifting in an instant as they scolded with a pout. Thank you for the king's remarks. The Grand Priest, unfazed and with the calmness befitting someone who had lived for billions of years, continued, Allow me to clarify the rules for this gathering. Damn it. That Sutter has joined Universe 6. Make sure you teach him a lesson. Beerus seethed, veins bulging on his forehead, tightly clenching his fists as he directed his ire toward Goku and others. Lord Beerus, even if you say that. Goku shrugged innocently, expressing his helplessness. We cannot defeat Sutter. Humph. If we do not achieve victory, I will eradicate you all. Beerus threatened once more. Lord Beerus, if victory is not attained, you will be the first to be erased by the kings. Whis chuckled, nearly leaving Beerus in an awkward position. I don't care. You all must give it your all. Exert every ounce of strength you possess. Faced with the threat of erasure, Beerus had lost all sense of shame. Even the Kaioshin standing nearby wore a serious expression, continually advising the crowd. Everyone, I stand with Lord Beerus this time. You must be diligent and united. Otherwise, we all face obliteration. Be diligent? United? The dark-haired android 17 chuckled handsomely, non-committal in his response. Observing Beerus' agitated demeanor, Champa turned to Sutter with a grin. Look at Beerus and his pitiful state. However, before the words could reach Beerus, Vados interjected, Lord Champa, hold your trembling legs and continue speaking. Champa glanced down at his quaking legs and silently closed his mouth. Later, we will have free movement and freedom to express. Sutter crossed his arms, his expression resolute as he issued the command. As for teamwork, let us skip that. Sutter, look over there. Those must be from Universe 4, right? Khalifa surveyed her surroundings and pointed at the competitors from Universe 4, noting they seemed to number only 8. There must be an invisible one among them. Or perhaps an additional unseen participant. Sut, seemingly indifferent, uttered a brief admonition. Remember your plan with Kale, and do not create obstacles along the way. Noticing Sut's serious demeanor, Khalifa nodded gravely in response. I understand, you can rest assured. As the High Priest elaborated, it became clear that the timing of this power tournament remained unchanged. It was still set for 100 taka, equivalent to 48 minutes of Earth time. The central pillar of the arena would gradually sink as time progressed. When the height of the pillar aligned with the ground, it would signify the conclusion of this tournament. The method of victory remained straightforward. One simply needed to knock their opponent off the stage. Under Sut's influence, this tournament would differ from its predecessors, as both angels and gods of destruction would participate. Given the superior strength of the gods of destruction compared to the mortals of various universes, they would enter the fray later in the competition. The gods of destruction would make their move in the last 10 minutes, while the angels would intervene in the final 5 minutes. Naturally, if a universe faced obliteration, its god of destruction would cease to exist, and the angels would be unable to enter as well. This meant that only the surviving gods of destruction could act in the last 10 minutes, and similarly, only the remaining angels could appear in the final 5 minutes. Moreover, after considerable discussion, it was determined that Sut's power had surpassed that of the ordinary competitors present. His entry was scheduled for the midpoint of the tournament, and his actions were limited to a mere 10 strikes. If there were no objections, participants were asked to vacate the arena and take their places in the observation stands. The competition was about to commence. Listening to the High Priest's words, Champa nearly ground his molars in frustration. This High Priest, their advantage, the formidable weapon Sut, was now severely restricted. No matter, the High Priest had indeed made significant concessions. Any further demands might prove counterproductive. After a moment's contemplation, Idis recognized the High Priest's stipulations as considerable concessions. At the very least, he had not scrutinized Sut's allegiance to any particular universe, nor had he barred Sut from participating. And he had not curtailed Sut's capabilities. 10 strikes may seem few, but often, those 10 moves could be the most critical. Let us make our way to the observation stance. Idis mused. If Idis could discern this, surely Sut understood as well. He waved at Champa and leapt from the arena. The distance to the observation stands was not insurmountable, especially since all competitors were unable to fly. Nonetheless, this distance was a mere jump away. Once the gods of destruction, angels, and Supreme Kai from various universes gathered at the adjacent observation stands, the High Priest cast a subtle glance at Sutter and declared, "The power tournament begins now." Chapter 91. The Great Chaos unfolds. Contestants eliminated one by one with his words barely fading. Only a few seconds passed before the tumultuous crowd on the arena began to surge, and soon, the first eliminations were observed. "Look, that man with black hair from Universe 7 is starting off with tremendous force," someone exclaimed. The spectators at the viewing platform swiftly directed their gazes toward the scene. And in the blink of an eye, the formidable contender number 17 had already sent 2 fighters from Universe 10 flying off the stage. The Pink Elephant, witnessing the sudden appearance of the 2 competitors beside him, turned as pale as a ghost. With wide eyes filled with disbelief, he exclaimed, "What is happening? How is it that you have been eliminated so soon?" The opponent was exceptionally strong. One of the eliminated fighters, a burly man, lamented as he returned to the sidelines. Another younger, equally robust man expressed his frustration. "Indeed, I didn't even catch a glimpse of the opponent's attack before hearing the Grand Priest announce the elimination of the 2 from Universe 10. The yellow-skinned mouse, Katral, was basking in delight, exclaiming, "Haha, are your universe's fighters truly this pathetic?" He placed his hands on his hips and taunted the visibly distressed Ramusi. "How dare you revel in this?" The elephant Ramusi seethed through gritted teeth, yet found himself unable to counter Katral's mockery. As their universe's fighters were indeed the first to be eliminated, 2 at once, no less. It would have been better if they had fought separately. Just look at Beerus's side, where those fighters are standing around, utterly clueless about what to do. Champa not only expressed concern for his own universe's fighters, but also showed interest in the competitors from Universe 7 on the stage. With a mocking expression, he pointed at Broly and Bu, who remained rooted in their original positions. "Hey, Beerus, take a look at your 2 fighters. None of your business." Beerus retorted angrily, clenching his fists before bellowing at Broly and Bu. "What are you 2 doing? Get moving. Defeat the enemy." Amidst the chaotic arena, the deafening sound of energy blasts reverberated as fists and feet collided in fierce combat. Broly noticed Beerus's furious shouts, but could not discern his words. He turned to the equally bewildered Bu and inquired, "Is he trying to say something to us? Perhaps he wishes to offer us something delicious?" Bu replied uncertainly. Broly, not fully convinced, surveyed the surroundings and deemed it improbable. "That doesn't seem likely. Let us continue waiting. I feel a bit hungry and do not wish to move." Bu, with an unwilling expression, rubbed his stomach and remained stationary. "Are those 2 fools?" Beerus growled in frustration. Turning to the leisurely munching Sutter, he berated, "You must be a spy from Universe 6, deliberately allowing these 2 to represent our Universe 7. Sutter, tilting his head, replied nonsensically, "Would you like some sunflower seeds?" Watching Beerus in a fit of rage, Champa erupted into laughter that echoed like a pig being slaughtered. Meanwhile, the old Kaioshin paid no heed to the antics of the gods of destruction, focusing instead on imparting wisdom to Kaioshin Shin. "Do you see that bird that can fly? Why does it choose to walk instead of using its perfectly good wings?" the old Kaioshin inquired. "Because it's foolish, just like you," Kaioshin Shin replied earnestly, seeking guidance. On the observation platform, discussions about the fighters on the arena occasionally erupted among the spectators. Perched high above, the 2 diminutive Xeno kings, each savoring a lollipop, gazed at the celestial images of various universe contestants conjured by the Grand Priest, whispering to one another, "Look at that one, it's gone dark. Indeed, that signifies elimination." Among the 10 competitors from Universe 10, 2 colorful avatars had indeed faded to gray, those of the recently eliminated fighters. "How splendid!" exclaimed Future Xeno, marveling at the grand arena where bursts of energy frequently illuminated the space. However, some of them are rather unclear. Just as the Xeno King made this observation, the Grand Priest, ever considerate, promptly presented each of them with a divine tablet. "Let me see. We must slow down the speed," as Pseudo mentioned. The 2 tiny Xeno Kings eagerly extended their little hands, busily tapping and drawing on the divine tablets, thoroughly engrossed in their task. Contestants from Universe 2, Prang and Jimmy's, eliminated. The Grand Priest's declaration made the 2 Xeno Kings lift their heads, hastily searching the divine tablets once more. This one, resembling a mud creature. Future Xeno chimed in. I found Jimmy's too, looking quite alien. As their tiny fingers pressed down on the avatars, the images of the two competitors high above instantly transformed to gray. With a resounding thud, 18, despite being called Little Sister, expressed her delight as she kicked one opponent off the stage, brushing a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Yet, I am already a married woman. You should address me as madam. Just as her words echoed, a key blast erupted nearby, sending a cloud of smoke billowing, causing her pink athletic attire to rustle. From within the smoke, a green figure emerged, Giam, the winged birdman. He flapped his wings vigorously, barely stabilizing himself before plummeting off the stage. What a close call. Thankfully, I have wings, Giam exclaimed, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, breathing a sigh of relief. However, just as he relaxed, the equally green Piccolo had silently appeared behind him. What use are wings? Piccolo sneered coldly, delivering a swift kick that sent the unfortunate birdman flying off the stage. With a cry, yet another contestant was eliminated. Contestant Giam from Universe 10, eliminated. As the Grand Priest's voice resonated, the two Xeno Kings eagerly resumed their search on the divine tablets. Yet, before they could locate Giam's position, Vegeta had already intervened in another battle on the arena. Hey, you trash. You two, get down. Vegeta grinned with a predatory gleam, seizing two competitors from other universes. In his normal form, he hurled them into the air above the stage. With two key blasts, he delivered them a chilling farewell. Amidst their screams, the two Xeno Kings continued their frantic searching, while the Grand Priest announced, contestants Cardo Bessler from Universe 3 and Nink from Universe 4, eliminated. On the observation platform, witnessing the elimination of their universe's competitors, the destroyers erupted in a chorus of curses. How infuriating. Chapter 92, Goku pursuing Jiren. How can those fellows from Universe 7 be so formidable? Is there truly such a disparity in strength? Can they not even withstand a single blow? Unfazed by the barrage of insults, Beerus remained stoic, his focus unwavering as he watched Son Goku on the stage, his frustration boiling over. Goku, what on earth are you doing? He had been fixated on Jiren from Universe 11, yet the latter seemed utterly indifferent to his presence. What a contemptible individual. Goku, too, felt a twinge of discontent. While he dismissed Jiren's attitude, the blatant disregard for him was disheartening. With a light exhalation, he transformed into Super Saiyan, breaking free from the clutches of the inept members of the Pride Troopers. As his hair changed color, his strength surged significantly. The diminutive being Zoi, adorned with devilish horns, gasped in astonishment. The extraterrestrial Quincy chimed in. Then let us confront him together. Goku, glancing at the approaching Jiren and the obstructive Pride Troopers, felt a surge of annoyance. He sought to battle a worthy opponent, not these bothersome interlopers. After a flurry of punches and kicks, he dispatched the three bothersome Pride Troopers, only to notice that Jiren was finally moving, heading directly toward him. Have you finally acknowledged my presence? Goku's spirits soared, but before he could tighten his fists, Jiren brushed past him, swiftly darting to engage others from different universes. How dare he disregard me? Goku clenched his fists in frustration, his heart aching with indignation. Watching Goku chase after Jiren, Champa couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Beerus, does that fellow from your universe harbor a grudge against the humans of Universe 11? Before Beerus could respond, shouts interjected, munching on seeds, no grudge, ignore Goku's antics. Ah, indeed, I should focus on the competitors from my own universe, Champa remarked, quickly shifting his gaze. On the arena, the competitors from Universe 6, who had initially clustered together, began to disperse. Hit stood on a rocky outcrop, hands in pockets, his expression inscrutable as he surveyed the scene. Kaba, on the other hand, was earnest, systematically seeking out opponents from other universes. If he encountered one, he would engage, and if he faced defeat, he would retreat. Meanwhile, Caulifla and Kale, engaged in conversation, darted through the swirling smoke, presumably in search of adversaries. Soon, these two female Saiyans encountered a competitor from Universe 4. Ha ha ha, is this feeble creature truly our opponent? Mona, who resembled a sumo wrestler, sneered derisively. The camel-footed Ganos chuckled as well, declaring that they should eliminate these two first. Faced with the encirclement of the fourth universe, Khalifa excitedly clenched her fist, exclaiming, "Who is truly weak?" In that instant, she let out a sharp cry and transformed into her Super Saiyan form, dispersing the surrounding smoke. The spiky golden hair astonished the members of the fourth universe. Sister, I shall assist you. Though trembling, he took a determined step forward. The battle was poised to erupt, and such scenes unfolded continuously on the arena. In the chaos, some found themselves without opponents, while others faced 4, 5, or even 6 adversaries. In summary, the turmoil was palpable. Energy blasts and ki waves exploded in every corner, a riot of colors, vibrant and diverse. Look, there's even pink. The Omni King beamed at the god of speed, holding the radiant candy. The future Omni King pointed at a bag of sweets previously thrown by Sutter, chuckling. It resembles the color of lollipops, doesn't it? Let us have another. Watching the two little ones unwrap new lollipops, the Grand Minister's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Reluctantly, he began to survey the arena for eliminated participants, dimming the glowing icons above. Curse it, our universe has lost too. With the voice of the destroyer god Muru echoing. The translator Kambili frowned. There's no helping it. In such a chaotic melee, no one can be entirely vigilant. Sighed the god of destruction of the third universe, resembling the Kaioshin Shin in age. What a pathetic excuse. Scoffed the yellow-furred mouse Katra. The real battle has yet to commence. Lord Katra, our universe has also lost one. Konica suddenly interjected, startling Katra into looking up. Glancing at the dimming icons above, Quitra's expression twisted as he regarded those eliminated, each descending the steps. Damn it. I wish to obliterate you all. A bunch of useless beings. How many minutes have passed? I almost wish to enter the arena myself. On the spectator platform, it was not just Katra who expressed discontent. Even the pink elephant could no longer remain composed. Look how anxious you all are, while Beerus sits at ease. Hands behind his head, disdainful of these gods of destruction. Being eliminated only signifies your universe's inferiority. Look at ours. None have been eliminated. Such boastful declarations drove Katra and the pink elephant, Ramushi, to vein-riddled foreheads. Ha indeed, exclaimed Champa, hands on hips, proudly declaring. Our universe has yet to lose a single one. Just wait. Soon your sixth universe will be eliminated as well. Beerus had no desire to share the same sentiment as Champa. He snorted, coldly declaring, in the end, only our seventh universe will remain. Victory belongs to us. I scoff at you, you lanky feline with a long tail. The ultimate victory rightfully belongs to us of the sixth universe. Champa, unwilling to yield, retorted immediately. You fat cat, it seems you are courting disaster. Just wait until we meet on the arena, and witness how I shall defeat you. Oh, boasting is a talent anyone possesses. Do you think I would be intimidated by you? Amidst their exchange of insults, the distant figure of the elephant-like Rumsey could no longer resist interjecting. Victory will ultimately be ours, for the mightiest angel is Kess. Ha. One after another. They chimed in, with Wymide unable to contain a laugh. Chapter 93. Seeking food, he believed it beneath his dignity to bicker with this band of deities. Thus shifting his gaze toward the quietly snacking Soot. Makarita, do you truly intend to offer no assistance? Makarita sat aloof, casting a disinterested glance at Wymide without responding. Unperturbed, Wymide turned his attention to the serene Kess, who exuded an air of innocence reminiscent of a young girl. Though the eldest among angels, rumors suggested Kess possessed a somewhat foolish sweetness. Perhaps this could be to his advantage? In that fleeting moment of contemplation, the dynamics within the arena underwent a significant transformation. Broly and Bu, initially awaiting sustenance, were compelled to part ways due to a colossal energy wave that descended upon them. Frieza observed Frost, who had been diligently adhering to form while battling. With a glint in his eye, he beckoned the individual closer, his intentions unclear. Piccolo and Gohan, the father-son duo, faced off against the trio of werewolves from the ninth universe. Their coordination was commendable, although Gohan struggled in his normal state. Fortunately, he had the support of his father, Piccolo. Similarly, the sisters Kale and Caulifla exhibited comparable teamwork. Meanwhile, the solitary Krillin found himself targeted by Frost, who had been encouraged by Frieza. Hey, I hear your strength is rather pathetic, Frost remarked with a grin, suddenly emerging from around the corner and launching a swift kick towards Krillin. This unexpected strike sent Krillin hurtling toward the edge of the arena. Krillin, brother-in-law. Just as 17 had dispatched one opponent, he witnessed this unfolding scene. In gratitude for the earlier favor of neutralizing the bomb within him, 17 could not remain indifferent. At the critical moment when Krillin was about to be eliminated, He reached out and grasped Krillin's ankle, narrowly pulling him back. The moment that had originally played out with Krillin's defeat did not occur. What a skilled fighter. Noticing 17's gaze fixated on him, Frost promptly retreated. Utterly useless, Frieza remarked, arms crossed, standing in a corner of the rocks. Meanwhile, Goku, who had been pursuing Jiren, found himself either intercepted by Toppo or having chosen to confront him. In any case, Toppo and Goku faced each other, though Goku remained in his Super Saiyan form, likely conserving his strength, as his enthusiasm for the battle appeared subdued. Even so, he bore the brunt of the blows with a certain grimness. Vegeta continued his relentless assault, casting aside the majority of the inferior fighters from other universes. He had undoubtedly reached a moment of brilliance, with numerous destroyers glaring at him, their teeth clenched in frustration. Meanwhile, some famished Bu began his quest for culinary delights. Whenever he encountered someone, regardless of whether they were an adversary or not, he would extend his hand and demand food. Who, during this grand tournament, would bring provisions? It was utterly improbable that anyone would offer food to Bu. And growing irate from his fruitless requests, he transformed the unfortunate individual into candy. As the spectators eyed him with a mixture of anticipation and concern over his breach of tournament rules, Bu cast the candy aside into the arena, grumbling, "Mr. Satan said we can't eat. Oh, I'm so hungry." Observing Bu's relentless pursuit of his next potential meal, many onlookers were taken aback. Even the loquacious yellow-skinned rodent, Katra, could not contain his disdain as he shouted at Beerus, "Damn it, Beerus, are all the humans from your universe as ridiculous as this? Asking for food in the arena? What ails your universe, 7? I seek not the process, but the ultimate victory." Beerus, with a smug expression and arms crossed, reveled in his pride. Surt, eyeing Beerus with a sinister glint, suddenly spoke, "Beerus, what if I were to produce some food right now?" Before Surt could finish his sentence, Beerus lunged towards him, roaring, "Surt, if you dare to do that, I will." "You will what?" Surt retorted, grinning and digging into his ear with his pinky. After a long pause, Beerus, in a frustrated whisper, conceded, "I beg you." With a mischievous smile, Surt turned his attention back to the arena. Piccolo and Gohan are in danger. This shift in conversation instantly drew Beerus's focus. What? How despicable. The entire universe is conspiring against just the two of us? On the stage, the trio of werewolves from Universe 9, leading their compatriots, surrounded Piccolo and Gohan, leaving the duo overwhelmed and unable to collaborate effectively. Frost, having slipped away, encountered Frieza once more. "Brother, what a twist of fate to meet again." Frieza feigned surprise, beaming at Frost. "Your universe's fighters are impressive, several surpass even my strength." Frost replied with a smile, subtly implying something deeper. "Big brother, it must be quite taxing to rule the universe over there." "Oh, it's manageable." Frieza brushed it off, swiftly changing the subject. "I have a rather perfect plan. Would you care to hear about it?" "By all means. Collaborate with me. You shall handle the weaker adversaries, while I will take on the more formidable ones." As Frieza muttered to himself, he also hinted at possessing an even stronger form yet to be revealed. The more he listened, the more Frost's eyes narrowed to mere slits, exclaiming, "Brother, what a splendid idea." Subsequently, the two appeared to be in perfect harmony. Frost commenced his onslaught with unwavering vigor, eliminating yet another wave of competitors, including those from Universe 9, who had cornered Gohan and Piccolo. It would be an understatement to say there were only a few. Apart from the trio of werewolves, the rest were vanquished. "Oh, the prowess of Universe 6 is truly remarkable, brother. We should retreat for the time being," murmured Air Guzzi, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. This sentiment was met with unanimous agreement from the Guzzi and San Guzzi, prompting the trio to hastily retreat. Does that fellow possess some hidden strength? Many cast sidelong glances at Frost's explosive performance, incredulous that such output could be sustained until the end. Chapter 94. The rift between two real estate tycoons yet. They were disinclined to ponder further, as it was of no consequence to them. "Well done, my brother," applauded Frieza from the sidelines, his voice exaggeratedly enthusiastic. "I dare not take all the credit. I believe you are the truly formidable one." Frost sighed in relief and continued to smile. "Now, I shall leave the rest to you, as I am beginning to feel quite fatigued." "Of course," Frieza replied earnestly, striding towards Frost and whispering, there is something I must mention." As he spoke, he clenched his fist and struck heavily towards Frost's abdomen. Bang! Unsurprisingly, he missed. and Frieza looked on in astonishment at the now vanished Frost. I did not expect you to hold back, just like me. Huh, Mr. Sutter had forewarned me. Frost reappeared behind Frieza, delivering a kick aimed at him. You, my friend, are a more despicable rogue than even I. Swish. Given Frieza's considerable abilities, it was not so simple to land a hit. As his form became ethereal, Frost's kick met only air. Humph. Frost scoffed, turning to regard Frieza, who had materialized on a distant rocky outcrop. What a pity. Frieza lamented, yet his tone bore no trace of regret. Thus, the alliance between the two came to a complete dissolution. Who would have thought that Frieza harbored such ulterior motives? Beerus mused, having come to a realization. What a shame. We were so close to eliminating a rival from Universe 6. Now, it appeared that only Universes 6, 7, and 11 had yet to see any contestants eliminated, while the other universes had suffered losses to varying degrees. The most casualties were undoubtedly from Universe 9. The arena now held only the trio of werewolves. Every competitor sought to locate these three, eager to expel Universe 9 early. However, it seemed the trio had skillfully concealed themselves. After the crowd's fruitless search, they were compelled to confront a new adversary. The colossal arena echoed with the resounding booms of powerful energy blasts and ki waves. A howling whirlwind stirred up a cascade of dust and debris. Amidst the vibrant display of energies, numerous competitors were hurled off the stage like dumplings. A relentless barrage from the stronger fighters leading to the elimination of many less formidable opponents. Within a mere 3 minutes of the power tournament's commencement, no fewer than 20 to 30 contenders had already been ousted. Those remaining on the stage possessed not only genuine skill, but also undoubtedly harbored unspeakable techniques. Sutter, feeling utterly bored, discarded the increasingly thirst-inducing seeds and lit a cigarette for himself. He resigned himself to watching this tedious spectacle, knowing he had to endure it for another 28 minutes. Come on, can't you pay attention and give them a proper reminder? Champa chided Sutter, exuding exasperation. If we don't keep an eye on the time, we might get eliminated before our turn to fight. Listening to Champa's irritable remarks, Sutter silently exhaled a puff of smoke and chose to remain mute. Look, that Son Goku from Universe 7 is in trouble, remarked Margarita abruptly, diverting the attention of the gods of destruction, who had been preoccupied with their own contestants. Sutter, cigarette in mouth, turned his gaze toward a corner of the arena. He beheld a Super Saiyan Son Goku, who had been struggling against Taro, now beset by yet another foe. It was none other than the Purple Rabbit, a relative of Beerus, who had come to assist Taro. The prideful team member, Tispo, was flaunting his speed, darting around Son Goku while hurling contemptuous taunts. Come at me, you fool. As Tispo reveled in his superior speed, mocking Son Goku for his inability to catch up, he bragged, Is that all you've got? Tispo, don't underestimate him. Taro cautioned from the sidelines, his expression grave, as if poised to lend aid to Tispo at any moment. That guy has other transformations, and those forms are the strongest. Upon hearing Taro's warning, Tispo's forehead twitched with irritation, discontent with Son Goku's display of concealed strength. How dare he look down on us? My opponent is only the formidable Jiren. Son Goku's candid words struck Tispo like a profound humiliation. Enraged, Tispo accelerated his speed, evading Son Goku's punches and kicks effortlessly. Look at me, you imbecile. He jeered as Son Goku's fists met only his afterimages. You think you can save your strength for our elite, Jiren? You're a million years too early. Frustrated, Son Goku gritted his teeth and launched a swift punch at the elusive Tispo, only to find it regrettably connecting with nothing but air. However, Sun Wukong remained utterly unconcerned, swiftly unleashing a Kamehameha towards the elusive Tispo, who had appeared in another location. Alas, the energy wave struck nothing but air, as Tispo's true form had already maneuvered to Sun Wukong's side. With a resounding thud, a powerful kick sent the Super Saiyan Wukong flying. Tropo, the rest is up to you, Tispo called out as he landed. The camaraderie among the members of the Proud Warriors was extraordinary. Before Tispo could finish his sentence, Tropo had already swung his massive fist, appearing before the airborne Sun Wukong. With a tremendous impact, Wukong crossed his arms in a desperate attempt to defend himself against the crushing blow. Tropo's charged punch, imbued with unyielding strength, collided with Wukong's arm. A jolt coursed through Wukong's limbs, and he found himself plummeting uncontrollably towards the arena floor. With a thunderous crash, even the solid ground trembled under the might of Tropo's strike. You're finished, Sun Wukong, Tropo declared coldly, launching a relentless barrage of punches at Wukong. The fierce blows, imbued with overwhelming power, caused the arena beneath Wukong to gradually sink. Ugh! As debris flew, Wukong let out a pained cry, numbly enduring the onslaught of force. Damn it! My true opponent is not you, but Jiren, Wukong muttered, stealing a glance towards his adversary, Jiren, not far away. Yet, upon this gaze, his eyes widened in shock. For there, he beheld Hit, who had just been struck down by Jiren. Hit had lost to Jiren. Chapter 95. Do I need your instructions to act? No. This cannot be. Realizing this, Sun Wukong resolved to no longer hold back. In a battle where he had previously been cautious, it was evident that he would soon be overwhelmed by Tropo and thrown from the arena. With a mighty roar, Wukong finally ascended into his super blue form, unleashing a surge of energy that sent Tropo reeling. Jiren, you are the opponent I have chosen, he proclaimed, taking a decisive leap towards Jiren. However, before his fist could strike, Jiren unleashed a ki blast that sent Wukong flying once more. This spectacle left Beerus in utter astonishment. Meanwhile, Surt, with evident impatience, extinguished his cigarette underfoot and yawned. The confrontation between Wukong and Tropo mirrored the original narrative. How could it possibly hold any intrigue? They should hasten to bring him onto the stage. On the arena, seeing Wukong flung to the side, Hit exclaimed in disbelief, Sun Wukong? How can this be? He was vanquished in a single blow? Beerus, grinding his teeth, cast a sidelong glance at the distant Whis. Surt, taking another drag from his cigarette, casually explained. It's inevitable. Jiren's divine combat prowess is comparable to yours. Tenfold. Beerus exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. That cannot be. Surely, he cannot be capable of overpowering Super Blue with just one hand. I didn't refer to your usual strength, but rather the potential for greater divine energy. Sutter cast a sidelong glance at the arena, where Sun Wukong was struggling to find a worthy opponent. Who could be blamed for this? After all, it was Dog Wukong, and his nature was as such. Upon learning that Hit had already employed his time skip, yet still failed to match Jiren's prowess, Sun Wukong's excitement only intensified. He once again transformed into his Super Saiyan Blue form, charging towards Jiren like a tempest. However, every punch and kick he unleashed was effortlessly blocked by Jiren with a single hand. The disparity in strength left many gods of destruction in the audience awestruck. Wukong's assaults were utterly ineffective, and Beerus, gritting his teeth, felt an overwhelming urge to substitute for Sun Wukong himself. Kaioken. With a powerful surge of energy emanating from his hands, Sun Wukong unleashed an attack aimed at the towering Jiren. As a sudden explosion echoed, thick clouds of smoke enveloped the arena. Without allowing Sun Wukong a moment's respite, Jiren emerged from the haze and struck him with a single punch, sending him flying. Sun Wukong, however, was not one to easily concede defeat. He charged at Jiren once more, only to be ruthlessly knocked back again. This cycle continued until he found himself perilously close to the edge of the arena. Goodness, I'm about to fall, Beerus exclaimed, wide-eyed as he observed Sun Wukong teetering on the brink. Champa, meanwhile, began to revel in the notion of impending disaster, urging, hurry, fall already. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Champa? Whis quietly interjected, sensing Beerus's murderous glare directed at him. Humph, have I done anything wrong? Champa retorted dismissively, casting his gaze back towards the arena in anticipation of his prayers being answered. But in the very next moment, just as Sun Wukong was about to be knocked out of the ring by Jiren, Hit unexpectedly delivered a kick that sent Jiren flying, allowing Sun Wukong to return to the arena. Ha! Beerus, relieved, laughed heartily, teasing the bewildered Champa. Fat cat, I truly appreciate your prayers. I am quite pleased with this outcome. Damn you. Champa roared at the arena, utterly perplexed by Hit's interference. What are you doing, Hit? Just let Universe 7 fall. Why are you saving them? Yet, Hit paid no heed to the commotion. He glanced at Sun Wukong, a faint smile gracing his lips. Wukong, I initially believed that only Sutter could counter my time skip, but I never anticipated that when you placed a bounty on my head, you would also breach my time skip. It was then that I realized I could not rely solely on special abilities. As he spoke, Hit discarded his cloak onto the ground and, with a swift exhalation, charged towards Jiren without a backward glance. True strength comes from the training of the body, does it not? Witnessing Hit's assault, which compelled Jiren to use both hands, left not only Sun Wukong astonished, but also compelled the gods of destruction in the audience to re-evaluate Hit from Universe 6. Oh my! Had I not witnessed Sutter and Hit battling together, I would have thought Hit was an entirely different person, with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Champa gazed intently at the arena. Could Hit possibly emerge victorious? Yet, without needing Sut to provide an answer, Champa had already foreseen the outcome. Hit's hands were swiftly ensnared by Jiren, and in an instant, he was sent flying with a powerful kick. The impact left Champa in shock, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He muttered under his breath, "It seems he cannot win." His gaze shifted towards Sut, urging, "When it's time to take the stage, Sut, do your utmost to eliminate that fellow from Universe 11. Sut cast a sidelong glance at Idis, who sat in the back, and coolly retorted, "Do I require your instructions to carry out my tasks?" Idis, unfazed, chuckled awkwardly and fell silent, feeling somewhat intimidated by Sut's demeanor. On the arena, the fallen Hit rose once more, joining forces with Sun Wukong to face the impassive Jiren. The ferocity of their assault created a shockwave, causing the surrounding air to implode. Gales erupted, forming a vacuum near the edge of the stage, prompting many competitors to retreat. "We can't provoke them. Better to keep our distance." Observing the chaotic skirmish, Whis chuckled. Who would have thought these two would team up? Indeed, but it mattered little to Beerus, who grumbled impatiently, eager for Wukong and Hit to swiftly eliminate Jiren and secure a victory. "They stand no chance," Sut remarked, igniting a cigarette with a flicker of flame between his thumb and forefinger. "How formidable is that guy?" Beerus widened his eyes, turning to Sut. However, Champa remained unperturbed, arms crossed with a confident smile. "Fear not. Hit has yet to unleash his ultimate technique." Sun Wukong, surprised, turned to the mumbling Hit and inquired, "What? Which technique?" Hit briefly explained, "To defeat Sut, I have been diligently honing my skills. This technique can only be utilized once. If you cooperate with me, we can surely knock him out of the arena." Wait. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's demeanor shifted as he reverted from his ultra-blue form. Addressing the bewildered Hit, "If we're teaming up, I'll pass. I prefer to defeat Jiren using my own strength." Taken aback by this confident declaration, Hit couldn't help but ask, "Are you holding back other powers?" "This is already my full strength." Sun Wukong scratched his cheek, adding, "However, I feel I am on the brink of breaking through to a new level." "Do you intend to achieve a breakthrough in battle?" The spectators observed with varied expressions. Some were wary, while others scoffed. "Do you truly believe that's possible?" Champa inquired, glancing back at Sut. Sut flicked away the ash from his cigarette, nonchalantly responding, "You ask me? Who am I to question anyone?" On the other side, as he listened to Beerus's identical inquiry, Whis chuckled softly, noting the possibility, albeit with a hint of danger. "My word, must we engage in such perilous endeavors during a competition?" Beerus, in no mood to entertain such an answer, clenched his fists in frustration and exclaimed, "Damn it, Goku, curb that Saiyan recklessness and team up with Hit." "Apologies, Lord Beerus, but I have my own plans." Goku waved his hand dismissively and stepped back, allowing Hit to take the stage. "Well then, I shall not hold back." Hit, undeterred by Goku's dissent, clenched his fists and prepared to unleash his formidable power. "Wait, Hit, now is not the time for you to exert your full strength." Sudden urgency punctuated Surt's voice as he stood, narrowing his eyes towards Hit. "What?" An enraged Hit found his momentum interrupted by Surt's words. Casting a puzzled glance toward the observation platform, "Follow the plan. Do not fall into traps easily." With that, Surt returned to his seat without further elaboration. If Hit faced Jiren alone at this moment, he would undoubtedly be eliminated. The tournament had barely commenced, and there was no need to take unnecessary risks. "Did you catch a glimpse of something?" Champa, still hopeful for Hit's powerful strike, could not help but inquire, noticing Surt's intervention. If Hit employed his usual tactics, he would gradually force Jiren to the edge of the arena, seeking an opportunity to knock him out. Observing Champa's naive anticipation, Idis could not resist positing a hypothetical. But what if, under such circumstances, Jiren were to conceal his true capabilities? This thought plagued Champa's mind, and soon he broke into a cold sweat. Oh dear, that would be akin to losing more than one gains. Beerus, feeling the weight of apprehension, bellowed towards Goku on the arena. "Goku, it appears your wit remains sharp. Retreat at once from that bald-eyed giant." Bald-eyed giant. Goku, bewildered, glanced at Jiren and suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. "Humph. It seems the real spectacle awaits its cue for the finale. With a stern expression, Hit retrieved his discarded purple robe and vanished before Jiren in an instant. He had indeed heard Idas's remarks. If that were the case, would he not have been eliminated long ago? What a farce. The mightiest of Universe 6 would not be the first to be ousted. As Hit departed, Goku also made an exit, and Jiren cast a glance at Surt before moving on to other pursuits. The commotion appeared to settle, yet fresh skirmishes ignited elsewhere. For instance, Frieza, wandering aimlessly, stumbled upon a concealed cave. Intrigued, he ventured inside. What he discovered left him pleasantly astonished. Ah, are these not the three little pups that eluded so many before? Upon hearing Frieza's teasing remarks, the trio of werewolves were taken aback at the sight of their visitor. Do not fear. This fellow's prowess is rather modest. Belgamo, the elder brother, has expertly assessed the strengths of both sides and reassured the remaining two companions. Indeed, the second brother, Lavanda, nodded slightly, keeping a vigilant watch on Frieza. Listening to the words of the first and second dogs, the third, Bazel, felt a resurgence of confidence. Allow me, the formidable Bazel, to resolve this matter. As he launched a fierce kick, Frieza smirked and transformed into his golden form in an instant. Do you think my power is merely superficial? With that, he reached out and seized Bazel by the ankle, hurling him toward the wall. The immense force propelled Bazel through the cave, sending him crashing onto the arena outside. Elder brother. Sensing the dire situation, the second dog exchanged a knowing glance with the first, and together they unleashed a powerful energy wave toward Golden Frieza. Amidst the cave's collapse, the two dogs leapt onto the rubble and made their way outside. Bazel, where are you? The first dog called out, seeking to gather their group and find a safe haven. Cough, cough. Here. The third dog, disheveled and gasping, emerged from the debris. Are you all right? The second dog hurried over to support him. Just as the three were about to flee, Frieza stood on a nearby rock, a cunning smile playing on his lips. Oh, where do you think you are going? Infuriated, the first dog urged the others to escape while he stood his ground. Before the second and third dogs could take more than a few steps, the first was already pinned beneath Frieza's foot. His strength barely surpassed Super Saiyan 2, Goku, and was insufficient to withstand even Buu's might. How could he possibly contend with Golden Frieza? Allow me some amusement. Frieza raised his hands high, a mocking grin upon his face. Countless death energy blasts erupted from his palms, hurtling toward the three hapless dogs. How could they withstand such a torrential onslaught? They were swiftly reduced to a pitiful state. As the two smaller dogs were sent flying off the stage by twin beams of death, Frieza whimsically remarked, "Are they truly so fragile? I've barely begun." What? Observing the eliminated competitors on the viewing platform, the short, bearded figure from Universe 9 widened his eyes in disbelief. Aren't you supposed to be hiding? How could you be found? Chapter 97. None left. Universe 9 annihilated. It's over. Only one remains. The Kaioshin of Universe 9 was filled with dread. His former arrogance vanished. The elder wolf, Belgamo, trembled, casting glances between his two canine brothers on the viewing platform and the relentless Frieza. He pleaded, "Please, don't kick me off the stage. I am the last remaining from Universe 9. Oh, is that so? Frieza, hearing this, smiled slyly and indeed retracted his finger, glowing with death energy. Thank you, thank you. The first dog exclaimed, filled with relief. Before he could rise, Frieza had already lifted his foot and kicked him off the arena. How foolish to beg for mercy from the malevolent ruler of the universe. Ha ha. As the last formidable beast appeared, the short, bearded man widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Is it true? All of our fighters have been eliminated." With his terrified shout, the spectators turned their heads in unison. Cold sweat trickled down the forehead of the yellow-skinned mouse, Katra, as he struggled to utter, "All the contestants from Universe 9 have been eliminated." Although the other gods of destruction remained silent, fear was evident on their faces. Are we to be erased? Universe 9 has fallen. The Omni King, munching on chips, looked up in astonishment at the viewing platform. The future Omni King, with a lollipop in his mouth, tilted his head and said, "Then, they shall be erased, right?" "Indeed," replied the Grand Priest, his hands clasped behind his back, as he shifted his gaze from the arena. "With all contestants from Universe 9 eliminated, I hereby announce the dissolution of Universe 9. With this authoritative proclamation, the tiny hands of the two Omni Kings rose high. The combatants still engaged in battle halted their attacks in unison, gazing in shock at the two diminutive Omni Kings seated above. The small blue hands formed into fists. The individuals from Universe 9, their expressions filled with horror, vanished from sight all at once. What was once a sizable team of over a dozen was reduced to Mojito, sitting alone in desolation. Having been erased, Mojito sighed deeply, his face a canvas of complex emotions. He had never thought highly of the capricious Sidra or the cunning, arrogant Lord, yet witnessing their disappearance before his eyes left him disheartened. Perhaps he should request the Grand Priest to elevate that fellow Surt to serve as a god of destruction? However, with the universe gone, would the Grand Priest even comply? They had vanished, including the gods of destruction and the Kaiashins, leaving only an angel behind. The crowd was appalled, and silence enveloped the viewing platform, as even the fighters on the arena ceased their combat. Moreover, their very universe had been obliterated. Whis and Ides glanced at the magical stone atop the scepter, delivering another heavy blow to the spectators. Ladies and gentlemen, once all contestants are eliminated, there is no need for the gods of destruction and angels to intervene. The Grand Priest added coldly, urging, "Let us proceed swiftly, for time is fleeting." The massive pillar in the center of the arena seemed to respond to his words. Descending further, "This is truly remarkable." Katra, the yellow-skinned mouse, could not contain himself and stood up, shouting, "Universe 4, you must not lose." Even the unscathed Champa and Beerus were calling out in a frenzy, "Come on, Universe 6. Do not be eliminated, Universe 7." Listening to the shouts echoing in the distance, the deities of destruction seated together, numbers 1, 5, 8, and 12, wore expressions of pale dread. In the mere span of 5 minutes, an entire universe had been eradicated. Indeed, it was a fortuitous decision not to partake in this tournament of power. The survivors among them lamented their narrow escape, conjecturing who might ultimately emerge victorious. "What did you say? The second in command of Universe 7? Upon hearing Torpo's remarks regarding Son Goku and Hit, who fled before the might of Jiren, Vegeta's fury ignited. His ire stemmed not from Goku's retreat, but from Torpo's implication that he was merely second best. As the prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta seethed with indignation, pointing at himself with a raised thumb, exclaiming, "As noble as I am the foremost of Universe 7. No, I am the strongest in the entire universe." Suddenly, a surge of azure energy erupted from him, stirring the winds around him with an air of menace. Clenching his fists, Vegeta charged at Torpo and Dispo. "I shall vanquish you, so you can witness the might of Prince Vegeta." Could this fellow also transform into blue? Dispo pondered momentarily before Vegeta closed in, sending him flying with a powerful slap. Bang! Gazing at the airborne Dispo, Torpo was taken aback, hastily crossing his arms to deflect Vegeta's sweeping kick. Oh, did he manage to block it? Vegeta smirked, and under Torpo's astonished gaze, he unleashed another kick. Bang! 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 With an unrelenting barrage of kicks. Torpo felt his hands growing numb, his footing faltering under the relentless assault. Ultimately, as Vegeta intensified his onslaught, Torpo could no longer withstand the assault and was sent sprawling to the ground. "Humph, old white beard, care to tell me who is stronger, me or Kakarot?" Facing Vegeta's inquiry, Torpo, beads of cold sweat on his forehead, rose from the ground and replied honestly, "Your displayed power is indeed greater than Son Goku's. However, it is still insufficient to contend with us." "What a stubborn fellow. Then let us engage in battle and see." Vegeta scoffed, swinging his iron fist toward Torpo once more. Bang! 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 Observing Vegeta's ferocious advance, Torpo's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he quickly concentrated his energy. "Torpo, I will assist you." Dispo, though apprehensive, stepped forward to support his teammate. Yet, he was swiftly sent flying by a single punch from Vegeta. At a glance, the skirmish appeared to favor Vegeta. Yet should he continue this relentless offensive, it would be unsustainable in the long run. Sut, disinterested, shifted his focus to Broly. TSK. Upon noticing him, Sut's face contorted in disdain. Broly, raised by Paragus on planet Vegeta for decades, had developed a rather simplistic mindset. Faced with the lackluster fighters from Universe 10, he managed to send them flying without a single strike. Even in his normal state, he struggled to handle the situation with any semblance of grace. Chapter 98. Broly is about to go berserk. Hey, Broly, if you fear losing control of your faculties, at the very least, transform into your great ape form. Lord Beerus exclaimed, nearly pounding the ground in frustration, weeping inconsolably. "What about that fierce punch you delivered to Goku?" and that kick to Vegeta. Perhaps you could provoke Broly a bit, Lord Beerus, Whis kindly suggested, observing Beerus's exasperation. Such as? Cert inquired curiously, taking a drag from his cigarette and glancing at Whis. For instance, Whis said with a mischievous grin, calling out to Broly on the arena, if you do not defeat them, Lord Beerus shall resurrect your father. Upon hearing this, Broly's attention was immediately captured. He found himself receiving a flurry of punches and kicks from a lackluster opponent from Universe 10. Upon resurrection, he will be slain before your very eyes and his bones ground to dust. What? Broly, currently on the ground, stared incredulously at Beerus in the viewing area. Was Beerus not a benevolent being? How could he harbor such thoughts? Haha. Broly was enraged, and in his simplicity, he failed to realize this was merely a jest from Whis. The power of the great ape surged within him, his muscles swelled, his eyes turned golden, and an ethereal green aura enveloped him. Following this, a tempest of rage and uncontrollable energy erupted. Boom, boom, boom. Broly resembled a rampaging humanoid machine, sending the surrounding weaklings flying as he began to rampage across the arena. Beerus felt no joy at this turn of events, and with a hint of concern, he turned to Whis and asked, by provoking him like this, do you think Broly might recklessly leap off the stage to confront me? Not to worry. If he were to make his way towards you, Lord Beerus, it would mean he has already eliminated numerous competitors from other universes. Whis replied nonchalantly, a smile gracing his face. In this calculation, exchanging the elimination of several universe competitors for Broly's singular defeat seemed a favorable trade, did it not? Listening to Whis, Beerus furrowed his brow, sensing he might have been led astray by Whis's nonchalance. Yet, he found himself unable to pinpoint any concrete evidence at the moment. That fellow gazing at Broly's somewhat familiar transformation, he cast a sidelong glance at Kale on the opposite side of the arena. This individual was also among those he disliked, possessing a transformation ability as formidable as Broly's, yet here she was, cowering behind Caulifla. TSK. While several universes had yet to witness any eliminated contestants, the gap was nevertheless widening. The Grand Priest, hands clasped behind his back, glanced upward at the cosmic rankings, a silent smile playing on his lips. Universe 7 undoubtedly imposed the greatest pressure on the others, yet only a little over 5 minutes had passed, and Cert, representing Universe 6, had yet to take the stage. Anything could happen. On the arena, a pulsating green light surged, capturing the attention of many spectators. How did this fellow suddenly become so formidable? The contestant from Universe 10, the monk-like Muley Chimu, was effortlessly sent flying out of the ring by Broly's powerful punch. He found himself seated among the onlookers, his face etched with disbelief. Just moments ago, Broly had been utterly suppressed, left without a chance to retaliate. With a furious roar, another warrior from the same universe, Jilk, followed in his companion's footsteps. As Jilk was sent hurtling from the ring, Broly's fierce gaze shifted toward the distant figure of Piccolo. What is happening with you? Piccolo retorted, furrowing his brow as he narrowly dodged Broly's fist. Yet Broly had no intention of listening. In his frenzied state, he instinctively regarded everyone before him as adversaries obstructing his path to Beerus. Ignoring Piccolo, Broly responded with nothing but his massive iron fist. In an unexpected turn, Piccolo was struck and sent flying. Observing Piccolo carve a deep trench across the arena floor, Gohan rushed to his side, shielding him and glaring fiercely at Broly. Broly, are we not allies? Noticing this scene, Android 17 quickly approached Gohan and Piccolo, squinting as he pointed at Broly. No, look closely. He seems to have entered a berserk state, devoid of reason. What? A disheveled Piccolo stared in shock at Broly. Are you implying that Broly is attacking indiscriminately? Gohan's face mirrored his astonishment. Yet soon, he recalled the Saiyan transformation into a great ape, which bore similarities. However, Broly was not in his monstrous form. How could he lose his sanity? Get away from me, Broly bellowed, hurling a contestant who had attempted to ambush him from behind out of the ring. A flicker of rationality remained, urging him to dispose of these nuisances, ensuring they would no longer be an obstacle. In the blink of an eye, the contestants who had been besieging Piccolo and Gohan were also regarded as hindrances and tossed out of the arena one by one. Instantly, the remaining contestants from Universe 10 were eliminated. Wabuni and others have been disqualified. With the Grand Priest's announcement, it was swift. As the contestants descended the steps, the expression on the face of the elephantine Ramsey was one of astonishment and shock. What? A rogue contestant from Universe 7 has managed to eliminate all of his universe's participants in mere seconds. Damn it. Why did you all cluster together to surround those two? Couldn't you have spread out a bit? Hearing Ramsey's tirade, several contestants bowed their heads in silence. They too were perplexed. They merely aimed to eliminate the weaker contestants from Universe 7, yet it was they who ended up being ousted. Alas, our universe has been entirely eliminated. After counting the numbers, the Supreme Kai, Guas, turned pale. Kess, too, wore an expression of surprise as she gazed longingly at Ramses. What is happening? Upon hearing the exclamations from the deity of Universe 10, many spectators turned their attention toward the source. How infuriating! What is the situation in Universe 7? One after another, they have suddenly emerged as dark horses. The yellow-skinned creature, Katra, clutched his head in terror and shouted. Chapter 99. The Elimination of Universe 10, Krillin stunned. Are you blind? The Egyptian goddess, Hellas, scoffed, pointing at Broly, who was still rampaging on the stage. At most, he is merely a green horse. No, that is not the pressing issue at hand. It is far from the crux of the matter. Vegeta narrowed her eyes slightly and turned to the Grand Minister. Following the elimination of Universe 9, all contestants from Universe 10 have also been disqualified. As Vegeta's words fell, many gods of destruction held their breath, refraining from uttering a sound. I. Kess stuttered, trembling in fear, her words faltering. Farewell, Lord Ramses. Wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, Kess managed to choke out those final words. It is all my fault. I have failed to fulfill my duties properly, hindering the enhancement of our universe's overall strength. Guas sighed in resignation, his face etched with self-reproach. Even Zamasu, previously, faced repercussions for his inability to discern character and his misguided teachings. Enough, Lord Guas. Ramses took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. We cannot allow ourselves to be overwhelmed. At the very least, let us depart with dignity, shall we? In moments like this, assigning blame serves no purpose. The Omni King also took note of the multitude of contestants from Universe 10 on the viewing platform, excitedly raising his right hand, proclaiming, all have been eliminated. Yes, indeed. I see it. That entire section in the sky has dimmed. As the voice of the future Omni King echoed, the Grand Minister announced that all contestants from Universe 10 had been eliminated, losing their qualification to compete. Aside from the Angel Kess, all were obliterated. The faces of those from Universe 10 were filled with despair as they swiftly vanished under the erasure of the two Omni Kings. Another universe has been wiped from existence. Vegeta observed the complete disappearance of Universe 10's participants, and a hint of tension appeared on her previously confident visage. The heavy atmosphere began to permeate the viewing platform, and even the atmosphere on the arena thickened. In less than 10 minutes, two universes had already been erased. Idis sighed, once more directing his gaze to the arena, scrutinizing the situation of the contestants from Universe 6. Though their circumstances were not dire, they remained stable. Currently, no one was in danger of being forced off the stage. Essentially, they were all positioned toward the center of the arena. The distance between them was not great, allowing them to assist one another effectively. As Idis basked in his satisfaction, a sudden exclamation from one corner of the arena drew his gaze. What was that? Champa, perplexed, tilted his head to follow Idis's line of sight. Soot remained unperturbed, even kindly advising, I suggest you refrain from focusing too much on the contestants from Universe 2. Why? Xiangpa's curiosity heightened upon hearing Soot's counsel. Not far from the edge of the arena stood a young girl with charming, shoulder-length green hair, her finger raised in indignation. Her expression bore a mix of shyness and fury as she confronted Krillin, who was perplexed, while questioning the imprisoned 18. What did you say? Repeat that. Without hesitation, Krillin boldly declared, I am 18's husband. We are married. What? Is that true? The lovely oval face of the girl, Briandisha, reflected disbelief. The beautiful purple-haired girl, Suros, echoed her anger, exclaiming, how could such a stunning individual be with such an unattractive man? Alongside them, the brown-haired beauty Senkako, though silent, mirrored their sentiments. Seeing the three girls display such disdain and ire, Krillin's frustration boiled over, and he shouted, what do you mean by that? Why do so many people think he is merely a flower atop a pile of dung? Yes, he may be shorter and his nose less pronounced, but he treats 18 well and bears family responsibilities. Unlike Sun Wukong, who neglects his family, or Vegeta, who, despite his wealth, lives off others' efforts. He works diligently to care for his little family, and their happiness is what matters. Why do outsiders always believe he is unworthy of 18? No, I mean, how could such an unattractive woman possibly deserve a handsome man like you? Briandisha exclaimed, her face filled with shock, as if she had seen a ghost. Senkaku nodded, shyly glancing at Krillin, and added, yes, don't you think it's a pity? A handsome man like you, with a beautifully smooth head, looks even more striking without the contrast of a nose, creating an utterly simplistic visage. Krillin and the restrained 18 exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the words of Senkaku and Briandisha. What had become of the world? Had the standards of beauty among people diverged to such an extent? How could such an impeccable man possibly be the husband of such an unattractive woman? I refuse to believe it. Suros, watching Krillin rush forward to rescue 18, grew increasingly irate and shouted in exasperation. Hearing her outburst, Whis' gaze shifted, his expression one of astonishment. Wait, they see Krillin as handsome? Just like that? What kind of aesthetic is prevalent in Universe 2? In astonishment, Beerus crossed his arms and gazed at the Egyptian goddess Hellas, inquiring, if your universe's standards of beauty differ so vastly, does your self-proclamation as a beauty render you a grotesque figure in the second universe? Nonsense. Aside from the peculiar aesthetic of the planet inhabited by Briandisha and her companions, the taste of humanity across other worlds is quite ordinary. Hellas shot a sidelong glance at the loquacious Beerus, unable to suppress a disdainful spittle. How unfortunate. Had I known, I would have refrained from inviting them. She dismissed the matter, asserting that appearances bore no relation to strength, nor did they pertain to the contest at hand. Victory was all that mattered. Disregarding the two young maidens who had momentarily restrained her, number 18 shrugged off their grasp and addressed Krillin with a wave of her arms. Krillin, let's do this for our fortune. Still dazed, Krillin instinctively nodded in response to number 18's words. How could strength possibly be unrelated? Senkaku retorted passionately. Indeed, on our planet, beauty equates to power. The epitome of beauty signifies the pinnacle of strength. Suros echoed, as the trio of enchanting maidens united. They ascended to the summit of the rocky outcrop, striking an elegant pose, and collectively proclaimed, behold the allure of natural beauty, and witness our might. As the three maidens chanted their transformation incantations, they became enveloped in pink, heart-shaped bubbles, emerging in entirely new forms. Briandisha transformed into an exceedingly rotund figure, self-identifying as the Pink Warrior. Suros, clad in purple, morphed into a character adorned with an eccentric purple hat. Meanwhile, Senkaku became the only one among the trio to maintain a semblance of attractiveness, transforming into a blue-haired cat girl named Kakunsa. As the radiant pink bubbles dissipated, several gods of destruction and angels who had been focused on the scene averted their gazes in distaste. What an abhorrent transformation, Idus exclaimed, quickly diverting his eyes toward the supreme Kai Fuwang. This green rotundity is certainly more appealing than that of the female from the second universe. Transformed, have we? Quite nauseating, isn't it? Sut hastily lowered his head to light a cigarette. It's truly an assault on the eyes. I'm fortunate to have looked away in time. Indeed, it was somewhat repugnant, so grotesque that one could hardly bear to look. Champa, educated by Bardos on weight loss for 200 million years, hastily covered his eyes. If I survive this moment, I shall commence my diet immediately. Is it truly that exaggerated? Beerus inquired, bewildered by the reactions around him, scratching his cheek. I find it rather acceptable. There is a certain charm to it. Well, Lord Beerus, do you have such a peculiar taste? Whis smiled, eyes closed, as he noted Beerus's comment. However, I would advise merely observing. From there, Beerus took on the role of commentator, narrating the battle's developments on the stage. The large female figure released a colossal heart, enveloping number 18 within its embrace. Klin, in a fit of urgency, unleashed a powerful energy wave directed towards Buribuan. The plump female fighter formed a heart gesture, releasing a captivating pink beam, presumably another energy wave. Both Klin and Android 18 found themselves ensnared, trapped by the multitude of heart-shaped energy orbs emitted by the hefty woman. Are they confined by those energy orbs? Weiss inquired, furrowing his brow, perplexed, addressing the rather unprofessional commentary from Beerus. Not quite. It seems that the explosion of those orbs produces a bizarre scent, Beerus mused, arms crossed, contemplating his explanation. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, the battle on the stage took an unexpected turn. The slightly overweight girl transformed into a spherical form and charged towards Clin and Android 18. Oh no, 18 has been knocked to the edge of the arena. She is about to be struck by that heart-shaped energy wave. What? The Supreme Kai, Shin, upon hearing this, disregarded any notions of decorum and quickly opened his eyes to observe. Just as 18 was on the verge of being hit and falling out of the arena, 17 arrived just in time. He kicked away the energy orb and pulled the plummeting 18 back to safety. Are you alright, 18? I'm fine. These opponents are somewhat troublesome, 18 replied, shaking her head slightly and offering a reassuring glance to Clin. Let us tackle them together. Let us each take one, 17 suggested, casting a glance at both 18 and Clin. All right. Just as the three of them assumed their stances, preparing for one-on-one duels, a sudden surge of a blue liquid, reminiscent of a wall, erupted behind Buribuin and her companions. Haha. A maniacal laughter echoed as the blue liquid surged forward, threatening to envelop Buribuin and her two allies. What? The trio of Buribuin appeared momentarily dazed by the abrupt appearance of the liquid. Before they could evade, they found themselves bound and suppressed against the ground by the encroaching substance. Roji, feeling the sticky substance clinging to her limbs, exclaimed, "What is this ghastly thing? It's so slimy and disgusting. I can barely move." With each delicate whimper, Clin inexplicably shivered, turning to Android 18 and 17 to propose. "Perhaps we should take this opportunity to leave. I have no desire to touch or confront such a repugnant liquid." Unfortunately, before the trio could make their escape, Buribuin, utilizing her ability to enlarge her physique, had already broken free from the confines of the blue liquid that had partially restrained her. How dare they commit such a rude act against such stunningly beautiful ladies? Once liberated, the colossal Buribuin bellowed in fury and launched an attack against the blue liquid. Fist of Love. A fist of unimaginable size hurtled towards the liquid. The peculiar blue substance was propelled upward by the tremendous force, splattering into the air and gradually coalescing into a humanoid form, none other than the modified warrior from Universe 3, Magikeo. Upon enlarging, he was momentarily taken aback by the towering figure of Buribuin. Without waiting for him to act, a sudden wave of energy struck, sending him soaring out of the arena. What was happening? Clins and his companions immediately adopted a defensive stance back to back. Even Buribuin quickly scanned the surroundings, searching for the assailant. Who could it be? Why was there no sign of them? Kakwansha and Roji cautiously approached each other, yet before they could unite, invisible blows sent them crashing towards the edge of the arena. Kakwansha, Roji, as they teetered on the brink of elimination, Buribuin felt a surge of urgency. She sprinted forward, her enormous footsteps resonating loudly. Amidst the chaos, it was unclear whether she had tripped over her own feet or had been ensnared by some unseen force. She stumbled to the ground, inadvertently propelling Kakwansha and Roji entirely off the arena, where they fell with a thud, accompanied by two piercing screams. Buribuin's form was also swiftly pushed toward the arena's edge by an unseen power. What on earth was going on? Number 18 looked around frantically, yet found nothing. Clins narrowed his eyes and stated solemnly, "It must be an invisible opponent. I can sense their energy." Just as he spoke, Buribuin's massive figure was completely thrust to the arena's edge, and she too fell. This is infuriating. The three women, who had been inexplicably eliminated so quickly, were filled with rage. Seeing Haile's furious demeanor, Quaitra let out a cackle reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Chapter 101. The yellow-furred rodent's secret weapon is gone. This is our Universe 4's ultimate technique. An invisible fighter, huh? How despicable, Quaitra? Beerus clenched his fists in anger, his voice booming at the yellow-furred rodent. Humph. The rules of the tournament never stated that unique fighters could not participate. Quaitra took no offense, smiling as he posed a question. Against such an unseen foe, what can you possibly do? Ha! An invisible fighter, you say? Pseudo remarked, taking a drag from his cigarette. Turning his gaze to Clins. Damn it, do they have more of those wretched fighters over there? Champa felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he assessed the safety of his team. At that moment, he noticed Sanal and Pabina, two Namekians, being kicked out of the arena by the ever-hungry Bu. Humph, none of you brought food onto the arena? Don't you realize you'll get hungry after a while? Bu rubbed his growling stomach and ambled toward another commotion. Seeing the two Namekians at the base of the arena, Champa was nearly driven to madness. What on earth is wrong with you two? Even when teaming up, you can't defeat a single weakling from Universe 7. Humph, while our universe may not boast high intelligence, our strength is formidable. Hearing Champa's outburst, Beerus proclaimed with conviction, "The ultimate victor of this tournament will surely be us." No sooner had he spoken than he was met with a humiliating spectacle. Below him on the steps appeared number 18, freshly eliminated. "What the hell?" Clint remarked that it was the Invisible Man, and I inadvertently fell victim to an attack, tumbling out of the arena. Number 18 wore a somewhat complex expression as he redirected his gaze back to the stage. There, Clint and number 17 stood back to back, resolutely on guard, seeking to uncover the whereabouts of the elusive figure. "Can you sense it?" Number 17, typically reliant on his keen eyesight, found himself unable to perform, thus heightening his vigilance to the utmost. With his eyes closed, Clint focused intently on the swirling currents of air around him, swiftly identifying the target and unleashing a powerful energy wave. The blast struck the Invisible Man with pinpoint accuracy, while number 17 launched a swift kick, synchronously sending the steaming figure out of the arena. Just as the yellow-skinned creature Katra had finished laughing, he attempted to boast, saying, "Humph, ours is." But as he opened his mouth, a voice emerged from the empty void below. "My apologies, Lord Katra. Gamasalas, when were you eliminated?" Gamasalas replied with a hint of grievance, having been ousted just a moment prior. Upon recognizing Gamasalas's voice, Quitra's mouth, which had just begun to form words, fell silent. Clint on the arena wiped the cold sweat from his brow, exhaling a sigh of relief. That was a close call. It's unfortunate that number 18 was eliminated. Yet, before he could finish his thought, his guard lowered inexplicably, and he too was struck, being sent flying out of the arena. The individuals from Universe 7 fell into a stunned silence as they beheld Clint's appearance on the steps. Wasn't the Invisible Man dealt with? Why were you also eliminated without explanation? Beerus's forehead throbbed with veins, his fury boiling over as he roared. Katra crossed his arms, a renewed confidence lighting up his face, and he replied, "Humph, that is because our universe possesses another ace up its sleeve." Number 17, what is going on? Nearby, Piccolo and Gohan had noticed the commotion and rushed over. "I'm not sure. It feels like there might be another invisible contender around," number 17 said, scanning the surroundings with heightened alertness. Previously, an invisible foe ambushed number 18, but Clint resolved the issue. However, Clint was also ambushed. "It appears their universe has more than one invisible fighter. Is that so?" Piccolo responded, quickly positioning himself back to back with Gohan in a defensive stance. When it comes to sensing shifts in energy, Piccolo was even more adept than Clint. Unfortunately, due to a misinterpretation, number 17 led Piccolo astray, causing him to follow in Clint's footsteps. Bewildered, Piccolo was ruthlessly eliminated, leaving him in a state of confusion as he sat on the spectator steps. How could this be? They were clearly right behind me. As the narrative unfolded, it seemed to revert to its previous course, under Gohan's reminder. Number 17 had been pushed back to the edge of the arena. The three combatants engaged nearby also took note of this strange scene. "What is happening? Why are you all standing there in a daze?" The newcomer was none other than Goku from the storyline. Instead, it was the Ultra Blue Vegeta and Topo, along with the ever-ready assist from Dispo. With an invisible foe lurking, our universe had already suffered the elimination of 3 contestants. Number 17 clenched his fists in anger, gritting his teeth. "What?" Vegeta exclaimed, taken aback by the revelation. "Topo, let's withdraw." Dispo, with his long ears scanning the surroundings, whispered to Topo, "I have a feeling that there's something unclear lurking nearby." "All right." Topo, uninterested in prolonging the confrontation with Vegeta, nodded in agreement. As these two departed, Vegeta, under the brief exchange between number 17 and Gohan, began to comprehend the situation. An unseen enemy? Unlike the previous invisible opponent? I cannot sense any energy. I entrust this to you and Gohan. Number 17 nodded, relinquishing authority to the two Saiyans. Wait. Upon hearing number 17's statement, Gohan confidently inquired, "Uncle Piccolo wouldn't misinterpret. Is it possible the enemy isn't invisible?" "Humph, they've already been eliminated, so what nonsense are you spouting?" Vegeta coldly retorted. "Could perception be flawed? I distinctly feel other energies in the vicinity." "You possess such ability to sense others' energies?" Number 17 looked over with surprise and a hint of envy. "Don't you? How do you typically track your opponents?" Vegeta furrowed his brow and turned to number 17. "By using my eyes. What else could I rely on?" Hearing this, Gohan, seemingly grasping at straws, asked, "Can you see this invisible opponent then? It must be a tiny one, otherwise Uncle Piccolo wouldn't he have missed." Gohan remained steadfast in his belief that Piccolo's actions were justified, for he truly trusted this mentor. Wu Fan, what are you joking about? It's called an invisible person. How could you possibly see them? Before Vegeta could finish his reprimand, number 17 had already pointed to the ground beside his feet, exclaiming, right here. Gohan and Vegeta followed number 17's finger to a small green dot on the ground. Is that really something? Vegeta found it hard to believe. Gohan was equally astonished, exclaiming, what a bizarre contestant. Even if this tiny insect, Damon, attempted to flee, 17 would surely catch sight of him again. With a swift energy blast, he sent the exposed creature flying off the stage. Looking at Damon's elimination, the yellow-skinned mouse, Quitella, was taken aback. Oh no, have you been discovered too? It seems your trump card has been unveiled, Quitella. Observing the three on stage effortlessly dispatching their opponent, Beerus smirked with disdain. You scoundrels. Our universe has also lost many contestants. Mutual losses, Quitella retorted, not willing to let Beerus mock him. Ha ha ha. Our universe is still faring well. We've only been eliminated twice. Observing the quarrel between the two, Champa couldn't help but laugh heartily, hands on hips. However, before his amusement could fully unfold, Beerus had already raised an eyebrow and pointed to the sudden appearance of the yellow bear-like creature, Bardos, on the steps. Look, another one has arrived. Now, our two universes are evenly matched. Hearing Beerus articulate his statement in two segments, Champa's laughter was abruptly halted, replaced by a simmering frustration. Damn it, Beerus. Do you harbor a grudge against me? Are you deliberately targeting my universe? Champa furiously gestured toward Android 17, the one who had previously kicked the giant bear off the stage, unleashing a torrent of indignation. What grudge? This is a match where one must fight fiercely to avoid erasure. Beerus nonchalantly replied, unfazed, his legs crossed as he spoke with an air of indifference. There are still 8 minutes until my turn. Observing the bickering between Beerus and Champa, Surt stood up, stretching lazily as he spoke. His words elicited laughter from Champa, while Beerus too ceased his antics. Even among the spectators, several gods of destruction wore serious expressions, their gazes intensely fixed on Surt. Unbeknownst to them, the central pillar of the arena had noticeably descended with the passage of time. 15 minutes had already elapsed since the commencement of the tournament. Most of the weaker competitors had been eliminated, leaving only those who could be deemed formidable warriors still standing on the stage. After all, to endure and battle amidst the swirling tempests and flashing energy blasts was a clear testament to their strength, visibly apparent to the naked eye. The arena, once a flat expanse, was now riddled with craters formed by energy blasts and ki waves. Amidst the enveloping smoke, two figures surged forth, two titans of the real estate world, Frieza and Frost. Frustrated by being outmaneuvered by Frieza earlier, Frost's anger boiled over, prompting him to take action. You despicable fiend, you are truly vile, he exclaimed, blaming Frieza for ensnaring him in a trap. Ah, Mr. Frost, it is your own foolishness that led to this predicament. How can you blame others? Frieza retorted mockingly, effortlessly dodging Frost's punch while adding an insult to injury. You fool, you almost made me lose my temper. Frost, nearly driven mad by indignation, intensified his assault on Frieza. Had he not felt an inexplicable kinship due to their mirrored universes, he might have found it easier to despise Frieza. Mr. Frost, your strength is lacking, and your intellect appears equally deficient. Perhaps you should return and train harder. Frieza, disinterested in playing games with Frost any longer, ceased his evasive maneuvers and, with a firm stance, prepared to engage. The two adversaries threw simultaneous punches. Upon contact, Frost was overpowered by Frieza's immense strength, sending him hurtling backward. With a resounding thud, Frost's form was propelled away, carving a deep trench across the battered arena floor. Frost clenched his somewhat numb fists in frustration, glaring at the nonchalant Frieza across from him. Well then, I shall take my leave, Frieza proclaimed, raising his index finger as countless crimson death beams surged toward Frost. Faced with the dense barrage of light, Frost could only evade, retreating steadily until he found himself cornered at the edge of the arena. Cursed be this fate. Glancing back at the endless abyss, Frost realized he was no match for Frieza, at least not in his normal state. Thus, he had no choice but to unleash his ultimate technique, Silver Form. With a fierce roar, Frost erupted in a dazzling silver blaze. Noticing the brilliant light emanating from one corner of the arena, Champa hurriedly turned his gaze, puzzled. Oh, It seems that Frost is getting serious. Unfortunately, he is still no match for Frieza. Soot, arms crossed and indifferent, interjected. Hey, I sometimes wonder which side you're really on. Unhappy with this remark, Champa retorted, You're not mistaken. I generally choose sides based on my mood. Soot shot him a sidelong glance, responding leisurely. Champa was momentarily at a loss for words. With Beerus's hearty laughter echoing, he silently closed his mouth and redirected his attention to the arena. The silver radiance in that corner of the arena grew increasingly resplendent, enveloping Frost as the intensity of his aura surged, lending him an unwarranted air of divinity. His previously pale blue skin transformed entirely into a shimmering silver, save for a faint dark blue at his crown, shoulders, and knees. The muscles in Frost's clenched arms became even more pronounced. With a fierce expression, he faced Frieza, beckoning. Ha! Reveal your strongest form. Frieza? Well, what color is that? Quite impressive. Too bad it still pales in comparison to mine. Frieza retorted, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and, with a fierce shout, transitioned into his golden form. Golden? Frost gazed in disbelief at the blindingly golden Frieza, his eyes widening in astonishment. In comparison, it seemed his own form truly paled against Frieza's. Frieza has suddenly transformed, but he looks entirely radiant. On the observation platform, the money-loving android 18 glanced over in surprise. Noticing her interest, Whis chuckled and explained, This is Frieza's latest form. It is quite formidable. Is that so? I wonder if it is truly gold. If so, it must be quite valuable. Upon hearing 18's musings, Krillin broke into a cold sweat and cautioned, 18. Do not dwell on such trivial matters. Even if Frieza were to cooperate with you in selling it, I doubt anyone on Earth would dare accept. All flash and no substance. Frost from our universe is far superior. Silver is so much more unpretentious. Champa remarked disdainfully. Unpretentious? That silver looks utterly trashy. Beerus retorted without hesitation. All right, enough bickering. Let us continue to watch the match. Soot, quite exasperated with the two quarrelsome cats, interjected sternly. The two cats exchanged glances, then haughtily turned their heads away, resuming their focus on the arena. In the arena, Frost was unwilling to concede that his form lacked brilliance. With a loud roar, he launched a fierce punch towards Frieza. What good is attracting attention if one lacks strength? The howling wind accompanied Frost's punch as it rushed towards Frieza. With an expression of calm indifference, and even a hint of a mocking smile, Frieza sidestepped the blow effortlessly. Simultaneously, he executed a sweeping kick that sent Frost reeling off balance. A barrage of punches and kicks rained down upon Frost like a tempest. As he neared the edge of the arena, Frost struggled helplessly, drained from enduring Frieza's relentless assault. In that critical moment, a sudden flying kick sent Frieza hurtling backward. Seizing the opportunity, Frost performed rapid backflips to return to a safe distance. Honestly, you are utterly useless. Kale disdainfully glanced at Frost before turning her attention to the rising Frieza. Allow me to be your opponent. Big sister, that guy seems quite formidable, Caulifla whispered in caution. Indeed, we must either join forces or retreat. As Frost distanced himself, he unleashed a flurry of energy blasts towards Frieza. The energy blasts detonated upon contact with Frieza's body, creating a cloud of smoke that obscured his figure. Coward. What are you afraid of? It's merely a layer of golden armor. What is so impressive about that? Kale was uninterested in the trivial banter of the two, dismissing their attempts to undermine her confidence. With a sharp command, she transformed into her Super Saiyan form and charged into the billowing smoke. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she was sent flying out of the haze. Sister. Caulifla rushed forward, catching her. Another one. As the smoke dissipated, Frieza, hands on his hips, looked at Kale and Caulifla with a sneer. I thought there was only one. It turns out there are two of you from Universe 6, huh? Allow me to have some fun with both of you. In the instant he finished speaking, Frieza vanished from sight. He reappeared before Caulifla, who was still holding Kale, and unleashed a powerful punch. His fist slicing through the air with astonishing speed that left Caulifla stunned. I'll take this. Caulifla frowned, quickly pushing Kale aside and rushing to meet the blow with her own fist. Yet, how could the Super Saiyan Caulifla possibly stand a chance against Golden Frieza? With a single powerful strike, Frieza sent Caulifla flying, her Super Saiyan form immediately dissipating. She crashed into a pillar in the center of the arena, embedding herself against it. How foolish, she huffed. I told you that Frieza is incredibly strong, yet you chose not to believe it? Observing this spectacle, Frost had no intention of lingering. He turned to make his escape. However, at that very moment, Frieza, clad in a mocking grin, materialized behind him. "Oh, so you acknowledge my strength?" Frieza's tail snaked around Frost's neck, lifting him effortlessly. "Now, will you obediently heed my words, or should you return to your training?" As Frieza spoke, he dragged Frost to the edge of the arena. "You despicable fiend." Frost felt the weight of Frieza's humiliating gaze and attempted to free himself from the constriction. "This time, no one will come to your rescue." Frieza dismissed his struggles with an air of indifference. "Oh, you think no one will save me?" Frost gasped, suddenly grinning as he revealed a poisoned needle from his wrist. In a flash, the needle aimed for Frieza's tail. "Huh, these tricks are merely leftovers from my reign." Frieza, observing the incoming needle, scoffed and released his grip. As Frost clung desperately to the edge of the arena, Frieza callously stepped on his hand. "Down you go, you disgraceful wretch." With no chance of reversal, Frost plummeted from the arena. Watching Frost land on the stairs below, Champa's forehead pulsed with veins, his frustration spilling over into curses. "You foolish idiot, utterly useless." "Humph." Frost, with a sullen expression, cast a furtive glance at the impassive Sut. Caulifla remains as arrogant as ever. Hearing Sut's nonsensical remark, Champa paused, intent on hurling further insults at Frost. "Lord Champa, look." Following Idis's pointed finger, Champa's eyes widened as the veins on his forehead intensified. Is that foolish Caulifla really intent on delivering herself to the slaughter? Emerging from the pillar, Caulifla pushed aside Kale's support and, gritting her teeth, advanced toward Frieza. "I will slay that insufferable wretch." Having just dispatched Frost, Frieza turned to see Caulifla charging at him. "Ah, a Saiyan has come to my doorstep. How delightful." With a swift motion, Frieza's tail struck Caulifla, sending her flying once more. "Aya!" Caulifla screamed as she hurtled through mountain after mountain, ultimately crashing into a pile of rubble. With arms crossed, Frieza smiled, taunting, "Oh, how melodious and delightful that sounds. How infuriating that even Super Saiyan 2 cannot withstand me." Chapter 104. The lilies of my hometown have bloomed. Caulifla struggled to rise from the rubble, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Before she could locate Frieza's figure, she felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen. Instantly, her body was sent flying once more. Frieza relentlessly pursued her, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks, a gleeful expression adorning his face. The exhilaration of pummeling a Saiyan was simply unmatched. It was a pity, however, that his target was not his most despised adversary, Goku. With each onslaught, Caulifla's agonized screams echoed across the colossal arena. The humiliation from the cosmic tyrant marked her as the first Saiyan to be mercilessly beaten. Despite her significant increase in strength and her transformation into Super Saiyan 3, her muscular form was still no match for Golden Frieza. Faced with Frieza's brutal assault, Caulifla could only endure the relentless barrage, unable to withstand the tempestuous onslaught. The overwhelming pressure was evident in her cries. Meanwhile, Kale, obstructed by other competitors, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as she heard Caulifla's intermittent screams. Determined to no longer hide her prowess, Kale shouted fiercely. With a powerful elbow strike followed by a spinning kick, she sent the stone blocking her way flying off the stage. An unnamed contestant was thus eliminated. Tumbling off the platform, Kale paid little mind to the fallen, swiftly appearing behind Frieza to deliver a punch. "Stop it, you wretched fiend." "Oh, another Saiyan!" Frieza exclaimed with delight, tossing the bloodied Caulifla aside. His clenched fist transformed into an open palm as Kale gingerly caught Caulifla, concern etched on her face. "Sister, are you all right?" "I'm not going to die." Caulifla coughed a few times, struggling to her feet, her expression serious as she gazed at Kale. "Kale, I leave this guy to you. I know you are stronger than I am." "No, sister, you are the strongest." Kale exclaimed in panic, eager to clarify. "I've known for a while that you were hiding your power. After 2 years of training with Mr. Sut, how could I not notice?" Caulifla interrupted, wiping her nose and smiling widely. "Go on. If you surpass me, I will be even happier. Quickly, avenge me, Kale." "All right." Kale nodded absently, still feeling something was amiss. Hesitating to say more, Caulifla, unconcerned, pushed the hesitant Kale forward. She had lied, for her brash nature made it impossible for her to acknowledge that Kale was far stronger. As for how she knew, it was during one of Mr. Sut's training sessions with Kale that she had observed. That green-clad Kale was both powerful and handsome. "The lilies of my hometown have bloomed," Sut remarked, observing the smile that blossomed on Khalifa's face, uttering a phrase that left those around them perplexed. What hometown, what flowers? Idis inquired with a hint of curiosity, glancing sideways at the now snacking Soot. The explanation is somewhat convoluted, so I shall refrain from elaborating. Soot chuckled, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Idis, forcefully bringing the topic to a close. Champa, indifferent to these irrelevant discussions, began shouting with fervor. What is that Carlifla up to? Why isn't she teaming up with Kale? I suppose it's because Saiyans detest collaboration, always preferring to go solo. Vados, unconcerned with which universe she belonged to, pointed towards several Saiyans on the arena, laughing as she spoke. Broly, devoid of rationality, was making rapid progress. Vegeta was advancing relentlessly, toppling numerous competitors from other universes. Goku continued his relentless pursuit of Jiren, but at least in his Super Saiyan Blue form, he had compelled Jiren to use both hands. Gohan had already separated from his mentor, standing firm against two competitors from other universes without faltering. As for Cabba, having heard Carlifla's anguished cry earlier, he was hastening towards this direction. So what? What difference does teaming up make? Champa, having interacted with Cabba, was completely oblivious to the temperaments of the other proud Saiyans, angrily shouting, would teaming up lead to demise? Although that fellow bears a striking resemblance to Frost, they are utterly different. Sitting alongside Champa, Frost, who had been eliminated, vowed never to partake in such ridiculous contests again. Why all the noise? While sitting quietly and watching the match lead to your demise. As Champa leaped about, Vados, growing impatient, fiddled with her ear. What does it matter to you, you flower-faced jester? In his agitation, Champa's words flowed without thought. Damn it, you fat cat. Are you looking for a fight? Vados's heart raced as if struck by a sharp arrow, igniting her fury. Amidst their quarrel, the yellow-skinned mouse, Quitella, turned his ire towards Beerus. Hey, lanky cat, what is the deal with that pink rotund figure from your universe? Beerus rested his chin on his hands, casting a sidelong glance, and mockingly inquired, what's wrong? The tournament rules didn't state you can't turn others into candy and toss them out, did they? Is that what I meant? Quitella, exasperated, could hardly contain himself, rising to his feet. He pointed at the lollipop that had just been eliminated, suspended on the steps. Damn it, not only did that pink blob turn our competitor into a lollipop, but he also licked it. Faced with Quitella's accusations, Beerus turned, utterly speechless. To be fair, it's true. The lollipop bore traces of saliva. What do I care? It's not like I orchestrated it. Beerus shrugged nonchalantly, withdrawing his gaze. Damn it, indeed. You are the most loathsome of beings, you lanky cat. As the viewing platform grew increasingly raucous, the Grand Minister felt compelled to intervene, urging silence. If the noise continues, I shall eliminate you. With a cold glare from the Omni King, the platform fell into an abrupt silence, as if no one were present. At that moment, a roar erupted from the arena, breaking the stillness that enveloped the atmosphere. A brilliant green light shot forth from Caulifla, illuminating the surroundings. Simultaneously, as her power surged, Caulifla's arm muscles bulged, and even her chest muscles underwent a remarkable transformation. The overwhelming force seemed poised to shake the very fabric of the void. What is happening? Gab, racing towards the scene, squinted at the dazzling green light in the distance. Chapter 105. The Saiyans' domination over the king. What on earth transpired? The rampaging Broly seemed to sense something amiss. Ignoring the relentless assault from the green werewolf of Universe 4, he turned his gaze towards the opposite side of the arena. What was unfolding over there? Perceiving the tremors beneath their feet, Son Goku and Jiren instinctively halted their movements, tilting their heads curiously. As they sensed the terrifying energy explosion and witnessed Caulifla's drastic transformation, Kale clenched her fists in excitement. Here it comes, the Super Saiyan clad in green. Humph. Hearing Kale's words, Frieza scoffed disdainfully, asserting that he was no longer intimidated by Super Saiyans, no matter how vividly green they appeared. Before he could finish his retort, Caulifla had already seized Frieza by the head, forcefully slamming him into the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The Saiyan, now in the role of the aggressor, was mercilessly overpowering the once mighty king. Frieza, resembling a fragile chick uncomfortably handled, was tossed around by Caulifla as if he were a mere rag doll. Subsequently, in a display of raw strength, Caulifla grasped Frieza's head and smashed him into the ground repeatedly. Each impact was so fierce that even the hardness of steel could scarcely withstand the force, resulting in cracks and indentations forming on the surface. Frieza was mercilessly beaten, grinding against the ground in a pitiful display. How tragic. Witnessing the scene before him, Gab widened his eyes in disbelief, convinced that his vision must be deceiving him. When did Caulifla become this powerful? Ha ha ha, impressive, isn't it? Caulifla is truly formidable, Kale exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, coming to Gab's side to boast. Frieza was kicked high into the air by Caulifla, and unable to fly, he plummeted back down, landing perilously close to the edge of the arena. Struggling to support himself on his knees, Frieza cast a cold, perplexed glance at Caulifla. This guy is just like Broly. The memories of being relentlessly battered by Broly were still vividly etched in his mind. Dad, this is bad. Frieza is about to be knocked off the arena. Seeing Frieza in such a disheveled state at the edge of the arena, Son Gohan immediately began searching for his father. Is that Saiyan named Caulifla? Son Goku, approaching from a distance, looked at Caulifla in astonishment. Isn't that the same transformation as Broly? Shouldn't we intervene? Gohan asked his father, concerned. After all, Frieza was also considered one of their allies. They couldn't just stand by and watch him fall. Indeed, Sun Wukong nodded and spoke to Jiren. Jiren, let us postpone the fight for a while. Without waiting for Jiren's response, he instantly teleported to Frieza's side. With a resounding thud, Sun Wukong raised his elbow to block Kale's sweeping kick. Kale, do you still possess any rationality? This remark left both Gabe and Caulifla in a state of confusion. As Hit approached, he appeared beside them with his hands in his pockets and inquired, has Kale gone berserk? Caulifla, astonished, asked, how do you know? If even her elder sister was unaware, why did Hit possess such knowledge? Previously, when Sutter slacked off, I had to face this form of Kale, Hit replied succinctly. How do you know so much? Caulifla felt an unfamiliar pang of jealousy for the first time. Not far away, Kale seemed to retain some semblance of reason. After a moment's hesitation, she attempted to exert more force. However, Super Saiyan Blue Wukong offered no opportunity, swiftly delivering a kick that sent Kale flying. Kale, retreating along the ground, wore an expression of disbelief. Get lost, Sun Wukong. Who needs your meddling? Frieza stood at the edge of the arena, cursing Sun Wukong for his unsolicited interference. With a roar, Kale charged at Sun Wukong once more. The fierce onslaught was met by Wukong's defenses, but Kale's fury escalated, making her strikes increasingly rapid and fierce. Despite the barrage of punches and kicks, Sun Wukong remained steadfast, which only fueled Kale's rage. As her sanity began to slip away, Sun Wukong felt his arms growing increasingly numb, nearing the point of surrender, when Frieza intervened, kicking him away. Scoundrel, are you insulting me, the Emperor of the Universe? Frieza bellowed at Sun Wukong. Lying on the ground, Wukong, feeling quite vexed, reverted from his Super Saiyan Blue form and asked, what are you doing? I was trying to help you. Humph, who asked for your interference? Frieza coldly retorted, his gaze fixed menacingly on Kale. With just a bit more seriousness, I could easily defeat such a foe. No sooner had he spoken than the irrational Broly charged onto the scene, effortlessly swatting him aside. As Broly barreled forward, he launched an assault against the obstructing Kale. Observing the brute force of Broly and Kale's clash, Frieza landed with a furious expression, veins bulging on his forehead, and shouted at the two, you imbeciles, do you not understand the concept of order? You wretched fools, prepare to face the wrath of Frieza. With that, he charged at Broly and Kale. Yet before Frieza could launch his attack, he was struck by their fists and sent flying from the fray once again. What are these fools doing? In the midst of the chaos, Beerus exclaimed, clutching his head in exasperation. Maybe they're just being reckless. With a casual demeanor, Weiss grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds from Sutter, cracking them open as he spoke. This situation isn't so bad after all. Sutter appeared quite pleased, nodding with a smile. Don't you all think so? Life can be quite challenging. Even the king has resorted to performing for a living. Perhaps selling misery would be a more fitting phrase? Hey, what are you mumbling about? Champa interjected, pointing towards the arena and critiquing Sutter. Look over there. The fighters from Universe 7 are bullying our Caulifla. Honestly, you needn't worry too much. With Broly's presence, it balances out. Although Caulifla has undergone my intensive training, she still falls short compared to him. Sutter replied nonchalantly. If it weren't for Broly's interference, one misstep from Caulifla could lead to serious harm to the other competitors. Is that really possible? Aren't there still Kale, Caulifla, and Hit nearby? Idis expressed his doubts before joining the others in munching on sunflower seeds. Do you think those three can suppress Caulifla? Sutter shot him a sidelong glance at the half-empty seed shell in his hand. Chapter 106, Super Saiyan Green, Broly, and Caulifla. How can you still be eating sunflower seeds at a time like this? Champa exclaimed, completely unassuaged. Look at this chaos. Those from Universe 11 and Universe 3 are stealthily scheming. Indeed, with Broly's arrival, many competitors who had previously fallen to him were quietly gathering. Stay calm and trust in our combat capabilities, Sutter remarked as he retrieved another handful of seeds. Broly and Caulifla are no ordinary Super Saiyans. What on earth is happening? Kakarot. As he observed numerous individuals rushing this way, Vegeta approached Goku. It seems there are Saiyans from Universe 6 similar to Broly. The two rampaging fighters are clashing. Piccolo also joined Gohan's side, succinctly sharing his understanding with Vegeta. Ugh, what a nuisance. Isn't one Broly chaotic enough? Vegeta expressed his impatience with a curse. He had initially intended to intervene with Broly, but unfortunately, he couldn't stop him and thus followed along. Regardless, while Broly may lack rationality, he seemed to refrain from truly harming those attempting to impede him. It was indeed peculiar. What had Beerus done to provoke Broly's relentless pursuit of him? With a reckless charge, did he intend to leap across the arena? Boom, boom, boom. The battlefield was filled with the thunderous clash of two Saiyans with legendary Super Saiyan bloodlines. As they interlocked their fingers, testing each other's strength, the arena beneath them began to crumble. In the blink of an eye, a significant crater emerged on the battered arena floor. While it appeared that Broly and Caulifla were evenly matched, in truth, Caulifla was somewhat weaker. Perhaps it was a matter of physical constitution or age. The more Caulifla realized she was outmatched, the quicker her rationality dissipated. With her escalating roars, she drew ever closer to Broly's ferocity. A cacophony of energy blasts erupted around her, indiscriminately assaulting every corner of the arena. Some competitors, witnessing the magnitude of the chaos, swiftly evaded the onslaught. Even Caulifla, whom Kale held dear, fell victim to a relentless wave of energy attacks. She gazed at Kale, who roared like a wild beast, her expression one of shock as she turned to Gabai and hit beside her. What on earth is happening? I am thrilled that Kale has grown stronger. But is it truly acceptable for her to behave this way? Has she completely lost her rationality? Such indiscriminate and overwhelming power. Surely it cannot inflict severe repercussions on Kale? And what of that other Saiyan, who resembles Kale? He seems no different from a beast. Surely, there must be no issue. Otherwise, why would the inhabitants of Universe 7 remain indifferent to someone named Broly? With these thoughts racing through her mind, Caulifla inadvertently voiced her concerns. Vegeta, standing nearby, overheard her and scoffed, stating that it is not a matter of indifference, but rather one of inability to intervene. It appears we can only pray that Kale refrains from excessively harming the surrounding competitors, Gabai thought gravely, silently wishing for restraint. Hit, with your formidable strength. Can you possibly restrain Kale? As Caulifla observed Kale's escalating fury, a flicker of worry crossed her face. With her current abilities, she could never hope to confront Kale or that Saiyan from Universe 7. Even if she were to join the fray, it would be futile. Hit, with an impassive expression, dismissed Caulifla's inquiry. While he could temporarily subdue the two with his new technique, he had no means to restore their clarity afterwards. Thus, expending his energy for such a purpose seemed pointless. Numerous combatants on the stage retained much of their strength, similar to him. The two rampaging, mindless giants continued their fierce battle. Kale, now utterly devoid of sanity, unleashed a torrent of furious roars as she attacked Broly with fists and kicks. Her rapid punches were swiftly intercepted by Broly's elbow. Kale frowned slightly, her other hand already coiling into a fist aimed at Broly's abdomen. The sheer force of her strike sliced through the air, creating a terrifying gust. The atmosphere trembled, distorting the very fabric of space around them. The battle instincts inherent to Saiyans surged forth, ignited by the thrill of combat that drove them to become stronger in the face of adversity. Kale, perpetually at a disadvantage, let out a furious roar, her rage enveloping her as her energy flared uncontrollably. Soot, how long until you take the stage? Champa, gazing at the arena illuminated by a half-green glow, hissed in frustration. In this dire situation, only Soot could rein her in. If she continued to unleash her power blindly, her body would surely not withstand it. Death itself did not concern him. Rather, he feared that if Kale were to unintentionally commit violence before the two Omni Kings and the Grand Minister, it would spell disaster. 1 minute and 20 seconds had passed, and Soot had long since ceased his snacking, arms crossed as he leaned against the steps, his eyes fixed on the arena. How much longer must we wait? In this fleeting minute, anything could transpire. Champa found himself in a state of unbearable tension, feeling as though time was stretching endlessly. Here, Lord Champa, take this towel to wipe off your sweat, Idis kindly offered, noticing the beads of cold sweat on Champa's brow. Absently accepting the towel, Champa wiped his face a few times before angrily tossing it to the ground, lamenting, "Do you still have the presence of mind to concern yourself with such trivialities?" At that moment, the arena was engulfed in the fierce clash between Broly and Kale. Two beams of green energy, akin to radiant pillars of light, collided with one another, generating surges of air that rose higher with each encounter. The arena, constructed from the universe's toughest material, the indomitable Godbreaker steel, trembled like a frightened lamb. The once smooth surface began to show signs of cracking. Boom, boom, boom. The massive platform shook violently, and areas ravaged by the brutality of the battle began to crumble. Debris was swept up by the howling winds, stinging the fighters as it struck them. Surrounding competitors braved the roaring gale, their eyes narrowed as they sought opportunities for ambush. The edge of the arena presented an excellent chance for such tactics. Even the stoic Jiren displayed a flicker of emotion on his otherwise impassive face as he observed the fierce skirmish between Broly and Kale, murmuring, "These two are continuously augmenting their power. Are they truly that formidable?" Toppo asked, his voice tinged with surprise. Just as he posed the question, he unwittingly found himself swept toward the edge of the arena by the residual force of the battle. Toppo, realizing the imminent danger, DYSS swiftly utilized the utmost speed of Universe 11 to reach the arena's edge and grasp him firmly. Oh, Chapter 107. The Elimination of Universes 2 and 4. Many competitors who had harbored intentions of ambush were hurled away by the overwhelming surge of power emanating from the two fighters. Some unfortunate souls were directly cast out of the arena, thereby forfeiting their chance to continue in the competition. All the competitors from Universe 2 have been eliminated. The Grand Minister slightly tilted his head, surveying the list of competitors in the sky. Among those previously blown from the arena by the battle's aftermath were two from Universe 2. After the elimination of the three female fighters from Universe 2, only a few remained on the platform. However, as the remaining weaker fighters from Universe 2 faced the onslaught of competitors from other universes, they were swiftly eliminated one by one. Coincidentally, those two had been the last surviving representatives of Universe 2. Oh dear, has yet another universe been entirely eliminated? The Omni King, gazing at the Grand Minister, looked up with curiosity. The future Omni King, astonished, remarked, "Indeed, all the icons in that column have darkened." With the complete elimination of Universe 2, the process of clearing them out commenced. The Grand Minister's voice was calm and untroubled, as if inquiring whether everyone had eaten. Yet, his words sent a shiver through the gathered crowd, drawing their attention to the spectator area of Universe 2. Who would have thought? The Egyptian goddess Hellas sighed. Glancing at the multitude seated below, her expression tinged with a hint of regret. "I apologize for the hardships you endured. The strength of the other universes was unexpectedly formidable. No, it is our lack of effort." The plump girl Bribuin hastily shook her head, clutching the hem of her skirt. "I have burdened Lord Hellas because our love was not steadfast enough, despite our beauty." The two little ones were not given the luxury of a slow farewell. Their small hands clasped tightly. On the steps of the second universe, which had once been occupied by a dozen individuals, only the angel Savar, donned in a yellow robe, remained. "Ah, Lord Hellas, I now concede you are the most aesthetically pleasing destroyer I have ever served." A profound solitude adorned Savar's countenance. Next door, the angel elder of the third universe, Campili, scoffed derisively. "Humph, now that everyone has been erased, what is the point of your idle chatter?" After his words, Campili pointed towards the robotic destroyer, Myru, declaring, "That was a statement from Lord Myru, of which I am the translator." Myru, in a fit of rage, elevated his mechanical arm, directing a stream of incomprehensible words at Campili. Another universe had been obliterated. Observing the familiar faces, once comrades for billions of years, being systematically erased evoked a weighty complexity among the destroyers and gods of destruction present. Perhaps the next to be erased would be them, or perhaps not. Yet, in the end, only one universe would emerge victorious, remaining unscathed. "Humph, I believe it shall be our universe that perseveres until the very end." Champa glanced at Beerus and surveyed the remaining gods of destruction, suddenly breaking the silence with his proclamation. "What did you just say, you fat cat?" The yellow-skinned rodent Kettler exclaimed, feeling Champa's audacity was insufferable. "Who are you calling a fat cat, you filthy rat from the gutter?" Champa retorted, hands on hips. Glaring at Kettler, the silence was pierced by their exchange. "There are still 20 seconds until my appearance." Sutter, uninterested in silencing the chubby Champa, stood and turned towards the Grand Priest. If the latter failed to announce the next phase, Sutter would ascend the stage himself. "Enough shouting, Lord Kettler. Our final contestant, Champa." Kaneko interjected, interrupting Kettler's tirade, pointing towards the edge of the arena. "What? Champa is the creator of illusions." Kettler, confused, directed his gaze towards the ring. There, unbeknownst to him, Champa had revealed his true form, being pinned down by Care. "Damn, who else is on the stage?" Kettler, disregarding Champa's continued outbursts, turned to survey the competitors below. 1, 2, 39, 9. The more he counted, the wider his eyes grew, until, in sheer terror, he clutched his head and screamed at the arena, "Champa, please do not be eliminated." With Kettler's anguished cries echoing, Champa was unceremoniously kicked off the stage by Care, plummeting into oblivion. Upon witnessing the petite, plump blue alien appear on the observation steps, Kettler was instantly petrified. "It's over. Our universe can go no further." The god of destruction, Kor, sighed helplessly, lowering his proud head for the first time. "Do not speak in such a manner. I am already elated to have reached this point with you." Kettler managed to force a smile that was more grotesque than tears. The contestants from Universe 4 had all been eliminated. Universe 4 has been erased. At the utterance of the Grand Priest's words, the gods of destruction, still reeling from the earlier events, turned their gazes toward the position of Universe 4. Even the cursing Champa paused, astonished, as he looked at the yellow-furred Kettler. What? Is it truly to be erased? He had merely uttered a few words of insult. How could this lead to such a fate? Another one to be eliminated so swiftly? The king of all had just lowered his head, his hands yet to touch the deity, only to have to raise it once more. Indeed, indeed. I saw that little blue fellow fall. The future king of all, always a beat behind, had just witnessed the elimination of Champa and clapped his small hands in delight. Then, let the erasure commence. As the tiny hands were raised once more, all members of Universe 4 were obliterated. The only one left was the solitary angel, Konik. "Farewell, Lord Kettler." Konik spoke little, his face laden with sorrow. The Supreme Kai of Universe 4, who had long remained silent, swallowed hard and finally spoke up. "Indeed. One after another. I wonder which universe shall be next." Beerus, crossing his arms, nodded in agreement, his expression growing increasingly unsettled. Presently, the remaining universes that had not been erased were Universe 3, Universe 6, his own Universe 7, and Universe 11. Only 4 remained, yet barely half the time had elapsed. Did they, the gods of destruction and angels, still have a chance to participate? Hey, let's fuse. Quickly, let us fuse, or we shall have no opportunity left. Observing the successive eliminations of the gods of destruction, the robotic god of destruction from Universe 3 could no longer remain composed. His true form was that of a small purple figure with horns, Muru. Chapter 108. Universe 3 is erased, and Suth makes his entrance. He opened the vast hatch of his mechanical belly, emerging and raising his fist in fervent exclamation. At such a moment, who would care about the disdainful gazes of other gods of destruction towards his diminutive stature? Their very existence could be at stake. Who had time to concern themselves with aesthetic judgments? The Supreme Kai of Universe 3, L, looked incredulously at the little purple figure, asking in disbelief, "You are Muru, aren't you?" "Yes, finally, I no longer need to translate." Campelli, unfazed by the atmosphere, cheerfully explained. On the arena, the contestants from Universe 3 were equally astonished by the appearance of their own god of destruction. However, the scientist Paparoni, feeling well-versed in such matters, promptly regained his composure and beckoned the remaining modified warriors. "Hey, Baera, Pontia, Nikorosai, hurry and fuse." Just as everyone's attention was drawn to the arena, the voice of the Grand Priest echoed once more. "Halftime is over. The contestant Suth from Universe May 6th now enter." Upon hearing this, Suth smiled slyly. With a swift step, he instantaneously transported himself onto the arena. The infamous Cert from the 6th universe made his entrance. Upon his appearance atop a colossal rock on the stage, Many spectators gasped in astonishment. Their attention, previously fixated on Broly and Kale, rapidly shifted to Surt, infused with an overwhelming sense of vigilance. Regardless of the circumstances, they had gleaned from their universe's god of destruction that this individual possessed strength comparable to that of an angel. A being of such caliber could easily eliminate numerous contenders within merely 10 strikes, potentially leading to the erasure of entire universes. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Surt, with his arms crossed and an air of indifference, inquired, "What are you all staring at? Continue with your business." The audacious demeanor of Surt irked the rabbit like 'tis inexplicably. "Let us battle." Jiren eagerly directed his gaze towards Surt, unable to contain his excitement. Previously, he had been pursued by someone named Son Goku, whose prowess was rather unimpressive. Indeed, his opponent should be someone like Surt. Hey, your opponent is me," Son Goku retorted, instantly displeased by Jiren's words. "Why is that, Mr. Surt?" Kale anxiously leaped beside Surt, gesturing towards Broly and Kale, who were still engaged in combat. "You must find a way to separate them. What nonsense are you spouting? Surt can only unleash 10 strikes. How could we waste them at this moment?" Hit frowned upon hearing Kale's plea. Those 10 strikes were a limitation extending until the conclusion of the match. How would he face the angels when they entered the fray? But Kale's face reflected her turmoil as she glanced at Kale, who, in a fit of rage, was still unable to overpower Broly. She was continuously screaming, her energy surging uncontrollably. The vast arena had been utterly transformed. On this battered stage, she relentlessly clashed with Broly, attempting to overwhelm him with sheer brute force. After yet another deafening roar, Kale's arms bulged with veins, resembling twisted roots. However, Broly stood even taller and sturdier, akin to an immovable boulder. Amidst the chaos of their battle, several modified warriors from Universe 3 had completed their fusion. The colossal fusion warrior, Oniraza, adorned in contrasting black and white with a red gem upon his forehead, emerged before the crowd. His primary target was the rampaging, irrational Broly and Kale. "Damn it, what should we do?" Kale lamented, clutching her head in frustration over the dire situation. Gabe pursed his lips and sighed helplessly, realizing that they could only watch. "Surt is our final trump card. We absolutely cannot afford to unleash him carelessly." With a swift motion, Surt evaded the probing kick from Android 17 that came from behind, appearing beside the beleaguered Buu, who sat amidst the rubble, looking pitiful. "Here, take this." Buu gazed up in bewilderment at the box of chocolates being offered, his face instantly lighting up with joy. "Wow, chocolate! Soot, you are the best, better than Satan." Hearing such praise, Soot remained indifferent. However, far away on Earth, Satan inexplicably sneezed. "Dad, let us go help Broly," Gohan said, clenching his fist and glancing at Goku. "Humph, if you want to help, go on your own." Vegeta crossed his arms, standing aside with no intention of getting involved. He needed to take advantage of this chaotic moment to recuperate and prepare for the impending battle. I don't think he needs your help at all," Frieza sneered from a distance, pointing towards Broly. Just then, Oniraza, running towards the fray, had yet to unleash his massive fists before being disdainfully kicked away by Broly, his colossal form soaring off the stage and crashing down. I was looking forward to Oniraza showcasing his might. The purple little creature, Muru, was left utterly dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. How could this happen? The god of destruction from Universe 3, Air, was astonished, clutching his head. The powerful science he had always admired was sent flying by that barbarian. Sighing heavily, Campbelly looked towards Muru and waved farewell. "Muru, it's time to say goodbye." "What? Goodbye?" Muru, still in a daze, instinctively questioned. But there was no need for Campbelly to explain, as the Grand Minister had already spoken. "Universe 3, the fusion warrior Oniraza has been eliminated," the Grand Minister declared, pointing upwards to the 4 dimmed faces in the sky. Those included Universe 3's participants, Paparoni, Kecker, Panch, and Borita, all eliminated in unison. Now, all contestants from Universe 3 have been disqualified and will be erased. Oh, it's happening," the Omni King exclaimed eagerly, raising his tiny hands. The future Omni King echoed, "Me too." As the 2 tiny hands clasped together, everyone from Universe 3, except for the angels, was wiped away. Another universe erased. Witnessing this scene, the gods of destruction and Supreme Kai present turned pale. With successive universes being eliminated, only 3 remained. Universe 6, Universe 7, and Universe 11. Chapter 109. Bring out the Patera in Universe 6. The remaining fighters included the recently introduced Soot, Kaba, Kale, the Raging Caulifla, and the Assassin Hit. The Metallic Warrior, Batamo, had already been knocked off the stage by Vegeta earlier on. In Universe 7, the remaining fighters comprised Goku, Vegeta, Android 17, Gohan, and Buu, who was indulging in chocolate, along with Frieza hiding not far away. As for Universe 11, there were Jiren, Toppo, Dispo, along with 5 others. The last 2 unfortunate souls were caught in the crossfire of Broly and Kale's battle and were indiscriminately knocked off the stage. The Tournament of Power is now halfway through. With the entrance of Sutter, the battle has officially escalated into a fierce elimination round. The circular arena has suffered considerable damage, with many competitors retreating in haste. Perhaps by the end, the remaining space on the stage will be so scant that no one can stand, yet for now, no one dares to intervene between these 2 rampaging beasts. As the fierce battle rages on, Kale has begun to pant heavily. She has unleashed colossal green energy blasts at Broly countless times. The moment the energy blast reaches Broly, he swats it away with a furious roar. The immense force crashes into the ground behind him, creating yet another deep crater. Gazing at Beerus on the spectator platform not far behind Kale, Broly's anger intensifies further. He swings his bulging fists and charges at Kale once more. With a surge of power, his speed accelerates dramatically, delivering a powerful blow directly to Kale's cheek. Kale, reeling from the impact, stumbles back and barely stabilizes herself at the edge of the arena. Observing her heavy breathing, Tupper cleverly signals to his fellow team members behind him. They swiftly dive forward under Tiz's lead, seemingly intent on forcing the recently steadied Kale out of the ring. Once evenly matched against Broly, Kale now finds herself at a distinct disadvantage, surrounded by several members of the Pride Troopers. What is happening? Caulifla's eyes widen in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Clearly, these black and red fighters are not as powerful as Broly at the beginning. Simply put, Kale possesses strength, but her speed is lacking. Sutter, with his hands in his pockets, materializes next to Caulifla, offering a calm explanation. The fighters from Universe 11 have evidently realized this. Watching the Universe 11 competitors dodge Kale's punches and kicks with astounding speed, Kaba purses his lips in astonishment. Are you suggesting that Kale might be eliminated? No need for idle chatter. Vegeta scoffs from a distance, his pride evident. No matter how strong she is, if she cannot land a hit on her opponent, it is utterly meaningless. Vegeta, don't say it like that. Goku scratches the back of his head and interjects. It's primarily because her battle with Broly has drained a significant amount of her energy, and her stamina is likely at its limit. Indeed, those fighters from Universe 11 are quite cunning. Gohan nods in agreement. Even from the spectator platform, many are discussing Kale, who is being ruthlessly targeted by the Universe 11 team. That Kale, resembling Broly, will likely be eliminated. Krillin opines as he observes the situation on the stage. If all goes as expected, that seems to be the case. Whis smiles slightly in agreement. Humph, those guys are clearly not impressive when taken individually. Beerus remarks, casting a sidelong glance at Whis. With the collaboration of Kafla, one can indeed make a remarkable impression. Ah, Lord Beerus. The contestants from the 11th universe are inherently a team-oriented group. Whis chuckled playfully, gesturing near his mouth, for after all, this endeavor is for the justice of the universe. The underlying implication was that Beerus, being slothful and fond of slumber, paled in comparison to those who had the vigor to assemble a proud squad. Faced with the utterly indifferent attitude of Universe 7, Kafla's fists clenched in anger, cursing under her breath. How infuriating. Her subordinates were being bullied, and she could only watch helplessly. What kind of elder sister was she, truly? Kafla, did you not pilfer the Patera earrings from the rotund Fua? Sut suddenly inquired. Noticing the fury etched across Kafla's face. Ugh, now is not the time to delve into my past misdeeds, Kafla replied, turning her gaze away from Sut, visibly dejected. No, the Patera earrings of the Supreme Kai allow 2 individuals to fuse. Sut interjected, raising a finger and sporting a mischievous grin. What, pray tell, does that imply? Kafla blinked in confusion, her eyes wide. If you were to fuse with Caulifla, wouldn't that resolve the predicament at hand? Sut clarified, revealing more than he initially intended. Fusion? Kafla retrieved the emerald green earrings from her waist, astonished as she murmured to herself. I had thought that the rotund one was merely cautious because these trinkets hold value. Who could have imagined they possess such power? Observing the earrings in Kafla's hand, Gabe was equally taken aback. Kafla, how could you resort to thievery? Humph, how utterly ridiculous. I am, after all, a bandit at heart. Is it not entirely normal to steal? Kafla shot Gabe a disdainful glance, her eyes glimmering with hope as she turned to Soot, seeking specifics on the fusion process. The gaze of Son Goku was sharp, despite the distance. He caught sight of it all. After all, he had often utilized these very items alongside Vegeta. What is it? Buu, with his mouth smeared black, approached Son Goku. Curiosity piqued. Is it something delectable? Ugh, such nauseating tactics. Vegeta, standing nearby, scoffed, disdainful of the Patera earrings. How could items belonging to the Supreme Kai be in their possession? On the observation platform, Piccolo, endowed with extraordinary perception, queried in astonishment. What? Upon hearing this, the Supreme Kai turned to Fua, only to discover his ears devoid of the earrings. When did this transpire? How did I not notice? Fua, belatedly cognizant of the situation, reached for his ears amid the gazes of the crowd. What of it? Stealing them changes nothing. Are you truly intending to use the earrings for fusion? Beerus, arms crossed, displayed complete indifference. Such acts of cheating would only hasten your elimination. Not at all, said Pat, stroking his chin with a smug smile. The third universe possesses fusion techniques as well, thus we too can partake. Chapter 110. The fusion. Kafla emerges however. Though Caulifla was utterly spent, she continued to rage. How am I to place the earrings on her? Kafla on the arena stared blankly at the earrings, distressed. Khalifa, I shall draw their attention. You take this opportunity to assist Miss Kale. Gaby, witnessing that the once fierce Kale had been reduced to a defensive stance, hastily proposed. Excellent. As the two commenced their actions, Surt shifted his gaze towards Broly. Having previously bested Kale and cleared the obstructing stones, Broly surged forward once more towards Beerus. With a resounding crash, any rocky impediment that lay before him was shattered by the force of his energy waves, propelling him directly towards the nearest edge of the arena. Just as he bent his knees, preparing to leap onto the spectator platform, Vegeta swiftly delivered a kick that sent him tumbling back. Observing Broly plummet from the air, crashing through numerous rocks, and ultimately embedding himself in the central pillar of the arena, Vegeta's face darkened as he uttered a curse. Fool, are you seeking your own destruction? Vegeta, what is the meaning of Broly's actions? A bewildered Goku tilted his head, utterly confused by the unfolding events. Is this a consequence of his previous rampage? Number 17, having joined Vegeta, placed his hands on his hips and remarked. He indeed overheard Beerus mention something about reviving Broly's father and then wanting to eliminate him again. In short, it is rather complex. With a furious roar, Broly shattered the surrounding rocks and leapt from the pillar. His pale eyes, devoid of focus, fixated on Vegeta. And those present understood that Broly had set his sights on him. Countless energy blasts erupted from the agitated Broly, hurling towards Vegeta. Humph. Are you now turning against your own? Vegeta spat, swiftly entering the super blue state to evade the barrage of energy blasts. Seeing that the energy blasts were ineffective, Broly charged at Vegeta with renewed fervor. With a series of resounding collisions, the surrounding debris was sent flying, and the earth was marred with new depressions and cracks. Observing this, Surt redirected his gaze, having heard Gaby's anguished cries. He had scarcely dashed forth when he was intercepted by Tispo, who moved with astonishing speed. Gaby, unfortunately, was no match for him, and was quickly subjected to an unseen barrage. Humph, you pitiful creature, I am the fastest in Universe 11, Tispo declared, kicking Gaby to the ground and proudly gesturing to his comrades who were besieging Kale. Compared to them, I can stand alone. Gaby wiped the blood from his mouth with a grimace, clenching his fists anew. Humph, you weaklings should remain seated on the spectator platform. With that, Tispo gathered a brilliant blue energy orb in his hands. Frustratingly, Khalifa's progress was similarly thwarted, as she was swiftly intercepted by one of the members of the Pride Troopers. Surt, witnessing this, flashed into position before Tispo, declaring you. Upon seeing Surt's arrival, the energy in Tispo's hands dissipated in fear, and he recoiled slightly, questioning. Are you really intending to confront me? Sut disregarded him and turned his head to glance at Gabe behind him, urging, hurry up. Yes, Mr. Sut. Gabe immediately responded, struggling to rise and head towards Caulifla. You. Tispro, gritting his teeth, decided not to engage with Sut and quickly turned to chase after Gabe. However, Before Tisbro could run more than a few steps, Sut appeared before him, blocking his path. While Sut was obstructing Tisbro, Caulifla and Gabe were desperately trying to get the Patera earrings onto Kale. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were preventing Broly from his suicidal actions. Hit, with his hands in his pockets, finally directed his gaze towards Jiren, while Gohan and Android 17 confronted Topo. As for Bu, who had spent the entire time searching for food, now satisfied with Sut's chocolate, he ceased his quest for sustenance and eagerly watched the unfolding commotion. Once again, the originally united contestants from various universes began to clash anew, prompting a weary sigh from the Supreme Kai, Shin. The relentless waves of battle were indeed exhilarating, nearly overwhelming him. That scoundrel Sut was truly despicable. Vimei gritted his teeth in frustration as he watched Sut continuously impede Tisbro. However, from the perspective of the other universes, Sut's actions were not without merit. Makalita, with a smile, disagreed, stating, "Look, he hasn't even struck a blow, yet he perfectly obstructed Tisbro. Whose side are you on?" Makalita? Vimei asked, a hint of anger in his voice, though he dared not raise it too high for fear of drawing the Grand Priestess' attention. "I stand in the middle. Even if Universe 11 is eliminated and erased, I shall not vanish." Makalita shrugged nonchalantly. In the event of universal erasure, she wouldn't fall into slumber. Instead, she could dedicate herself entirely to instructing Sut during her time free from retirement. How delightful! Vimei, oblivious to Makalita's thoughts, would have been infuriated to the point of bloodshed. After billions of years of companionship, was Sut, whom she had met only a few times, more worthy? What kind of enchantment had that wretched human cast upon Makalita? "Hey, where's Frieza?" Beerus asked, having searched for a considerable time without spotting him. Turning to Whis with curiosity. "I don't know, perhaps he's hiding," Whis replied, shaking his head, indicating his uncertainty. Soon, the situation on the stage took a new turn. Almost as if scripted. To ensure Kale could successfully wear the Patera earrings, Gabe chose to sacrifice himself, falling off the stage and being eliminated. Pushed back by Gabe, Kale successfully returned to the stage, and after Caulifla donned the earrings, the two were drawn together by a powerful force. In a brilliant flash of light, they successfully fused. Due to the fusion of two Saiyan warriors, the resulting entity, Kefla, sported grass-green hair and Kale's light blue eyes, while her eyebrows remained golden. Upon witnessing Kefla's emergence, before Beerus could leap from his seat, Vimei had already shouted, Hey, that must be a tool, right?" With a silent demeanor, Champa cautiously glanced towards the two kings. "Oh, they have merged into one," the future king observed with a curious tilt of his head. "How intriguing." The future king excitedly waved his small hand. Noticing the expressions of the two kings, Champa sighed in relief, clenching his fist to retort at Vados. Chapter 111. Seeking a rival? Go find Gohan. What nonsense is being spoken? This is a fusion. How can one refer to it as a mere tool? Can earrings truly be deemed a mere accessory? Humph. It's not as if the king of all is bothered by it, while Beerus remains apathetic, arms crossed, casting a sidelong glance at Champa. That rascal, Sut, is truly infuriating. In the arena, the proud warriors of the Pride Troopers, who had just successfully knocked Caulifla out of bounds, were left bewildered. What is this fusion? Mr. Sut, is this what fusion entails? Caulifla, astonished, examined her own hands, her excitement palpable. Incredible. The power within me is surging forth. Well then, let us bestow a name upon you. The fusion will last for an hour, and you shall naturally separate once the time is up. Sut responded nonchalantly, continuing to keep his hands in his pockets. Once separated, Caulifla's consciousness will return. No need to worry about anything else. All right, since this is the fusion of Caulifla and me, let us call ourselves Kefla. Kefla quickly decided on the name for the fused entity, casting a cold gaze towards the members of the Pride Troopers. You foolish braggarts in tight outfits, dare you bully Caulifla? Humph. TCH, what grandiloquent claims. Naturally, the Pride Troopers were quite proud, and upon hearing this, their faces contorted with anger, glaring at Kefla with animosity. However, their pride soon dissipated. Kefla was ferocious, dispatching the Pride Troopers one by one with powerful punches and kicks, sweeping them off the stage. As another Pride Trooper fell outside the ring from a key blast, Kefla's gaze shifted to Dispo. It's your turn now. Damn it, this is completely different from the person before the fusion. Seeing that the original six had dwindled to himself alone, Dispo utilized his speed to dash towards the distant Jiren. Ha ha. It seems that Soot has concocted a remarkable ultimate technique. Observing the formidable Kefla in the arena, Champa couldn't help but clap his thigh in delight. This unexpected turn of events is indeed remarkable. Vados also smiled, marveling at Soot's ingenuity. The combat prowess of Kefla, combined with Caulifla's potential, yields a power that could rival even Jiren. What on earth is Soot trying to showcase? Beerus frowned, utterly perplexed by the situation. If he had long decided to side with Universe 6, why summon such a powerful warrior as Broly? It's beyond comprehension. Swish, swish, swish. On the side of Universe 11, the Supreme Kai watched the sudden appearance of the participant on the observation platform and felt his heart twitch. So many have been eliminated at once. Humph. I have no doubt that Jiren will last until the end. I refuse to believe that Soot would act prematurely. In the face of an increasingly dire situation, the expression on the face of Kaifura grew ever more grim. In the arena, Tispa found himself before Jiren, who was engaged in battle alongside Son Gohan and Android 17. Jiren, I apologize, but that fellow's strength is formidable. I am not his match, Tispa lamented. His earlier confidence now a distant memory, as he looked at Jiren, sweat glistening on his forehead. Jiren remained silent, merely furrowing his brow as he glanced toward Kaifura. There was no need to look at Jiren. Even if you, in your fused form, achieved Super Saiyan Blue 2, you could never hope to match his prowess. Sutter crossed his arms and cast a fleeting look at Jiren before redirecting his gaze towards Son Gohan. If you seek an opponent, then challenge Son Gohan. Son Gohan. Kaifura tilted her head, a large question mark seemingly appearing above her. Who is that? That one, Sutter said, gesturing towards Son Gohan, who stood beside Android 17. Ultimate Gohan, or rather, the enigmatic Gohan, should be a fair match for Super Saiyan Kaifura. Oh, Kaifura nodded, then shifted her focus, pointing her index finger at Broly, who was being restrained by Son Goku and Vegeta. But I want to fight him. That guy has bullied Caulifla for far too long. Broly, if he were at his peak, you might not stand a chance against him. Sutter pondered for a moment and continued. However, at present, he is nearly exhausted. You could take him on one-on-one. Delighted by Sutter's agreement, Kaifura dashed eagerly towards Broly. Broly, calm down and regain your senses. Super Saiyan Blue Goku persistently urged, attempting to bring Broly back to reason. Vegeta, having completely given up, returned to his usual stance with arms crossed, muttering, let him be. Even without him, we can achieve ultimate victory. Broly had rampaged to this point, his strength nearly spent. Even if he regained his senses, he would not be of much assistance to them. Yet Goku disagreed, gripping Broly's arms tightly and gritting his teeth. Broly, he is our comrade. At that moment, Kaifura delivered a swift kick to Goku's hand, forcing him to release Broly. Humph, a forcibly coerced ally is not a sweet one, she remarked playfully, positioning herself between Broly and Goku. Uncle? Goku blinked in momentary confusion, pointing at himself in disbelief. Indeed, do you still fancy yourself a dashing young hero? Kaifura shot a disdainful glance at Goku. You look quite old. Do you really think you are still youthful? Goku scratched his head awkwardly, unable to respond. By age standards, he was at least in the grandfather generation. Uncle? Surely. That's a stretch. Big fellow, if you wish to descend, allow me to assist you. Kaifura, uninterested in further banter with Goku, clenched her fist and charged at Broly. Her rapid punch, imbued with unyielding strength, landed squarely on Broly's cheek. A sharp pain elicited a cry of anguish from Broly, his fury erupting as he unleashed an energy blast towards Kefla. Indeed, it was evident that even the energy he released had diminished considerably. Unperturbed, Kefla effortlessly swatted the energy sphere away. Immediately thereafter, she lunged forward, delivering a merciless kick aimed squarely at Broly. Although he managed to block the attack, the forceful recoil and his trembling arms silently conveyed the extent of his exhaustion. Hey, stop! Goku exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock as he witnessed Kefla's relentless assault on Broly, extending his hand in a gesture of intervention. Yet Kefla remained oblivious, continuing to press Broly back toward the edge of the arena. Chapter 112. Broly eliminated. Bu deceived Vegeta, displeased by the unfolding scene, uncrossed his arms and charged toward Kefla. I won't let you get away with this, he declared. Sut, sensing the advantageous shift in the situation, swiftly positioned himself in front of Vegeta to impede his advance. Damn you, Sut. What benefits has the sixth universe bestowed upon you? Vegeta roared in frustration. Wary of launching an attack that might lead to his own elimination at the hands of Sut, Meanwhile, Goku, noticing Vegeta being obstructed, resolved to take matters into his own hands. However, as he prepared to move, Hit, who had been engaged in battle with Jiren, suddenly appeared before him. "I want to allow you to focus solely on one opponent in such an opportune moment," Hit remarked with a detached smile, making no effort to disguise his disdain. "Step aside, Hit," Goku bellowed, transforming into his Super Saiyan Blue state as he launched a punch towards Hit. Not one to remain passive. Hit withdrew his hands from his pockets and activated his time skip ability, matching Goku blow for blow. "Dad." Upon witnessing the chaos, Gohan exchanged glances with Android 17, and together they raced towards the fray, intent on rescuing Broly. Unfortunately, they arrived just a moment too late. Broly, battered by Kefla's relentless strikes, found himself retreating due to sheer exhaustion, ultimately losing his footing and tumbling off the platform. "Broly!" Gohan cried out as he reached the edge of the arena, but was unable to grasp Broly's arm in time. "Oh, are you planning to join him down there?" Kefla taunted, hands on her hips. A smug grin plastered across her face. "How infuriating. Allow me to be your opponent," Gohan retorted, clenching his fists as he entered his ultimate form. Mystic Gohan makes his grand entrance. Was it truly impossible to escape the narrative's trajectory? Sutter cast a glance at the ongoing battle between Kefla and Mystic Gohan before vanishing from Vegeta's sight, reappearing atop a nearby rock formation. Just as he settled into his new position, he spotted Frieza, who had been conspicuously absent, now standing before Bu, seemingly in the midst of a conversation. "So, what's the matter? Do you not trust my words?" Frieza stood with his hands on his hips, gesturing toward the spectator platform. "Look over there. Those individuals are enjoying sunflower seeds. If you tumble off the stage, you can join them in their feast." Faced with this tempting proposition, Bu rubbed his stomach and swallowed hard, realizing that Frieza's words held truth. Without hesitation, Bu strode towards the edge of the arena, turning back to Frieza with a grin. "You are quite a good person." On the spectator platform, Broly finally found himself before Beerus, yet at that moment, his reason had returned, leaving him bewildered as to why he was seated there. "Damn it, another one has been eliminated." Beerus crossed his arms, regarding Broly with a displeased expression. He had initially anticipated that their numbers would provide them an undeniable advantage on the stage. Before he could finish his thought, he noticed yet another eliminated contestant making their way down the steps. "What the hell, Bu? How did you get eliminated?" Upon hearing Beerus's frustrated exclamation, Bu tilted his head in confusion and asked, "What does eliminated mean? Is it delicious? I'm hungry. Could someone get me something to eat?" As Bu reached out towards Itis, demanding sunflower seeds, several veins bulged on Beerus's forehead. Furious, he leapt to his feet, shouting at Bu, "You idiot. Even if you're hungry, you shouldn't be asking for food from another universe." "Lord Beerus, it seems Frieza has betrayed us," the Supreme Kai cautiously interjected, pointing towards Frieza on the stage, suggesting that he had incited Bu's actions. "What did you say?" Beerus's attention was immediately captured as he turned his gaze back to the arena. Noticing the scrutiny from the spectator platform, Frieza wore an enigmatic smile, quickly retreating into a shadowy corner. "Damn that Frieza. What is he plotting?" Beerus nearly ground his teeth in frustration. "You, this guy," Vegeta muttered, glancing up at Sutter perched upon the rocky outcrop, his annoyance palpable. "Mind your surroundings. And watch your back," Sutter replied, slipping his hands back into his pockets while smiling at Vegeta. "What?" Vegeta turned in suspicion, only to see Tispo launching a sweeping kick toward him. With a resounding clash, Vegeta, now in his Super Saiyan Blue form, swiftly crossed his arms to block the fierce strike. "You scoundrel," attempting a sneak attack, he shouted, retaliating with a kick of his own aimed at Tispo. Tispo merely chuckled, opting not to confront Vegeta directly, but instead swiftly retreated. As the distance grew between them, he unleashed energy blasts towards Vegeta, amidst the flurry of explosions. Vegeta moved like a brilliant blue comet, gracefully dodging the attacks. Tispo observed as Vegeta not only evaded but also closed the gap between them, prompting him to retreat further. In hot pursuit, Vegeta's aura surged, his speed escalating rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to Tispo. With a resounding thud, Vegeta relentlessly unleashed his fierce assault on Tispo. A powerful punch struck Tispo squarely in the face, causing blood to cascade from his nose. "Ugh!" Tispo cried out in agony as his form was sent hurtling backward. However, Vegeta was not one to conclude his onslaught with a single blow. He swiftly pursued Tispo, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks. Under the relentless barrage, Tispa was forced to retreat, ultimately tumbling off the stage. Humph, claiming to be the fastest in the universe. Yet you're nothing but trash. Vegeta boasted, proudly raising his thumb while wiping the tip of his nose, casting a mocking glance at the eliminated Tispa. Tispa, noticing Vegeta's disdainful gaze, retaliated with foul-mouthed insults. Damn that guy, his power was incredible in that moment. Defeat is defeat, there's no need for excuses. The Kaioshin Shin remarked coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Tispa. Apologizing hastily, Tispa sensed the unkindness in Shin's gaze. Another contender from Universe 11 had been eliminated, leaving only 2 remaining. The Kaioshin Shin noted this with surprise. Yet, Beerus wore a heavy expression, betraying no signs of joy. The remaining 2 are indeed the strongest. He mused. Is that so? We still have 5 participants on our side. Shin questioned, a hint of confusion on his face. What a pity for Bu to be eliminated so easily. Whis remarked with a smile, redirecting the conversation towards the cheerful Bu who was munching on snacks. You see, Sut claimed that this fellow was quite strong, yet he hasn't showcased his true potential. Damn Frieza. Hearing Whis's words, Beerus anxiously scanned the ruined arena for Frieza's figure. He acts recklessly, showing no regard for the safety of our universe. If we survive this, I shall obliterate that traitor. Seeing Beerus so fixated on Frieza to the point of exasperation, Shin timidly spoke up. Perhaps he intends to wait until the end to emerge, conserving his strength while biding his time. Indeed, that could be considered a strategy. Whis nodded in agreement. Is that so? Beerus squinted thoughtfully, then chose to dismiss his concerns about Frieza for the moment. Very well, I shall reluctantly forgive him for now. Crossing his arms and shifting his legs, Beerus was surprised to see Champa not joining in the mockery and derision. He turned to observe Champa, who was intently focused on the arena with a serious expression, seemingly captivated by something. Following Champa's line of sight, Beerus's gaze fell upon Kefura, whose battle with the enigmatic Saiyan was drawing to a close. Is it possible that Goku has abandoned his son and the martial arts? Beerus pondered, surprised by the sight of Gohan holding his own against Kefura. That's because I had him train for several days. Piccolo replied with a faint smile, as if basking in the compliment directed at Gohan. In his pursuit of mastery, he discovered a profound sense of combat, even surpassing his previous strength. Oh, Beerus responded with a distracted, nonchalant acknowledgement, once again seeking the presence of Frieza. However, Krillin listened intently, even expressing his astonishment. The potential of Gohan is indeed terrifying. If only he had not abandoned the martial path and continued his training. How formidable would he have become? Who knows? Perhaps he could surpass Goku. Piccolo, with a hint of pride, smirked as he gazed at the battle on the arena. Even Hit and Goku, who had been engaged in combat, paused their attacks to watch the duel between Frieza and Gohan. Goku's expression was one of shock. Gohan had evidently grown significantly stronger. Is that your son? Hit inquired, standing by with his hands in his pockets. Indeed. Goku nodded, a smile gracing his face. Impressive, isn't he? Hit responded nonchalantly, returning his attention to the fight. Frieza, in a state of disarray, unleashed an attack that lacked the potency of her earlier strikes. Breathless, she glared at the mysterious Gohan, who had blocked her punch with his elbow, exclaiming, "What a dreadful transformation you possess. This is my chosen path of human evolution." Gohan replied, panting yet unable to contain his exhilaration. The individual before him was remarkably strong, perhaps not weaker than himself. Despite being a Saiyan, he refuses to utilize a super transformation. Frieza inhaled deeply and charged at Gohan once more, gritting her teeth. As Frieza rushed towards him, Gohan also clenched his teeth and quickly retaliated, seizing her fist and delivering a sweeping kick. Bang! The kick, though not extraordinarily powerful, caused Frieza to stumble slightly. Fatigued as she was. Take this, Frieza shouted, her other fist aimed at Gohan's face. Coughing, Gohan was struck solidly, staggering back a few paces. Damn it! Even in my fused form, I can't defeat a Saiyan from Universe 7. Frieza grasped her aching waist, casting a complex gaze at Gohan. Indeed, there are always greater beings out there. Don't say that. You are quite strong yourself. Gohan steadied himself, smiling. At the very least, I am nearing my limit. Heh. Is that so? Then let us determine the victor. Frieza grinned, unsteadily advancing towards Gohan. Both launched their final punches, aiming for each other's faces. Bang! They struck almost simultaneously. Collapsing to the ground. Gasping for breath, They exchanged knowing smiles. Gohan, are you alright? Just as Goku began to rush over, the ground beneath Gohan and Fuwa suddenly cracked open. With a loud crunch, the arena at that corner had already reached its breaking point, visibly collapsing. As Gohan fell amidst the debris, Goku had taken only 2 steps forward when Hit pulled him back. As the falling debris continued to cascade down, Hit coldly remarked, "Be careful not to fall alongside it." "Father, I'm sorry. I leave the rest to you." Son Gohan smiled faintly before vanishing into the void, reappearing on the spectator platform not far away. Simultaneously, Caulifla and Kale took their seats on the steps of Universe 6, their fusion having been undone. At this moment, only Universe 6's Zeno and Hit remained on the stage, alongside Universe 7's Goku, Vegeta, Android 17, and Frieza, as well as Universe 11's Toppo and Jiren. With just 2 minutes left, it was almost time for the God of Destruction to make an appearance. Zeno surveyed the arena with an expressionless gaze, casting a sidelong glance at the crumbling pillars. On the spectator platform, Champa, Whis, and Beerus had already risen to their feet, eagerly awaiting the moment the Grand Priest would announce their turn on stage. As time dwindled, the battles on the stage grew increasingly intense. It seemed that the remaining fighters were no longer holding back their power, as the number of competitors on the stage had diminished significantly. Soon, the God of Destruction would ascend the platform, heralding a momentous shift in the dynamics of the battle. Is time really passing that quickly? Vegeta noted the relentless march of time, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Android 17 and Jiren, who were engaged in battle with Toppo not far away. Kakarot had resumed his fight with Hit, but it seemed both were merely testing each other's limits. "Humph, I can't stand Kakarot's reckless fighting style. It's utterly thoughtless. Fool, that fatso should hurry and leave the stage." Vegeta bellowed, charging towards Toppo. "Your tongue is as sharp as ever." Chapter 114. The destructive energy becomes a burden. Toppo squinted, unfazed by Vegeta's aggressive approach. "It appears you need to face the judgment of justice," he declared, stomping the ground to create a crater beneath him, his aura suddenly shifting to a vibrant purple. As he unleashed his power, Toppo's already formidable muscles expanded further, straining against his prideful battle attire until it burst apart. "Behold, the muscular explosion courtesy of Toppo. Have you been concealing your strength?" Vegeta exclaimed, surprised, as he launched himself forward with renewed vigor. "Huh." Toppo's expression grew serious as he swiftly extended his hand, gathering a swirling mass of purple energy in his palm. As this sphere, the size of a soccer ball, materialized, Champa and Beerus on the spectator platform widened their eyes in shock. Is that the power of destruction? Although they had witnessed Toppo's combat prowess before and heard Whis mention that he was a candidate for the God of Destruction, there was a vast difference between being a candidate and wielding the power of destruction. Mastery of destructive energy was a skill that required rigorous training. Akin to the Ultra Instinct technique, it was not something that mere mortals could easily learn. "Wait, this is clearly impossible," Beerus exclaimed, utterly astonished by the scene before him. "Can humans truly acquire the art of destruction so effortlessly?" As twins, Champa quickly began to suspect the situation, clenching his fists and cursing, "You scoundrel! Waymeda, have you lent your powers to him?" In response to the insults from the two foolish cats, Waymeda smiled slyly, unabashedly replying, "What nonsense are you spouting? Which of you saw me lend him my destructive abilities? As the candidate for the God of Destruction of Universe 11, is it unreasonable that I should possess no destructive techniques?" Frustration manifested in Champa as veins bulged on his forehead, yet he found himself unable to retort. Indeed, he had not witnessed Waymeda bestowing energy upon the rotund figure. At that moment, Beerus regretted his laziness for the first time, muttering to himself, "Had I known, I would have trained a candidate as well. Trained them solely to better indulge in slumber and idleness." Whis cast a casual glance at Beerus, as if to say, "Indeed. Isn't that so?" Super Gallic Gun. With a fierce roar, Vegeta unleashed his ultimate technique against the swiftly approaching destructive energy. This move rivaled Goku's Kamehameha, amplified by several times of Kaioken, swiftly neutralizing the destructive energy released by Toppo. Boom. As the energies collided amidst the billowing smoke, Vegeta earnestly sought Toppo's figure. Yet, suddenly, the opponent's aura appeared behind him, prompting Vegeta to hurriedly turn around. Bang! Upon turning, he was met with a colossal fist. Toppo's punch, imbued with overwhelming force, struck Vegeta, drawing blood from the corner of his mouth and sent him reeling backward. With each step retreating, Vegeta carved deep grooves into the ground beneath him. The accumulated rubble formed a small heap at his heels, allowing him to finally stabilize his stance. "You certainly have some skill," Vegeta exclaimed, wiping the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand and spitting onto the ground. "But do you dare to unleash destructive powers directly against me?" Roaring with fervor, enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, Vegeta charged at Toppo once more. Toppo, lips pursed and silent, did not retaliate with destructive abilities again. Instead, he crossed his arms to block Vegeta's punch, swiftly aiming a kick at Vegeta's lower body. Bang, bang, bang. In the next instant, they exchanged blows at a dizzying speed, yet it was evident that they were nearly evenly matched. Each attack was accompanied by the sound of wind slicing through the air, as the trembling ground and scattered debris attested to the ferocity of their duel. TCH, what use is the ability to wield destructive powers? Champa scoffed, observing their close-quarters combat. That guy Toppo doesn't he even dare to strike Vegeta with his destructive energy directly, does he? It seems he merely uses it to draw attention. Your Universe 11 is truly extravagant. Beerus chimed in with a sarcastic remark, casting a sidelong glance at the battle on the stage, noting how Toppo treated destructive energy as if it were mere energy blasts. What a show-off. Hee, just take a look. If Toppo carelessly employs destructive energy and inadvertently harms Vegeta, your Universe 11 will surely face elimination. However, should Toppo refrain from using destructive energy, he might only manage to reach a stalemate with Vegeta. Champa, displaying his sharp fangs with a smug grin, continued, if he loses, your Universe 11 will be left with but one member. Ah, how delightful it is to observe from the sidelines. Hey, Champa, it's remarkable how you've smartly elucidated the battle situation between the two for the first time. Zamasu exclaimed, unable to restrain his admiration as he gave Champa a thumbs up. Champa, feeling justified in receiving such praise, huffed, I have always been clever. Beerus, taken aback, cast a skeptical glance at Champa. Has this fat cat truly become wise? Ultimately, isn't this all a mess caused by the humans of Universe 7? Whis remarked, perplexed by Champa's arrogance. If not for Universe 7, would we even be standing here, fearing elimination? Would we worry about the universe being erased? Isn't it all Universe 7's fault? Whis concluded with unwavering conviction, feeling increasingly aggrieved by the thought. Indeed, upon hearing Whis's words, Champa swiftly redirected his ire toward Beerus. It's all your universe's fault. Why must you stir up such trouble? Beerus, feeling the weight of responsibility, shot him a disdainful glance before swiftly averting his gaze, uninterested in engaging with the foolish fat cat. Meanwhile, several battles continued on the arena. Whis soon grew tired of the two cats and shifted his focus to another fighter still in the ring, Jiren. His opponent was rather peculiar. How is it that this fellow's stamina seems boundless? He shows no signs of fatigue. You're truly formidable, Android 17 exclaimed as he deftly dodged, occasionally launching energy blasts to hinder Jiren's pursuit. His movements appeared somewhat frantic, and even his once handsome face bore signs of bruising. Alas, even boundless stamina cannot withstand the onslaught of a powerful adversary. I can't keep fleeing, Android 17 muttered, glancing at the falling pillars with a sigh. Even a striking figure like myself has limits, and I won't tolerate being chased indefinitely. Chapter 115, Frieza, shall we join forces? With that, Android 17 brushed back the stray hairs from his forehead and unleashed a flurry of energy blasts toward the relentless Jiren. The barrage of energy blasts erupted, yet Jiren remained as impassive as ever. His robust form weaved skillfully through the dense onslaught of energy. Just as he surged through the swirling smoke towards Android 17, he discovered that 17 had already vanished from his previous location. Where did he go? Jiren furrowed his brow, scanning his surroundings warily. He must be hiding. Sutter remained perched atop a rocky outcrop, observing Jiren from a distance. The android emitted no detectable energy, making it quite easy for him to remain undetected. As Jiren searched for his opponents, number 17 had already concealed himself nearby, gazing with a smile at Frieza, who was hidden behind a rock. I thought you had been eliminated long ago, number 17 exclaimed. Huh, I am no ordinary being. Frieza replied with a grin, flicking his tail with an air of arrogance. That fellow is quite formidable. Should we join forces? Number 17 inquired, peering slightly and pointing at Jiren. What isn't it for me? Frieza retorted skeptically. having initially planned to survive until the end while also claiming he had assisted Beerus. Oh, benefits abound. Number 17 teased, casually launching an energy blast towards Jiren. With a swift motion, Jiren batted the energy sphere aside and charged towards the hidden duo. Damn it, Frieza thought, realizing that number 17 had vanished from his side before he could utter a word. I found you, Jiren declared coldly, standing before Frieza with a grim expression. It doesn't matter. We are all from the same universe. With that, he unleashed a massive punch towards Frieza. Frieza, sensing the imminent danger, raised his elbow in a desperate attempt to block the blow. However, Jiren's might surpassed even that of Super Saiyan Blue Goku. Moreover, Frieza had reverted to his ivory form, devoid of his golden sheen. With a cry of pain, Frieza was sent sprawling, crashing through several rocky formations before hurtling towards the edge of the arena. Fortune smiled upon him as a large boulder intervened, preventing him from falling off the stage. Coughing and bloodied, Frieza struggled to recover, feeling as though he had sustained a grievous injury from that strike. His forehead bulged with veins, and in a fit of rage, he clenched his fists, bellowing, "You damned fool." It was unclear whether he was directing his ire at number 17 or Jiren, but his fury ignited a powerful energy around him. With a fierce intensity, he ascended to his golden form, raising one hand high while his eyes glinted with murderous intent directed at Jiren. "Supernova," he shouted, conjuring a colossal sphere of deathly energy in his palm and hurling it towards Jiren. The explosive force of his wrath and full power engulfed half of the arena, flames erupting towards the heavens. The stage trembled violently, its edges crumbling under the pressure as massive rocks fell, suspended around the battleground. Amidst the billowing smoke, a slightly disheveled Jiren had unexpectedly appeared behind Frieza, seizing his tail without giving him a moment to react, and swung him with relentless force. After being flung like a top, Jiren delivered a powerful punch to Frieza's abdomen, causing him to spit out copious amounts of blood. Just as Frieza's anguished cries echoed, he was struck again, this time by another of Jiren's fists, which landed squarely on his nose, causing crimson blood to flow uncontrollably. Frieza was subjected to a relentless barrage of blows from Jiren, each punch and kick propelling him backward, clearing a path through a series of obstacles. Observing the brutal assault on the ring, Krillin let out a cold snort, unable to suppress his astonishment. Number 17 is truly formidable, daring to take on Frieza. He must be unaware of Frieza's terrifying nature, Piccolo remarked, equally astonished. This must be the first encounter between number 17 and Frieza, right? Indeed. It feels like everything from that fateful day on Namek is vividly replaying in my mind. Gohan chimed in. Humph, let us not forget the advantages of our androids. Even if our strength pales in comparison to Frieza's, we possess limitless stamina. Number 18 interjected with a disdainful huff, clearly unimpressed by the ongoing praise for Frieza. But what of Super Saiyan 3's strength, Goku? He can still endure and outlast these fighters. You have a point. Krillin, momentarily casting aside his fear, hurriedly supported number 18's assertion. Meanwhile, on the stage, Frieza, now drenched in blood, could no longer withstand the overwhelming assault. With Jiren's final energy blast, he lost his footing and tumbled off the platform. Oh, has another been eliminated? Onlookers erupted in excitement, but Tispa quickly added, wait, that guy hasn't appeared at the spectators area. A proud member of the team glanced over and remarked swiftly. How could that be? Tispa exclaimed incredulously. However, Margarita wore a calm smile, pointing towards the edge of the platform where Frieza had fallen. Look closely. At the edge of the platform, Frieza had indeed fallen, but his body landed on a small floating rock. Gasping for breath, he displayed an unusual glimmer of fear in his eyes. This guy is a monster, isn't he? Jiren remained silent, merely aiming one hand at Frieza, intending to target even the rock beneath him. As the energy in Jiren's palm grew increasingly radiant, Frieza gritted his teeth and shut his eyes. Yet, the anticipated attack never came. Startled, Frieza turned to see who had kicked Jiren away. It was none other than number 17, the very one who had put him in such a predicament, which only fueled Frieza's fury. I thought you were formidable, at least capable of holding your ground long enough for me to catch my breath. Chapter 116. Goku, you must hold on. Number 17 grinned sheepishly, hands on his hips, and inquired, are you still able to continue? Should I help you up, or can you manage on your own? Humph. Frieza haughtily snorted, leaping back onto the platform from the rock. When the opportunity arises, he is determined to eliminate that insufferable wretch. How dare he scheme against a formidable cosmic emperor? Truly a fool who seeks his own demise. The troublesome individual, Jiren, cast a cold glance at 17 and Frieza, having just been struck. As he spoke, he unleashed a powerful energy wave towards the two. Boom. Frieza and 17 swiftly retreated, evading the energy blast that struck the arena beneath them. Landing on a floating rock at the edge, Frieza, clenching his fists in fury, cursed, "How despicable," attacking the arena directly. "Huh, you hardly possess the standing to make such a remark." 17 chuckled, leaping back onto the arena and charging at Jiren. "Shall we join forces? If we don't cooperate, we're bound to be eliminated." Frieza, though dissatisfied, recognized that the current situation left no room for defiance. Following 17's lead, he too dashed forward, their synergy resembling a well-rehearsed performance. With their battle cries echoing, an immense power surged from them once more. Bang, bang, bang. The three engaged in fierce combat. Who would have thought this king would ever ally with someone? Frieza taunted as he relentlessly attacked Jiren. 17 spoke little, yet each strike he delivered radiated an aura of lethal intent, aiming to knock Jiren from the arena. Despite their combined efforts, Jiren maintained an expression of composure. Unfazed by their assault, he calmly raised his hand, first blocking Frieza's punch, then seizing his wrist and pulling him forward. In that instant, 17 delivered a swift kick to Frieza's abdomen. Ouch, that must have hurt. Frieza was indeed in a pitiable state. "My apologies, it seems our coordination is lacking," 17 remarked with an awkward yet courteous smile before vanishing behind Jiren. Can these two truly handle Jiren? Witnessing the collaboration of 17 and Frieza, Beerus felt a flicker of hope, only to have it extinguished instantly. "I wonder," Whis pondered, shaking his head. Regardless, Jiren is not easily bested. Indeed, this was a moment that should call for Goku. Krillin clenched his fists, diverting his gaze from the trio to search for Goku's presence. "No, Uncle Krillin, over there." Gohan pointed gravely to another direction. At that moment, Goku was still locked in battle with Hit. Yet for some reason, he could never quite catch up to Hit's movements. Finding himself in an increasingly precarious situation. What on earth is happening? Gritting his teeth, Goku pushed his power to the limit, once more launching a punch at Hit. Bang, bang, bang. His colossal fists surged forward, yet it felt as though his movements were constrained, perpetually unable to land a hit on Hit. Even as he maximized his speed, Hit countered with an even swifter response. With a resounding thud, Sun Wukong found himself at a distinct disadvantage, subtly being cornered to the edge of the arena by Hit. Observers from Universe 7 watched in trepidation, their hearts racing. How could Wukong possibly struggle against Hit? Krillin clenched his fists, his palms slick with perspiration. This was Wukong, the protector of Earth. It wasn't merely that he was being outmatched. It appeared Hit had employed some peculiar technique. Piccolo furrowed his brows, his eyes wide with confusion as he struggled to discern the nature of Hit's abilities, feeling quite vexed. If this continued, their numerical advantage would be rendered meaningless. Beerus, arms crossed and visibly impatient, glanced at the time. Less than a minute remained. It was almost time. "Wukong, you must hold on." As Beerus shouted his encouragement, Champa, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, "This is Hit's newly devised technique. He won't be easily defeated, haha. The evolved version of Flash Time, time standstill. Hit can isolate his opponent's time. If they are weak, they can be immobilized. Even against formidable adversaries, Hit remains unperturbed, for he can slow their movements." What? Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished by the revelation. Under Krillin's fearful gaze, Beerus squinted and realized. So that's it. By slowing time, Hit effectively employs ultra-high-speed movement? Excellent. When I step into the arena, my first target will be to kick that Hit off. Noticing the cold glint in Beerus's eyes, Whis leisurely turned towards the still smug Champa. "Lord Champa, should you really disclose such information? It might not be prudent." Champa, belatedly grasping the implication, shrugged it off, unconcerned. "It's fine. Even if I can't protect Hit, there's still Zamasu. That fellow will surely safeguard him." The battle on the arena had escalated beyond mere intensity. The clashes erupted with dazzling bursts of energy, the latent power so formidable that it left spectators trembling. The once massive circular stage had been utterly transformed, its original shape unrecognizable, resembling a half-ruined structure with numerous floating debris scattered about. Boom. Observing the chaotic conflict, Zamasu effortlessly swatted away an incoming energy blast before turning his gaze toward the Grand Minister. The god of destruction should be making an entrance. With a crack. As the central pillar descended further, the Grand Minister, hands clasped behind his back, raised his right hand. With 10 minutes remaining in the tournament, the surviving 3 gods of destruction shall enter. Almost as soon as the Grand Minister's words echoed, Beerus, Champa, and Vados soared into the arena. Each had a different objective. Beerus aimed to rescue Sun Wukong. Champa set his sights on the battling Vegeta and Toppo, hoping to eliminate them, while Vados focused on the persistent 17 and Frieza, who were hindering Jiren. Bang! With a swift kick, Beerus sent Hit, who was relentlessly pressuring Wukong, flying across the arena. He successfully rescued Sun Wukong, who was perilously close to tumbling off the stage. Haha, both of you get down. Champa grinned, delivering a punch to both Vegeta and Toppo. The already battered Toppo and Vegeta were unceremoniously sent flying. Chapter 117. The remaining gods of destruction make their entrance. Toppo, in a state of disarray, was utterly exhausted and had no means to resist as he was mercilessly knocked off the stage. Vegeta, however, was somewhat fortunate. He rolled to the edge of the arena and, in the moment of falling, he grasped the edge tightly with his right hand. Though he did not plummet, the blow he received from Champa had inflicted significant damage upon him. There are those who will lend you a hand, but how many will truly support you? As the actions of the gods of destruction commenced, Sutter also made his move, appearing at the edge of the stage, gazing down at the trembling Vegeta. You scoundrel! Vegeta thought, wishing to ask Sutter for assistance, but the words stuck in his throat. He would never beg a mere cook. Absolutely not. Oh dear, you're about to fall. Sutter squatted leisurely, observing the contorted face of Vegeta as he struggled. Aren't you going to plead for my help? Aren't you going to stop struggling? Faced with Sutter's mockery, 3 veins bulged on Vegeta's forehead, and he retorted in fury, what is there to be smug about? Oh, then farewell. Sutter grinned widely, turning away without a backward glance at Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta could no longer hold on. He loosened his grip and fell off the stage. Now on the observation platform, Vegeta ground his teeth in anger, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared at Sutter on the stage. I will defeat that scoundrel. Is that really plausible? Broly interjected sarcastically, delivering a biting remark. You can't even beat me. Though the others remained silent, their expressions conveyed a shared sentiment. Only Bu, oblivious to the atmosphere, cheerfully offered sunflower seeds to Vegeta, asking, would you like some? Get lost. Vegeta shouted in anger, his gaze fixed intensely on the stage. Isn't our side at a greater advantage? Gohan, noticing Bu's irritation, hastily took some seeds and handed them to Piccolo. Lord Beerus is at least among the top 3 gods of destruction. My father is still here, and with 17 and Frieza. But before he could finish, the powerful Bu had already sent Frieza and 17 flying off the stage. Sometimes, in the face of absolute strength, numbers are rendered meaningless. Piccolo silently regarded the sunflower seeds in his hand. He was merely a Namekian who drank water. At most, he had only tasted the sweet spring water crafted by Sutter. Damn it, Beerus, who had just shielded Sun Wukong, also witnessed Frieza and 17 being knocked away and cursed in frustration. Now, the balance of power among the 3 universes had tilted, leaving Champa's side with the greatest numbers. Shall we, Champa, consider forming an alliance with Universe 7 to eliminate Universe 11 first? Hit inquired, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he gazed at Champa. Humph. Beerus's ears twitched. He merely snorted, feigning ignorance of the conversation. An alliance? Not only would he disapprove, but it was likely that Champa, the corpulent feline, would also disagree, as Beerus had surmised. Champa's expression was notably displeased as he brazenly retorted to Hit. If we eliminate both our universes, victory will be ours. Alliance, nonsense. Let us not forget that we are 3 strong, while they are but 2. Meanwhile, Sutter stood by with an indifferent demeanor, coolly questioning. Have you forgotten that I can only strike 10 times? Indeed. Hit echoed, challenging Champa. Can you guarantee that within these 5 minutes, we can vanquish them? Truly. What a foolish god of destruction, recklessly acting in such a critical moment. Did he not notice Sutter's restrained demeanor? It was to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. I certainly will not ally with this scrawny wretch. Champa seethed, pointing an accusing finger at Beerus. Even if Sutter could only strike 10 times, it would undoubtedly suffice. Together with his and Hit's efforts, they could certainly overcome Beerus. Do not speak as if I am eager. Upon hearing Champa's ramblings, Beerus arrogantly turned his gaze towards Surt. If I can merely delay until Whis arrives, dealing with you will pose no challenge. His intellect far surpassed that of Compass, and he quickly discerned the situation. Surt remained unfazed. Even if Beerus delayed, the standoff among the three would persist. But Makarita was on his side. Even with just 10 strikes, with her assistance, he would assuredly prevail. Regardless of whether the angel intervened, the ultimate triumph would undoubtedly be his. Of course, he did not wish to compel Makarita into action alongside him, lest the Grand Priest concoct some troublesome scheme against him. Lord Vermouth, allow me to handle those humans. Jiren stepped forth from behind Vermouth, his gaze fixated on Son Goku, and hit. He was determined to demonstrate his strength, waiting for the Super Dragon Balls to fulfill his wish until he earned his master's recognition. Jiren, what you desire is merely the resurrection of Jiren, is it not? Surt remarked casually, hands in pockets, casting a fleeting glance at Jiren. Are you willing to exchange the lives of 7 universes for that of Jiren? Wouldn't he simply be resurrected only to be infuriated by you once more? How do you know of Jiren? Jiren, taken aback, was not alone in his astonishment, as even Vermouth was equally taken aback. Did Makarita inform you? Not at all. This is common knowledge. Surt shrugged, offering a nonchalant response. Whether or not the inhabitants of Universe 11 are aware, any true Dragon Ball enthusiast would know. I merely seek my master's acknowledgement. Is that such a crime? After his initial shock, Jiren quickly regained his indifferent expression. What matter is at hand? Curious, Sun Wukong peeked from behind Beerus and inquired of Surt. This eagerness to converse stemmed from genuine curiosity on Sun Wukong's part, while the others hesitated to strike. Currently, both Wei Meida and Beerus seemed inclined to delay, anticipating the arrival of Whis and Margarita. Otherwise, should they engage, Surt would undoubtedly eliminate them all within 10 moves. Champa, confident in his universe's impending victory, exhibited no urgency, relying on Surt to secure an effortless win. The situation, though seemingly intricate, was rather straightforward. Surt shrugged and smiled at Sun Wukong, lamenting, regrettably, I have no desire to speak. Fully aware that victory was assured without the angel's intervention, he questioned the necessity of wasting time with this group. Among the 4, he needed only to make 4 moves at most to triumph. Wei Meida's combat prowess paled in comparison to Jiren's, rendering him no match. As Surt charged toward Wei Meida and Jiren, Beerus refused to remain passive and sprang into action. He set his sights on Hit, who was beside Champa, while calling out to Sun Wukong. Wukong, seize this opportunity, quickly. The once confident Champa displayed a look of terror, realizing he could not withstand Beerus's might. With a resounding impact, he first endured Beerus's swift punch, followed by a merciless kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Hey Surt, come save me. Champa cried out as Beerus pinned him down, beginning a relentless assault. Hit, sensing the tide turning, gritted his teeth and unleashed a surge of energy. Attempting to intercept Sun Wukong, he activated his time skip ability once more, though it seemed less effective this time. Sun Wukong erupted with a silvery radiance, effortlessly breaking free from Hit's constraints. In the manifestation of his ultra instinct, as the fists rushed toward him, Hit hastily retreated, neglecting the plight of Champa. You still have strength to spare at a time like this? Sun Wukong chuckled, feeling a profound sense of tranquility, and surged forward. In a flurry of punches and kicks, the two found themselves on the receiving end of a crushing defeat. Must you be so troublesome? On the other side, Surt, disinterested in turning back, radiated an overwhelming aura, his power exuding a forceful dominance. With his ultra instinct at level 10 nearing perfection, he deftly evaded the combined energy attacks from Jiren and Wei Meida, positioning himself before Wei Meida. With a swift strike, he painted the battle's conclusion even before it began. Wei Meida, desperate to evade, found his efforts futile against the overwhelming disparity in strength. Unsurprisingly, Surt's initial blow sent Wei Meida tumbling off the stage. The god of destruction from Universe 11, Wei Meida, has been eliminated. As the Grand Priest's voice echoed, Jiren too was swept off the stage by Surt's assault, plummeting below. I have lost. Jillian settled on the steps of the observation platform, his expression a tapestry of complexity, marked by confusion and a hint of reluctance. Jillian, you need not bear this burden alone. You can occasionally lean on us, Tiz remarked, awkwardly and shyly uttering these words. I apologize, Jillian. It seems that Jie cannot be revived. Wei Mei's face bore traces of defeat. In truth, he yearned to resurrect Jie. Yet it is not so simple to revive one slain by a monster. It matters not, as that fellow Soot said. Even if he were to be revived under such circumstances, Master would not be pleased, Julian replied with a subdued expression tinged with sorrow. Moreover, he had long understood that Master had placed him in the Pride team so he could grasp the essence of unity. Julian, you have inherited Jieqing's sense of justice, and you need not blame yourself for failing to save him. Wei Mei sighed deeply, turning to Julian with earnestness. Jieqing does not seek resurrection. Julian, still devoid of expression, acknowledged this. However, discussing it seemed futile, as we are soon to be erased. Wei Mei spoke, glancing towards the Grand Priest. Let us bid farewell. Makalita sighed softly. Uttering these final words, the Grand Priest gazed at the fragmented arena and declared, all fighters from Universe 11 have fallen. I hereby announce their elimination. Oh dear. Only 2 universes remain. The Omni King exclaimed, releasing his divine aura and raising his small hand. Is that so? The future Omni King lifted his head, extending his hand in unison with the Omni King, and suddenly grasped it firmly. On the arena, Beerus, having thoroughly pummeled Champa, looked up toward the now desolate observation platform of Universe 11. Empty, save for one angel. Universe 11 has also been eliminated, leaving only 2 universes. Hit crossed his arms, blocking Son Goku's punch with surprise. Is that so? It seems the final elimination is imminent, Son Goku declared, kicking upward once more towards Hit. What a pity. Soot stood with his hands on his hips, casting a glance at Makalita, lamenting. Alas, I failed to receive Wei Mei's farewell. Makalita sighed softly, her gaze resting on Soot, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. Why do I feel no sorrow? In fact, I feel inexplicably joyful. What could this mean? How vexing. There are still 3 minutes until Whis makes his entrance. Beerus unleashed a torrent of fierce blows upon Champa. With no other outlet for his frustration of being unable to defeat Soot, he could only vent his ire on Champa. What on earth has this fat cat done to earn Soot's assistance for his universe? Ha ha ha, you have no chance left. The ultimate victory belongs to us, Universe 6. Champa, his face swollen and bruised, still managed to grin widely, taunting Beerus. You scoundrel. Beerus, now even angrier, clenched his fist and delivered a direct punch to Champa. What a tragic fate. Carly Frala could not help but sigh, lamenting the lack of appreciation shown by Champa. After all, this was Lord Champa. Idas seemed indifferent, as if he were oblivious to the impending demise of Champa. One must wonder, will our universe truly face defeat? Krillin turned his gaze towards Whis and inquired. Indeed, 5 minutes is a considerable duration. Surt could easily vanquish Lord Beerus within that time. Whis nodded solemnly, addressing the contestants seated below, proclaiming that it appeared the 7th universe was genuinely on the brink of annihilation. How could this be? Cold sweat trickled down Gohan's forehead as fleeting images of Vidal's smiling face and Pan's adorable visage flashed through his mind. Damn it! Vegeta clenched his fists in rage, striking the ground with a heavy thud. His daughter Bulma had just been born. Curse Kakarot, curse Surt. Observing the seething Vegeta, Frieza chuckled heartily, teasingly remarking, Ah, it is indeed a rare sight to witness Prince Vegeta in such a fury. Enough noise, let us face the inevitable. Number 17 muttered, shifting his focus to the arena. At that moment, Surt charged toward Beerus, only to be interrupted by a burst of energy that thwarted his attempt to hurl Champa from the ring. With a thunderous explosion, Champa fell to the ground, baring his teeth as he shouted, Surt, go on, defeat that scrawny fellow. I must block these 10 attacks. Beerus yelled, rushing towards Surt and swinging his fists. No one desired death, not even a god of destruction who had existed for eons. Chapter 119. Is it over? The angels have yet to make their appearance. Even if you unleash your full power, you are no match for me. Surt deftly evaded Beerus's strike. He then stepped forward, seizing Beerus's outstretched arm and flinging him towards the edge of the ring. Damn it! The force of the throw was so potent that Beerus was propelled backward. In a desperate bid, he unleashed energy blasts behind him, attempting to stabilize his form through the recoil. At that moment, Goku had unleashed his ultimate move against Hit, shouting, Hit, I apologize. Kamehameha. A brilliant azure beam of energy surged towards the heavily panting Hit, enveloping him within its brilliant light. The deafening sound of explosions rang out as thick clouds of smoke quickly engulfed the shattered arena. Surt, you must hold on until the end. Hit, battered and emitting wisps of smoke, plummeted from the broken stage. Damn it, is Goku truly that powerful? Champa, clutching his injured arm, glared angrily at the eliminated hit. Cert, leave the rest to me. Champa gritted his teeth, his massive form soaring into the air as he embraced Beerus. Beerus, your time is up. I have long wished to drag you down with me, and this is my opportunity. Although his body was restrained, there remained a considerable distance to the edge of the arena. If he were to be held by Champa in such a manner, he would undoubtedly fall from the ring. As Champa, the portly deity, provoked Beerus to gnash his teeth in frustration, the two figures continued their descent, with Beerus helplessly witnessing his fall, only to reappear on the spectators' platform. What a stroke of misfortune. The imminent victory had been so close. Beerus clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, casting a venomous glare at Champa, the gluttonous cat. Humph, you foolish Beerus, I have triumphed. I have won, ha ha ha. Champa laughed heartily, but suddenly paused, his eyes reddening as he stared blankly at Beerus. I won, so what? I should have been more astute. Beerus shrugged off his arms, glancing at Goku, who had also been unceremoniously kicked off the stage by Cert. With a nonchalant tilt of his head, he remarked, this time, consider it a gift from your elder brother. Take care. What nonsense are you spouting? I am your elder brother, Champa retorted, his voice diminishing with each word. In the end, he sniffled, turning away to wipe his tears. He longed for victory, yet he could not bear the thought of his twin brother being erased. How could this happen? Champa lamented inwardly, belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation. In Universe 7, the god of destruction Beerus and the last remaining contestant had been eliminated. The Grand Minister turned to the two diminutive Zeniths. The match had concluded, with the sixth universe emerging as the ultimate victor. Oh, I haven't finished my slow motion yet. Zeno lamented, reluctantly setting aside his divine powers. Remarkable indeed, it turned out that only Cert remained standing. The future Zeno quickly glanced at the stage, discovering that Cert was the sole survivor. Zeno also noticed, and, perplexed, looked to the Grand Minister, asking, strange, where are the angels from universes 6 and 7? Though time had not yet run out, Cert had already eliminated all the contestants from Universe 7. The Grand Minister nodded, speaking plainly. The arena was utterly transformed. Yet Cert stood proudly, pristine amidst the chaos. This fellow may not be entirely unworthy of being compared to Beerus. You scoundrel, Kakarot, I shall never forgive you. Even in death. Vegeta seethed, his eyes ablaze with fury as he yanked Goku's collar, who had just been transported to the spectator's platform. You have caused our universe to be erased, and my Bulma, my bra, are now beyond reach. Boo, under Krillin's explanation, set down the sunflower seeds, biting his lip in sorrow. Wah, Satan has so many more delicious foods at home. 18. Our universe is gone, and the money you desired is lost as well. Krillin said, a complex expression on his face as he grasped 18's hand. It's all right, little bald head. Just like always, we will be together forever. 18 smiled, leaned in to kiss Krillin's cheek. Hey, keep it down. Piccolo feigned anger, looking at Gohan, whom he had raised. Gohan, cough, earlier. I bought many clothes for little Fong. So many are at my home. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan replied politely, but soon bowed his head, silently choking back tears. Apologies. As the atmosphere is saturated with sorrow, Sun Wukong sincerely expressed his regret, stroking his head. I believed our universe would prevail. Alas, it is too late. Frieza, crossing his arms, disdainfully remarked, how unfortunate it is to be erased alongside you Saiyans. Broly, tilting his head, observed the collective despondency of the crowd, bewildered by their reactions. Is it merely a loss? Why does everyone seem so melancholic? Erasure, is that truly happening? Very well, let us erase the 7th universe then. Amidst Broly's confusion, the King of All turned to the future King of All, eagerly raising his small hand in unison. With his grasp, the competitors of the 7th universe were entirely obliterated. Alas, how has it come to this? Whis sighed deeply, his expression tinged with sorrow. Now, the disciples he had diligently trained for millions of years are no more. Even more lamentable is the loss of the universe, Earth, and all the delightful cuisine. What a pity that the angels never had the chance to participate. Lowering his hand, he gazed at Sutter on the arena and expressed his lament. Your Majesty, do you wish to continue watching the match? The Grand Minister inquired with a slight smile, displaying great humility. Indeed, I wish to. The future King of All nodded without hesitation, gesturing with his hand. I can adjust to the slowest speed. I have only just witnessed the obliteration of the 2nd universe. Yes, it is quite thrilling. The king of all responded affirmatively. Then shall we have all the angels of the universe take the stage for a competition? The Grand Minister kindly suggested, looking at the two young kings. Upon hearing this, Sutter frowned in displeasure and directly questioned, "So, does our victory still count?" "Of course," the Grand Minister chuckled, pointing to the sixth universe, which was still filled with contestants in the viewing area. "In this power tournament, the sixth universe has emerged triumphant and shall not be erased. As the last competitor remaining on the stage, Mr. Sutter, you may use the Super Dragon Balls to make a wish." Chapter 120. The Angels Appear. The Grand Minister's promise. "So, but how can I compete against the angels when I am limited to merely 10 moves, and now I have only 5 left?" In response to Sutter's query, the king of all, without hesitation, raised his small hand and declared, "Forget about 10 moves." "Yes, yes," the future king of all echoed, also raising his hand and tilting his head in inquiry. "Sutter, do you not wish to fight?" Before Sutter could respond, 2 lanky attendants shot him a murderous glare, as if saying that should he utter a single word of reluctance, they would eliminate him on the spot. "That is rather unreasonable, isn't it? Mr. Sutter is merely a human." Kefla, undeterred by the situation, stood up and questioned the Grand Minister. "Are you truly expecting him to face all the angels alone?" Hey, do not speak." Seeing Kefla speak up for Sutter, Gabe hurriedly pulled her back down to her seat. "I believe the elder sister is correct." Cal timidly chimed in. "What are you all worried about? Sutter's strength is already on par with the angels." Idis appeared rather unconcerned, soothing a few individuals with his words. However, even Hit felt a furrow of worry at the sight of Surt facing 8 angels, deeming it an inequitable battle. Is our existence not merely to bring joy to the Omni King?" Frost observed the situation with clarity, turning to the others with a teasing expression. The endless succession of these contests was indeed tiresome. Fortunately, he was not the one fighting the angels. After all, he couldn't even best a god of destruction. A strange envy crept over him for those erased universes. What was that about? "You should be quiet," Champa shouted at Frost. Everyone understood the sentiment behind those words. But was it appropriate to voice such opinions so openly? Frost, that scoundrel, was truly taking advantage and acting coy. He ought to be erased. Perhaps it would be best to obliterate him later. It was crucial to note that this was not merely a battle between Surt and the 8 angels, but rather a contest involving 12 angels alongside Surt on the arena. The Grand Minister certainly heard the comments from Universe 6, yet he remained indifferent, announcing the correct circumstances. "As long as we achieve ultimate victory, I can make a promise." Believing in such a promise was a significant temptation for angels. "A promise?" Surt narrowed his eyes, a sly smile creeping onto his lips as he asked, "What if I wish to be with Beerus, Margarita, and Kusu?" "You can indeed make such a promise." The Omni King raised his little hand again, seemingly unreserved. "Indeed, I concur." Future Omni King mirrored the sentiment. Margarita, still seated in the viewing platform, flashed a playful smile, her eyes shimmering with excitement. "Oh dear, I am not an object." Meanwhile, Kusu, who had been mentioned, appeared bewildered, pointing to her own nose as she asked, "Why should we be together?" "To prepare delicious meals for you. Do you not like that?" Surt responded with a gentle smile. Kusu hesitated for a moment, then readily agreed. "All right then, since Lord Ramses has been erased, I find myself unwilling to slumber alone. Have you both decided for yourselves?" The Grand Minister's expression darkened as he glanced at the 2 angels, feeling vexed. What nonsense is this about a girl not being able to stay? Just because they're a bit of food, they're off with someone else. Is my guidance on their education insufficient? Well, Grand Minister, do you consent? Surt disregarded the 2 angels' agreement, focusing instead on seeking the approval of their father. It was his consent that mattered, not the opinions of these 2 children. "I respect their wishes." The Grand Minister's gaze grew increasingly frigid, yet under the watchful eyes of the 2 little ones and the Omni King, he reluctantly acquiesced. Everyone was eager to play matchmaker, but he was left to bear the role of the villain. Did they not consider whose daughters these were? How vexing. The battered arena required time for restoration, so the Grand Minister relocated the Super Dragon Balls to the Void Realm. He cast a cold glance at Surt and inquired, "What is your wish? Speak." "Restore all the erased universes." Surt is quite satisfied with the original trajectory of the storyline. "Are you certain?" The High Priest, taken aback by these words, felt as though he were hearing things. He had always perceived Surt as a self-serving individual, prone to frivolity and only preoccupied with romantic affairs, lacking understanding in other matters. Yet, such a desire truly came as a surprise. Observing Surt nod earnestly, a faint smile crept upon the high priest's lips. The dragon of God manifested at the high priest's summons, fulfilling Surt's wish successfully. The other 7 erased universes were restored as well, with both the destroyers and the competitors from each universe reappearing on the viewing platform. What is happening? Weren't we obliterated? The bewilderment of the destroyers and the Kais was palpable, and Champa, for the first time, felt a sense of pride. With hands on hips, he laughed heartily, exuding an air of arrogance. Thank me. Our Universe 6 has claimed the ultimate victory, and let us also express gratitude to our champion, Surt. It is he. Yes, him. Our Surt, Champa exclaimed, eagerly appearing by Surt's side to introduce him to the gathered crowd. It was his wish that restored the erased universes, and you all. Everyone stood in stunned silence, occasionally casting furtive glances at Surt. Even the ever-astute Vados was taken aback. Is this truly real? Lord Vados, I have been watching closely. Upon hearing this, Margarita expressed her discontent. You, young man, are quite impressive. Beerus chided as he approached Surt, playfully draping an arm over his shoulder. However, why would you deign to assist that foolish Champa instead of our Universe 7? Hearing Beerus's whispered remarks, Surt coolly pushed him away, smirking as he replied. Because your guide is not a woman. Beerus, utterly perplexed, failed to grasp the connection between the gender of the guiding deity and the allegiances of the universes. The high priest, having repaired the arena, floated to the side of the 2 Grand Zeniths and addressed the spectators. Now, let the 12 angels and Surt ascend the stage. This will be the final supplementary match, and the ultimate victor shall receive my promise. Chapter 121. A magnificent contest, Surt's singular strike. As Surt and the 12 angels from various universes soared toward the colossal arena, many of the bewildered destroyers and Kais, still recovering, were left in confusion once more. What is the meaning of this? Hadn't the tournament of power concluded? In response to their inquiries, Champa, hands on hips, confidently and flamboyantly explained. The Grand Zeno was left wanting more, and since the angels never had the chance to compete before our Universe 6 seized victory, this is a supplementary match. A collective murmur of understanding rippled through the crowd, soon dismissing the boastful Champa and redirecting their attention to the arena. In the tumultuous clash of 12 angels and Surt, a definitive victory for Surt seemed utterly implausible. This was not a confrontation against the destroyers. The divine combat prowess of the angels is incomparable to that of the destroyers. As the angels descended onto the arena alongside the human Surt, the high priest gestured with authority, proclaiming, "The match begins now. Who do you think will emerge victorious?" Observing the angels on the stage, many of the destroyers murmured their speculations, debating who might claim the title. It must be Kes, for she is universally recognized as the strongest among the angels, pondered the Egyptian goddess Helis, articulating a sentiment that resonated with the crowd. However, the sea monster Jean disagreed, shaking his head in dissent. Not necessarily. That was eons ago. I hardly care. Mimi coldly directed her gaze towards the arena, her eyes fixated on Surt, sneering. As a human among angels, how long can he endure? Many destroyers shared Mimi's lack of esteem for Surt, nodding in agreement. I wager he won't last 3 rounds. How dare they look down upon Surt? Hearing such remarks, Champa clenched his fists in indignation, feeling a sense of injustice for Surt. The restoration of these 7 universes should never have happened, and if it were to happen, it certainly should not be at the behest of someone like Mimi. Disgusting, annoying, a fool. What are they thinking? Shouldn't we rally behind our pride from Universe 6, cheering for Surt? Beerus, arms crossed, observed the tempestuous Champa with amusement. What is it to you? Champa shot Beerus a sidelong glance, rising to his feet as he shouted towards the arena. Go, Surt. Give it your all. In the arena, Surt shed his usual nonchalant demeanor. His expression turned serious as he uttered a soft command, entering a deep blue state of being. A towering azure aura surged forth, unleashing a torrent of energy that stirred a tempest. The gust swept across the viewing stands, rustling the garments of the onlookers. This was only possible due to the activation of a transparent protective barrier. Otherwise, the destroyers, Kaiashins, and competitors from various universes would have been instantly swept away. Incredible. Is this truly a human? Gasped Kaiashin Xin, his eyes wide with astonishment. Yet, in the next moment, he was brought back to silence by a sharp rap on the head from the elder Kaiashin. Quiet. Meanwhile, on the arena stage, the melee had commenced. Pairs of angels found their familiar comrades amidst the chaos. Indeed, familiar allies. They wielded their staffs, unleashing vibrant waves of energy upon one another. The radiant energy flickered with myriad colors, illuminating the arena and the air above like dazzling fireworks. There was no semblance of hand-to-hand combat. The angels were accustomed to employing various forms of magic, rarely engaging in battles of good versus evil. It is worth noting that even when confronted with attacks, they instinctively utilized their mastery of the ultimate technique to evade, only resorting to blocking when evasion proved impossible. Moreover, as celestial beings, they have rarely committed significant transgressions and thus cannot be easily erased from existence. Naturally, they do not experience the palpable fear and dread that the god of destruction faces before the Omni King. After all, should the god of destruction perish, there will always be another to take their place, but should an angel cease to exist, they are truly gone forever. Consequently, the scene upon the arena resembles more of a spectacle than a battle of life and death. However, the presence of the human suitor introduces an element of unpredictability. The angel Korin from Universe 8 did not acknowledge his former friend Jean, but instead directed his gaze towards Sutter. "I can sense that you are indeed an extraordinary human," he remarked. Sutter, taken aback, expressed his confusion. "Extraordinary human? Surely, he cannot discern the system in my mind. Even the Grand Priest has not noticed." "Allow me to test you," Korin said with a polite smile, conjuring a staff that unleashed a surge of angelic power towards Sutter. "Oh, do you wish to be my opponent?" Sutter swiftly evaded the powerful energy, his form vanishing from Korin's sight in an instant. Korin was quick to react, shifting his body slightly to avoid the punch that Sutter aimed at him from behind. "It appears I cannot rely solely on my mastery of Ultra Instinct," Sutter smirked, sweeping his leg to strike Korin's waist, sending him tumbling off the stage. The force was formidable, though it did not inflict any real harm upon Korin. The fact remained that he had been eliminated from the arena. Korin's defeat was not indicative of weakness, but rather a testament to Sutter's newfound strength. His divine battle prowess had increased significantly from the encounters with Broly and Frieza, ascending from 51 to 53 units. Additionally, due to the unique traits of Frieza's race, which allow strength to grow without training, Sutter's divine battle power had now reached 54 units, surpassing Korin, who had been merely testing the waters. Korin's typical power stood at 14 units, with the potential to reach 50 units at his peak. Caught off guard and careless, Korin was ruthlessly cast out of the arena by Sutter. Had he been more cautious, his elimination would not have been so straightforward. As Korin landed outside the arena, he initially expressed surprise, followed by a moment of contemplation, and then broke into a smile. "This fellow is truly intriguing. What just happened?" The god of destruction, Ligier, gaped in disbelief, astonished that Korin had been defeated in a single blow. Just one strike. Merely one strike. The Grand Priest also appeared momentarily stunned before shaking his head with a sigh, recognizing that angels had indeed become accustomed to their elevated status. Beyond the astonishment of those observing from the stands, many angels within the arena were equally taken aback. Chapter 122. "Hey, where's my opponent? Has the angel been eliminated so swiftly? Remarkable. Sut, you appear to have grown considerably stronger." Mojito, upon recognizing Sut, offered a friendly smile. Humanity possesses such remarkable growth. There truly is no need for enmity. Margarita was equally astonished, after just a few days apart. How had Sut become so formidable? Cucitl of Universe 5 also turned his gaze towards Sut, inquiring with tentative curiosity, "Shall we engage in a friendly spar?" Sut, displaying graciousness, did not decline. On the expansive arena, vibrant energy swiftly manifested as Sut faced Cucitl from a distance. A silver-white energy burst forth from Cucitl's staff, hurtling towards Sut with astonishing speed. Sut smiled, his deep blue aura enveloped in a faint silver glow. He deftly evaded the energy that landed at his feet, reappearing before Cucitl in an instant. "You too can wield the mastery of the free-flowing ultimate technique." Cucitl, taken aback by Sut's uncanny speed, expressed his astonishment. However, Sut offered no reply. Instead, he launched a swift punch towards Cucitl's face. Given the previous elimination of Korin, Cucitl had long abandoned any sense of superiority and quickly dodged with caution. Gazing at the arena, now marred by a massive crater from the impact, Cucitl wore an expression of lingering trepidation. "Your strength must be formidable." "Not particularly," Sutter replied nonchalantly. After all, humanity tends to rely on the sheer power of the physical form. He charged towards Cucitl once more, with a flurry of punches and kicks. Each strike delivered at an astonishing velocity. The spectators on the viewing platform could not help but express their amazement. How fast? So swift that even the gods of destruction can scarcely perceive it. This is truly impressive. As fellow human competitors from various universes voiced their astonishment, they were left to wonder about Sut's true strength. Just how powerful is Sut? Sun Wukong scratched his head, perplexed by the question. This query remained unanswered. I once thought this fellow was only slightly stronger than Beerus. Vegeta, pursing his lips, wore a similarly complex expression. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Sut had surpassed all humans, indeed. Even the gods of destruction, reaching a level comparable to that of an angel. This was beyond mere aspiration. It was terrifyingly monstrous. Indeed, he no longer seems entirely human. Does he? The competitors from various universes shared expressions of bewilderment. Who among humanity could possess strength rivaling that of an angel? On the arena, Sut, realizing that his punches and kicks were futile, began employing energy blasts. A series of azure energy orbs materialized at one end of the arena. Cucitl, however, remained unperturbed, his figure within the energy blasts exuding a certain elegance. Sut, seeing the energy blasts were ineffective, vanished once more, reappearing instantaneously before Cucitl. You seem quite reliant on the free-flowing ultimate technique as well. It's manageable. Aside from that, I have a fondness for the beauty of rational intellect. Cucitl appeared entirely unfazed as he addressed Sut before him. Sut, however, refrained from launching an attack, merely offering a smile laden with meaning. Did I say something amiss? Cucitl pondered, a hint of confusion crossing his features, but soon he understood. A sudden, inexplicable howling wind surged behind him, and before he could turn to investigate, a sharp pain struck his back. In an instant, he was propelled from the platform, akin to a kite severed from its string. Standing in the very spot Cucitl had occupied was Idis, who wore an expression of innocent apology. My apologies, it seems I may have collided with something. Cucitl watched in disbelief as he plummeted from the arena, only to find himself in the spectator's stance. Was that truly unintentional? He mused, furrowing his brow in contemplation, yet unable to resist further speculation. As an angel, could such a mishap genuinely be accidental? Surely, he thought, such an idea was preposterous. Yet, having been eliminated, would voicing his grievances not portray him as petty? Next, Sut inquired, Idis, do you wish to become my adversary? Unperturbed by the question, Sut merely smiled. Oh, absolutely not. I have just been promoted from a trainee angel to a full-fledged angel. Idis replied cheerfully, swiftly retreating and vanishing from Sut's sight in the blink of an eye. Wait. With Idis's disappearance, Sut stood momentarily bewildered on the arena, where vibrant bursts of energy intermittently illuminated the space. So, I find myself without an opponent. How unexpected. Minutes passed, and the angels nearby continued their lackluster duels. Sut felt as though he might sprout weeds atop his head from idleness. Silently, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his space, unpacked one, and placed it between his lips. Before he could ignite it, a fierce gust of wind rushed past him. Turning to investigate, he beheld a colossal energy sphere hurtling toward him. Martinu, the most grotesque angel from Universe 12, smirked mockingly at Sut. A human, is it? You hardly seem suited for this arena. Sut remained silent, his cigarette dangling from his lips as he aimed a kick at the unappealing Martinu. Unsurprisingly, his strike met nothing but air, thwarted by Martinu's effortless evasion. Yet, unexpectedly, Makalita, who had been targeting Kasai with her angelic power, inadvertently struck Martinu as he dodged. With a resounding explosion, Martinu was unable to evade and was sent tumbling from the arena. The spectators were left utterly speechless, unable to articulate the bizarre turn of events. Surely, this is mere coincidence? It should be, perhaps. As if by some strange design, numerous angels found themselves eliminated under circumstances that appeared coincidental yet were undeniably serendipitous. Soon, only a handful of angels remained upon the platform. Makalita, Kasai, Kaneko from Universe 4, Mojito from Universe 9, alongside Whis and Idis. Amidst the aftermath of their fierce battle, all participants remained impeccably attired, exuding an aura akin to that of a delightful excursion. Astonishingly, Idis, you still stand upon the arena. Sutter's words bore no trace of mockery, only sheer surprise. I had presumed that the esteemed elders were formidable, yet was met with unexpected humility. With a smile illuminating his face, Idis brandished his staff and advanced towards Sutter. Sensing the impending attack, Sutter swiftly evaded, raising his arm to deflect the staff, and immediately retaliated with a kick aimed at Idis's abdomen. Bang! This entire exchange evoked memories of their training in the dimensions prior to the power tournament. Chapter 123. What? Deep Blue Overlay Ultra 4 Idis winced in pain, retreating rapidly until he collapsed into the arms of Weiss nearby. Oh dear brother, are you alright? Weiss inquired with a chuckle, looking down at him. Idis, slightly embarrassed, quickly extricated himself from Weiss's embrace and awkwardly replied, I'm fine, Weiss. Humph. Truly, a brotherly bond. Konica chuckled lightly, preparing to charge at Sutter, only to be halted by Macarlita. Konica, it has been eons since we last sparred. Shall we engage in a bout? Gazing into Macarlita's alluring eyes, Konica hesitated. Very well. Chris, uninterested in engaging with the increasingly formidable Sutter, sought a tactful excuse to confront Chris instead. Observing the fresh confrontations erupting on both sides, Sutter crossed his arms, directing his gaze towards Weiss and Idis standing together. So, will my opponent be one of you? Or shall it be both of you together? Sutter inquired with a neutral expression, though a sense of trepidation lingered within. Against the novice angel Idis, he felt confident. However, Weiss, with a divine combat prowess peaking at 50, posed a challenging adversary. Coupled with the presence of 4 additional angels, the situation was decidedly precarious. Well then, Weiss remarked. Casting a sidelong glance at the retreating Idis, his demeanor refined. Allow me to be your opponent first. Come forth. Sutter nodded, adopting a serious stance as he prepared for combat. As Sutter and Weiss faced off, Beerus on the observation platform immediately clenched his fists and rose to his feet, shouting, Go Weiss. Defeat that insufferable Sutter. Ensure he does not align with Universe 7, or this power tournament will culminate in their ultimate victory. Come on, Sutter. You're the strongest. Champa, not wanting to be outdone, also rose, rallying support. Observing the 2 hairless cats glaring at each other, and the angels who had been eliminated yet gazed at Sutter with curiosity, the Grand Priest silently regarded the dim expanse of the void above, rolling his eyes inwardly. This Sutter, indeed, possesses a certain toxicity, does he not? Not only does he allure my daughter, but he seems to captivate angels of both genders as well. To my astonishment, this fellow has yet to be eliminated. Waymay couldn't help but furrow her brows, whispering a complaint. Could it be that Makalita and the others are deliberately going easy on him? Julienne, with a dispassionate demeanor, cast a sidelong glance at Waymay, dismissing her unseemly thoughts. How unfortunate. After a prolonged silence, Waymay clenched her teeth and uttered a remark. What merits does that scoundrel Sut possess? After Ian spent alongside Makalita, he is merely treated as a jester's apprentice, and Sut truly is a source of exasperation, enough to infuriate her. My lord Waymay, please do not be so disheartened. Tispo interjected hastily, attempting to soothe the jester before turning his back to share numerous grievances against Sut, managing to restore Waymay's composure. Sut's strength truly is unexpectedly formidable. Sun Wukong reclined with his hands behind his head, his countenance a blend of envy and excitement, tinged with a hint of agitation. It was a complex expression as he turned to Vegeta and inquired, He has worked as a chef in your household for quite some time, hasn't he? What a pity for him. Pity my foot. He is employed, and we pay him. How is he wronged? Vegeta snapped, veins protruding from his forehead in irritation. Amidst the ongoing discussions on the spectators' platform, the combatants continued their fierce exchanges on the arena. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless bombardment of energy persisted. Sut had seized Whis' staff, while Whis raised his elbow to block Sut's sweeping kick. The two were momentarily locked in a stalemate before, in perfect synchrony, they swiftly retreated to create distance between them. I have watched you grow. Can't you show a little humility? Whis remarked, elegantly shaking his arm, still wearing a refined smile. This simply won't do. I desire to be with your sister in a manner that is beyond reproach. Can't you be a bit more agreeable and understanding? Sut, unwavering, retorted with a smile as warm as spring. Is that so? Whis replied noncommittally, the staff in his hand glowing once more. As the energy began to rapidly coalesce, a rare excitement flickered across Sut's face. Whis, I shall take this seriously. If I cannot defeat this brother of mine, my status as a brother-in-law will hardly be legitimate. With Sut's roar, The aura surrounding him shifted ominously between deep blue and blood red. The arena beneath him trembled violently in response to his surging energy. Not only was Whis taken aback, but the other 4 angels engaged in battle also halted their assaults, turning their heads to observe the disturbance. Idus, standing by as a spectator, wore an expression of shock. Could it be that Sut harbors such immense energy within? The escalating aura emanated an overwhelming presence, soaring towards the expanse of nothingness above. What has caused this sudden surge in power? The Grand Priest was momentarily stunned, quickly regaining his composure to raise his hand. Fortifying layers of protective shields around the 2 diminutive zeniths and the spectator platform. Almost simultaneously, bolts of lightning, akin to galloping divine dragons, surged upward with the beams of light before swiftly descending upon the arena, enveloping Sut in a radiant embrace. Under the terrifying might, the arena crumbled and fractured, transforming into large shards of debris. In an instant, the platform lay in ruins, unrecognizable from its former glory, surrounded by a dazzling radiance. Sutter felt a tremendous energy surging within him, erupting with ferocity. As the energy was unleashed, his appearance underwent a remarkable transformation. Golden fur sprouted upon his exposed skin, and before anyone could take a closer look, it shifted to a deep crimson hue. Simultaneously, his originally short hair lengthened, cascading into a flowing mane of black. His eyebrows remained their original deep blue, yet his irises morphed into an abyssal shade of blue. His muscles expanded, exuding an inexplicable, primal allure. Complemented by a swaying tail, this was no ordinary transformation into Ultra Instinct. It was something altogether different. On the observation platform, Vegeta was the most exhilarated. His face a mask of shock as he gazed at the disintegrating arena, exclaiming in disbelief. "What is this?" Goku, bewildered, shook his head, his body trembling with excitement. "But I know one thing. Sutter's current form is incredibly powerful, so much so that it inspires fear. Are you frightened?" Beerus inquired, tilting his head to scrutinize the quivering Goku. A hint of skepticism in his voice. How peculiar. This fool, who fears nothing, even the Omni King, now trembles at Sutter? "No, I'm not afraid," Goku replied, shaking his head slightly, his gaze intensely fixed on the arena. "I'm just thrilled. Utterly thrilled. How reckless." Piccolo, observing Beerus's incredulous expression, couldn't help but facepalm. Amidst the disintegrating arena, Whis stood upon a rock, facing the howling tempest, staring at Sutter in astonishment. "What form is this?" In a moment of curiosity, Sutter smiled and gazed at his hands. "What I have transformed into cannot simply be categorized as a new form. It is more of an amalgamation. I have added the Ultra Instinct form to the Deep Blue state, henceforth named Deep Blue Ultra Instinct. In this pinnacle of the Deep Blue realm, his original divine combat power was quantified at 54, yet this amalgamation transcended mere arithmetic. His current divine combat power had soared beyond 100, reaching a staggering 132. Meanwhile, the mightiest combatant on the arena, Kai's, had only unleashed a divine combat power of 75. Oh, look. Sutter's appearance is a mesmerizing blend of blue and red, exclaimed the Omni King, feeling the wind rush past him. In utter bewilderment, he gazed upon the breathtaking spectacle. Upon hearing the Omni King's exclamation, the future Omni King looked up, bewildered. What? His eyes widened at the sight of Sutter, enveloped in swirling shades of blood red, deep blue, and silvery white. The future Omni King could only stare in awe, his mouth agape, rendered speechless by the vivid display. Even the usually composed Grand Minister displayed a rare expression of admiration, silently acknowledging, "This Sutter truly is unexpected, and I find it difficult to admit that." The 4 angels, who were once engaged in battle, now stood in a daze, gazing at Sutter. Makalita was filled with joy. Her beloved had grown stronger, precisely as she had hoped. He looked so imposing and handsome. Kes echoed her sentiments, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Meanwhile, Kaneko and Mojito wore expressions of sheer terror. Though the pressure was not as intense as that exerted by their father, the Grand Priest, it was certainly beyond their capacity to bear. "Shall we continue fighting?" Sutter, thoroughly pleased with his transformation, smiled at Whis and inquired. "Ah, you truly have a penchant for jest." Whis retreated a couple of steps, positioning himself at the edge of the rock, and turned to the Grand Priest. "Might it be permissible to concede in this contest?" After signaling the 2 young ones, the Grand Priest nodded in affirmation. The great priest has indicated that it is acceptable. Then I forfeit. Weiss took another step back, losing his footing and tumbling off the rock. He soon appeared on the observation platform, his face reflecting a tinge of distress. Oh dear, how embarrassing. No, you are not the only one who has forfeited. Beerus pointed to Kaneko of Universe 4 and Mojito of Universe 9. They too have conceded. Oh, it seems we all made the right choice, then? Weiss cast a sidelong glance before refocusing on the arena. Remember to visit us in Universe 10 often. Kess flashed a sweet smile at Sutter and also leapt from the rock. Ah, cough. Just as Sutter responded, he suddenly furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of turbulence within. In the next moment, he tasted a metallic sweetness in his throat and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Witnessing Sutter's rapid decline in vitality, the spectators on the platform widened their eyes in bewilderment. What on earth is happening? The Grand Priest retracted his admiring gaze and lamented. It is truly unfortunate that the harmony between divine power and the primal fury of the great ape was not achieved. Upon hearing this, the onlookers swiftly turned their attention to Makalita. Such an opportune moment was not one she could afford to miss. Yet, surprisingly, she indeed let the opportunity slip by. Sutter, thank you for this wonderful chance. She smiled faintly, gripping her staff, and dashed toward the opposing rock. Alas, whether by accident or design, or perhaps a blend of both, Makalita stumbled over a protruding stone and lost her balance, plummeting straight off the rock. Sutter was momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to react. Look, she's falling, someone shouted, prompting the members of Universe 11 to facepalm in disbelief. Why must such things happen? Ultimately, the supplementary contest concluded, and the Grand Priest reluctantly announced the results. Sutter has claimed the final victory. Hey, Grand Priest, do remember to honor your promise. Sutter has returned to a state of normalcy. He spat a mouthful of blood towards the rocks and soared towards the spectator platform, addressing Idis with urgency. Hurry, tend to my wounds. After receiving treatment, Sut did not wait for the High Priest's response, but he remained indifferent. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the three angels had effectively become his own, given that Makalita, Vados, and Kess had all volunteered willingly. Thus, the power tournament came to an end. Before the High Priest could announce its conclusion, the Omni King looked up at Sut and waved his hand. Hey, Sut, I want something to eat. The future Omni King nodded in agreement, extending his hand for treats. Sut, I want some too. All right. Sut was always generous in this regard. He retrieved a plethora of snacks from his spatial storage. Everyone who wishes for some, come and take your share. However, before he could finish his sentence, the two lanky guards beside the Omni King glared with intensity and swiftly confiscated all the snacks. What about mine? Why did you take everything? Bu, the pink, rotund creature, widened his eyes in dismay, but his fierce demeanor was completely disregarded by the two guards. Sut, woe is me. Seeing the large, pink figure rolling on the ground in a fit, Sut couldn't help but facepalm. I'll make some for you on the spot. As he waved his hand, pots and pans appeared, accompanied by an array of ingredients. The High Priest nearly lost his stoic expression. Damn it, this is the Void Realm, not a dining venue. And what is the situation with Whis, Avamo, Makalita, and Kess? What do you need all those tables and chairs for? To eat. Can't you consider the occasion? Chapter 125, Bardos, unwilling to return. Regardless of the High Priest's internal monologue, Sut and the others busied themselves with their feast. This is delicious, truly exquisite, one exclaimed, especially after such an exhilarating sequence of events. Hey, pass me that over there. The crowd indulged to their heart's content, and Sut found himself thoroughly enjoying the bustling atmosphere. This power tournament had indeed been greatly beneficial. Sut, balancing a large iron pot, heard the familiar voice of the system echoing in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have gained the recognition of the Angel Conic from Universe 4 and the God of Destruction Katra for your culinary skills. Cooking proficiency increased by 5, current level, 59. Additionally, because the tasters are an angel and a God of Destruction, you are rewarded with a level 1 God of Destruction technique and a level 1 Ultra Instinct. Current levels, 10 for God of Destruction technique and 11 for Ultra Instinct. Divine combat power increased by 8, current level, 62. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Angel of Universe 12. Congratulations, host. Ultra Instinct has now been upgraded to level 15, achieving a perfect state. It will soon refresh. Perfect Ultra Instinct has ascended to the Pinnacle Realm, maximum level 20, currently at level 1. Please continue your efforts. Congratulations, host. You have received the culinary acknowledgement from the King of all universes, granting you 1 skill point. You may freely choose which skill to enhance. Oh, the culinary system is remarkable. Please allocate it to the Destruction God skill. While Sute was preoccupied, he received the update. Congratulations. The Destruction God skill has reached level 15, attaining its maximum state. It is now poised for promotion to the power of obliteration, which can reach a maximum level of 20. Your current level is 1. Please continue to strive for improvement. The power of obliteration. What is that? Sute, swiftly chopping vegetables at the counter, paused momentarily and pondered inwardly. Host, you may understand it as a capability exceeding mere destruction, yet inferior to the complete eradication abilities of the Omni King. The system interjected, also reminding him, moreover, I am the Culinary God System, not a mere canine system. I kindly request you to correct this. Sute disregarded the commentary, tossing the chopped beef into a large iron pot, followed by a handful of washed bean sprouts. Enough already. Let us calculate the overall results without unnecessary prattle. The system felt somewhat aggrieved, lamenting the host's demanding nature, yet it dutifully summarized. Currently, the host's culinary skill is 79, with the following transformation forms available: Super Saiyan 1 to 4, Super Saiyan God, Super Blue, Deep Blue, and Legendary Super Green. The Destruction God skill and the Supreme Intention technique have both reached their maximum levels, thereby increasing divine combat power by a total of 50 points, currently standing at 104. 104. Upon hearing the system's summary, Sute momentarily halted his action of scooping water with a ladle, nearly spilling it onto the nearby Xiangpa. Impressive. That's already 1/10 of a high priest. After regaining his composure, Sute concluded the meal preparation, which had consumed nearly an hour of his time. The numerous plates of food, sufficient for nearly 100 individuals, had left him quite fatigued, not physically, but mentally drained. Observing the joyous feasting of the crowd, Sute instinctively leaned against the kitchen table, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it. Cough, 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 cough. Just as he inhaled, before he could exhale, he was choked into a fit of coughing that seemed unending. Just as he thought the system had finished its report, it unexpectedly chimed in again. Congratulations, host. You have received culinary acknowledgement from the Ancient Life High Priest, increasing your culinary skill by 10, bringing it to 89. This reward includes 100 points of divine combat power, totaling 204 points. Furthermore, as the taster is the esteemed Ancient High Priest, you are additionally rewarded with a level 2 enhancement of the Supreme Intention technique. Currently, your power of obliteration is at level 1, and your Supreme Intention technique is at level 3. The High Priest acknowledges his culinary skills. After finally suppressing his cough, Sute surveyed the throng of heads around him. Not far behind Makalita, he indeed spotted the High Priest and the 2 young Omni Kings. It seemed the High Priest, perhaps compelled by the 2 little one's earnest invitation, their deathly gaze, or perhaps lured by the enticing aroma of Sute's dishes, her enchantment, had decided to partake. Coincidentally, the High Priest wiped the corner of her mouth and cast a glance at Sute, her expression tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Sutter failed to perceive the subtle approval glimmering in the depths of the High Priest's eyes. Instead, he merely responded with a grin. For the sake of that remarkable power of 100 units, Sutter resolved to put aside any past grievances with this individual. 100 units. Since his arrival in the Dragon Ball universe, he had invested immense time and effort to delight the angels and deities of destruction across various universes with his culinary creations. Yet, he had merely managed to serve the High Priest a few dishes and was rewarded with 100 units in return. Without comparison, there is no pain. Indeed, the disparities among individuals can be infuriating. Once satiated, everyone returned to their respective universes. However, Sutter did not accompany Beerus and the others back to Universe 7. Instead, he returned to Universe 6 with Champa and the others. In the realm of destruction, Sutter eagerly retrieved his communication stone and began to call for Vados. Vados, Vados, Vados. He repeated. It wasn't long before Vados answered, her demeanor still playful. Sutter, I've been watching your performance on the Divine Channel. You were splendid. Oh, it was nothing. Faced with the exaggerated praise from someone he cherished, coupled with her adoring gaze, Sutter felt a touch of bashfulness as he wiped his nose. With leisure at his disposal, Sutter engaged in a lengthy conversation with Vados, gradually revealing matters between them. Then, it seems the High Priest poses no threat to my life at all, Sutter remarked. somewhat astonished. He squinted slightly. Vados, you must return. After indulging in such rich feasting, he found himself yearning for the simple yet comforting flavors of Vados' light porridge and side dishes. Well, Vados' brow furrowed slightly, and after some contemplation, she replied, I wish for my father to initiate the conversation before I return. Why? Sutter asked, perplexed. Hadn't she stayed in the realm of time out of concern for her father's safety? At present, there appeared to be no issues. Why was Vados reluctant to return? Previously, my father deceived me. She pouted, contemplating, I can't just return in such a cowardly manner. I want to do so with dignity. A hint of stubbornness crossed Vados' face as she declared, I want my father to command my departure from the realm of time. Sutter was momentarily at a loss, unable to comprehend Vados' reasoning. Oh, and I even observed that my father did not genuinely fulfill his promise to you. I believe you ought to pay him another visit. Chapter 126. I shall summon the god of time to retrieve you. Sutter blinked in confusion. I should seek out the high priest. Indeed. We need my father to consent to our arrangement. Vados nodded earnestly. Oh, and there's also Margarita. As you wish. Sutter replied, nodding indulgently. Vados seemed to recall something and continued, by the way, what does Sister Kess mean? Does she wish to be with you? When she agreed previously, it was because Lord Ramsey was eliminated. The circumstances are not the same now. I'm not quite sure. Let us postpone that matter. Sutter shrugged, acknowledging that he currently had two ladies in his life, one in the realm of time and the other still in Universe 11. In this context, he bears no significant distinction from a single individual, which is indeed lamentable. Bardos, how I long for you. Soot, with an expression full of yearning, endeavored to persuade Bardos to reconsider and return swiftly. However, Bardos was entirely oblivious to Soot's sentiments. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, very well, when Kuranoya returns. I shall ask her to escort you to the time nest, if that is agreeable. Bardos hesitated, fearful of displeasing Soot, and added, in any case, we will meet. Does it truly matter where? Right. Yes, indeed. You are correct. Soot, though speechless, had no choice but to acquiesce. As their conversation dwindled, Soot decided to sever the communication. Casting a glance at the eager Champa, who was gazing at him intently. What are you doing? Is eavesdropping on a couple's conversation truly amusing? Soot felt a twinge of annoyance, suspecting that Bardos was influenced by Kuranoya, the god of destruction. He had strong reservations. Otherwise, given Bardos's previous tendency to cling to him, she would undoubtedly have hurried back if she could. This sudden change of heart must be attributed to Kuranoya's meddling. Perhaps that individual, overwhelmed with tasks, concocted some nonsense to keep Bardos from returning. He had seen Dragon Ball heroes. He was well aware of Kuranoya's tendencies. How infuriating. Nonetheless, the prospect of meeting Bardos was not pressing. His current needs could be addressed by Merus. Yet, with repetition, the actions had become monotonous, bordering on tedious. Oh, one must not hold expectations too high. Furthermore, Bardos had mentioned that she would have Kuranoya open the time portal, allowing Soot to venture to the time nest. The mention of Champa drew Soot's drifting thoughts back, and with an impatient expression, he inquired, what was that? Did I hear you say you were going to the time nest? Could you prepare some extra food for me? Certainly. Soot nodded expressionlessly, conceding to the request of the plump feline. After all, he planned to visit the Grand Minister, and it was only fitting to bring along some provisions for his father-in-law. After preparing a considerable amount of delightful fare, Soot instructed Idas to escort him to Earth in Universe 6. Having meticulously packaged the food, he then directed this assistant to transport him to the Grand Minister's palace. This time, he opted not to utilize the button gifted by the Omni King. At the Grand Minister's palace, the Grand Minister stood by the lakeside not far from the palace, conversing with a young girl adorned with orange hair and dressed in the loose attire of a god of destruction. Yes, I am aware. Allow him to come to your domain, Kuranoya. Understood, Grand Minister. I shall fetch him shortly. The orange-haired girl replied respectfully. As the image on the lake dissipated, Idas and Soot materialized behind the Grand Minister. Idas bowed respectfully, greeting, Father. The High Priest, with his hands resting behind him, responded softly and turned to face Sutter. You have come to seek me? What is it? A small token of appreciation. Sutter presented an array of gift boxes, large and small, with both hands raised before the High Priest. Set them down. The High Priest's expression remained calm. Yet he swallowed nervously and quickly turned his gaze back to the lake's surface. He feared that Idas and Sutter might notice any sign of unease. I have already made a promise regarding your matter. As for whether the three women agree, that is between them and you. Thank you, High Priest. Sutter smiled and placed his hand on Idas's shoulder. I shall take my leave now. He was finally able to seek out Bardos. Here I come, simple fare? A vibrant orb of colors enveloped Idas and Sutter, swiftly carrying them away. Once he confirmed their departure, the High Priest turned his attention to the assortment of boxes on the ground, raising his hand. Just as he intended to store the items in his spatial realm, he sensed a fiery gaze from a distance. As he turned his head, he encountered the two small figures of the Omni Kings, pouting at the entrance of the Omni King temple. Those are for me, right? One of the Omni Kings waved his tiny hand, floating quickly towards the High Priest. And mine too, right? The future Omni King followed suit, equally sulking. Indeed, the High Priest forced a smile, lifting his hand to present the items before the two small rulers. Hee, Sutter is so kind. Hee, more delicious treats. Watching the two Omni Kings depart joyfully, the High Priest's forced smile faded instantly. He waved his hand again, and the orange-haired girl, the King of Time, Cronoa, appeared on the lake's surface. Cronoa, I've had a change of heart regarding the previous matter. When the time comes, if you receive the individuals. Under the High Priest's continuous instructions and Cronoa's nodding agreement, yet another complication concerning Sutter was set in motion. Upon returning from the High Priest, Sutter did not return to Universe 6. Instead, he followed Idas to Universe 7. On Earth, in Bulma's courtyard, a dazzling array of colors descended, revealing Sutter and Idas. As they celebrated their survival, a large crowd, including Goku, turned in surprise to look at Sutter. Sutter, what brings you to Universe 7? Beerus grumbled, holding a rubber barrel of wine. See you later. Thanks. Sutter did not respond to Beerus's question, but merely waved to Idas. After they departed, Sutter took a drag from his cigarette and glanced sideways at Beerus, saying, I knew you would undoubtedly be celebrating on Earth, rather than training in the divine realm. Not only was Beerus irritated, but even Vegeta did not spare Sutter a pleasant expression. What difference does it make where we are? Chapter 127, The Apprentice Angel. Meru's, hey, what kind of attitude is that? Goku tilted his head, looking at Vegeta and Beerus with suspicion. Had it not been for Surt's final wish, everyone would have been erased, along with our entire universe. Foolish one, it is you, for had he allied with our 7th universe, we would have evaded erasure and achieved ultimate victory. A multitude of veins appeared upon Beerus's forehead, and the tip of his finger nearly pressed against Goku's nose. Is that so? Goku, bewildered, furrowed his brow, attempting to placate the two irate figures, suggesting they let bygones be bygones. What brings you here? Beerus continued to regard Surt with disdain. Are you seeking a confrontation? Even Whis is no match for me now. Faced with the aloof demeanor of the hairless cat, Surt narrowed his eyes menacingly. Damn it! The rubber barrel clutched in Beerus's hand was instantaneously crushed. Yet, he dared not show further contempt towards Surt, muttering curses under his breath. Ignoring him, Surt waved to the others, declaring, I have come to bid you a brief farewell. I am embarking on a journey. Goku and Vegeta, do you wish to accompany me? He recalled the time nest, where Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta resided. What delightful encounters might unfold between this Goku, who has mastered Ultra Instinct, and the Super Saiyan 4 counterparts. The mere thought filled him with anticipation. Though he had witnessed their encounters in Dragon Ball Heroes, it was merely through a screen. To truly see it, one must experience it in person. Where are you planning to go? Goku, savoring grilled meat, inquired with surprise. Surely, Surt does not intend to take them for training to become stronger? Follow me, and you shall find out. Surt casually grabbed a pastry, munching as he spoke. I am not particularly interested. Vegeta, clutching a large chicken leg, replied with disdain. Surt is indeed formidable, even surpassing the angels. However, he is also rather unpredictable, far more challenging to deal with than Whis. Moreover, training with Whis allows for occasional returns to Earth. Can one do the same with Surt? Will there be more delicious food if I follow you? Broly, mouth full of dumplings, mumbled this question. Are you foolish? He is merely a chef. Beerus replied, devouring his food. Oh, it seems this candidate for destruction you have your eyes on is set to run off with Surt. Whis, eating with relative decorum, glanced at Beerus with a mocking grin. Broly, is the food on Earth not satisfactory for you? Beerus retorted, tossing his spoon aside and glaring at Broly. The dim-witted Broly blinked innocently, replying, but I think the food tastes better when he is around. Beerus, exasperated, slapped his forehead. Fool, That is because he is the one who prepares it. Surt is here now, yet do you find your food any tastier? Whis asked cheerfully as he sidled up to Broly. Obediently, Broly took another large dumpling and, after a few bites, answered honestly, not really. I inquired, so, is it just you, Wukong, who will accompany me? Observing the exchange of meaningless banter among the group, Surt began to grow impatient. Just as Broly was about to express his desire to join, he was silenced by a large meat bun that Beerus thrust into his mouth. Surt cast a disdainful glance at Beerus, yet, considering Broly's tendency to lose control and cause trouble, he chose to overlook Beerus's actions. Just as he was about to call for son Wukong to leave with him, Bulma approached on her floating bike, her expression troubled as she exclaimed, Vegeta, Wukong. We have a serious situation. Satan has sent an urgent message. Satan? Son Wukong's cheeks puffed out in confusion as he looked at the rapidly approaching Bulma, asking, what is wrong with him? I'm not entirely sure, she replied. But he mentioned that some rather strange individuals have appeared in his home and are attempting to take Buu away. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Vegeta scoffed in disdain, retorting, take Buu away? What nonsense! Has he forgotten? Buu is incredibly powerful. Could it be that some villains have emerged? Son Wukong's expression turned grave as he extended 2 fingers to his forehead, preparing to use instant transmission. Humph, I don't sense any formidable energy. Vegeta remarked leisurely as he rose, scanning the sky. Witnessing this familiar scene, Surt extinguished his cigarette, feeling rather exasperated. Wasn't this the prelude to Moro's impending arrival? First, Buu would be taken away, followed by Son Wukong and Vegeta, who would be anesthetized and transported to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Vegeta, shall we go and see for ourselves? Son Wukong extended his hand toward Vegeta. Get lost. I can reach Satan City in just 5 seconds. Vegeta crossed his arms, showing no respect. Surt stepped forward and placed his hand on Son Wukong's shoulder. I'm not looking to stir up trouble, but rather to witness the trainee angel, Meru's. He is, after all, Whis' younger brother. Whis, aren't you curious to take a look? Perhaps there will be unexpected surprises awaiting you. Pondering this, Surt turned to Whis, who remained seated at the dining table. Hearing the insinuation in Surt's words, Whis smiled and replied, I cannot intervene too much, you see. If something were to occur, it would be troublesome for you, Surt. Very well, Surt nodded, realizing that Whis was aware of Meru's arrival on Earth. After all, Bardos had mentioned that the Supreme Kai of Time, Kranoa, could open a temporal gateway and appear right beside him, completely disregarding any time or location. Much like Doraemon's Anywhere door. With a scoff from Vegeta, Son Wukong, and Surt instantly transported themselves to Satan's luxurious estate. Scoundrels! What are you doing to Buu? Release him. You shall not take him away. As they materialized, they were met with Satan's frantic, anguished roar, filled with genuine concern and worry. However, when Surt observed that Satan was 300 meters away from the spaceship, he refrained from further sarcastic commentary. TSK, what a coward! Observing a group of unfamiliar individuals carrying the slumbering Buu towards their spacecraft, Son Wukong furrowed his brow and inquired coldly, what are you doing? Wukong, they intend to take Buu away. You must save him. Satan whimpered, nearly clinging to Son Wukong's leg in desperation. It seemed that they were indeed villains. Chapter 128. The planet-eating Moro. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong swiftly assessed the situation, discerning the adversarial intent of the newcomers without even probing into Buu's calm energy. At that moment, Vegeta had already descended beside Son Wukong and asked, what is the situation? Vegeta, you're here too, Satan exclaimed, finally finding some composure as he sniffled. Gazing at the distant figure with white hair, reminiscent of Whis, Sutter tentatively called out, Mers? Mers, having heard Satan's call, turned to look at Son Wukong and Vegeta. Mr. Wukong, Mr. Vegeta, could you not overlook my presence as a living being? Sutter remarked with a look of exasperation, stopping Son Wukong from launching an attack. You haven't sensed Wukong's hostility? Mers gazed at Sutter in confusion. A Saiyan with a tail? Are you the one my brother mentioned? At this, Mers promptly closed his mouth and smiled at Sutter. You must be Sutter, right? By the way, do you aim to take Buu to utilize the Grand Kaioshin residing within him? Satan's bewilderment was palpable as he witnessed the casual exchange between Sutter and Mers. What is happening? Where am I? Do you know each other? Son Wukong, equally surprised, pointed at Mers and asked Sutter. TCH. After Sutter nodded, Vegeta shot an irritable glare at Satan, admonishing, stop making a fuss. You're wasting my time. but they opened fire on Bu as soon as they arrived. Satan protested, feeling aggrieved as he recounted the events. He was terrified, after all. If you are acquainted, then hastened to release Bu. Vegeta demanded, hands on his hips, directing his request at Mers. That is not possible. We require the Grand Kaishin who is absorbed and in slumber within Bu. Mers gently shook his head, declining Vegeta's request. With me here, Bu is of little use. Sutter suddenly appeared beside Bu, lifting the sleeping figure and tossing him at Satan's feet. This fellow isn't drugged. He merely fell into a deep slumber. Otherwise, Mers's actions wouldn't have proceeded so smoothly. Is that true? Mers expressed a mix of surprise and delight at Sutter's actions. Hey, I can't make sense of any of this. Sun Wukong scratched his head, a large question mark hovering above him. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, feigning disinterest, though his perked ears betrayed his pretense. Then, I kindly request Mr. Sutter to accompany us to apprehend the fleeing criminal, Mers said with a warm smile, extending an invitation to Sutter. Sut nodded and inquired of Sun Wukong and Vegeta whether they wished to join the fray, remarking that the criminal was quite a formidable individual. With excitement radiating from Sun Wukong and a haughty demeanor from Vegeta, the two silently followed Sut onto the spaceship belonging to Meruz and his companions. Before they could even settle into their seats, Sun Wukong eagerly posed the question, is this criminal exceptionally strong? Indeed, he possesses terrifying special abilities. Meruz replied with a serious expression, nodding in affirmation. Oh, I cannot wait to encounter such a powerful being, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his fists clenched in anticipation, nearly wishing to teleport directly before the criminal. What kind of special ability? Vegeta inquired nonchalantly, crossing his arms as he took his seat. Devouring planets. Sut grinned as he joined Meruz, a wide smile on his face. How can that be possible? Vegeta gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief at the notion of such a creature existing in the universe. Devouring an entire planet? A planet of such immense size. Sun Wukong's imagination ran wild, picturing a colossal, pitch-black giant ape standing atop a planet, thumping its chest and swallowing a planet whole. To be precise, it consumes the life energy of the planet, Meruz explained, glancing back at Vegeta and Sun Wukong. This criminal is named Moro. His crimes include the destruction of the Iraqi star system and the siphoning of life energy from 320 planets, leading to their demise. Millions of years ago, the Galactic Patrol struggled to apprehend him, prompting the invitation of both the Grand Kaishin and the South Kaishin. Unfortunately, even the combined efforts of these two deities proved ineffective against the planet-devouring Moro. Is he truly that powerful? What happened next? Sun Wukong inquired, curiosity etched on his face. In a desperate measure, the Grand Kaishin had to expend a significant portion of his divine power to seal Moro's abilities, Meruz succinctly recounted. Unable to resist, Moro was subsequently imprisoned by the Galactic Patrol. Why not simply eliminate him? What purpose does it serve to keep him alive? Vegeta queried, casting a sidelong glance at Meruz, his skepticism apparent. It was not a matter of desire. They may not have possessed the capability, Sut remarked, crossing his arms with indifference. Humph. It seems the Galactic Patrol is rather inept. Vegeta quickly associated this with a certain Ultraman Gleek, whom he knew well due to his close ties with Bulma and her sisters. But according to your explanation, isn't the criminal already confined? Why is there still a need for Bu's assistance? Sun Wukong tilted his head, confused. They've already imprisoned him, so why seek Bu's help? Vegeta snapped impatiently at Sun Wukong. Oh, Sun Wukong stammered, embarrassed as he scratched his cheek. Humph, I truly cannot discern where your focus lies. Vegeta scoffed, continuing to voice his inquiries. What exactly does it mean that Moro has lived for millions of years? Upon hearing this question, Sun Wukong's imagination began to soar once more. An elderly giant ape, resembling a venerable grandfather, stood upon the planet. If he were able to flee, it would signify that the power of Moro had begun to rejuvenate, thus leading to the notion of absorbing Bu, who had consumed the Great Kaishin. Sut's expression remained placid as he remarked that this plan was far from ideal. Yet it was the only course of action available. Males swiftly suppressed his earlier sentiments of exasperation, revealing instead a genuine joy. However, with your assistance, I am truly delighted, he exclaimed. I must admit, I am quite eager to witness this. Goku could not help but voice his own admiration. Subsequently, silence enveloped the spacecraft as they traveled. Soon, accompanied by males, they arrived at the headquarters of the Galactic Police. Oh, by the way, I have yet to properly introduce myself. I am Males, an elite of the Galactic Police. Chapter 129. Whis, the old hand. Upon disembarking the ship, Males recalled the necessity of introducing himself to Vegeta and Goku. Elite, you say? How many regions do you oversee? Vegeta inquired nonchalantly, arms crossed, trailing behind. Not many, merely 104. Males responded candidly. Isn't that Gak? Goku suddenly spotted a diminutive Ultraman emerging from a nearby chamber and cheerfully waved. Hello, Gak. It's you. How did you come to our headquarters? Gak exclaimed in astonishment as he turned to face Goku and Vegeta. How many regions does he manage? Goku tilted his head, directing the question at Males. 3. Males stammered, caught off guard by the inquiry. Who exactly is this individual? Vegeta fell back a step, walking alongside Soot. His brother, do you not recognize him? Soot replied casually, casting a sidelong glance at Vegeta. Yes, I know him, not just me, but you as well. Who is it? Vegeta pondered, his mind racing for answers. Yet he could not pinpoint a fitting candidate. Gak, stunned, pointed at Goku and stammered. Why you? How are you in our headquarters? It was I who invited them, Gak. We require their assistance. Males responded, slightly surprised by Gak's familiarity with the trio, but soon realized that Gak managed the solar system, which made it understandable. Everyone, please proceed to the appointment ceremony. Lord Galaxy is likely awaiting you. Males gestured for Soot and the others to follow him to the next chamber. Huh? Who is the Galactic King? Goku asked, a puzzled expression crossing his face as he walked ahead. You fool. Was it not the Galactic King who attended the last tournament among the gods of destruction? Gak bellowed in exasperation. Oh, I remember now. Is he that peculiar octopus? Goku exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, clapping his hands together. As he recalled the Galactic Police's emblem, which featured a dot atop a symbol, along with their eccentric uniforms. Soot attempted to decline. Is it possible to forego this strange ceremony? Indeed, it is perfectly acceptable if you wish to abstain from the ceremony. Males responded with great understanding. As he spoke, he promptly retrieved a uniform emblazoned with the Galactic Police insignia and extended it towards Soot. Observing the garments that resembled both a vest and armor, Soot promptly declined, insisting they should forego such peculiarities and head directly in search of Moro. Indeed, we require no insignia or formal positioning of our team. Let us hasten. Sun Wukong, pouting in the background, dismissed any notion of showcasing the merits of the Galactic Patrol to Gak. Meanwhile, Vegeta displayed little interest in their conversation, his attention drawn to the commotion outside the door. What is transpiring? Mels, having just set down his attire, turned to inquire of a passing officer. Mels, the Magalini brothers have struck again. We are preparing to apprehend them. Upon hearing this, Mels contemplated briefly before hastily making his way towards the exit. He glanced back at Soot and the others, offering an apologetic smile. I must attend to this matter. Would you kindly wait for me here? Robbery? Shall we investigate, Vegeta? Sun Wukong's curiosity piqued. He eagerly looked to Vegeta for a response. No. Vegeta had little interest in the thieving scoundrels. His sole desire was to discreetly discover the identity of Mel's brother. Very well, I shall accompany you. Sun Wukong, unperturbed, followed Mels, leaving Soot and Vegeta in the empty headquarters. The room felt desolate, with only the two of them remaining. Pray tell, who is Mel's brother? Vegeta, feeling slightly vexed, chose to inquire directly. Soot reclined on a chair, casually crossing his legs while lighting a cigarette. He replied leisurely, Do you know anyone with white hair among your acquaintances? After pondering momentarily, Vegeta's eyes widened in realization. You mean, Whis? This revelation implied that Mels was indeed Whis' brother and, consequently, an angel. Does this mean that Moro is exceptionally powerful, beyond the capability of an ordinary angel to handle? Vegeta quickly redirected the conversation, having grown accustomed to the presence of angels. Not entirely. The only complication lies in the magical prowess, Soot remarked nonchalantly while taking a drag from his cigarette. In response to your confusion, Mels is not a fully fledged angel. He is merely an apprentice. Consider him akin to a candidate for a destroyer. At present, he is merely undergoing training in Universe 7. During this training, Mels is prohibited from directly engaging in matters of good and evil. He must remain neutral. Thus, he cannot wield his inherent powers and must adopt a more circuitous approach. Upon hearing this, Vegeta furrowed his brow. What if he becomes involved in worldly affairs? What could be the consequences? Should he contravene the principles of an angel? He would cease to exist, Soot replied with a dispassionate tone. Listening to Soot's explanation, Vegeta crossed his arms, leaning against a pillar, and retorted with a frown. Surely that cannot be the case? Whis has intervened before. He is cunning and quite experienced. Soot flicked his cigarette, gazing absently into the curling smoke. The disappearance of Meruz is indeed related to Moro, yet it is also inextricably tied to his own decisions and choices. The involvement of Whis has been indirect, primarily serving as guidance, much like Beerus, Son Goku, or even Vegeta. However, Meruz is not merely a passive observer. He directly engaged in the earthly conflicts, violating the cosmic regulations. He was acutely aware that his disappearance was inevitable, yet he could not stand idly by as Moro wreaked havoc. The vocation of a galactic patrolman amplified Meruz's sense of justice. Ultimately, one might argue that the blame rests with Beerus, who, as a god of destruction, failed to fulfill his duties, allowing Moro to stir trouble. As silence enveloped the room, Vegeta chose to meditate, maintaining his tranquility until the return of Meruz and Son Goku. Upon entering, Goku reclined with his hands behind his head, visibly disheartened. I expected a formidable opponent, but it was surprisingly easy, he lamented. Without acknowledging Goku, Surt turned to Meruz and inquired, "Have we confirmed Moro's location?" "Allow me to sense it," exclaimed Son Goku. His enthusiasm rekindled as he positioned his fingers on his forehead and closed his eyes to concentrate. Surt did not intervene, while Meruz observed Goku's technique with curiosity, and Vegeta awaited in silence. Chapter 130, a patchwork of energy, like a melting pot in but a moment. Goku abruptly opened his eyes, rendered speechless by shock. "What is this?" he gasped. Vegeta, bewildered, lowered his hands, eager to ascertain whether they had located Moro. "Wait, hold on, Vegeta." Gohan quickly calmed his astonishment and reached out to Vegeta. "He has already sensed my energy. Is he that impressive?" Vegeta felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead. "Just a mere probe, and he detected us? It is astonishing that he can achieve such feats. Has Moro discovered us?" Meruz inquired, noticing the grave expressions on Goku and Vegeta's faces. "Yes," Goku nodded slightly, pondering his words. "This energy feels quite fragmented." "Fragmented?" Vegeta frowned, awaiting clarification. "It resembles a chaotic amalgamation of numerous life forces, does it not?" Surt dusted off non-existent particles on his shoulder. Yet, they all seemed to be wailing. Goku's expression turned serious as he nodded again. "What does that mean?" Vegeta was utterly perplexed, struggling to comprehend their cryptic conversation. "I believe it can be explained thus. Moro absorbs the life energy from the planets, transforming it into his own." Meruz, well versed in the details regarding Moro, swiftly provided an explanation. "Thus, the energy that Mr. Goku senses is, in fact, that of countless lives extinguished." "Precisely. It is likely this very reason that has allowed Moro to endure for so many years." Surt shrugged, rising to his feet and placing his hands in his pockets once more. "So, where exactly is Moro now?" "If we adhere to the original storyline, it is likely that it was the defector soldier, Karamba, who guided Moro to Namek. After all, the old goat was left with scarcely any magical power. So seeking the dragon to make a wish is quite reasonable. In truth, we are not entirely certain of Moro's whereabouts," Gabe asserted as he entered through the door, his tone undeniably assertive. "Is he attempting to squander my time?" Sutter shot him a disapproving glance, intending to rely on his own key sensing abilities. He claimed he would assist, but if it became too troublesome, it would delay his journey to the nest of time. Before Sutter could act, Son Goku, deep in thought, pointed his finger towards the southeast. It appeared that Moro was aboard the spaceship, rapidly advancing in that direction. "Is it over there?" Gabe looked in the direction of Goku's finger, quickly dismissing it, as that region had few planets with life. What purpose would there be to go there? "No. I've been there before," Son Goku mused, his expression growing serious. "I am quite familiar with it. It was during my trip to fetch Dandy that I visited the new Namek." Upon hearing this, Vegeta's face transformed in astonishment, exclaiming, "What? Could it be that his objective is the Dragon Balls? But how is that possible? Wasn't he imprisoned in the galactic prison for eons?" It is conceivable that someone informed him, perhaps other inmates in the galactic prison, or even soldiers captured by Frieza's forces. Sutter offered a brief nod of agreement, prompting those present to affirm his statement. "Indeed, we have apprehended numerous criminals over the years, all confined within those walls." Mel's quickly calculated in his mind. So, what wish could Moro be seeking from the dragon? Vegeta crossed his arms once more, inquiring, perhaps to restore his youth. For who wouldn't he desire that after being locked away for millennia? Son Goku, displaying his cleverness yet again, recalled the ancient demon King Piccolo. The Dragon Balls of Namek can grant 3 wishes. Vegeta cast him a sidelong glance, exasperated. 3 wishes? This is becoming increasingly troublesome. Mel's expression shifted to one of gravity as he murmured softly, perhaps that fellow intends to escape first, then release the other prisoners. Rather than engaging in endless discussions, why not simply intercept him and inquire directly? Sutter shrugged and patted Son Goku on the shoulder, urging, let us move swiftly and teleport there. Huh. Son Goku stumbled slightly from the pad, grumbling in discontent. Aren't you capable of that as well? Why must it be me? Stop your whining. Moro will arrive at Namek shortly. Sutter glared at him, reprovingly. Hey, Kakarot, you are wasting precious time. Vegeta placed his hand on Son Goku's shoulder, not forgetting to hasten him along. Sutter turned his head, extending his hand towards Mel's, inviting, Mel's, what are you waiting for? Haha, I wish you all the best. Gabe, seeing this, quickly stepped back, attempting to withdraw. You should accompany us too. Vegeta scoffed, seizing Gabe by the collar. With a flash, they arrived at Namek. As the group materialized, Son Goku introduced the attendees amidst the astonished gaze of the new elder of Namek. Meanwhile, the sharp-eyed Jace and Vegeta discerned the gradually descending spaceship. Without a doubt, it was likely that Moro resided within that vessel. Sut, with hands on his hips, tilted his head to gaze at it as well. Isn't it a bit reckless for us to approach like this? Mears inquired anxiously. He was particularly wary of Moro, a being capable not only of telekinetic manipulation, but also of devouring the life energy of entire planets. As long as he continued to consume, the concept of limits did not apply to him. Sut was indeed powerful, often praised by Whis. Yet Moro was not an ordinary human. He was a fiend. Although Sut seemed well informed about Moro's numerous abilities, perhaps this was merely the tip of the iceberg? Do not fret. Simply observe quietly, Sut reassured, sensing Mears' unease. What on earth is happening? The elder inquired, utterly bewildered. Within the spaceship above, an aged old goat huddled beneath a cloak, furrowing his brow as if speaking to himself. Strange, how did that fellow who just spied on me arrive on this planet in the blink of an eye? Could it be that they have come to capture me? Karanberry, trembling, turned around, his face a mask of shock as he questioned whether it was the Galactic Patrol. However, how did they know? Amidst his confusion, Karanberry did not forget to flatter Moro, though regrettably, these individuals were merely eager to bestow energy upon him. Indeed, and among them, the energy quality of 2 is quite impressive. Moro accepted the flattery with a smirk. Chapter 131. Was it just one move? Moro has perished. In the midst of their banter, Son Goku briefly informed the elder to gather the Dragon Balls and his people to hide swiftly. It's not that troublesome. It's merely a matter of raising a hand. Sut replied nonchalantly, maintaining his suave posture with hands tucked in his pockets. Don't boast at a time like this. Jace scornfully observed Sut, unable to bear his showiness. Do you dare to challenge me? Sut shot him a glare, a murderous glint in his eyes causing Jace to flinch, shrieking as he retreated behind Mears. Indeed, the aura was nauseatingly chaotic. Vegeta concurred, gazing upward at the spaceship as it continued its descent. Moreover, that individual's strength was not particularly formidable. With a swish, the spaceship landed, and as the hatch opened, a trembling old goat emerged. Ugh, it's Moro. With goat horns, goat beard, and goat features, could this truly be Moro? Son Goku blinked in bewilderment, asking a question that seemingly warranted no response. Still a shaky old man, Vegeta remarked nonchalantly, having encountered such anthropomorphic beings during his long stay on Earth. Ah, what a breath of fresh air. It has been a millennium. Moro inhaled deeply, a look of sheer enjoyment on his face, as if savoring something delightful. Allow me to express my excitement. But before Vegeta could utter another word, Sutter unleashed a surge of purple destructive energy directed at Moro. The speed was astonishing, leaving observers utterly unprepared. Before Moro could complete his sentence, he was obliterated by the destructive force, leaving not even a trace of ash. Well, that's a wrap. Amidst the bewildered crowd, Sutter nonchalantly retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips. Is that it? Meruz appeared utterly astonished, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. Was it truly this effortless? A mere burst of purple energy had eradicated a dilemma that had plagued the Galactic Patrol for millennia? Hey, why did you intervene? I was merely tagging along, wasting time. Vegeta, showing little surprise, clenched his fists in frustration and anger. I wanted to witness this old fellow's so-called magical prowess. Indeed. Why did you act? I didn't even get a clear look at his face. Goku pouted, displaying his dissatisfaction. Enough. Your interference would have wasted even more time. Sutter cast a glance at the two and addressed the still-dazed Merus. Let us depart. In the future, should you encounter such formidable foes, seek your brother in the realm of the gods. This. Merus felt his mind go blank, unsure of what to say. Brother? Who is he? It couldn't he possibly be Beerus, could it? Goku's expression shifted to one of surprise. White-haired. Merus can't possibly be related to Whis, can he? Stop dawdling. Let us teleport back. Sutter urged, igniting his cigarette. Thankfully nothing went awry. Jack couldn't he help but express his relief, casting a disdainful glance at Vegeta. Otherwise, I would hold a grudge against you for eternity, not just life and death. Upon returning to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Merus remained in a state of confusion. Is Moro truly dead? Rest assured, not a speck of dust remains. Sutter waved his hand, instructing Goku, the transport, to take them back to Earth. Before departing, Sutter added, Whis said he misses you dearly and would like you to visit him in the realm of the gods. Oh, Merus instinctively responded. As the three vanished once more, Jack nudged Merus with his elbow, inquiring with a grin, Merus, what is your relationship with the angel Whis? Hearing this sensitive question, Merus snapped back to reality. Staring blankly at Jack, rendered speechless. Come on, you seem somewhat alike. Could it be that you are his son? Jack, ever curious, continued to pry. The matter of Moro concluded unexpectedly and simply. What began in confusion ended in a haze. Once back on Earth, with no pressing matters at hand, Sutter asked Goku and Vegeta, who had resumed their meal, would you two care to join me? Goku, after swallowing a large meat bun, glanced at the composed Sutter and replied with dissatisfaction, I've thought it over and decided not to accompany you. With a single strike, you vanquished your foe. Following you, I surely lack the opportunity to grow stronger. I shall remain here, learning the art of ultimate ease under Whis' tutelage. And you? Cert, with little inclination for further dialogue, turned his attention to Vegeta. I shall not go either. Vegeta replied tersely, amidst a frenzied consumption of food. I wish to study the destruction techniques under Beerus. He had observed how effortlessly Cert obliterated Moro with a single display of destructive power, and he was drawn to such prowess. Very well, Cert sighed, realizing that he would not witness the clash between these two in their Super Saiyan forms. It is your choice. I have inquired, and if you choose to remain, so be it. Beerus, having overheard their exchange, lounged beneath his sunshade, casting a disdainful glance at Vegeta. Who would teach you the ways of destruction? Very well then, I was prepared to pay tuition with 100 servings of barbecue. 100 servings of pudding. As Vegeta listed delicacies, Beerus swallowed hard, yet remained unyielding. Look at you now, quite content, Cert remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the pallid Vegeta, before appearing beside Beerus with a grin. The matter we three were to resolve concerns Moro, who wreaked havoc eons ago. Moro? Who? Beerus was indifferent, idly cleaning his ears. Oh, you are unaware. Whis' brother is also part of the Galactic Patrol, and he has crossed paths with Moro. Cert continued leisurely. Imagine, if I were absent, Goku and Vegeta would be crushed time and again. I posit that the apprentice angel ought to heed the affairs of the mortal realm. When he intervenes, it is not but a fate of obliteration. At this, Beerus' eyes widened in shock as he turned to Whis. Your brother. Ignoring the unspoken exchange between them, Cert pressed on, while you indulge in your feasts. The apprentice angel may very well vanish. Chapter 132, The Kai of Time, awaiting 3 hours Goku and Vegeta. Oh, what despair. Should Moro reach Earth and consume it? What a calamity. What concern is that of mine? Beerus retorted nonchalantly, resting his hands behind his head. If necessary, I could simply venture to Namek and restore Earth. Is that truly the crux of the matter? Cert smirked, a mischievous glint in his eye. If the apprentice angel disappears, you and Whis would surely face the Grand Priestess' wrath, would you not? Before Beerus could retort, Cert added, Whis is the son of the Grand Priest. You are but a minor player in this grand scheme. Imagining the scenario, Beerus shuddered, glaring at Whis. What business does your brother have in Universe 7? Why did you not inform me? Ho ho, Lord Beerus, you never inquired. Whis replied, a smile gracing his features, his demeanor casual. The reason I share this with you is to ensure you keep a vigilant eye on Meruz, Surt said, taking a contemplative puff of smoke. For even if this time we were fortunate enough to avoid calamity, what of the next time or the time thereafter? Weiss merely pondered for a moment before nodding in understanding. However, Beerus had already risen from his reclining chair, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "Damn you, Weiss. Bring that brother of yours here immediately. From now on, let him stay by your side and refrain from meddling in human affairs. If he wishes to vanish, let him do so elsewhere, without dragging me down." After a lengthy discourse, Sut finally broached the subject that Vegeta wished to hear. "Why should I?" Beerus, having listened to so much, felt rather displeased. "Because you are lazy." Sut waved his hand dismissively, discarding his cigarette and slipping his hands into his pockets. Beerus glanced at Broly, who was cluelessly munching away, and then at Vegeta, whose eyes subtly glimmered with anticipation. With a haughty snort, he offered a half-hearted agreement. "Destruction is something I practice daily. Whether they can learn just by watching depends on their own abilities." Sut shrugged, not intending to elaborate further. Whether Vegeta would learn was his own affair. After all, he was merely bored and seeking to engage Beerus in some activity. "Then I shall prepare some delicacies." Goku, noticing Weiss's cheerful gaze upon him, began racking his brain to determine what gift would be most suitable for him. The atmosphere fell silent as Broly, looking perplexed, scanned the group before resuming his feast. What could he do? Ever since he began following Beerus, his mouth had scarcely stopped moving. After all, such delectable treats were entirely new to him. The Saiyan appetite is not easily satiated. Sut seemed to recall something, waving his hand in farewell. "Well then, I shall take my leave." It's not as if I want to return," Beerus disdainfully muttered, shifting into a more comfortable position and lazily resuming his sunbathing. Sut cast him a sidelong glance before instantaneously transporting himself to the Kaioshin realm, where he requested the Kaioshin to take him to Universe 11, specifically to Meruz's vicinity. Days passed, and after an unrefined 3 days, he finally awaited the arrival of Kranoa, the Kaioshin of time. In the palace shared with Meruz, beside that familiar large bed, a dark swirling portal opened, allowing Sut and Meruz to behold the scene before them. After 3 hours, Sut's power had escalated to a terrifying level. With a mere gesture, he conjured a protective barrier surrounding the bed. Kranoa, just emerging from the black hole, displayed a look of confusion upon hearing this. Yet, the barrier was pitch black, obscuring her view entirely. "Oh dear, is this a show of strength directed at me?" Kranoa tilted her head, hands on her hips, pouting in annoyance. Did this fellow realize she had deliberately made him wait for several days, and now, upon her arrival, Sut was also making her wait? Were it not for the favor of Badats, she would not have wished to wait even 3 minutes. But the Grand Minister's orders It seems an entertaining spectacle awaits. 3 hours passed. As the protective shield was lifted, the impeccably dressed Sut and Makalita finally appeared before Kranoa, who was on the verge of dozing off. Hey, I'm about to drool." After watching Makalita depart, Sut approached and gently patted Kuranoa's head. Kuranoa instantly jolted awake, wiping the corner of her mouth with her small hand. In the next moment, with a look of irritation, she pointed at the handsome man before her and exclaimed, "You jerk! What drool? There's absolutely none." Realizing her surroundings, Kuranoa tilted her head and inquired, "Are you Sut?" "Yes," Sut replied coldly, unimpressed by Kuranoa's demeanor, even though she maintained her appearance as a young lady, gazing at him with a charming look. It made no difference to him. "Let's hurry up. We've already wasted quite a bit of time." Sut crossed his arms, urging the female deity before him. "Tch, as if I'm the one wasting time," Kuranoa muttered under her breath, waving her hand to open the portal to another dimension. "Is this the so-called time-space portal?" Sut inquired, astonished as he pointed at the dark opening. "Yes," Kuranoa replied, somewhat confused but nodded nonetheless. "Is there a problem?" "None." Sut offered no further explanation and leaped into the dark void first. "Vados, I'm coming." How foolish. Not even confirming if this was the right path to the nest of time. So easily deceived, Watching Sut enter the black hole, Kuranoa wore a mischievous grin, waved her staff, and closed the portal. Then, she opened another black void and jumped in, exclaiming, I have already fulfilled the High Priest's arrangement." With the disappearance of the black hole, the vast palace fell into silence once more. Nest of time. Vados languidly reclined on a sofa, her silvery hair cascading like a waterfall. Her gaze was fixed intently on the space before her, which began to twist. Surprised, she sat up and called out, "Soot." However, emerging from the dark void was not the handsome man she had been longing for, but rather the mischievous Kuranoa. Upon Kuranoa's arrival on the ground, Vados continued to stare into the black hole, awaiting Soot's appearance. "Soot, where are you?" She watched as the portal vanished without revealing Soot's figure. Vados narrowed her eyes, casting a disapproving glance at Kuranoa. "Weren't you supposed to bring him here?" Chapter 133. I meet my wife, not an old man. Vados was absolutely certain that Soot would never refuse to meet her. "He hasn't come? He was ahead of me." Kuranoa frowned as well, surveying her surroundings, her expression gradually turning to one of terror as she exclaimed, "Oh no, he couldn't have wandered off and lost himself in time. Could he?" Deceiving again. Vados crossed her arms, observing Kuranoa's poor acting with a cold stare. Realizing she couldn't fool Vados, Kuranoa waved her hand to open yet another time-space portal and leaped inside. "I'll bring him back immediately, I'm so sorry." Parallel universe, world. As Sutter leaped out from the temporal gateway and landed, he was greeted by the sight of the ancient Kaioshin before him. This old fellow stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed upon Sutter with a hint of wariness. With the old Kaioshin present in the time nest, there was no doubt about it. What was he staring at Bardos for? Sutter had come to see his wife Bardos, not to endure the scrutiny of this grumpy old man. Before the old Kaioshin could utter a word, the combined form of Kaioshin Shin and his attendant, Jebet, strolled over. Curiosity gleamed in Jebet's eyes as he regarded Sutter and inquired, "What Bardos?" Sutter scoffed, "TCH, as if you haven't seen her before." It was only then that he began to take notice of his surroundings. "Why am I in the Kaioshin realm?" Observing Sutter's peculiar reaction, Jebet leaned in closer to the old Kaioshin and whispered, "Ancestor, who is this guy?" Upon hearing the murmurs, Sutter cast a serious glance at Jebet, noticing that the punk hairstyle of Kaioshin Shin had vanished, replaced by flowing white hair. This fellow had a peculiar penchant for playing with patera earrings, didn't he? Everything felt strangely off. Hadn't Jebet yet utilized the Dragon Balls from planet Namek? Time seemed to rewind to its original inception. "You don't recognize me?" Sutter asked Jebet tentatively. "I don't," Jebet replied, shaking his head fervently. Faced with this response, Sutter fell into contemplation. Could it be that Kuranoa hadn't taken him to the time nest, but had instead returned him to the original timeline? In other words, had he once again arrived at the time following the defeat of Bu at the beginning of Dragon Ball Super? Would that mean he had to pursue Bardos once more? While Sutter appraised Jebet, lost in his thoughts, Jebet, feeling uneasy under Sutter's gaze, quietly asked the old Kaioshin, "Ancestor, who exactly is he?" "How should I know?" The old Kaioshin roared, yanking Jebet's ear and unleashing a tirade of scolding. "Fool, a mere human has entered the Kaioshin realm, and you're oblivious to it? How do you even qualify as a Kaioshin?" "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Jebet hastily shielded his ears, escaping the old Kaioshin's clutches. Pouting, he muttered in an innocent and aggrieved tone, "There are only the two of us in the Kaioshin realm. How could I know something even the ancestor is unaware of? Sigh, I feel so wronged. Yet I can't voice it. Stop your whining and take me to the sacred realm." Sutter, uninterested in the antics of these two clowns, resolved to head to Whis first. Not recognizing him was of no consequence. If need be, he could relive the narrative once more. With his current strength, traversing any universe would pose no challenge. And who knows, he might even earn some rewards along the way. The sacred realm? Upon hearing Sutter's words, a large question mark appeared above Jebet's head. Habitually tilting his head, he caught a glimpse of the evasive gaze of the old Kaioshin. The sacred realm was indeed there, but before he could finish his inquiry, Sutter impatiently urged, "Hurry up. Quit dawdling. Your ancestor is old, and you can't be bouncing around forever." His patience was wearing thin. How could these two fellows appear so utterly oblivious? "How should I know? I am not omniscient." The old Kai's forehead creased with veins, and he let out a roar. Sutter narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening. "Enough. Stop deflecting. Take me to Beerus at once." Jebet, frightened by Sutter's imposing presence, retreated repeatedly until he hid behind a large tree. Peeking out, his face was marked with grievance. "I don't know who Beerus is. What about Whis?" The old Kai, looking as vacant as ever, shook his head alongside Jebet. "If even the god of destruction and the angel of Universe 7 are unaware, are you truly Kaioshins?" The two Kaioshins nodded frantically. Who are the god of destruction and the angel of Universe 7? Jebet once again turned to the old Kai. "Get lost. I've already said I don't know. Yet you keep asking. The old Kai sputtered, spraying Jebbet with saliva. What do you know then? A troubling intuition suddenly gripped Sutter's heart. The world he currently inhabited might not align with the familiar timeline of Dragon Ball Super. Sutter scanned the surroundings, confirming he sensed no divine aura from any gods within this universe. That Chronoa fellow, let me not encounter disappointment again. Anger simmered within Sutter, as he believed there must be some involvement from the Grand Minister aside from Chronoa. He had thought he and the Grand Minister had settled their differences, only to find himself deceived. Truly despicable. That Chronoa, are you referring to the Kaishin of Time? Oh, you know her. Sutter felt a wave of relief. This old fellow truly recognized the Kaishin of Time. It seemed there was still a path forward. As long as he could apprehend Chronoa, the issue could be resolved. Noticing Sutter's anger and murderous intent dissipate, the old Kai feigned a cough and stepped out from behind the tree. He scrutinized Sutter closely, observing that the young man still emanated traces of temporal energy. What is your relation to Chronoa? No relation. Sutter quickly distanced himself from any association, crossing his arms and reiterating, that girl merely transported me to the time nest, and here I am. TCH, that wretched girl. Just wait until I catch her. I'll give her a good thrashing. Whether it was the Grand Minister's directive or her desire to prevent him from meeting Bardos, he was determined to deliver that beating. In that case, why not contact the Kaishin of Time directly? She should have a means of communication, right? The old Kai, sharp in his perception, immediately sensed a flicker of displeasure on Sutter's face and decided to remain uninvolved. Chapter 134. Old Kai, are you trying to challenge me? His relationship with Chronoa was rather mediocre. Contact? After a moment's contemplation, Sutter retrieved from his space the communication stone he had used to converse with Bardos. He lacked a means to reach Chronoa, but the stone to contact Bardos was still in his possession. Amidst a flurry of calls, more than half an hour had elapsed. Gazing at the unresponsive communication stone resting on the grass, Sutter's brow furrowed deeply. Is it truly unreachable? Curious, the god Jebbet approached him, sensing no immediate danger. What manner of stone is this? It appears rather peculiar. By the way, who is Bardos? What is her relation to you? And that seventh universe? Does it refer to our realm? What deities are the angels and destroyers? The old Supreme Kai, observing the incessant chatter of god Jebbet, and feeling Sut's faint yet discernible aura of menace, growled, silence. Why can't I ask questions? Jebbet murmured under his breath, but he ultimately complied and closed his mouth. Time slipped by unnoticed, and another half-hour passed, yet the communication stone remained silent. Could it be broken? Jebbet again could not restrain himself and whispered, gesturing towards the crystal ball nearby. It's akin to the crystal spheres that observe various corners of the universe. Perhaps they too require meticulous cleaning and maintenance, correct? Sutter pondered for a moment, finding some merit in Jebbet's words, and thus stored the communication stone away. Old man, since you are acquainted with Chronoa, you should be able to contact her, right? Sutter cast a sharp glance at the old Supreme Kai. Under Sutter's gaze. The old Supreme Kai shivered slightly and awkwardly replied, it's not impossible, but it will require some time. It had been several tens of millions of years since they last communicated, and uncertainty loomed. Sutter interrupted impatiently, his voice cold. How much time are we talking about? Perhaps this much. The old Supreme Kai extended a single finger. A month? Sutter frowned, finding this acceptable. He had already waited so long. An additional month was inconsequential. No. 100 years. The old Supreme Kai carefully scrutinized Sutter's expression. Upon witnessing the murderous glint in Sutter's eyes, he hastily amended, 10 years. 10 years. Or else you may as well kill me. Sutter pressed his lips together. The old fool had spoken. What more could he say? Just as frustration washed over him. A thought struck Sutter, and he turned his cold gaze upon the old Supreme Kai. I recall that you Kaishins possess the time rings, do you not? He remembered that during the turmoil caused by Zamasu and Black Goku, the Kais could traverse different parallel worlds using the time rings. If he could return to a time and space where angels and destroyers existed, then whether it be repairing the communication stone or directly seeking the Grand Minister, it would be feasible. Chronoa's backside would surely receive a thorough reprimand until she lay prostrate for 3 to 5 years. Time rings. The old Supreme Kai and Jebbet exchanged silent glances once more. Ancestor, do we possess such items? Jebbet tilted his head, filled with questions. How could this peculiar human know more than he, a god? I have no idea. The old Supreme Kai gazed skyward in exasperation, shrugging his shoulders. A useless being who knows nothing. Upon hearing the phrase know nothing, Soot's eyes narrowed, and an overwhelming energy began to surge around him. Heavenly Jebbet must indeed be unaware. Just moments ago, he was solely preoccupied with the desire to confront Bardos, fixated on administering a reprimand to Kuranoia, and intent on facing the Grand Priest. To the extent that he forgot a crucial matter. That is, in a fit of rage, Sutter had hurled the old Kaioshin into the sky, reprimanding him. However, I recall that you, old man, were sealed within the Kaioshin's sword by Beerus, yet you remain oblivious to who Beerus is. You do not know the god of destruction, Beerus. You are utterly unaware of the angel Whis. You have no comprehension that this is the seventh universe. Faced with this barrage of inquiries, compounded by the sensation of weightlessness in the high altitude, the old Kaioshin felt as though his heart was about to seize. Ancestor, are you all right? Jebbet could only shout helplessly. There was no way around it, despite the fact that the shockwave was not aimed at him. The howling wind rendered him barely able to stand, let alone fly up to rescue someone. He struggled just to maintain his balance. Help! Please, lower me down. Realizing he was being propelled higher by the gusts, the old Kaioshin's face turned ashen, and he screamed in panic. Humph! Having deemed the scare sufficient, Sutter reined in his fierce demeanor and watched as the old Kaioshin plummeted from the sky. Boom! The once verdant grassland was instantly transformed into a vast crater. Billowing smoke swiftly enveloped the area, and amidst the flying debris, the old Kaioshin lay in the pit, limbs twitching in disarray. Ancestor, are you unscathed? Jebbet exclaimed in distress, hastily employing his powers to heal the old Kaioshin. Cough, cough. With the treatment, the old Kaioshin's body was restored. Yet his spirit was utterly depleted as he gazed at Sutter, words caught in his throat. Speak quickly, or this time, the consequences will be dire. Sutter's expression was devoid of emotion, his words chilling as if spoken by the Grim Reaper, leaving the old Kaioshin trembling like a candle in the wind. Such matters were not meant to be disclosed. The old Kaioshin could not help but shed a tear, gazing skyward as he leaned on Jebbet. His face a portrait of desolation. It has been 75 million years, alas, since you threatened my life. I have no choice but to speak. Great ancestor. Observing the old Kaioshin's expression of profound despair, Jebbet could not suppress his concern. Are you all right? I'm fine. The old Kaioshin waved his hand, attempting to steady his emotions, and turned to Sutter, saying, since you are aware of Lord Beerus, you naturally understand that my existence is symbiotic with his, correct? Sutter said nothing, merely producing a cigarette, lighting it, and nodding slightly. It is precisely this symbiotic relationship that led to my imprisonment within the divine sword. The old Kaioshin began to lament. If I were to perish, then Lord Beerus would surely be unable to survive alone. Yet he is indolent, preferring to seek a peaceful slumber. To prevent the possibility of being killed while he is in a weakened state during his sleep, I must remain vigilant. Enough. I do not wish to hear this drivel. Sutter exhaled clouds of smoke, casting a disinterested glance at him, interrupting his sorrowful musings. These trivial matters are well known to any who have watched Dragon Ball. There is no need for the old Kaioshin to prattle on endlessly. Chapter 135. Just call me Uncle Sutter. What I wish to know is, since you are aware of Beerus's existence, why do you feign ignorance? In response to Sutter's inquiry, the old Kai's gaze became ethereal once more, sighing heavily. Such a humiliating matter does not warrant public disclosure, does it? Where is Beerus? I have not sensed his divine presence within the universe, nor that of Whis. Sutter cast a sidelong glance at the old Kai, awaiting an answer. Whether the old Kai is merely being evasive or whether calamity has befallen him is of no concern to me. Do you not realize that I was equally perplexed when I emerged from the Kai sword? This time, the old Kai was considerably more forthright, revealing whatever he could. At that moment, I initially believed that Lord Beerus and Lord Whis had merely departed the seventh universe to venture into other realms. Such occurrences are not without precedent, as you must be aware that numerous deities exist beyond. As the old Kai spoke, he displayed a melancholic expression once again. I waited patiently, and that wait extended over a decade. Upon reaching this juncture in his narrative, Sutter inquired patiently, and then? I became alarmed. The old Kai's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he gazed into the distance, his demeanor far from serene. In isolation, it is quite normal for an angel to be absent for over a decade, and it is equally typical for a destroyer god to slumber for decades. However, the anomaly lies in the simultaneous departure of both from their governed universe, and for such an extended period. I suspect that some significant event has transpired, perhaps a summons from the Omni King. With a grave expression, the old Kai leaned closer to Sutter, declaring that he intended to teleport to the Omni King's palace. Speak plainly without frightening me with that wrinkled visage. Observing the old Kai's weathered face, Sutter emotionlessly pushed him aside. The old Kai sighed once more. But I realized that my teleportation had become ineffective. I could reach nowhere. The Omni King's palace, as well as other universes, were equally inaccessible. Has your teleportation malfunctioned? Sutter casually inquired while settling into a nearby rocking chair. I had once harbored similar suspicions, only to later discover that it was not the case. The old Kai turned to look at the curious Jebit god, continuing his narrative. At that time, I even produced star maps of other universes for Asin to explore. Yet he too could not escape this universe. Has it transformed into an independent parallel universe? Sutter pondered, stroking his chin. A world devoid of a destroyer god's Dragon Balls sounds reminiscent of the future depicted in the Great T's realm. Yet, that cannot be right. In the future of the Great T, there is no old Kai. The only fitting explanation might be that it resembles a fan fiction scenario. Disregarding Sutter's musings, the old Kai continued to articulate his long-held secret. During that period, I incessantly sought solutions, scouring for possibilities. Yet the most potent artifact, the time ring, remained elusive. Unable to teleport, and with the time ring missing, as time progressed, I eventually came to terms with the situation. The old Kaioshin, with an air of seriousness, puffed out his chest, inexplicably filled with pride. Regardless of the rationale, the mere fact that I still exist in the absence of Lord Beerus feels rather pleasant. The implication of his words was clear. If you seek Beerus, it would be futile to kill me. I no longer share a symbiotic relationship with him. Sutter looked at the old man with a sense of exasperation, noting the multitude of schemes behind his eyes. I have no interest in whatever troubles you have with Beerus. My sole purpose is to find Krinoa, as my wife is with her. In any case, do not test my patience. I am not your enemy. Simply assist me in contacting the Supreme Kai of Time. As Sutter spoke, he revealed a destructive energy sphere in his hand. See this? I can wield destruction myself. Why didn't you mention this sooner? The old Kaioshin appeared bewildered, realizing he had been laboring under a misapprehension all this time. TCH fool. Sutter, uninterested in further idle chatter, instantaneously teleported away from the Kaioshin realm. Unable to reach Beerus for the moment, he decided to wait and perhaps visit Earth to ascertain the current year in the Age of Z. Let us see if we are indeed in the world of Dragon Ball. As Sutter vanished in an instant, the curious Jebit, still savoring the unfolding drama, turned to the old Kaioshin. Ancestor, who exactly is that fellow? It feels as though he knows more than I do. Humph, it's not that he knows more. It's that you are woefully uninformed. The old Kaioshin glared fiercely, his hands clasped behind him as he gazed skyward with a heavy sigh, feeling an ominous storm approaching. Yet I sense he is not a malevolent individual, Jebit remarked, suddenly stepping closer to the old Kaioshin and inquiring with a sly tone. Ancestor, have you concealed many matters from me, such as the symbiosis with the god of destruction, the angels, and the Omni King? It seems it is not my ignorance, but rather your reluctance to teach. The old Kaioshin awkwardly coughed, his gaze darting about, refusing to respond. On Earth, in a villa beside the Capsule Corporation, Sutter traced Vegeta's energy signature, having detected no sign of Goku. It was uncertain whether he had perished or merely left the planet. His arrival coincided perfectly with the entrance to Vegeta's gravity chamber. Sutter surveyed his surroundings and felt increasingly assured that this was indeed the world he sought. Numerous warriors still possessed their energy. Evidently, it was not a desolate future where only a solitary fighter remained. The future in which Daz was involved was far from serene and tranquil. Contemplating this, Sutter reached out to knock on the door, only to be halted by a girl approaching from a distance. Who are you? With her shoulder-length lavender hair and clad in a striking red crop top and a miniskirt, the newcomer was none other than a grown-up Bulma. You are Bulma, Vegeta's daughter? Sutter was initially taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. TSK, it seems I am indeed no longer in the Dragon Ball Super timeline. Within that realm, Bulma had only just been born a short while ago. How could she have grown so much in the blink of an eye? This appearance is undoubtedly from another world, though I wonder at what point in the timeline this occurs. Yes, I am. And who might you be? A friend of my father's? Brara's face bore a striking resemblance to Vegeta's arrogance as she pointed her finger towards the gravity chamber, asking a rather foolish question. How come I've never seen you before? Well, it's been a while since I left Earth. Just call me Sutter. Sutter replied with a nod, thinking to himself that indeed it had been quite some time, 3 or 4 days, to be precise. Uncle? Brara, looking somewhat dejected, scrutinized Sutter and inquired, "You don't look much older than Trunks." Chapter 136. No friends? Then I am your elder. Saiyans cannot judge age by appearance. Sutter chuckled, extending his hand to knock on the gravity chamber's door. Just as he spoke, the door swung open. Dressed in a deep blue bodysuit, Vegeta furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Brara and Sutter standing before him. "Brara, what brings you here?" As Brara began to introduce Sutter, Vegeta's eyes widened in shock as he blurted out, "This guy isn't your new boyfriend, is he?" "No. He says he's your friend," Brara replied, unhesitatingly clearing up any misunderstandings before stepping aside. "Really?" Vegeta scrutinized Sutter with suspicion, and upon noticing the tail at Sutter's waist, his brow furrowed even more. "A Saiyan? There should only be a few of us left in this world." "Oh, you must have forgotten. In this world. You don't know me." Sutter shrugged and introduced himself. "I am Sutter, and in other parallel worlds, I consider you and Son Goku friends." "Friends? Huh." Vegeta scoffed. "I have no friends, so who exactly are you? Not considered a friend?" Sutter stroked his chin, somewhat astonished. "I must inquire how you came to such a conclusion. Who are you? What is your purpose in getting close to Brara? What do you want at my home?" Vegeta demanded, his expression fierce and devoid of courtesy. "How tedious." Sutter, losing his patience, disdainfully glanced at Vegeta. "If we are not friends, then you may as well call me elder." It was reckless of him to regard a perennial underachiever as a friend, especially one who claimed to have no friends. Moreover, he regretted not asking Son Gohan instead. Even consulting Piccolo would be more favorable than inquiring from the proud and tragic Vegeta. "You're asking for trouble." Feeling the contempt and insult from Sutter, Vegeta's forehead throbbed with veins as he swung his fist towards Sutter, who was turning to leave. "Ah, the you from the alternate world isn't so proud and arrogant," Sutter remarked without turning around, a puzzled expression on his face as he sidestepped the punch. "Who exactly are you?" Seeing his fist miss, Vegeta lifted his foot and aimed a kick at Sutter. With ease, Sutter dodged Vegeta's punches and kicks, even finding time to mock him. "Oh, is your strength truly so pathetic?" Observing Sutter with his hands in his pockets, seemingly unperturbed, Vegeta felt his anger boiling over. "You bastard, die!" With a thunderous roar, Vegeta ascended to Super Saiyan 2, launching a flurry of rapid attacks at Surt. Yet, as before, Surt effortlessly evaded each strike. "How can you still ask such questions? Considering we are friends?" Surt, losing his patience, unleashed a powerful burst of energy that sent Vegeta crashing into the wall of a nearby villa. As the supporting wall collapsed with a resounding crash, Vegeta found himself buried beneath layers of bricks and debris. Amidst the cacophony and the swirling dust, Bra could no longer bear to witness her father's plight. "Hey, you there, cease this at once. Do not bully my father." Rushing to Vegeta's side, Bra spread her arms wide as if to shield him like a mother hen. Bullying him? Surt withdrew his hands from his pockets, igniting a cigarette while disdainfully gesturing towards Vegeta. If I truly intended to harm him, would he still be alive? Though Bra was more interested in shopping than martial arts, she could perceive Surt's overwhelming strength. At the very least, he was stronger than her father. Not wishing to target a young girl, Surt turned his attention back to Vegeta. "Do you believe me now? We are not friends. Do you wish to be my enemy? With a mere finger, I could extinguish your life." Furious, Vegeta struggled to his feet, pulling Bra behind him. "Then why have you sought me out? What do you want?" His expression remained fierce, yet he was at least engaging in dialogue. Nothing of great significance, merely inquiring about the current year on Earth, Surt replied nonchalantly, brushing imaginary dust off his shoulder. "To arrive on Earth, one must possess an exceptionally powerful aura for instant transmission, you know?" Vegeta's forehead twitched with anger, his chest ablaze with fury. "Is this how you treat others?" The audacity. Seeing Vegeta's temper flare once more, Surt refrained from provoking him further. "Where has Goku gone?" "I came to find him. Yet it seems his energy is absent from Earth. Why are you asking me about Kakarot?" Vegeta gritted his teeth, feeling helpless against Surt's might. "If you seek Kakarot, go inquire with the Sun family. What business do you have with me? I have no control over Kakarot's whereabouts." Frustrated from being struck without cause, Vegeta found himself in a dire predicament. "Hey Vegeta, what have you done now?" From a distance, Bulma, riding a hovering motorcycle, approached swiftly. Upon witnessing the partially collapsed house, she erupted in indignation. "Greetings, Bulma." Surt acknowledged the still statuesque Bulma with a casual wave. "Oh, and who might you be?" Bulma, appearing considerably more gracious, offered Surt a gentle smile before inquiring warmly, "Are you a classmate or friend of Brias? Have you come to play with her? I hope her father did not frighten you. If so, I sincerely apologize. That is simply his nature." Sut, who had been unfairly relegated in status, gradually came to understand, through the conversations of several individuals, that this world indeed belonged to the realm of Dragon Ball. Son Goku was not on Earth. Rather, he had embarked on a cosmic journey with his granddaughter, Xiao Fong, and Trunks, in search of the Black Star Dragon Balls. As for the reason behind their quest for the Black Star Dragon Balls, it stemmed from the antics of the Pilaf gang, who seemed to be indulging in a frivolous endeavor. For reasons unknown, they discovered the Black Star Dragon Balls created prior to the separation of the Supreme Kai and the Demon King Piccolo within the sacred world of the Kais. As the Red Dragon materialized, Goku, who was training in the sacred world, also sensed their presence. In a twist of fate, Pilaf lamented that if only Goku were still a child, he would surely defeat him. Consequently, the dragon interpreted this as Pilaf's wish and granted it. Thus, Goku, in the prime of his life, was transformed back into a child, and upon the fulfillment of this wish, the Black Star Dragon Balls scattered across the cosmos. Chapter 137. Just as peace was mentioned, Baby made his appearance. Indeed, it was in the universe, not on Earth. Shortly thereafter, Shao Goku quickly learned about the Black Star Dragon Balls from Dandy. Whenever the Red Dragon granted a wish, if the 7 Black Star Dragon Balls could not be gathered within a year and reunited, the planet where the wish was made would face automatic destruction. How unfortunate. In order to protect Earth and restore his body, Goku resolved to embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls alongside Xiao Fong and Trunks. "Oh, I see. What year is it in the age now?" Sut asked absent-mindedly after Bulma finished her account. "Today? Let me check," Bulma responded, glancing at her wristwatch. "It is the 3rd of September, age 789. Time flies. It has been over 6 months since Goku and the others departed." Reflecting on the timeline, Sut recalled that Goku and his companions should be nearing their return to Earth, which meant that Baby would soon make his entrance. Baby. In truth, he was merely a cell possessing the memories and genetic factors of Kings of Four. This cell drifted through the cosmos for years until it encountered the programmed Dr. Mew, successfully evolving from a cell into an embryo and ultimately into a young boy. This entity's most notable characteristic was its ability to possess others. It first revived within Dr. Mew, then transferred to Trunks, only to be forcibly expelled by Trunks in his Super Saiyan 2 form. Has there been any unusual activity on Earth lately? Sut pondered, glancing at Bulma, who was well informed about current events. He wondered whether Baby had already arrived on Earth. If he had, it was certain he would possess the bodies of ordinary people to locate Vegeta and the other Saiyans. No, Bulma shook her head, indicating that the world remained peaceful. "Oh, very well then. Farewell." Sut nodded and rose from the living room, heading toward the door. "This fellow is truly peculiar." Bulma exchanged a glance with Bra, filled with curiosity. "Humph, that damned individual." The emergence of the Saiyans on Earth, particularly the formidable Prince Vegeta, left him incredulous. His teeth clenched tightly. Sutter, indifferent to their thoughts, had acquired the knowledge he sought and was ready to depart. West City remained unchanged in appearance, yet felt distinctly different. Amidst the remote mountains, the cozy abode he shared with Bardos was conspicuously absent. Sutter, cigarette in mouth and hands tucked in his pockets, wandered aimlessly through the bustling streets of West City. Indeed, peace reigned, or so he mused, when suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from the adjacent street. Smoke billowed into the sky, accompanied by brilliant flames and the panicked screams of fleeing crowds. Sutter turned to observe the scene, and, upon spotting the youthful Super Saiyan Goten, he discarded his cigarette and muttered, "I must retract my earlier statement." For Goten bore 2 distinct streaks across his face, unmistakably the mark of being possessed by Baby. Chastising himself, Sutter followed Goten, curious to see if he would pursue Vegeta as the narrative suggested. However, Baby, possessing Goten, merely circled above the city before retreating to the peaceful confines of Korin Tower. Sutter was left bewildered. Did this individual not take the quest to find Vegeta seriously? Must everything adhere strictly to the original plot? He trailed behind to Korin Tower, only to witness Gohan and Goten, sensing something amiss, burst from their home, initiating a chaotic brawl. The elder brother wished to avoid harm while the younger remained obstinate. Before Piccolo arrived, Sutter found himself stifling yawns, nearly succumbing to slumber. Yet, upon Piccolo's appearance, as Goten unleashed a Kamehameha, Sutter's drowsiness vanished with a jolt of alarm. Faced with impending danger, Piccolo appeared flustered, while Sutter, materializing before him, effortlessly sent him flying with a surge of energy. "Who are you?" Piccolo inquired, his demeanor tense as he regarded his unexpected savior. Sutter rolled his eyes, seizing Gohan by the nape and extracting Baby from within. "I am a good person, called Lei Feng." As Piccolo observed Baby being expelled from Gohan's body, his vigilance towards Sutter intensified. However, upon witnessing Gohan awaken unscathed, Piccolo's excitement surged. "Gohan, are you alright?" Before Gohan could respond, Baby, who appeared slightly younger than Piccolo, snarled and lunged at Sutter. "Damn Saiyan, you're seeking death." With a swift move, Baby attempted to advance, but found himself repelled by Goten's energy, which had been parasitized by Baby. Faced with the unimaginable strength of Sutter, Baby abruptly halted mid-air, retreating in fear. "Curse be you. Who exactly are you?" He signaled to Goten, hastily opting for a strategic withdrawal. "Goten, what has happened to you?" Gohan exclaimed, eager to pursue. As he soared into the air, Sutter had already overtaken him by several hundred steps, intercepting son Goten with ease. Dealing with the likes of Baby was trivial for Sutter. Confronting a mere living egg of a parasite was an effortless task. An energy wave surged into son Goten's body, extinguishing the living egg. As Sutter waved his hand and smiled, "Greetings, Gohan. I am a good person, call me Lei Feng." The corners of son Gohan's mouth twitched visibly, and even the just awoken son Goten wore a bewildered expression. Had that fellow escaped? Piccolo's gaze was profound as he stood against the biting cold wind, peering into the boundless sky. "No worries, he will appear again." Sutter crossed his arms, his face radiating indifference. At a loss for words, son Goten suddenly pointed westward, exclaiming joyfully, "It's Dad's energy. Dad and the others are back." Son Gohan shared his excitement, having not seen his daughter, Xiao Feng, for over half a year. Sutter sensed it too, a familiar yet somewhat foreign presence. "Shall we go take a look? You call yourself Lei Feng." On their way to West City, the Sun family naively believed that Sutter truly bore that name. "Lei Feng, how old are you? You're so strong at such a young age." Though Piccolo squinted, he maintained a scrutinizing gaze fixed on Sutter. He didn't pose any questions directly, but listened intently. Amidst their nonsensical banter, the three discovered that Lei Feng was also known as Sutter, not a Saiyan from Earth, but hailing from elsewhere. Chapter 138, Vegeta Possessed. Baby boasts the Force soon arrived at the Capsule Corporation in West City. However, upon landing, they were met with chaos. The scene before them was one of utter devastation. Amidst the ruins, Son Goku and Little Goku skidded across the ground, carving a long trench in their wake. Vegeta wore a sinister grin, reveling in the destruction with tightly clenched fists, laughing maniacally. "Haha, truly, this is the body of Vegeta. Vegeta, what on earth is happening?" Little Goku, filled with rage, glared at the Vegeta possessed by Baby. The silver receding hairline, combined with the vertical lines appearing on his face, led Sutter to believe that if Vegeta were to see such a visage, he would certainly lament Baby's questionable taste. Baby's speed is quite impressive. Sutter, arms crossed, did not rush to land. Son Gohan, however, hastily descended, his expression one of confusion as he turned to Little Goku. "Dad, what is going on?" Trunks and Xiao Feng exchanged furious glances, the atmosphere thick with tension, leaving son Goten in a state of bewilderment. Is this situation the same as before? Piccolo, the warrior's intellect shining through, scanned the surroundings and discerned a crucial issue. Have they all been possessed by that so-called baby of yours? Present were Bulma, Trunks, and the entire Bra family, their faces twisted with malice and ferocity. "Dad!" Xiao Feng, donning an orange bandana, rushed towards son Gohan with a small robot in her arms, succinctly summarizing the events. "Everything was fine when we returned, but suddenly, Bra attacked Vegeta with a dagger. Then, a shadow flitted past, and Vegeta clutched his head, only to subsequently forgive Bra. Immediately thereafter, Vegeta launched an assault on his grandfather, while Bra and the others watched the scene with cheerful smiles. Not only that, but Trunks also sought to capture me and Jiro, but fortunately, I reacted swiftly and managed to hide." Listening to Xiao Fang's incessant chatter, son Gohan furrowed his brow, quickly piecing together the sequence of events and speculating. Could it be that this entity named Baby can simultaneously parasitize numerous individuals? Su nodded, landing beside little Goku, explaining that Baby would leave viable eggs within the bodies of those he had infested. Baby? Has this fiend come to Earth as well? Truly incorrigible. Little Goku frowned seriously, glaring hatefully at the opposing Vegeta, realizing that this was the second time he had parasitized Trunks. Is that so? It seems that Baby first infested Bra, subsequently harming Vegeta, which led to Vegeta falling victim to parasitism. Xiaofang wore a similarly grave expression, methodically summarizing the events. Indeed, only when a wound appears can one be parasitized. Su cast an appreciative glance. Damn it, it seems the only option now is to defeat him. Little Goku's expression turned serious, his fists clenched in frustration. Come on, Grandpa. You must restore Trunks to normal. Xiaofang tightened her fists, cheering on little Goku. This action flowed seamlessly, clearly having been practiced numerous times. Huh. With a light shout from little Goku, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, surrounded by a tempest of electricity. As the ground beneath him cracked, little Goku flashed before Baby Vegeta and unleashed a swift punch. Bang! Baby showed no fear, bending his arm to block little Goku's fist with his elbow. Simultaneously, he swiftly kicked at little Goku's abdomen. Though small in stature, little Goku possessed immense combat experience, and soon the two were entangled in a fierce exchange of blows and kicks. Observing the pair as they occasionally appeared on the ground and then in midair, Xiaofang's face grew anxious. Daddy, can Grandpa defeat that parasitic Vegeta? It's evident. Piccolo crossed his arms, his expression calm. Old Son is the strongest in the universe. How could he possibly lose to the arrogant Vegeta? Not necessarily. Su interjected, pointing towards Bulma and Bra, who had retreated to the Capsule Corporation. What do you mean? Son Gohan tilted his head towards Su, unsure of his implication. But in the next moment, he understood. Trunks had already approached Baby from behind, placing a hand on his shoulder. Let me lend you a hand, Lord Baby. With the infusion of Super Saiyan 2 energy, Baby, who had been slightly out of breath, regained his vigor. Not enough, not enough. Baby gazed at his hands, dissatisfaction creasing his brow. Lord Baby, I will assist you. Lord Baby, I'm here as well. The sudden chorus of voices drew the attention of everyone present. The arrival of familiar faces was overwhelming. The elderly Krillin, Yamcha, Tan, and even the Dumpling were all former warriors, now unbeknownst to me, had succumbed to Baby's parasitic control. In a sudden flurry, they surrounded me. What was happening? As I watched Krillin charge towards me with his claws bared, I hurriedly dodged to avoid his attack. After absorbing the energy from these warriors, Baby's face twisted as he turned his cold gaze towards Goku, sneering, "You damn Saiyans deserve to perish." In the face of such disdain, Sutter nonchalantly retorted, "While you spew such venom, perhaps you should reflect on whose body you currently inhabit." Baby, furious, shot a venomous glare at Sutter, boasting, "Once I eliminate Goku, you will be the next to descend into the afterlife." With relentless waves of energy pouring in, Baby lunged fiercely at Goku. Amidst the chaos created by the once familiar faces now under control, Goku found himself at a disadvantage, retreating step by step under the onslaught. Coughing, he barely managed to evade Baby's swift kick, which sent him crashing into a deep pit, gasping for breath. Trunks landed before him, showing no mercy as he placed his foot upon Goku's abdomen. "Damn Saiyan. Trunks, snap out of it." Goku, though still possessing some strength, was unable to retaliate against Trunks. "You're starting to resemble that cowardly Goku." Sutter, arms crossed, glanced at the timid Xiaofang beside him and casually asked, "Aren't you going to help?" Xiaofang shook her head vigorously. "I can't defeat any of them. I'd just be a burden to Grandpa and Dad." "Oh," Sutter replied dismissively, appreciating her self-awareness. Piccolo and Gohan had already engaged, yet they found it impossible to strike hard against their former allies. Chapter 139, Super Saiyan 3 falters against Super Saiyan 2, as Sutter intervenes. Moreover, with the considerable burden of Dubra needing Boo's protection, the situation was dire. The turning tide of battle was evident, favoring Goku's adversaries. "Ha! Once I eliminate you, that spectator over there will be next, followed by your sons." Baby's taunts ignited Goku's fury. Rising to his feet, he unleashed his rage, sending Yamcha and the others flying. Oh! With a primal scream, Goku's aura erupted in a golden blaze, his hair extending rapidly to his ankles. As his energy surged, shockwaves radiated outward. He intercepted Trunks' punch, shouting, "Trunks, wake up!" But his call was destined to fall on deaf ears. In desperation, Goku struck swiftly, knocking Trunks unconscious to the ground. Seeing this, Goten rushed over to catch him. Damn it! Goku glared fiercely and charged at Baby, engaging in a relentless exchange of blows and kicks. Faced with the formidable Baby of Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Goku ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, sent crashing into the ruins of the city by a single punch. Yet, the battle did not conclude with Goku reverting to his normal state. High above, an immense amount of negative energy coalesced in Baby's raised hands. A sphere of dark energy, brimming with malevolence, was swiftly hurled downwards towards Goku. Revenge Death Ball. As the energy was unleashed, it was unclear whether Baby's mindset had shifted or if the weight from the vast influx of energy had altered his mass. At long last, Baby had attained the Super Saiyan 3 form, bearing no resemblance to the parasitic Vegeta. His stature had grown significantly, and even his skin darkened, reminiscent of his youthful form. Damn it! If that energy sphere strikes Goku on the ground, the Earth will be annihilated. Piccolo observed this scene with clenched fists, filled with rage at his own impotence. Stay calm. Surt leisurely waved his hand, casting a stern gaze at the dark energy ball plummeting towards the Earth. Under the pressure of his aura, the colossal energy sphere erupted in an instant, unleashing a howling tempest that sent the surrounding background characters tumbling away. Hey, Bu, hurry up and save me. Satan, ever defiant, flailed in midair, desperately shouting. The self-destructed Bu, now devoid of his living cells, paid him no heed, tilting his head to gaze at the reincarnation of evil, Ub. Shall we fuse to defeat him? Ub, bewildered, asked Fuse. What do you mean by fuse? Oh dear, you don't know? You are originally evil Bu, the true Bu. Bu smiled as he began recounting Ub's past life. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, some fought, others conversed, and a few fled for their lives, creating an indescribable clamor. Gasping for breath, Goku looked up at Surt, his eyes filled with confusion. Where does such a powerful Saiyan come from? Witnessing his mighty attack thwarted, Super Saiyan 3 Baby glared menacingly at the sky. Damn you! This is the second time you've thwarted my plans. Surt smiled, as if engaged in a casual chat with a friend. Indeed, why haven't you sent me to the underworld yet? Go die? Baby roared obediently, unleashing an energy blast towards Surt. TCH, such a pathetic attack? Surt disdainfully glanced at it, dispersing the energy blast with ease. The pinnacle of power is merely Super Saiyan 5, right? I could walk sideways, backwards, or in any manner. No one could stop me. Who is that guy? He is so powerful. Ub exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Bu shook his head and turned to rescue Satan, who was still soaring in the sky. The background characters, including Krillin, shared similar feelings of shock and disbelief, unable to fathom the sheer strength of this mysterious newcomer, Surt. In a swift motion, Surt had already appeared before Baby after dispersing the energy blast. Quickly, did you not promise to send me to the underworld? With a tone laden with disdain, Sut unleashed another wave of energy, sending Baby tumbling violently, crashing into the nearby mountains. The rock formations were pierced one after another until the force dissipated, leaving Baby embedded in the towering cliffside, utterly disheveled. With a cry akin to a devastating blow, Baby's complexion paled significantly, contrasting sharply with the color of his attire. As he expelled a copious amount of blood, his breath becoming labored. How is this possible? How can there exist such a formidable Saiyan in this world? Even a being as powerful as Vegeta could not withstand the sheer ferocity of his opponent. Terror filled Baby's eyes as he internally screamed that such a reality was unfathomable. How could he exact revenge upon the Saiyans now? Lord Baby. Witnessing Baby's defeat, Trunks, filled with indignation, charged towards Sut without a second thought. Deprived of substantial energy, Trunks found himself utterly outmatched. He had no chance of closing the distance before being sent hurtling away, crashing into the ruins. Who are you exactly? A chilling sense of dread washed over Baby. He recognized that as long as Sut remained, his vendetta could not proceed smoothly. This was an instinctual awareness of impending peril. Isn't it obvious? I must be the good guy? Sut shrugged nonchalantly, reappearing before Baby. Upon seeing Sut materialize before him in the blink of an eye, Baby, struggling to extricate himself from the rocky embrace, turned to flee. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Sut's energy erupted once more, sending Baby flying again. As Baby ascended into the skies, Sut raised a hand to shield his brow and chuckled. What a useless fellow. From the heights, Baby's heart-wrenching screams echoed. accompanied by droplets of crimson that were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Such vitality. Piccolo remarked, his forehead slick with cold sweat, trembling slightly. Who on earth is this person? The now upright Goku pondered in confusion. I don't know. He appeared out of nowhere and saved Gohan and Goten. Piccolo replied, shaking his head slightly, speaking candidly. As Baby descended slowly, Sut turned to the suddenly appearing Jebbet. Hey, make a trip to the heavenly temple. The super divine water from Dandy can eliminate the life forms within everyone. Understood. Chapter 140. Need assistance? Impossible. Jebbet didn't have the time to inquire about the situation before hastily departing. He dared not ask questions, for their revered ancestor had cautioned repeatedly against provoking this deity. Truly a divine being, the level of godhood far surpassed that of the Kaishins. Boom. As Baby plummeted, creating a crater upon impact, Sut remarked, this should be nearly over. As he gracefully floated towards Baby. At this moment, it should be possible to draw out Baby from within Vegeta. However, in the next instant, an unexpected turn of events transpired. In the dilapidated Capsule Corporation, a laser energy cannon emerged from the wall. I warn you, do not harm Lord Baby. Bulma's voice echoed through the loudspeaker, capturing the attention of everyone present. As the crowd turned to gaze at the rooftop of the Capsule Corporation, the backdrop controlled by the living eggs gathered at the edge of the pit, forming a protective barrier for Baby. Otherwise, shall I eliminate them? And you can bring them back to life later? Sut glanced at the figures blocking his path, then turned to Goku, inquiring. Goku, caught off guard by the question, hesitated. At that moment of inquiry, a peculiar wave of light shot from the top of the Capsule Corporation, heading straight for Baby. What is happening? Xiaofeng exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of Baby enveloped in light. Could it be that Bulma was not under Baby's control? No, wait, Goku frowned, his youthful face etched with seriousness. Oh no, that is the Broly ray, akin to a full moon. Upon hearing this, Sut turned his head towards Goku, astonished that he knew such a detail. Goku, however, had no time to respond as Baby, now bathed in light, began to grow in size. His diminutive vest did not tear under the strain of his transformation into a great ape, but instead managed to accommodate his colossal form. The gleaming golden fur he bore indicated that he was no ordinary great ape, but a golden great ape. With a series of roars, the transformed Baby fixed his venomous gaze upon Sut, who hovered midair. I am now stronger than ever, the mightiest in the universe. You had best prepare for your demise. You have managed to retain your reason. Sut, unfazed, gazed curiously at the golden great ape. Oh, is it due to Vegeta's body? I recall in the original narrative, Goku transformed into the golden great ape first, and that was without reason. It was only through Xiaofeng's emotional appeals that Goku eventually regained his rationality and successfully ascended to the Super Saiyan 4 form. Reflecting on Super Saiyan 4, Sut pondered whether Goku's current role was beneficial or detrimental. Forget it, I shan't concern myself with him. Even without assistance, he will not enjoy a peaceful existence. I might as well lend a hand. Just as Sut reached his decision, Baby's massive fist, accompanied by a rush of wind, hurtled towards him. Be careful. Goku, witnessing this scene, struggled to rise and aid Sut. But did Sut truly require assistance? He did not. With a mere extension of his index finger, Sut effortlessly blocked Baby's punch, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. Just a normal state? Goku, now upright, was utterly stunned, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. How is this possible? Not only was Goku flabbergasted, but even Baby, whose attack had been thwarted, wore a look of astonishment. After all, as an adversary of the Saiyans, he understood their capabilities. A normal state represented merely the foundation of their fighting prowess. If the opponent were to achieve Super Saiyan status, it would indeed be terrifying. Baby could hardly fathom it, and a profound fear surged within him at that moment. Come on now, I am a person who favors peace. Sut chuckled, extending his middle finger slowly, flicking it towards Baby at a pace visible to the naked eye. This seemingly mundane gesture produced an unimaginable scene of horror for those present. Ugh! Baby appeared to be struck by a heavy blow, his massive form retreating like a mere paper in the howling wind. The speed of his retreat exceeded even that of light, and in the blink of an eye, the colossal ape vanished from the horizon. Amidst the astonished gasps of the onlookers, Sut awkwardly yet politely wiped his nose and smiled. Perhaps I was a bit too forceful? Noticing that everyone remained in stunned silence, Sut shrugged in resignation, conceding, all right, I shall fetch him back. With a swift motion, Soot, who had just instantaneously disappeared, now turned his attention towards little Wukong, his mind seemingly stuck in a mechanical loop. Am I dreaming? Bang! Just as he pondered this, Xiaofang unceremoniously struck Satan on his bald head with a punch. Grandpa, does it hurt? It hurts. It hurts. It hurts, Satan replied, rubbing his head as tears of pain welled up in his eyes. Old son, what do you think it would be like if that fellow were an enemy? Piccolo inquired, landing beside little Wukong, suddenly voicing this thought. Little Wukong, maintaining a calm demeanor yet speaking with unwavering conviction, replied, he should be a good person. If he were truly a villain, I would use all my strength to defeat him. In midair, the enormous form of Baby the Great Ape abruptly reappeared. A closer look would reveal Soot clinging to its tail. Hey, I'm back. Soot grinned and asked little Wukong and the others, can you handle this guy? However, before little Wukong could respond, the previously unconscious Baby suddenly opened its blood-red eyes. Humph, you think you can defeat me? It's you who will meet your demise. A pitch-black energy sphere began to coalesce in Baby's mouth, hurtling directly towards Soot above. The proximity left no room for evasion. Death Revenge Ball. Quick, get out of the way. Little Wukong shouted in alarm. Yet, the most composed among them was undoubtedly Soot, who scoffed and effortlessly caught the terrifying energy sphere with one hand before forcefully shoving it back into Baby's enormous mouth. Ugh! Baby, trapped by Soot's grip, struggled in vain, unable to open its mouth, emitting anguished cries. The blood-red orbs of its eyes seemed on the verge of popping from their sockets, a testament to its torment. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility, Soot remarked nonchalantly, observing the flailing, convulsing form of Baby as it collapsed to the ground, delivering a rather socially conscious statement. Despite spewing blood and thick smoke, Baby showed no signs of defeat. Chapter 141. Will you achieve Super Saiyan 4? I will surpass 100. He grinned with a smug expression, threatening Sutter, asserting that this was Vegeta's body, and any harm done would not truly affect him. Oh, is that so? Sutter seemed to be jolted awake, landing swiftly with a look of sudden realization, seizing the tail of the great ape Baby. What do you intend to do? Although Baby could not fathom Sutter's intentions, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. In truth, it matters not. Killing you bears no consequence. Sutter's smile sent chills through the great ape Baby, and his next words rendered him speechless. If you die, what of it? We can simply wish you back with the Dragon Balls, just as you desire the revival of planet Ziffel. Moreover, as Sutter paused, he mockingly yanked off the tail of the great ape Baby with force. Crack! At the anguished scream of the great ape Baby, Sutter continued, I possess numerous ways to eliminate you without extinguishing Vegeta. The loss of the tail, even for a golden great ape, could not stave off the inevitable return to human form. As Vegeta reverted, his cells gradually compressed, and the parasitic Baby was left with no choice but to vacate his body. Ah, my parasite! Baby could hardly believe it, striving to remain within Vegeta's form, yet utterly powerless to do so. Observing a small, fleshy orb detach from Vegeta's body, Sutter nonchalantly directed a small destructive energy towards it. No. In Baby's desperate cries, the orb was obliterated to dust. As the violet energy gradually faded, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky. More accurately, it was the super divine water. With the obliteration of the living egg, Trunks and the others regained their senses amidst their anguished wails. However, some remained in a daze, such as Piccolo and Goku. Xiaofang, whose shoulders were drenched in super divine water, stared blankly at Sutter while cradling the small robot Jiro. Remarkably strong and quite handsome. Has Baby been eradicated? Little Goku wiped the rain from his face and pointed at the fallen Vegeta, uncertainly inquiring. Of course, Sutter nodded, placing his hands on his hips as he strolled towards little Goku, gesturing to illustrate their height difference. My, how long has it been? You've shrunk to such a degree. Huh, do you recognize me? Little Goku blinked in confusion, finding it hard to believe. If he had indeed met someone so formidable, he would surely remember. Whether I know you or not. Sutter adjusted his phrasing, striving for simplicity. I know the version of you from another world, not this one. A look of astonishment crossed little Goku's face. Oh, aside from this world, there are other worlds? You can actually understand. Now it was Sutter's turn to be intrigued. Naturally, I am not a mere child. Little Goku smiled slightly, placing his hands on his hips as he surveyed the gradually recovering crowd. Trunks, Yamchu, Krillin, Are you all alright? Amidst their mutual reassurances, Vegeta slowly regained consciousness, his expression dark and brooding as if it could drip water. Curse it! How could I have fallen into such a wretched path? You ought to express your gratitude to me, O haughty prince. As the incessant rain ceased and the skies began to clear, Soot produced a cigarette. TCH. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, yet said nothing further, turning instead towards the Capsule Corporation. He needed to check on Bulma. Was she occupied? Ah, how peculiar. You actually smoke. Goten sidled up to Soot, grinning broadly as he extended his hand in request. Observing Soot conjure a pack of pristine cigarettes from thin air, Goten was utterly delighted. This packaging was unfamiliar to him. Was it expensive? Hey, little one. Smoking is not for you. Krillin approached, hands on his hips, wearing a face of stern admonition directed at the two puffing figures. Watching the commotion from a distance, young Goku looked up at Piccolo and uttered, Piccolo, I feel my previously calm demeanor starting to boil over. He truly is formidable. Piccolo, having known young Goku for decades, instinctively understood his thoughts. Thus, I must continue my training. Upon finishing his statement, young Goku gestured for Xiaofang to bring him the backpack containing the Black Star Dragon Balls, which he then handed to the recently arrived dandy. The Dragon Balls were fully collected. Now, I shall embark on my training journey. Oh, Dandy hurriedly accepted the backpack. Grandpa, I wish to accompany you on your training. Xiaofang eagerly moved closer to young Goku, looping her arm through his. No way, you have already fallen behind in your studies. Not far off, a recently revived Chi-Chi, cradling her head, immediately interjected with a scolding tone. Then can I go? Trunks pointed to himself, stating, I have no studies to attend to. You may not, but as the president of the Capsule Corporation, where would you find the time to train? Bulma emerged from the Capsule Corporation, her arms crossed and a frown upon her face. TCH, let him go. I wish to go too. Vegeta followed closely behind, his expression filled with indignation. If it weren't for my lack of strength, would I be subjected to such parasitism by that fool Zafru? Very well then. Bulma, noticing Vegeta's declaration, promptly shifted her tone and shrugged. Alas, woe unto me, a woman burdened with the demands of the company. Mother, you still have me, don't you? Bra chimed in cheerfully as she approached her. Though Bulma wore a smile, her words were unyielding. Go on, you only know how to shop. What assistance can you offer me? Amidst their laughter and joviality, Soot let out a long sigh, truly a scene of familial bliss. Yet, he originally only wished to avoid meeting Bardos, and now found himself ensnared by Kuranoya's antics. How delightful! Even Makalito was beyond his reach. He must ensure that Kuranoya receives her due recompense. Could I spar with you? Young Goku approached Soot with an eager expression. Perhaps once you attain Super Saiyan 4. Soot subtly declined. How could young Goku, who had yet to master Super Saiyan 4, possibly stand as his opponent? Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta could not restrain himself from approaching as well, his face a portrait of disbelief. Beyond Super Saiyan 3, are there indeed other forms? Indeed. There are forms such as Super Saiyan 5, 6, 7, and even up to Super Saiyan 100. Sutter, lost in his thoughts, began to ramble. What? Those present were utterly incredulous. Can you attain Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta, clenching his fists, displayed a complex expression. He couldn't even reach Super Saiyan 3. And now there was talk of Super Saiyan 4. It wasn't that he couldn't achieve Super Saiyan 3, he simply looked down upon it. Indeed, not only can I attain Super Saiyan 4, but I can also reach Super Saiyan 100. Sutter scoffed dismissively. Chapter 142. You have an elderly figure. I have a wife host. Do you not feel a pang of conscience while spouting such nonsense? The system, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly interjected, startling Sutter into silence. I'm not rambling. There truly exists a Super Saiyan 100 in fan theories, though no one has ever witnessed it. How can a legend be deemed nonsense? Sutter defended his claims. What does this Super Saiyan 4 form look like? Little Goku asked, filled with curiosity. If we suppress the energy of the golden giant ape that baby transformed into and revert back to human form, that would be Super Saiyan 4. Sutter explained candidly. As he typically shunned secrecy, the thought of the humanoid form beneath the golden giant ape left little Goku silent, turning his gaze to the empty space behind him. Vegeta's eyes sparkled as he cast a longing look at Sutter's tail, reminiscing about the past. Yet, reality soon dashed his hopes, for his tail had just been forcibly severed by the man before him. I must go to the Supreme Kai's realm. The old Supreme Kai surely has a way to regrow my tail. Little Goku exclaimed, eager to embark on his quest, heading towards Jebet, who was healing others nearby. Jebet, take me to the Supreme Kai's realm. You have an elder, and I have a wife. Vegeta retorted with a haughty snort, striding towards Bulma, who was directing everyone in the company's repairs. Bulma, do you have a method to expedite the growth of my tail? Sutter surveyed the area, noting only Goten, who was still smoking, remaining. He felt a sense of being discarded after having served a purpose. Hey, why are you looking at me? Goten asked, puzzled. After glancing at the cigarette in his hand, he made a difficult decision. To express my gratitude for your cigarette, I'll take you to meet some girls later. Whether you succeed or not depends on your skills. Sutter's gaze turned icy, just as Goten pondered whether Sutter was displeased with him. Sutter calmly inquired, what types of girls are there? Are there any mature women? What about refined ladies? Can the lowly's charm be enticing? Now it was Goten's turn to be bewildered, surprised that such a formidable warrior shared similar interests with him. As the sun set and rose day after day, the once ruined West City gradually flourished anew with the passage of time. The vibrant nightlife, filled with revelry and merriment, beckoned endlessly. Sutter, who spent his days surrounded by various beautiful women alongside Goten, had heard that little Goku and Vegeta had ventured to the Supreme Kai's realm to train. You have no idea. That girl Xiao Fong is always clinging to my dad. Goten complained as he turned his head towards Sutter while enjoying a massage from a beautiful woman in a luxurious club. The last time I sought the Black Star Dragon Balls, I clandestinely hid aboard the spaceship. This time, however, she brazenly defied my mother. Oh, has she also ventured into the Kaishin realm? Sutter engaged in a rather lackadaisical conversation with him. Indeed, it seems nothing could restrain her, much to my mother's exasperation, resulting in a scolding that even reached my brother and Biddy Lee. Son Goten babbled on, while Sutter began to drift into a reverie. Accompanying them seemed inevitable, for the narrative was inescapable. Without the rationality of the golden great ape Goku, it fell upon Xiao Fong, undeterred by peril, to play the emotional card. The Kaishin realm was undoubtedly in turmoil. As Sutter had surmised, chaos reigned supreme in the Kaishin realm. Hey, my Kaishin realm. The old Kaishin cowered behind a great tree, his eyes wide with despair at the pandemonium. There's nothing I can do, ancestor. The god Jebet also peeked out from behind the tree, his expression one of utter resignation. Just 3 minutes prior, little Goku lost all reason upon witnessing the artificial moon created by Vegeta, transforming into a rampaging gorilla that knew only destruction. Vegeta, however, managed to maintain some semblance of control, reminiscent of his past with Baby. Kakarot, you fool. How can you not control your faculties? The great ape Vegeta was taken aback, though soon a look of superiority graced his simian visage. I thought you were invincible. It seems you remain a lowly warrior. Before he could finish his sentence, the great ape Goku swung his massive fist towards the great ape Vegeta's face. With a painful thud, Vegeta retaliated fiercely, unleashing his own gorilla-like punches. Their conflict was a sight too brutal to behold. The idyllic and serene Kaishin realm was utterly ravaged by the battle of the two golden great apes. No way, this is sheer destruction. The old Kaishin's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. What do we do, ancestor? Jebet trembled, uneasily wrapping his arms around himself. The Saiyans truly are terrifying. What do we do? We hide. The old Kaishin could only watch in despair. Suddenly, a small figure darted from the side. It was Xiao Fong. With a worried expression, she looked at the beleaguered great ape Goku, who continued to pound his chest in frustration. Grandpa, what has happened to you? The only response was a colossal fist. Thud. Xiao Fong had no time to evade and was directly struck, crashing into the uneven earth. Jebet reached out with a trembling hand, yet hesitated to rescue her. It wasn't until the great ape Vegeta instinctively diverted the great ape Goku that Jebet approached the barely conscious Xiao Fong, successfully pulling her back from the brink. The earth trembled as energy erupted from the great ape's mouth, and the Kaishin realm seemed to falter. Vegeta, perpetually the second in command, found himself no match for the great ape Goku, even in his transformed state. The powerful barrage of energy struck the colossal ape, Vegeta, causing him to stagger. Witnessing the giant's misfortune, the irrational giant ape, Goku, was filled with exhilaration, pounding his chest with clenched fists. He then dashed forward, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Vegeta. The resounding thuds of flesh colliding, interspersed with Vegeta's anguished cries, echoed throughout the desolate realm of the Kaishin. To Earth. That mighty Saiyan will surely have a solution. The old Kaioshin, observing Vegeta's dire predicament, urgently turned to Jebbet, who was hastily returning with little Fong in his arms. Hurry. Without a moment's pause, Jebbet, still cradling Fong, teleported away. On Earth, in an upscale lounge in West City, elegant melodies wafted through the air, accompanied by the playful banter of Goten and a girl. Chapter 143. Sunbee's journey to Super Saiyan 4. Sut reclined languidly on the sofa, idly smoking while indulging in fruits served by a beautiful woman. Ha ha ha, Master Goten, you truly have a knack for humor, giggled the blonde beauty, playfully nudging Goten's shoulder. Hey, would you care to join me? His lewd suggestion was abruptly interrupted as Jebbet materialized within the private room. Whoa! Startled by the sudden appearance, the blonde beauty recoiled, yanking the girl beside Sut into the corner. Goten nearly applauded at her swift reaction. Her speed was remarkable. Sut shot a disdainful glance at Goten, then surveyed the two trembling women in the corner, expressing his annoyance towards Jebbet. Could you not make such an entrance next time? You're frightening, ordinary people. Jebbet, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and gestured towards Fong in his arms, exclaiming, "This is serious. That great deity. I can't remember Sut's name right now, but Fong has been injured by the out-of-control Goku." Before Sut could respond, Goten had already stepped forward to take Fong. What did you say? She's been treated, right? Sut remained indifferent, seated on the sofa, as unmoving as a mountain. Yes, she has been treated, Jebbet instinctively nodded. Then what is the fuss? Why come disturb my enjoyment? Sut nonchalantly picked up a piece of fruit and began to eat. However, Vegeta stands no chance against the giant Goku. The entire Kaioshin realm is on the verge of destruction. Jebbet, growing increasingly anxious, hastily explained. Why the urgency? Sut leisurely replied, savoring his fruit. How long can the giant form be maintained? Once their energy is expended, they will naturally revert to their human forms. Furthermore, if you're so concerned, why not simply cut off their tails? You fret over this and that, but it seems you're merely idle. Why not join us in some revelry? Upon realizing that Xiaofang was indeed unscathed, Sun Wutian resumed his placid demeanor and nodded in agreement. I was under the impression that Xiaofang was severely injured, but it seems she is fine, isn't she? Ah, that's because I assisted her with treatment. The god Jebbet found himself utterly unable to comprehend the thought processes of the two before him. Then why the urgent rush to come here? Sutter unabashedly expressed his disdain, dismissively suggesting, return from whence you came. If all else fails, sever the tail of the giant ape Goku. Resigned and devoid of alternatives, Jebbet wore a disappointed expression as he utilized instant transmission to depart once more. Hey, why didn't you take my niece back with you? Sun Wuqian called out, glancing at Xiaofang still resting in his arms. However, it was too late. Reluctantly, he had to return her to his brother Gohan. Lacking the inclination to continue the farce, Sutter meandered through the bustling city of West Capital, and in his boredom, he contemplated a visit to the Kaioshin realm. That wretched place, if it were to be obliterated. So be it. Yet, the old Kaioshin must not come to harm. He still holds value for my purposes. Although it was said that it would take a decade to contact Kuranoya, Sutter dismissed such claims as mere folly. At most, I shall grant 3 months. Otherwise, his head shall serve as an offering to summon Kuranoya. This marked Sutter's second visit to the Kaioshin realm. The once vibrant fields and verdant trees were now absent, replaced by barren, grayish-brown earth and countless craters reminiscent of the moon's surface. The so-called Vegeta and little Goku, the two golden giants, had long vanished. Only the fiery trails of 2 blazing figures clashed in midair. Kakarot, I shall never be defeated by you. The crimson-furred Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, with hair cascading over his shoulders, wore a fierce expression as he relentlessly attacked Goku opposite him. At this moment, Goku had shed his childhood appearance. He stood tall and robust, also in Super Saiyan 4 form. Adorned in blood-red fur, with elongated hair and a fierce demeanor, he exuded the essence of a beast. Heh, those words should be mine. The formerly irrational Goku was now filled with exhilaration, raising his hand to block Vegeta's punch. As he observed the fateful clash high above, Sutter felt a sense of numbness. His gaze swept the surroundings until he finally spotted Jebbet in the distance, struggling to swallow his nervousness. Hey, this situation is not as you described. Great God, you have arrived. Jebbet, still shaken, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. In just one day? Has Goku truly gained control of his rationality and successfully entered Super Saiyan 4? Sutter inquired with curiosity. Ah, yes. Jebbet recounted the events succinctly. Yesterday, when Vegeta was faltering, this fellow actually surpassed Goku, entering Super Saiyan 4 first. Regaining the confidence of the Saiyan Prince, he began to hurl verbal jabs at the giant ape Goku. It was genuine mockery, not mere energy accumulation. He unleashed a fierce barrage against the gigantic Saiyan, Goku, deriding lower-class warriors as mere refuse. He proceeded to insult everyone from Goku's parents above to his granddaughter, Xiaofeng, below. Observing that Goku remained in his enraged state, Vegeta's taunts gradually morphed into threats, declaring that if Goku did not temper his fury, he would return to Earth and annihilate anyone associated with him, ultimately eradicating the planet itself. As he summoned the Supreme Kai, Jebbet, Goku's temper escalated further, categorizing Jebbet as an enemy too. He fled, pursued, unable to escape. Vegeta, unable to bear the sight, intervened, allowing Jebbet to escape with his life. Perhaps spurred by this provocation, Goku indeed managed to revert to his human form and ascend to Super Saiyan 4, rendering the entire episode dreamlike. Jebbet's face still bore the weight of fear, evidently shaken. Sutter, indifferent to the circumstances of their transition to Super Saiyan 4, shifted the conversation, inquiring about the old man's whereabouts. Surely, he and T met his demise beneath the giant ape's feet? The old Kai was over there. Though Jebbet trembled, he attentively responded to Sutter's query. Take me to him. Sutter nodded, signaling for him to lead the way. After flying for about 10 minutes, Sutter beheld the old Supreme Kai, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing vacantly into the void. Sensing Sutter's presence, the old Supreme Kai turned around and, upon recognizing him, awkwardly asked, "What brings you here?" Chapter 144. Culinary Skills Ascend. Noticing the old fellow's relatively respectful demeanor, Sutter refrained from being indirect. Have you located the position of Kuranoa's time nest yet? The old Supreme Kai, caught off guard while contemplating the universe's beauty, offered an awkward smile and nodded. Yes, yes. He continued, the universe is vast, but I will strive to find the time nest location within 10 years. Is that so? Planning to open a dye shop with a mere hint of color? Sutter replied with a stern expression, exuding a menacing aura. Do you truly believe I am unaware that the time nest resides in another dimension? And you dare claim to locate it? The old Supreme Kai shivered under Sutter's gaze. Attempting to defend himself, no, what I meant was, spare me the chatter. I'll grant you a maximum of 1 year. Otherwise, I shall obliterate your dilapidated realm of the Kais. And I won't hesitate to eliminate you in the process. Sutter, disinterested in whether the old Supreme Kai was genuinely searching, left behind his menacing words as he intended to depart. As he turned to leave, a figure suddenly plummeted before him, landing at his feet. Coughing and dispersing the billowing smoke, Super Saiyan 4 Goku excitedly looked at Sutter and invited, "You're here too. Want to have a match? I've reached Super Saiyan 4, and even I am no match for him." Sutter, channeling a surge of energy, sent the approaching Super Saiyan 4 Goku soaring back into the sky. Come back when you achieve Super Saiyan 5. After flipping through the air, Goku regained his balance and wiped his nose, exchanging glances with Vegeta. Is there really a Super Saiyan 5? In response to Vegeta's question, Super Saiyan 4 Goku replied awkwardly, there should be, right? Look at me. I'm already Super Saiyan 4, and I couldn't even make him lift a finger. Damn it, these Saiyans. Does that guy have no limits? Vegeta cursed as he swung his fists at Goku once more. Come on, no holding back. The sounds of their physical clashes reverberated through the skies, punctuated by occasional explosions of energy. It was a relentless symphony of chaos. The old Kai observed the two fighters soaring higher, letting out a deep sigh. Why do Saiyans revel in battle so much? Isn't peace preferable? Jebbet gazed up at the sky with envy, forcing a weak smile. If an enemy were to appear, we wouldn't be left defenseless. Humph, what enemies could possibly arise? The old Kai scoffed dismissively. This forgotten universe is quite peaceful. After issuing a verbal warning to the old Kai, Sutter returned to Earth. In truth, there was nowhere else he wished to go in this world. After wandering aimlessly for a while, Sutter eventually made his way back to Bulma's house, indulging in her hospitality. Days of peace often felt dreadfully mundane. During his leisure, he would occasionally prepare delightful dishes for Bulma and Bra to sample, though regrettably, there were no rewards to be had. Well, perhaps not entirely devoid of rewards. He did earn their recognition. albeit a meager increase of just 1 point in his culinary skill. Such a paltry gain was beneath his notice. Thus, Sut resolved to be idle, awaiting contact from the old Kai regarding Cronoa, the Kai of Time. In the meantime, he sporadically used his communication stone to reach out to Beerus. How do I level up the dog system, destruction power, and the mastery of the ultimate technique? The system, ever present yet intangible, responded with comprehensive knowledge. Once the host's culinary level increased, he could once again prepare meals for the angels and gods of destruction, earning their approval. Oh, so I need to raise my culinary level? Sut felt frustrated. The system kindly reminded him, "Dear host, diligence can overcome shortcomings. Since the activation of this culinary system, you have only prepared 10,000 dishes, hence your culinary skill remains at level 1. Additionally, the system chirped, I am an irresistibly adorable system. You need not plead with the old man to contact Cronoa. Have you forgotten that after you prepare 100,000 exquisite dishes, I can introduce you to anyone you wish to meet? Huh, even at a rapid pace, that would take 12 years. While I could threaten that old man to accomplish it within a year, Sut remained unconvinced. But dear host, have you considered that the old Kai might not be able to manage it? Sut, aware of this possibility yet unwilling to confront it, fell silent. By a horse. Just as he decided to embrace idleness, Sut reluctantly took up the role of chef once more in Bulma's home. Being a transmigrator was truly a peculiar fate. To be a chef, transitioning from Dragon Ball Super to Dragon Ball, was even more bizarre. Bulma's character, in fact, bore a striking resemblance to her persona in Dragon Ball Super, gentle yet tinged with the fierceness of her younger years. However, the wives of the affluent always revel in hosting a plethora of inexplicable banquets. Occasionally, Sut would play the role of a chef to showcase his culinary skills. During one such gathering, he learned that Son Gohan had also been lured to the King Kai's realm by little Goku. Similarly, on the path traversed by his father, little Goku, Son Gohan was forcibly coerced by the old Kai with a powerful grip that extracted his tail. In his quest to protect his wife and daughter, Son Gohan endured the excruciating trials of 81 hardships and ultimately ascended to the golden great ape form. Yet, when it came to transforming into Super Saiyan 4, he found himself at a loss, unable to achieve that transformation. Nevertheless, Sut believed that having already reached this threshold, it would not be long before another Saiyan would emerge in Super Saiyan 4 form. Everything was merely a matter of time. Unbeknownst to him, after countless culinary creations, Sut finally maxed out his culinary skills to a score of 100 after 8 months. Congratulations, host. Your culinary skill has reached 100, completing a level and advancing to level 2. How many dishes have I prepared during this time? Sut pondered as he stood by the floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor of the Capsule Corporation, gazing down at West City. 20,000 dishes, combined with the previous total of 43,000, bringing him closer to the goal of 100,000. Halfway there. Please continue your efforts. Get lost. Sut scoffed at the system when suddenly a distorted face appeared on the window. Goku, if it weren't for Sut's composure, he might have impulsively hurled an energy blast at the ghastly visage before him. Hey Sut. Little Goku grinned innocently, waving cheerfully. What are you doing? You can't just pop up and scare someone half to death. Sut's forehead twitched with irritation as he opened the window to let little Goku in. Sut, do you have any free time lately? No time, no mood. Sut replied indifferently, cigarette in mouth, as he sank into the sofa. Chapter 145. The 30th Martial Arts Tournament tomorrow marks the opening day of the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Are you going to participate? Little Goku stood with his hands on his hips, grinning widely as he faced Sut. May 7th, 790 in the Age of the Universe? Sut's peripheral vision caught the large calendar hanging on the pristine wall. Yes, indeed. Unbeknownst to us, it has already reached the 30th edition of the tournament. Little Goku, with his youthful face, bore a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. I fondly recall my first participation in the tournament, which was the 21st. Time truly flies. Listening to little Goku's musings, Sut glanced at him, who still looked as youthful as he did at the start, and couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, indeed. But with your appearance, even if you were to enter a children's competition, no one would bat an eye. Hearing the implied meaning in Sut's words, little Goku finally noticed his small hands. You're right. If I were to participate, I wouldn't even qualify for the adult category. Sut nodded. Then you should enter the children's group. After hearing Sut's words, young Goku's enthusiasm began to wane. Wasn't there the evil Boo's transformation? Sut prepared a cup of red tea for himself and poured one for young Goku as well. Oh right, I'll go find him right now and ask if he wants to join. Young Goku exclaimed, eagerly leaping out of the window. Such a waste. This is Kimun tea. You foolish spendthrift. Sut muttered under his breath, savoring his tea while watching Goku squander it. The 30th World Martial Arts Tournament was set to commence soon, with a well-organized crowd of familiar faces gathering. However, most were seated in the audience. In the original storyline, everyone would be enjoying lollipops together. But with Sut, who had been dubbed the culinary god by Trunks, it was akin to a spring outing, with a plethora of delectable dishes to savor. Hey, Kiki, hand me a sushi. Goten, pass me a piece of that grilled lamb chop. Biddy, what fresh juice would you like? The 20 or so individuals seated together were the envy of onlookers. Had young Goku truly registered and been placed in the youth category? Sut, casually munching on sunflower seeds, turned to see Krillin devouring sticky chicken wings. Indeed, Krillin replied, his face smeared with grease, nearly losing his dentures yet persisting stubbornly. Sut's gaze shifted to Android 18, who was laughing with her daughter Marin, now grown into a young lady. One might mistake them for sisters. 18, you still look like you're in your prime, while Krillin here is aging disgracefully. Why not wish for a youthful appearance from the Dragon Balls? Sut remarked, his disdain for Krillin evident. Well, happiness is one thing, but it also depends on how many years you get to enjoy it, right? Krillin sighed. Do I not wish for that? Bulma monopolizes the Dragon Balls nearly every year. What chance do I have? At this, Krillin almost shed a tear. Sut silently closed his mouth and redirected the conversation. Look, the youth tournament is about to begin. In truth, this year's World Martial Arts Tournament lacked excitement. Due to Ub's age, he had surpassed the maximum for the youth category, and the warriors who once made it to the top 8 were absent. Unsurprisingly, Ub, in the adult category, emerged as the champion. As for the youth group, everyone had high hopes for young Goku, but a minor mishap caused him to fall off the stage. Yes, he was eliminated, and the champion of the youth category turned out to be a mere whimpering child. By the time the final showdown occurred between Satan and Ub fought valiantly, reducing Satan to tears. Yet, Boo, witnessing his adversary in distress, resorted to cheating, hindering Ub. Ultimately, much to Sut's chagrin, Satan claimed victory. What a farce this martial arts tournament has become, akin to child's play. As the martial arts tournament drew to a close, Vegeta, arms crossed, left behind nothing but a scathing review. Oh, come now. I found it quite entertaining. Goten exclaimed cheerfully, gesturing towards Xiaofang with commendation. Xiaofang, your performance this time was truly commendable. Keep up the good work. It's over, it's over. Sut waved his hand dismissively, too apathetic to notice the gloomy expression on Goku's face as he approached. Hey, why is everyone leaving? Observing the rapid departure of the others, Goku hurriedly followed suit. Humph. Don't come over here. Associating with you is a disgrace to our Saiyan pride. Vegeta scoffed, soaring into the sky with an air of disdain, his blatant disregard striking a blow to Goku's dignity. 2 days passed, yet peace reigned with a lethargy that was almost suffocating. The tranquility of the human realm persisted only because the demons were confined to the underworld. In the realm of the afterlife, the sky was a dreary gray, and the earth a murky brown. Before a cave, 2 elderly men had conspired together, whispering secrets. Dr. Mio, your idea is simply brilliant, exclaimed the tall, slender old man with long white hair and a black hat perched atop his head, his lips curling into an uncontrollable smile. Opposite him, Dr. Mio, with his orange beard and mechanical visage, extended his hand in satisfaction. Then let us work together with great pleasure. Goku, you are doomed, echoed a voice, malevolent and ominous, reverberating through the afterlife as if intent on breaking into the realm of the living. A month slipped by unnoticed, leaving only 3 months until the year agreed upon by Sut and the old Kai. On this day, Sut accepted an invitation from Chi-Chi to visit the Baozi Mountain. Chi-Chi claimed it was to express her gratitude for his culinary delights, wishing to treat him to the mountain's specialties. Accompanying them were Bulma and her family. Before him lay a bizarre assortment of delicacies: charred insects, a face-sized octopus, a 3-meter-long tuna, and an 8-meter-long dinosaur tail. Sut acknowledged the uniqueness, yet found himself devoid of appetite. Whereas Trunks, why isn't he here? Chi-Chi inquired with warmth, bustling about to greet everyone. Oh. Bulma's lips twitched slightly as she forced a smile. Our company has been negotiating some work with the Royal Natural Park and the Monster Island lately. Monster Island? Goten exclaimed in surprise, looking up at Bulma. Isn't that the island guarded by Android 17? Seems so. Trunks has been handling those matters recently, Bulma mused, stroking her chin in uncertainty. Being a company president must be quite demanding. Chapter 146. The sky falls. The tall man holds up Goten, wearing a sympathetic expression. Scooped a mouthful of rice before turning to Soot and whispering, "Hey, I've arranged to meet 2 girls, both with a mature charm. Want to join?" Before the cigarette-holding Soot could respond, Chi-Chi shot him a cold, piercing glare. "All you ever think about is play, play, play? Yet, I haven't seen you bring home any money." Chuckling awkwardly, Goten lowered his head, silently eating his meal. As Kiki's furious expression shifted towards Sutter, it instantly transformed into one of warmth and kindness. "Come, Sutter, this is sashimi. What do you think of the dipping sauce I concocted?" "Great." Sutter removed the cigarette from his mouth, swiftly picked up a piece of sashimi, dipped it into the sauce, and brought it to his lips. "The flavor is well balanced. Perhaps a touch of sesame oil next time. I truly appreciate it. I shall try it right away." Flattered by the compliment, Kiki hummed a cheerful tune as she hurried to the kitchen to prepare more. After indulging in exquisite delicacies, a simple bow always opens up a new world for me. Kiki truly works hard for us, Bulma remarked, holding her chopsticks yet unable to savor any of the dishes. Sighing in disappointment. "Not at all. Besides the uniqueness of the ingredients, I find the taste quite pleasing," Bra commented while eating, gesturing towards the ravenous Vegeta and Goku. Both Dad and Mr. Goku seemed to be enjoying themselves. "Did you not hear?" Sutter set down his chopsticks and took another drag of his cigarette. "They just made a bet on who can eat the most." "What?" Bra exclaimed in astonishment. Just as everyone was enjoying their meal together, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed from outside. Who could it be? Goten, closest to the door, quickly hopped off his seat and opened it. Cough, cough. "This is bad." A battered Trunks stumbled into Goten's arms, glancing at the others in the house. Outside. Before he could finish, he fainted. The group gathered around the dining table hurriedly. Sutter stood up leisurely, trailing behind the others, his eyes narrowing as he contemplated the impending adversary, Super 17. "It's nothing serious." After a brief examination, Vegeta instructed Goten to help Trunks settle in, and then they all stepped outside. What on earth is happening? Reflecting on Trunks' earlier words, the group gazed up at the sky, filled with deep confusion. Good heavens! With the shrieks of the women present, Vegeta and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. It was as if the sky itself had been torn apart. Little Goku furrowed his brow, his demeanor turning serious. "It's fine, at worst. We have a tall guy to rely on," Goten replied nonchalantly, shielding his eyes as he gazed at the miraculous sight. "A tall guy?" Bra discreetly scanned the crowd, realizing that Sutter was indeed the tallest among them. Indeed, what Goten said holds true. Even her father cannot surpass him, making it quite fitting. "Goku, something serious is afoot." Just as the group was bewildered by the grand spectacle, the anxious voice of King Kai resonated in their ears. "The realms of the living and the dead are converging." Little Goku was taken aback and responded, "King Kai, what is happening?" "It is as follows. Android 17 has experienced anomalies attributed to the deceased Dr. Gero, and..." As King Kai recounted the schemes of Dr. Mew and Dr. Gero, the Earthly 17 and the Hellish 17 found themselves on the same wavelength. Dr. Gallo raised his victorious wine glass, gazing merrily at Hell's number 17 perched upon the rocky ledge. If we can synchronize Hell's 17 with the Earthly 17, we shall escape from this inferno." Dr. Meow stood atop the protruding rock, peering down at the immense black hole, equally astounded. Who would have imagined that in our lifetime we would witness the gates of hell being flung open? "What are you babbling about?" Dr. Gallo's exuberant smile faded as he disdainfully retorted. "What do you mean in our lifetime? We are, in fact, already dead." "Oh, well, even in death, we can behold the gates of hell leading to the mortal realm. A rare opportunity indeed." Dr. Meow swiftly corrected himself, akin to a scientific experiment where one rectifies mistakes immediately. "Yes, a most extraordinary chance." Dr. Gallo resumed his grin. "Using instruments to cast down the captured workers from the underworld into the abyss. Thank me for allowing you to be among the first souls to journey to the mortal realm." The human world was in chaos. Many believed the earth was on the brink of destruction. After all, such a gaping hole had appeared in the sky. Countless individuals hurriedly packed their belongings, preparing to flee. Others chose to confront the turmoil head-on, standing in bewilderment amidst the frantic crowd. From the vast clouded chasm, several emaciated spirits bound by ropes tumbled out, startling the onlookers. Moments later, peculiar extraterrestrial beings descended, inducing further panic among the populace. Cars collided, and opportunistic thieves seized the moment, plunging the scene into a frenzy reminiscent of an apocalypse. At Bowsy Mountain, Trunks had awakened and quickly recounted his encounter with number 17. Essentially, he explained that during their conversation, 17 had suddenly become strange, emanating a thick black mist. Then, as if possessed, 17 launched an unprovoked attack on him, declaring that the gates of hell had opened and that the two doctors had issued an invitation for Goku to descend into hell. Hell, Goku furrowed his brow, gazing up at the black hole above. Is that the entrance to the underworld? How bizarre. Why would 17 send Kakarot to hell? Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, looking utterly perplexed. Soot, with his hands in his pockets, cast an indifferent glance at him. Did you not listen attentively? It's those two doctors. Which two doctors? Vegeta shot back. The ones who harbor a grudge against Goku. Who could they possibly be? Dr. Gallo, perhaps? The one in the red satin ribbon who has held a grudge since childhood. Bulma, with her scientific acumen, quickly deduced. And the other? Vegeta directed his gaze towards Bulma. I have no idea. Bulma shook her head, indicating her uncertainty. Trunks pondered momentarily. Could it be that meowed doctor we encountered in the universe, the one associated with Baby? What a nuisance. Vegeta snorted, his gaze coldly fixed on Goku. Hurry and deal with those two doctors. All right. Goku nodded, bending his legs, preparing to leap towards the vast chasm in the clouds. If the gates of hell were to open, the foes you thought deceased would once again manifest. Sutter shielded little Wukong with his hand, indicating that the likes of Frieza and Cell would return to the mortal realm. Those past miscreants would surely prove no match for us. Vegeta proclaimed with an air of dominance, his gaze filled with disdain. Are you going as well? Sutter withdrew his hand from his pocket, pointing towards the gaping hole in the sky. Those two rascals are still in hell. They won't be coming to the human world. TCH, you handle the riffraff here, and leave those two in hell to me, Vegeta declared, soaring directly into the vast opening among the clouds. Witnessing this scene, little Wukong seethed with indignation, exclaiming, Hey, Vegeta, how can you act like this? Can't you wait for me to finish my words? Sutter awkwardly brushed away the debris from his forehead. If I can't teleport, venturing to hell means I won't return. What? Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief, and with a roll of her eyes, she fainted into Trunks' arms. I hadn't even finished speaking. Why are these two so impatient? Sutter wore an exasperated expression. Although the human world was chaotic, the warriors who had repeatedly defended Earth in the past were already mobilizing. Protecting Mother Earth was their duty and obligation. In the underworld, Dr. Mew swirled his wine glass, eagerly gazing at the gaping hole in the clouds below. I truly anticipate Goku's arrival. So do I. As long as we trap him in hell, the entire Earth shall belong to us. Dr. Gallo downed his glass of wine in one gulp, gesturing for Hell's 17th to come closer. TCH, such narrow vision. How can one focus solely on a mere planet? Dr. Mew shattered his goblet in fury, his expression twisted. Our goal as Zephyrians transcends mere planets. We aim for the vast cosmos. Suit yourself. My ambition is solely Earth. Pursue your cosmic dreams alone. Dr. Gallo shrugged, indifferent. Once we reach the human realm, Dr. Mew will find himself devoid of utility. Rather than seeking the stars, he may end up meeting his demise. Understood. Dr. Mew dismissed Dr. Gallo's attitude, momentarily swallowing his indignation. Once he seized control of the 2/17ths, he would ensure that this man met his end on the very Earth he longed to dominate, fulfilling his wishes. Just as the two were embroiled in their mutual scheming, a figure suddenly leaped from the clouded abyss below. Goku, you truly have come, haha? The laughter faltered as they recognized the figure was Vegeta, their expressions turning as sour as if they had tasted excrement. Dr. Gallo's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, Where is Goku? Vegeta, why are you here? Vegeta? Who is that? Dr. Mew was momentarily perplexed, but soon clenched his teeth, accepting this reality. How infuriating. I have no idea where things went awry. But there's no other option now. With a glance exchanged between him and Dr. Gallo, the two hastily leaped into the clouded opening, accompanied by Hell's 17th. What is going on? What are those two old men mumbling about? Vegeta had no time to concern himself with these two individuals. Impatient, he scanned the surroundings, eager to find the figures of Cell and Frieza. Not even the emergence of Android 17 from the depths of hell captured his attention. After all, it was Goku who had vanquished Frieza, and Gohan who had defeated Cell. For a long time, he had yearned to eliminate both of them. Alas, his strength had been somewhat lacking back then, but now, the circumstances were entirely different. While searching, Vegeta remained oblivious to the vast chasm below the cliff, which was rapidly vanishing. Isn't that our old acquaintance? Upon hearing that sinister voice, Vegeta swiftly turned, revealing his former superior, Frieza. The moment of vengeance against his old foes had finally arrived. Humph, weren't we expecting Goku? Why is it this scoundrel instead? On the other side, the fully formed Cell crossed his arms, displaying evident dissatisfaction. What does it matter? If we eliminate this fool, we can still venture into the mortal realm. Frieza, seemingly unconcerned, slithered towards Vegeta with his tail swaying, noting that if he moved quickly enough, he might even catch Goku in his sights. That's a splendid proposal. You eliminate him. And once he's dead, I shall finish him off again. Cell proceeded to formulate plans, as if he were certain of Vegeta's inferior strength. Indeed, you two are trapped in hell. Vegeta clenched his fists, revealing a bloodthirsty grin. However, you may be disappointed, for I am no longer the same as I once was. With that declaration, Vegeta let out a fierce cry and transformed into Super Saiyan 4, unleashing a torrent of fury upon his former adversaries. The rapid barrage of punches and kicks seemed to be a cathartic release of years of pent-up frustration. Meanwhile, chaos continued to unfold in the mortal realm. Is that a cultivated individual? Yamcha, soaring through the skies, quickly spotted an old foe. Without waiting to touch down, he eagerly unleashed a Kamehameha wave. Look, there was Tien Shinhan, who, amidst the ruins of a city, also recognized the bald-headed Nappa. The sight of this enemy ignited a fierce desire for revenge. Dumpling, I finally have the chance to avenge you. Tien's face lit up with excitement as he charged towards Nappa, floating just above the ground. Dumpling wore an expression of both embarrassment and exhilaration. Brother Tien, you still remember the past. Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and others were engaged in battles against their former adversaries from the underworld. Meanwhile, Little Pan soared through the air with Satan, narrowly escaping peril. As the warriors rushed to save the day, Earth managed to maintain a semblance of order. Krillin, along with his family, sat in their car, waiting for the streets to clear, appearing just like ordinary citizens. However, a powerful energy blast struck from above, shattering Krillin and his wife's disguise. The android 17 from the mortal realm, seeking to reunite with his counterpart from hell, descended from the skies. 17, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be on Monster Island protecting the creatures? Android 18, with Marin in tow, leapt from the wreckage of their car, glancing at 17 with a puzzled expression. Come with me, number 18. The crimson-eyed number 17 suddenly lifted the corners of his mouth, locking eyes with number 18. Walk well. The once clear gaze of number 18 became tainted with a deep red hue, as her feet instinctively moved towards number 17. Chapter 148, Krillin's Sacrifice, Vegeta and Hell. Mom. Released from his grip, Marin called out with concern. Yet, number 18 continued her relentless march, prompting Krillin to sense something amiss. Number 18, the familiar voice, laced with worry, instantly brought number 18 back to her senses. What's wrong? Damn it. Number 17 glared furiously at Krillin, unleashing a powerful energy blast that pierced through his body. The seasoned Krillin met his demise. Number 17, what are you doing? That's your brother-in-law. Tears welled up in number 18's eyes as she shouted angrily at number 17. Huh. Number 17 scoffed dismissively. Faced with such a heartless demeanor, number 18's heart swelled with rage. She charged at her twin brother, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks. Why did you kill Krillin? Why? With ruthless efficiency, number 17 repelled number 18 in mere moments, unceremoniously sending out another energy wave. In this clash, number 18 was no match for him. Enough. I don't need your help. Useless. Believing number 18 had succumbed, number 17 soared into the sky, heading once more towards the realm of hell. Amidst the chaos of battle, the fading energy of Krillin went unnoticed until it vanished completely. Crack. A figure resembling Goku, albeit with darker skin, Devlos bit into the fruit of the tree of might, exuding arrogance as he faced Gohan. Gohan, your time to perish has come. Ha ha. Humph. Gohan retorted with a cold snort, swiftly launching an energy blast. The blast surged forth, sending the howling Devlos crashing back into the gaping abyss of the clouds. Trunks, don't worry. I'll have Dad go to hell and bring back Mr. Vegeta. Gohan reassured Trunks, who still wore a worried expression after dispatching his opponent. What is there to worry about? Soot remarked nonchalantly, crossing his arms as he hovered in midair. Even if we call for him, Vegeta may not return. But Trunks pressed his lips together, pondering before bluntly stating, Mr. Goku has already shrunk. It'll be difficult for him to use instant transmission. A cold sweat trickled down Gohan's forehead, feeling somewhat awkward. Why think so much? I can use instant transmission too. If it comes to it, we can just call for Jebic God. Soot shot a sideways glance at Trunks, thinking his worries were utterly unwarranted. Hey, what are you all discussing? Hurry up and resolve this chaos. Piccolo scolded angrily as he noticed the group engaged in idle chatter instead of action. Just send them back from whence they came. It's simple. Soot refused to take action himself. If I were to intervene, the Earth would be doomed. The adversaries are not particularly formidable. Their strength lies solely in their overwhelming numbers, merely serving as a backdrop to the unfolding events. As Sute anticipated, the battles across various fronts swiftly reached their conclusion with the passage of time. As the warriors gathered together, the confrontation with the 17th unit was imminent. However, the once victimized Vegeta found himself in the depths of hell. With singular prowess, he relentlessly ground Frieza and Cell into the ground. Gallic Gun. As the energy wave surged forth, Vegeta smirked coldly, watching as the two met their demise in a brilliant flash. Trash. After spitting in disdain, Vegeta felt a sense of exhilaration and prepared to retrace his steps back. Yet, the moment he took a step, two familiar figures emerged from the swirling smoke, Frieza and Cell, whom he had previously vanquished. Ha ha ha, we are already dead. How could we possibly die again? Frieza sneered with icy mirth. Standing to his right, Cell grinned menacingly, declaring, Vegeta, you cannot kill us. Unfazed, Vegeta revealed an excited smile. How delightful. I thought I could only take you down once, but now the second time begins. With another fierce shout, Vegeta transformed once more into his Super Saiyan 4 form and launched a punch at Frieza, who was closest. The hunt was eternal and unceasing. Meanwhile, in the human realm, as a streak of light zipped across the sky, Goten urgently called out to the assembled warriors. Look, that S-17. Keep up with him. Little Goku transformed into a flash and swiftly followed suit. As 17 descended into the ruins of the city, the others landed closely behind, their expressions filled with caution directed at 17. Trunks had warned them that 17 had gone mad and was exceedingly dangerous. Look, there's another 17 over there, Yamcha exclaimed, pointing in astonishment at the hellish version of 17. Are those two old men Dr. Mew and Dr. Gero? Sute inquired leisurely, glancing at the elderly figures beside hellish 17. His curiosity piqued. He noted that he had never seen the real-life counterparts of these old men. Hey, why is your focus on the old men? Yamcha questioned, perplexed by Sute's interest in the Scion's appearance. It seemed he had never encountered this Scion before. TCH, you old bachelor, what business is it of yours? Sute retorted, spitting dismissively without even looking at Yamcha. Like most Dragon Ball enthusiasts, Sute harbored disdain for this scoundrel. Before Yamcha could protest, Tien, displaying remarkable wisdom, intervened, advising, you cannot defeat him. Frustrated, Yamcha took deep breaths, striving to quell the anger within. Sute disregarded the scoundrel and turned his attention to little Goku, who was approaching the two elderly men. Dr. Gero, Dr. Mew, what have you done to 17? Why are there two of him? In response to the inquiries of little Wukong, the two elderly men feigned ignorance, their gazes fixed intently upon the two number 17s. Let us commence, they exclaimed in unison, their faces contorted with a fierce anticipation, as if they had already glimpsed the glory of victory. Merge, number 17. With these commands, the two number 17s, their eyes ablaze, soared into the air, synchronously declaring their fusion mantra like emotionless automatons. I am you are me, fusion. As the dazzling radiance ascended, Trunks shielded his face against the onslaught of the powerful gale that followed. What is transpiring? No one answered. Yet they all sensed the tremors of the earth beneath their feet. Amidst the blinding light, a terrifying energy was unleashed. How formidable! What exactly are these two up to? Chapter 149, Super Saiyan 4 Goku vs. Super 17. Little Wukong squinted, peering through the brilliance at the two smug old men. Did you not hear? They are to merge. Sutter, completely unfazed, was solely interested in the spectacle unfolding before him. The Super 17, this is only the beginning, and soon we shall witness the legendary Dragon Brother. As the light intensified, Dr. Gero's excitement was palpable as he turned to Dr. Mew, exclaiming, "Behold, the ultimate artificial being I have long desired. I am not blind. I see quite clearly." Dr. Mew increasingly found his temporary partner insufferable, lamenting his lack of worldly experience and limited perspective. These trivial exchanges were but fleeting moments. As the two number 17s swiftly merged into the towering figure of Super 17, there was little alteration in their form, merely an increase in height and longer hair. Is this their fusion? Yamcha's eyes widened in disbelief, transfixed by the astonishing sight before him. It seemed as though they had merged. Yet there was an absence of distinctiveness. "Step back, he is far too powerful," little Wukong warned gravely to the onlookers. With a determined shout, he transformed into his Super Saiyan form and charged towards Super 17. "Ah, this power pleases me." Super 17 casually flicked his hair and effortlessly blocked little Wukong's punch. As Super 17 smiled with an arrogant charm, little Wukong remained stoic, launching a series of swift kicks. Bam! 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 Under the barrage of punches and kicks, little Wukong soon recognized the formidable strength of his opponent, prompting him to shift into Super Saiyan 4 without hesitation. "Can Dad win?" Goten, standing behind Sutter, inquired anxiously, watching the clash between Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Super 17. "Unless something unexpected occurs, he cannot prevail," Sutter replied nonchalantly, arms crossed. "What? Old son cannot withstand this form?" Piccolo expressed disbelief at the implication. How powerful are you, to utter such words?" Yamcha seized the opportunity to confront Sutter, firing verbal barbs as if wielding a laser gun. "If you are capable, why not step in yourself?" Sutter, uninterested in further discourse, unleashed a shockwave that sent Yamcha flying 3,000 meters away. No one pays attention to Yamcha, yet most people believe his words to be true. For instance, the utterly inexperienced martial artist, Xiaofang, only sees the fierce assault of Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Grandpa is truly remarkable. Furthermore, son Goten, who is only adept at charming women, has relaxed early on, murmuring to himself in delight. "It seems that at this rate, Dad is sure to win." Sutter, tilting his head, bore the expression of an elderly man engrossed in his phone on the subway, his face a tapestry of confusion and questions. If you cannot comprehend, refrain from speaking carelessly." Piccolo reprimanded the two members of the Sun family with frustration. Sutter nodded, realizing that among those present, only Piccolo seemed to possess any understanding. Android 17, a synthetic being with boundless stamina, was now at the center of the action. As the discussion reached its critical point, Super Saiyan 4 Goku unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Super 17. The energy fell like raindrops, crashing relentlessly upon the unyielding Super 17. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area. Before the onlookers could express their astonishment, the energy that struck Super 17 was eerily absorbed. "What is happening? How can Dad's energy be absorbed by 17? Son Gohan exclaimed in disbelief. After all, the opponent is an android. Piccolo, possessing extraordinary hearing, had already caught Sutter's words. He surveyed the warriors around him, his expression grave. "Surely you have not forgotten Dr. Gero and Android 19. They had the ability to absorb others' energy, did they not?" Son Gohan quickly recalled the battles of years past. "Will Grandpa still win?" Xiaofang peeked from behind Son Gohan, voicing her most pressing concern. "It's hard to say." Piccolo pressed his lips together, unable to predict the outcome. Currently, Super Saiyan 4 Goku appeared to be slightly stronger than Super 17. However, the issue lay in 17's infinite stamina, coupled with his ability to absorb energy from his foes as a means of replenishment. Unless a clever strategy was employed, victory seemed elusive. Sutter, after a brief assessment, realized that Krillin's energy was absent on Earth. It was uncertain whether the man had perished or concealed his energy. But Sutter leaned towards the former possibility. Perhaps, in her despair, Android 18 was already en route. "Can he absorb the energy I unleash?" In the heat of battle, Super Saiyan 4 Goku took note of this unsettling development. Declaring that he would no longer use energy attacks, he soared towards Super 17, intent on employing physical combat once more. This wave of energy has made me stronger than before." Super 17 grinned mischievously, dodging Super Saiyan 4 Goku's sweeping kick and retaliating with a punch aimed directly at his face. The rapid strike, imbued with an unnameable speed, landed squarely on Super Saiyan 4 Goku, sending him reeling backward. Prepare yourself. Super 17 was far from finished, lifting his hand to unleash a flurry of energy blasts upon Goku. While the latter could not retaliate with a wave, Super 17 was free to unleash his fury without restraint. With a thunderous explosion, amidst the billowing smoke, Super Saiyan 4 Goku steadied himself and surged forth, charging towards Super 17. A new round of hand-to-hand combat ensued, their movements swift as lightning. Although energy attacks were prohibited, the clever Super Saiyan 4 Goku devised a strategy. Channeling a tenfold Kamehameha, he seized an opportune moment and delivered a powerful punch, sending Super 17 reeling. He gathered immense energy at his waist, readying himself. Humph, are you offering me energy? Super 17's eyes glinted with a blood-red hue. Standing firm against the formidable Kamehameha, he prepared to absorb the attack forcefully. If you exceed your absorption limit, will you still be able to succeed? Super Saiyan 4 Goku roared, unleashing the concentrated azure energy. Huh, why is Dad still using energy attacks? Son Goten exclaimed, lamenting Goku's forgetfulness. Son Gohan, possessing more combat experience, pursed his lips and explained, no, Dad wants him to absorb to his limit, making it unbearable. Unfortunately, it still fell short. Surt expressed his disappointment, yet his tone lacked any genuine sorrow. Ah! With a roar, Super 17 barely managed to absorb Goku's powerful energy wave into his being. Humph, is that all? Such splendid energy. After enduring the burden of the immense power, Super 17 exhaled deeply and smiled once again at Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Chapter 150. Brothers in the Art of Seduction. Super Saiyan 4 Goku's expression darkened. The recent attack had consumed most of his energy. Yet it still did not reach Super 17's absorption limit. It appeared that he had no choice but to press on. Damn it, he cursed, launching into another flurry of punches and kicks. Bang, bang, bang. It's too fast. I can hardly discern their movements. Even Tien, with his 3 eyes, gasped in astonishment. Piccolo remained silent, occasionally glancing at Surt, contemplating the likelihood of his intervention. After all, it was said that Vegeta, who could also transform into Super Saiyan 4, had descended to the underworld. Meanwhile, Gohan was still in his great ape form, unable to maintain rationality, let alone transform into Super Saiyan 4. Why don't we all attack together? OOB's face, already dark, became even grimmer as he suggested. Charging in would only be a sacrifice. Surt coldly dismissed his proposal and continued observing the fierce battle between Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Super 17. The conflict intensified. Initially, Super Saiyan 4 Goku had the upper hand, but now he found himself evenly matched with Super 17. This assertion, of course, contained a hint of flattery. For with a swift and powerful punch, Super Saiyan 4 Goku could no longer withstand the onslaught and began to falter. He was suddenly sent flying, crashing through countless mountains and embedding himself within a rock face. It seems you might be getting a bit fatigued, Super 17 taunted, materializing before Super Saiyan 4 Goku with a mocking grin as he prepared to strike once more. Wukong had no opportunity to respond, hurriedly crossing his hands to block the iron fist of Super 17. The immense force was beyond the capacity of the mountains behind Super Saiyan 4 Wukong, causing them to shatter and collapse. Amidst the deafening roar of falling rocks, all present bore witness to the relentless onslaught of Super 17. The fists and kicks moved so swiftly that only afterimages remained, relentlessly striking Wukong, leaving him in a state of disarray. You won't last much longer, Super 17 declared with a malicious grin, his gaze icy and predatory. In a state of continuous assault, Super Saiyan 4 Wukong gritted his teeth and let out a furious roar, temporarily pushing Super 17 back. Finally given a moment to breathe, Wukong seized the opportunity to gasp for air. Soon you will be out of energy, Super 17 taunted, appearing behind Super Saiyan 4 Wukong, his eyes filled with scorn. With a resounding thud, he struck down with both hands, catching the gasping Wukong off guard, sending him plummeting to the ground. Dust billowed into the air, revealing the form of young Wukong, who had reverted from his Super Saiyan 4 state. Hovering above, Super 17 raised his arms high, a massive black energy sphere forming in his palms. Hellball! Dad! Grandpa! Cried out the onlookers as they watched the energy sphere descend toward the earth. In a desperate bid, Son Gohan and Piccolo flew toward young Wukong. Grandpa, no? cried out little Fong as she was enveloped in Bu's embrace. Unable to face the impending catastrophe, the explosive sound was deafening, the earth trembling under the strain of such devastation. Old Sun felt the howling wind as Piccolo crossed his arms defensively, struggling to accept the scene unfolding before him. Was he truly no match for Super 17? Ha ha ha. With such power, Son Goku is surely doomed, Dr. Gero exclaimed, ecstatic to the point of madness, longing to embrace Dr. Mu to celebrate this long-awaited moment of vengeance. After decades, my revenge is finally at hand. That fool Goku might still be alive. Dr. Mu interjected, maintaining a semblance of composure. What? What did you say? Dr. Gero, lost in jubilation, turned anxiously to the deep pit where the smoke began to dissipate. Within the vast crater, there was no sign of Goku, not even a remnant limb. Humph, no corpse? Dr. Gero, brimming with confidence in Super 17, grinned widely. He must have been obliterated, reduced to ashes. Goku is undoubtedly dead. Laughter echoed across the desolate landscape, yet not a single gaze fell upon him. Dr. Gero, unable to maintain his mirth, fell silent as he turned to follow the intense focus of the crowd. To his astonishment, the very Goku he believed to be utterly destroyed stood unharmed, embraced by Sutter at his side. Are you planning to bring in a new contender? Super 17 asked with a sinister smile, brushing his disheveled hair back from his forehead. Though he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was in a state of turmoil. Just moments ago, Sun Wukong had been rescued, yet he had failed to detect the movements of this remarkable being, whose speed was astonishing and whose aura was enigmatic, making it nearly impossible to discern reality from illusion. Such a formidable individual. Who could he be? Xiaofeng, your grandfather is safe. Obu sighed in relief as he pulled the trembling Xiaofeng from his embrace. Xiaofeng wiped away her tears, incessantly questioning him, yet unable to bear the sight of the scene before her. Is it true? Obu, you needn't deceive me with lies. I will avenge my grandfather. Obu, at a loss for words, struggled to find an appropriate response. Sun Wutian, unable to contain his excitement, whistled and pumped his fist towards the sky in gratitude to Soot. Bravo! Truly, you are my comrade in charm, he exclaimed. What a close call. Son Gohan and Piccolo exchanged glances, both visibly relieved. The previous moment had been intensely perilous. Who was that Saiyan? The most disgruntled individual at that moment was undoubtedly Dr. Gallo, whose mood had plummeted from euphoric heights to abysmal depths. What does it matter who he is? Just eliminate them. Dr. Mu remained unfazed, commanding Super 17 with an air of authority. Super 17, stop dawdling and eradicate them all. Already in a foul mood, Super 17 felt even more aggrieved upon hearing Dr. Mu's commanding tone. Shut up, he retorted angrily, unleashing an energy blast toward Dr. Mu. The energy sphere, which appeared before him in an instant, prompted Dr. Mu to consider evading it, yet he lacked the capability. Thus, he resorted to using Dr. Gallo as a shield. The explosion of the energy blast resulted in Dr. Gallo meeting his demise, while Dr. Mu was sent flying by the shockwave, crashing into a pile of debris and rendered immobile. Infuriated, he nearly choked on his rage. Damn it, what a worthless ultimate android, attacking its master. The only response he received was the merciless energy blast from Super 17. Chapter 151, Basic Techniques. The arrival of the social dragon observing the infighting among their foes, Xiaofeng felt a pang of sorrow. How cruel. Aren't they supposed to be allies? Obu nodded in agreement. Killing one's own kind. Yet, why does it feel strangely satisfying? Having just handed Xiao Wukong to Son Gohan, Soot raised an eyebrow and shrugged. The true nature of 17 is precisely this. It's not a bloodlust. Rather, he simply refuses to be controlled. Now it's your turn. Super 17's smile grew increasingly sinister as he fixed his gaze upon Soot. Soot responded with an indifferent glance, though inwardly he pondered why Android 18 had yet to make an appearance. Could it be that due to his presence, the butterfly effect was so significant? Hey Soot, why aren't you making your move? Upon witnessing Super 17 charging toward them, Sun Wutian anxiously pulled Xiaofeng behind him. Soot, however, appeared conflicted and addressed those present. It's not an issue for me to strike. The problem lies in the fact that once I do, it will inevitably lead to the demise of our opponent. No matter, at worst we can summon the eternal dragon with the Dragon Balls and have him resurrected. Xiaofeng, feeling the approach of others, spoke at a rapid pace. Su Te, glancing at the approving expressions of those around him, raised his hands in resignation. Very well, As these two succinct words left his lips, a small orb of purple destructive energy coalesced on his fingertip. Super 17, observing the energy hurtling toward him, scoffed disdainfully. Humph, how laughable, such a diminutive energy blast. Unfortunately, the moment the destructive energy made contact, Super 17 had no time for regret. The energy corroded him at a visible speed, akin to concentrated sulfuric acid. A piercing scream erupted, yet it could not halt the demise of Super 17. As the purple sparks scattered, Sutter raised his voice, forcibly pulling the bewildered onlookers back to reality. All done. Exhausted and resting in Gohan's embrace, little Goku gazed at Sutter with a complex expression, rendered speechless. Is this really it? Goten blinked in confusion, helplessly inquiring, is that all it takes for energy to be cast off? And then it annihilates. That must not be ordinary energy. I can sense its strangeness and terror. Piccolo's forehead was slick with cold sweat, his voice trembling. Sutter unexpectedly directed a glance at Piccolo, grinning as he replied, you have a keen eye. That is destructive energy. Divine level indeed. Remarkable. You are truly impressive. Goten attempted to reach out and clasp Sutter's shoulder, but upon recalling his formidable power, hesitated and withdrew his hand. Just basic skills. Sutter waved his hand dismissively, indicating his modesty. Just as he finished speaking, a streak of light cut across the distant horizon, revealing the tardy Android 18. Where is 17? Android 18 gasped for breath. Her golden hair tousled by the wind. He is dead. Tianjin Fan bluntly recounted the battle's events. Do not be disheartened. Soon we will summon the Eternal Dragon to revive him. Observing Android 18's sorrow, a slightly calmed little Goku descended from Gohan's embrace to offer her comfort. He killed Krillin. Android 18's gaze fell, tears streaming down her cheeks. What? Little Goku stood in shock for a long while, scarcely able to believe his ears. Sutter also curiously looked at little Goku, pondering if this fellow had learned of Krillin's fate sooner. Would he have stepped into the Super Saiyan 5 form? Alas, it is merely a thought. As Android 18 lamented with tears, two more figures and an aircraft descended from the sky. It was Chi-Chi, fully armed and brought by Bidalai, along with Bra and Bulma from the plane. Chi-Chi brandished a frying pan, her demeanor fierce. Where is he? Bidalai, clad in the warrior garb she wore alongside Gohan to protect Earth, declared, we have come to assist you. Bulma surveyed the surroundings, her voice laced with concern. Where is Vegeta? Why hasn't he returned from the afterlife yet? As the clamor of these women resembled the ruckus of countless ducks, the chapter concerning Super 17 drew to a close. The order of both the mortal realm and the underworld gradually began to restore itself. When Sutter arrived in the underworld to retrieve Vegeta, he discovered that although Vegeta was panting heavily, his eyes were already clouded with a murderous fury. Vegeta relentlessly attacked the resurrected Frieza and Cell, occasionally shouting, what a thrill! I shall ensure that you can never return to life. Is this what they call being driven mad with rage? Sutter snapped his fingers, unleashing a small dose of destructive energy upon Frieza and Cell. With their anguished cries, Vegeta regained a semblance of normalcy, staring incredulously at Sutter. Are you dead too? Not at all. I have come at your wife's behest to bring you back to the mortal realm. Upon hearing this, the bloodthirsty glint in Vegeta's eyes began to fade, and he softly murmured, Bulma. Sutter felt inexplicably inundated with a deluge of emotional turmoil, yet he had no tangible evidence to support his feelings. After escorting Vegeta back, Goku and the others successfully gathered 7 Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls are cracked. Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at the 7 orbs on the grass. I don't know. They were like this when we collected them. Xiao Fang shrugged, indicating her ignorance. Standing nearby, Sutter lit a cigarette and kindly suggested, perhaps you should inquire with Dandy? Given their damaged state, the dragons summoned might be somewhat flawed. That shouldn't be the case. They're merely cracked, Xiao Goku mused. Scratching his head, after a moment of contemplation, he resolved to summon the dragon. Cracks are trivial, they can still be used. Come forth, Shenron. With his shout, the world quaked, and the night did not abruptly descend but transformed into a blood-red sunset. From the fissures in the 7 Dragon Balls, an eerie blue light began to emanate. This blue mist swirled and coalesced into a blue dragon of the west. Observing the emergence of this peculiar Shenron, Sutter remained unfazed, his gaze fixed upon the astonished crowd. These individuals, unwilling to heed his warnings, would continue to follow the original narrative and suffer the consequences. How strange. Why has the dragon suddenly changed? Xiao Goku asked, bewildered, tilting his head in confusion. Chapter 152. The Evil Seven Dragons. The battle commences. Humph. The social dragon chuckled sadistically, conjuring a cigar out of thin air and lighting it with a lighter. This dragon felt decidedly peculiar. Bulma's intuition began to resonate, and she quietly murmured as she inched behind Vegeta. I feel the same. Xiao Fong, sharp of ear and eye, caught Bulma's words and swiftly darted behind Gohan. Hey Shenron, bring back all those who have perished on Earth. Yamcha, seemingly indifferent, commanded the divine dragon with an air of arrogance. Is this how you treat the divine dragon? Society Long scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the gathering on the grass, leisurely exhaling clouds of smoke. Observing this demeanor, the onlookers felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and turned their gaze towards Soot. Could it be that smoking is contagious? What are you staring at? Soot flicked the cigarette but to the ground and extinguished it with his foot. It's rare to see a divine dragon smoking. Yet have you never encountered a smoker before? Just as the crowd struggled to find a response, Society Long revealed a sinister grin. Are you here to make wishes? Indeed, divine dragon, we appreciate your assistance. Little Wukong replied politely, nodding in agreement. Society Long, with a mocking expression, exhaled a cloud of smoke toward the attendees, causing them to cough uncontrollably. As they waved away the smoke, Society Long's behavior grew increasingly despicable. He devoured the dragon ball on the ground in one swift motion. Farewell, fools. As his triumphant words echoed, the crowd watched in disbelief as the blue dragon transformed into a swirling mass of black mist. The mist then split into 7 slender shadows, each adorned with a dragon ball, dispersing in various directions. The attendees were utterly bewildered, having summoned the divine dragon numerous times. They had never encountered such a peculiar situation before. What should we do next? Little Wukong, somewhat dazed, inquired of the assembly. As the others gradually regained their composure, Xiao Fong gestured to the gyru in her arms and sighed. Of course, we must gather the dragon balls again. What other choice do we have? That makes sense. Little Wukong scratched his head awkwardly, offering a sheepish grin. Just as the two were about to take action, an all-too-familiar voice echoed in their ears, North Kai's voice, which had a tendency to make belated announcements. That creature was not the divine dragon. It was an evil dragon. Soot, enjoying the spectacle, couldn't help but chuckle. Anyone with eyes could see it wasn't the divine dragon. This is your fault for constantly seeking the divine dragon for wishes. The old Kai admonished as soon as North Kai's words faded. From his ramblings, it became apparent that the evil dragon was a malevolent entity born from the negative energy accumulated by the dragon balls over the years. The incessant wish-making had led to the accumulation of substantial negative energy. By consuming the dragon balls, Society Long had consequently divided into 7 evil dragons, each representing a dragon ball. Only by locating these dragon balls and vanquishing the evil dragons could normalcy be restored. Is that truly the case? Son Gohan pondered for a moment before turning to Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, shall we lend our assistance? I'll help too. Son Goten and Trunks exchanged excited glances, both clenching their fists in enthusiasm. But is it really an evil dragon? Bulma remained skeptical. Among the crowd, she had likely summoned the dragon balls the most often. Being scolded by the old Kai left her feeling quite disheartened. The others hardly noticed her expression, particularly Xiaofang, who exclaimed in delight at the dazzling display unfolding in the sky. Look, what is that? It's so beautiful. Piccolo tilted his head upwards, yet wore a grave expression. Despite the beauty, he could distinctly sense a malevolent aura. Even Goku couldn't help but adopt a serious demeanor. Far away in the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin immediately shouted. Now you understand the consequences, don't you? If we don't eliminate those evil dragons soon, Earth will face destruction. Well, you seem to know quite a bit, Sutter interjected. Arms crossed. How is the task I assigned you coming along? The deadline is fast approaching. Upon hearing Sutter's voice, the old Kaioshin fell silent, refraining from further comment. Let us depart swiftly. With the warriors present, each transformed into a streak of light and soared away. Bulma cast a disapproving glance at Sutter. Everyone is heading to eliminate the evil dragons based on the coordinates provided by Jiru. Aren't you coming, Sutter? Why should it concern me? Sutter tilted his head, confusion evident. I have never wished upon your dragon balls. Why should I assist in cleaning up your mess? Bulma was at a loss for words, awkwardly pulling Brow along as they planned to return home via spaceship. Sutter remained behind, hands in pockets, standing still as he sensed the distinct energies of Goku and others emanating from various locations on Earth. The battle against the evil dragons had commenced, with sheer numbers. The once formidable adversaries, which had been vanquished one by Xiaofang and Goku, swiftly lost 3 of their energies. It seemed the Dragon Balls had returned to normal. In less than 10 minutes, Sutter detected a malevolent force coming from the south, accompanied by an icy chill. It must be the 3-star dragon, he thought, a smirk forming on his lips as he instantly vanished from his spot. When Sutter reappeared, he found himself in a city enveloped in ice and snow. The cold wind howled. It was genuinely frigid. Not only the humans, but even the buildings had been transformed into massive ice sculptures. At that moment, Trunks and Goten were fiercely battling the 3-star dragon, putting forth considerable effort. However, the results were minimal. After all, while the 3-star dragon lacked overwhelming strength, it was sufficiently cunning, rendering the Super Saiyan 2 duo unable to match it. Sutter had no intention of intervening, as he sensed others hastening toward the scene. Not only was there the 3-star dragon, but its twin, the 4-star dragon, and the 1-star dragon were lurking in the shadows. Damn it! Trunks shouted in frustration, once more employing his father's royal fighting style, hurling energy blasts at the 3-star dragon without restraint. Boom, boom, boom. Yet, such feeble attacks were hardly worthy of the 3-star dragon's attention. How foolish are these humans? The 3-star dragon sneered, bearing a bloodthirsty grin as it raised its hand and unleashed a freezing technique aimed at Trunks. Duck, Trunks! Goten, who had been preparing a sneak attack, urged urgently upon witnessing the unfolding scene. Chapter 153. My only rival is Sun Wukong. Trunks exhibited a commendable reaction, narrowly evading the absolute freezing light waves. Although his knee was marred by debris, he demonstrated remarkable ingenuity by tearing his jeans into a makeshift pair of shorts. Son Goten, sighing in relief, swiftly retreated, intending to seize another opportunity. Hey, Goten, Trunks, are you all right? In the distance, a flash of light approached, revealing Piccolo and Gohan hastening towards them. With the arrival of formidable support, the 4 of them could easily handle the formidable 4-star dragon. Ultimately, the 4-star dragon succumbed to Gohan's Kamehameha wave. Wonderful. Thank you so much, brother, Son Goten exclaimed, bending down to retrieve the rolling Dragon Ball. Suddenly, before he could grasp the Dragon Ball, an energy blast surged towards him. Dodge! At that moment, Gohan, embodying the role of the protective elder brother, unleashed an unparalleled speed, propelling Goten away with a kick. The energy blast narrowly grazed Goten's waist. As the others marveled at the thrilling scene, a creature identical to the 4-star dragon emerged from the rubble of the city. The only distinction lay in its coloration. While the previous 4-star dragon was blue, this one was a glaring gold. Another one. Trunks immediately became vigilant, fixing his gaze on the golden 4-star dragon. Humph, you dare to slay my brother? Truly, you are Sun Wukong. The 4-star dragon snorted, its thick lips moving as it spoke. Brother? Piccolo squinted at the fallen 4-star dragon, quickly deducing that the creature before him was the 4-star dragon. It seems we have encountered twins. Sun Wukong, are you referring to our father? Gohan pondered, casting a glance around in search of little Goku, but upon spotting Son Goten, who bore a striking resemblance to their father, enlightenment dawned upon him. Humph, regardless of their connection, we must prevail. Son Goten, still shaken, readied himself against the 4-star dragon. Are you all right? Trunks hastily picked up the Dragon Ball, also inquiring after his friend's well-being. I'm fine. Shall we join forces this time? Despite his anger, Son Goten retained a semblance of rationality. Gohan nodded in agreement. Is it merely a resemblance to Sun Wukong? The 4-star dragon, upon recognizing Goten, lost the desire to engage. He surveyed the area, casually emanating waves of heat that spread outward, rapidly dissolving the city that had once resembled a frozen sculpture. Without further ado, Gohan transformed into his enigmatic form, leading the charge with a fierce attack. What are you doing? My only rival is Sun Wukong. The 4-star dragon continuously dodged Gohan's punches and kicks, disdainfully remarking that the others were unworthy opponents. Oof, what do you mean unworthy? Piccolo, upon hearing this, felt an immediate surge of indignation. While he may not match Sun Wukong, such belittlement was unwarranted. As Piccolo surged forward once more, the 4-star dragon's brow furrowed in response. With a swift flap of the bat-like wings behind him, he launched a kick that sent Son Gohan flying, deftly evading Piccolo's punch. You all should join forces. The 4-star dragon, with an air of arrogance, smiled disdainfully at Trunks and Son Gohan, who were preparing to charge forward. "This fellow is truly insufferably arrogant," Son Goten exclaimed in frustration, gathering energy for a Kamehameha wave between his hands. The four-star dragon moved with astonishing speed, dodging effortlessly and positioning himself behind Trunks. With a powerful punch, he struck Trunks back, causing him to cough up a significant amount of blood. "Trunks!" Son Goten shouted anxiously upon witnessing Trunks being knocked back. However, he had no time to spare for Trunks, as he was preoccupied with his own peril. Bang! 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 Son Gohan, recognizing the urgency of the situation, rushed to assist Son Goten, alleviating some of the immense pressure he faced. "You two stand aside." Special beam cannon, Piccolo bellowed, extending one arm while placing the other on his wrist, unleashing a formidable Kamehameha wave. "Humph!" The four-star dragon sneered, retreating just in time. Son Gohan and his brother hastily dodged, avoiding the powerful energy attack. "This guy is significantly stronger than that previous three-star dragon," Trunks remarked, wiping the blood from his mouth as he charged forward once more. Against the combined efforts of the four-star dragon, whose power rivaled that of Super Saiyan 4 Goku, maneuvered with ease. Sut was hesitating whether to intervene against the four-star dragon, who was pretending to be a benevolent being. But before he could resolve his internal conflict, Goku and the others had already arrived. "Look, Dad is coming," Son Goten exclaimed with delight as he spotted the approaching figures. "Dad, could it be Goku?" The four-star dragon, noticing the striking resemblance between Son Goten and Goku, quickly connected the dots and turned to face the incoming group. Yet, apart from the child who bore a resemblance to Goku, he did not recognize anyone else among them. Goku, at the very least, should have been middle-aged by now. That child could not possibly be him. But why, then, did this boy suddenly call him Dad? "Wu Fan, Wu Ten, are you alright?" The young Goku hovered down, relieved to find everyone unharmed. "Humph, what were you worried about? Such pathetic evil dragons are a complete waste of my time." The haughty Vegeta landed beside him, arms crossed and scoffing. Had he known these foes were so weak, he wouldn't have bothered showing up. The four-star dragon, bewildered by the sight of two adults referring to a child as Dad, stammered, You are Goku?" "Indeed," the young Goku replied candidly, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. "I can sense that you are strong, but why have you turned into a child?" The four-star dragon asked, his curiosity piqued. "Well, how should I explain this?" Young Goku scratched his head in mild frustration. "I was betrayed, which is why I became small." Sut, having descended from a high vantage point, succinctly summarized young Goku's predicament in a single sentence. "I see, Goku. I have finally awaited your arrival." The foolish four-star dragon genuinely believed Sut's words, gazing intently at little Wukong. "Wait for me. Why should I wait for you? Do you know me?" Little Wukong inquired, utterly perplexed. In response to this trifecta of questions, the four-star dragon pursed his lips and introduced himself. "I am the four-star dragon. You are the Dragon Ball left to me by my grandfather?" Little Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief. "All right, let us retreat and allow them the space to engage in their fated battle." Chapter 154, Not Enough Flames. "What kind of great move is that?" Sut, having observed the unfolding scene, remarked to those around him before swiftly stepping back. "What is happening? Why can't I comprehend any of this?" Vegeta furrowed his brow, displeased by the sense of exclusion. "Although I am not entirely certain, it appears that the four-star dragon is waiting for Father." Son Gohan elucidated a few crucial points to Vegeta. The four-star dragon is a relic left to Father by old Gohan. Father holds a deep emotional attachment to this Dragon Ball. Perhaps he has done something significant concerning it. "I see. That indeed has nothing to do with me." Upon hearing Son Gohan's explanation, and amidst the astonished gazes of Son Goten, Trunks, and Xiao Fong, Vegeta also withdrew. After the group had retreated 300 meters, Son Wukong grinned widely, and, with a determined stride, launched himself towards the four-star dragon. "Here I come, four-star dragon. I have awaited this moment for a long time." The expression on the four-star dragon's face was a complex mix of emotions as he squinted and waved his hand, delivering a punch that sent the approaching little Wukong flying back. Bang! Observing little Wukong crash into the ruins of a building, he admonished sternly, "So, take this seriously." "Ow! Ow, ow!" Pushing aside the rubble, little Wukong cried out in pain while rubbing the back of his head. The onlookers exchanged awkward glances, all feeling a sense of discomfort. "It feels like a waste of time just standing here," Vegeta's forehead pulsed with veins, his displeasure evident. There's no helping it. Grandfather always likes to test his opponents first. Xiaofeng shrugged, clearly accustomed to this routine. Hee, you truly are strong. After a brief commotion, little Wukong beamed with excitement, exclaiming dramatically, "Be serious." The four-star dragon, unfazed by his antics, replied coldly, "All right." Little Wukong nodded and, with a slight shout, transformed into his Super Saiyan form. Wukong, go straight to Super Saiyan 4. The deceased Krillin and the other Earthlings are still waiting to be revived. Noticing little Wukong's nonchalant demeanor, Sut couldn't help but facepalm in exasperation. Are we going to dawdle until it's dark? Fine. Little Wukong meticulously assessed the four-star dragon's power before once again transforming into Super Saiyan 4. The four-star dragon, now a sentient dragon capable of speech, was genuinely delighted. However, why did everyone seem so intent on preventing him from spending more time with the four-star dragon? With the wave of energy surging forth, Super Saiyan 4 Wukong charged towards the four-star dragon. Bang! As fists collided, both the dragon and the boy exchanged smiles, appearing evenly matched. Yet, in the very next moment, the four-star dragon's form abruptly distorted, engulfed in roaring flames. As the blazing heat surged, Super Saiyan 4 Goku was caught off guard, swiftly retracting his fist and blowing on it to soothe the redness. What was occurring? Piccolo furrowed his brow at the sight. It must be a fire attribute, he surmised. Trunks pondered for a moment before adding, wasn't he his brother, the four-star dragon, capable of using ice? It wouldn't be surprising if his sibling wielded fire as well. Indeed. Goten nodded in agreement. This is getting quite interesting, Vegeta remarked, crossing his arms and suddenly breaking into a smile. Faced with the searing heat and flames, Super Saiyan 4 Goku promptly opted to retreat, shifting to ranged attacks. Energy erupted continuously, and amidst the billowing smoke, one could see Super Saiyan 4 Goku deftly evading the four-star dragon's punches and kicks. Observing Goku's precarious situation, Vegeta's previously gloomy demeanor brightened instantly. As the battle between Super Saiyan 4 Goku and the four-star dragon intensified, flames engulfed the city ruins, transforming them into a sea of fire. Little Fong, the weakest among them, soon found it unbearable to withstand the high temperatures, fanning herself weakly. "It's so hot." "Indeed," Goten replied, drenched in sweat and nodding vigorously. "You two should move back a bit," Piccolo suggested, casting a sidelong glance at the two inept individuals. "Then I shall retreat as well." Trunks tentatively followed Goten's lead, discreetly observing Vegeta, anxious that his father might scold him. The stronger the opponent, the more one must endure. Initially unaccustomed to the heat, Super Saiyan 4 Goku gradually acclimated to the fiery onslaught of the four-star dragon. Beyond the initial energy waves, he occasionally retaliated with rapid punches and kicks. Although the four-star dragon calmly absorbed each blow, he soon realized his own power was inferior to that of Super Saiyan 4 Goku. After dodging a sweeping kick, he wiped the pain from his cheek and chuckled. "Not bad, my patience has paid off. Now, behold my most formidable technique." "What could it be?" Super Saiyan 4 Goku inquired with unabashed excitement and curiosity. "Watch closely." The four-star dragon replied with a grin, spreading his arms wide and levitating into the air, channeling his full power. With his roar, a dazzling golden aura enveloped the four-star dragon. The earth began to tremble, and the scorching heat distorted the air, obscuring the scene before them. Chaos Fire Needle. A flurry of flames erupted, swirling around him and hurtling towards Super Saiyan 4 Goku. "Is this what you call a special move?" Vegeta scoffed as the flames encircled Super Saiyan 4 Goku, disdain evident in his voice. The words were neither too loud nor too soft, and the four-star dragon heard them distinctly. "These are no ordinary fireballs," he politely explained with a smile to those present. "If one were to be surrounded by these fireballs and dared to move, the balance would be disrupted." As he spoke, he gestured dramatically, confidence radiating from him. In that instant, all the fireballs would explode simultaneously. "So what?" Vegeta remained unimpressed. Sut cast a fleeting glance at him and asked nonchalantly, "Can you withstand temperatures exceeding 6,000 degrees?" In the bewildered gaze of Vegeta and the others, Sut pointed towards the fireballs swirling around Super Saiyan 4 Goku. The temperature within those fireballs was indeed around 6,000 degrees. At Sut's words, even the exceptionally intelligent Piccolo furrowed his brow. A temperature of 6,000 degrees is unbearable for any human. The four-star dragon nodded in acknowledgement and gazed at Super Saiyan 4 Goku, inquiring, "So, what will you do?" With an unperturbed expression, Super Saiyan 4 Goku remained curious, slightly moving his outstretched finger. As he did so, the surrounding fireballs began to tremble in response. "You should concede," the four-star dragon exclaimed, fearing for Goku's safety as he seemed to be courting disaster. "This won't harm me," Super Saiyan 4 Goku asserted confidently, his movements suddenly becoming vigorous, causing all the fireballs to shake violently. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 155, The Ambush, the battle interrupted. The fireballs, as the four-star dragon had predicted, seemingly reached their critical point and erupted simultaneously. As the roaring flames surged towards him, the four-star dragon stood dumbfounded. "Son Goku, what have you done?" The explosive energy unleashed a towering inferno that engulfed the entire town. Piccolo swiftly retreated 1,000 meters at the moment of the explosion, exclaiming, "Truly terrifying. What is that cockroach thinking?" Vegeta stared in shock at the raging flames consuming the town, just as the four-star dragon chastised himself for his negligence. Or perhaps blamed Goku for his recklessness. Super Saiyan 4 Goku appeared behind him, cheerfully asking, "Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Are you alright?" Upon turning around and seeing Super Saiyan 4 Goku unscathed, not even a hair singed, the four-star dragon was left utterly bewildered. Hee. Watching the grinning Super Saiyan 4 Goku, the four-star dragon felt an inexplicable urge to laugh as well. This guy." The scene froze. The four-star dragon's smile had yet to fully blossom when suddenly an arm pierced through his chest, causing the previously jovial expression of Super Saiyan 4 Goku to falter in shock. "Ugh." The four-star dragon gasped in pain, turning in astonishment to see the one-star dragon. "You." As the arm withdrew, the one-star dragon sneered, picking up the four-star dragon ball that had fallen to the ground, locking eyes with Super Saiyan 4 Goku. "One-star dragon? Aren't you supposed to be allies?" With the crowd's incredulous reactions, Sut couldn't help but furrow his brow, displeased with the one-star dragon's actions. How despicable. Ambushing from behind is one thing, but why not allow them to finish their fight properly? This was the crux of the matter, as the others looked on with disdain. Meanwhile, Super Saiyan 4 Goku, with a blank expression, gazed at the figure before him, clad in pearly white with multiple black spikes adorning his back, elbows, and knees, and inquired, "Why do you want to kill him? Allies?" Ha. The one-star dragon seemed to find something amusing, nearly bursting into laughter. "How laughable. These fools are unworthy of being my allies. Why shouldn't I kill them?" The detestable creature faced the malevolent one-star dragon, and even Super Saiyan 4 Goku was incensed. The utterance that belittled life struck him deeply. Without uttering a word, Super Saiyan 4 Goku launched a powerful punch aimed at the one-star dragon's face. To the astonishment of everyone present, even Goku's formidable blow was effortlessly blocked by the one-star dragon. How could this be? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, his arms dropping unconsciously. Clearly taken aback. Was this mere coincidence? Piccolo furrowed his brow, filled with doubt laced with a tinge of hope. Yet, only Super Saiyan 4 Goku understood that his punch, fueled by fury, was a genuine full-force strike. "Hand over all the Dragon Balls you have collected," the one-star dragon coldly commanded, glancing at the four-star Dragon Ball in his left hand. Just as little Fong was about to voice her refusal, Super Saiyan 4 Goku made his move. He unleashed a high kick aimed directly at the one-star dragon. The one-star dragon scoffed, effortlessly bending his arm to block the fierce kick with his elbow. The force of the strike sent Super Saiyan 4 Goku hurtling backward into the ruins of the building. "This is impossible." Piccolo gasped in horror, more frightened than he would be watching a horror film. How could even the mighty Son Goku be bested by an evil Dragon Ball? Should they surrender the Dragon Balls or face annihilation? As Super Saiyan 4 Goku struggled to rise, the one-star dragon appeared before him, delivering a punch straight to Goku's abdomen. Ugh! The tremendous force of the blow curled Goku into a ball, his face flushed and eyes bulging. Damn it! Seeing Goku at a disadvantage from the onset, Vegeta let out a sharp exclamation and transformed into Super Saiyan 4, charging towards the two. "Sut, aren't you going to join in?" Piccolo swallowed hard, glancing at Sut. However, Sut shrugged and declined. "I don't think it's necessary. Those two should be able to handle it together." No sooner had he spoken than Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, who had just charged at the one-star dragon, was sent crashing into the ruins by a single punch. Feeling Piccolo's gaze upon him, Sut felt a bit awkward. "I said they would work together, right?" Kakarot, let's team up, Vegeta shouted, rushing forward once more. Meanwhile, Super Saiyan 4 Goku, trembling as he struggled against the one-star dragon's punch, nodded in agreement and quickly retreated. All right, but how do we team up? Vegeta found himself momentarily at a loss for words, turning to Sut and asking, how do we join forces? Saiyans were accustomed to fighting solo, after all. Forgot that you're not Super Saiyans and can't coordinate. Sut facepalmed, sighed, and reconsidered. Then let's perform the fusion dance and become Vegeto. You know about that? Piccolo's astonishment grew. His gaze fixed intently on Sut, beginning to question his identity. Then why haven't you joined the fray instead of just standing there making comments? Vegeta clearly showed reluctance upon hearing about the fusion. If I strike, it will be the destruction of the Dragon Balls. Are you willing to accept that? Sut delicately sought an excuse for himself. The one-star dragon is formidable only to the likes of young Goku. He harbors no desire to engage him. Vegeta, hasten. Observing the city beneath them, now reduced to ruins, Super Saiyan 4 Goku could not help but voice a warning. As the two awkwardly posed, the one-star dragon smirked mischievously, swiftly delivering a kick that sent Vegeta flying. Although I am unaware of your intentions, do you think I will grant your wishes? At that moment, Sut appeared behind the one-star dragon, mimicking his tone as he declared, while I am aware of your plans, I shall impede you. Are you angry? What? Just as the one-star dragon was taken aback by Sut's sudden appearance, Sut unleashed a surge of energy, propelling the dragon away. Hey, you two, hurry up. Sut urged the still-dazed Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Damn it. The one-star dragon sensed Sut's formidable power and tossed the four-star Dragon Ball into his mouth. Simultaneously, with a wave of his hand, he drew the remaining Dragon Balls from Xiaofang's backpack through the air. One by one, the Dragon Balls were swallowed by the one-star dragon, causing his muscles to swell further. Amidst a dazzling darkness, his physique grew increasingly robust, and even the one-star Dragon Ball atop his head vanished. Chapter 156, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta vs. Super One-Star Dragon. All the Dragon Balls manifested upon his chest, transforming the one-star dragon into the Super One-Star Dragon, exponentially enhancing his power tenfold. Damn monkey, I shall eliminate you. With his newfound strength, the Super One-Star Dragon regained his confidence and charged at Sut with a clenched fist. Sut, unimpressed, stood his ground with arms crossed, disdain etched across his face. Just as the Super One-Star Dragon's fist neared Sut, an unexpected sweeping kick sent the dragon flying. Merged Gogeta, clad in his customary Metamoran vest, appeared beside Sut. Witness my performance. Gogeta grinned, leaping into the air to pursue the tumbling Super One-Star Dragon. His once black hair instantly turned red, and a coat of fur rapidly enveloped his body. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. An overwhelming aura swirled around him, cleaving through the clouds above, while the shockwave swept through the ruins with devastating force. Wow. Xiaofang was the first to succumb to the force of the blast, her petite frame being swept away. Xiaofang. Observing Gohan preoccupied with his own plight, Sut, with an air of annoyance, extended his hand to pull her back. What a hassle. Feeling Sut's grasp and witnessing the towering figure before her, Xiaofang's cheeks flushed suddenly. Sut, of course, remained oblivious to her embarrassment, even if he noticed. He likely would not care. After all, she was merely a child. At this moment, Sut's focus remained on the battle unfolding not far away. How could this be possible? Super One-Star Dragon stood in shock, feeling that the scene before him was utterly surreal. Was he truly not a match for Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, and merely a single energy blast had sent him flying? This was absolutely inconceivable. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Gritting his teeth, Super One-Star Dragon launched another attack, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks towards Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. However, to Gogeta, these strikes appeared to move at a glacial pace. With astonishing speed, he delivered 3 consecutive blows with his right fist, leaving Super One-Star Dragon completely oblivious to his movements. The impact left him clutching his aching abdomen, groaning in pain. If I am a monkey, then you are but an insect. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta laughed with abandon, proceeding to overpower Super One-Star Dragon. Super One-Star Dragon barely had a moment to speak, reduced to anguished cries. Finally, seizing a fleeting opportunity, he raised both hands and unleashed a massive energy sphere with all his might. This formidable sphere, akin to a blazing red sun, barreled towards Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Witnessing this, Piccolo and the others were horrified, expressing their concern in unison. Be careful. Yet, Their anxiety was clearly unwarranted. Without even a glance, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta raised his hand and effortlessly swatted the energy blast into the sky. Humph, what other tricks do you have? Unleash them all, he declared, hands on his hips, his eyes filled with disdain. Faced with such arrogance, Super One-Star Dragon found himself at a loss for words. Just as he contemplated retreating, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta suddenly split into two. Goku and Vegeta exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss. Is it time already? Sutter remarked, expressing his dissatisfaction with Gogeta's fusion duration. Strong as he was, his endurance was lacking. Detecting the glimmer of victory returning to him, Super One-Star Dragon laughed. He raised his hand, summoning countless energy blasts that rained down like a torrential downpour upon Goku and Vegeta. As they scrambled to evade, Vegeta shouted in frustration, "What is going on? Wasn't it said that the fusion lasts half an hour? You ask me? How would I know?" Goku replied, equally exasperated, resigned to reality. "Let us fuse again." Yet, they were unable to successfully merge once more, as Super One-Star Dragon persistently obstructed their efforts. Against the overwhelmingly powerful fused being, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, he would never grant them the opportunity. "Ha ha ha, still wish to fuse? I shall never allow you that chance." Just as Super One-Star Dragon reveled in his triumph, Sutter lazily yawned and appeared behind him. "Hey, Goku, Vegeta, you two should take a break." However, Vegeta had heard Sutter's earlier conversation with Piccolo and was somewhat reluctant. Previously, this fellow had claimed that once he took action, it would lead to the destruction of the Dragon Balls. If the Dragon Balls were destroyed, what would become of Bulma's wish to occasionally be 5 years younger? At that moment, Super Saiyan 4 Goku, with great difficulty, evaded attacks and seized the 4-star Dragon Ball from the chest of the Super One-Star Dragon. "Huh, I did it," he exclaimed with a grin, hurriedly making his way towards Sutter while clutching the retrieved Dragon Ball. Unfortunately, his power was insufficient, and he was promptly intercepted by the Super One-Star Dragon. In a moment of desperation, he ingeniously swallowed the 4-star Dragon Ball, leaving onlookers utterly astonished. "Aren't you afraid of choking?" Sutter kindly patted Goku on the back as he watched the Dragon Ball lodged in his throat. With a series of coughs, Goku finally managed to expel the Dragon Ball, his eyes glistening with tears. What could I do? It was a moment of panic. Holding the Dragon Ball, he stepped aside. "Good. Now go stand over there," Sutter remarked with disdain, issuing his command. Realizing he was somewhat exhausted after such a lengthy battle, Super Saiyan 4 Goku quickly retreated, eager to distance himself. However, after losing a Dragon Ball, the power of the Super One-Star Dragon diminished significantly, no longer the formidable force it once was. Naturally, it could not allow Goku to escape so easily and pursued him relentlessly. "I don't need your permission," Sutter retorted, raising his hand to unleash an energy blast that intercepted the One-Star Dragon. Frustrated at watching Goku fly away, the One-Star Dragon understood that Sutter posed a significant threat that must be dealt with. He launched a fierce assault against Sutter, but each of his attempts proved futile. Sutter evaded with the ease of a leisurely stroll, effortlessly sidestepping each attack. "How can you be so fast?" The One-Star Dragon gasped in disbelief, having thrown everything he had at Sutter, yet failing to graze him even slightly. Among the evil dragons, he would confidently claim second place in speed, knowing no other dragon would dare claim the top spot. Yet now, despite exerting all his might, he could not touch his opponent, igniting his fury. Moreover, Sutter remained in his base form, the typical Saiyan form. Chapter 157, a female version of Bu. The One-Star Dragon's frustration grew with every thought, and undeterred, he clenched his teeth and swung his fist once more at Sutter. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. He still could not make contact. "Let me think. If I utilize destructive energy, I might inadvertently destroy the Dragon Ball as well." Even while constantly dodging, Sutter pondered how to strike back, further infuriating the One-Star Dragon, who was giving his all. Perhaps brute force is the answer. With that thought, Sutter, who had not yet engaged in combat since arriving in this world, finally decided to unleash his first active attack. Under the watchful gaze of many, Sutter threw a punch, just a simple, gentle punch. However, this seemingly innocuous strike carried an overwhelming and terrifying force, piercing through the One-Star Dragon's chest and obliterating his heart. Amidst the chaos, the One-Star Dragon's body collapsed to the ground, and as he faded away, 6 Dragon Balls rolled out in a cluster. Piccolo, astonished, closed his gaping mouth in disbelief, exclaiming, "Was it really that simple?" Did he really defeat the one-star dragon, who had been a source of trouble for Mr. Goku and Dad, with just one punch? Trunks echoed the sentiment, wearing a similar expression of astonishment. How formidable is he, truly? Son Gohan could not suppress a swallow, struggling to voice his thoughts. That fellow, Soot, is shrouded in enigma and instills a sense of dread. As for Xiao Fong and Son Goten, they were rendered speechless, utterly astonished. Having triumphed, the rejuvenated Son Goku descended to the ground with a beaming smile, gathering the Dragon Balls one by one. Humph. The moment you make your move, it feels as though no matter how powerful the opponent, they are rendered insignificant. Vegeta huffed, yet his words were laced with acknowledgement and admiration for Soot. Naturally, I scarcely know what it means to have an opponent. Soot, unfazed, candidly stated as he retrieved a cigarette and lit it. The narrative appeared to reach its conclusion, and Soot chose not to linger any longer to witness the others utilizing the Dragon Balls for their wishes. He made his way to the Kaioshin realm, donning an inscrutable expression as he approached the old Kaioshin. Old man, have you managed to contact the Kaioshin of time yet? It's still in the process of calling. Upon Soot's arrival, the old Kaioshin, whose gaze remained fixated on the crystal ball, visibly flinched. TCH, I shall grant you another month. If you fail to make contact, you may as well bid farewell to your head. Soot expressed his dissatisfaction, delivering a kick that sent the old Kaioshin sprawling, placing the crystal ball upon the table. Simultaneously, he reclined in a nearby chair, his feet resting on the table, casually observing the cosmic expanse through the crystal ball. Jebbit, fetch me a cup of tea. Upon hearing this, Jebbit, who had been attempting to conceal himself nearby, hastily set about brewing the tea. A month swiftly passed, almost in the blink of an eye. During this time, the beleaguered Earth experienced a multitude of events. For instance, Son Goku, in the midst of sparring with Vegeta, inexplicably awakened a different persona, proclaiming himself as Kakarot and insisting that Vegeta join him in annihilating the Earth. Having resided on Earth for decades, Vegeta had developed an unbreakable bond with Bulma and Bra. How could he possibly consent or allow Kakarot to obliterate their home? Thus, an unusual series of events unfolded. Vegeta transformed into a guardian of Earth, engaging Kakarot in a fierce battle for survival. The spectacle was nothing short of exhilarating. Even through the crystal ball, Soot devoured an entire plate of sunflower seeds. Eventually, through collective effort, Xiao Fong managed to restore Son Goku's sanity. Reminiscent of the time she summoned the golden great ape, the malevolent persona of Kakarot once again succumbed to slumber within Son Goku's being. Peaceful days passed, but only for 2 brief days, as Earth was soon beset by a new wave of peril. Vegeta's brother, Reg, had arrived. This fellow from birth possessed a battle power of 50,000, discarded by their biased father, King Vegeta. The reasons behind this can be gleaned from Reg's fragmented utterances. Vegeta was chosen as the prince due to being easier to control. Reg, whose combat prowess is far from negligible, appears to be in a state of normalcy. However, he possesses an extraordinary strength exceeding that of level 5. From the onset of battle, he becomes an overwhelming force against both Vegeta and Goku. Even when the two are fused, the formidable Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta nearly meets his demise. Ultimately, in this fierce confrontation, Super Saiyan 4 Goku ascends to the Super Saiyan 5 form, transforming into a distinctive figure with white hair and divine presence, which enables him to triumph over Reg and safeguard the Earth. Notably, due to Vegeta's grievous injuries, Trunks is propelled into a state of utmost fury, successfully achieving the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. This battle culminates in a gratifying conclusion for them. In the end, Reg, drenched in blood, is whisked away from Earth by his beloved wife, Sapari, leaving behind a flicker of life. Subsequently, the arrival of Azer from the fan-created Dragon Ball universe looms. This character, the son of Frieza, embodies an alarming strength. He claims that his father, Frieza, took 5 years to break free from his frozen state, while his brother, Cooler, required 6. However, Azer is different. As a member of the Frost Demon race, the longer one remains frozen, the mightier they become. Azer spent 50 years in stasis, tenfold that of his father. Stronger than Frieza, he descends upon Earth seeking vengeance for his father, though such revenge remains unattainable, leading him down the same path as Frieza. In a fortunate turn of events, Vegeta ascends to the Super Saiyan 5 form. The narrative takes a rather chaotic twist. The seemingly numb Sutter does not return to Earth, but but remains fixated on a crystal ball daily. After a month, he diverts his gaze from the crystal ball to the trembling old Kaioshin. The old Kaioshin, in a state of desperate struggle, sobs, expressing his helplessness. I cannot compel anyone. You mustn't force a man to act against his will. Sutter, unfazed, raises his hand, his eyes coldly fixed on the old Kaioshin's neck. Destructive energy materializes at his fingertips, poised to strike the old Kaioshin's head. However, Jebbet, in haste, interjects, Lord Sutter, look. There seems to be danger approaching Earth. What on earth? Sutter turns to see Jebbet holding the crystal ball aloft. Within the orb appears a woman whose appearance strikingly resembles a more feminine version of Bu. With pink skin akin to Bu's, waist-length white hair, and clad in a black corset, complemented by white pants and dark brown shoes, along with wrist guards. She is undeniably a female counterpart of Bu. Chapter 158. The Normality of Android 21. A sight to behold at this moment. The woman emerges from a reclining capsule, surveying her confining laboratory with curiosity. Where am I? This is rather peculiar. I am quite hungry. Gazing at the woman in the crystal ball, who is patting her stomach. Sutter's eyes widen in disbelief. Is this Android 21? I initially thought that Android 21 would only appear after Dragon Ball Super, yet here she is in this realm? Hey, do you recognize this person, oh great one? Jebbet approached Sut, subtly urging the old Kai to flee swiftly. I shall make a trip to Earth. Sut did not respond, vanishing in an instant with a flash of movement. That was a close call. The old Kai trembled, still shaken by the ordeal. What shall we do? It was merely a coincidence. Jebbet placed the crystal ball on the grass and sat beside the old Kai. I am uncertain, sighed the old Kai. I have already reached out, but the time Kai has not responded at all. On Earth, in a desolate wilderness, Sut hovered in midair, glancing towards a figure in the distance. This must be it, he thought, sensing the aura of Android 21, imbued with a mottled malevolence reminiscent of Frieza and Majin Buu. Unlike other androids, this 21 seemed unique. In a flash, Sut reappeared before the very likeness of Android 21 he had seen in the crystal ball. Android 21, he exclaimed, his excitement surpassing even that of encountering Bardock. In her normal state, 21 was strikingly beautiful, adorned with black-rimmed glasses that exuded an air of intellect. Rumor had it she was the mother of Android 16, a notion Sut found rather unamusing, especially given her genetic makeup that included cells from Cell and Majin Buu. She possessed three forms: her normal state, Majin Buu form, and Cell form. At present, she was in her Buu form. Ah, do you recognize me? Android 21 turned, a greedy smile spreading across her face upon seeing Sut. Oh, what a delightful aroma. You appear exceptionally delectable. She licked her lips, relishing the prospect of a sumptuous meal right upon awakening. Delectable meal? Sut stared in disbelief, pointing at himself. It was astonishing, after all his time as a chef. He had never before been regarded as food rather than a cook. Indeed, you seem incredibly appetizing, Android 21 candidly admitted, her eyes glistening with hunger as she salivated at the sight of him. I hope your notion of eating does not align with what I fear. Sut sighed heavily. If it were anyone else, he might have suspected they were jesting with him. I don't quite grasp what you're saying. Android 21 tilted her head, her gaze filled with longing. All I know is that I am famished, and I have a particular fondness for powerful individuals like yourself. Would you permit me to consume you? I am truly starving, and you appear so delicious, the first I have encountered with such an enticing scent. Faced with the endearing yet predatory demeanor of Android 21, Sut furrowed his brow at the prospect of her lunging at him. You are placing me in quite a predicament. Such words inevitably lead to misinterpretation. Then you shall acquiesce, won't you? Android 21 flashed a mischievous smile, extending her hand towards Sut as her palm unleashed a transformation beam. They say that what you claim to enjoy is, coincidentally, not to my taste. In an instant, Sutter vanished from his original position as he stepped forward. The ground beneath him cracked, and simultaneously, his forceful strike hit the chest of Android 21. The sheer power of the blow caused several surrounding mountains to crumble. With a resounding impact, half of Android 21's form was obliterated. That exquisitely contoured and exceedingly slender half of her body was sent spiraling backward by Sutter's immense strength. Is she truly this fragile? I hardly exerted any effort. Just as Sutter's astonishment echoed, Android 21's body twirled in the air, pink smoke enveloping her. In the next moment, her alluring form was restored to perfection. With a smile, Android 21 gazed at Sutter, playfully licking her lips, exclaiming, "Ah, a food that can resist. I find myself liking it even more. Heh, a disobedient girl deserves a smack on her rear." Sutter was not particularly fond of the term food. He scoffed and charged once more at Android 21. She swiftly dodged, attempting to evade the force he unleashed. Yet, her speed paled in comparison to his, and she was swiftly pulled toward him. Bang! I may lack many virtues, but I do possess a certain tenderness for women who catch my eye. The force struck her abdomen directly as Sutter smiled. But if you regard me as mere food, regardless of your beauty, I shall not hold back. Bang! 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 As the malevolent energy became apparent, Goku arrived on the scene, utterly astonished. Who would have thought Sutter was this powerful? He had already transformed into Super Saiyan 5, feeling quite formidable himself, yet compared to Sutter, he felt worlds apart. Android 21, continuously pressed in combat, was clearly growing irritated. With a fierce cry, she renewed her assault against Sutter. However, to her astonishment, Sutter's speed was incredibly unfathomable. In evading her punches and kicks, he seized the opportunity to grasp her arm, hurling her skyward. Swiftly, Android 21 regained her balance in midair, smiling as she descended towards Sutter. Impressive. I must concede, you are a formidable human. Your command of techniques and strategies is astoundingly profound, even surpassing the data stored in my computer. Indeed, not as naive as I presumed. Listening to Android 21's praise, Sutter chuckled, shaking his head. So, you wish to charm some men with your beauty, do you? Such words are rather unflattering. Why can you not perceive my inherent simplicity, cuteness, and innocence? Android 21 seemed unfazed, her expression relaxed, perpetually adorned with a vibrant smile. May I audaciously inquire, do you truly possess 3 distinct personalities within you? Sutter squinted, asking tentatively. If it were the typical 21, with her tousled brown hair cascading over her shoulders, adorned with black-framed glasses and oversized earrings, draped in a white lab coat, she should be quite stunning, wouldn't she? Chapter 159. Apologies, I am immune to magic. What do you think? Your expression suggests you possess considerable knowledge. Why not take a guess? The Android 21, with a hint of mirth in her eyes, spoke in a manner that was as good as saying nothing at all. This is rather dull. You should be aware that, given your current state, you cannot possibly defeat me. Soot chuckled softly, threateningly adding, either return to your benign persona and accompany me willingly, or else do not blame me for my ruthless actions. It is simply impossible to leave anyone on Earth. It is far too perilous. Despite the apparent strength of Vegeta and Goku, both having attained Super Saiyan 5, they remain no match for Android 21. She can arguably be considered the most formidable android in the Dragon Ball universe, her power nearly rivaling that of Beerus. This is precisely why Soot believed that Android 21 would appear in Dragon Ball Super. Android 21 is significantly stronger than Buu, having absorbed the cells of all Dragon Ball warriors, along with those of Cell and Majin Buu. Thus, it is not unfathomable that her strength could be on par with Beerus. Moreover, her method of energy acquisition differs remarkably from the antiquated techniques employed by Dr. Gero and Android 19. Unlike Androids 17 and 18, who possess infinite energy, Android 21 primarily derives her energy through the consumption of living beings, presenting an unlimited potential for growth. If this menace is not removed, one might foresee her devouring Goku, Vegeta, and other powerful warriors from this timeline. It is conceivable that Android 21's power could rival that of an angel. However, all of this hinges upon his absence. With him present, the circumstances are undoubtedly altered. You wish to capture me for research? A glimmer of profound intent flickered in Android 21's gaze as she feigned indifference. What do you intend to research? Whatever you wish to know, I can readily divulge. Just as I was initially perceived as Buu's female counterpart, it was merely a coincidence that Dr. Gero infused certain elements into my cells. Those components required a perfect fusion with my regular self to activate. Of course, such revelations would never be shared with the food before her. Any utterance serves merely to provoke a shift in the emotions of this food, ensuring it is more delectable later on. Oh, Soot rested his chin upon his hand, seemingly lost in contemplation. A splendid opportunity. Android 21 beamed brightly, raising her hand to unleash a transformation beam directed at Soot. As the beam hurtled toward him, Android 21 licked her crimson lips, exhilarated by the prospect of such a tantalizing meal. Beware, Soot. Little Goku's eyes widened in horror at the unfolding scene. In the distance, Vegeta and Trunks, who had just arrived, were equally alarmed, their hearts racing with trepidation. Remain calm. Sutter appeared unfazed, even taking a moment to wave at little Goku. The beam struck Sutter directly, yet he did not transform into anything consumable. Witnessing this, Android 21 could scarcely believe her eyes. How could this be possible? How is it that you are immune to my magic? With a casual flick, Sutter dispelled the transformation aura enveloping him and explained with a smile. If I were not immune to magic, why would I so boldly invite you to take action against me? This immunity to magic was a precaution devised earlier during his time with Makalita, who, fearing that Sutter might be victimized by magical forces, had taken the initiative to create it. Of course, it was not a formidable, permanent immunity capable of lasting a century, but rather a temporary measure that had yet to be put to the test, until now, when the opportunity had finally presented itself. Who is this person? Vegeta swiftly descended beside Goku, his expression one of astonishment. I have no idea. Goku shrugged, expressing his own uncertainty. This individual is Android 21, Sutter interjected, placing his hands on his hips and offering a brief introduction. What? Is this never-ending? Goku's face displayed his distaste, a sentiment born from his prior encounters with Android 8. Since the inception of the Red Ribbon Army, the saga had dragged on for years. Were they still producing androids? Android 18's daughter is already so grown up. Trunks, puzzled, spoke up. Isn't Dr. Gero, the one who researched androids, dead? He had created Super 17 before, but at that time, he had left no trace behind. How could he possibly still be creating androids? Humph. All my data is processed by computers. What does that old man have to do with it? Android 21 scoffed, dismissing Dr. Gero with a cold huff. Oh, so this Android 21 is an enemy to us? Vegeta was unconcerned about the origins of the androids. His primary interest lay in whether they were foes. Enemies? Huh. You are not worthy of being my adversaries. You are merely my sustenance. Android 21 remarked, savoring the approach of several powerful presences from afar, licking her lips once more. Sustenance. Vegeta paused, momentarily bewildered by her meaning. She possesses a magic that can transform people into delectable food, sweets, cookies, and the like. Sutter clarified, crossing his arms. Ah, akin to Bu's abilities? This Android 21 is indeed intriguing. Vegeta's eyes gleamed with excitement as he focused on Android 21. In the past, he had been no match for Bu, but now, feeling the intensity of Vegeta's gaze, Android 21 turned to face him, her eyes glinting with a greedy hunger. I must say, you appear to be quite a delightful dessert. Before Vegeta could respond, Gohan and the others had already arrived. Father, has an enemy appeared? I sense an ominous energy. Xiao Fang surveyed the area and fixed her gaze upon the unfamiliar Android 21, frowning. Who is this? Hey, this person resembles Bu. Goten exclaimed, gazing at the alluring Android 21 in awe. Ha ha ha, the feast grows ever larger, as formidable warriors emerge one after another. The face of Android 21 is etched with insatiable greed. Sutter, hold your horses for now. Allow me to test her. You may not be aware that I have acquired a new form. Sutter, who has been observing from the realm of the Kaioshin, indicates that he has always known. Before he can finish his sentence, Goku, unable to contain his eagerness, erupts with a fierce shout. An aura of crimson energy surges forth, and in an instant, he transforms into Super Saiyan 4. He offers Sutter no opportunity to intervene, charging directly at Android 21, unleashing a flurry of rapid attacks. Chapter 160. Who kicked him? Is this guy trying to show off? Vegeta, arms crossed, mutters in annoyance, clearly displeased. Whatever, do as you wish. Sutter remarks, focusing on the battle unfolding in the sky. What gives you the confidence to believe you can defeat me? Android 21, evading in midair, wears a disdainful smile. Perhaps I should demonstrate my true power. Not everyone is worthy to be my opponent. With that proclamation, a pink aura ignites around her, unleashing a terrifying and potent force. This energy rivals that of the god of destruction, Beerus, instantly enveloping the entire planet and extending into the vast cosmos. What? Just the release of energy faced with the overwhelming and relentless wave of force, Super Saiyan 4 Goku can only cross his arms in front of him. He struggles to withstand the onslaught, being driven backward by the sheer pressure. This is excessively strong. Under such a torrent of energy, Super Saiyan 4 Goku distinctly senses a chilling suffocation. Yet he does not falter, The tremors in his body stem from exhilaration. In his eyes, a fierce battle spirit ignites as he seizes an opening to launch a counterattack against Android 21. What is happening? Why is the energy surrounding that individual so chaotic? Piccolo descends from the sky, positioning himself before Gohan, his expression cold as he observes the clash between Android 21 and Super Saiyan 4 Goku. However, a closer look reveals that Piccolo's eyes are filled with unmistakable astonishment. Following Piccolo's arrival, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan also make their entrance. Sutter, typically disinterested in explaining the background of these characters, remains silent, while Trunks patiently elaborates for the audience present. It seems everyone is gathered. Now I can truly relish this. In response to the varied gazes directed at her, Android 21's smile becomes increasingly radiant. As she raises her hand, sparks of electricity dance upon her fingertip. Sensing the peculiar fluctuations in the surrounding space, Krillin's expression turns grave. This individual appears to be quite formidable. Indeed, her power is undeniably impressive. Many onlookers exclaim, expressing their astonishment. Hearing their remarks, Sutter can't help but chuckle. It is clear that these individuals have lived in a bubble, oblivious to the existence of the myriad gods of destruction, angels, and supreme Kais in the multiverse. The Eraser, though not formidable, possesses a remarkable capacity for obliteration that is truly terrifying. With a thunderous strike, Android 21 seizes an opportunity and sends Super Saiyan 4 Goku hurtling away. A cloud of smoke billows forth, and she pays no heed to the incapacitated Goku in the crater below. Instead, she surveys the incoming adversaries, her fingers delicately tapping as if selecting merchandise. Some appear rather appealing, yet others are decidedly flawed. After all, I am a person of discernment. In the blink of an eye, a bolt of pink lightning darts forth, aimed directly at Tien Shinhan. The appetizer before the main course shall commence with you. Tien, ever vigilant, swiftly retreats while attempting to unleash a kikaho in retaliation against Android 21. Yet, just as he dodges the transforming beam, the elusive Android 21 has vanished from sight. What are you looking for? Searching for me. Here I am. A gentle voice emanates from behind, causing Tien to momentarily freeze. Before he can turn around, a shadow flashes to his right, delivering a kick that sends him sprawling. The pink beam misses its mark entirely. However, it cannot be said that it was entirely in vain, as a sizable rock on the ground has transformed into a chocolate treat. What in the world? Tien, now on the ground, is utterly bewildered. Who just kicked him? Sutter, Super Saiyan 4 Goku, just having risen from the pit, exhales a long breath upon witnessing Sutter's intervention. The onlookers gasp in astonishment, casting timid glances at Android 21. They had initially believed that Tien could evade the attack, yet they had not anticipated the vast disparity in their respective distances. It was nothing short of a one-sided slaughter. Had it not been for Sutter's timely arrival, Tien might have met the same fate as the stone beneath him, transformed into a mere confection. Once more, you thwart my endeavors. Android 21 pouted, raising her index finger at Sutter in a playful admonition. Could you wait a moment? I'm a bit peckish. I need to have some sweets to tide me over. Oh, I sincerely apologize for interrupting your delightful snack time, my dear lady. Sutter replied with a nonchalant shrug, engaging in trivial banter. Simultaneously, he glanced at the others present. You all should leave. Remaining here will only serve as a hindrance. No, I wish to stay. Xiaofeng boldly voiced the sentiments of the oblivious crowd. Observing the resolute expressions on the faces of these fools, Sutter's expression darkened, and his gaze grew increasingly frigid. Meanwhile, Android 21's smile brightened. Look at your comrades. They seem quite determined to remain as my snacks. Stay or go, it's your choice. Should you become candy, it won't concern me. Sutter coldly regarded Android 21. The background fighters exchanged uncertain glances, momentarily at a loss as to whether it would be wise to remain or obediently depart. Could it be that even someone as formidable as Sutter could not guarantee a victory over the android? Piccolo furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of inner turmoil, while Vegeta, though puzzled, contemplated far more than Piccolo. Sutter's inherent strength is already formidable. One cannot help but ponder the extent of his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Surely, he must possess the ability to ascend to this heightened state. A 50-fold increase would evoke a level of terror beyond comprehension. Perhaps it is not a matter of his strength being insufficient, but rather a disinterest in the possibility of being ensnared by Android 21. rendering him vulnerable and akin to candy. With this thought, Vegeta coldly addressed the warriors reluctant to depart. You should all leave at once, lest you fall victim to being turned into candy yourselves. Should that occur, it would be your own folly. I refuse to become a burden to Surt. Suddenly, a flush of crimson appeared on Xiaofang's youthful cheeks. With unwavering vigilance, she fixed her gaze upon Surt and Android 21. However, confusion soon overtook her. Not only her, but the other warriors were equally bewildered. The narrative had reached a point where there was no further plot for Surt to engage with. Humph, since you insist on meddling, I shall eliminate you. I have no fondness for those who cannot become sustenance. A strange crimson glimmer flickered in Android 21's eyes as she concentrated a massive energy sphere at her fingertips. With a swift motion, the sphere surged directly towards Surt. Yet, he remained unfazed, standing resolutely in place. Chapter 161. Good and Evil. Android 21 observing this spectacle, Android 21 assumed Surt had surrendered, expressing her disappointment. It seems you are incapable of dealing with me. Surt maintained a serene countenance, effortlessly swatting away the energy sphere as if dismissing a mere fly. If you genuinely wish to engage me in combat, then do so with earnestness, he declared, casting a frigid glare at Android 21. He discerned her indecisiveness, noticing her frequent glances at the backdrop. Incensed by Surt's disdain, Android 21 gritted her teeth and charged at him. With a resounding impact, she unleashed a punch, only for Surt to calmly intercept it. If you do not choose to accompany me, then your only fate is annihilation. You bastard. Android 21 sensed Surt's murderous intent but was unwilling to yield. She struck with fists and kicks, yet her efforts resembled nothing more than futile endeavors. Truly ungrateful, Surt merely pressed his palm forward, causing Android 21 to be propelled backward forcefully. The shockwave emanating from him caused the surrounding rocks to crumble, revealing the terrifying power behind what seemed to be a mere gesture. Ugh! Android 21 was sent hurtling through several mountains before ultimately crashing to the ground, accompanied by coughs. Her form began to blur, revealing her usual appearance clad in a white lab coat. What has happened to her? Super Saiyan 4 Goku, having reverted to his base form, inquired with a puzzled expression directed at the backdrop. The backdrop, devoid of insight, shook their heads in response. The most astute among them, Piccolo, tentatively furrowed his brow and asked, could it be akin to Boo's ability to split good and evil? Gohan, his adoptive son, quickly grasped the implications. Amidst the skeptical gazes of the onlookers, Sut had already descended before the prostrate figure of Android 21. I shall ask you one last time. Will you accompany me? Or shall I eliminate you? His indifferent tone was laced with a chilling ruthlessness. Android 21 averted her gaze, ultimately capitulating under Sut's overwhelming presence. I will go with you. Then rise swiftly. Sut did not extend a gentlemanly hand. His expression remained neutral. Will you not assist me in my recovery? I am gravely injured. Android 21 cast a flirtatious glance, indulging in a display of feigned helplessness. If you do not rise, I shall see to it that you remain buried underground from this moment forth. Sut was well aware of her antics, his words steeped in indifference. Foul man. Android 21 felt a surge of frustration, her temper flaring as she quickly regained her footing. Ah, have we now escalated from mere food to vile man? Sut chuckled mockingly, turning to stride towards Goku and his companions. At the very moment Sut pivoted, Android 21 tore through the dimensional fabric with her bare hands, hurling insults at him. Who would wish to follow you? Would it not be better to eliminate you instead? Sut furrowed his brow slightly, his form flashing as he too entered the dimensional space. Upon his arrival, he beheld the peculiar transformation of Android 21. Her visage oscillated between the forms of Bu and her normal state. Ultimately, she morphed into a figure with long brown hair, clad in black-rimmed glasses. Clutching her chest in apparent agony, she muttered, "Damn it," after much effort. The fluctuation has weakened my evil persona, allowing my true self to surface. Sut floated quietly behind her, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. The figure of Android 21, dressed in a white lab coat, seemed to flicker, as if something were attempting to escape from within her. Unable to contain his intrigue, Sut inquired, "What has befallen you?" Startled by the sudden voice, Android 21 abruptly lifted her head, turning to regard Sut with a wary expression. "What is it to you? Leave this dimensional space." Sut, bewildered, recalled his previous encounter with her Bu form, but he felt no animosity towards this normal state of Android 21. However, Before he could speak, a pink mist began to emanate from her body, her face contorted with an unsettling madness. Oh! A piercing scream reverberated throughout the space, the sonic waves distorting the very fabric of reality. Surrounding Android 21, the space appeared to shatter, revealing a pattern of light and shadow. Remarkable. To think that you can shatter space merely with sound. Your power is indeed formidable. Soot marveled, yet his form remained steadfast amidst the tempest, unyielding as a mountain. As the pink mist enveloped her entirely, a brilliant light flashed, and the dimensional space began to disintegrate, resulting in Android 21 splitting into two distinct entities. It appears that everything has been perfectly resolved, allowing me to indulge in the world's culinary delights at my leisure. Let us commence with you. The voice of the bull form of Android 21 resonated, imbued with an added raspiness and allure. Oh, is this the same dichotomy of good and evil akin to that of Majin Buu? As Sutter spoke, his form had already retreated several paces. Such a spectacle is indeed a rare sight to behold in one's lifetime. Are you attempting to escape? Upon noticing Sutter's withdrawal, the bull form of Android 21 blinked and instantly appeared before him, ferociously exclaiming, "Become a part of me." He chuckled, shaking his finger in refusal. Oh no, that simply won't do. I doubt any man would willingly accept such a fate. Just as Sutter was about to make his move, a white figure darted past him. The normal form of Android 21, often referred to as the woman, swung her fist towards the bull form of Android 21, exclaiming, "You wretched fiend. Can't you control your insatiable appetite? All you do is eat." With a resounding thud, the bull form of Android 21, after receiving a punch, retaliated with a furious strike of her own. "How dare you interfere? Do you wish to suppress me as well?" Sutter watched in amusement as the two figures, one white and one pink, clashed repeatedly in the void, creating a series of powerful shockwaves that reverberated through the trembling space. Observing the distortion of the surrounding dimensions, Sutter prudently stepped back, enjoying the spectacle of the two beautiful women engaged in battle, exclaiming, "A fight between stunning women is visually far more captivating." Chapter 162, The Annual Drama, The Struggle for Supremacy. Give up. I shall not allow you to harm others any further. With a swift motion, a formidable surge of energy erupted forth. The righteous proclamation left Sutter momentarily astonished, prompting him to gaze at her more intently. "Your words are far more melodious than your actions," scoffed the bull form of Android 21. With a flick of her hand, she deflected the energy and charged forward, coldly declaring, "You possess some skill. Despite being consumed by me, you have managed to awaken your consciousness once more. Even if you've taken a portion of my power, what difference does it make? You will never triumph over me." Countless energy blades shot from her hands, as if intending to slice him in half. Such a fierce woman. Sutter reclined with his hands behind his head, enjoying the spectacle like a spectator at a show. The normal form was no match for the bull form, quickly succumbing to several energy blade assaults. As blood began to seep through her lab coat, the bull form of Android 21 revealed a glimmer of greed. "Soon, you will meet the same fate as before, consumed by me." Listening to her, Sutter found it rather morbidly amusing. Even she could not escape her own fate. Deciding it was time to intervene, he swiftly appeared before the onslaught, dispersing the energy blades. When it comes to beauty and moral standing, he naturally stood with the normal form of Android 21. Observing the figure of Sutter standing resolutely before him, the Buu form of Android 21 grew increasingly exhilarated, her smile radiating with brilliance. "Ah, it seems you are eager to be devoured by me?" Sutter raised his hand to deflect the incoming punch, replying with a chuckle. "Not at all. I simply cannot bear to see the virtuous being oppressed by the wicked," she retorted angrily, launching a barrage of strikes at Sutter. "To be honest, your level of skill is commendable, but it remains insufficient against me, Android 21," Sutter remarked, effortlessly countering a flurry of blurs that were mere shadows of attacks. With a sudden burst of energy, he sent the Buu form of Android 21 hurtling away. It was evident that even in their combined state, the two androids could not match his prowess, let alone in their diminished forms. Just as Sutter prepared to press the advantage, an unsettling aura emanated from behind him. Upon turning, he found himself unexpectedly embraced. "What are you doing? Is this the time for such enthusiasm in battle?" he inquired, bewildered. "You fool. I intend to absorb you directly." The Buu form of Android 21, now positioned before him, grinned while keeping Sutter tightly clasped. You performed admirably. I shall honor our agreement and allow you to depart. Sutter, taken aback, exclaimed, Is this a scheme? After all this time? I am astonished that I failed to perceive the ruse. Should you not be removing my restraints, android? As Sutter raised his gaze, a flicker of insatiable greed glinted in his eyes. Of course, that is contingent upon my successful absorption of you. The countenance of Android 21 mirrored an infinite avarice. This will not do. I cannot assure what you may do afterward, she retorted, swiftly retreating with Sutter in tow. It seems you have quite a cunning mind. The gaze of the beau form of Android 21 grew increasingly frigid. They were well acquainted, each fully aware of the other's thoughts. In that case, I must eliminate you first. At that moment, even the air seemed to chill several degrees. Sutter, unflustered, continued to observe the unfolding drama with an air of calm certainty. Humph, from the very beginning, you never intended to let me go. Gathering his consciousness to unleash, it was merely a ploy to consume me and achieve your goal of complete digestion, he surmised. Android 21 remained non-committal in response. Heh, as if you harbored no ulterior motives. Claiming to be under my control is simply a means to obtain this power, is it not? She sneered, exuding an air of triumph. Spare me the idle chatter. Can you truly defeat me? If I absorb him, then it will suffice. Her demeanor was one of serene detachment. Yet deep within her eyes lay a bottomless greed akin to that of the beau form of Android 21. Observing her demeanor, it is evident that she is somewhat influenced by the artificial being known as Android 21 in her beau form, while simultaneously embodying the most primal of desires. The notion is rather intriguing. However, let us not forget that I still possess the ability to temporarily seize your consciousness. A cold chuckle escaped the lips of Android 21 in her beau form, as a peculiar crimson glimmer flickered in her eyes. Sutter, taken aback, marveled at the complexities of the female world, which often appeared dauntingly convoluted. With a formidable surge of psychic energy emanating, the atmosphere transformed, saturating the dimensions in a vivid crimson hue. A tremendous explosion of spiritual energy erupted, stirring the air and unleashing a tempest of fierce winds. Even the very fabric of space seemed to tear asunder. The once confident Android 21 now wore a look of astonishment. A drop of blood trickled from her eye. What was transpiring? With my intellect, I am fully aware that you can commandeer my consciousness. Surely, I should have prepared for this. Casting a cold glance at Android 21, I scoffed. Your internal strife is one thing, but must you cling so tightly? It is quite suffocating. Observing the embrace that felt as though she intended to meld me into her very being, I gently cautioned. Silence. Once I consume you, I shall suppress that primal urge and no longer fear the world. Android 21 retorted with a derisive laugh, her right hand gesturing in a mocking manner. You think yourself the cleverest, yet I have not revealed all my cards. Surprised, are you? In an instant, I felt a sharp pain in my abdomen. And the next moment, a mass of pink flesh erupted from my mouth. Sutter could not help but click his tongue. This was not a battle, but rather a dramatic rivalry akin to a court intrigue among women. As I felt my body being propelled by the mass, I maintained a calm expression and flew towards Android 21, jesting. So now, it seems you are the one capturing me? Android 21 licked her lips, disregarding the shock, and laughed maniacally, declaring, Now, you delectable morsel, are mine. Ha! I must admit, I have witnessed quite the spectacle this year-end. The intricacies are truly astonishing. With a shrug, I unleashed a powerful burst, reducing the pink mass to mere powder. Chapter 163. Two women, both deserve a reckoning, curse you. This plan has been thrown into disarray because of you. After venting her frustration, Android 21 charged at me with a sinister grin. It appeared she intended to resort to brute force when subtlety failed. I'm pressed for time. I shan't indulge you further. My speed was remarkable as I unleashed a series of energy blades directed at Android 21's abdomen. Android 21 found herself utterly suppressed, unable to detect any weaknesses in my approach. This individual is surprisingly formidable. Witnessing this, she was momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback by the terrifying prowess I displayed. Android 21, after all, possessed a body transformed by magic, her strength being exceptionally formidable. Yet, even so, is he truly being suppressed by this individual? I presume you are not entirely pure, are you? Surt dominates the scene, overpowering the beau form of Android 21, while still finding time for conversation. In terms of consciousness, I indeed am. However, regarding my physical being, I could not even ascertain my own identity. Upon hearing Surt's words, a fleeting moment of bewilderment flashed in the eyes suspended in the void. As Surt unleashed his energy, he raised an eyebrow. Contemplating the absurdity of it all, his will had been commandeered. To put it simply, as he queried, does the original self even hold significance? My consciousness informs me that devouring you will resolve all issues. The body disintegrated into countless fragments, only to subsequently reassemble behind Surt in her original form. Clenching her fist, she advanced towards Surt, seemingly intending to temporarily ally with the Bew form of Android 21. Surt, I sincerely apologize, but I must consume you. Let us settle this swiftly. I have seen enough of your commotion, Surt declared, facing the two who flanked him, while the white aura surrounding him surged ever higher. Humph, do not become complacent. That energy I just exhibited was far from my full capacity. The Bew form of Android 21 glared fiercely at Surt, directing her palm towards him to unleash a formidable energy blast. Surt, I truly regret this. You might as well resign yourself to becoming a part of me. I shall wield your power to safeguard the earth. She charged towards Surt, a tempest of energy swirling around her. The already collapsing space trembled violently once more. Let us see how this unfolds. Surt smirked, observing the disintegrating dimension. One self-empowered, the other cloaked in repulsive intentions. Two women, both deserving of a reckoning. Surt shuddered, a powerful and surging energy erupting from within him. A milky white energy radiated outward, shattering the entire space like fragile glass. Surt propelled himself upward, delivering a kick that sent the Bew form of Android 21 into the splintering void. Subsequently, without hesitation, he seized the next individual and dragged them into the chaos. Boom, boom, boom. Endless fragments of dimension shattered, cascading into the infinite void. An alternate dimensional space thus met its demise. Earth, it is certain they have departed from here. After what felt like countless searches across the globe, Goku opened his eyes and sighed in resignation. Humph, what a waste of time. I shall return. Vegeta scoffed, preparing to take his leave. However, Trunks, with a hint of concern, hesitated and called out to Vegeta, who was turning away. Concerned for him? What is there to worry about when he is so powerful? Vegeta paused, turning back with a dismissive scoff. Indeed, and if they have ventured into another dimension, who knows if they will return to this place? Piccolo solemnly acknowledged Vegeta's words, preparing to depart as well. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the battle beyond the dimensional barrier was already drawing to a close. How is it that this level represents your utmost limit? Sud observed the disheveled appearance of the Bew form of Android 21 and inquired with an air of calmness. It is utterly outrageous that I have been bested by mere sustenance. The Bew form of Android 21 clenched her fists in fury, her visage contorted with rage. While her face remained sullen and silent, her dissatisfaction was palpable. If you are dissatisfied, then come at me again. I shall continue to strike your behind. Sud chuckled, brandishing the hand that had previously delivered such blows. Humph, it is far too early for you to think you can defeat me. Android 21 sneered at Sud, then shifted her gaze to the figure nearby. A sudden flash of pink light danced across the figure. What is happening? She had no time to be astonished, as her body seemed magnetically drawn towards Android 21. Did I agree to let you consume her? Sud swiftly positioned himself before the figure, grasping her to thwart the tremendous pull. You wretched scoundrel. Enraged that such a surprise attack had been thwarted, Android 21 retaliated. Behold, a massive surge of energy erupted from her hand. In an instant, the Bew form of Android 21 turned away, swiftly tearing through the fabric of space to flee. Do not let her escape. The figure in Sud's grasp exclaimed urgently as the energy blast was dispersed. You think you can absorb others since you cannot absorb me? Understood. Sud narrowed his eyes as he observed the torn space begin to mend, searching for a new dimensional node. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the onlookers prepared to depart, the infinite sky suddenly warped. Then, a swirling black hole materialized. What is happening? Little Goku was the first to notice the anomaly, looking up at the black hole in shock. Is Mr. Sut returning? Trunks exclaimed with a glimmer of excitement, also lifting his gaze. Yet emerging from the black hole was none other than the pink-hued Android 21. Hee, how fortunate. It seems the people are still here, so I shall indulge without reservation. Her melodious laughter accompanied her radiant pink skin and sparkling pink hair. Every inch of her exuded boundless allure, each movement captivating the attention of all present. Truly beautiful. This damned charm is impossible to resist. Yamcha could not tear his gaze away from Android 21's irresistible allure. After all, this charm transcended earthly imagination, possessing an enchanting power over the soul. Goddess, I wish to bear your child. The background characters surged forward like a tidal wave, drawn to her. Those lacking strength found it nearly impossible to withstand Android 21's mesmerizing charm. Chapter 164, Super Saiyan 5, Vegeta. One by one, their faces flushed crimson, madness gleaming in their eyes as they raced towards her, as if they had discovered their ideal divine being. Stop at once, little Goku shouted, unleashing a torrent of crimson energy that knocked the nearest, agitated Xiaofang unconscious. Indeed, Goten, you must awaken to the reality. Gohan, burdened with exasperation, sought to restrain Goten. Is it not evident that the most exquisite treasures often harbor the deadliest of poisons? This fellow so easily ensnared. With an impassive demeanor, Piccolo rendered Yamcha unconscious. His serious gaze fixated upon Android 21. Where is that fool Shitsut? Could he have possibly been defeated? Vegeta, displaying evident dissatisfaction, snorted disdainfully and launched a blood-red fist towards Android 21. Here it comes, and it seems to suit my taste. Let us begin with you. Android 21, observing the charging Vegeta, smiled gleefully. Her lithe figure performed a somersault in midair, unleashing a plume of pink energy. Quick, dodge, Vegeta. In that instant, Goku transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form, utilizing instant transmission in an attempt to rescue his ally. You shall not escape, not a single one of you. With a mere flick of her fingertip, a vast crimson energy dome enveloped the realm, ensnaring Super Saiyan 4 Goku and his companions within. You were nearly devoured. Vegeta narrowly evaded the pink beam, thanks to Goku's intervention. TCH, troublesome. Vegeta scoffed, glaring displeasedly at Goku. I had intended to dismantle her from within, as I did before. Goku, appearing somewhat bewildered, sheepishly scratched his head. I heard that. Android 21's gaze playfully traversed between Vegeta and Goku, ultimately lingering on Goku. Her face radiated uncontainable joy as she languidly remarked, I initially thought you were attempting to flee. After all, you are the most delectable here. I cannot bear it any longer. In a flash, she eagerly charged towards Goku. She felt that consuming the delectable morsel before her would put an end to the relentless pursuit by that previous Saiyan. TCH, your opponent is me. Vegeta coldly huffed, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 and swiftly confronting Android 21. Boom. A colossal energy blast surged from his hands, compressing the surrounding air to the point of explosion. The powerful gusts of energy sent Android 21 hurtling backwards. Hey, she clearly wanted to fight me. Goku lamented, irritated that the opponent had been snatched away. No matter who begins the feast is inconsequential. Android 21 regained her balance effortlessly, nonchalantly tossing her silvery hair. Yet, the madness and greed in her eyes were impossible to conceal. So arrogant, it seems necessary to demonstrate my true power. Vegeta bellowed, the crimson energy waves surging dramatically. This woman was utterly insufferable. Did she truly regard him as mere sustenance? Ha ha ha. As the energy waves surged, the barrier crafted by Android 21 shattered beneath the weight of Vegeta's immense power. In the ensuing chaos, countless shards of energy dispersed in all directions. As the moment of contact with the Earth arrived, it instantaneously transformed into a golden cascade of light. Indeed, your power is remarkably formidable. Among all those I know, you would rank fourth. Observing the continuously surging aura and feeling the hurricane-like winds rushing towards her, Android 21 remained utterly composed. The first, of course, was the Saiyan who had spanked her. The second was undoubtedly herself. And the third was that very Saiyan from moments ago. Fourth, Vegeta could not help but scoff. What a jest. There are simply no rivals for me in this world. Even if there were, it would not deter him from boldly proclaiming such a statement. Encased in a crimson glow, Vegeta's blood-red fur gradually transformed to white. His hair became a shimmering silver, and a multitude of lightning crackled around him. His terrifying energy erupted forth, causing the very earth to tremble beneath its might. Super Saiyan 5, Vegeta. TCH, I expected more strength. With such power, Android 21 did not conceal her disdain, smirking wickedly, beholding the delectable feast that was Sutter. The current Vegeta hardly piqued her interest, yet it was unfortunate. She simply could not match Sutter's prowess. However, The frustration she endured could certainly be unleashed upon the meal before her. Heh, let me broaden your horizons. After all, the more terrified the food is, the more exquisite it shall taste. In her Beau form, Android 21 hovered in midair, raising her hands high as pink flames surged from beneath her. Though she had recently fought and expended much of her energy, her current strength was still sufficient to defeat Vegeta and devour him. The ground shook violently, fissures spreading like a spider's web. The Earth warriors crossed their arms before them, straining to withstand the overwhelming aura. As they retreated, those of lesser strength, like Yamcha and Bulma, were blown far away by the force of the energy wave. Is this guy truly that strong? Where on earth did Sutter vanish to? Even Gohan had to enter Super Saiyan 4, barely managing to withstand the immense pressure and pulling Bulma and the others back. It seems there are so many strong beings. Super Saiyan 4 Goku watched the two battling in the air, their energies clashing, excitement coursing through his body. It was precarious, although Vegeta unleashed his most potent form. The astonishment in Piccolo's eyes reflected the gravity of the situation. One could fear that even someone as powerful as Vegeta might falter against that android. Had Sutter truly been defeated? This is dire. The Earth cannot withstand the energies they are releasing. Tien, gazing at the unfathomable chasm from which crimson liquid oozed, shouted in shock. What manner of demons and monsters are these? Merely by releasing their energies, they have ravaged the Earth to such an extent. Daddy, where is Brother Sutter? Where could he possibly be? Can't you see the Earth is on the brink of destruction? Bulma inquired, her eyes nearly ablaze with fury, wishing to strike down that woman suspended in the air. Curse that wretched woman. Boom, boom, boom. As the energy of Android 21 surged, the Earth transformed into a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The ground cracked in large fissures, and molten lava erupted from the Earth's core, shooting forth like a pillar of light. Chapter 165, The End of Earth. The sky rumbled with lightning, appearing sporadically from the dark clouds. The Earth continued to tremble, as the entire planet faced its cataclysm, with the core shifting violently. The landscapes were in constant flux. The once mighty mountains began to fracture and sink due to the battle between Vegeta and Android 21. Nearby, the sea began to surge back, and hurricanes ravaged the collapsing land. Each powerful strike from Android 21 shook the planet to its very foundations. The Earth reached a critical threshold, engulfed by countless disasters, as all living beings lost their precious lives, except for the protected warriors. Boom, boom, boom. It's over. The Earth is doomed. Far away on a small planet, King Kai clenched his fists, fervently praying. Sut, hurry. If you don't hurry, the Earth will truly be lost. The Earth, on the brink of destruction, faced annihilation. Everything would cease to exist if this continued. Super Saiyan 4 Goku glared in the direction of Vegeta and Android 21, gritting his teeth. He pushed his power to the limit, ready to charge into battle with them. Don't be impulsive, old friend. If you go now, you will only hasten the Earth's demise. Piccolo, quick on his feet, seized Super Saiyan 4 Goku as he lunged towards Vegeta. But Vegeta can't hold on much longer. Super Saiyan 4 Goku furrowed his brow, hesitating. Then let us first evacuate those who are still alive. Piccolo shook his head, sighing, seeking solace. Evacuate. Goku's fists clenched tightly at the sight of Shao Fong and others swaying precariously in the storm. Hurry, form a line. I will take you to King Kai's planet. Dad, hurry. I'll stay behind to help Vegeta. Gohan squinted at Vegeta, who was clearly losing ground, and dashed forward. Gohan, come back. Piccolo's face turned stern, his voice cold. It's fine, Uncle Piccolo. I've attained the power of Super Saiyan 4. As Gohan spoke, he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards Vegeta and Android 21. Observing Vegeta on the verge of collapse, Android 21 scoffed, raising a hand to block Gohan's punch. Is this Gohan? Your flavor is acceptable, but not for now. I must deal with Vegeta first, then the rest of you. Android 21 kicked, forcing Gohan back, then unleashed a powerful energy blast that struck Gohan squarely. With a cry of pain, Gohan was sent flying, blood spewing forth. Gohan, seeing his son unable to withstand a single blow, Super Saiyan 4 Goku rushed forward, catching him and gently setting him down, offering him a senzu bean. Thank you, Dad. Son Gohan fell to the ground. His wounds had healed. Yet his expression bore a hint of despondency. He lamented the fact that he could not withstand a single attack. Damn it. If only I could ascend to the Super Saiyan 5 form. Listening to Gohan's words, son Goten, who could only bounce around in the Super Saiyan 2 state, was utterly perplexed. Must it be so competitive? Are we not allowed to live as Saiyans? Tian Shinhan, noticing the group's hesitation, urged. This is not the time for such discussions. Have you not sensed it? The air here is becoming increasingly thin. Stop dawdling. Hurry up. I will take you all to King Kai's planet. Super Saiyan 4 Goku signaled to the others, his fingers already poised at his forehead. All right. As the group departed, Vegeta, hovering in midair, observed the scene with growing seriousness. Prepare to meet your end, he gasped, clenching his fists and rapidly unleashing his power. Facing the resolute Vegeta, Android 21 scoffed. Do you believe that by releasing your energy, you can incite a cataclysmic explosion? Your attacks hold no significance for me. With a playful lick of her crimson lips, Android 21 continued, I suggest you obediently become my meal. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, his fists tightening as he ignited his entire being with energy. His gaze drifted toward the distance, as if reminiscing about something. Bulma, I am coming to join you. Just as Vegeta was on the brink of self-destruction, a figure materialized from thin air, seizing him and swiftly vanishing once more. Is that the Supreme Kai? Android 21 remarked, her pink energy dissipating as she frowned at the ground, where Piccolo and the others had just been. Curse it. What does it matter if you escape? No matter where you flee, I will find you. With that declaration, fury surged in Android 21's eyes. Her chaotic energy erupted, expanding violently and ravaging the earth. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the earth's capacity finally reached its limit and shattered. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, Jebbit, why are you stopping me? Vegeta frowned, reprimanding him. If I do not save you, you will perish along with the earth. The old Kai placed his hands behind him, leisurely approaching Vegeta. To confront Android 21, either the Supreme Kai must return, or it will depend on your fusion with Goku. Therefore, you cannot afford to die so easily. Humph, and what of that cockroach? Vegeta crossed his arms, seemingly accepting this reasoning. No, that old Kai interjected. Little Goku has already instantaneously moved to his side. He has arrived? The old Kai nodded, urging, I suspect that Android will soon be in pursuit. Are we not concerned about destroying your realm here if we engage in battle? Vegeta surveyed the surrounding beauty with indifference. Rest assured, our realm will remain intact. After the old Kai spoke, Jebbit also wore a proud expression, affirming his words. Indeed, our planet far surpasses your so-called Earth. The situation is dire. The android is approaching swiftly. Suddenly, Goku's expression shifted, sensing violent fluctuations emanating from the fabric of space. The very air around them twisted and tore apart. From within this rift emerged Android 21, her laughter echoing as she gazed at Goku and Vegeta, mockingly inquiring, what devilish scheme are you concocting? In the face of absolute power, all your cunning plans are rendered utterly futile. As she spoke, her visage contorted menacingly. You wretched beings. How clever you are to hide in such a lofty realm. Chapter 166. The battle that was promised. Where are the rest of those fiends? Where have you concealed them? Those despicable creatures were all part of her early reservations. None could be spared. Upon witnessing Android 21, the old Supreme Kai exhibited none of the expected frailty of his age, darting away at a breakneck pace. I don't fancy consuming old men. Android 21 remarked disdainfully, flicking her hair, unimpressed by his frantic retreat. Just as Android 21 stepped into the Supreme Kai's realm, Sutter discovered the spatial node leading back to Earth, shattering the barrier. Suspended amidst the vast galaxy, Sutter, holding onto his captive, muttered to himself, Where is Earth? Perhaps you miscalculated the node? He rolled his eyes in exasperation. If you hadn't wasted my time searching for the node, I wouldn't have let you, Sutter retorted with a cold chuckle. Previously, this woman had deemed Sutter's efficiency inadequate, boasting that she would seek it out herself. Unfazed by her antics, Sutter permitted her to lead the way, only for her to guide him through alternate dimensions. Squandering considerable time, after delivering 3 swift strikes to her rear, Sutter finally discerned the spatial node and returned. Yet, where was Earth? Where were the humans? Gohan, Piccolo. Their energy is over there, near the North Kai. Sutter quickly sensed, directing his gaze to the expansive starry sea. To his surprise, Goku, Vegeta, and Android 21 were also present. It seemed he had not returned too late. Not too late. Earth is gone, perhaps obliterated by Android 21. He scoffed, delivering a biting remark. Sutter narrowed his eyes, casting a cold glance. Silence. Behave yourself, or I shall end you." The woman huffed, previously emboldened by Sutter's reluctance to harm her, but sensing his genuine ire, she ceased her provocations and complied, allowing herself to be held. In a flash, Sutter employed instant transmission, vanishing from sight. In the Supreme Kai's realm, Android 21 gazed at the battle-ready Super Saiyan Goku and Super Saiyan Vegeta, her crimson lips glistening as she licked them. "How can you be so certain that your struggles will be in vain?" As the Android 21 was poised to unleash a transformation beam, a sudden tremor in her hand caused her to disregard the distant trees turning to crumbs. And she turned back in terror. "Sut, you're alive?" Vegeta exclaimed, a smirk gracing his lips upon seeing Sut. The timing of this appearance was rather fortuitous, as he and Kakarot would no longer need to fuse, whether it was through the Patera earrings or the Metamoran's fusion technique. He had no desire to resort to such measures. "How is it possible? You managed to return to the spatial node." Upon recognizing Sut's familiar silhouette, Android 21 felt an unexpected pang in her backside. With a murmur of frustration, she directed her ire towards him, questioning, "Did you assist him?" "Let us not speak so harshly. There are only eternal interests, not eternal friends," she remarked indifferently, one hand on her hip while the other playfully twirled her brown locks. "Wow, what a stunning beauty." The ancient Supreme Kai, who had been keeping his distance, began to approach slowly with a lecherous gaze. How had Earth come to be so thoroughly toyed with by them? Sut caught wind of the Supreme Kai's crude remarks and narrowed his eyes in scrutiny. Jebet God was momentarily taken aback, but quickly launched into an explanation at breakneck speed regarding the events that transpired. "The power of Super Saiyan 5, eh?" Sut nodded, casting a sidelong glance at Vegeta, subtly implying, "Next time, refrain from making frivolous wishes, whether trivial or significant, reinforce the simplicity of Earth." TCH. Vegeta suddenly felt as though he had been subtly insulted. Sut merely mentioned this and shifted his gaze to Android 21, inquiring, "What about you? Have you made a decision? If you defy me, I shall have no choice but to send you on your way." With a resounding thud, Android 21 did not respond verbally, but hurled a massive energy sphere towards Sut and attempted to flee. TSK. Sut disdainfully spat, effortlessly deflecting the energy sphere before pursuing Android 21. Initially, both Goku and Vegeta envisioned this confrontation to be intense, perhaps even teetering on the brink of life and death. However, as Sut darted through the air like a streak of light, the scene took a decidedly comical turn. The Android 21, already outmatched by Sut, was intercepted midair. In an instant, Sut grasped her by the nape of her neck, pressing her down onto his thigh like a kitten. The crisp sound of slaps echoed as Sut playfully smacked her backside, the force reverberating through the air. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Only the ancient Supreme Kai, with a look of calm and a hint of rosy hue creeping across his face, displayed an envious expression, wishing he could also give that android's rear a playful smack, for it appeared remarkably bouncy. "Let go of me, you scoundrel." Android 21 felt the dual pressure of power and humiliation and began to shout in anger. "Damn you. You might as well just kill me. Don't kill her. Devour her instead." Upon hearing Android 21's furious outburst, the ancient Supreme Kai shot into the air, swallowing hard. "Humph, if it weren't for your meddling, would I have ended up in this predicament?" The Android 21 observed, her anger escalating. If they had not separated and remained as one, their power would not be so lacking. "Ha ha ha, please." Sut showed no interest in her, casting a glance filled with mischief and proudly puffing out her chest. "My dear, I beseech you, let me stay by your side as your devoted servant. Don't be so frivolous." Sut shot a sideways glance at the two bewildered Saiyans and the two Supreme Kais, admonishing them with a sharp tone. "All right then, I'll leave it to you," she pleaded, sidling up to Sut and softly blowing in his ear. The playful affection from a woman, especially one as unique as this android, was something Sut found utterly irresistible. "You scoundrel, do not let her devour me. What she can offer you, I can provide as well." Faced with the threat to her existence, Android 21 disregarded her dignity and strength, immediately begging for mercy. "I do not wish to fuse. I want to consume her. That would quell my hunger." With a glare at Android 21, she turned her hopeful gaze towards Sut. Observing the bizarre scene before them, Vegeta and Goku exchanged bewildered looks, utterly perplexed by the turn of events. Chapter 167. The Appearance of Kuranoya. Where was the anticipated life and death struggle? Why did it suddenly feel like a playful exchange between lovers? "You two should fuse back, but but abide by the rules. No consuming people, or I will annihilate you both. Sut restrained Android 21, drawing her near. Hee. Then let us do 1, 3, 5, and you take 2, 4, 6. We'll split the remaining day in half. Understanding when to stop, she giggled. Thank you so much, my dear. The two women instantly shed their limits, merging back into a single entity, yet maintaining their usual appearance. Now this is splendid. I might even have time for some research, she exclaimed, satisfied. Originally, her power was inferior to that of the Majin form of Android 21. But now with Sut's presence, she finally found her breath of fresh air. Truly, she was a clever scientist. Even earlier, while being led by Sut, she had realized the importance of having a strong ally. How foolish it would be not to rely on such support. In the next moment, her usual form transformed into the Majin form of Android 21, who smiled with delight. This power is entirely within my control. The Majin form of Android 21 was equally pleased, not wishing for her other persona to emerge during her moment of respite. Cede control to me. Today is Monday on Earth, she suddenly declared, frowning as she admonished the Majin form of Android 21. With her musings interrupted, the Majin form quickly receded, reverting back to the usual Android 21. So, do you still wish to consume them? Sut inquired, pointing at the still-dazed Goku and Vegeta. Consume what? I will follow your lead. Whatever you wish for me to eat, I shall eat. Android 21 giggled, leaping into Sut's embrace. Sut, feeling somewhat speechless, scratched his head, completely bewildered by the woman's thoughts. Indeed, is a woman's heart as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean? How could her demeanor change so drastically all of a sudden? I shall endeavor to utilize my scientific methods to suppress my cravings. Perhaps, in due time, I might resemble an ordinary person. Android 21, lifting the sleeves of her white coat, boldly proclaimed her intentions with fervor. Do as you wish. Just don't bring ruin upon the earth. Sut shrugged nonchalantly and descended to the ground. Is this really the end? Little Goku blinked in confusion, pointing at Android 21 and inquiring. Humph, I was always the good one. Android 21 dismissed little Goku entirely, making a face at him. In my Buu form, I could never control my appetite, leading to many misdeeds. But from now on, my dear, just watch me. Humph, even if the earth perished. You dare to call this mere child's play? Vegeta felt the frustration rising within him, almost bursting forth. Fine, as long as this crisis is resolved. Jebet hurriedly intervened to ease the tension. Without Sut, Android 21 might have devoured all the formidable beings in the universe. Although, there aren't many strong ones left. I shall go retrieve everyone from King Kai's planet, Mr. Goku, and I would appreciate it if you could make a trip to Namek. Noticing the frowns of discontent directed at Sut and Android 21, Jebet quickly excused himself from the awkward situation. All right. Little Goku nodded and instantly teleported away to Namek. Humph. Vegeta crossed his arms, leaning against a tree, addressing Sut. This creature is your responsibility since you left her here. Responsible for what? Sut tilted his head in confusion. He merely spared Android 21's life, not engaged in any further entanglement. Regardless of how you take responsibility, she cannot remain on Earth. She is far too dangerous. Vegeta furrowed his brow, glaring at Sut. Do you think I desire to linger on Earth? Before Sut could respond, Android 21 interjected, hands on her hips, glaring fiercely. I belong to Sut in life and in death. I shall follow him for all my days. Surely, that cannot be true. Sut's lips twitched slightly, bewildered by her proclamation. Beautiful women always belong to someone. The old Kai stood a short distance away, letting out a long sigh. One can admire, but not possess. How unfortunate. Subsequently, with Jebet's return, he brought back the backdrop of Earth. Upon seeing Android 21, Tien and the others were nearly frightened out of their wits. Humph, a bunch of useless cowards. Android 21 regarded them with regal disdain, not even glancing in their direction. Before long, little Goku returned, bearing news of Earth's restoration and the revival of its inhabitants. Thus, the tumult stirred by Android 21 came to a close. Time flew swiftly, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this interval, Sut and Android 21 resided at Bulma's home on Earth. Firstly, Android 21 requires advanced scientific machinery. And conveniently, Bulma is a scientist, thus she occasionally appropriates it. Secondly, Sutter is too apathetic to place his hopes on the ineffectual old Kai. Although a time machine has been developed, I believe that directly executing dimensional space jumps would be far superior. Android 21 appears to be exceedingly capable. She has no interest in the time machine and has begun to immerse herself in the research of parallel worlds. Logically, this would necessitate the time ring of the Kaioshin. Yet regrettably, neither of the Kaioshins in this realm possesses one. Reclining languidly in a chair in the courtyard, Sutter casually sipped his drink as he spoke. However, with Bulma's time machine, I can assure you that within 6 months, we will have developed a device capable of traversing to other parallel worlds. Android 21, with her hands in her pockets and a confident smile gracing her face, assured that it would indeed include the worlds you refer to. Inhabited by those gods of destruction and angels, can it be precise enough to the timeline? If I wish to return to the exact moment I departed, Sutter exclaimed in surprise, sitting up to regard Android 21 with seriousness. Of course, Android 21 replied affirmatively. After this spirited individual dashed towards the laboratory, Sutter resumed his languid repose. Barely had he reclined when he sensed a spatial disturbance above the courtyard. Sutter swiftly suppressed his energy and flashed to the side of the emerging black hole, gazing at the figure gradually materializing from within. Kuranoya. Upon seeing the petite girl emerge from the black hole, Sutter swiftly seized her arm with remarkable speed. Chapter 168. Finally reunited with Vados. Hey you! The Kaioshin of time exclaimed, attempting to break free from Sutter's grasp. Let me explain. Sutter had no desire for any explanations. His free hand delivered a merciless slap to Kuranoya's rear. Smack! Ouch! That hurts! Amidst the anguished cries, Sutter finally released Kuranoya, who was now sobbing. Now confess your misdeeds. Humph! Kuranoya sniffled, attempting to maintain her pride, yet upon seeing the raised hand of Sutter, she promptly capitulated and divulged everything. Thus, the events unfolded. As Kuranoya wept, she recounted the sequence of events intermittently. Are you implying that this is the Grand Priest's revenge on me? Sutter raised an eyebrow, attentively observing Kuranoya's expression. Simply because I allowed him to have something, which was then intercepted by an eraser, he, in his frustration, sought to confine me in another world for a year. Well, not exactly a year. It mainly depends on the flow of time. His intention was to have you remain here for 10 years, Kuranoya nodded, responding with a pitiful demeanor. Oh, truly, what a delightful father-in-law I have. Sutter gritted his teeth, revealing a devious smile. Once he returns, he intends to personally prepare a lavish feast before the Grand Priest and exploit the properties of food to bring about the Grand Priest's demise. Are you here to take me to meet Bardos? Sutter swiftly brushed aside the question, his gaze intense. Yes. I plan to bring back several of the powerful beings from this world to form the Time Patrol, Kuranoya replied, somewhat bashfully. In truth, her ulterior motive was to prevent Sutter from discovering her true intentions, allowing him to remain here undisturbed. Of course, this thought was one she would keep to herself. Powerful beings? Sutter mused, recalling Goku and the others, as well as some members of the Time Patrol from Dragon Ball Heroes, naming them aloud. Trunks, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan. From a distance, Sun Wutian, who had initially intended to seek out Sutter for a flirtation, reacted with displeasure upon hearing the term powerful beings. Hey, don't forget about me. Well, I suppose you can be considered one, Sutter replied dismissively, waving his hand while glancing at Kuranoya. When are we leaving? Anytime you wish. Kuranoya replied, rubbing her sore backside, looking rather pitiful as she deferred to Sutter's decision. Excellent, then let us return at once. Sutter exclaimed, springing up from his reclining chair and instructing Sun Wutian, go home and summon your father and brother. Oh, is there some formidable enemy we must face? Sun Wutian inquired, having grown weary of peaceful days, a hint of curiosity in his voice. There will be. Sutter shot him a sidelong glance before leading Kuranoya toward the grand house. He needed to keep an eye on the little girl. If she were to escape, he would surely lament. 10 minutes later, everyone reconvened in the courtyard. Are you truly leaving? Do you not require my assistance in developing machines? The android 21, still clinging to Kuranoya, asked with a tinge of jealousy. No need. This little one can take me back directly. Sutter gestured toward Kuranoya, who was about his waist in height. Then I shall accompany you. There is nothing entertaining here. Android 21 contemplated briefly before making her decision. Geez, you seem to attract trouble wherever you go, Kuranoya remarked, noticing the beauty of Android 21, rivaling Bardos. I'll tell Sister Bardos to give you a kick when we return. Such impure thoughts. Sute scoffed. He admired Android 21. But he had no intention of making any bold moves. I am the god, the supreme Kai of time, Kuranoya declared with clenched fists, but Sute ignored her outburst. What exactly are we doing with this patrol? Goku, hands on his hips, questioned Sute. Time patrol? Wait, you possess a seal from the dragon? Kuranoya shifted her focus to Goku, quickly sensing something unusual about him. Your physique one do. I shall help you restore it. Little Fong, who had curiously followed along, couldn't contain her excitement. Really? Can you make Grandpa normal again? Of course. Kuranoya proudly brandished her staff, gesturing towards Goku. No longer the young Goku. He reverted to his original middle-aged form. The scene instantly filled Sun Wufan and Xiaofang with uncontainable joy as the father and daughter clasped hands in delight. Wonderful. Grandpa, Dad, has finally returned. Enough with the unnecessary delays. Let us hasten to the time nest. Sute cast a sideways glance at Kuranoya, urging him onward. How much time he had squandered in anticipation of seeing Bardos. Very well. Kuranoya waved his hand, causing the previously vanished black hole to reappear. Everyone, follow me. I shall explain the situation when we reach the time nest. Seeing Xiaofang intent on following, Sun Wufan frowned and objected. You shouldn't go. Return home. We don't want Biddy Li to worry. No way. I want to go too. I want to see. Xiaofang, hands on her hips, refused to be left behind. After some bickering, Sun Wukong ultimately conceded to Xiaofang's wishes. Hooray! I knew Grandpa would agree, she exclaimed, bouncing with glee. Then let us proceed, Kuranoya. You shall lead the way. This time, Sute had learned to be prudent and did not immediately dive into the black hole, despite his eagerness. After a brief exchange, Kuranoya led the group onward, with Sute and Android 21 being the last to enter the black hole. Where does this black hole lead? Vegeta inquired, flying behind Sun Wukong and addressing Kuranoya at the front. What black hole? This is a time-space gateway. We are currently traversing a temporal corridor that leads to the time nest. Kuranoya replied, casting a disapproving glance at Vegeta for referring to it as a black hole. It looks just like a black hole. What kind of time-space gateway is that? Sute scoffed. After all, it was this very individual who had confined him for an entire year. In mere seconds, they passed through the black hole and arrived at their destination. Beyond lay a peculiar realm, where the sky was adorned with clock parts, and a magnificent tree stood tall upon the ground, accompanied by two quaint houses nearby. Sute landed swiftly, eager to call out, My beloved, the moment we've long awaited is finally here. Chapter 169, Wait for Nightfall. Come to my room. Upon hearing the longed-for voice, the door of one of the houses swung open, revealing a woman draped in a white dress. Her figure alluring and her long hair cascading down her shoulders. With her charming features, who else could it be but Bardos? Bardos, at last I see you, Sute exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, as if in a dream. Sut, I have missed you so much. Do you miss me? Bardos, with tears shimmering in her eyes, suddenly leaped into Sute's embrace. Observing the heartfelt reunion, Sun Wutian approached Android 21 with a playful grin. TSK, have you suffered a heartbreak? Huh. Do you believe I might turn you into a cookie to devour? Android 21's face was icy, her voice a fierce threat. Sun Wutian quickly stepped back, mimicking a zipper motion across his mouth, choosing silence. Oh dear, what a moving scene this is. Kuranoya placed her hands behind her back, approaching the recently separated Sut and Bardos with an air of elderly indignation, ready to lodge a complaint. Vados, this fellow slapped me on the backside. You must help me. With a mischievous grin, Bardos, whose arms were completely bent outward, playfully poked Kuranoya's cheek with her finger. What did you expect for sending someone to another world on purpose? It's not like I'm eager to do it. Kuranoya retorted in frustration, then turned to call out to Sun Wukong and the others. Come over here. I'll give you a brief introduction to your duties. Is there a salary? Sun Wutian asked, casting a sidelong glance at Sut, who was being overly affectionate with Bardos in a rather pragmatic manner. Yes, meals and accommodation are provided, along with free access to the temporal gateways to various worlds. It sounds like there aren't any real benefits. Isn't food and lodging a given? Sun Wutian continued his indifferent inquiries. If you don't want to work, I can send you back. Kuranoya gritted her teeth, wishing she could just package Sun Wutian back to where he came from and dismiss him. Sut was unconcerned with the labor relations among them, even ignoring Android 21 entirely, as he held onto Bardos' hand tightly. Don't worry. I'm doing splendidly here with Kuranoya. I just occasionally crave the delicious dishes you used to make. Vados continuously reassured Soot. If you want to eat, that's simple. I'll make something for you right away. A broad smile spread across Soot's face as he followed Vados into the kitchen. How infuriating. I thought this man was oblivious to matters of the heart, yet he genuinely appears to have someone special. Android 21 fumed, stamping her foot in frustration, yet feeling helpless since nothing inappropriate had transpired between her and Soot. As Soot busied himself preparing a sweet meal for the two of them, Kuranoya, oblivious to the delicious aroma, barged in. For dishes were simply insufficient for someone who seemed as if she hadn't eaten in a millennium, leading Soot to reluctantly whip up a few more. Shortly thereafter, Sun Wukong joined the fray, and ultimately, Soot found himself preparing an extravagant feast. During the meal, they introduced themselves, and the gathering could barely be considered a joyous occasion for the main guests. Poor Soot, the chef, bore the brunt of the workload. Don't be upset. I'll reward you properly tonight, Vados whispered sweetly, kissing Soot on the cheek. Her words brought a slight lift to Soot's spirits. Once everyone was satiated, Kuranoya declared, "Let us begin examining the anomalies on the scroll of time. Once we identify them, we shall embark on our journey to the errant world." With her fists clenched in excitement, she beckoned everyone to leave the dining hall in a flurry. Noticing Android 21 hesitating to depart, Vados leaned in closer to Soot and whispered, "Soot, what is your relationship with that woman?" "There is no relationship. It's nothing at all," Soot replied sincerely, slowly savoring the steak on his plate. "Huh, as an angel, I am still a woman. How could I not perceive her thoughts towards you?" Vados teased, seemingly indifferent as she playfully whispered in his ear, "Do you truly have no feelings at all? What thoughts does she have of me?" Soot pondered. Soot, provoked, set down his knife and fork, a smile playing on his lips as he replied with a question of his own. "What thoughts should I entertain? I am not particularly concerned with the musings of that android." Vados, grinning mischievously, nestled into Soot's embrace. "If you fancy her, then keep her, after all. You have Sister Makalita as well. What's a few more? Why ponder so much? Go take a shower and head to your room." Soot deftly sidestepped the weighty subject, redirecting the conversation. "Humph, so impatient." Vados chuckled once more, rising from Soot's lap and planting a kiss before departing the dining hall. Upon stepping outside, Vados immediately wiped the smile from her face and turned to regard the android, number 21, who lingered beneath a nearby tree. "Sister? Did you call me?" Number 21 jolted, her body stiffening momentarily. It was not merely her timid nature. She also harbored a certain fear of Vados' formidable prowess. The other was far too powerful, instilling a sense of caution within her. "Oh dear, why are you so tense?" Vados approached with a knowing smile, standing before number 21. "You are stronger than I am." Number 21 could not help but take a step back, shrinking her form. "Or is it perhaps because you harbor feelings for Soot?" Noting the retreat, Vados took a step closer, her face alight with mischief. "I do not like him." Number 21 trembled, revealing a fragile demeanor akin to that of a timid lamb for the first time. "Oh, you are truly easy to frighten." Vados placed a hand to her mouth, her smile widening. Yet, she swiftly reined in her expression, stepping back to maintain a distance of 1 meter from the android. "When night falls, come to my room. I have matters to discuss with you." The tone was commanding, and though number 21 wished to refuse, she was too fearful to do so. Very well, she thought, feeling a sense of frustration. If only she had never come to this so-called time nest. Had she remained on Earth, she would have been a force to reckon with. That day, Trunks and his companions were designated as the Time Patrol, diligently searching for anomalies in the time scrolls. Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan, as the vanguard of the Time Patrol, set forth to rectify the disturbances in various worlds. Everyone appeared to be exceptionally busy, except for Soot, who lounged beneath the great tree outside the house, casually flirting with Vados. Any notion of duty was non-existent. Should Kuranoya summon him for assistance, Soot would merely raise the very hand that had once spanked him. As night descended, Soot lay in bed early, awaiting Vados' arrival. Chapter 170. Return to the Hyper-Universe. Encountering the Grand Priest. "What do you want her in your room for at this hour?" Soot hastily pulled the covers over himself, looking for something thrilling. Vados grinned wickedly, closing the door behind her. "Wait, no." As the sounds of rustling mixed with the clatter of movement filled the air, Soot cursed under his breath. "This is what you asked for. Since you wish to indulge in such thrills, let us enjoy them to the fullest." Ha ha. Two women together, an endless array of excitement. Time swiftly passes, and unbeknownst to them, a month has elapsed. Sutter felt a tinge of ennui as he stood beneath the towering tree, glancing sideways at Badass. "Do you wish to return?" he inquired. "Not at all. I find no boredom here," Badass replied with a languid smile, rolling playfully on the grass. "And you?" Sutter turned his gaze toward Android 21, who was engaged in brewing tea. "Thanks to Sister Badass's assistance, I now possess no appetite whatsoever for Sun Wukong and his companions. Not even for you." This statement eloquently conveyed Android 21's sentiments. "Well then, I shall take my leave, as I have matters to discuss with the Grand Priest," Sutter remarked, brushing off the leaves that had settled on his shoulder. "Off you go. Let Kuranoya grant you an honorary time patrol identity, allowing you to traverse the nest of time and various universes," Badass mused, gesturing toward Kuranoya, who was merrily bouncing out of a small house. "All right." Sutter waved and stepped away from the colossal tree. The dappled light, filtering through the resplendent branches, cast a mosaic of shimmering spots upon the grass. Sutter successfully acquired the ability to traverse worlds from Kuranoya and returned to the realm of Dragon Ball Super. In the Xeno's palace, the two diminutive Xenos beamed upon Sutter's arrival, circling him in joyous delight. Sutter, it's been ages. Where have you been? Any delicious treats? Didn't someone confine me to a particular location?" Sutter replied with a sidelong glance at the ever-genteel Grand Priest, his words laced with subtle sarcasm. Alas, the two little Xenos, with their limited intellect, failed to grasp the deeper meaning and merely clamored for food. After distributing some snacks, Sutter smiled warmly at the Grand Priest. "It has indeed been a long while. Not too long, merely a few tens of thousands of years, a mere moment for me," the Grand Priest replied, returning the smile with an air of composure. "Since it's a rare visit, allow me to prepare some delicacies for you." Sutter began to subtly tease. "After all, you always miss out on my culinary creations, don't you?" "Humph, just some food, entirely dispensable," the Grand Priest retorted, seemingly unfazed by the absence of food. Chuckling, Sutter refrained from further banter and set up his kitchen utensils within the spacious and sacred Xeno's palace. As he skillfully worked, even the two Xeno's bamboo guards could not help but sniff the enticing aroma wafting through the air. So fragrant, so delightful. The lively little Xenos quickly scampered over to Sutter, bouncing with excitement. I want to eat. It will be ready shortly," Sutter replied nonchalantly, continuing his tasks. In the next moment, under the direction of the little Xenos, a long table materialized within the Xeno's palace. The dishes prepared by Sutter were swiftly brought forth by the bamboo guards, one plate after another. "Dig in." Noting that the Grand Priest had not joined the little Xenos at the table, Sutter, with a cigarette in his mouth, offered the already prepared food. "Do not attempt to sway me." The Grand Priest hesitated but ultimately accepted the platter, uttering the most resolute words. Soot cast a sidelong glance at him before turning to serve two plates to the bamboo staff guards, declaring, "These are for you." Although the two guards remained silent, their faces radiated surprise, and they happily accepted the offerings. Soot, with a cigarette in his mouth, observed the satisfaction that blossomed on the faces of those present as they indulged in the meal. "Congratulations, host. You have garnered the approval of the two guards of the All-King regarding your culinary skills, resulting in a 15-point increase in your cooking proficiency. Your current culinary level is now 15. This reward totals 50 units of divine combat power, bringing your total divine combat power to 254. You can now transform into the Super Saiyan form, Deep Blue, and transmit to Ultra Green. Additionally, as there are both the All-King and the Grand Priest among the tasters, you are further rewarded with the third level of the Supreme State of Free and Unrestrained Mastery and the first level of Destructive Power. Currently, the Supreme State of Free and Unrestrained Mastery stands at level 6, while Destructive Power is at level 2. Soot listened to the system's announcement with a neutral expression, his gaze fixed on the Grand Priest who was savoring his food. Suddenly, he inquired, "I wish to take Margarita with me. Do you have any other angels who could serve as the guiding angel for Universe 11? Allow me to think." The Grand Priest paused mid-bite, narrowing his eyes at Soot. This fellow truly does not shy away from bold requests. Consider this. While you're at it, you might as well replace the guiding angel for Universe 10 as well. Soot, unfazed by the audacity of his request, continued, "After all, Kess is also an angel who will accompany me. Being human, aren't you concerned about the potential consequences?" The Grand Priest's dissatisfaction grew with each word, his brow furrowing as he glared at Soot. Huh, aside from the mother of angels, how many wives do you have? Soot retorted boldly. During his time in the Nest of Time, while frolicking with Bardos and Android 21, he had heard Bardos mention that there was indeed only one mother of angels, but the Grand Priest had over 20 other wives. Having just 4 companions by his side, was that excessive? Allowing you to take them along is not out of the question, but you must assist me with a task. The Grand Priest pondered for a moment, continuing to eat as he spoke. Here we go, speak. Soot interjected before the Grand Priest could continue, eager to press on. Please don't ask me to engage in any morally reprehensible or heinous acts. Not to that extent. The corners of the Grand Priest's mouth twitched slightly, and he could not help but let 3 black lines of irritation form on his forehead. I need you to find a specific angel and bring her back. A female? Your runaway lover? Soot couldn't resist the urge to tease him with that question. My eldest son, Walker. The Grand Priest's previously composed demeanor cracked, and he jabbed his fork into a carrot on the plate, biting down tightly as he spoke through gritted teeth. He's still alive? Soot's playful expression vanished, replaced by a serious inquiry. Yes, originally, in every universe supervised by angels, when a god of destruction perishes, the angels fall into a state of slumber. However, in Walker's case, an unexpected incident occurred. Chapter 171. The betrayal of the Mad Walker, an unexpected incident? Even among the angels under your control, such occurrences can arise. Soot scoffed derisively, though he quickly stifled his smile. Bardos, after all, could also be considered an unexpected factor. The esteemed High Priest has always exhibited unparalleled benevolence towards angels, yet remains coldly indifferent towards humanity. Casting a fleeting glance at Soot, he continued, perhaps he harbored treacherous intentions long ago. Otherwise, he would not have severed our connection and escaped my grasp. Soot, adorned with 3 imposing black question marks hovering above him, raised his hands in exasperation and candidly asserted, please elaborate. If you wish for his assistance, you must elucidate the circumstances. Although he had heard vague whispers in Bardos and Saiyan, they were merely hearsay at best. This matter, it seems, dates back quite a distance. The High Priest set down his plate, elegantly retrieved a white handkerchief to dab at the corners of his mouth, and spoke leisurely. In those times, the universe was not as refined as it is now. Often, the guiding angels held sway over matters. Yet, one immutable truth has persisted for billions of years. Angels must not intervene in the universe's affairs of good and evil. And then he became involved. Soot, puffing on a cigarette, recounted what he had previously heard from Bardos. I understand he sought to create the strongest human in the cosmos, which led him to meddle in the realms of good and evil. You also warned him on several occasions, did you not? Yet, due to his obstinance, the experiments worsened, disrupting the universe's equilibrium. Noticing a hint of uncertainty in Soot's words, the High Priest offered an encouraging glance, urging him to continue. His guided universe came to an end, and Walker became a fallen angel. There are 2 possible outcomes. One was obliteration by the All-King, and the other was your reluctant release of him? Not entirely accurate. The High Priest forced a smile and inquired, I had already observed your intervention, which prevented Melis from straying off course. Can you truly foresee the future? Soot regarded the High Priest with skepticism, attempting to glean insight from his expression. The High Priest, maintaining a stoic demeanor, responded with calm detachment. I merely drew conclusions based on his actual actions. Had Melis encountered Moro, he would undoubtedly have intervened. He implied, only those who have experienced good and evil firsthand can truly comprehend their weight. I must express my gratitude for your intervention, which inadvertently saved my young one. However, having observed the events closely, I could surmise some details. Soot echoed the High Priest's sentiments, pondering, otherwise, it would be intriguing if the old man were to claim he could indeed foresee the future. Redirecting the topic, Soot swiftly continued, if that is the case, then the rumors lack credibility, do they not? Outsiders might perceive the High Priest as heartless and rigid in his adherence to the rules concerning Melis. However, the reality for an angel is that one must abide by these tenets, lest they be erased by the universe's inherent laws. Ultimately, Melis transformed into an ordinary human, a result of the High Priest's gracious intervention. Naturally, emulating the cunning of that fellow Weiss would not be out of the question. He never assists anyone overtly, often skirting the edges with culinary delights. As Soot pondered the possibility that Walker might not be so malevolent, his imagination conjured a narrative wherein Walker, compelled by various unavoidables, intervened in the cosmic struggle between good and evil, ultimately leading to a tragic conclusion. However, this fanciful reverie was swiftly shattered by the High Priest's subsequent revelation. Walker was, in fact, an unequivocal madman. Sutter, momentarily taken aback, struggled to reconcile this new information with his previous notions of the protagonist valiantly battling against malevolent forces. How had his firstborn morphed into a deranged, obsessive figure in the eyes of the High Priest? Noticing Sutter's bewilderment, the High Priest sheepishly clarified that even among angels, Walker was a unique specimen. One such anomaly is more than sufficient, Sutter muttered under his breath in response. Angels, beings of immense power that transcend both humanity and the Destroyers, are indeed formidable entities. Sutter had only encountered Walker through a few fan-made comics, which consisted of fragmented narratives that were often ambiguous. Aside from the battles featuring him and Sun Wukong, there were scant details regarding his character. If one were to seek a connection, it might be found in the enigmatic elder who trained Wukong, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to a certain king adorned with a pair of white mustaches. What set Walker apart from other angels was his morbid curiosity towards humanity. The High Priest's gaze drifted, seemingly lost in recollection. Initially, Walker showed no signs of his peculiarities, but upon becoming an angelic guide, everything transformed. He began to incite and manipulate his destroyers to intervene in human affairs, steering the cosmos towards an irretrievable trajectory. The universe, under his watchful eye, descended into chaos, prompting the destroyers to grow weary of humanity's gradual demise and to bring their grievances before me. Through the High Priest's ramblings, Sutter gleaned insights beyond the mere rumors. The destroyers' complaints alerted the High Priest to Walker's eccentric behaviors, marking the first warning issued to him. Regrettably, the madman Walker remained indifferent to such caution. After the appointment of yet another new destroyer, they became mutual overseers, much to Walker's dissatisfaction, as he sought to maintain control over the universe's evolution. Thus, under the pretext of scouting for a successor, he resolved to cultivate an obedient destroyer from among ordinary humans, teaching them the art of destruction. This ambitious scheme, indeed, deceived the destroyers of the time. In the initial stages of the experiment, the destroyer personally sought out formidable humans to instruct. Yet none succeeded in mastering the art of destruction. After dismissing these individuals, Walker discreetly confined them to a remote planet, marking the second phase of his experiment, to create the strongest human. However, from the training to the utilization of external means, even resorting to stealing the Patera earrings from the Supreme Kai, none were able to emerge as a being comparable to a destroyer's might. Ordinarily, at such junctures, an experimenter would relinquish hope, but Walker, driven by his insanity, persisted relentlessly. The god of destruction soon perceived the disappearance of various powerful beings across the cosmos and promptly reported Walker to the High Priest once again. Walker was summoned to the Hall of the Omni King, where he remained obstinately unyielding in the face of the High Priest's lackluster warnings. In this chapter, however, a chilling thought began to take root in Walker's mind. To extricate himself from the High Priest's control and directly engage in the governance of the universe without the fear of obliteration. As an angel, he yearned to retain his formidable power while simultaneously disregarding the cosmic laws. Such aspirations seemed more fantastical than a mere dream. Yet, driven by his madness, Walker embarked on a series of disguises and schemes under these three convictions. Remarkably, the plan succeeded against all odds. By creating the strongest human and absorbing all of their energy, he believed that his pure angelic power would become modeled. Once this modeled angelic power reached a qualitative transformation, he could successfully break free from the High Priest's grip and avoid being erased by the cosmic rules. For in this state, he would possess human energy, thus transcending the realm of pure angelhood, existing between the two species. This strongest human, whose strength was on par with Walker's, ultimately succumbed to energy depletion at Walker's hands. However, before his demise, he became aware of the god of destruction's death and the subsequent slumber that awaited the angels. In a final act of vengeance, he struck down the god of destruction, opting for a mutually assured destruction. The death of the strongest human did not lead to Walker's slumber. Rather, the completion of energy absorption enabled him to successfully free himself from the High Priest's dominion. Upon hearing this, Sutter discarded his cigarette butt and gazed at the High Priest, whose hands were clasped behind his back. The tale is concluded, the High Priest declared with simplicity. The final outcome was neither his erasure by the Omni King nor a deliberate escape facilitated by Sutter. What if Walker truly broke free from your control? Sutter blinked, silently giving Walker a thumbs up in admiration. This guy is extraordinary. Though he was uncertain of Walker's current whereabouts, he felt confident that Walker would re-emerge. The High Priest, with an inscrutable expression, directed a sinister smile at Sutter, especially considering the presence of a human whose strength rivaled that of Walker. Are you implying he will seek me out to absorb my energy? Sutter furrowed his brow. Indeed, thus I hope you will defeat him and bring him alive to me. The High Priest nodded, stating that this was the task he wished Sutter to undertake. As long as you fulfill this, I will not interfere with matters concerning you, Vados, Makalita, and Kes. Agreed. Sutter pondered briefly before acquiescing to the terms. The High Priest expressed this wish, hoping that if Sutter encountered Walker, he would spare Walker's life. Yet, even without the High Priest's urging, Sutter would have chosen to preserve Walker's life in the face of Makalita. Of course, should the disparity in divine combat prowess be excessively vast, he would reassess the situation at hand. After all, his own survival was paramount. After bidding farewell to the Grand Priest and the two diminutive deities who had feasted to their heart's content, Sutter arrived at Universe 11. It had been quite some time since he last saw Makalita, summoning her to the palace where they had once shared intimate moments. Sutter embraced the charming figure in his arms and inquired, I have requested the Grand Priest to assign a new guiding angel to Universe 11. Does this mean I can depart from this realm? Upon hearing this, Makalita immediately sat up in surprise, her face alight with joy. Of course you can. Sutter chuckled softly, affectionately patting her head. Now that you are free, where do you wish to go? What a question. Naturally, I want to be with you. I am destined to witness your ascension as the strongest human in the entire cosmos. Makalita beamed with delight, snuggling back into Sutter's embrace. It's wonderful not to have to face that unpleasant visage of the adult anymore. Very well, let us take a moment to ask Kriz if she wishes to join us. Sutter mused, his thoughts drifting to the ever-youthful Kriz, stirring a sense of excitement within him. He had yet to experience such a delightful type. I sensed this might be a challenge. After all, Sister Kriz is quite attached to Lord Ramsey, Makalita expressed with concern. Sutter, however, remained unconcerned, believing that such matters could not be forced. If Kriz was reluctant to part with her beloved pink elephant, he would not impose upon her. After sharing tender moments, Sutter and Makalita departed the palace, heading towards the destruction zone of Universe 10. As anticipated, Kriz was pleasantly surprised to see Sutter. However, upon hearing Makalita suggest that she accompany Sutter, Kriz's expression turned sorrowful regarding Ramsey. Lord Ramsey has watched me grow. Leaving like this truly pains me, she lamented. Before Sutter could respond, Ramsey, with a gentle smile, stepped back from Kriz. Kriz, I am no longer the little elephant you once knew. I can live well without you. Kriz's face was a picture of disbelief. How can you say such a thing, Lord Ramsey? Look, under your guidance, I, along with Guavas, have become competent deities. Therefore, you too can pursue the life you desire. Ramsey's expression was resolute, yet tinged with reluctance. I know how much you cherish delicacies. By following Mr. Sutter, you will surely find greater happiness. As Ramsey's words sank in, tears welled in Kriz's eyes, and she nodded, her throat tight with emotion. Sutter and Makalita exchanged glances, bewildered by how their simple inquiry had escalated into a poignant farewell. Surely, you cannot be this dramatic. Makalita exclaimed with exasperation, playfully smacking Ramsey's back. I merely wanted to ask Sister Kriz if she wished to join us, not to compel Lord Ramsey to force her to leave. A stumble from Ramsey, a shake of his long nose, and in confusion, he questioned, Isn't this the command issued by the High Priest? No, came the reply. I merely came to inquire. It's perfectly fine if you don't wish to accompany me. Soot, equally disheartened, pondered when he had become the villain who forcibly abducts virtuous maidens and kind-hearted angels. In that case, I shall remain here. I wish to spend more time with Lord Ramsey. Should you require delicacies, I will reach out. Upon hearing Soot's words, Kes instantly brightened, her radiant smile prompting her to scamper back into the sea of flowers. Hee, I can both weave garlands and indulge in delicacies. Watching Kes's innocent smile as she gathered blossoms, Ramsey approached Soot. His earlier reluctance evaporated. Perhaps you should take Kes with you. Chapter 173. Apologies, I am a cat. Why? Makalita sulked, displeased with Ramsey's fickleness. I believe Kes is not truly unwilling to part with me. Rather, She is intent on crafting yet another garland for me every day. Especially after she finishes, she insists on placing it atop my head and nose. I suspect this is Kessa's peculiar amusement, yet I cannot find definitive proof. Soot tilted his head, following Ramsey's gaze to the heap of garlands of various sizes piled beside the bench, and sighed. Brother, you have truly endured much. I hope you can be more tolerant in the future. Hey. In response to Ramsey's glum expression, Soot patted his shoulder in consolation. When I manage to create a larger sea of flowers, I shall liberate you from this plight. A promise among good brothers. Ramsey nodded appreciatively, regardless of Kessa's true reasons. She ultimately did not accompany Soot. Before returning to the nest, Soot recalled the protagonists of Dragon Ball from Universe 7. Makalita, let us also visit Universes 6 and 7 to bid them farewell. Makalita nodded and swiftly adjusted their course through the cosmos. In Universe 6, the realm of destruction. It's Soot. Oh joy, Soot, how delightful to see you. Upon spotting Soot and Makalita, Champa immediately grinned widely. Indeed, it had been quite a while. They appeared to be enjoying a leisurely existence. Soot nodded, greeting Idis from a distance. All is well. However, I have missed your culinary delights, Soot. Look, my waist has shrunk significantly. Soot, observing Champa's exaggerated poses, could hardly discern where he had lost weight. I think you have always been quite plump. Nonsense. Ask Idis. Without your food, I have been utterly disinterested in meals. Champa clenched his fist, signaling Idis not to reveal that he had continued to eat and sleep without Soot. Yes, indeed, Idis reluctantly affirmed, feeling unworthy of being an angel. How could he assist Champa in fabricating such a lie? How could he? I am well aware of your true nature. Sutter spoke thus, yet his hands continued to rummage through his own space, extracting various delicacies. Eat, eat, eat. This gluttonous cat will inevitably grow into a corpulent pig. Hee. I am unperturbed as Champa reveals a delighted smile upon witnessing the towering mountain of food. With such abundance, you could sustain yourself for a century if you were to ration it. Sutter had nearly exhausted his supplies. It seems that to elevate his culinary skills, he must find time to replenish his stock. Mr. Sutter, you are overestimating Lord Champa at the rate he consumes. These provisions would only suffice for half a year at most. Idis chuckled as he approached Sutter, seizing the opportunity to discreetly pilfer a considerable amount for his own space, while Champa was distracted. That's his concern. I don't even know when I'll return. Sutter shrugged, placing a hand on Makalita's shoulder, and declared, Makalita, let us depart. Very well, my dear. Makalita nodded, grasping her staff as a vibrant light enveloped the two, whisking them away. Why such haste? Champa, having only moved a fraction of the food, gazed quizzically at the receding light, expressing his vexation. Perhaps they fear being further exploited by you. Idis remarked nonchalantly, reaching for a bag of chips. As the chips were opened, Champa's brow furrowed in displeasure, indignantly exclaiming, These were given to me by Sutter. Why are you taking them? Did Mr. Sutter not say they were for both of us? Idis responded, incredulity etched upon his face. Lord Champa, I did not anticipate you to be such a selfish eater. Without a hint of modesty, Champa snatched the chips, unabashedly retorting, apologies. But I am a cat, humph. In the 7th universe, the realm of the divine. As Makalita set them down upon the ground, Sutter beheld Sun Wukong and Broly, locked in midair. Sutter, what brings you here? Beerus sat cross-legged on a tree stump, lazily yawning while holding a fishing rod. I haven't roamed in a while, so I thought I'd come and see, Sutter replied, gesturing towards the radiant Sun Wukong. Has Goku mastered the Ultra Instinct? Of course, thanks to my guidance. Vados interjected, a smug smile gracing his face. Makalita, putting away her staff, unceremoniously questioned, then why has your pupil, Lord Beerus, yet to master it? Upon hearing this, Vados' smile faltered, and he cast a glare at Beerus. The latter, startled, clenched his fists and directed a retort at Makalita, attempting to divert the conversation. What business is it of yours? That buffoon you mentor is far beneath me. Makalita, however, was unfazed, coldly mocking. Indeed, which is why I find your incompetence quite disappointing. You should resign from this position. Just like Bardos. Beerus blinked in bewilderment, then discreetly scrutinized Vados, fearing he might also choose to abandon his duties. By the way, has Father the Grand Minister granted his approval? Weiss cast a suspicious glance at Sut and Margarita. Could it be that these two share some undisclosed connection? What about the sister? As if sensing Weiss's perplexity, Sut nonchalantly pulled out a cigarette and placed it between his lips. Bardos was also in the know. Oh. Weiss's gaze deepened, laden with meaning as he fixed his eyes on Sut. The fact that Sut could provide this explanation was solely out of consideration for Bardos. Any further elaboration was out of the question. Ignoring Weiss, Sut took a drag on his cigarette while observing the battle unfolding in the skies. Two streaks of light, one white and one green, clashed continuously, igniting brilliant sparks. Broly was in the midst of transmitting the Super Saiyan green form. Yet his clear gaze revealed no trace of the berserk madness. Had he truly learned to control his rationality? Humph, under absolute stimulation, it was certainly not an issue. Vegeta, leaning against a nearby tree trunk with arms crossed, snorted disdainfully. What kind of stimulation? Sut cast a playful glance at him and inquired further. TCH, Vegeta spat, clearly disinterested in answering the question. Ah, I happen to know the answer. Weiss had returned to his usual genial demeanor, gesturing toward the three individuals busily cooking nearby. Chapter 174. The prisoner Sebens has been captured. Did you spot the green-skinned humanoid girl? Sut, hands in pockets, turned with a puzzled expression to gaze at the fire pit not far away. One was the apprentice angel, Mel's, whom he had previously encountered and nearly lost due to Moro. The other two were somewhat familiar as well, Zyle and Remo from the Broly movie. In confusion, Sut voiced his doubts. I can understand Mel's being here in the realm of the gods, but how did these two humans arrive? Oh, isn't it just Mel's being overly meddlesome? Weiss replied, seemingly unconcerned, with a brief explanation. When he descended to the lower realms, he encountered these two, who were being pursued by Frieza's army, and decided to rescue them. Margarita stifled a chuckle, exclaiming, "Oh, your realm of the gods is indeed becoming increasingly lively. Alas, perhaps Lord Beerus has a kind heart." Weiss shrugged it off, teasingly glancing at Beerus. Beerus's ears perked up, and he turned to scold. Weiss, what do you mean by that? I am the god of destruction, specializing in destruction, you know. Is he interested in that green girl? Sut quickly recalled Beerus's unique taste as portrayed in the original storyline. Perhaps. Weiss maintained a knowing smile. Just as Beerus sought to mask his embarrassment with anger, Zal approached, holding a steaming bowl of soup, and quickly reached Beerus's side. Lord Beerus, would you like to try the stew I just made? Sure. Beerus, feeling awkward, cast a sidelong glance at Sut and Weiss while feigning indifference as he accepted the bowl. However, before he could comment on the soup's flavor, Zal was already waving her arms and calling out to the two combatants in midair. Broly, Goku, would you like to try some too? Caught off guard, Goku was the first to hear, only to be struck by Broly's massive fist like a clay pot. He plummeted from midair, crashing into the surface of the lake. The splashing water scattered chaotically, drenching the bowl of Beerus that was conveniently placed at the lake's edge. Damn it, what a nuisance. I had only taken a sip. Sun Wukong, who had long since exited the state of free and easy wandering, awkwardly scratched the back of his head, offering an apology. Hee, I truly apologize. Allow me to serve you another bowl, my lord. Just as Remo was about to hand a bowl to Whis, he quickly darted back towards the fire upon hearing Beerus's scolding. Hearing this, Beerus merely glanced at Broly, who had just landed and was now accepting another bowl of soup from Chilai. The interaction between the two exuded an inexplicable intimacy, leaving him devoid of any desire to drink. Meruz also extended the bowl in his hand towards Sutter, inquiring with a smile, Mr. Sutter, what brings you to the divine realm today? Are you here to visit Mr. Wukong and the others? Not at all. I am merely here to look around. Sutter took a sip of the soup, then set the bowl down, not taking a second sip. The flavor was pleasant, but regrettably lacking in many enhancing ingredients. I see. Then what are your plans? Before Meruz could finish his sentence, his communicator suddenly vibrated. Noticing Sutter observing the vibrating device, Meruz offered an awkward smile and apologized. Pardon me. I must take this call. Go ahead. Sutter waved his hand, making his way towards Margarita. These familiar faces remained unchanged, appearing rather dull. It seemed more appealing to return to the nest of time with Margarita. Yet, Meruz's next words piqued Sutter's curiosity, prompting him to turn back. What did you say? The galactic prison has been breached, and Sabensly has been abducted? Not only Sutter, but even those leisurely sipping soup turned their attention towards Meruz. Sun Wukong, with one hand on his hip and the other holding an empty bowl, inquired, Meruz, what has transpired? Even Broly cast a puzzled glance at Chilai, asking, galactic prison? What sort of place is that? A place that houses galactic criminals, Chi explained with a furrowed brow. Noticing Broly's bewildered expression, she added sheepishly, "For me, it is certainly not a pleasant place. TCH, what a nuisance." Vegeta uncrossed his arms, striding towards the fire to ladle himself a bowl of soup. As he sipped, he cast a sidelong glance at the gathering and declared, "I will not be going. Do not call me." However, Sun Wukong appeared intrigued, raising his arm high. "I want to go. Since it holds criminals, they must be quite powerful, right? If they are criminals, that means they are bad people, correct?" Broly pondered for a moment, directing his gaze at Chi, awaiting confirmation. "Indeed." Broly nodded. "Then I have little interest." "Hee, I'm interested. How about we stop fishing and take me along?" The prophetic fish beside Beerus discarded its small fishing rod, excitedly calling to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, however, looked puzzled. "Huh, prophetic fish, why are you suddenly so excited? I've been having trouble sleeping lately, and I feel curious about everything." As he flapped his fins, before he could finish his sentence, Whis had already plunged a syringe into the prophetic fish. Ah, such excitement. It appears this is not a favorable development. Observing Whis's actions, Sun Wukong was left utterly perplexed. "Whis, what do you mean by that?" Whis offered no response, his expression turning grave as he sheathed his staff and directed his gaze towards Sutter. "Sutter, could I trouble you to accompany Mers on a journey?" "Why?" Sutter discarded his cigarette butt, placing his hands on his hips in impatience. "According to the unfolding narrative of Dragon Ball, we should be entering the Granola Saga, right? Otherwise, what purpose does capturing that Saiyan android serve? Sure, gas may be strong, but ultimately, he was defeated, albeit not directly by the protagonists. It was primarily due to the arrival of Black Frieza that gas, who had struggled to gain the upper hand, ultimately succumbed to his own excessive energy release, leading to his demise. When you think about it, he is rather pitiable. Entirely ensnared by his so-called brother, Leader Elec. Oh dear, I just witnessed something astonishing within the magic stone, yet as an angel, I am unable to intervene." Whis interjected with a cheerful demeanor, breaking Sutter's train of thought. "But look at Mers, he is undoubtedly going. What if something goes awry? Your last rescue would then have been in vain." Displeased by Whis's cheeky smile, Sutter took 2 steps back and shrugged. "Humph, I previously mentioned not to let him meddle in unnecessary affairs. Furthermore, he is merely a fugitive. Why not let Sun Wukong and Vegeta, along with Broly, handle it?" In the original storyline, these two could nearly annihilate the opposition. Now, with Broly added to their ranks, wouldn't that be exceedingly secure? Chapter 175. Then let us proceed to Cyril Star with this thought. Sutter's gaze turned towards Vegeta, who was sipping soup. "I believe, Vegeta, you should also embark on this journey." "What do you mean?" Ignoring the proud prince, who felt that, as a Saiyan, his past service to Frieza in the destruction of planets was a grave sin, Sutter then directed his attention to Beerus. "Beerus, what is your opinion? If you wish to cultivate a worthy candidate for the god of destruction, you must pay attention to certain details. TCH, I'm not limited to just Vegeta." Beerus glanced at Broly. "Unfortunately, he is rather dull." "Is that so? I would have thought you favored Vegeta more." Sutter shrugged again, placing his hands on his hips in front of Whis. "You may go, but I will only obstruct Mers, not oversee the events that unfold. Of course, the moralities of the universe do not concern you." Whis nodded, readily agreeing. Sutter, what exactly are you discussing?" Margarita, who had been listening in confusion, quietly inquired. "Oh." Sutter smiled, watching Beerus grumbling as he summoned Vegeta to the lakeside. Some are so perplexed about their future paths that their frustration is palpable. Sun Wukong listened with increasing bewilderment, exchanging glances with Broly, large black question marks appearing above their heads. This matter is quite simple. Lord Beerus is genuinely inclined to nurture Vegeta, yet unfortunately, Whis, with a beaming smile, approached Margarita and succinctly summarized the causal relationship. Vegeta, engulfed in confusion, felt that the transgressions committed by the Saiyan race were burdens he must bear alone. Before Whis could finish his sentence, Margarita, with an expression of disbelief, interjected, questioning why he should shoulder the mistakes of the past Saiyans alone. Isn't that simply absurd? This exemplifies the delusion of those in power. Sutter approached and patted Margarita on the shoulder, declaring, "I'll make a quick visit to witness the spectacle, and I shall return shortly." "Very well." With Margarita's affirmation, a series of explosions resonated from across the lake. Clearly, Beerus had unleashed his destructive energy to provide Vegeta with a sobering lesson. If you are to remain stagnant with such power, You might as well retire to your slumber early. Beerus remarked coldly, observing Vegeta, who lay in a pit in disarray. If you wish to change, then eradicate those superfluous thoughts from your mind and begin anew. Sutter instantaneously teleported to Vegeta's side, echoing Beerus's sentiment. Commence with destruction. Now, it is time for you Saiyans to get to work. It was absolutely impossible to expect him to exert himself further. In the galactic prison. Mel's, you have arrived. Upon witnessing Mel's materialize, the little Ultraman Gak was elated, yet his joy waned upon seeing the remaining Saiyans. I called for Mel's. What are you all doing here? As if I were eager to come. Vegeta huffed, arms crossed in displeasure. Oh well, we have nothing to do in the divine realm. So we thought we'd come take a look. Goku chuckled, waving his hand to lighten the mood. Sutter, it has been quite a while. Gak, nonchalant, subtly scrutinized Sutter. Seeing his demeanor was relatively positive, confirming he was there to assist rather than cause chaos, Gak began to play the surveillance footage while addressing the matter at hand. The incident occurred last night when the guards were knocked unconscious, resulting in the discovery of the situation only during today's shift change. I hope the guards are all right. Mel's interjected anxiously, interrupting Gak. They're fine. They merely fainted. Gak waved dismissively, gesturing towards the solitary cell that originally housed Sabansley. It seems some weapon was involved. I inquired with the nearby inmates, and they all claimed to have been asleep at the time. While speaking, Gak led everyone to a solitary cell that bore a large hole. He glared menacingly at the neighboring cell housing a large bear and a diminutive figure, stating, I believe that those rascals, Zamalika and Yunba, are deliberately withholding information. And then, Sutter yawned, lighting a cigarette to invigorate himself. Afterward, we swiftly reviewed the surveillance footage and discovered that the individual attempting to rescue Sabansley was a remnant from the sniper tribe of Cyril. Their name seems to be Grand Granola. Yes, that's it. A sniper tribe, Cyril people? Mel's murmured, his brow slightly furrowed. That must be a special race with a right eye specialized for sniping, capable of easily discerning the vital points on a person. Is it a formidable existence? Sun Wukong inquired excitedly, clenching his fists. Vegeta wore a serious expression, while Cyril felt as if he had heard of this before. Let us proceed to Cyril's star. Soot discarded the cigarette from his mouth onto the ground, extinguishing it with his foot. If only we had arrived sooner. We might have resolved the entirely unnecessary misunderstandings in the original narrative. Furthermore, the last surviving Cyril, Granola, would not have needed to summon the Eternal Dragon with 2 Dragon Balls. Not only did he waste 150 years of his life, but he also has just 3 years remaining. TSK. Why not simply summon that Frieza fellow and give him a good beating? Instead of listening to Alec ramble on, Gak nodded, leading the way as the spaceship was already prepared, though the journey would take a while, requiring 10 days. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed that the others had not kept pace with him. Could you stop dawdling? Upon turning around, he found the group had instantaneously teleported away. Hey, I haven't even mentioned the coordinates yet. How do you all know where you are? Cyril's star. Are we sure we haven't taken a wrong turn? Vegeta queried, glancing at Meru's with a puzzled expression. There is no powerful energy emanating from this planet. It cannot be mistaken. I utilized the abilities of an angel, Meru's assured him. Yet, I sense this place is quite desolate. Sun Wukong remarked, hands on his hips as he surveyed the surroundings. Broly pondered for a moment and suggested, perhaps they are not here? Soot disregarded the group's complaints and quickly sensed the energy before soaring towards a certain direction. I can feel the energy of the Namekians. There might even be Dragon Balls on this planet. Is that true? Why can't I sense the Namekians? Sun Wukong swiftly followed closely behind Soot. The flying time was brief, and after passing over a city protected by a transparent shield, Soot landed first on a mountain. There really is Namekian energy here, albeit quite weak. Chapter 176. Monate and Granola. Sun Wukong scanned the area, and in the next moment, his gaze settled on a house not far away. That must be it. How could there be Namekians here? Vegeta crossed his arms, a hint of confusion on his face. Hello, is anyone home? Broly, being the swiftest, had already reached the door of the house and knocked, inquiring, I'm just passing by. Could you spare some food? I haven't eaten in 3 days. This statement left everyone present, including Soot, bewildered. Did Beerus and Whis mistreat him? Soot stared in shock at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, equally perplexed, replied, no. It's the same as always, 10 meals a day, except 3 of them had no meat. Before the two could continue their quiet discussion, the door of the house creaked open, revealing an elderly voice. It was likely obscured from view by Broly's imposing figure. My household lacks provisions, and you may quickly exchange goods in the city. In a swift motion, Broly turned to the side, revealing an elderly Namekian. The hunched figure unmistakably indicated his advanced age. As Broly stepped aside, the Namekian, Manit, noticed the tail behind Sutter and widened his eyes in terror. You are Saiyans. Understanding the unfolding narrative, Sutter promptly pushed Son Goku forward, declaring, he is Bardock's son. They are benevolent Saiyans. Bardock. Manit squinted, scrutinizing Son Goku closely. Indeed, he bears a striking resemblance. How do you know my father's name is Bardock? Son Goku was perplexed, unable to fathom how Sutter could possibly know about his father. Could Sutter be from the same era as his long-deceased father? Yet, Sutter appeared younger than him, casting doubt on that notion. Do not wear such a puzzled expression. I too am aware that your father is Bardock. Vegeta shot a sidelong glance at Son Goku, urging him not to fixate on a matter that was not the crux of their discussion. However, Sutter, do you possess knowledge regarding this? You even know that Bardock was acquainted with this Namekian? The connection between them. I shall elaborate on that when time permits. Sutter responded nonchalantly, then continued to inquire of the scrutinizing Manit. Pray tell, why did you not disclose the truth to Granola? Had the old man revealed it sooner, many misunderstandings could have been avoided. To work alongside the murderer of one's mother, TSK. Had I revealed it, neither Granola nor I would have survived, Manit lamented, leaning on his cane. This implies that Sita's influence here is significant. Sutter narrowed his eyes, having already devised a grim fate for all of Sita's associates. Observing the exchange and recalling Sutter's mention of Bardock, Melis and Broly exchanged glances. Sutter, are you implying that in the past, the Saiyans also invaded this planet? Vegeta swiftly grasped the possibility, astonished by the myriad sins the Saiyans had left behind. By the way, do you have a purpose for seeking me? Manit redirected his attention from Son Goku to address the group. Indeed, Melis began, addressing the now relaxed Manit. We are from the Galactic Patrol. According to the surveillance from the Galactic Prison, it was your acquaintance, the Cerulean named Granola. After a brief narration, Manit pressed his lips together and sighed deeply. Alas, this child ultimately met his ruin at my hands. In the midst of his sighs, Sutter noted that the Dragon Balls, once positioned in the room, were now completely absent. It appeared Granola was destined to live only 3 more years. Vegeta, however, remained unmoved by sentiment, his expression stoic as he inquired, do you know where he has gone? When will he return? I am not entirely certain. Granola mentioned he would seek out Frieza, vowing not to return if he failed. Given the current circumstances, does it appear we have come away empty-handed? A look of frustration crossed Son Goku's face. He had initially hoped to witness the true strength of this Granola fellow. Are we to return like this? Broly glanced around, somewhat displeased at having made a long journey for naught. What if we sought out Frieza instead? Myrusu furrowed his brow, proposing this course of action. Since Granola had gone to find Frieza, it would be wise for them to do the same. Before anyone could respond, a sudden energy blast hurtled towards Sut's back, accompanied by a commanding shout. What are you planning to do to Monate? Who is that? Broly, feeling irked, turned to see a figure leaping down from a swiftly approaching spaceship. Noticing the individual's vigilant demeanor, particularly their light green hair, Myrusu exclaimed, You are Granola, the one who abducted the prison inmate. Before Granola could retort, he shouted furiously, Release Monate, and if you have grievances, direct them at me. Damn it. Didn't Sita say it would take some time for the Saiyans to arrive on this planet? How could they have arrived so swiftly? Listening to Granola's low growl, Sut casually swatted away the energy blast and wiped his nose. In truth, according to the original narrative, the timing would align with Elik's subordinates and family. Oyer and Maki had just boarded a spaceship, heading to Earth to persuade Son Goku and Vegeta. There was no way they could have instantaneously arrived. Thus, considering the timeline, Elik's plan to utilize Son Goku and Vegeta to eliminate Granola was utterly implausible. Even his scheme to have the 2-star Dragon Ball empower his brother Gas to become the new ruler of the universe seemed far-fetched. Granola, we are Galactic Patrol officers. We are not your enemies. Upon seeing Granola's accusatory stance, Myrusu placed a hand on his sidearm. With a serious expression, he reiterated to Granola what he had previously conveyed to Monate. These Saiyans are also part of the Galactic Patrol. We are all good individuals. We have come merely to inquire why you raided the Galactic Prison to abduct Saibansuri. We had no intention of taking Monate. Myrusu spoke at length, Yet Granola remained unconvinced, casting a watchful gaze toward Monate. Is that truly the case, Monate? Chapter 177. Did Bardock finally prevail? Sut, weary of the back-and-forth banter, interjected with hands on his hips. Enough with the chatter. Shall I, who possesses some insight, clarify? For instance, that our enemy is also Frieza? Vegeta turned to Sut, his gaze scrutinizing. This cook seems to know quite a bit. Who would believe such a claim? Granola scoffed, his expression one of disdain. More than 40 years ago, the planet Cyril was a realm of peace. It was only due to your Saiyan invasion that it transformed into its current state. Now, you claim that you Saiyans are enemies of Frieza. Do you not find that absurd? Broly interjected sharply from the side. You speak of events from over 40 years ago. What relevance does that hold for us Saiyans who were merely children then? Ah, Broly, your insight is indeed profound, exclaimed Goku, raising his thumb in commendation. Could you not have realized this? Broly shot Goku a disdainful glance. Goku sheepishly wiped his nose, recalling, I believe I was just born around that time. Enough with the trivialities. Let us discuss the matter at hand. We have other pressing concerns. Sut admonished, casting a sidelong glance at the two who were equally culpable. Granola, I believe they are correct. At that time, they were merely ignorant children. A mechanical voice interrupted, startling everyone present. Fear not. This is Granola's half-visor, known as Odomir. Monet interjected with an explanation, then sighed deeply as he turned to Granola. This is something I must eventually convey to you. Let me be the one to tell you directly. While Sut absent-mindedly retrieved a cigarette, the others listened intently as Monet recounted the past. In essence, it was indeed the Saiyans who invaded the planet Cyril, yet it was also the Saiyans who rescued Granola and his mother. The savior was none other than Bardock, the father of Goku, who stood before them now. How can this be? Granola exclaimed, his face a mask of shock as he gazed at Goku in disbelief. Monet, are you suggesting that my survival is thanks to the mercy of that Saiyan? His fists clenched in anger, a complex expression etched across his face. And what of my mother? Why did she not survive? Sut, smoking his cigarette, gazed up at the tranquil night sky while casting a sidelong glance at Granola. This child truly lacks understanding, only asking questions that bring him sorrow. Your mother perished at the hands of Elec, Monet finally revealed, after several hesitations, exposing the harsh truth. Following the Saiyan invasion, Elec and his 3 companions from the Frieza force arrived on planet Cyril. Bardock and Monet detected their arrival. But while they were focused on observing their every move, Granola, who had been asleep, awoke. Not only did he awaken, but he also ventured outside in search of his mother. Upon finding her, he also spotted Bardock and cried out loudly. This cry attracted the attention of Elec and his companions. Monet swiftly attempted to induce slumber upon Granola from a distance, but it was too late. The cunning Bardock quickly devised a strategy, feigning to be the first to discover a survivor he intended to eliminate. Unfortunately, the cold-hearted Elec, upon realizing that Bardock hesitated due to the peculiarities of the Namekian, sadistically shot Granola's mother, deeming her of no further use. Upon hearing this, Granola's eyes widened with fury. He furiously seized Monet's collar, demanding why? You have always known these past events. Why did you allow me to work under Elec? Monet coughed repeatedly, exclaiming, This is to ensure your survival. If Elec discovers the truth, he will not spare either of us. Hey, calm down. Mears interjected hastily as he stepped forward to separate the two. By the way, did my father Bardock ultimately triumph? Sun Wukong asked eagerly, noticing that Monet had calmed somewhat. Monet nodded slightly, affirming, of course. Otherwise, how could Granola and I possibly still be alive? TCH, what a twisted fate, Vegeta remarked, crossing his arms with a hint of disdain. Broly, standing nearby, concluded, so, this fellow isn't entirely malevolent. The real villain is that Elec. Mears furrowed his brow and, after a moment of contemplation, addressed everyone present. Let us venture to the sector he governs, the West area. Humph, this is my personal vendetta. There's no need for you all to accompany me. Granola huffed, seeing the others turning to leave. Observing Granola's proud demeanor as he headed towards the spaceship, Sun Wukong called out, Our speed surpasses that of a spaceship. If you don't mind, come along with us. What? Granola's expression turned to one of bewilderment, prompting Vegeta to grumble about Sun Wukong's incessant remarks. Why do you have to say that? Hee. After all, he is the one who saved my father. Perhaps he had me in mind back then, which stirred his compassion. Sun Wukong explained. Vegeta scoffed at this reasoning, retorting, You do realize you were just born at that time? Saiyans were often away at war. How could Bardock possibly know you had been born? What if he was referring to that fool Raditz? Listening to the banter between Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Sut extinguished his cigarette, reflecting, indeed. Sun Wukong possesses a rather peculiar confidence. Wait, Bardock's son, I have something for you. Monet interjected, noticing the group's intention to depart, as he produced a device. Vegeta leaned in to inspect it, exclaiming, "Is this a scouter?" "Indeed, it belonged to Bardock. I believe it would suit you well," Monet nodded. However, Sun Wukong had no idea how to operate it, and ultimately, it was Vegeta who adeptly took it, donned it, and observed, "It appears to be malfunctioning. If only Bulma were here, she could surely repair it." "I can assist," Granola offered timidly, adjusting his half-goggles. "Let us leave it here and check Bardock's messages upon our return," Sut remarked nonchalantly. "After all, it merely contains how he defeated the rampaging gas. Whether we listen to the repaired audio data is of little consequence." Chapter 178. I seek vengeance for my mother. As for Sun Wukong's unwavering confidence in his own strength, it stems from Bardock's love and Vegeta's newfound understanding of the burdens he carries. It should embody the pride of the Saiyans rather than their sins. Perhaps these matters should be contemplated by them in due time. "Very well." Sun Wukong nodded, gesturing for everyone to extend their hands. In an instant, the individuals before him vanished without a trace, and Monet stood silently at the doorway, gazing intently. Granola reflected, "Perhaps my earlier concealment from you was indeed a mistake. Perhaps choosing death should not have entailed serving Alec, should it?" No one could provide an answer. Only the flickering lights behind him swayed, elongating Monet's hunched figure. At the location of the Sita army group, as the group materialized where Alec resided, Granola could hardly regard the marvel of instantaneous movement. He glared fiercely at Alec, who sat arrogantly in the grand hall, exclaiming, "You wretched scoundrel, you are the one who killed my mother." "Ah, is that Granola I see?" Alec scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the six who had appeared below. "Have you come to confront us, now that you know the past? Do not forget, it was I who spared your life." In response to Alec's shameless words, Granola was consumed by fury, nearly losing his composure. "You bastard, you deserve to die," he shouted, launching himself toward Alec with his fist raised. "Oof, such arrogance." Alec made no move to evade, merely letting out a contemptuous grunt. Meanwhile, Jas, who had previously stood below, wasted no time in materializing his weapon. A colossal iron hammer manifested, intercepting Granola's strike. "Get out of my way, Jas. The one I wish to kill is not you." Granola forcefully swung his fist, obliterating the hammer that obstructed him. "Should we lend a hand?" Broly inquired eagerly to Meruz, as the battle erupted. Earlier, Beerus had instructed them to heed Meruz's guidance, while Sut could be selectively listened to, and Vegeta and Kakarot could be disregarded entirely. Observe the situation. Meruz intently focused on the clash between Jas and Granola, offering a nonchalant response. "I believe it's unnecessary to wait. We might as well eliminate them all," Sut declared, arms crossed, leisurely standing to the side. "Do you intend to imprison these individuals in the galactic prison?" At Sut's words, Sun Wukong, who had long been restless with anticipation for battle, could no longer contain himself and launched himself into the fray. "Granola, go find your opponent. This one is mine." Observing Sun Wukong's audacious maneuver, Vegeta could not help but scoff. TCH, Kakarot always seeks the strongest adversary. Strange, according to reports, the Sita group should consist of 4. Where are the other 2? Meruz pondered, furrowing his brow. Sut leaned against the wall, speaking leisurely. "I suspect they might have ventured out." Previously, Granola mentioned that the Saiyans would not arrive for quite some time, didn't he? It is likely that the other 2 have gone to Earth in search of Goku and his companions. This possibility cannot be dismissed. Meruz swiftly grasped this notion and nodded in agreement. How utterly tedious. Broly exhibited no desire to witness these 2 battles. Instead, he approached Sut and unceremoniously requested sustenance. "Sut, do you have any food on you? Please, spare some for me to stave off hunger. You certainly possess a refined taste." Sut retrieved a large bag of bread from his spatial pocket and handed it over. "Broly, do you not feel inclined to join in?" "Not interested," Broly replied bluntly, immediately tearing open the packaging and devouring the bread. "Look at that short fellow. His combat power is inferior to Kakarot's, rendering the battle's outcome predictable. And that one with the eye patch is significantly stronger than that character known as Kefla." Listening to Broly's commentary, Sut nodded in agreement. Indeed, by hastening the timeline. The originally perilous confrontation involving Vegeta, Goku, and Granola against Gas had lost all semblance of danger. As for Elec, if he were truly formidable, he would not have to rely on his brother Gas for strength. To put it bluntly, he might be the weakest among the Heater Force. Thus, this was a battle devoid of suspense. Just as Sut lit a cigarette, Gas had already been rendered powerless and collapsed to the ground under Goku's might. Meanwhile, the once proud Elec found himself in a pitiful state, face down on the ground with Granola pressing his back, enduring Goku's verbal onslaught. Hey, how is your strength so pathetic? You can't even withstand a few of my moves. This guy is unconscious. Should we wake him? I think it might be better to just finish him off. Vegeta crossed his arms, standing by in silent observation. TCH, I truly wonder how this leader came to power. He is utterly worthless. Of course, it is through despicable means. Sut took a drag from his cigarette, boredly engaging in the conversation. Is that so? Goku tilted his head, disinterestedly retracting his foot and turning to walk towards Broly. Had I known it would be like this, I wouldn't have come. Broly, share some of your food with me. At that moment, a muffled grunt echoed. Goku and Broly turned to see Granola mercilessly thrusting his hand through Elec's chest. Meruz exclaimed in shock, Granola, why did you kill him? I am avenging my mother. Granola replied coldly, disregarding the blood splattering onto his face as he withdrew his hand. As he approached the unconscious Gas, Meruz furrowed his brows and moved to intervene. Enough. Since you have already killed Elec, not enough. I have done much for the Heater organization. I am well aware of how much Gas respects his brother. Granola's expression was grim, refusing to yield. TCH, stop dilly-dallying. Meruz, let him do what he wishes. Why leave a threat behind? Vegeta urged impatiently, unable to watch any longer. Sun Wukong, however, held a contrary opinion, his face etched with disapproval. Isn't it rather inappropriate? Just look at that fellow. He is clearly still a child. Boredom enveloped Broly as he gnawed on a piece of bread, finding the spectacle utterly tedious. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The unconscious Jas displayed signs of awakening. Sut, puffing on a cigarette, reminded the hesitant onlookers, the one you are discussing life and death over is coming too. In unison, the crowd turned their gaze towards Jas, who had just opened his eyes, still clouded with confusion. As Jas focused on the lifeless body of Elec, his eyes widened in shock, his jaw dropping in disbelief, rendering him speechless. Amidst his furious roar, Jas violently tore off the necklace-like adornment from his forehead. Muscles surged. His stature increased, and he succumbed to a state of uncontrollable rage. Observing the irrationality before him, Broly continued to mindlessly munch on his bread, thinking, this state somewhat resembles my Super Saiyan transformation, though I must admit, I'm far more handsome and appealing. Listening to Broly's self-indulgent remarks, Sut silently took another drag from his cigarette, muttering under his breath, Broly has certainly changed. Has he transformed? Suddenly grown stronger? Wukong swiftly dodged Jas's indiscriminate punches and kicks. Glancing curiously at Meruz, I'm baffled. One has perished, and the other has gone berserk. Even if I wish to understand, there's no one to inquire. Meruz also retreated hastily while intermittently firing his energy gun at Jas. If I don't know, then so be it. Wukong quickly dismissed the thought, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 to meet Jas's onslaught. Meruz, refrain from intervening. Allow me to handle this. Before Meruz could respond, Wukong underestimated his opponent and was swiftly overpowered. Crashing against the wall. Ouch, that hurts. Wukong exclaimed, rubbing the back of his head in shock. Before gritting his teeth and channeling his energy into transforming into Super Saiyan 3. With long golden hair and bulging muscles, he charged at Jas with renewed vigor. This time, it will surely be different. Observing Wukong's lackluster performance, Vegeta grew increasingly impatient and inquired of Sut, so, what exactly was the purpose of summoning me here? Well, this might be an unexpected occurrence, Sut replied languidly, continuing to smoke. With the timeline altered, the entire narrative has shifted dramatically. Can you really blame me? Finished with his meal, yet still unsatisfied, Broly tossed the empty wrapper to the ground and once more sought sustenance from Sut. Witnessing this behavior, Meruz frowned disapprovingly, admonishing, Hey, Broly, how many times must I tell you? Do not litter. Save your eating for later. The battle will conclude soon. Sut dismissed, extinguishing his cigarette. Conclude? Not so swiftly. Vegeta scoffed, eyeing Wukong. who remained entrenched in a fierce struggle against Jas. Kakarot has truly become increasingly foolish. Is his daily training not sufficient for him? Seizing an opportunity, he relentlessly exploits it. What could be the reason behind this? I said it would end swiftly. Surt shrugged, and with a mere snap of his fingers, unleashed a wave of destructive energy. This moment was impeccably timed. Sun Wukong had just been repelled by Jas when the destructive energy struck Jas directly. With a wretched scream, the rampaging Jas transformed into a violet luminescence, dissipating into the air. See, I told you it would be over. Surt surveyed the gathered individuals, arms crossed in explanation. Just as Sun Wukong clambered up from the corner, he witnessed Jas's demise and furiously shouted at Surt. What is wrong with you, Surt? That was my opponent, mine. Surt paid him no heed and turned to Granola, who had remained silent since defeating Elec. So, do you intend to eliminate the two remaining ones as well? Granola, filled with a mix of emotions, shook his head in uncertainty. After avenging this grudge, he felt a profound sense of desolation and confusion about the future. As for those two, I shall issue a bounty later. Mers expressed his helplessness regarding Surt's actions. If you encounter them, you must not hesitate to strike. Well then, it's time to return. Surt scoffed, beckoning to the visibly troubled Sun Wukong. Once we return, you can spar with Granola to your heart's content. He is indeed the strongest in the universe. Oh right, why wait until we return? Let us have a match right now, Granola. The still bewildered Granola looked at Sun Wukong, saying me? But we have no grudge. Hee, what does that matter? Sun Wukong grinned widely, stepping into his Super Saiyan form as he charged toward Granola. Granola intended to refuse but instinctively relied on his right eye's sniping ability and extraordinary insight as he faced the oncoming Sun Wukong. With a single strike, he targeted Sun Wukong's vital point, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Sun Wukong nearly fell to one knee, struggling through the pain to remain standing, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. You truly are the strongest. This journey was not in vain. With that commendation, Sun Wukong once again ascended to the Super Saiyan God level, launching a flurry of punches. As the blows rained down, Sun Wukong sensed Granola's formidable strength and transitioned into the Super Saiyan Blue state. The two streaks of light clashed fiercely in this not-so-constricted space, engaged in a battle that was both evenly matched and compelling. This spectacle narrowed Vegeta's eyes, igniting the Saiyan's battle lust. Vegeta, are you perhaps interested in that green-haired fellow? Broly remarked, noticing the change in Vegeta's gaze. Upon hearing this, a vein throbbed on Vegeta's forehead as he retorted, Don't you think your green hair is even greener after transforming? What are you two arguing about? Mers cast a look of exasperation at the two individuals before him. Here it comes again, the daily theatrics of the divine realm. Remarkably, Granola had compelled Sun Wukong to employ the Ultra Instinct technique. Surt, with his arms crossed, leisurely observed the unfolding spectacle. The three turned their attention back to the scene before them. The parity of their powers had plunged Sun Wukong and Granola into a fierce struggle. Upon invoking Ultra Instinct, Sun Wukong swiftly gained the upper hand over Granola. Not bad. I shall engage you again in the future. Sun Wukong's desire for battle began to wane, and he retreated to gather his energy, returning to his normal state. You, my friend, strike when you please and refrain when you choose. Granola, incensed, rapidly appeared behind Sun Wukong, utilizing his sniping ability. He aimed 3 fingers at Sun Wukong's vital points. Boom. In this exchange, Granola followed up with a punch that knocked Sun Wukong unconscious. Even a clay figurine possesses its temper. Observing the prideful Granola, Surt shook his head slightly, noting that this time, the mighty Wukong had been schooled by a mere child. Broly, known for his ability to locate those who evaded him, remarked in surprise, he shouldn't be considered a child. After all, he is over 50. Kakarot has been defeated? Vegeta, astonished, stood agape, his arms falling slack. Mers shook his head disapprovingly, commenting, it cannot be deemed a defeat, merely a lapse in caution. Intrigued, Vegeta smirked, I wish to test my strength against you, Granola. He charged towards Granola, signaling the commencement of yet another battle. The crowd paid no mind to the unconscious Sun Wukong. That fellow truly needed a lesson. Ultimately, it was Mers who could no longer tolerate Sun Wukong being tossed about by the shockwaves, pulling him back to safety. Vegeta showcased his recent training in Ultra Instinct, which he had secretly learned from Beerus, claiming that the more he was injured, the stronger he became. Although he steadily suppressed Granola, It was unfortunate that Granola's combat prowess was also on the rise, with his techniques becoming increasingly refined. This rendered their struggle interminably stagnant. Impatient, Broly grumbled. Is this ever going to end? I'm starving. Hey, enough already. It's not a life-and-death battle. Why must we determine a victor? Surt echoed his sentiments, calling out to the two still engaged in combat. TCH. Vegeta threw a powerful punch aimed at Granola's cheek, expressing his dissatisfaction. As long as I defeat this fellow, I would indirectly vanquish Kakarot. I am the strongest in the universe. Having awakened, Sun Wukong rubbed the back of his head, bewildered. This was merely a contest. It doesn't truly signify a victory or defeat. After landing a punch on Granola, Vegeta quickly raised his hand to block Granola's counter, sneering. I care not for such trivialities. Bang, bang. After waiting for a while, witnessing the two beams of light continuously colliding and intertwining, it was evident that the battle would not conclude anytime soon. Mers tentatively inquired, shall I take my leave then? I must instruct Jack and the others to issue a wanted notice. Is there anything to eat with the Galactic Patrol? Take me along. Broly cast a sidelong glance at Mers, suddenly breaking into a smile. Hey, if this continues, I won't bother with you anymore. You can find your way back on your own. Goku, feeling a pang of hunger, shouted towards the airborne Vegeta. What does being the strongest in the universe even mean? Fine, I won't fight anymore. Upon hearing this, Granola swiftly retracted his hand and descended rapidly towards the ground. Seeing his opponent flee, Vegeta was filled with frustration, cursing. Damn Kakarot, you truly are a nuisance. Why overthink it? If you wish to prove your strength, why not challenge me directly? Goku, reclining with his hands behind his head, responded with a grin. Vegeta, dismissing further banter, scoffed. The group parted ways, with Goku and Vegeta returning to Cyril Star. Upon their return, Monet greeted Soot and the others with a polite smile. The detector has been repaired. Would you like to see it now? Certainly. As the detector whirred back to life, Goku's face gradually illuminated with a broad smile upon hearing Bardock's voice. He reflected deeply on the seemingly trivial messages he had received. Is this my father's voice? I seem to vaguely recall his appearance. It appears that I have never truly believed in my own strength. What pride of the Saiyans. Vegeta's gaze also brightened as he listened. Indeed, Saiyans require a sense of self-pride. It is madness to bear the burdens of the sins left by ancestors. Kakarot, your father was a remarkable man, Broly remarked darkly, evidently reminded of his own unreliable father from Bardock's words. Paragus lived in hatred his entire life. It is both tragic and lamentable, yet he is still my father. Having heard enough, Soot, feeling rather bored, asked, So, are you all returning to the Divine Realm? If there is nothing else, we shall depart. Goku nodded, preparing to bid farewell to Granola and Monet, when Vegeta suddenly interjected, This is utterly unfair. He shouted at Goku, feeling that the reason he and Raditz survived as children was due to the dragon. Oh please, Goku responded with a look of disbelief. Is Vegeta really resorting to superstition? You wished for your growth, and yet you call it superstition? Vegeta crossed his arms, growing increasingly agitated. And what about you? Aren't you overly indulgent with Bra? Goku retorted without hesitation. Does that even count? Vegeta exclaimed angrily, clenching his fists. She is a girl. Girls are meant to be cherished. Boys are different. When has he ever doted on Trunks? Observing the bickering duo, Soot sighed with amusement. Can't you focus on something more reasonable? The matter is resolved. So let us return. Indeed, I'm quite famished after this ordeal. It feels like a wasted trip. Broly nodded and urged Son Goku. Hey, Kakarot. It's time for us to return. Granola, would you care to join us in the Divine Realm? Before Son Goku could finish his sentence, Granola firmly declined, stating, I have my own essence and convictions. That is to protect this planet. This was the thought and decision he had formed upon his return. Oh, if you ever have the time, do come to Earth to play or spar with us. Son Goku made a reasonable request, waving his hand in farewell. Upon returning to the Divine Realm, Surt seemed to recall something, smiling as he looked at Son Goku and Vegeta, who were about to have their meal. By the way, I just remembered something. Confused, Son Goku turned back to Surt, puzzled. What is it? Frieza has broken through and can transform into a form even stronger than the Golden One, Black Gold. Surt smiled meaningfully. Upon hearing this, Vegeta halted in shock, exclaiming, What did you say? Broly tilted his head, already imagining Frieza's appearance. Black Gold? That sounds quite imposing. Where's that guy now? Son Goku eagerly approached Surt, inquiring about Frieza's whereabouts. It should be in another spatial dimension. Surt shrugged, recalling the storyline. According to reliable sources, he has been training as well. Rumor has it for 10 years. It seems that fateful battle on Namek is about to commence again, beginning and ultimately ending with Frieza, perhaps? Haha, will Krillin once again be the sacrificial offering? While Surt was lost in thought, Vegeta looked on suspiciously. Where did you get this reliable information? Humph, that's none of your concern. Surt dismissed Vegeta's inquiry. He then turned to Whis, waving his hand. I'm heading back. Do you have any messages for Bardos? None. Whis replied leisurely, standing beside Chi-Lai, observing the freshly prepared soup. Chi-Lai, what kind of soup is this? Chi-Lai stirred the pot with a look of excitement on her face, unreservedly replying, it's turtle soup, said to be good for kidney replenishment. Such a thing exists. Whis' face lit up with curiosity as he quickly engaged in discussion with Chi-Lai. Hey, can we stop discussing it? When can we eat? Broly stood by, watching the turtle in the pot, swallowing hard. I'm so hungry. Yes, I feel quite hungry too. Son Goku echoed, visibly anxious as he rubbed his stomach. Vegeta, not hastening the matter, retorted with a hint of pride. Humph, if you want to eat immediately, why don't you make it yourselves? But I can't stew soup. I only know how to grill things. Son Goku expressed his frustration, spreading his hands to convey his helplessness. Seeing the commotion among the group, Surt waved his hand toward everyone present and walked toward the already eager Margarita. Beerus, we are leaving. Let us go, hurry up. I don't need your delicacies. Beerus disdainfully complained as he approached Chi-Lai with an empty bowl. Give me a bowl to taste. The creations of a woman one holds affection for possess a uniquely exquisite flavor. In the realm of divine wonders, the departure of Soot and Makalita did not render the atmosphere tranquil. Rather, it became increasingly vibrant. The Nest of Time, after a brief sojourn, welcomed Soot back once more. This place is indeed serene. Makalita, visiting the territory of Kuranoya for the first time, wore an expression of curiosity. Is this the Nest of Time? The residence of the God of Time? Soot, still adjusting from the lively ambience of the divine realm, surveyed his surroundings and remarked, that is quite normal. Kuranoya is perpetually engrossed in her time scrolls. The moment she encounters an issue, she hastily departs, rarely remaining in the Nest of Time. As he spoke, Soot made his way towards a larger dwelling, noting that only Vados was typically present here. Oh, and I also brought back Android 21 from another world. An android? Makalita's intrigue deepened as she teasingly glanced at the broad figure ahead. Could it be a woman? Indeed, she is one of my women. Soot confirmed without hesitation, nodding candidly. Oh, a woman worthy of your attention? Makalita inquired, gesturing towards her own lips, her face alight with intense curiosity. To be chosen by Soot must imply some extraordinary qualities. Jealousy was far from her mind. After all, her initial intention was merely to cultivate Soot into the strongest human in the universe. Vados, I have returned, Soot announced as he pushed open the closed door with a cheerful smile. However, that smile quickly faltered, transforming into an expression of fury as he bellowed. You scoundrel. Let go of Vados. The bewildered Makalita, peering into the room, asked, what happened? The scene within was chaotic. A young angel with slightly curled white hair was gripping Vados by the neck. Upon hearing the commotion, he turned with a cheerful grin, casually greeting, hello there. I've finally been waiting for you, Soot. Who are you? Soot's brow furrowed, disregarding this stranger's salutation. He charged towards the angel, intent on rescuing Vados. Makalita's eyes widened in shock. Big brother. In a flash, the angel moved with remarkable speed, and Soot, in his super blue state, found himself striking at thin air. After several failed attempts, Soot sensed the angel's unusual prowess. It seemed this angel was not only formidable, but perhaps even superior to Vados. Thus, Soot entered a state of supreme ease. As his hair gradually turned white, Soot finally made contact, delivering a powerful punch to the angel's abdomen. With a resounding thud, feeling the grip loosen, Vados seized the opportunity to escape the angel's hold, collapsing to the ground, coughing profusely. Cough, cough, cough. After a prolonged moment of shock, Makalita regained her composure, watching the young angel deftly evade Soot's attacks. Big brother Walker, she murmured. You are mistaken. He is not Walker. Vados, her expression slightly softened, exclaimed in anger. In the past, the benevolent brother Walker would never have acted in such a manner towards me. Walker? The formidable suitor, skilled in both fist and foot. expressed his astonishment upon hearing the words of the two women. He swiftly retreated, launching a blast of energy towards Walker while positioning himself protectively beside Bardos. If this fellow truly is Walker, then the High Priest's words hold undeniable truth. Are you here to seek me? In response to Sutter's inquiry, Walker casually swatted aside the energy blast that approached him, responding with a cheerful demeanor. Indeed, judging by your expression, it seems the High Priest has shared something with you. Has he not? Vados, gazing at Sutter's protective silhouette, felt a warmth in her heart, yet quickly asserted, Sutter, you must leave. I can handle this. Although Sutter was indeed powerful, Walker, the firstborn of the angels, possessed a plethora of magic and extraordinary abilities. She could not permit Sutter to confront Walker, otherwise, he would undoubtedly be in peril. Hey, what on earth is happening? Margarita hurriedly joined Bardos, pointing at the gently smiling Walker. How can he not be Brother Walker? He clearly is. She then turned her hopeful gaze towards Walker, pleading, you must confirm, you are Brother Walker, are you not? Why would you harm Bardos? There must be some misunderstanding. Brother Walker, please say something. The atmosphere fell silent, save for Margarita's anxious voice echoing. What about the others? Sutter quietly inquired of Bardos, perplexed by the unfolding situation. They have all gone on a mission. According to Kuranoia, they have discovered the whereabouts of Mechikapura. Bardos replied, her attention unwavering from Walker. As she continued, as per usual, number 21 has also been summoned to assist. Oh, as long as they are safe, I was beginning to worry they had all perished. Sutter felt a sense of relief and pressed on. So what is this fellow all about? I don't know. Just as I was reclining, he suddenly appeared, spouting a slew of nonsensical remarks. Then, without warning, he began inquiring about your location and took advantage of my unguarded moment to strike. Vados shook her head slightly, her eyes brimming with fury as she succinctly conveyed her thoughts. She firmly placed her hand on Margarita's shoulder, attempting to bring her back to her senses. Therefore, someone who seeks to harm both me and Sutter cannot possibly be our Brother Walker. Yet, despite his demeanor, Margarita's eyes were gradually reddening as she stared at the smiling visage of Walker and the staff. Before Margarita could finish her sentence, the staff she bore surged towards Walker. Sutter observed keenly. It was the same staff Margarita had previously wielded, belonging to Walker. What is happening? Tears welled in Margarita's eyes as she pressed her lips together, questioning, Brother Walker, why do you remain silent? Ah, still just a little girl who loves to cry. Walker maintained his smile throughout, though there was no trace of gentleness in his gaze. Indeed, it was merely a misunderstanding. I only wished to test Bardos' skills. Listening to this explanation, Bardos let out a disdainful scoff. Humph, is this how you greet someone, by choking their neck? Who would believe that? Previously, she had indeed perceived a strong intent to kill in Walker's eyes. However, Walker seemed indifferent to Bardos' skepticism, merely smiling as he turned his gaze towards Sutter. May I invite you to a certain place? Haha, how could I possibly accompany someone who is clearly an enemy? Sutter scoffed, amusement evident on his face. Nevertheless, Margarita was reluctant to let such an opportunity slip away. She attempted to mediate the tense atmosphere among those present and asserted, there must be some misunderstanding here, right? Brother Walker, where have you been all these years? Did you not realize how worried we have been about you, especially our father? Before Margarita could finish her sentence, Walker's smile vanished, replaced by a cold tone. This time, I have come for Sutter, and it has nothing to do with you. The words has nothing to do with you lingered in Margarita's ears, leaving her momentarily stunned and speechless. In the next moment, Walker's voice turned even colder. If you continue to meddle, I will kill you. Margarita was taken aback, barely able to believe his words. You intend to kill me? Stop being such a nuisance. He is no longer Brother Walker. Seeing her in such a state, Bardos pulled her aside. It was no wonder Margarita felt lost. Walker had once showered her with so much care and attention. No one wished to accept that their most admired figure had turned into someone who disregarded them entirely. You take Margarita and leave. I will handle the rest, Sutter said, cautiously adopting a defensive stance and casting a glance at Bardos. However, Bardos shook her head in refusal. I cannot trust you to face him alone. We shall leave together. Very well, Sutter conceded without further pretense. Walker exuded an aura of power and mystery that made him feel unprepared to confront alone. As Bardos conjured a staff seemingly out of thin air, Sutter, with his silver hair billowing, charged directly at Walker. With a swift punch, he aimed for Walker but was met effortlessly by the staff. which blocked his attack with an air of nonchalance. It seems you lack appreciation for courtesy. With a sudden thrust of the staff, Sutter felt an immense force repelling his fist. His body was forced back, crashing through the walls of the house, sending him flying out. The small abode of the time nest crumbled under the impact in an instant. Witnessing this, the power of the angels had already converged upon Bardos' staff, launching an attack toward Walker. Yet, regrettably, it appeared that Walker was encased in a protective barrier, rendering her strike ineffective. Meanwhile, Sutter had already risen from the rubble, his body erupting in a blaze of red and white energy. With silver hair covering his form, Sutter transformed into his superforce state, an enhancement layered upon the mastery of his abilities. The time nest trembled under the force of this energy, causing the ground to quake. The red lightning surrounding Sutter appeared as serpentine dragons of formidable might. The sky, filled with clockwork fragments, was shrouded in swirling smoke. Beholding Sutter amidst the tempest of lightning, particularly with his flowing silver-gray hair and muscular physique, Walker smiled with a hint of amusement. There exists a certain wild beauty in the scene. As the ground trembled beneath her feet, the disoriented Makalita gradually regained her senses. She marveled, "What a transformation! I have never seen Sutter employ such a technique." Uncertain as to the nature of it, she noted that his divine power was continually ascending, while Vados landed on the ground. He is formidable. Perhaps Sutter alone could vanquish Walker. Behold, Sutter clenched his power-filled fist, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight. Truly the strongest of humanity. Walker felt the approaching afterimage. His eyes narrowed, and with precise aim, he unleashed the angelic force to the side. Boom! An explosion erupted, casting forth billowing smoke. Unscathed, Sutter emerged from the haze, gathering destructive energy in his palm. Such trivial skills. Observing the encroaching energy, Walker smiled slyly, effortlessly sidestepping it. Yet the next moment, he found his cheek presented before Sutter's colossal fist, which had been prepared for this very instant. Bang! The combination of instantaneous movement and prior preparation caught Walker completely off guard. Sutter had been waiting for such a prime opportunity, unleashing a barrage of ferocious strikes upon Walker. The angel, who typically relied solely on his effortless mastery, found himself at a disadvantage. I thought your shield was always active. Cursed by the relentless onslaught of punches and kicks, Walker sought to counterattack, but struggled to find an opening. But he is merely a human. Sutter seemed not to require my assistance. Vados finally relaxed, witnessing Sutter's valor. Has he surpassed Brother Walker? Makalita murmured, her gaze filled with complexity. Finally, seizing a moment of respite, Walker set aside his disdain and began to release his angelic power. You foolish human, you are courting death. Sutter continued to evade swiftly while transforming his Super Saiyan form into a more enduring state. The absolute power of the wild is indeed suited for close combat. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 183. Of course, I shall devour you. The ground of the time nest rose in tumultuous smoke, debris flying amidst the waves of energy. Walker and Sutter moved as blurs, their forms barely perceptible to Bardos and Makalita standing below. Energy surged relentlessly, colliding in the skies above the time nest. Watching the two streaks of light chase and clash, Makalita's brow furrowed deeper. It seems victory is within reach. Bardos' lips curled upwards as he began to feel joy for Sutter. Yet something felt amiss. As the skirmishes continued, Sutter's expression grew increasingly grave. He sensed a dissonance. Hearing Sutter's murmurs, Walker's smile deepened with malice. Oh, it seems you have discovered something. Long ago, I began absorbing your energy. He grinned in response to Sutter's strikes. Thus, regardless of when this battle concludes, the victor shall inevitably be me. Perceiving the rapid depletion of energy, Sutter's expression hardened as he intensified his output. This battle must be resolved swiftly, otherwise, if it dragged on for a few more minutes, not only would he face defeat, but also death. With a roar, Sutter unleashed a formidable energy wave that clashed against Walker's angelic power. The two forces met in a fierce tug-of-war, with Walker being pushed back, clearly unable to withstand Sutter's relentless assault. Though at a disadvantage, Walker maintained his composure, reflecting, is this the essence of a Saiyan? Such a kaleidoscope of colors. Yet, color was of little consequence. What truly mattered was strength. Sutter's face was etched with a murderous intent as he further amplified his energy output. At this critical juncture, an unexpected energy strike landed on Sutter's back. Among the four present, apart from the fierce duel between Sutter and Walker, Only Bardos and Makalita remained. Who had delivered this blow? Bardos incredulously turned to the staff-wielding Makalita, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Makalita's face, once troubled, now bore a resolute expression as she declared, "We cannot harm Brother Walker. He must have his reasons." With that, Makalita surged toward the eye of the energy storm engulfing the two combatants. "Soot, please do not harm him." As Makalita recklessly dove into the tempest, Soot hastily retracted his energy. "Well done, Makalita." Seizing the opportunity, Walker directed his angelic power towards Soot. Faced with Makalita's betrayal, Soot's countenance turned icy. "Do you understand what you are doing?" As Makalita watched Soot being enveloped by Walker's energy, she found herself momentarily speechless. Soot, filled with urgency, charged toward the overwhelming energy blast. The dazzling energy erupted like fireworks, brilliant and mesmerizing, yet Bardos was consumed with worry. From the billowing smoke, Soot emerged with a smile, attempting to reassure the tearful Bardos, "I am unharmed." Yet, it was merely a facade of comfort. This strike had been Walker's full force, compounded by the substantial energy he had previously absorbed. Confronting Walker, who was nearly his equal, it was challenging for Soot to avoid significant injury. As Bardos caught the severely wounded Soot midair, her gaze burned with fierce anger. "Damn it, Makalita, look what you have done." Hovering in the air, Makalita felt a sense of helplessness. She had never intended to harm Soot. Her sole desire was to communicate with Brother Walker amicably. "Bravo, truly impressive." Walker regained his beaming smile and cast a look of approval at Makalita. Then, with a swift motion, he seized Soot from Bardos' grasp, trapping him within a protective barrier. "Walker, return Soot to me." Bardos, filled with rage, attempted to charge forward, only to be repelled by Walker's energy. Soot furrowed his brow, rising from the barrier. Anxiously glancing at Bardos, "I am fine. I was merely forced back." Seeing that Bardos was unharmed, Soot cast a cold gaze upon Makalita. "To be honest, I once held affection for you, but in light of Walker's actions, you have incited my disdain." Upon hearing such resolute words, Makalita felt an inexplicable pang in her heart and hurriedly sought to explain, insisting that it was not true, that things were not as they seemed. Yet Soot had already chosen to disregard her words, his icy demeanor fixated on the self-satisfied Walker. "Is your insatiable appetite not already sated? What more do you intend to do to me?" "What do you mean?" Walker erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing joke. "Of course, I intend to consume you." Makalita's eyes widened in shock, bewildered by the implication of such predatory words. As an angel, how could one utter such monstrous phrases? Walker, regarding Soot, smirked knowingly. Indeed, Soot wiped the blood from his lips, revealing a look of realization. It appears the high priest's words were indeed true. "Makalita, you are truly a reflection of my teachings. You understand my heart." Walker's smile deepened as he fixed his gaze upon her, still entangled in her misguided thoughts. Makalita felt a sudden chill wash over her as she caught the weight of Walker's gaze. "Are you aware that I can no longer cultivate the strongest human, and thus you present me with such a grand gift?" "Walker, what do you mean by that?" The foreboding sensation in Makalita's heart intensified. "What do I mean?" Walker offered no explanation, merely gesturing to bring forth a protective shield. Then, before Makalita's bewildered eyes and Bardos' worried gaze, he reached out and seized the defenseless Soot. The surge of Soot's energy erupted forth, only to be consumed by Walker. Witnessing this scene, Makalita's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this truly the Walker she once knew? This is no angel. He is more akin to a demon. Come, Makalita. Join me in absorbing the power of the strongest human and break free from the High Priest's wretched grasp. As Walker ravenously absorbed Soot's energy, he extended a devilish hand toward Makalita, tempting her. "Wasn't everything you did meant to follow me? Now, I offer you this opportunity." Makalita shook her head vehemently, her beliefs crumbling. "No, you are not Walker. The Walker I know would never commit such acts." Chapter 184. Forget your immortality. Finale. Even when you initially spoke of creating the strongest human in the universe, you claimed it was merely out of boredom, a means to pass the time. It is not true. You are not the Walker I know. Observing the deranged Makalita, Walker scoffed dismissively. "Huh. Such ideals are merely figments of your imagination. What manner of being I am does not require your definitions." Faced with Walker's menacing visage, Vados brandished his staff, attempting to rescue Soot. "You scoundrel, release Soot at once." "Walker, you vile fallen angel. How tiresome." Walker cast a cold glance, unleashing a formidable force that surged towards Bardos. With a resounding crash, the tidal wave of energy sent Bardos hurtling into the Earth's embrace, creating a deep crater. Billowing smoke rose amidst the scattering debris, leaving Makalita in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. Bardos, what an overwhelming power! Having absorbed the energy, Walker disdainfully released the limp figure of Sutter, allowing him to fall towards the ground. Walker's gaze settled upon Makalita. Makalita, since you care for me so deeply, why not offer me your angelic power as well? What? Stunned, Makalita watched as a hand swiftly reached for her. Previously, she had not absorbed much of Bardos' angelic power. Surely, he wouldn't mind her willingness now, would he? Walker maintained a cheerful demeanor, yet to Makalita, he appeared as a demon. Just as that hand was about to pierce her heart, a figure flashed in, intercepting the blow. Sutter? As she gazed at Sutter standing protectively before her, an inexplicable pain surged within her heart. Though not physically harmed, why did it ache so? Feeling a sharp pain in his abdomen, Sutter could not suppress a groan. Despite his disdain for Makalita, she was still his woman. It felt unjust to stand by and watch her face peril without intervening. Vados, struggling to rise from the crater, witnessed this scene with eyes wide in fury, roaring, Sutter. Observing the blood seeping from his abdomen, Sutter smirked, meeting Walker's astonished gaze. Did you truly believe you had drained all my energy? Faced with Sutter's enigmatic smile, Walker felt a growing sense of foreboding. Could it be that he had not? Sutter raised his hand, grasping Walker's extending one, taunting. For I still possess energy yet to be unleashed, such as the power of destruction. Deep purple energy overflowed from Sutter's hand, swiftly enveloping Walker's entire being. What is this? Realizing he had transformed into a being of flames, Walker's unease intensified. Chuckling, Sutter allowed Walker's hand to slip away. As he coughed up blood, he clutched his abdomen, his figure teetering towards the ground. Makalita anxiously reached out, supporting Sutter as he descended slowly. Sutter, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Tears streamed down her face as she hastily produced her staff, tending to Sutter's wound. You mustn't die, please don't die. A significant amount of energy had been lost, compounded by the strain he had endured. It was all her fault. Get away. Vados rushed over as the two fell, shoving Makalita aside to cradle Sutter's head. Oh Sutter, why are you so foolish? You could have let Makalita perish instead. Cough. Sutter attempted to speak, but was almost suffocated by the forceful embrace. Ease up a bit. Vados, shift your chest. It was my fault. Makalita offered no further explanation, reluctantly diverting her gaze from Soot to the empty space above. Oh, Walker, who had been bewildered by the dark purple flames, soon began to writhe in agony. The power of annihilation had truly dealt him a devastating blow. The burning pain was unbearable, even for the frenzied Walker. He twisted and leaped in midair, yet could not extinguish the flames consuming him. Ultimately, as Walker plummeted to the ground, he had burned away to nothing. Vados did not even glance at Walker's demise, focused solely on retrieving her staff to heal Soot. Soot, I shall tend to your wounds. No need. Soot waved his hand, observing the visible wounds healing and smiling. Even if the King of Hell wanted to invite me for tea, there would be no opportunity. Vados, whose mind was clouded with anxiety, suddenly smacked her forehead in realization. I completely forgot that Soot is indestructible. Alas, I had promised the High Priest to bring the living Walker before him, but now it seems that cannot be fulfilled. Soot sighed helplessly and quickly extricated himself from Vados' embrace, turning his attention to Makalita. I'm so sorry, Soot. Makalita, feeling Soot's gaze, bit her lip in apology. What good is an apology? Vados glared fiercely at Makalita, scolding her. What else can you do besides causing trouble for Soot? Soot gently patted the agitated Vados, soothing her. All right, let us refrain from further comments. Just as Soot intended to speak to Makalita, a black hole appeared in the distance. Kuranoya emerged from it, her eyes widening in shock at the chaos of the time nest. Did I come to the wrong place? She rubbed her eyes, scanning the area in disbelief. Her two little houses were gone, and the grand tree in the courtyard had fallen. Before Kuranoya could gather her thoughts, the time-space Vegeta had already kicked her to the ground. What are you babbling about at the entrance? You can't pass through. Trunks, who followed behind, appeared equally bewildered. What on earth happened here? Goku scratched his head, casting a dubious glance around, ultimately landing his gaze on Soot. Soot, when did you return? What transpired? Observing Goku, who also looked quite disheveled. Soot chuckled and brushed off the dust from his clothes, countering, "What about you? Have you endured a battle as well?" Goku nodded in agreement, responding, "We found that. What was it? May something or other, and managed to take him down." "Yes, yes. Let me tell you," Goten exclaimed, striding towards Soot with a sense of pride. On the other side, Kuranoya had already arrived before Bardos. "Hey, tell me, Bardos, what is going on?" Bardos cast a cold glance at Makalita and scoffed, "It's a long story. You know Walker, right?" Soon, through the explanations from both parties, everyone finally grasped what had transpired. "Damn it, you've destroyed my time nest. I demand that you work to repay me," Kuranoya exclaimed, hands on hips, angrily pointing at Surt. However, Surt showed no signs of acceptance, sneering, "TCH, if you want me to spank you, just say it." With that remark, Android 21 was the first to let out a playful laugh, quickly followed by Son Goten's laughter. The echo of their mirth reverberated around the dilapidated time nest. Infuriated, Kuranoya stomped her feet, yet she was powerless against the laughter of the crowd. "All right, I will pay a visit to the High Priest. You all take your time to clean up." Surt chuckled, nodded at Bardos, and with a wave, opened a time-space portal and departed. The end, originally. There was supposed to be a continuation with the Dragon Ball Heroes arc, but I truly could not proceed any further. The book's performance has not been satisfactory, compounded by Aryong suffering from a high fever for several days. So, dear readers, until we meet again in the next Dragon Ball,